Masera Town. Inside the warm, cozy home of Xiaoji and Hanako. Xiaoji, are you up yet? Hanako's gentle voice suddenly drifted up from downstairs. Oh, I know, I'm packing my things right now, I'll be down in a moment. Xiaoji answered casually, then sprang up and quickly began straightening the bedding on his bed. You're not going to continue your training today, eh? Hanako asked again from downstairs. Yeah, I'll skip it today. It's the day of the summer camp, so I'll treat these few days as a little vacation for myself and won't train. Hearing his mother's words, Xiaoji replied once more. By the time he finished explaining, he had already finished straightening his quilt and bedding. Xiaoji looked at the quilt on the bed, neat and square like a block of tofu, and nodded in satisfaction. I see. Then hurry down and eat. The gathering time for the summer camp is almost here. Having heard her son say that, Hanako did not object. It really was time to let her child take a proper break. After all, in her impression, ever since Xiaoji turned 3, he had been constantly engaged in physical training. Aside from important occasions, he rarely ever stopped. Today was the day Professor Oki was holding a summer camp, so taking a few days off truly was not a problem at all. At first, Hanako had tried to persuade Xiaoji not to train so hard, but in the end, she was convinced by her own son. After that, she no longer interfered, much merely reminding him often that he needed to know his limits. Since these few days allowed her son to rest properly, she naturally had no objections and did not urge him to continue training. Xiaoji was her pride and joy, her one and only beloved son. If she did not dote on him, who would? All right, I know, I'll be right down, he replied. After speaking, Xiaoji climbed out of bed, picked up the items he had long since prepared, and walked unhurriedly downstairs. You're down, breakfast is on the table, hurry and eat, Hanako said. Hanako spoke to him while doing the housework. Okay, got it. Xiaoji nodded, then ran off to eat his breakfast. After wolfing down his breakfast, Xiaoji was about to stand up and take his bowl to the sink to wash it, when Hanako, as if she had already foreseen everything, suddenly appeared behind him at some unknown moment and snatched the bowl from his hands. You finally get a few days of rest, so leave these chores to me. You should hurry over to Professor Oki's place and make sure you're not late, or you'll be scolded by the professor, Hanako said gently. Xiaoji was slightly taken aback after hearing her words. He had not expected his mother to suddenly appear behind him and even snatch away the bowl he was about to wash. Mom, you really don't have to do this. I was only going to wash a bowl. It's not heavy work at all and won't tire me out. Besides, your son has been training for so long. None of that effort was for nothing. Xiaoji felt both amused and exasperated by Hanako's insistence on taking over the chores. And that makes it fine, she retorted. Hanako planted her hands on her hips in anger, making a point of showing just how upset she was. Her face puffed up like a little pufferfish as she scolded. 3 years ago, I tried so hard to stop you from training, so why wouldn't you listen to me? At such a young age, you were already training like that. What if you were to end up with some lingering illness because of it? From childhood till now, you don't show any of the carefree behavior a child should have. Do you know that seeing you like this makes me as your mother feel like I've failed? Do you understand? After listening to his mother's words, Xiaoji could only look at her adorable appearance with a wry, helpless smile. In the end, unable to win against his mother's insistence, he could only resign himself to letting her wash the dishes. At the same time, he silently cursed this life's absentee father in his heart. With such a good wife at home, that man had still gone off Waknoshire and had not returned even once in 6 years. It was truly unforgivable. 6 long years had passed without a word from him, leaving his mother to shoulder all the hard work alone. Despicable, he thought furiously. Just you wait. You'd better pray I don't run into you when I'm out traveling, or I'll make sure you pay dearly. After venting his anger in his heart, she belatedly realized that it was getting late and glanced at the time. Sure enough, it was no longer early. It was about time for him to set off for Professor Oki's place, or he would be late. Mom, I'm heading out to Professor Oki's. Do you need me to go with you? She called back. No need, just stay home and relax. You don't have to come with me. With that, Xiaoji darted out like a gust of wind. Without waiting for Hanako's response, he vanished from sight in the blink of an eye. This child, Hanako murmured as she stepped outside, only to find that Xiaoji was already gone. Shaking her head, she went back inside, not the least bit worried. After all, Xiaoji had never once made her worry, and his strength and speed were things she could always trust. Xiaoji had once told her that if he ever encountered bad people, he would immediately run away long before she would ever need to worry. Walking along the road toward Professor Oki's research institute, Xiaoji brought up the system panel in his mind. Host Xiaoji. Abilities: Special Grade Wave, Aura, Intermediate, Viridian Force, Psychic Powers, Super True, Rookie, Unawakened. Hint abilities and energy cube levels are divided into 4 tiers: low, intermediate, high, and special. If no tier is shown, it is low level. Skills: Photographic Memory, Intermediate, Energy Cube, Crafting, Master Level, Cooking, Aura Sphere, Aura. Items: Rare Candy, 20 Master Ball, 1 a Double Experience Card, 6 months, Stackable Pokeball, 250 Potions, 4 for all restorative types, 1 opportunity to learn Chidori, 1 opportunity to learn Rasengan, 1 opportunity to learn Dark Void. Pokecoins 1314520. Pokemon none. Xiaoji was not originally a person of this world. He had crossed over from a planet called Blue Star, becoming an otherworlder who was reborn as the protagonist of an anime known as Pocket Monsters, Xiaoji. When Xiaoji crossed over to this world, Hanako had only been 3 months pregnant. He spent 7 months in her womb before being born. After that he passed through infancy like an ordinary child. From then on, Xiaoji displayed talents unlike those of a normal child. Before he even turned 1, he had already learned to speak, could communicate normally with others, and had even learned to walk. He began training at the age of 3 and has continued without pause up to the present. Moreover, from the day he was born, Xiaoji obtained a system known as the Sign-In system, which had 2 modes: daily sign-in and special sign-in. Daily sign-in, as the name implies, required him to complete a sign-in every single day. Special sign-in referred to signing in at special locations. Each special place offered only a single special sign-in opportunity, and once it was used, that place would never again provide a special sign-in, much like the check-in functions he had seen in his previous life. His wave aura awakened on November 11th of his 2nd year, and it was special grade from the very beginning. Xiaoji knew this was the wave aura that belonged to Xiaoji in the anime. Truly, he thought this was what it meant to be a protagonist. His aura awakened at such a powerful level right from the start, already maxed out. It made him wonder why the Xiaoji in the anime had never truly mastered this power. What a pity that was. After years of development and self-training, Xiaoji had forged 2 techniques: Aura Sphere for offense and Aura Shield for defense. 1 offensive, 1 defensive. It was a perfect match. The Viridian Force was an ability he obtained by completing a special sign-in while accompanying Professor Oki to the Viridian Forest for a certain research project. His psychic powers had awakened alongside the wave aura, perhaps because the strength of his soul had barely reached the threshold needed for awakening, allowing them to emerge together. The rest of his rewards had been obtained through routine sign-ins. Many of the rewards stored in his system space came from special sign-ins he completed while accompanying Professor Oki on research trips. He had already visited many of the special sign-in locations in the Kanto region and completed their sign-ins. As for the Super True Rookie trait, he had possessed it since birth, though he still had no idea how to awaken it. It was the height of summer, the perfect season for a camp. In Pallet Town, parents from all over the world who admired Professor Okido hoped their children could gain rich travel experience during their journeys. Thus, every year around this time, many people would entrust Professor Okido with organizing a summer camp. Professor Okido understood that this was for the children's sake, so he gladly accepted the request and generously hosted the event free of charge. Originally, the idea of a summer camp did not even exist. It only came about in a certain year when the residents of Pallet Town asked Professor Okido to organize one. From that year onward, every summer camp in Pallet Town was held by Professor Okido. For reasons unknown, word of this spread beyond the town. From then on, whenever camp season arrived, many people brought their children to Pallet Town asking Professor Okido to let them stay and join the summer camp. Professor Okido was more than happy to do so until the 2nd year, when he realized that even more children had come than before. From then on, he set a fixed number of slots each year, and reservations became necessary. After all, there were countless children in the world, while the staff in Professor Okido's research institute were only a handful. There was no way they could care for everyone, and so the limit on slots was born. Of course, since the camp was originally an event requested by Pallet Town, the children of Pallet Town were exempt from those limits. Ash suddenly remembered something as he walked along the road. I almost forgot, today's system check-in hasn't been completed yet. Walking along, he abruptly recalled that he still had not done his system check-in for the day. Check-in, he called out. A crisp electronic chime seemed to ring in his mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing check-in. Reward obtained: skill postpartum care from Miltank. Ding. Does the host wish to learn this skill? I'll pass, Ash replied with a blank expression, rejecting it without. It was far from the first time he had seen such rewards from the system. Previously, it had even given him an outrageous skill called Desperate 996. As the name implied, once used on someone, that person would throw themselves into endless 996 overtime work, never resting, never taking holidays, the kind of employee bosses adored. Because of that, Ash had long since grown numb to the bizarre skills the system produced. Whenever he saw something like this, he would unhesitatingly toss it into the system's storage space to gather dust. Such unlucky skills were better used on other people, never on himself. Still, perhaps these odd little abilities might on some unforeseen day prove useful after all. As Ash arrived at the gate of Professor Okido's research institute, he spotted a familiar, arrogantly styled, spiky head of hair. The boy stood there with an air of pride, leaning against the wall, his presence almost as imposing as some high-ranking official. Well, if it isn't Ash, why are you so late? Everyone else is already here. You're the last one, Gary said as he pushed himself off the wall, his tone full of mockery. It's only just now the appointed time, isn't it? How could everyone already be here? Young Master Gary, you really do love to brag. Careful, or I'll complain to the professor and have him treat you to your favorite top scholar whip. Again, Ash retorted without backing down. Oomph. Whenever you can't win an argument, you bring up the top scholar whip. You really are something, Ash. Gary snorted cold. Yes, Gary, you're the best, Ash replied offhandedly. Is the best really the only phrase you know how to use? Gary was thoroughly irritated by Ash's perfunctory tone. This time, Ash chose not to answer again. He simply ignored Gary's words and continued walking toward his destination at an unhurried pace. Gary had yet to experience any real setbacks or become a researcher. Although Ash knew that in the anime Gary had once fiercely denounced Go, a moment that felt gratifying to watch, he found himself rather indifferent to the current Gary standing before him. Hey, did you even hear what this young master just said? Gary, now truly flustered, rushed ahead to block Ash's path and demanded an answer. My dear young master, your grandpa still needs my help. Can't you stop making trouble for a moment? Ash said, his face full of helplessness. Don't talk to me in that tone. You make it sound like you're older than me, and it's really infuriating, Gary complained angrily. All right, I promise, young master Gary. Is that good enough, my dear young master Gary? Ash replied in a coaxing tone as though he were soothing a child. Rather than calming Gary down, this only made him even angrier. His whole face flushed bright red. I won't allow you to talk to me like that anymore, Gary shouted, and then lunged at Ash like a starving tiger pouncing. Ash had been prepared. Making use of the extra height he had gained from years of training, he simply extended one hand and pressed it against Gary's forehead, effortlessly stopping his tiger-like attack. Gary was completely infuriated by this, forgetting he could attack from other angles. With his forehead firmly held in place, he could only keep flailing his arms and lunging forward, yet no matter how hard he tried, he simply could not reach Ash. Ash's hand was like a mountain. No matter how fiercely Gary threw himself forward, he could not break past that single palm, unable to budge it in the slightest. Years of steady training were paying off remarkably on this particular day. In the middle of it all, still a bit groggy from getting up, Ash even yawned. After quite a while, Gary seemed exhausted. His face was completely flushed, his eyes shining with tears as if he had been wronged, looking on the verge of bursting into sobs at any moment. You're awful, Ash, Gary shouted furiously. Then the proud little young master could no longer hold back the grievance in his heart and burst into loud sobs, the scene turning thoroughly chaotic. Watching this, Ash felt even more helpless. He really hadn't done anything, had he? Yet somehow he had ended up with such a troublesome situation on his hands. All right, be good and stop crying. I'll give you some candy, so no more tears, okay? It was clearly not the first time Ash had comforted Gary like this. He slipped a hand into his pocket, drew a miraculous candy from his system's storage space, and held it out before Gary. The moment Gary heard there was candy, his crying stopped at once. He snatched it from Ash's hand, and then dashed off, no trace remaining of the aggrieved little boy from just moments before. Watching Gary's retreating back, Ash seriously suspected that the boy came just to swindle his miraculous candy, showing up every so often to cry for a while, and then turning his face as soon as he got his treat. Ever since the time he had accidentally made Gary cry and then soothed him with candy, Gary seemed to have become addicted. From then on, he would show up regularly just to cry in front of Ash. Of course, Gary had already asked him for candy many times in the past, though it had never been quite so blatant. Sigh. Thinking of all this, Ash felt even more resigned. For no good reason at all, he had ended up with such a troublesome little burden. Xiaoji simply thought for a moment, then leisurely walked into the research institute, where he saw Dr. Oki inquiring about the reason behind Xiao Mao's flushed face. Xiao Mao, why is your face so red? Dr. Oki squatted down, looking at him with a doting expression. It's nothing, I'm just a bit sunburned from the heat outside. Is that so? Dr. Oki looked at Xiao Mao with suspicion, somewhat doubting his words. Of course, Grandpa, you don't know how hot it is outside since you didn't go out today, Xiao Mao affirmed. But it's still morning, but shouldn't be that hot. Dr. Oki said thoughtfully. I was just downstairs waiting for Xiaoji, and I ran up the stairs, which is why. Is that so? Dr. Oki gently confirmed. Yes. Xiao Mao nodded vigorously, fearing that the doctor would notice anything amiss. Well, now I understand, Dr. Oki chose not to press further. What about Xiaoji? Has he arrived? In here, doctor. Xiaoji called from the doorway. Oh, Xiaoji, you finally made it. Dr. Oki turned to look at him upon hearing his voice. Good morning, Xiao Mao. Xiaoji politely greeted. Good morning, Dr. Oki responded with a smile. Xiao Mao seemed reluctant in his reply. By the way, doctor, have you finished organizing the materials from last night? Xiaoji asked. I'm sorry. I almost forgot about it until you mentioned it. Dr. Oki said, realizing his oversight and awkwardly scratching his head. I knew it. Xiaoji covered his forehead, looking helpless. It's because you're getting old, your memory isn't what it used to be, Dr. Oki said, looking embarrassed. They'll go organize it now? Doctor, you should prepare for the summer camp. Xiaoji said. Then he'll trouble you with that. Dr. Oki expressed his gratitude. After Xiaoji finished speaking, he headed towards the place he stayed at last night to tidy up the materials. Xiao Mao, why don't you go help Xiaoji? Not me. I have other things to do, so I'm leaving first, Xiao Mao huffed quite pridefully. All right, if you have things to do, then go ahead. Dr. Oki said with a loving expression, as if he was at it. Then I'll take my leave, Grandpa. Xiao Mao said, relieved at not having to help Xiao Ji, and quickly left the research institute, seeming as if he really had something to do. Dr. Oki watched his grandson's departing figure, smiling as he shook his head, then turned to attend to his own. However, Xiao Mao truly had nothing to do. When he reached a secluded spot, he pulled out the magical candy he had tricked from Xiao Ji, unwrapped the candy wrapper, and looked at the round candy inside. He popped it into his mouth, and the uniquely sweet flavor exploded in his mouth, like fireworks, instantly filling his taste buds. It was incredibly delicious, and the sweetness made him feel that everything he had done before was worth it. Xiao Mao had previously asked his grandpa to find such candy, but after searching for a while he couldn't find any. Naturally, he didn't believe this outcome, and thought his grandpa was deceiving him, so he had his grandpa help him gather candies from various regions trying to find such candy. During that time, Xiao Mao had almost tasted every type of candy from different regions, but he still couldn't find any candy like the one Xiao Ji had. Because he clearly knew Xiao Ji's weakness. If the news of him crying reached his grandpa Xiao, Ji wouldn't fare any better. So he leveraged this point, causing trouble in front of Xiao Ji every once in a while, waiting for Xiao Ji to obediently hand over the candy to appease him. Over time, this became a habit. Xiao Mao had also considered asking his grandpa to demand it, but he felt upset that his grandpa was unwilling to help. Moreover, if he did so, it would likely provoke Xiao Ji's displeasure, and then even if he wanted to eat it again, Xiao Ji probably wouldn't give it to him. Thus, he felt that such a method was inappropriate and didn't pursue it. Once candy versus regular candy, Xiao Mao knew how to differentiate between the two. Meanwhile, Xiao Ji, while helping the doctor organize materials, looked at the messy research room and began to tidy it up earnestly. Time flew by quickly. Just as Xiao Ji finished organizing the messy materials in the research room, Dr. Xiao Ji, have you finished tidying up? Dr. Oki asked as he walked in. It's all done, Xiao Ji replied, wiping the sweat from his forehead. It was July and summer was already hot, plus he had been moving around in the stuffy research room for nearly half an hour. It would be strange if he didn't sweat. Thank you, Xiao Ji. We can now head to the summer camp. The activities are about to start. Come with me, Dr. Oki said. Sure, doctor, Xiao Ji nodded, following Dr. Oki to the assembly point for the summer camp. As soon as Xiao Ji and the doctor stepped out the door after walking a few steps, he saw many children waiting down. Xiao Mao leaned against the wall at the entrance, and when he saw the doctor and Xiao Ji come out, he followed them. When Xiao Ji saw Xiao Mao, he merely glanced at him, and then shifted his gaze back to the children below, checking for familiar faces. From his memory, Go Hao seemed to have come to this summer camp as well, so he needed to treat him well. He scanned the children for a while, but didn't see Go Hao. Instead, he spotted another familiar face, the female protagonist from the anime Serena. Although she was wearing a straw hat that covered her face, Xiao Ji remembered that the straw hat Serena wore in the anime had a pink ribbon, so he managed to recognize her. Of course, after just a glance at Serena, Xiao Ji turned his attention back to the others, searching for Go Hao. Oh no, dogs are humanity's most loyal companions. He couldn't insult them. It was better to call him Xiao Hao, which made him seem less human and more ghostly. After spending some time looking around, he indeed found that kid. Xiao Hao looked exactly like his character in the original work, wearing a gray hoodie with a darker complexion and sporting the standard hairstyle from the original, making him a miniature version of a dog. Oh no, Xiao Hao. At this moment, Xiao Hao was eagerly looking at Dr. Oki, his face full of excitement. Next to Xiao Hao stood a girl. Xiao Ji recognized her with just a glance. It should be Dr. Sakuraji's daughter, Xiao Chun, who was also Xiao Hao's childhood friend. Just as he found Xiao Hao, Dr. Oki began to speak. Dr. Oki clapped his hands to gather the children's attention. Everyone paused for a moment. Follow me now, we're heading to the mountain behind the campgrounds for this summer camp. Yes, doctor. Let's go. And the children erupted in excitement upon hearing they would head straight to the mountains. Some even shouted with unrestrained joy. Watching their radiant smiles, Dr. Oak smiled warmly in quiet satisfaction. Under the orderly guidance of several researchers, the group set off together toward the mountain. The outer perimeter of the mountain served as the campsite for Dr. Oak's summer program. Guiding the children to a pre-designated location, he helped them pitch tents and establish the camp base. Once the essentials were complete, Dr. Oak clapped again to reassemble the children. He outlined camp rules, then shifted seamlessly into an engaging discussion about Pokémon, interspersing it with thoughtful questions to deepen their understanding of these extraordinary creatures. Alright children, the QA session ends here. With that, Dr. Oak concluded the session, clapping cheerfully as he bid the children farewell. Today offers you a rare opportunity, outside your formal journey as Pokémon trainers, to experience Pokémon in the wild. Cherish this moment deeply. Now free activity time begins, but remember the rules I just shared. Above all, never stray too far from camp. Venturing deep into the mountain forest is extremely dangerous. Do you understand? Understood, Doctor. In unison, every child shouted their reply. Truly obedient, well-mannered children. Dr. Oak nodded approvingly. Then, free activity time officially begins. No sooner had the words left his lips than the children burst into exhilaration, though two exceptions stood apart: Shigeru and Satoshi. Shigeru, proud and reserved by nature, feigned disinterest in childish games, though truth be told no one accompanied him. Instead, he approached Dr. Oak, citing mild discomfort as pretext to request rest. Upon learning his grandson was unwell, Dr. Oak readily granted permission, sending him to rest in a prepared tent within the campsite. As for Satoshi, his gaze lingered thoughtfully on Go and Haru. If Satoshi recalled correctly, those two had earlier wandered deep into the forest, disobeying instructions, and encountered Mew, a legendary Pokémon. Fascinated by Mew, Satoshi now watched Go intently, waiting for the precise moment he'd slip away so he could follow covertly. Suddenly, Satoshi remembered a long-forgotten item gathering dust in his system inventory, one perfectly suited for Go. It was a misfortune card, a Onatari artifact designed to invite ill luck upon its target. He'd drawn only this single card across years of daily logins, proof of its rarity. Yet with 6 more years ahead, he remained hopeful such a divine artifact might appear again. Having stored it and used for years, Satoshi now seized the chance, retrieving it without hesitation. A faint smile curved at the corner of Satoshi's lips. Silently within his system space, he activated the misfortune card and locked onto his target. Target Go. The instant the words escaped his mouth, a shadowy black light slipped unseen from Satoshi's own shadow, racing forward at blinding speed before vanishing into Go's. Target locked. Effect activated. And at that very moment, a Pidgey flew overhead. Directly as it departed, the Pidgey bestowed upon Go a singular uninvited gift. A splatter of black and white droppings landed squarely upon his face. Go felt sudden warmth on his cheek and instinctively reached up. Upon seeing what coated his fingers, his already sun-kissed complexion darkened further in mortification. Arg! You wretched Pidgey! Why land that filth on my handsome face? You rotten, despicable bird! Come down here and fight me onion. I'll finish you. Enraged, Go leapt skyward, roaring after the retreating Pidgey. Hearing his challenge, the Pidgey wheeled back at astonishing speed, pecking relentlessly at Go's face. Go yelped and shielded himself with both hands, sparking uproarious laughter among the children. Haru and truly, products born of the system are masterpieces. Its effect manifested instantly. I'd gladly trade Go's entire lifetime of bachelorhood for 10 more misfortune cards over the next few days. Witnessing the card's swift, potent efficacy, akin to a perfect instrument of poetic justice, Satoshi made this fervent wish. When the Pidgey found Go's face fully defended, it scanned for new vulnerabilities. Its sharp eyes settled upon the nape of Go's neck. Yet just as it poised to strike, a researcher nearby released a Pokémon, intercepting the attack and rescuing Go. Satoshi observed the rescue with calm detachment, merely shaking his head. 3 parts regret, 7 parts. Had that peck landed successfully, Go might have perished, or worse, been left mentally impaired. Satisfied by the misfortune card's rapid impact, Satoshi ceased monitoring Go entirely. Instead, his attention drifted to Haru, Go's childhood friend, and he felt genuine sorrow at the thought of such a gentle soul falling to Go's affections. Toward Haru, Satoshi harbored no personal longing, only sincere, unadorned regret. Reflecting on this, he recalled his own past life, devoid of even a single childhood friend, while this irksome Go possessed such a tender, devoted companion. The sheer injustice of it, this detestable boy blessed with such affection, left Satoshi seething yearning to sever their bond. Today Xiaohao was utterly unfortunate. Even walking could lead him to step into the excrement of some unknown creature, and he nearly choked on water. However, this did not deter Xiaohao's adventurous spirit. When he found an opportunity to leave the camp, he secretly pulled Xiaochun along, claiming he wanted to take her on an adventure. Deep down, Xiaochun felt a bit reluctant. After all, Dr. Mumu had warned that the depths of the forest could be dangerous. But being Xiaohao's friend, she was forcibly taken along. Xiaohao, maybe we should just forget it. It seems like your luck today is a bit off. Xiaochun attempted to persuade Xiaohao not to go on the adventure. After all, she had witnessed Xiaohao's luck today, and relying on her instincts, sensed that if she went with him, it would surely not end well. Xiaochun, do you not trust me at all? I thought of you as my good friend. Xiaohao's expression turned cold upon hearing his childhood friend say this. No, I do trust you. I didn't mean to imply that I didn't. Xiaochun hastily shook her head, reaffirming her stance upon hearing Xiaohao's words. Since you believe in me, you should trust me even more instead of doubting me like you are now. Xiaohao's expression gradually returned to seriousness as he spoke to her earnestly. Xiaochun opened her mouth wanting to say something more, but the words never came out. In the end, she reluctantly chose to trust Xiaohao. All right. The girl's agreement instantly brightened Xiaohao's mood. Okay, since you acknowledge that I am your only good friend, let us set off together, Xiaohao said enthusiastically. Meanwhile, as he spoke, he had already grabbed Xiaochun's hand and started. Xiaochun instinctively wanted to resist, but fearing to hurt Xiaohao's feelings, she allowed him to lead her. However, After just 2 steps, a banana peel suddenly appeared beneath Xiaohao's feet. The appearance of the banana peel was too sudden. Xiaohao had no time to react and unwittingly stepped right on. Then there was a loud thud as Xiaohao fell face first to the ground, landing in a most embarrassing manner. Xiaochun, who had been holding onto Xiaohao's hand, should have fallen with him. Fortunately, Xiaohao fell so abruptly that, feeling a bit nervous, he let go of her hand so Xiaochun did not end up in the same predicament. Woohoo woohoo woohoo. Following Xiaohao's fall, a voice nearby sounded like laughter, seemingly mocking someone. Who the hell threw that banana peel? What a lack of manners. Xiaohao grumbled as he stood up, but paused. The reason for his pause was that he saw the culprit who threw the banana peel was actually a sprite, a rather dangerous one at that. A monkey monster. The monkey monster seemed to have heard Xiaohao's words, its eyes glowing with a dangerous red light as it fixed its gaze on him, as if ready to strike at the slightest provocation. Monkey brother, I didn't see where I was going and stepped on your banana peel. I am truly sorry. Seeing the monkey monster approach, feeling his life was in danger, Xiaohao could no longer care about his pride and immediately began to plead. Upon seeing Xiaohao's sincere attitude of admitting his mistake, the monkey monster merely kicked him lightly and coldly snorted before leaving. Just as Xiaohao got up from the ground, Xiaochun noticed a black muddy footprint on his face. That damn monkey monster, if I had a sprite I would definitely take you down. Xiaohao covered the spot where he was kicked, and due to the pain his anger flared, causing him to stand up and curse out. The monkey monster who had just left had excellent hearing. Even from over 10 meters away it could still hear Xiaohao. The irritable monkey monster could not tolerate being insulted, and its temper flared up instantly as it turned. This time, no matter how Xiaohao pleaded, the monkey monster showed no intention of letting him off the hook. The monkey monster first gave Xiaohao a beating that left him bruised and battered, then urinated on him before leaving satisfied, disregarding the psychological issues that might follow for Xiaohao. Xiaochun, watching this scene, wanted to laugh, but held back, fearing it would hurt Xiaohao's pride. Xiaohao, do I look like I'm alright? Xiaohao shouted in anger at Xiaochun for not helping him when the monkey monster attacked. At just 6 years old, Xiaohao, after venting some emotions on Xiaochun, suddenly burst into tears. Xiaochun, bewildered by his outburst, could not help but cry as well. Thus the two children began to wail in the forest, their cries echoing throughout. So noisy. Xiaoji, hiding behind a tree nearby, complained as he dug at his ears. Xiaoji had actually been following them, hoping to meet Dream and see if he could interact with it. As for why he wanted to help Xiaohao, the reason was quite simple and needed no further explanation. Perhaps because the two had ventured deep into the forest, their cries did not reach the camp, and after a while they finally stopped shedding tears. Xiaohao had not yet experienced the betrayal of a friend, so his personality had not become extreme. He did not think he needed friends yet. After this incident with the monkey monster, his desire to enter the forest only grew stronger. For some reason, he always felt that something in the depths of the forest was calling to him. Although Xiaohao had never gone through betrayal, he remained very proud inside, unwilling to apologize. Xiaochun, not wanting to lose a friend like Xiaohao, and realizing they were in the forest where she could not leave alone, could only softly apologize to him. Xiaohao accepted her apology without reservation, feeling no discomfort, as if it were a matter of course. Having witnessed Xiaohao's reaction, and after this incident, Xiaochun felt a slight distance growing between them. Xiaohao was unaware of Xiaochun's thoughts. Even if he did, he probably wouldn't care. So they continued deeper into the forest, though their bond was not as close as it had been when they first entered. At the summer camp, the girl from Carlos remained unable to integrate with the surrounding children, her nervous demeanor causing her to lower her hat, wishing to avoid drawing attention to herself. She sat alone in the shade, gazing at the joyful interactions of others, suddenly feeling a pang of homesickness, as this was her first time away from home. Just as she was missing home, a large butterfly suddenly flew in from afar and landed on the tree where the girl curiously watched the butterfly perched on the tree, captivated by its beauty, her gaze fixed intent. The butterfly lingered on the tree for only a moment before a gust of wind blew through. Feeling the breeze, the butterfly gracefully danced with the wind, slowly drifting away. Serena, who had always aspired to be a performer, was deeply enchanted by the butterfly's elegant form. Seizing the moment when no one in the camp was watching, she stealthily slipped away, following the direction in which the butterfly had departed. Casting aside everything Dr. Oak had previously described, her mind was solely focused on the image of the butterfly. Meanwhile, Xiaohao and Xiaochun delved deeper into the forest, encountering some unfortunate events along the way, such as bird droppings occasionally falling from the sky, and stepping on unknown creatures' excrement, which were all perfectly normal occurrences. Of course, these mishaps primarily affected Xiaohao and rarely involved Xiaochun. Throughout the journey, Xiaohao was incessantly grumbling, never letting up. However, this very behavior led him to provoke some inexplicable attacks from nearby sprites. Xiaohao was oblivious to the fact that these incidents were a result of his incessant complaints. Fortunately, the sprites did not seriously harm either of them, and they remained safe. I see you. Damn. A burst of static sounded. What on earth is happening today? Why am I running into such bad luck? Xiao Hao exclaimed in exasperation, stamping his feet in anger. What frustrated him most was that he was the only one injured along the way, while Xiaochun, who had been by his side the entire time, was only affected a couple of times. That was what truly enraged him. How could it be that he was the only one getting hurt? What about the other person just watching and stifling laughter? It was certainly tough for Xiaochun having to endure sprite attacks each time, while also trying to hold back her laughter. In truth, Xiaochun had considered stepping in to help, but Xiao Hao always refused her offer, stubbornly insisting on handling it alone. After experiencing several sprite attacks, Xiaochun also realized that the sprites seemed to have no intention of causing serious harm. They were merely teaching Xiao Hao a lesson. Thus, she seriously suspected that these sprites were all trained by Dr. Oku must have warned them beforehand not to hurt anyone. Perhaps the doctor had anticipated such a situation and had specially come to speak to these sprites. However, what Xiaochun couldn't understand was why these sprites chose to attack, and why only Xiao Hao. Only moments ago, after hearing what was said, Xiaochun seemed to grasp why the sprites had attacked. It turned out that Xiao Hao had been cursing non-stop, leading the sprites to mistakenly believe he was insulting them, which prompted their attacks. This bad luck card is quite effective, truly remarkable. The hidden culprit behind them, Xiaoji, couldn't help but exclaim as he witnessed Xiaohao's misadventures. Xiao Hao, maybe you should just stop cursing. Xiaochun kindly suggested. Shut your mouth. My business is none of your concern. Xiao Hao roared, ignoring Xiaochun's advice. Xiao Hao, you. Upon hearing Xiao Hao yell at her, Xiaochun felt a surge of emotions. Having always been treated like a treasure by her parents, she had never faced such anger. Tears began to flow uncontrollably. Seeing Xiaochun's eyes welling up with tears, Xiao Hao suddenly felt as though he had done something wrong. He realized that his misfortune had affected his mood, and feeling a bit guilty, Xiao Hao began to apologize. Xiaochun, I'm sorry. I let this unfortunate luck get to my head and couldn't help but lash out at you. I truly apologize. As soon as Xiao Hao recognized his mistake, he quickly apologized and even bowed. Xiaoji, observing their situation from behind, couldn't help but be impressed. Xiao Hao managed to resolve the issue all by himself without any help from me. Truly impressive, Xiao Hao. Xiaoji couldn't help but give a thumbs up. I understand you've had a rough day, and I forgive you, Xiaochun said, wiping her tears. Yet even as she said this, the tears continued to flow. Seeing that Xiaochun still hadn't stopped crying, Xiao Hao realized that her forgiveness wasn't genuine, she was just saying it. Thus, he kept bowing and apologizing to her. Only when Xiaochun said it was unnecessary did Xiao Hao finally stop. Can we go back now? Xiaochun, Upon hearing Xiaochun's question, Xiao Hao began to hesitate. Just as he was about to agree, a sudden sound of battle came from ahead. Hearing this, Xiaohao's eyes lit up, and without a second thought, he rushed forward. A few minutes earlier in the distance, Mimi, a pink sprite resembling a small pink cat with a long tail that ended in an olive shape and triangular eyes, approached a small Nidoran. Nidoran held a berry in its hand, just about to open its mouth to eat, when it noticed the pink sprite staring intently at the berry. Caught in a moment of hesitation, Nidoran looked at the sprite's eager eyes, and then at the berry in its hand, torn between giving or not giving. However, the pink sprite did not give him time to think, and directly reached out to snatch it away. Me, give it to me. Nidoran was stunned by the pink sprite's actions, staring blankly, as it was taken aback, even too shocked to. This little fellow surely never expected someone would snatch its possessions, especially not this creature that had lived who knows how many years. Me. Having obtained the berry, the sprite flew in the air, happily calling out. Wah! At this point, Nidoran finally reacted and burst into tears. Inside the cave, Nido King and Nido Queen were engaged in a fierce tussle, when suddenly, they heard their child crying outside. Confused, they initially thought another sprite was bullying their child. However, considering that they were the rulers of the forest, who would dare to bully their offspring? Upon hearing the cries of her child, Nido Queen felt a surge of emotions and wanted to go out and investigate. Nido King pounded his chest, signaling her to let him go and to rest well in the cave. Nido. Hearing her husband say this, Nido Queen trusted him and waved her hand, indicating for him to hurry and return. Seeing this, Nido King aggressively pounded his chest and then quickly strode out of the cave entrance. As soon as he emerged, he saw his child sprawled on the ground, wailing loudly. He looked around, searching for the culprit that had bullied his son. Eventually, he locked onto a dream sprite flying in the sky, clutching a fruit from a tree. Woo! Upon seeing his father, Nido King Nido Lang sprinted over with his short legs and hugged his father's thigh, pointing at the dream sprite flying above. It seemed he was reporting to his father, saying, "Father, did you see? That sprite is bullying me. Just when I had finally gotten the fruit from the tree, I hadn't even had time to taste it before it was snatched away by another sprite. Can you endure this? Can you?" Nido King, witnessing his beloved son crying, erupt. Though his son often wore a tattered coat, he was still his own flesh and blood, and no one had the right. Even if ancestors came, it wouldn't matter in this forest. It was Nido King who had the final say. Me. The dream sprite, still unaware of the seriousness of the situation, continued to play around, even flipping in the air a few times. It seemed like it was having a lot of fun. Nidoking felt his authority was being challenged, and he became enraged. You could bully my son, but now you are provoking me. Very well, I shall reward you with a destructive death ray. Without further ado, Nidoking unleashed a powerful destructive death ray. The dream sprite, upon seeing the destructive death ray, not only did not feel afraid, but rather found it amusing. It cleverly dodged the ray at the last moment. After witnessing Nidoking's might, the dream sprite lost interest and decided to leave, suddenly enveloped in a blue light, before slipping away. Seeing that his son was crying and that the challenger had escaped, Nidoking could not hold back any longer and let out a roar towards the sky before chasing after. Damn it, after provoking the forest overlord, you think you can just run away. Thus the dream sprite and Nidoking engaged in a chase through the forest. Such scenes were not the first to occur in the forest, but the sprites living there had long grown numb to such events, merely causing a slight stir, without any substantial consequences. In any forest, tribal wars were always ongoing. Just like the continuous tribal wars between the eagles and the big-mouth sparrows, all sprites had grown accustomed to it. Therefore, what was happening in the forest now was likely just a routine matter, and everyone had become accustomed to it. However, no one noticed that the direction in which the dream sprite was fleeing was towards Xiaohao's side. Xiaohao was still unaware of the impending danger and was moving towards where the commotion was occurring. Nido. When Xiaohao reached a clearing, he suddenly heard this voice. He looked over in confusion and saw a small pink sprite flying in the sky while a large purple creature chased closely behind. The voice he had just heard came from Nidoking behind him. What the heck, it's Nidoking. Upon recognizing Nidoking, Xiaohao exclaimed. Clearly he was aware of Nidoking's dangerous nature. What kind of sprite is that? I've never seen it before. Could it be a new species? Xiaohao quickly noticed the pink sprite flying in the air. He had never encountered such a sprite in his textbooks. The dream sprite turned around, looked at the panting Nidoking, who could no longer keep up, and playfully did a somersault in the air. Seeing this, Nidoking, already furious, felt even more provoked. In the instant he opened his mouth, he unleashed another powerful destructive death ray. This time the dream sprite did not dodge, but chose to face it head-on, once again enveloped in blue light, forming a destructive death ray of its own to clash against Nidoking's. The two destructive death rays collided fiercely, sending a violent shockwave around, devastating the surrounding flora, and the situation was spiraling out of control. Unfortunately, Xiaohao found himself caught in this powerful shockwave and was blasted away. His actions should have gone unscathed, just like in the original story. However, due to the presence of a misfortune card, a butterfly effect occurred, sending him flying. Coincidentally, at the moment Xiaohao was flung away, he collided with a bee drill, attempting to flee the scene. Ouch, that hurt. Xiaohao rubbed his back and uttered in pain. Just as he finished speaking, he heard a buzzing sound near his ear. Upon hearing this sound, Xiaohao suddenly recalled something and immediately felt uneasy, as if something dangerous lurked behind him, making the hairs on his neck stand on end, as if a great terror was present. Xiaohao turned around dumbfounded. It was a shock to see a bee drill slowly rising from the ground, brandishing its two stingers, staring intently at him, as if a chill had flashed through those stingers. My goodness, such a large stinger. If it stabs me once, I probably won't recover for months. Tsk. Upon seeing this, Xiaohao realized he needed to run, so he quickly got up and bolted away, moving smoothly, as if he had a small engine. Seeing that the bee drill had bumped into it, and the person didn't even apologize before running away, how could it tolerate this? Bee drill raised its stingers and chased after him. The scene at that moment reminded people of their childhood when a nurse chased them with a syringe for an injection. So bee drill, a beautiful nurse. You run, I chase. I chase, you run. In the end you will find it impossible. The battle between Nidoking and Menghuan reached its conclusion shortly after Xiaohao departed. The outcome was clear: Nidoking was defeated. During the pursuit of Menghuan, Nidoking's stamina was nearly depleted. Given Menghuan's superior strength, defeat was inevitable. Meow. Upon witnessing the situation, Menghuan boldly flew over to confirm whether his opponent had truly fallen asleep. After confirming this, boredom overtook him, and he was about to leave in disappointment. Suddenly he sensed a familiar and comforting force nearby, gently drawing him in. This energy was neither too strong nor too weak, falling into the upper middle tier. Intrigued by the presence of his friend's power, Menghuan abandoned the lying Nidoking and flew off. Meanwhile, on the other side, Xiaohao was being relentlessly pursued by a giant needle bee. In panic, he ran desperately until he suddenly spotted Xiao Chun walking towards him. Just as Xiaohao intended to urge her to flee, he recalled the earlier events where only he was injured, while Xiao Chun merely watched from the sidelines. His dissatisfaction stirred once more. Thinking he would get to witness Xiao Chun's performance, he felt delighted and chose not to warn her about the giant need. Xiaohao, why are you running so fast? Xiao Chun asked, puzzled by his state. I'm just warming up, Xiaohao replied, his expression unchanged. Warming up? Then why are you running so fast? Xiao Chun wondered. No more talking him out of here. Glancing behind, Xiao Hao saw the giant needle be closing in rapidly and immediately chose to flee. Just as Xiao Chun was confused, a buzzing sound came from behind, and she looked in the direction Xiao Hao had turned. To her shock, it was indeed a giant needle bee. Startled by the sudden appearance of the giant needle bee, fear and tension spread throughout Xiao Chun's body. She completely forgot to react and stood there dumbfounded. As the bee approached closer, she finally realized that if she did not run now, she would surely perish. Being still a young girl, Xiao Chun had never encountered such a scene before. As she lifted her foot to turn and flee, perhaps cursed by Xiao Hao's bad luck, she unfortunately tripped over a stone. Already frightened, Xiao Chun fell heavily, making intimate contact with the earth as she lay face down on the Attempting to rise and continue fleeing, she instead twisted her ankle, causing sharp pain with every move. Lying on the ground, Xiao Chun's eyes were filled with terror. She understood that now even if she wished to run, it was impossible. Tears welled in her eyes as she watched Xiao Hao retreating farther away. At this moment, how fervently she wished Xiao Hao would turn back to save her. After all, she was his only true friend. Even if their friendship had been distant over the years, some sense of loyalty still lingered. He did not even bother to give a word of warning. Xiao Hao was truly too heartless. Regrettably, the hope Xiao Chun harbored was in vain. Contrary to her dreams, Xiao Hao did not turn back to rescue her. As the giant needle bee drew nearer, tears as large as beans streamed down her cheeks. Resigned, she closed her eyes, preparing to face death. At this point, you might think a melodramatic twist was about to occur, or that the protagonist would heroically save the damsel in distress. But actually, the giant needle bee didn't even glance at Xiao Chun and continued on its path, as if its entire existence was focused solely on Xiao Hao, treating others as mere passers-by. Watching the giant needle bee pass by, Xiao Chun's tightly held back tears began to flow uncontrollably. Possibly fearing that crying might attract the bee's attention, she sobbed silently. At that moment, she no longer wanted to see Xiao Hao. He had become utterly detestable. She once regarded Xiao Hao as a friend, but now, when trouble struck, he fled without a word. Such behavior was unkind. Were it not for the bee's initial target not being her, she would have been doomed. She blamed Xiao Hao for ignoring her pleas to stay out of trouble today. Now that disaster struck and he abandoned her, it was unforgivable. She resolved to keep her distance from him in the future. With this resolve, Xiao Chun decided to ostracize Xiao Hao at school and never play with him again. Angry as she was, Xiao Chun looked around, nervously unsure of what to do. She had not memorized the way back properly, otherwise she wouldn't have lingered with Xiao Hao for so long. As for our protagonist Xiao Ji, while searching for Menghuan alongside Xiao Hao, he happened upon a yellow-skinned mouse being attacked by an Ekans. Upon seeing the Pichu, Xiao Ji felt an inexplicable familiarity, as if he had seen it long ago, a strange and wondrous sensation. Sensing this uncanny recognition, Xiao Ji immediately concluded that this Pichu was very likely his future Yeto-evolved Pikachu. At this thought, Xiao Ji could not bear to see his Pikachu bullied in its youth. Without hesitation, he launched a surprise attack from behind the Ekans, striking it with a wave of wave motion energy. Alongside Xiao Ji's wave motion shield and Pikachu's assault, they coordinated perfectly. As Ekans attacked, Xiao Ji activated a wave motion shield, shattering the snake's venomous fangs. Through their combined offense and defense, they defeated the adversary. Although Ekans lamented the loss of its two large venomous fangs, it clearly recognized its defeat. Not long ago, a white-haired elder had brought a Dragonite into the forest to warn all Pokémon not to harm. Seeing a human protecting Pichu, Ekans grew wary and began to retreat. Moreover, this human seemed extraordinarily capable of using Pokémon techniques. Knowing it was outmatched and forbidden to deliver a fatal blow, Ekans could only flee. Pichu cried out in gratitude upon realizing it had been saved by a human. With the power of Tokawaza, Xiao Ji easily understood Piku's words. "You're welcome." Xiao Ji smiled warmly and extended his hand, saying, "My name is Xiao Ji. We worked so well together just now. Would you like to become my family, my partner?" Pichu looked at Xiao Ji with confusion, not understanding what a Pokemon master was. Hearing Piku's ignorance of the term, Xiao Ji was momentarily stunned. Using his perfect memory skill, he quickly recalled that Pichu was newly born at this stage and understood this. Since Pichu was unaware, Xiao Ji earnestly explained the meanings of family partner and the significance of becoming a Pokemon master. After understanding, Piku's eyes involuntarily brightened, a glimmer of longing shining within. From the day of its birth, Pichu had always felt something missing. Hearing Xiao Ji's words, it finally comprehended the meaning behind the groups of Pokemon it had seen. Simultaneously, it developed a yearning for such kinship and family bonds. Staring blankly at Xiao Ji's sincere, untainted gaze, and feeling the innate warmth radiating from him, Pichu found itself irresistibly drawn in. After deep contemplation, Pichu extended its small paw to clasp Xiao Ji's hand in agreement. Xiao Ji smiled with relief, then said, "From now on, please take care of me, Pichu." Thus the bond between man and Pokemon was forged. After gaining the approval of Pichu, Ash finally remembered to check Piku's panel information. Thinking of the movie Emperor Pichu from the original work, he was quite curious about what Piku's information panel would look like. Species Pichu. Gender male. Level 3. Ability. Potential. Potential is categorized as ordinary outstanding elite gym leader, near champion near god. Each story has its own settings. Please do not apply settings from other books to mine. Thank you. Additionally, for those who might forget, you can long press and draw a line to refer back to the notes later if needed. Item held none. Moves Tail Whip, Thundershock Thunder. Just a reminder, my moves include inherited moves, and I didn't want to complicate matters to avoid claims of using filler numbers. I will only explain once. Oh, this is interesting. No wonder it's Pichu, even the system cannot see through it. Ash stroked his chin, marveling. Just then a little cat suddenly floated over from a distance. Huh, what is that? Ash, possessing 3 abilities, one of which is elite, had an especially strong perception. Within a 1 kilometer radius, he could sense anything approaching him. However, this time, he sensed an opponent of extraordinary strength, powerful enough to instill a sense of deep fear. With the shape information received, Ash recognized the long tail and petite body. He clearly knew what kind of Pokemon. So it's Mew. There's nothing to be afraid of now. After realizing it was Mew, Ash let out a sigh of relief. Pichu. Upon hearing Ash's words, Pichu looked at him with a puzzled expression, seemingly asking what Mew. Mew is a lazy mythical creature that wanders around and doesn't do any serious work. You could think of it as a troublemaker. Ash explained seriously to Pichu. Upon hearing this, Pichu nodded in seeming understanding, though it was unclear whether it truly understood or was just pretending to. Ash could not tell. After all, Pichu had just been born. Mew arrived right after Ash, and Pichu finished speaking ill of it from behind. Upon hearing this sound, both Ash and Pichu looked up toward the source and saw Mew. Upon seeing the two of them, Mew excitedly approached, Ash circling around him several times. Mew, after confirming Mew believed it had not mistaken the person, and began to inquire. How did I get these two powers? Looking at Mew, Ash, after confirming, replied seriously, I don't know. The power of eternity was already with me at birth, while the power of aura awakened a few years later. Mew, have you never encountered a Pokemon that looks like me, eh? After receiving an answer, Mew hurriedly asked. Upon hearing this, Ash shook his head and truthfully answered that there were none. Mew fell silent upon hearing this, for it sensed that the aura power from the young boy came from a certain place, hence the inquiry. Now that the answer was no, it naturally did not understand the situation. What's wrong? Ash asked in confusion. Mew did not answer him, but instead began to circle around him curiously, as if it had discovered a new world. Feeling the kindness of Ash's eternity and aura powers, it joyfully rubbed its face against Ash. Perhaps because the powers of two friends appeared on one person simultaneously, Mew developed a fondness for Ash and began to trust him immensely. Feeling Mew's enthusiasm, Ash also liked Mew's rubbing attack and made no attempt to refuse. Pichu, seeing this, felt inexplicably puffed up like a balloon, adorably indignant. Having just taken office, Pichu had not yet performed such actions toward Ash, who instead it felt like someone else had encroached upon its territory, naturally displeasing. Pichu attempted to voice its objection to Mew's behavior. Mew seemed not to have heard and continued rubbing against Ash's face. Though Mew appeared not to hear, Ash certainly did. After all, Pichu's earlier call had been quite loud. Hearing Pichu's call, Ash smiled, realizing that Pichu was jealous, especially since it was the Pokemon he had just captured not long ago. Moreover, it was his first Pokemon in life, though after just a few minutes of having risen to power, it hadn't even had the chance to get close to its master before being robbed of its first by another. How could it not be angry? Mew, that's enough, just hold on for a moment. Ash smiled, and then stopped Mew's affectionate behavior. Mew, hearing Ash say this, Mew could only reluctantly stop its affectionate actions. Today is for the both of us, let's save it for another day. Okay, today is the first day I met Pichu, can we do it another day? Seeing Mew's adorable expression, Ash felt a pang of guilt. However, for the sake of the rightful owner, cough for Pichu, he could only comfort Mew first, then explain the reason. Once he felt it was enough, he squatted down to look at Pichu, and upon seeing Pichu's current state, he couldn't help but chuckle. Pichu, Mew doesn't know it's our first day meeting, so it acted this way. I believe you can understand, right? While comforting Pichu, Ash made a gesture as if to take something out of his pocket. After pulling out his hand from his pocket and opening it, he revealed several medium energy blocks, the most beloved food of electric types, and they were the kind he made himself. Here, try my homemade electric energy blocks. I don't know if they suit your taste. Ash said with a smile, his inherent warmth from the power of eternity making his words particularly inviting. Upon hearing that they were made by Ash, Pichu glanced at him with a hint of skepticism. That gaze seemed to suggest disbelief. Hey Pichu, what's with that look? If you won't eat it, I'll just let Mew have it. After all, this is the first time I'm letting another Pokemon try my energy block. The energy blocks Ash was holding were indeed the first ones he had successfully made. When he initially obtained the skill, he had signed in directly from the system, then used Ash's first Pokemon Pikachu from the anime as a model to create the electric energy blocks. Due to being lazy at that time, he hadn't given them to other Pokémon to try. Moreover, he had believed the skills provided by the system would not have any issues, so he didn't doubt whether the energy blocks made from the skills had any problems. Upon seeing that they were successfully made, he hadn't made them again, nor sought other Pokémon for trials, keeping them stored in the system space until today. Just to clarify, the system space function has a preservation feature, and time does not flow within, meaning that once something is placed inside it's as if no time has passed at all. By the way, Ash was genuinely intending to offer Mew some of the energy blocks. Upon realizing this, Pichu panicked and quickly intervened, hastily snatching the energy block and popping it into its mouth, fearing that Ash would change his mind. After consuming the electric energy block, Piku's expression instantly brightened. Pichu. He right. Isn't it delicious? Upon seeing Piku's expression, Ash confidently said. Mew seeing Piku's expression expressed doubt and hurriedly inquired, asking Ash for an energy block. Mew the mythical Pokemon understand. Serve me food on sight. Do you want some too? Xiaoji saw Meng Huan and was momentarily unsure whether to give it to him, as he only had electric-type energy cubes and wasn't sure if Meng Huan could eat them. Meng Huan nodded heavily, indicating yes. I only have electric-type energy cubes on me. I should warn you that it might not suit your taste. Seeing this, Xiaoji had no choice but to pretentiously take out an energy cube from his pocket and present it in front of him. As soon as Meng Huan saw the energy cube, he couldn't wait to snatch it and shoved it into his mouth, not caring whether he liked it or not, as if to show that he wanted what others have. Seeing Meng Huan's expression after eating Xiao, she couldn't help but smile wryly. I told you that energy cube might not be to your liking, but you didn't believe me. Xiaoji shook his head with a bitter smile and complained. Me? Meng Huan appeared a bit disappointed after hearing Xiaoji say this, looking quite adorable. Haha, you don't need to worry. If you come to find me often, I can prepare energy cubes tailored to your taste for you. When Xiaoji saw Meng Huan's cute expression, he really wanted to reach out and pat his head. Fortunately, he resisted the impulse, or the story would have ended right there. Of course, this didn't mean he gave up on the idea. On the contrary, he planned to develop a good relationship with Meng Huan over time before doing so. After all, he didn't know how high the grass was on the grave of the person who couldn't resist patting Meng Huan's head last time. Meng Huan was indeed quite adorable. Even Xiaoji, who had little contact with cats in his past life, found him extremely cute. When Meng Huan heard Xiaoji say this, he lowered his head, looking somewhat dejected. Haha, as long as you come to find me, I will definitely give you delicious energy cubes. Xiaoji said confidently. When Meng Huan heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up as if he thought of something and quickly flew off into the forest. What happened to Meng Huan? Why did he suddenly leave without saying anything? Xiaoji looked at the suddenly flying Meng Huan, feeling a bit puzzled, but he just assumed Meng Huan had something to attend to at home or remembered something important. After a brief thought, he didn't dwell on it too much and was about to call Pichu to go home with him when Meng Huan suddenly returned and flew in front of Xiaoji with a smile, extending his little hand. After a brief thought, he didn't dwell on it too much and was about to call Pichu to go home with him when Meng Huan suddenly returned and flew in front of Xiaoji. Saw the smile in Meng Huan's eyes and knew Meng Huan wanted to play. So he pretended to be troubled and once again took out the electric-type energy cube and handed it to him. When Meng Huan saw that it was the same energy cube, he just ate. His face instantly turned into a bitter melon expression, looking as if he wanted to cry, but had no tears, clearly not expecting such a counterattack. Alright, after my summer camp ends in a couple of days, I'll prepare one for you at home, and then you can come to my house. I promise it will be good. Xiaoji looked at Meng Huan and said helplessly. Seeing Xiaoji say this, Meng Huan could only helplessly agree. Then 3 days later, let's meet again, oh don't forget. After Xiaoji said this to Meng Huan, he looked up at the sky and felt it was about lunchtime. Noticing it was getting late, he bid farewell to Meng Huan and personally watched him leave. Pichu, it's time for us to go back now. Xiaoji squatted down and stretched out a hand, signaling him to come onto his Pichu. Upon hearing Xiaoji's words, Pichu understood what he meant and began to run up Xiaoji's arm to his shoulder. Xiaoji looked at Pichu and couldn't help but pat his little head, suddenly remembering that he hadn't captured Pichu in a Pichu, would you like to enter my Pokeball and become my first Pokemon in life? Xiaoji squatted down and asked Pichu. Pichu tilted his head, not quite understanding what he meant. Wasn't he already his Pokemon? A Pokeball is for humans. Xiaoji looked at Piku's dazed expression, amused, and began to explain while, after listening, Pichu nodded as if he somewhat understood, indicating he got it. Seeing that Pichu understood, he brought up the request to enter the Pokeball again. So would you be willing to enter my Pokeball? Xiaoji looked at Pichu seriously. Pichu nodded in agreement. After getting Piku's consent, Xiaoji pretentiously took out a luxury ball from his pocket. This is the luxury ball I prepared for you. It's not too precious, so I hope you don't mind. Pichu. After hearing Xiaoji's words, Pichu quickly shook his head, indicating he wouldn't mind. That's good. Just as Xiaoji finished speaking, Pichu gently tapped the luxury ball with his head, and in the end, he turned into a beam of white light and entered the luxury ball. The luxury ball shook twice, then with a thud, a dazzling light flashed successfully completing the capture. Xiaoji raised the Pokeball high and shouted, completing an action he had dreamed of since childhood. I successfully captured Pichu. After shouting, he once again felt that the dream he had in his childhood was finally realized. Then Pichu, let's take care of each other in our future lives. Xiaoji said this to the luxury ball, and it seemed that Pichu inside also heard it moving around in the luxury ball. Seeing that Pichu agreed, he couldn't help but smile, as Pichu really didn't like staying in the Pokeball, so he let Pichu. The first thing Pichu did after coming out was to stand on Xiaoji's shoulder, and the two of them chatted and laughed as they walked toward the camp, creating a warm scene. However, halfway there, Xiaoji suddenly frowned, feeling like he had forgotten something. Oh, right, I almost forgot, Serena is still trapped in the forest. Due to capturing Pichu, Xiaoji was too excited, and if it weren't for his photographic memory, he might have forgotten that Serena was still stuck in the forest. Thinking of this, Xiaoji quickly activated his sensing ability and began searching for Serena's figure. Is anyone there? Selena anxiously looked around, feeling an overwhelming sense of danger, as if a terrifying Pokémon would suddenly leap out from the bushes and devour her the moment she dared to take a step. Earlier, while chasing a Butterfree, she had unknowingly ventured deep into the forest. As she passed a slope, her foot slipped, causing her to fall. As a result, her ankle was now sprained, leaving her unable to walk. She could only weakly cry out for help, hoping someone would come to her aid. This is why I didn't want to come to summer camp. Not only did I not make any friends, but such a thing happened. If I had known, I wouldn't have chased after that Butterfree, and I wouldn't be in this situation now. As Selena thought about this, she couldn't help but cry, tears streaming down her face, looking utterly pitiful. Do you need help? A boy's voice suddenly reached Selena's ears, and she lifted her head to look at him. Standing before her was a boy slightly taller than her, wearing a blue short-sleeve shirt with a Pichu perched on it. It was Ash, who had been searching for Selena. After his persistent efforts, he finally found her. Selena weakly replied after recognizing Ash. Are you hurt? Ash asked, approaching her slowly as he looked at her injured ankle. Yes. Selena shyly nodded. Do you mind if I take a look? Ash wanted to help directly, but thought it best to ask for her permission first. Okay, Selena agreed with a nod. Alright, let me take a look. After receiving her consent, Ash examined her slightly swollen ankle and gently touched it with his index finger. Hiss! Selena gasped. Does it hurt? The situation is pretty serious, but luckily, I brought some ointment. As Ash spoke, he started to theatrically pull out a tube of ointment from his pocket. Pichu, watching Ash's antics, fell silent. That feels good. After the ointment was applied, Selena felt its cool sensation, unable to help, but let out a soft sigh of comfort. By the ointment. That feels good. After the ointment was applied, Selena felt its cool sensation, unable to help, but let out a soft sigh of comfort. Hello, I'm Ash, a participant in this summer camp. This is my Pokemon Pichu. Although Ash heard Selena's voice, he didn't show it, and instead pretended he hadn't heard anything, thinking that a girl might be concerned about her image. To divert her embarrassment, he began introducing himself, interrupting what she was about to say. Hi, I'm Selena. I'm also here for the summer camp. Thank you. If you hadn't shown up, I wouldn't have known what to do today, Selena said happily in gratitude. Haha, you're exaggerating. Even if I hadn't appeared today, the professors would have. I see you're injured and can't walk. Let me carry you. Without waiting for Selena's response, Ash squatted down. He wasn't as powerful as the Ash from the original story, who would encourage a little girl with a rejuvenating shout to help her stand up on her own. Being close to his future wife, he was certainly not the original protagonist. Ash's directness made Selena blush, her face turning a bright red, looking incredibly cute as she hesitated to get on his back. Hop on. After Ash's urging, Selena with her flushed face stood on one foot, and then leaped onto Ash's back, holding his neck tightly. As Ash felt the girl's fragrant scent and the warmth enveloping him like steam, he realized that she must be Thinking of this, Ash couldn't help but reveal a slightly mischievous smile. Feeling the girl on his back made Ash unconsciously recall a phrase from his previous life, Zhu Beiji, carrying his wife. Pichu, seeing that Selena had taken his place, quickly jumped onto her shoulder. Pichu waved its little hand at Selena as a greeting. Hello. After Pichu's greeting, the originally blushing Selena regained some of her composure. Ash had been training for 3 years, and with his inherent strength, he easily stood up and began to walk toward. Is this the Pokemon you caught? Selena, still on Ash's back, shyly asked. Sort of. Is there a problem? Ash thought about his strength and figured capturing a recently born Pichu shouldn't be a problem. No. I was just curious about you. You're the same age as me, yet you already have your own Pokemon, which made me. Selena explained softly. Haha, really? Speaking of which, Pichu is someone I just met today. I defeated at Ekans with him. Ash recounted how he met Pichu. Ash, you're really amazing. You even dared to rush up to help Pichu against a fierce Pokemon like Ekans. Selena's big kawaii eyes were filled with admiration after hearing Ash's story. She seemed to not have expected that despite this being a day of misfortune for her, she would encounter such an impressive person, making her feel that today was a mix of luck and bad luck. Even though it was unlucky, it was still very fortunate. Seizing the opportunity to chat with Selena, Ash engaged in many discussions about Pokémon, which caused Selena's gaze towards him to begin to change, revealing a hint of infatuation. Meanwhile, the events of the day planted a seed in Selena's heart, waiting for a future day to take root and bloom. The two chatted for an unknown length of time, gradually exiting the forest and returning to the summer camp. Just as they arrived at the camp, Professor Oak approached them. Ash, what's going on? You went out and came back with a girlfriend. Impressive. Professor Oak teased as he arrived in front of Ash. Selena blushed deeply upon hearing the doctor's teasing, burying her face against Ash's back, looking quite shy and adorable. Doctor, please stop making fun of me. Ash, sensing Selena's rising body temperature behind him, helplessly explained, I found her injured while wandering in the forest. Please come and help her. Injured, huh? That's definitely troublesome, Professor Oak said, his expression turning serious as he heard about Selena's injury. Quickly take the girl to get treated. All right. Ash nodded, just about to leave when the doctor suddenly called him back. Wait a moment, Ash. Professor Oak stopped him with a serious face. What is it, doctor? Ash asked, curiously, thinking the doctor had. Did you see a boy and a girl in the forest around your age? The boy has darker skin, and the girl has pink hair. Professor Oak asked seriously. No, is something wrong? Ash feigned confusion, although he already had an idea of what was happening. It's nothing major. 2 kids sneaked into the forest, so I came to ask if you saw them. Just take the girl for treatment, and I'll handle the rest. Professor Oak acknowledged and urged them to go for treatment. Okay, I understand. They'll see you later, doctor. Ash replied to the doctor, and then left carrying Selena. Professor Oak watched Ash and Selena's figures gradually fade away, feeling an unsettling premonition as he looked toward the back mountain. I hope nothing happens. Wait, did I just notice an extra Pokémon on Ash? Professor Oak had seen it before, but hadn't asked due to his thoughts elsewhere. By the time he realized Ash was all, forget it, I'll ask next time. Professor Oak murmured, looking worriedly into the forest. Despite his earlier warnings in the forest, he couldn't guarantee that all the Pokémon would listen to him. After all, some kids can be quite mischievous, and if they angered the Pokémon inside or outsiders, it would be problematic. Of course, such situations have arisen in the past, but now it was mealtime. Moreover, the loud sounds of battle just now raised Professor Oak's alertness, fearing for the children's safety, which is why he summoned back those who had sneaked out. Most of the children had already been found. Originally, there were 4 remaining, and now 2 had returned, leaving just the last 2. As long as the remaining 2 were safe, this summer camp could be considered a great success. Ash brought Selena to the healthcare personnel, handing over the blushing Selena to them for care. Thank you, Ash. Selena said, her face still red. What are you talking about, Selena? No need to be so polite. Ash waved his hand. Selena, hearing Ash's words, lowered her head and glanced shyly at him. However, Ash quickly noted, hey, this girl is really fun. The nearby single nurse, witnessing their interaction, suddenly felt as if she was full enough not to need lunch today, not knowing why. The nurse helped Selena with her medication and bandaging. After completing these tasks, she left the medical room, leaving it for Ash and Selena, allowing the 2 of them to be. As the nurse exited, she even gave Ash a thumbs up, her expression suggesting, I've given you your chance, so seize. Seeing the nurse's encouraging gesture, Ash couldn't help but twitch his mouth, feeling somewhat speechless. Sister, I'm only 6 years old. You're really pushing it. Hey, young Master Shigeru, what are you doing here? The nurse asked with a puzzled expression as she saw Shigeru standing at the door with his arms crossed. I'm feeling a bit unwell. My grandfather asked me to come and get checked, Shigeru said, initially appearing flustered when discovered, but quickly regained his composure. Oh, is that so? Then hurry and he'll take a look at you, the nurse said, having to abandon her earlier plan upon hearing Shigeru's claim of health issues. That guy Shigeru. Ash couldn't help but chuckle upon hearing their conversation outside. Shigeru, is he Professor Oak's grandson? Selena suddenly spoke up when she heard Ash mumble. Yes, that's right, Ash nodded, then asked, why? Do you know him? I don't know him. Selena shook her head at first, but then hurriedly explained, I only heard about him from others before. Oh, I see. Ash nodded, indicating he understood. Just as their conversation ended, Shigeru was brought in by the nurse, who checked him over and concluded that he was actually fine, possibly just a mild headache, and suggested he drink some diluted medicine. Listening to the nurse's words, Ash couldn't help but laugh, as he knew Shigeru's condition was fake, merely a pretext to cover up his stalking. Indeed, it was stalking you. From the moment he was chatting with Professor Oak, his keen senses had already detected Shigeru following him. If he guessed correctly, Shigeru was likely following him because he was carrying Selena. Of course, this was merely his speculation. Wow, isn't that Ash? What a coincidence! Shigeru exclaimed in shock after taking his medicine, as if he hadn't seen Ash until now. Yes, young Master Shigeru, truly a coincidence. Ash replied with a smile. Shigeru felt a strange sensation in his heart at Ash's words, as if this person had known he was following him all along, but had chosen not to expose him. Haha, what a coincidence. Xiao Mao avoided eye contact with Xiao Ji, glancing instead toward the girl beside him, and asking directly, who is that young woman standing next to you? Upon hearing this, Xiaoji silently thought, so it really is connected to Sharina. This is Sharina. She's someone I met while wandering through the forest, Xiaoji replied truthfully, though he remained puzzled as to why Xiao Mao was inquiring about her. Hello there, Sharina. Xiao Mao greeted her warmly. Hello, grandson of Professor Oak, Sharina blurted out, unintentionally yet with startling candor. Xiao Mao. Both Xiaoji and the nurse stifled laughter upon hearing Sharina's oddly formal address. What do you mean, grandson of Professor Oak? I have a name, Xiao Mao. Xiao Mao had nearly snapped, but remembering she was a lady, he swallowed his indignation and retorted, I'm Xiao Mao, Xiaoji's friend. No, his master. He'd meant to say friend, but seeing Xiaoji's barely concealed grin, his pride flared, and he impulsively upgraded himself to master. Huh, what does that even mean? Sharina turned to Xiaoji with wide, bewildered eyes, seeking clarity. Well, in a certain sense, Xiao Mao is technically my master, Xiaoji admitted, awkwardly scratching his nose. I'm one of Professor Oak's researchers. I draw my salary from him. So yes, by that logic, Xiao Mao as his grandson qualifies as my master. Wow, you're that accomplished. Working directly under Professor Oak. Sharina's already luminous eyes now sparkled with renewed awe. Watching her expression, Xiao Mao felt a pang of regret. Why had he just handed Xiaoji such an opportunity? Oh, becoming a researcher for the professor was purely accidental. No need to be so impressed, Xiaoji waved dismissively. Indeed, it was entirely unexpected. At the time, Xiaoji believed his daily sign-in system would effortlessly supply endless resources, so joining the research team seemed utterly unnecessary. Yet his newly awakened aura power proved astonishingly potent, drawing Professor Oak's immediate attention and prompting him to personally invite Xiaoji to join his lab. And at that moment, facing mounting financial needs from his sign-in rewards, Xiaoji seized the chance, impulsively accepting the offer and becoming one of the professor's researchers. Later, he published several groundbreaking papers, earning him widespread acclaim within the academic community and positioning him on the verge of earning his own doctorate. Don't get cocky just because you work for my grandfather. I'm still your master. Xiao Mao huffed, radiating, yes, yes, Master Xiao Mao, invincible and peerless, the greatest being in all creation. Xiaoji parroted, dripping with insincere flattery. Ah, you wretched Xiaoji, I'll wipe you off the face of the earth. Enraged anew, Xiao Mao lunged forward, only to be interrupted. Quick, quick, quick. Suddenly frantic footsteps and urgent shouts echoed outside, then a sharp thud thump. Xiaoji had barely moved toward the door when the sound of someone collapsing rang out. Simultaneously, a man's pained cry pierced the air. Aff, who the hell left a banana peel right outside the infirmary? A gruff male voice erupted in furious complaint. Xiao Mao's cheeks flushed crimson upon hearing it. Stop complaining. Hurry up and help. The nurse had just risen to investigate when two men burst in, carrying a stretcher bearing an unconscious figure. Excian, quickly, treat this child. The two men, grimy and breathless, urgently beckoned the nurse forward. Oh, right away. Startled, the nurse scrambled for medicine and began applying ointment. Though the two men were filthy, the boy on the stretcher was far worse. Aff, this hurts. A sudden shriek tore from the stretcher. Oops, sorry. I grabbed the wrong medicine. Only then did the nurse realize her mistake, her hands trembling slightly. How bizarre, murmured the two men, exchanging glances. They'd assumed their earlier mishaps were mere accidents, until they witnessed the nurse falter too. It dawned on them the problem wasn't them. It was him, the boy on the stretcher. After her misstep, the nurse carefully selected the correct medication, studying the label intently before applying it to Xiao Hao. Yet just as she lifted the salve, she recoiled, nausea rising unbidden. His face was swollen, grotesquely oozing thick yellow pus. His entire body reeked of a foul, unidentifiable stench. His closed lips and skin were smeared with unknown substances, making even a seasoned nurse recoil in visceral disgust. In the end, she opted for cotton swabs, distancing herself with clinical precision. Meanwhile, Xiao Ji, the true architect of this calamity, watched Xiao Hao's plight with grim admiration for the sheer potency of his misfortune card. Truly extraordinary. In the briefest absence, Xiao Hao had endured horrors beyond imagination. As this thought struck him, Xiao Ji glanced sideways at Xiao Mao, studying him intently, then shook his head slowly. Xiao Mao caught that eerie gaze, and shivered, as if some ancient nameless terror had fixed its gaze upon him. Yet the chill vanished as swiftly as it came, like a passing shadow. The two men exchanged a silent look, concluding their duty was done, and politely bid farewell to the nurse preparing to leave. They feared lingering near Xiao Hao might land them at a barbecue, so they fled. But fate intervened. The nurse, overwhelmed by the stench, brightened upon hearing their voices, and promptly delegated the task to them before vanishing outside. Unable to bear the reek any longer, Xiao Ji carried Sharina out for fresh air, leaving behind only the two men and their grim charge. There, amid shared despair and mutual tearless anguish, they began administering treatment, enduring the odor, the groans, and the occasional yelp of pain. Such sounds, after all, were only natural. After Xiao Ji and the others exited the medical room, they naturally took deep breaths of fresh air. Since Xiao Hao went in, it had become a stinking place unfit for humans. We are saved. Selena let out a long breath, inadvertently saying this. Indeed, Xiao Mao nodded, a rare moment of agreement. Goo. Goo. Suddenly his stomach grumbled. Are you hungry? Xiao Ji turned to Selena and asked. Due to Selena being on his back combined with Xiao Ji's strong hearing and perception, he could clearly feel the movements of the girl behind him. Selena blushed upon hearing Xiao Ji's concern and shyly nodded. Seeing her adorable appearance, Xiao Ji couldn't help but smile. Alright, I understand. They'll carry you to the doctor. He should have some food prepared there, Xiao Ji said with a light laugh. Selena nodded shyly after hearing this, then laid her head back on Xiao Ji's back, looking incredibly charming. Xiao Mao, watching the intimate scene between Xiao Ji and Selena, felt an inexplicable surge of anger within him, wanting to forcibly pull them apart. Oh, so that was the anger of being single. Xiao Mao couldn't bear to see the two together, turning his head away with a look of, if you don't comfort me, I won't pay attention to you, and gazing elsewhere. Xiao Mao, do you want to join us for a meal? Xiao Ji suddenly asked Xiao Mao beside him. No need, I've already eaten. You guys go ahead. Xiao Mao snorted coldly, not even glancing at Xiao Ji. Alright, I understand. Then goodbye. After receiving Xiao Mao's answer, Xiao Ji decisively carried Selena away, leaving Xiao Mao there looking Forget friends for the sake of beauty. Xiao Mao muttered as he watched Xiao Ji's departing figure. Hey, what happened over there? Selena pointed ahead and asked. What? Xiao Ji looked in the direction Selena was pointing. There was a couple seemingly arguing with Professor Oak. Seeing this, Xiao Ji could guess that the couple was Xiao Hao's parents. Their faces bore some resemblance to Xiao Hao. They must be discussing Xiao Hao's injury, as this summer camp was organized by Professor Oak, and if something went wrong they would naturally seek him out. As Xiao Ji thought of this, he couldn't help but sigh, blaming his earlier impatience for forgetting this aspect which harmed. Forget it. Before that, let's first go listen to what they are saying. Selena, let's wait a bit before going to eat. I want to go listen to what they are saying, is that okay? Xiao Ji asked Selena on his back. Since you've said so, and since the matter hasn't been settled with the professor, we probably won't be able to eat, so let's go listen to what they're saying first. After receiving Selena's agreement, Xiao Ji walked over. As he approached, he gradually heard what the professor and the couple were discussing. Professor, I'm really sorry. Our son caused you trouble, and we sincerely apologize. Xiao Hao's parents bowed to the professor to show their apology. Actually, I bear some responsibility as well for not keeping an eye on him, which led to this situation. Professor Oak, seeing them like this, also felt embarrassed and quickly bent down to assist them, indicating that they need. It's our failure to educate him properly. We are very sorry. After standing up, Xiao Hao's parents added once more. Since the issue arose here, it'll cover his medical expenses. Later it'll apply to the league for your child to receive. Professor Oak said this, and after mutual thanks, the couple did not trouble him any further, but inquired about their son, Xiao Hao's whereabouts. Professor Oak unhesitatingly told them the exact location, and then mentioned that the other children had not yet started their meal before they bid farewell. Xiao Hao's parents went to find Xiao Hao while Professor Oak turned his attention to the children who hadn't started eating yet. Professor, what just happened? At that moment, Xiao Ji suddenly spoke up, knowingly asking. Oh, it's nothing serious, just that a mischievous child somehow provoked a bee drill in the forest and got stung by it. Professor Oak waved his hand dismissively, saying this with an indifferent expression. Are kids nowadays so brave? They actually dare to provoke bee drills. So brave? Xiao Ji exclaimed in surprise. He didn't expect that in just an hour since leaving, Xiao Hao would encounter such a situation. Of course, he also knew that Xiao Hao couldn't have provoked them on purpose. It was likely the work of a bad luck card. It must be said that this bad luck card was really powerful. He wished he could give one to Xiao Mao. Xiao Mao, thank you so much, Xuanqiu. Alright, let's stop here. You two probably haven't eaten yet, come with me. Professor Oak suddenly remembered they hadn't eaten and led them both to the dining area. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ji said nothing and obediently followed behind Professor Oak. The professor led Xiao Ji and Selena to the dining area. When the other children saw Xiao Ji carrying Selena on his back, their gazes all turned to them, causing Selena to blush again and bury her face in Xiao Ji's back. Xiao Ji, as an adult soul, naturally felt no emotions from the children's gazes. Rather, he internally thanked all the little brats present for their boldness. If it weren't for them, Selena wouldn't be shy again. After all, it would be rare to see her shy in the coming years, so he naturally wanted to see more of it now. Such a cute little girl, who wouldn't want to see more of her? After the two finished their lunch at an event held by Professor Oak, Selena could not move due to a sprained ankle and had to watch others participate. Perhaps Xiao Ji did not want to play with the group of children, or maybe it was because he saw Selena sitting alone looking rather lonely that he used his privilege with Professor Oak to apply to accompany her. Professor Oak also felt that Selena was quite lonely, as she could only sit there by herself watching others play due to her injury, so he agreed. However, when Xiao Ji went over, Professor Oak smiled for some reason, as if he had discovered something. Thus Xiao Ji continued to accompany Selena over the next 2 days, taking care of her, which gradually warmed their relationship and made it increasingly intimate. At this moment the seed that Selena had buried in her heart began to sprout. It was a pity that although these days were beautiful they passed by all too quickly. In the blink of an eye the time for the summer camp came to an end, and the two were about to part ways. On the night before the end, Professor Oak, knowing that the children's summer camp was about to conclude, held a bonfire party so everyone could joyfully celebrate the day. However, thinking about parting from Xiao Ji made Selena feel a bit lost as she stood there in a daze. The professor has already held a bonfire party. Why do you look so unhappy? If something is bothering you, you can tell me, and I will cheer you up. Seeing Selena looking unhappy, Xiao Ji walked over with a mischievous expression and asked, "You're annoying." Originally feeling a bit sad, Selena couldn't hold back upon hearing his teasing words and lightly hit Xiao Ji. With Xiao Ji's comment, the previously heavy atmosphere lightened considerably, at least not as dismal as before. Haha, okay, I'm not joking anymore, Xiao Ji said casually. I know why you're unhappy, but it's just because we have to part ways, right? It's not a big deal, parting is just for better encounters next time. There's nothing to be upset about. It's easy for you to say, it's not that simple. Do you know how far Carlos is from Kanto? Once we part we might never meet again in this lifetime. Selena said, becoming sad again. How about this? Professor has film and a camera. Tomorrow, I'll ask him to take a picture. You can keep it, and whenever you miss me just look at the photos we took. If that doesn't work we can stay in touch. If you miss me just call me, and if I miss you I'll call you. Xiao Ji rubbed his chin and said thoughtfully, hey, can we really do that? Selena's eyes lit up upon hearing Xiao Ji's words. Of course we can. Xiao Ji smiled. But even so we still can't be together. As she got to this point Selena's voice trembled with tears. Haha, so that's what you're worried about. Xiao Ji couldn't help but laugh. Don't worry, when I become a trainer at 10, I will travel all over the world and Carlos will be one of the stops. Then we'll be able to meet again. You have to remember that. Selena said weakly. Of course. After saying this, Xiao Ji reached out and patted her head. I believe you. Selena's face turned red from his touch, completely captivated by that mischievous boy. Looking closely at Selena's blushing face, Xiao Ji found her extremely adorable, like an enticing little apple, making him unable to resist the urge to take a bite and taste her sweetness. Fortunately, he knew the regulations of the second clause of Article 236 of the Criminal Law of the Celestial Empire, and did not act on his impulses, or else gifting her a small silver bracelet could lead to a 3 to 10-year prison sentence. As a law-abiding citizen, Xiao Ji certainly would not do anything beastly. Cough mustn't say more. On the other side, Xiao Mao, who had been silently observing, felt both disdain and envy upon seeing this, and since he was full he didn't need to eat tonight's supper. Moreover, as long as he thought of it once a day, he wouldn't need to eat at all, enjoying a true, full meal every day. After finishing his chat with Selena, Xiao Ji went to find Professor Oak to discuss taking pictures. When the professor heard this, he agreed without a second thought, as this was Xiao Ji's request. This shows how much weight Xiao Ji held in Professor Oak's heart. After getting the professor's approval, Xiao Ji returned to Selena's side and continued to chat. Talk. Time passed quickly, and before long another evening had slipped away. In the morning, Professor Oak and his assistants got up early, finished breakfast, and began to call everyone over to eat. After eating, everyone started packing their things, and under the professor's lead they took a group photo based on Xiao Ji's suggestion, with every child receiving a free copy. This made the children incredibly happy, except for Xiao, how everyone else was present. Of course, Xiao Ji had his own selfish motives, asking the photographer to take a picture of him with Selena. There was also a photo with the professor which the professor took the initiative to request, seemingly wanting to be a witness to some future marriage. Meanwhile, Xiao Mao surprisingly started chatting with Xiao Chun and seemed quite familiar. The key point was that his grandfather Professor Oak discovered this and forcibly pulled them both together for a photo. Xiao Mao was initially reluctant, but Xiao Chun was very willing, so the two ended up taking a picture together. Even though Xiao Mao was unwilling, he was still dragged over by his grandfather for the photo, ultimately capturing a moment where the girl was smiling. Professor Oak was grinning, and Xiao Mao looked unhappy, pouting with a reluctant expression. As if Xiao Chun was Professor Oak's granddaughter, while Xiao Mao was just a passerby being forced to take a photo. Thus the story of the summer camp came to an end. This summer camp was quite a success. Apart from the absence of a certain black-faced boy, the camp was truly fulfilling. Time flows like water, and if one is not careful it passes by without return. 4 years have passed since the summer camp ended, and Xiao Ji has reached the age of 10, the age for embarking on a journey. In Jinshin's town, morning, early dawn. The alarm clock rang incessantly, disrupting sweet dreams, and waking both Xiao Ji and his yellow-furred companion. In Jinshin's town, morning, early dawn. The alarm clock rang incessantly, disrupting sweet dreams, and waking both Xiao Ji and his yellow-furred companion. Once awake, the boy and his companion looked at each other and greeted one another. Good morning, Pikachu. Pika. Indeed, it was true. Pikachu had successfully evolved into its current form over the past 4 years, and had mastered the long-forgotten ninjutsu Chidori. Considered a stroke of luck amidst misfortune, the Chidori ninjutsu signed years ago had not yet expired, allowing Pikachu to learn it while it was still viable, otherwise it would surely have caused some discomfort. Pikachu's evolution occurred 2 years ago on a calm, windy night, transforming into a Pikachu that shone brightly in the dark. After exchanging greetings, they began to tidy up the bedding until it resembled a perfectly shaped tofu, before finally getting out of bed. After all, the next time they returned it might be several months later. Pikachu leaped down and donned its unique outfit, a Sasuke-style kimono. I know this special appearance is only used by female Pikachus, but this was system-signed, so one could say it is a secondary creation. Please don't criticize. The image is sourced from the internet. If there are any copyright issues, it will be deleted immediately. The Sasuke kimono was also an item Xiao Ji signed years ago, simply stored in the system space until Pikachu's evolution made it usable. When signed, the system had already shown him its effects. Only Pikachu could wear it, and this special appearance came with a unique ability, the Sharingan, with 3 tomo. Yes, you read that right. It was the Sharingan from the world of Naruto. Moreover, the abilities of this 3 tomo Sharingan included all the skills typically associated with it. Naturally, things produced by the system do not require speculation, one only needs to understand their function. The most critical aspect is that this item does not require cleaning, as it possesses a self-cleaning function and cannot be destroyed, not even by divine beasts. This was the information provided to him when the system first granted it. After putting on the Sasuke outfit, Pikachu transformed into Sasuke. Pikachu, clad in a purple kimono where the original Uchiha pattern on its back was replaced with a regular colored Pokeball, and a small dagger hung from the purple sash at its waist with its tail naturally resting outside, giving Pikachu a strikingly cool appearance. The males couldn't help but exclaim how handsome it looked, while the females gasped in astonishment. A perfect little Sasuke Pikachu. Pikachu, you are getting more handsome. Xiao Ji couldn't help but compliment Pikachu upon seeing its appearance. Pika Pika. Pikachu waved its hand dismissively, indicating it was no big deal. If I compliment you a few times, you start to float. If I praised you more, would you explode, eh? Xiao Ji laughed while gently rubbing Pikachu's chin. Pikachu initially wanted to retort, but over the years Xiao Ji's skills in teasing had steadily improved. Moreover, having become a high-level breeder, he had a profound understanding of Pokémon, so his chin rubbing had become increasingly adept. As a result, Pikachu was so comfortable that it forgot what it wanted to say, staring intently at Xiao Ji with its large bell-like eyes. Xiao Ji felt a bit embarrassed under Pikachu's gaze. Haha, alright, calm down, don't be angry anymore. With a hearty laugh, Xiao Ji pulled 3 high-grade energy cubes from his pocket, as if performing a magic trick, and handed them to Pikachu. Upon seeing the energy cubes, Pikachu grabbed a few and started eating, reluctantly calming down. While Pikachu was munching, Xiao Ji took the opportunity to check Pikachu's information using the system. Pokemon Pikachu, gender male, level 49, ability. Qualities. Held items: None moves, Tail Whip, Thunder Shock, Thunder, Chidori, Cheek, Rub, Trick, Kiss of the Angel, Electroweb, Shadow, Clone Volt, Tackle, Feint Attack, Quick Attack, Agility. Special outfit effect: 3 tomo Sharingan, stuck at the quasi-champion level and unable to progress further. Indeed, breaking through to the champion level is quite difficult. Xiao Ji looked at Pikachu's panel, stroked his chin in contemplation, and finally sighed. Host Xiao Ji abilities: Super Level Aura Power, Intermediate, Evergreen Power, Super Psychic, Super Newcomer. Skills: Photographic Memory, Super Level Energy Cube Production, Master Chef skills, Aura Sphere, Aura Shield. Forgot to mention some skills do not have levels. Items: Rare Candies, 55, in Master Ball 1, a Double Experience Card, 3 years, Stackable Pokeball 901, Healing Potions, 523, all recovery types, 1 opportunity to learn Rasengan, 1 opportunity to learn Dark Hole. Pokemon Currency, 551. 2306. Pokemon Pikachu, Xiao Ji only recently lost the Awaken label yesterday, likely due to his connection with his energy. Xiao Ji sensed that his body felt somewhat different in certain aspects, though he couldn't pinpoint exactly what was different. After reviewing his panel and looking at all the Pokeballs and healing items, Xiao Ji decided he would sell off some of the things he deemed useless after his journey. It's time to wash up. Xiao Ji glanced at the time, realizing it was getting late. Let's go, Pikachu, he called, leading Pikachu to the bathroom to start their morning routine. After brushing his teeth and washing his face, Xiao Ji looked at his reflection in the mirror and felt that the stubble on his face affected his appearance, so he took out a razor and shaved it off. He also tidied up his messy hair from just waking up, and upon looking in the mirror was stunned by his own reflection. Wow, it's like I'm Chi-Yi, Xiao Ji exclaimed as he looked at his reflection, freshly shaven and resembling the original protagonist Chi from a comic he once read. Wait, something seems to be missing. After a moment of thought, while gazing at his reflection, he quickly remembered. He hurriedly ran into the bedroom, and when he came out again, he was wearing a red and white hat on his head. Although it was not the same as the one from the anime, his was plain white without any logos. After putting on the hat, Xiao Ji looked at his reflection again. It wasn't just similar. It was identical, as if he had stepped right out of the comic as a real version of Chi. Satisfied with his reflection, Xiao Ji nodded. Oh, everything was ready, and he just needed to finish breakfast before Xiao Ji come down for breakfast. Just as Xiao Ji was engrossed in looking at himself in the mirror, he suddenly heard Huazi calling from downstairs. Okay, I got it, I'm coming down right now. Xiao Ji woke from his trance at Huazi's call and hurried downstairs. Good morning, Mom. Upon seeing his mother, Xiao Ji greeted her. Pikachu. Pikachu, standing on Xiao Ji's shoulder, energetically greeted Huazi. Good morning, Pikachu. Xiao Ji. Huazi smiled at Xiao Ji as he came down. Why did you wake up so late today? Huazi asked with a smile. Normally Xiao Ji would have been up by 5 in the morning, so waking up 3 hours later today seemed strange. Hee, it's nothing, I just got a bit too excited thinking about starting my journey last night, and stayed up late. Xiao Ji scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Pikachu. Pikachu nodded in agreement when it heard this. I see, then hurry up and eat breakfast, or else all the Pokémon will be taken, and it will just be you and Pikachu going on the journey. Huazi said with a smile. It's okay. Pikachu and I are meant to travel together, having or not having the starter Pokémon doesn't matter, right, Pikachu? Xiao Ji said, looking at Pikachu. Pika. Pikachu replied, patting its chest. Alright, since you've said that, I can't say anything more as a mother. After hearing Xiao Ji's words, Huazi waved her hand with a look that said, do as you please. Xiao Ji said nothing further. He exchanged a glance and a smile with Pikachu, and then both began to devour breakfast voraciously. I'm full. After finishing his meal, Xiao Ji went to the kitchen sink to wash his dishes. Just as he stepped out of the kitchen, Pikachu had also just finished eating. Let's go, Pikachu. Xiao Ji put on his blue jacket, grabbed his already prepared backpack, and then called out to Pikachu. Without hesitation, Pikachu jumped onto Xiao Ji's shoulder. Mom, I'm off on my journey, Xiao Ji said to Huazi before leaving. I know, be careful on the road. Huazi nodded at Xiao Ji, and then spoke to Pikachu saying, Pikachu, please take care of Xiao Ji. Pikachu. Pikachu, hearing Huazi's words, patted its chest vigorously, making a promise. I will Xiao Ji chuckled helplessly. Well, I'm off now. After leaving this sentence, he stepped out. Take care, Huazi said to Xiao Ji as he left. I know. Xiao Ji turned back and replied, and then gradually disappeared from Huazi's sight, finally returning to the house. I wonder if the league agreed to give me that Pokémon. Xiao Ji walked along the road, muttering to himself. If they agree, then Pikachu, we will have a new partner. Pikachu, right? It's definitely worth looking forward to. A fancy dividing line passes. After leaving home, Xiao Ji's destination was directly the lab of Professor Oak. Upon arriving at Professor Oak's research lab, he saw a familiar figure waiting for him at the door. How could he be so sure that this person was waiting for him? That was because the person standing at the door was his longtime rival, the ever-competitive Xiaomao. From Xiao Ji's understanding of Xiaomao, the only reason Xiaomao would be standing at the door would be to mock him or challenge him to a Pokémon battle. Sure enough, as soon as Xiao Ji arrived at the door, Xiaomao's first words were filled with mockery. Xiao Ji, have you been possessed by the spirit of laziness today? You came so late that all the other Pokémon have already been taken. I only need Pikachu, you don't need to worry about that, Xiao Ji replied nonchalantly. I hope so. Xiaomao snorted coldly, and then fell silent. Since you've taken your Pokémon, why are you still here? What are you doing? Xiao Ji brought it up. Do you think you can dictate my actions? Xiaomao retorted proudly. Oh. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ji stopped indulging Xiaomao, and continued walking towards Professor Oak's lab. Seeing Xiao Ji walk away, Xiaomao felt a sense of urgency. I haven't finished my sentence. Do you have something to say? Hurry up. I'm in a hurry. Xiao Ji replied indifferently. The Pokémon you applied for has been approved. I see it really got approved. It seems we will indeed have another partner, Xiao Ji said as he looked at Pikachu. Pika. Pikachu was also very happy to hear this. After 4 years, it could finally be the big brother. Hey, I haven't finished my sentence. Xiaomao crossed his arms, a bit annoyed. So what do you want? Xiao, of course I want to have a Pokémon battle, but it's limited to your new Pokémon. You cannot use Pikachu. Xiaomao hurriedly reminded, fearing Xiao Ji would use Pikachu. Oh, what are you afraid of? Xiao Ji looked at Xiaomao and gently chuckled, recalling the Pokémon he chose. Your Pikachu has been with you for so long, it is no longer a beginner Pokémon. This isn't fair for me to battle with you. Xiaomao seemed to lack confidence when saying this. Is that really the case? Are you sure it's not because you chose Squirtle? A hint of a smile appeared in Xiao Ji's eyes. Of course not. How did you know I chose Squirtle when you didn't even go inside to select a Pokémon? Xiaomao was stunned for a moment, and then realized, asking, duh? If it wasn't Squirtle, how would you resist Pikachu? Xiao Ji chuckled. Just say whether you agree or not. Xiaomao knew he had been found out, and decided to stop pretending, asking directly. Haha. You little rascal must have inquired with your grandpa about the Pokémon I applied for from the league, otherwise you wouldn't be so confident to challenge me to a battle. Upon hearing that all his thoughts had been guessed by the other party, Xiaomao felt a wave of embarrassment, and thought it best to leave Xiao Ji's side, so he deliberately coughed. As soon as he coughed, a luxury car suddenly appeared with several women inside, and a few girls were shouting. Xiaomao, you're so great. Xiaomao, you're so awesome. Cough cough, I can't talk to you anymore, my girlfriends have come to pick me up. Let's talk about the battle next time. After saying this, Xiao Mao slipped away. However, what he didn't know was that Xiao Ji took out a phone while Xiao Mao wasn't paying attention, secretly recording the scene and making a video. After Xiao Mao followed that group of girlfriends away. After finishing the video, Xiao Ji opened a chat application on his phone QV, found a girl with pink hair as her avatar, and sent her the video. Upon arriving at Professor Oak's research lab, the dim lights flickered in the room, suggesting that Professor Oak might have pulled another all-nighter for his research. Ash skillfully opened the door and saw the professor waiting for him inside. Good morning, Professor. Ash greeted as he approached with Pikachu. Oh, it's you, Ash. Professor Oak responded, somewhat puzzled. Why are you late today? I was too excited last night and couldn't control my emotions, so I woke up late. Ash said, scratching the back of his head sheepishly. I see. Young people need to learn moderation, Professor Oak said, looking at him with a meaningful expression. Ash was confused. What does moderation have to do with being too excited and waking up late? Professor, has the Pokemon I applied for from the league arrived? As he thought of this, Ash felt a headache coming on, so he decided to get straight to the point. I was just about to tell you, how did you know? Professor Oak looked at him in surprise. It was Gary who told me. On my way here I thought the league wouldn't agree, but I didn't expect they did. Ash chuckled lightly. So it was Gary, no wonder. I just didn't expect he would wait so long for you. Professor Oak chuckled in response. Ash, don't underestimate your current status. After all, you're a genius who became a professor at just 8 years old. It's quite easy for you to apply for a Pokemon from the league. Professor, you flatter me. Ash grinned sheepishly. You rascal. Professor Oak shook his head with a smile as he looked at Ash's expression. Alright, the Pokemon you applied for is here. Professor Oak walked to the console, pressed a button, and a hidden Pokeball slowly rose from the middle of the 3 Pokeballs displayed. Well, this is the Pokemon you wanted, Professor Oak said, pointing at the Pokeball. Thank you, Professor, Ash said, not rushing to take it, but first expressing his gratitude. After all these years, there's no need for you to be so polite, Ash. Professor Oak waved his hand. Then I won't be polite, Ash replied. After saying that, Ash went up to take the Pokeball. As soon as he touched it, he couldn't wait to release the Pokemon inside. A flash of white light appeared, and a deep orange puppy Pokemon appeared before them. The moment Ash saw the Pokemon, he immediately used the system's detection function. Pokemon Houndour, gender male, level 5, normal ability, Intimidate, intimidates opponents upon entering battle, causing them to flinch and lowering their attack. Potential semi-champion, held item, Charcoal, moves, Morning Sun, Ember, Leer, Spark, Howl. This was actually a semi-champion level Houndour. The league truly was generous. After reviewing the panel provided by the system, he couldn't help but marvel at the league's extravagance. Houndour, nice to meet you. I'll be your family from now on, so please take care of me in the future, Ash said as he squatted down and presented the energy cube he had prepared earlier to Houndour. Pikachu also jumped down from Ash's shoulder enthusiastically to greet Houndour. Houndour obediently sat on the ground, excitedly wagging its tail, looking at Ash and Pikachu and barking once as a greeting. Then it became captivated by the high-grade fire-type energy cube in Ash's hand. Usually at the league it would only eat medium-grade energy cubes, occasionally getting a chance for a high-grade one. Seeing the high-grade energy cube again, Houndour eagerly devoured it. Woof! After eating the energy cube that it usually wouldn't even have a chance to eat, Houndour barked excitedly and jumped into Ash. After enjoying the high-grade energy cube, Houndour was so excited that it even stuck out its tongue to lick Ash's face. Ash's face was all wet from the licking, but luckily he didn't mind. At that moment a thought crossed his mind. This might be what's known as a true licking dog. Pikachu chuckled at the sight. Houndour initially thought that the food would be worse with a new owner, but upon seeing the energy cube it realized that things seemed quite good. It continued licking Ash's face, feeling very excited. Alright, Houndour, no more of this, it tickles, Ash said, feeling quite uncomfortable with Houndour's licking. Feeling uncomfortable, Ash immediately stopped Houndour's behavior. Houndour, seeing this, obediently stopped and sat back down, looking adorably at Ash. So Ash, do you like it? Professor Oak walked over, smiling as he asked. I like it, of course. Ash nodded. That's great to hear. Professor Oak nodded happily. Then he looked at Pikachu and fell into deep thought. He remembered having encountered such a Pikachu in his youth, but time had passed so long that the image had become somewhat blurred, and he could hardly remember it clearly. Oh, I almost forgot. Professor Oak snapped back to reality, remembering his task, and took out 5 Pokeballs and a red Pokédex from his pocket and handed them to Ash. This is a Pokeball and a Pokédex. As my assistant, I shouldn't need to explain further, right? Ash nodded as he received the Pokeballs and the Pokédex. So from today on, you are officially a Pokemon trainer. Take your Pokemon and forge your own future. Thank you, Professor. After thanking the professor, Ash put the Pokeballs and the Pokédex into his pocket. Well, I'm off, Professor. Safe travels. Professor Oak offered his last words of blessing. Goodbye, Professor. After saying his final farewell, Ash took the Pokeball and returned Houndour inside. Bye. After completing his final goodbyes, Ash confidently set off on his journey with Pikachu. Fortunately, Hanako didn't call a whole bunch of relatives and neighbors over like in the original story, as she just stayed at home. Thus, when he left, there was no one to send him off, otherwise he would have been really embarrassed. After all, Ash was not the same Ash from the original story, he didn't have that social prowess. Without the original meeting scene with Pikachu, this journey went remarkably smoothly, avoiding the troubles that once plagued the storyline. Instead, many Pokémon appeared along the way. Due to their low levels, Jiang Chun chose not to send Pikachu into battle, opting instead to rely on Growlithe throughout the fights. From the very first battle, Jiang Chun activated a double experience card for the entire day. As the name implies, the card doubled the experience gained from each battle. After a series of victorious battles, Growlithe's level rapidly rose from 5 to 12. Knowing the original events, while Jiang Chun refrained from engaging flocking Pokémon like Spearow during battle, otherwise Growlithe's level would have increased even faster. Growlithe used Flame Wheel. However, as Growlithe defeated a Caterpie, it struck the enemy forcefully and sent it flying into a patch of grass. Jiang Chun was about to approach and heal the Caterpie when a sudden thud echoed, as if the Caterpie had hit something in the grass, producing a sound. Oh, what's that? Jiang Chun sensed something ominous upon hearing the cry. Sure enough, when Jiang Chun leaned closer, he saw a Spearow with a bump on its head, an unfortunate victim of the Caterpie flung by Growlithe. Spearow. With the evidence right beside the Spearow, Jiang Chun immediately realized this was a setup. Intending to flee, he was startled when the Spearow howled loudly toward the sky. Knowing a call for reinforcements was imminent, Jiang Chun swiftly recalled Growlithe and began his escape. After the cry, several Spearows suddenly flew out from a nearby tree, including 2 Fearows. Hearing the sounds of the other Spearows, Jiang Chun glanced back, astonished by the escalation. Originally, the Fearows did not appear in the original story, but now 2 had emerged, prompting Jiang Chun to curse in frustration as he fled. He had planned to rely on Pikachu's near-elite force strength to confront them, but was shocked to discover the opposing side also had 2 powerful Fearows. If it were only Spearows, Jiang Chun might have fought back, but his system revealed one Fearow was about level 40, comparable to Pikachu, while the other possessed elite level 35 strength. Coupled with the other Spearows and Pikachu only halfway to Elite 4 status, facing a group attack like this, in the heat of escape, Jiang Chun hastily fed Pikachu a rare candy, instantly elevating its level to Elite 4 status. With such an aura, who would dare challenge it? To ensure an even greater advantage, Jiang Chun fed Pikachu 5 more rare candies, raising its level 5 times consecutively, finally gathering some confidence to confront the foes. Pikachu used Thunderbolt. As Jiang Chun's voice fell, Pikachu leapt down, standing firm on the ground. Its Sharingan, adorned with 3 Tomo, activated. Crimson pupils gleamed with 3 swirling black Tomo. Its purple kimono fluttered gracefully in the wind. Pikachu's 2 red electric sacks charged powerfully, yellow lightning crackling forth, targeting the level 35 Fearow with incredible speed. The level 35 Fearow, recognizing the incoming Thunderbolt, sneered disdainfully and easily dodged. At such a distance, using Thunderbolt was unlikely to succeed. Yet unexpectedly, Pikachu's Thunderbolt made a sharp turn midair, striking the Fearow directly. Though it had dodged initially, the Fearow could not comprehend how the attack was suddenly redirected back at it. Seeing the Fearow's plight, Jiang Chun grinned with pride, knowing this was the fruit of Pikachu's relentless Pikachu's Sharingan granted dynamic vision, enabling precise control over the lightning it unleashed. Otherwise, do you think Pikachu would so easily activate the Sharingan? After the full force attack, the level 35 Fearow's body was scorched black, emitting a tantalizing aroma of roasted meat. This scent made the omnivorous Spearows envious, each eyeing the Fearow, hungrily, saliva dripping. The nearby Fearow glanced back, intending to check on his mate, only to see his companions ogling her greedily. Anger surged within him. They were supposed to be battling, yet his comrades were lusting after his mate's body. Anyone would be infuriated, especially a Fearow. The enraged Fearow howled into the sky, snapping his allies back to attention. Spearow. Jiang Chun had been observing the scene closely, and witnessing this, a cunning idea formed in his mind. It was a rather devious method. The scorched Fearow struggled to regain composure, recalling how all the other birds were respectful to his mate, never subjecting her to such indignities. Now his heart burned with resentment. Furious, she roared and charged forward like a madwoman. Damn it, this human boy was unfair, sparing all the Spearows, but targeting her. Today she vowed to devour this brat whole. Seeing his mate in such fury, the other Fearow's anger flared as well. He hastened his pace to join the fray and avenge his wife. Jiang Chun watched the 2 Fearows leading the charge. Use Confuse Ray. At the right moment, he suddenly produced a small packet of powder and hurled it toward them. This item had been acquired long ago, but never used, stored safely within his system space until now. Jiang Chun recalled this tactic upon witnessing the Fearow's jealousy. Their first reaction upon seeing the powder was to attack. The female Fearow pecked to scatter the powder, which filled the air as both Fearows inhaled deeply. What followed was inappropriate to detail here. Jiang Chen planned to leave the two Spearows for last. Taking advantage of their impaired state, he began attacking the remaining Spearows, unleashing Growlithe alongside Pikachu. Pikachu Thunderbolt. Growlithe Ember. Pikachu and Growlithe struck in unison, swiftly dispatching most Spearows. Aside from the two surprisingly content Spearows, the rest were nearly wiped out. With fewer than 10 Spearows left flying in the sky, dark clouds suddenly gathered overhead as a light rain began to fall. Jiang Chen saw an opportunity to end the battle in one move. Pikachu Thunder. He shouted, commanding his partner to unleash its ultimate attack. Without hesitation, Pikachu summoned a deafening thunderclap as a golden bolt descended from the heavens, striking the remaining Spearows. In a single strike, all the Spearows were struck down, falling to the ground. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen's mind echoed with the system's notification of Growlithe's level up. Growlithe swiftly rose from level 12 to 14, the rapid progress making it feel like a game. Delighted by Growlithe's growth, Jiang Chen then turned his attention to the two brawling Spearows nearby and smiled slyly. Growlithe used Bite. At his command, Growlithe charged forward, interrupting their fight. However, the exhausted old Spearows, still affected by the confused Ray's lingering effects, could barely resist and fell together, becoming Growlithe's experience gain. Having defeated his enemies and leveled up 4 times to 18, Jiang Chen couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. 13 levels in one day. This opportunity was truly extraordinary. Interestingly, the current circumstances differed from the original story, where Spearows did not exist. Suddenly encountering two Spearows made Jiang Chen suspicious of behind-the-scenes manipulation, as such drastic changes significantly increased the danger. Most notably, these Spearows possessed gym-level strength, making it hard to believe their appearance was mere coincidence. Of course, the original story did not exclude the possibility that these Spearows had simply ventured out. Jiang Chen pondered briefly, then looked up at the dark clouds and the falling rain, deciding to find shelter and rest. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen sprinted with Pikachu in his arms, searching for a place to avoid the rain. After a light rain, a gust of wind suddenly swept in from the distance. An array of sunlight pierced through the layers of dark clouds, just landing on Xiaoji and Pikachu. At this moment, Xiaoji and Pikachu shone like the first ray of light in the darkness, adding a touch of sanctity to their presence. "Oh, the rain has stopped." Xiaoji looked at the dispersing clouds in the sky and exhaled a sigh of relief. Yet not long after the sky cleared, a vibrant rainbow suddenly appeared, hanging in the blue sky. "Pikachu, it's a rainbow." Upon seeing the rainbow, Xiaoji quickly called Pikachu over to take a look. Naturally, seeing such a beautiful scene, Xiaoji wouldn't forget about the other Pokemon in his Pokeball. After releasing Katy Dog, Xiaoji took out his phone to capture the moment. Just as he finished recording the video and took some photos, a divine bird resembling a largemouth sparrow flew by in the distance. Chirp! The divine bird radiated a colorful glow as it descended slowly. After it let out a single call, the dark clouds in the sky rapidly dispersed and more light appeared. Young Xiaoji stood below with Pikachu and Katy Dog holding a phone to record a video. It seemed the Ho-Oh in the sky had noticed the young boy below. A colorful feather slowly descended from the sky and eventually floated down in front of Xiaoji. Xiaoji looked at the falling feather, unable to resist reaching out to catch the feather that had fallen from Ho-Oh. As he gazed at the feather belonging to Ho-Oh, he immediately began to check its information using the system's function. Rainbow Feather, a feather imbued with the power of Ho-Oh. If worn by a Fire-type Pokemon, there is a slight chance to learn Sacred Fire and qualify to become a Rainbow Warrior. After reading the information provided by the system, Xiaoji was greatly shocked, realizing that the Rainbow Feather had such capabilities. As everyone knows, Sacred Fire is a signature skill of NEI and Ho-Oh, and the reason other Pokemon couldn't learn it was that they lacked the Rainbow Feather, which explained why no other Pokemon had mastered it. Upon learning that this feather could allow Fire-type Pokemon to learn this skill, Xiaoji immediately thought of his recently obtained Katy Dog. Thinking of this, Xiaoji eagerly took out a small rope from his backpack to tie the Rainbow Feather and then adorned Katy Dog with it. After completing all this, Xiaoji returned Katy Dog to its Pokeball and continued walking towards the direction of Masera Town. While walking, he engaged in battles, making full use of the double experience card time today. During a break along the way, Xiaoji chose to rest by the lakeside. Looking at the expanse of water before him, he pondered for a moment whether he should capture a water-type Pokemon. Although the Pokemon he currently possessed were different from those in the original story, they shared similarities in being countered by the rock-type gym of Nibi City, so he naturally considered whether to capture a water-type Pokemon. Although the Pokemon he currently possessed were different from those in the original story, they shared similarities in being countered by the rock-type gym of Nibi City, so he naturally, after contemplating for a moment, Xiaoji ultimately decided to capture a water-type Pokemon as his main force, which would also help him win the gym challenge. Though winning against the Nibi gym with Pikachu's strength would be quite easy, Xiaoji felt it would be more prudent to be cautious, ensuring a foolproof plan, while also starting to train his main force before the court's conference. After thoroughly considering this matter, Xiao Ji unhesitatingly took out a super fishing rod from the system space, which was even more powerful than a high-grade fishing rod. This was one of the items he had signed out over the years without remembering when, and it had never been used in the system space. Now that he had decided to capture a good water-type Pokémon, he naturally had to make use of something that had been gathering dust in the system space, considering it a waste utilization. After all, this was how Xiao Ji thought. It seems I don't have any bait. Xiao Ji suddenly remembered that although he had the tools, he didn't have any bait, which made him feel quite troubled. Could it be that he had to wait, like Jiang Taigong, hoping for a willing fish to bite? Over the years, although he had signed out a bunch of odd items, he had never managed to get common items like bait, which left him feeling quite frustrated. He had already signed out a fishing rod, yet how come he hadn't signed out any bait? Xiao Ji thought of this and felt quite puzzled. Suddenly he thought of a method using the energy cubes he usually made could also work for fishing. Having thought of a method, Xiao Ji took out some water-type energy cubes from his pocket, crushed a few of them, and mixed in some water, barely creating a homemade version of fishing bait, which he then scattered. This was a technique he had learned from watching certain fishing streamers in his past life. He had never used it before, so he didn't know if it would work on such magical beings as Pokémon. He could only rely on luck to see if it would succeed. You're using Pokémon food energy cubes as bait. Who taught you to do that? It's misleading. Suddenly a girl's voice rang out nearby. Upon hearing the voice, Xiao Ji turned around and saw a short-haired beauty with orange hair sitting on a bicycle looking at the tools he had just used to crush the energy cubes, speaking to him in a tone of criticism. This. Xiao Ji, caught off guard by her words, momentarily didn't know how to respond, but when she finished her next sentence, he immediately fell silent. Don't let me find that person, or otherwise I'll give him a good beating. How can he not know to protect the environment and mislead others? Xiaoxia puffed her cheeks angrily, as if she had a personal vendetta against that person. Miss, may I ask why using energy cubes for fishing is considered harmful to the environment? Isn't this Pokémon food? Xiao Ji looked at Xiaoxia, his gaze slightly evasive, and asked weakly. I don't know, but if the experts say so, it must be true. Xiaoxia explained thoughtfully. Xiao Ji. After hearing Xiaoxia's words, Xiao Ji felt a significant sense of helplessness. What does it mean that what the experts say is always right? Don't they ever doubt it? So the harm is this great. I'm just a newbie who just started fishing. I saw a streamer do it online and wanted to try it out. I didn't expect it to be so dangerous, so I'm truly sorry. I'll pack up and leave right away. Upon seeing the girl with the ponytail and the cool demeanor, Xiao Ji recognized her and realized she might be joking, so he decided to play along. Haha, I was just kidding. I hope you don't mind. Xiaoxia laughed cheerfully, apologizing sincerely. So that means fishing this way isn't harmful? Xiao Ji asked. Yes, it's fine. I just thought it was intriguing to see you using energy cubes to fish and assumed you might be a beginner. I came over just to tease you. So sorry, here, consider this my compensation. Xiaoxia said with her hands clasped together, throwing Xiao Ji a bait with great sincerity. Oh, I see. That's okay. Xiao Ji accepted the bait with a smile. My name is Xiaoxia. Why are you fishing? After introducing herself, Xiaoxia brought the topic back up. I'm Xiao Ji from Masera Town. The reason I'm fishing here is mainly that my next city is the rock-type gym in Nibi City, so I'm trying to catch a water-type Pokémon. Oh, I see. So you're going to challenge the Nibi gym? Xiaoxia nodded, seeming to understand. Yes, that's right. Xiao Ji nodded in response. Xiao Ji nodded in agreement. As the two engaged in conversation, Xiao Ji's fishing rod began to stir. Caught one so soon. With a slight tug, Xiao Ji reeled it in. A horned goldfish was brought to the surface. Xiao Ji looked at the horned goldfish before using the system's function. Species: horned goldfish. Gender: female. Level 15. Ability: float freely. Speed increases in rainy weather. Qualification: ordinary. Held item: none. Moves: peck, tail whip, supersonic water pulse, horn attack. It's a horned goldfish. Xiaoxia gasped upon seeing the horned goldfish. What a pity it's not the Pokemon I wanted. After reviewing the information from the system, Xiao Ji felt regret and released the horned goldfish. Not bad. The first time fishing with energy cubes as bait, and you caught one so quickly. This is way better than my first time. Xiaoxia smiled as she spoke. Haha, is that so? Xiao Ji, feeling shy, scratched the back of his head. Xiao Ji's actions piqued Xiaoxia's interest, so she stayed by his side watching to see if he could catch another fish. After all, watching a newcomer fish is quite entertaining. Yet she secretly hoped that Xiao Ji wouldn't catch anything, as she was aware of her own fishing skills. After some contemplation, Xiao Ji recalled a certain item he had signed up for long ago, a lucky card. It was a card that could bring him a day of good luck, but its effect lasted only one day. Remembering such an item, Xiao Ji immediately used it in the system space. However, just as he did, his fishing rod stirred once again. Another catch. So fast. Xiaoxia marveled. Xiao Ji couldn't help but admire the power of the lucky card. He had caught another fish so quickly. But despite his thoughts, he still pulled the fish in with effort. Horned goldfish, horned goldfish. Seeing yet another horned goldfish, Xiao Ji felt quite speechless, thinking at least switch it up a bit. With such thoughts, Xiaoji released the horned goldfish and began fishing again, though this time, it seemed the lucky card was having an effect. When Xiaoji hooked another fish, it was indeed not a horned goldfish, but still not much better. Carp. Carp. Another catch so quickly. Were the fish I caught before fake? Is using energy cubes as bait really the way? Seeing Xiaoji catch another fish right after casting, Xiao Xia suddenly questioned whether her own fishing methods were flawed. Species king carp. Gender female. Level 6. Ability float freely. Qualification outstanding. Held item none. Moves leap. It's a king carp, but if its qualification were a bit higher it would be worth training. What a pity it's too low. After reviewing the qualifications of the king carp, Xiaoji shook his head in disappointment. In his system space, there was a skill card from an unknown world that sounded quite formidable. Although the king carp might not be able to learn it, the Gyarados should be able to. After releasing it, Xiaoji patiently continued fishing, hoping to catch a Pokémon with decent qualifications worth training. Of course, a shiny Pokémon would be even better, as shiny Pokémon are not only rare, but generally possess better qualifications than their regular counterparts. After fishing for half a day, every cast resulted in a catch, leaving Xiao Xia beside him utterly numb, staring blankly at Xiaoji. With every rod catching a fish instantly, how could Xiao Xia not feel numb? Meanwhile, Xiaoji had been fishing for so long, without catching a single Pokémon he was satisfied with, and his mood began to turn sour. The best Pokémon he caught so far had only gym-level qualifications, and the key was that it was merely a horned goldfish. Even if he captured it, it wouldn't be able to battle in a rock-type gym, and its training value was minimal, so he didn't capture it. This lucky card can't be a low-quality item produced by the system, can it? I've used it for so long and haven't seen a hint of effect. Thinking of the Pokémon he had caught over the past half-day, Xiaoji's face darkened. What good is a lucky card if, after so much time, the best qualification he caught was just gym level? He couldn't see any luck in the effect at all. Xiaoji looked at the last water-type energy cube in the box, and at first Xiao Xia truly thought Xiaoji was a novice. However, after witnessing him catch fish every time, she gradually realized that he was likely just teasing her. To think she had been comforting him, and in the end the fool was actually herself. As this thought crossed her mind, Xiao Xia's gaze toward Xiaoji turned resentful. Xiaoji was completely focused on fishing at that moment, oblivious to Xiao Xia's resentful stare. Come on! Xiaoji hooked the last water-type energy cube, and suddenly exclaimed in a dramatic fashion. Xiao Xia, how cliché. As soon as the fishing rod with the energy cube touched the water's surface, a fish was quickly hooked. However, this time the fish seemed quite powerful, dragging the fishing line and splashing waves. Even the incredibly strong Xiaoji found it very strenuous. This one has quite a bit of strength, it seems. Xiaoji pulled on the fishing rod with all his might, trying not to be dragged into the water. Beside him, Xiao Xia was startled to see a massive shadow rising in the water and looked at Xiaoji in astonishment. Xiaoji, you're so strong. Xiao Xia murmured in admiration. It was simply because the giant creature she saw in the water was at least as big as a young boy. If it were her, she would have probably been dragged into the water and become fish food by now. Xiaoji sensed the immense power of the creature in the water through the fishing rod, but fortunately his strength surpassed it, and he was not pulled in. Pikachu used Thunderbolt into the water. With gritted teeth, Xiaoji made this decisive call. Pikachu. Pikachu's red electric pouch released a flash of lightning, striking the creature in the water. Hey, aren't you afraid of getting electrocuted? Xiao Xia, taken aback by Gyarados' words, then asked. Don't worry, my fishing rod is made of fiberglass which does not conduct electricity. Xiaoji explained with a smile. Is that so? Xiao Xia was momentarily stunned, then nodded. Sure enough, the current emitted by Pikachu only traveled along the line to the fishing rod, and did not reach. Xiaoji was fine, but the creatures in the water were not as fortunate. A number of Magikarp and goldfish were struck unexpectedly, slowly floating to the surface with their eyes rolled back. The last to surface was a gigantic Magikarp shimmering with golden light, its eyes rolled back, resembling a dead fish still clinging to the fishing line. Wow, such a big Magikarp, and it's shiny. Xiao Xia was astonished upon seeing the catch Xiaoji had just reached. Haha, no big deal. Xiaoji, upon seeing the golden Magikarp, immediately began to check its information using the system's function. Pokemon Magikarp, shiny, gender female, level 18, ability, swift swim, speed, increases in potential near champion, held item, none, moves, splash, tackle. After reviewing Magikarp's panels, Gyarados' eyes lit up. The hidden ability Magikarp, once evolved into Gyarados, would become overly confident, gaining a level of attack for each opponent defeated, which was quite a remarkable trait. Moreover, this Magikarp was more than twice the size of a regular one, and being a shiny variant only added, now was the perfect time to capture it. With this thought, Xiaoji took out a friendship ball and threw it, capturing Magikarp. Usually Magikarp tend to become quite aggressive once they evolve into Gyarados, so Xiaoji decided to use the friendship ball for the capture. This way, even if Magikarp evolved into Gyarados and became temperamental, the increased friendship from the friendship ball, combined with the bond from the power of eternity, would prevent it from attacking indiscriminately. This would also save him some trouble, sparing him the worries about building initial friendship, making it very convenient. After entering the friendship ball, Magikarp shook twice before making a thud sound and stopping. I captured a shiny Magikarp. Xiaoji, excited after the successful capture, walked over to the friendship ball and picked it up. You're so lucky, you actually caught a shiny Magikarp. Xiaoxia cast an envious glance at Xiaoji after witnessing his successful capture. After all, shiny Pokemon are rarer than rare Pokemon. Even just a Magikarp is extremely uncommon and not something one encounters easily. You're overpraising me, it was just luck. Xiaoji chuckled. Although you have one, are you sure you want to use Magikarp to compete in the Nibi Gym battle? Xiaoxia suddenly remembered Gyarados' initial goal and the fact that Magikarp could not battle, so she kindly reminded him. It's fine, this Magikarp is almost ready to evolve, so there's no need to worry about whether it can evolve or not, Xiaoji explained. Since you're so confident, I won't say much more. I wish you all the best. Seeing Gyarados' confidence, Xiaoxia felt reassured. Thank you. Xiaoji nodded in gratitude. By the way, are you heading to the Pokemon Center in Masera City? I noticed it's getting dark, should we go together? Xiaoxia, having a good impression of this new acquaintance, pointed to her bicycle and kindly extended the invitation. Is that really okay? Won't it be a bit awkward? Xiaoji shyly asked upon hearing Xiaoxia's. If I as a girl have no shame, then why should you be shy? Just say yes or no. I'm offering you a ride because it's getting dark. Xiaoxia replied somewhat angrily. Then let me thank you in advance. Xiaoji glanced at the sky and felt it was getting late, so he agreed and set off with Xiaoxia. After making the decision, Xiaoxia cleverly got off her bike, allowing Xiaoji to ride. Once Xiaoji finished packing his gear and approached Xiaoxia, he couldn't shake off the suspicion that she might just want him to do the hard work by having him accompany her to Masera City. Of course, this thought only crossed his mind briefly before disappearing. After Xiaoji sat down, Xiaoxia, the cycling god of Akina, Xiaoji has arrived. Xiaoxia, hold on tight, you might fall off if you don't. Xiaoji said with a serious expression. What's Akina? Xiaoxia asked in confusion. Oh well, Akina is a famous place. Xiaoji thought for a while and replied. Xiaoxia. Hearing this was like listening to a serious speech. Don't get caught up in the details. You better hold on tight, I'm about to start. Xiaoji reminded Xiaoxia one last time. Woohoo, we're off. When Xiaoxia heard this, she initially scoffed, but as the bike accelerated like a motorcycle combined with the steep slope on the road, she was forced to clutch Gyarados' waist. Xiaoji, I know how amazing you are now. Pedal slower. I'm scared. Xiaoxia clung to Gyarados' back, trembling as she spoke. However, in his state of excitement, Xiaoji selectively ignored her, maintaining the same speed. Xiaoxia couldn't help but scream in panic, not daring to move. Meanwhile, Pikachu sat in the bike basket, thoroughly enjoying the speed and thrill, occasionally exclaiming Pikachu, clearly relishing the ride. Only Xiaoxia was suffering, occasionally shouting out her dissatisfaction. Thus they set off towards Masera City. In the deep of night, Ash was still pedaling vigorously on his bicycle, finally arriving at his destination, Pewter City. As it was getting late, he did not encounter Miss Junsha as depicted in the original story. Once he entered Pewter City, Ash began to slow down, pedaling at a normal pace towards the Pokemon Center. Sakura, who was riding behind him, had already lost her wits, not even realizing they had reached their destination. She held on tightly to Ash, fearing she might be flung off if she relaxed her grip. Ash was oblivious to Sakura's current state, solely focused on pedaling towards the Pokemon Center. After a while, he finally arrived at the Pokemon Center and came to a stop. Sakura, it's time to get off, let go. As soon as Ash finished speaking, Sakura angrily shook Ash's body, trying to make him experience the discomfort she had just felt. I told you to slow down, didn't you hear? Do you think I'm just background noise? You. A lot of complaints were omitted. Sakura's ladylike demeanor instantly vanished. After a while, Sakura's anger finally subsided, though Ash was not any better. His eyes were already spinning, almost ready to be captured like a Pokemon. Sakura, stop him, Dizzy. Ash covered his swaying head and advised. You know what Dizzy feels like. Why didn't you think of my feelings while riding? Sakura said angrily. I'm really sorry. It was windy while riding. Isn't it normal not to hear? Ash scratched the back of his head and smiled shyly. Forget it, I won't hold it against you this time. Sakura ultimately chose to let Ash off the hook, securing her bicycle before entering the Pokemon Center. Having slept rough outside for several days, Sakura was eager to take a nice bath and have a good sleep now that she had finally made it into the city. Of course, Sakura had other uses for Ash, so she couldn't be too lenient. Few finally calmed down. Ash exhaled a deep breath, shaking his head to clear his mind. After seeing Sakura enter the Pokemon Center, he followed suit, heading to the phone area to check in with someone he knew. Excuse me, Miss Joy. Ash approached Miss Joy, entrusting all his Pokemon to her, including Pikachu without exception. Alright, I understand. Miss Joy nodded in acknowledgement, then called for Chansey, handing over the Pokeballs to her for, please wait a moment, it will be done soon. If you have other matters to attend to, you can handle them first, and come back or wait for my notice and return later to pick them up. Miss Joy smiled. Okay, I got it. Ash nodded at Miss Joy, then turned to head to the phone area. He casually picked up a phone and dialed his home number. Not long after Hanako quickly answered. Hello, this is Ash's mom, who is this? Hanako hummed a tune, while applying a face mask sounding quite Mom, it's Ash. Ash called out to capture Hanako's attention, as she was too absorbed in her facial mask. Ash. Upon hearing Ash's voice, Hanako immediately removed the mask from her face, and leaned closer to the phone camera. Where are you right now? I've arrived at Pewter City at the Pokémon Center, Ash replied truthfully. Oh, my son is amazing. You will definitely surpass your father and grandfather as a Pokémon trainer. Hanako firmly believed. Haha, I think so too, Ash nodded in agreement. Although he had no idea where his father and grandfather were in the world, he could confirm that both were on their journeys, and had gone missing, which was quite a mystery. With his grandfather and father setting a precedent, Ash secretly vowed that no matter what happened in the future, he would bring that girl home, and live safely in Pallet Town, without ever leaving her. Then you must remember to brush your teeth morning and night, eat well, and not make mom worry, understood? Hanako said seriously in the video. I understand. I will take good care of myself, Ash nodded and promised. Huh, where's Pikachu? Hanako looked closely at Ash's shoulder and noticed that the yellow mouse which had always stayed on his shoulder was mysteriously absent. Pikachu is at Miss Joy's for recovery, he'll be back shortly, Ash explained. Oh, I see. Mom, I have to hang up now, I need to report to Professor Oak, so I won't chat too much. Okay, go ahead. Hanako nodded, quickly wrapping up their conversation. Then good night. Good night. After receiving her consent, Ash hung up the phone, and then dialed Professor Oak. However, just as he dialed, the phone rang on the main computer of the Pokémon Center. Curiously, Ash turned to see Miss Joy still busy and seemingly unable to answer the call. Miss Joy, you have a call, Ash reminded. Okay. Miss Joy responded with a nod, then answered the Moshi Moshi. A screen rose from the wall showing Professor Oak with his back to the camera, a large beaker on the table cooking noodles. Hello, Professor Oak. May I ask what brings you to call the Pokémon Center? Miss Joy asked, a bit puzzled upon recognizing it was Professor. After all, such a prominent figure had no prior connection with her, it was certainly strange for him to call her. Is this Miss Joy? I'm really sorry, I called to reach a trainer who just arrived there named Ash. Could you please help me? Please do me this favor. You're too kind, Professor. Miss Joy smiled and nodded just as Ash arrived. Miss Joy, the person the professor is looking for is me, Ash explained with a smile. Oh, it's you. Then I'll leave this to you, I have to get back to work. After saying this, Miss Joy turned to leave. Ash nodded, then looked at Professor Oak on the screen. Professor. Doctor, you're eating junk food again. And that beaker will be ruined if you keep cooking instant noodles in it. Last time you took it out, it smelled like instant noodles. How could such a good research tool end up being used to cook instant noodles? Ash said, covering his forehead, trying to remind him kindly. Instant noodles. Professor Oak was momentarily stunned by Ash's words, then turned around and exclaimed, oh no. The camera and my instant noodles are about to get ruined. Cough cough. Professor Oak awkwardly turned the camera towards himself, clearing his throat twice, pretending nothing had happened. I just received a message from your mother saying you've arrived in Pewter City. Professor Oak, sensing the awkwardness, attempted to change the subject. Doctor, I just hung up the phone. Ash replied weakly, feeling quite flustered. Cough cough. Well, actually the Pokédex has GPS tracking. I just happened to see that your Pokédex showed you had arrived in Pewter City, so I called to check on you. Professor Oak noticed the murderous glare from Ash and felt inexplicably anxious, so he proactively confessed. Professor Oak seriously doubted that if he didn't explain himself, Ash would not let it go once he returned, so he had no choice but to come clean. So that's how it is. I almost lost it. Ash finally sighed in relief after hearing the professor's explanation. At the same time, he suppressed the urge to give the professor a bad luck card. What? The Pokédex has GPS tracking. Why didn't you tell me such an important thing? Ash reacted after a moment. I just forgot to mention it. The reason it has GPS tracking is mainly due to the League's regulations. If a Pokédex is lost, it cannot be replaced, hence the GPS feature. But don't worry, Ash, today is just an experiment. If it comes to using it again, it will probably be when you lose it. Professor Oak, fearing Ash would completely misunderstand, took the initiative to explain. Is that really the case? Ash believed the professor's reason, since Professor Oak's integrity was well known. That makes sense. Professor Oak nodded. After a moment of silence, Ash thought that as long as it was just for tracking his journey, it was certainly better than actually having the professor do something inappropriate. Alright, Ash said helplessly. By the way, how many Pokemon have you caught so far? Professor, if we don't count the starter Pokemon, I've only caught one so far, a rare shiny Magikarp that's much larger than a regular one. Ash introduced his catch in detail, knowing that the professor would definitely make comments if he only caught one. Initially, Professor Oak was slightly displeased to hear that his favorite assistant had only caught one Pokemon. However, upon hearing it was a shiny and larger than usual, his mood brightened, and he refrained from making any remarks. Really? You truly are someone I can count on. Catching a shiny Pokemon on your first day of travel. Professor Oak praised, giving a thumbs up. You're too kind. If you have the chance, remember to send it back for me to study. Professor Oak said, noticing Ash was happy, revealing his true motive. Alright, I got it. Ash took out his phone, opened the video recorded today, and said, Professor, I encountered Ho-Oh today, and I even took photos and videos. Oh my gosh. This is a legendary Pokemon that no one has ever seen before, and you even recorded a video of Ho-Oh. How did you manage to encounter it? Quickly send me the photos. Professor, your noodles are about to be ruined. Ash pointed to the noodles cooking behind Professor Oak, kindly reminding him. Oh no, my noodles are ruined. Professor Oak exclaimed after hearing Ash's words, and turned around. Sure enough, his noodles were indeed ruined. Meanwhile, the video call suddenly went dark with a click, cutting off contact with Professor Oak. In this day and age, even instant noodles can get ruined. How is that possible? Ash shook his head in disbelief, complaining. Just as he was doing so, Nurse Joy's voice called out. Ash, your Pokemon have finished recovering. Oh, that was quick, very efficient. Pikachu. Pikachu jumped from Nurse Joy's hands into Ash's arms. Did Pikachu have a good time with Nurse Joy? Ash asked with a smile while holding Pikachu. Pikachu seemed to nod. Thank you, Nurse Joy. Ash approached Nurse Joy, took the Pokeball from her hands, and expressed his gratitude. You're welcome, it's my duty. Regardless, I still have to thank you, otherwise Pikachu wouldn't have recovered so quickly. After receiving the Pokeball, Ash thanked Nurse Joy once more. This time Nurse Joy just smiled and didn't say anything further. After a whole day of work, I haven't even had dinner. I'm leaving now, Nurse Joy. Ash remembered he hadn't eaten anything today, waved goodbye to Nurse Joy, and headed to the self-service machine. Looking at the bread in the self-service machine, Ash casually grabbed 3 pieces of bread and a bottle of Moo Moo milk along with 2 bottles of regular milk. After buying these, he set out to find Misty. You haven't eaten yet, right? Come eat something to fill your stomach. Ash approached Misty and handed her a bottle of milk and a piece of bread. Thank you, Misty said softly as she accepted the bread and milk. You're welcome, Ash replied with a light smile, then started devouring the bread and milk in his hands. However, before they could finish eating, the alarm at the Pokemon Center suddenly sounded. Warning! A Pokemon thief group has invaded Pewter City. Please remain vigilant. Pikachu, get ready to take action, Ash said to Pikachu. Pikachu tilted its head, confused by Ash's words. Suddenly the glass ceiling shattered, and 2 Pokeballs fell from the sky. Wheezing and Ekans burst out. The round gas ball suddenly released a cloud of smoke. Who is it? Xiaoji asked with a smile, playing along. Since you asked sincerely, we will benevolently tell you. To prevent the world from being destroyed, to protect the peace of the world. Adorable, yet charming villainous characters. Musashi. Kojiro. That's how it is. Meow, Xiaoji asked indifferently. That's all. Meow. Meow looked at Xiaoji with a puzzled expression and replied. Now it's my... Xiaoji chuckled lightly. Do you, a little kid, have lines too? Kojiro asked with confusion. Of course not, it's just time for me to send you away. Xiaoji shook his head and explained. Little brat, quite the attitude. Musashi said dismissively, hands on hips. Nothing to discuss, Pikachu used Thunderbolt. Xiaoji ordered directly. Humph, little brat, do you think you can resist us just with an electric mouse? Musashi looked at Xiaoji with disdain. Exactly, our target is rare and valuable Pokemon, not an electric mouse that's everywhere. Kojiro nodded in agreement. Pikachu. Pikachu's electric sacs crackled as a yellow bolt of lightning struck down. Gas Ball, Mud Bomb. Arbok, Poison Sting. The gas ball spewed black sludge towards Pikachu's thunder. Arbok shot a Poison Sting in the same direction, both attacks colliding with Pikachu's Thunderbolt, resulting in a massive explosion that sent dust flying. Pikachu used Quick Attack. Xiaoji calmly ordered, unfazed by Team Rocket's Tonon. Gas Ball, Malicious Pursuit. The two reacted quickly, issuing counterorders. Initially, they felt confident of victory until they saw Pikachu's lightning-fast speed, realizing their mistake. By the time they reacted, their Pokemon had been defeated one by one by Pikachu's Quick Attack, with Arbok and Gas Ball sent flying, without even a chance to attack. Nanny, how can the electric mouse be so fast? Kojiro exclaimed in disbelief. Nothing is impossible. There are no useless Pokemon in the world, only useless trainers. Xiaoji crossed his arms confidently, stating that polarizing quote. Damn, little brat, don't be too arrogant. Meow meow, it's your turn now. Musashi gritted her teeth and pointed at Meow Meow, saying, sigh. You are truly useless, defeated by just an electric mouse, and the final result still depends on me. Meow. Meow Meow stepped forward, arms outstretched, looking helpless. Come on, little brat, let me show you my strength. I'm too lazy to waste more words with you, take care. Xiaoji shrugged and finally ordered, Pikachu Electro Ball. Pikachu nodded confidently, then gathered an Electro Ball at its tail and launched it. Meow Meow saw the Electro Ball in front of it, nervously swallowing, and finally braced itself to catch the attack. Woo Meow. Upon contact with the Electro Ball, Meow Meow was electrocuted, and its fur singed. The Electro Ball exploded, sending Meow Meow flying to the side. Meow Meow. X2, Kojiro and Musashi shouted simultaneously. Don't worry, you will be the first to leave, Xiaoji said to Kojiro and Musashi reassuringly. Pikachu used the final move Thunder to send them off from the Pokemon Center. As soon as the words left his mouth, a powerful bolt of lightning illuminated the entire Pokemon Center. A thunderous sound echoed as Kojiro and Musashi were blasted away, their eyes wide in disbelief. What a disgusting feeling. The last two left behind this remark before flying away. Nearby Meow Meow looked at Xiaoji with a terrified expression, as if seeing a heinous villain, completely forgetting that it was the real villain. This electric mouse is absurdly strong. Meow. After sending off Team Rocket, Xiaoji noticed that their Pokemon hadn't been sent away yet. The moment he saw Meow Meow, Xiaoji suddenly remembered something. There was a rule in the league, that if you caught Team Rocket members and handed them over to Miss Junsha, you would receive a reward of 250 Poke Dollars per individual. Goodness, it turns out I just missed out on 50000. What a mindset. I should have utilized them. I was too hasty and lost that opportunity. Xiaoji felt a little regretful in his heart, but quickly adjusted his mindset. Fortunately, such opportunities are not one time only, otherwise he would really have missed out on that 500. With that thought, Xiaoji glanced at Meow Meow one last time, a slight smile forming at the corner of his mouth. Meow Meow felt a chill run down its spine from Xiaoji's gaze, sensing that this little guy was thinking of something bad, unsure if it was just its imagination. What do you want to do, Meow? Meow Meow looked at Xiaoji's mischievous expression, feeling fearful, and thus hid with Arbok and Gasball in a corner, trembling. You three are a hole. If you just go back like this, it probably won't be easy to explain, right? Xiaoji grinned mischievously at the three Pokemon. What exactly do you want to do, Meow? Meow Meow looked at Xiaoji with suspicion, uncertain who was the good person and who was the bad person. Pikachu, Thunder, send them along together. Xiaoji kindly instructed Pikachu. Pikachu. Pikachu obediently followed the command, unleashing another thunder. Meow Meow, Arbok, and Gasball clung to each other, trembling as they turned into a shooting star and flew away, disappearing without a trace. Who a family must be together and neat. Xiaoji watched the three Pokemon transformed into shooting stars, nodding in satisfaction. Take care. The next time we meet will probably be at Miss Junsha's. Xiaoji waved goodbye to the already departed Meow Meow, leaving not a single cloud behind. Ash, are you and Pikachu alright? Misty stepped forward with concern. We're fine, thank you for your concern, Misty. Ash shook his head. Thank you, Trainer Ash. If it weren't for you stopping Team Rocket, I think the damage to the Pokemon Center today would have— Nurse Joy came in front of Ash and bowed in gratitude. Haha, that's what all trainers should do, Nurse Joy, you're too— Ash felt a bit embarrassed after hearing Nurse Joy's words and scratched the back of his head. After all, in the original story, the original host almost blew the Pokemon Center to ruins. This time he lived up to expectations, having only shattered a few pieces of ceiling glass. Otherwise, Nurse Joy probably wouldn't have been so relaxed in expressing her gratitude. Ash, your Pikachu is so strong. After Nurse Joy left, Misty approached and praised him. That's only natural. After all, my Pikachu has been with me for 4 years, so its strength is undeniable, right, Pikachu? As Ash explained to Misty, he also reached out to pet Pikachu. With that stroke, Pikachu let out a pleased sound, nearly overwhelming him with joy. You and Pikachu have such a great bond, Misty said, feeling a bit envious upon witnessing their relationship. Well, it's getting late, and I need to hit the road tomorrow, so I won't chat for long. Ash glanced at the clock in the Pokemon Center and noticed the time was indeed late, so he reminded Misty. Good night. As Ash left, he turned to her with a charming silhouette and waved. Yes, good night. By the time Misty reacted, Ash had already departed. The next morning. Today, Ash as usual got up at 5 in the morning to exercise in the playground, bringing along his Houndour and Pikachu. As for Magikarp, it was undergoing a series of speed training in the lake aimed at enhancing its speed and evasions. Perhaps because Magikarp was just caught yesterday, the other Pokemon hadn't gotten to know each other yet, so Ash introduced Houndour and Pikachu to one another. Of course, to help Magikarp evolve sooner, Ash also gave it a rare candy, raising its level by 1. Gaining strength through external means like rare candies is ultimately somewhat superficial and requires time to stabilize and adapt to the sudden influx of power. This is also why Ash didn't directly feed it 2 rare candies to complete the evolution in one go. After training with the Pokemon, Ash supervised their training results. After witnessing them complete their training, he began recalling them back into their Pokeballs, and once he returned to the— Ash took out the food he had prepared for them. At this moment, Misty also happened to wake up, and after they shared breakfast, they prepared to part ways and embark on their individual journeys. However, just as Ash was all packed and ready to set off, he suddenly heard Misty scream from afar. Off. Where did my bicycle go? Misty looked at the spot where she parked her bicycle last night, only to find it. Hearing Misty's scream, Ash walked over, puzzled. What's wrong with your bicycle, Ash asked curiously as he— Due to the distance, Ash hadn't quite caught what Misty said, only barely hearing the word bicycle. My bicycle is missing here. It seems like someone stole it, Misty said with a look of despair. Upon hearing this, Ash couldn't help but frown. What a coincidence. Don't worry, I have a Houndour, I can have it help you look for it, Ash said reassuringly. However, upon hearing Ash's words, Misty felt no joy. Instead, a hint of panic crossed her eyes. I already called Officer Ginny. I asked her to handle it. My bicycle probably won't be found anytime soon. Is that so? Then it seems you need my help. Ash asked thoughtfully. Yes, since my bicycle is missing, traveling has become a problem for me. Misty looked distraught. Why don't you wait here for Officer Ginny's result before you set off? Ash suggested. No way, that would waste a lot of money. Without a second thought, Misty directly refused. In that case, I'll help you look for it now. Ash said, not wasting any time, and released Houndour. Misty initially wanted to stop him, but it was too late. Houndour had already been released. Houndour, my friend's bicycle was stolen last night. Go help her find it. Ash said casually. Woof. Houndour, being a Pokemon born in the league, didn't hesitate at all. It approached Misty and sniffed her scent. After sniffing Misty's scent, Houndour immediately took action, running in a specific direction. Seeing this, Ash followed without hesitation. Misty, witnessing the scene, resigned herself to follow, as if she had given up some form of resistance. Guided by Houndour, they finally stopped at a small alley near the Pokemon Center. Woof woof. Houndour barked loudly into the alley. Ash came to Houndour's side, looking into the pitch-black alley. He glanced at Houndour, and then took out his phone, turning on the flashlight to look inside. To his surprise, he found a broken bicycle lying in the alley. What the hell, which thief did this? Just then Misty also walked over. Initially a bit flustered upon seeing the situation in the alley, she couldn't help but curse loudly. Indeed, the wrecked bicycle in the alley was the one she had parked yesterday. However, she couldn't remember damaging her bicycle last night, and naturally couldn't help but curse. It seems your bicycle is beyond repaired, it can't be fixed anymore, Ash said, looking at the bent and twisted bicycle. Given the situation, your bicycle must have been destroyed by Pokemon like Mashoki. Ash observed the bicycle and thoughtfully stroked his chin, speculating. Don't say that, how could my bicycle end up like this? Misty looked heartbreakingly at her most useful bicycle, which she had brought along, now gone, feeling a deep sense of loss. What will you do now that your bicycle is in this condition? Ash asked. What else can I do? Better to end it quickly and take it to the scrapyard for some cash recycling it. This line escaped Misty's lips unexpectedly. Do you need help? Ash, seeing Misty so heartbroken, asked out of concern. If possible, I would really appreciate it, Misty replied without reservation. Upon hearing this, Ash's mouth twitched slightly, but he didn't back out. After helping to carry it to the scrapyard, he exchanged it for some small change which he didn't get a share of. Now that your bicycle is gone, what will you do? Ash asked one last time. Can I travel with you? I want to become a water-type Pokemon trainer and travel around, is that okay? Misty mustered her courage and brought it up to Ash. Ash, is this the corrective force of the world? No escaping it at all. Although Ash wanted to refuse a bit, he felt reluctant to do so, recalling how Misty had helped him with her bicycle. Moreover, without Misty, could it still be called a journey without any experiences? Thinking of this, Ash agreed. Of course, welcome aboard. And so the two of them set off together on their journey. Ash and Misty, having left the Pokemon Center in Pewter City, are on their way to Viridian City. Walking through the Viridian Forest, Misty frequently encountered bug-type Pokemon, such as Caterpie and Beedrill, which terrified her to no end, causing her to scream continuously. No wonder Ash, the original anime protagonist, found Misty's screams annoying. Even the current Ash was beginning to feel a bit irritated. After all, Misty's voice was truly loud, and she screamed as if her throat was being torn, giving Ash a headache. Fortunately, Ash did not argue with Misty over this. It's completely normal for a girl to be afraid of bugs. However, when Misty leaned against Ash, her elbow was a bit uncomfortable, making the experience less pleasant. A bug? Misty screamed once again. What now? Is it a Caterpie or a Beedrill this time? Ash asked, slightly impatient. It's a Beedrill. Misty stammered, pointing tremblingly at a Beedrill not far ahead. Ash thought, I can't take this anymore. It was clearly about 100 meters away from her. He really didn't understand what she was so afraid of to scream like that. Ash couldn't help but complain in his heart. He couldn't stand that voice, which was truly overwhelming, and he felt like his ears were going to go deaf. I see it, it'll take care of it right now, Ash said as he sent out his Houndour, instinctively checking the opponent's stats with the system function. After reviewing the basic information of the Beedrill, Ash's eyes lit up. Wow. A golden legend. Pokemon Beedrill, gender male, level 3, ability shield, dust, protected from additional effects of moves. Potential champion, held item, none moves, poison, sting, string shot, bug bite. A Beedrill with champion level potential. This is a rare species that must be captured. No one can stop me. He remembered that there was a sniper ability enhancement card in the system space, which could be used once the Beedrill evolved into a Beedrill. The combination of bug sense and sniper double abilities for an attack boost was exciting to think about. Moreover, training a Beedrill was quite simple. You just enhance its speed and attack to cultivate a powerful physical attacker. Who wouldn't love that? Coincidentally, he had a Mega Stone for Beedrill in his possession, which made things even better. It's decided. Ash threw out Houndour's Pokeball. Woof! As soon as Houndour appeared, it fixed its gaze on the Beedrill, as if it had some deep-seated grudge. As a descendant of the forest bandit Beedrill, the Beedrill was provoked by Houndour and defiantly stared back, not backing down at all. Houndour used Flame Wheel to greet the opponent. Ash commanded without hesitation. Upon receiving the command, Houndour curled up into a wheel-shaped orange flames appearing on its body as it rolled towards the Beedrill. The Beedrill was quite brave, showing no signs of panic in the face of Houndour's assault. Instead, it hardened its resolve, spitting out white silk to try and slow down Houndour's Flame Wheel attack. However, this was of no use. It barely managed to hold off Houndour for a second before being engulfed by the flame. In that 1 second, the Beedrill gained no advantage and was swiftly defeated by Houndour. Without any hesitation, Ash took out a Pokeball and threw it, easily capturing the Beedrill inside. After being captured in the Pokeball, the Beedrill shook only twice before being successfully caught. I caught a Beedrill. As Ash picked up the Pokeball, he noticed something strange about a bush where a person was hiding. Upon seeing the person in the bush, Ash quickly recalled the plot from the anime. Thinking about how he had let go of his champion-level potential Beedrill, and the smug look on that person's face made Ash's emotions stir. Even though the original plot no longer concerned him much, it didn't stop him from wanting to give that person a good beating. After all, who told him to be so arrogant, letting others' Pokémon go and acting so high and mighty? He could tell that this person had never faced society's harsh realities, so he decided to give him a complete life experience. Yes, that's it. Satisfied with this thought, Ash nodded, and then decisively struck, vanishing from his spot in an instant, startling Misty behind him. Wow, are you performing a magic trick of disappearing? After Ash vanished, he appeared behind the swordsman boy, placing a hand on his head and forcing his face to the ground, pressing him down hard. What are you doing sneaking around with a controlled knife? Planning to rob someone? Ash questioned with righteous indignation. I'm not a robber. Ouch, that hurts. The swordsman boy exclaimed as his face made contact with the ground. As is well known, the ground is usually sandy, and with Ash pressing down so hard and occasionally rubbing his face against the ground, it naturally scraped his face painfully. If you're not a robber, then why are you carrying such dangerous weapons in a place like this? If you're not a robber, then what else could you be? Ash questioned fiercely. I'm just a Pokemon trainer waiting here for trainers from Pallet Town to complete challenges. The swordsman boy quickly explained, feeling the pressure on his head increasing. Oh, is that so? Ash, seeing that the swordsman boy had explained himself, relaxed his grip significantly before finally letting him go. After all the other party had explained and the lesson had been imparted, he just wanted to relive that anger from the anime. Now that the great revenge had been taken, his anger naturally dissipated. After Ash released the swordsman boy, he stood up, looking very displeased as he fixed a fierce gaze on Ash, as if harboring a deep grudge. The swordsman boy was understandably resentful, as no one would feel good being treated that way for no reason. Fueled by resentment, the swordsman boy drew his sword and waited for an opportunity to strike, planning a sneak attack. You actually drew your sword to sneak attack. You truly are a robber. Seeing that the swordsman boy was still intent on making a move, Ash's eyes revealed a fierce glint. The warrior youth opened his mouth, intending to say something, but Xiaoji did not give him a chance to speak at all. With a swift movement as quick as lightning, he pinned him back to the ground. It seems I should take you to Miss Junsha instead, Xiaoji murmured while holding the warrior youth down. Wait, please don't send me to Miss Junsha, I know I was wrong. Upon hearing Miss Junsha's name, the warrior youth panicked, instantly begging for mercy. Oh, why? Is it because of the controlled knives? Or perhaps you were never clean to begin with, Xiaoji said with a playful expression as he looked at the warrior youth. After listening to the warrior youth's words, Xiaoji recalled a rule within the alliance: illegal possession of dangerous controlled knives would incur certain penalties. Seeing his flustered demeanor, it was clear he had indeed violated this rule. Moreover, the punishment was merely a fine, yet he looked so panicked. This made Xiaoji seriously suspect that this kid had something dirty behind him, prompting him to have a small idea and personally interrogate him. After hearing Ziotis' words, the warrior youth also appeared somewhat flustered, as if there really was something significant behind him. Xiaoji keenly captured his anxious emotions, which confirmed his suspicion that this person had indeed some unsavory dealings. Otherwise, why would he panic so much at the thought of being sent to Miss Junsha? Forget it, never mind. Let's first take him to Miss Junsha and let the psychic sprite investigate. After all, this person happened to have committed a little offense, so sending him to Miss Junsha to resolve it seems quite reasonable. However, shortly after this thought crossed his mind, Xiaoji suddenly remembered that his psychic ability included hypnosis, and he should still be able to ask him questions. Thinking of this, Xiaoji wasted no time and used it directly. He fixed his eyes on the warrior youth, whose state visibly shifted to one of dazedness as a blue glow emanated from Ziotis' eyes. Speak. What crime have you committed to be so afraid of Miss Junsha? Xiaoji questioned, controlling the warrior youth's mind with his powers. Human trafficking of sprites, selling controlled knives, afraid of imprisonment. That's why I'm scared of Miss Junsha, the warrior youth replied foolishly. Goodness. You seem quite honest, yet you've committed 2 illegal acts in succession. No wonder you're so afraid. After hearing what he said, Xiaoji understood why he had been so frightened. Combined, these two offenses could easily land him in jail for over 2 years, and that's without a ceiling on the sentence. The Alliance has always been opposed to illegal trafficking of wild sprites, and the penalties for such actions would increase based on how many sprites were sold. If the situation was severe, it could be over 10 years. It's no wonder this person is so scared. As for the trafficking of controlled knives, the penalties are lighter, but if the situation is serious, an additional 3 years would be tacked on. This means that if both offenses are serious, he could face at least 13 years in prison. No wonder the warrior youth is terrified. Xiaoji initially predicted that this kid must have committed a serious offense. Of course, he didn't want to manage it himself and planned to hand it over to Miss Junsha, as he was not a professional. Professional matters should be handled by professionals. At this moment, Xiaoxia, who had been watching from the side, walked. Xiaoji, what was that just now? Xiaoxia approached and asked. It's just as you think, Xiaoji nodded. At first, he indeed did not want to reveal his abilities. However, after deep contemplation, he ultimately believed that since he would be traveling with Xiaoxia for such a long time, it was likely that one day his psychic abilities would be exposed. Yes, I am a psychic. That was teleportation, one of my abilities, Xiaoji explained. So you are truly a... Xiaoxia was stunned upon hearing Xiaoda's explanation. After all, individuals with such abilities are quite rare among humans. Now that she could witness such a person in person and interact with him, it was only natural that she felt shocked. I never expected to see a psychic. It's truly incredible, Xiaoxia exclaimed. That's a bit exaggerated. Xiaoji chuckled slightly as he took a rope from his backpack, beginning to bind the warrior youth, preparing to take him to Miss Junsha. Was that blue light in your eyes your psychic ability? After learning the truth, Xiaoxia began to bombard Xiaoji with questions. Fortunately, Xiaoji was in a good mood at the moment, answering all her questions without showing any impatience. Clearly, he was aware of what would happen after revealing his abilities, hence his patience. As for the bound warrior youth, he was forcibly led by Xiaoji, using his psychic powers, guiding him along the path towards Nibi City. If an ordinary person were to use their psychic powers this way, they would have probably fainted long ago. But Xiaoji was no ordinary person. Not only did he possess 3 abilities, but he could also convert the other 2 powers into psychic energy whenever his psychic energy was about to run out. Thus, under the day's guidance of the warrior youth, Xiaoji and Xiaoxia finally arrived in the city of Nibi. The time spent was less than 2 days. Xiaoxia and Xiaoji, under the guidance of the warrior youth, easily arrived at their destination, Nibi City. However, Xiaoji, having mostly focused on controlling the warrior youth's mind during the journey, felt a considerable drain on his mental energy and only relaxed upon seeing the city of Nibi. Yet this relaxation caused him to suddenly weaken in his legs due to the excessive mental exhaustion, nearly causing him to fall. Fortunately, Xiaoxia had been attentively watching Xiaoji. Upon witnessing this, she quickly caught him, and due to his nearly depleted energy, he fell into her embrace. How uncomfortable. This thought flashed through Xiaoji's mind as he fell into Xiaoxia's arms, before he completely lost consciousness. After an unknown amount of time, when he awoke again, he found himself lying in a bed surrounded by the scent of disinfectant. Ouch! That hurts, Xiaoji complained while holding his head. He sat up and surveyed his surroundings, discovering he was on a hospital bed among many others. As he looked around, he noticed someone was actually sleeping beside his bed, and it was clear she was in deep slumber. Who else could be sleeping next to his bed other than Xiaoxia? Judging by her appearance, she must have stayed by his side since last night. Without leaving, otherwise, she wouldn't have fallen asleep on his bed. Seeing Xiaoxia sleeping soundly, she couldn't bear to disturb her, so he quietly got out of bed as if he were a thief. The first thing he did after getting out of bed was to find his travel backpack. After retrieving it, he took out a red jacket and put it on. Dressed, Xiaoji intended to leave the ward to eat, but upon glancing at Xiaoxia, who was still sound asleep, he hesitated. Thinking about how she had taken care of him all night, he felt it was inappropriate to leave the ward without doing anything. After a moment of contemplation, he took out a blue jacket from his backpack and gently covered Xiaoxia with it. Once he covered her, Xiaoji went out to find something to eat. When he returned, he had 2 loaves of bread, a packet of ketchup, and 3 cartons of milk in his hands. Xiaoji first approached Pikachu, who was sleeping soundly in purple attire, and couldn't help but smile before softly calling out to it. Pikachu, wake up, it's time to eat. Xiaoji took out a high-grade electric energy cube from the system space, dipped it in a bit of ketchup, and placed it in front of Pikachu's nose. Upon hearing the call, Pikachu did not move at all, perhaps because the voice was too soft. However, when Xiaoji placed the ketchup-dipped energy cube in front of it, Pikachu sniffed, seemingly catching the scent of food. Pikachu groggily opened its sleepy eyes and was surprised to see its favorite ketchup and high-grade energy cube. Just after waking up, Pikachu thought it might have been mistaken and rubbed its eyes only to confirm that what lay before it was indeed its beloved food. Pika. Now that it could see clearly, Pikachu noticed its master Xiaoji was awake and exclaimed in surprise. Should Pikachu be quiet? Xiaoxia is sleeping, it don't wake her up, Xiaoji advised softly as he noticed Pikachu's voice was a bit loud. However, his advice clearly came too late as Xiaoxia had already woken up. What's wrong, Pikachu? Are you hungry? Upon waking, Xiao rubbed her eyes and asked, initially thinking it was Pikachu that was hungry. Only when she raised her head did she realize that Xiao was awake. Oh, Xiao, you're finally awake. Xiao exclaimed in delight upon seeing Xiao. Pika Pika. Pikachu, seeing that Xiao was awake, boldly called out. By the looks of you, it seems I must have been unconscious for quite a while. Xiao remarked with a hint of confusion, looking at Xiao and Pikachu. You were unconscious for 2 days and 2 nights. If it weren't for Nurse Joy saying you were just overly fatigued, I would have thought you were in serious trouble. Thankfully you are fine now, Xiao replied, looking relieved. I was out for 2 days and 2 nights. I wasted so much time. Xiao couldn't help but frown after hearing Xiao's words. Having been unconscious for 2 days, he realized he had wasted valuable time to become stronger. This thought made Xiao feel a pang of regret. With the court's conference only 6 months away, he felt it was a significant loss to squander 2 days of opportunity to grow stronger. By the way, what about that warrior? Did you hand him over to Miss Jun Xia? Xiao suddenly remembered the warrior youth they had captured and brought it up. I did, Xiao nodded. Did you get the reward for reporting him? Xiao inquired. Huh, what reward for reporting? Xiao was taken aback by Xiao's question, clearly caught off guard, as this was a topic she was unfamiliar with. You don't know about the reward system the league set up to encourage people to report criminals. If you report someone successfully, you can receive 250 poke dollars. Otherwise, do you think I would have gone through so much trouble to bring him to the police station? Xiao looked at Xiao. If others were unaware, that would be one thing, but as a member of a gym trainer, she should know about this, which is why he was surprised. Well, I didn't know. Xiao lowered her head a bit, shyly aware that she had missed out on the reward. Seeing Xiao like this, Xiao knew she missed the reward and couldn't help but sigh. If you didn't get it, that's fine, Xiao sighed and waved his hand dismissively, as if letting it go. Although it was a bit of a pity not to receive the reward this time, thinking about Team Rocket's trio, he began to feel his mood decline again. If Team Rocket knew Xiao's thoughts at this moment, they would probably be cursing him already. Even if they didn't know now, they would still be swearing when they got caught later. It was just a matter of time. Meanwhile, the Team Rocket trio far away suddenly felt an inexplicable malice directed at them. Musashi Nyarth, did you feel that? Kojiro asked first. I felt it. Musashi nodded in agreement. I felt it too. Nyarth also nodded in agreement. Due to the need to escort the warrior boy to Miss Junsha, Xiaoji did not capture any Pokémon along the way, nor did he engage in any battles. Consequently, this also resulted in Zyoda's Pokémon, except for the horn bug, evolving into armored pupae by consuming high-level energy blocks infused with poison and magical candies. Furthermore, the Houndour also consumed a magical candy and leveled up, while the other Pokémon remained at their original levels without any changes. When using the magical candy, Xiaoji helplessly recalled how he had been devoured of so many magical candies by Xiaomao when they were young, suddenly feeling a pang of heartache. How could he not feel heartache over such a divine item that could allow Pokémon to level up unconditionally being consumed so much by Xiaomao? Heartache aside, what Xiaoji was more concerned about was whether Xiaomao, after eating so many magical candies, had evolved into a humanoid divine beast. If he truly became a humanoid divine beast, Xiaoji would have to consider whether to capture him with a Pokeball. After all, having consumed so many magical candies, it would be unreasonable for him not to become Zyodas. As Xiaoji casually pondered this, Xiaomao, who was far away, suddenly shivered, feeling a sense of foreboding. I wonder what that guy Xiaoji is up to now, and if he has become even a fraction as powerful as I am, Xiaomao murmured as he looked towards the direction of Nibi City. Forget it, as my lifelong rival, he should be doing just fine. I really look forward to our next meeting. But I can't shake this feeling of ominous premonition since the day I started my journey. And it seems to be getting worse. Is it just my illusion? Xiaomao recalled that the day he started his journey should have been a day of joy, yet he was surrounded by this unsettling feeling. Young Master Xiaomao, what are you thinking about? Share it with us to lighten our spirits. Yeah, it's nothing much, just a trivial matter. Forget it, no more thoughts on that. The most important thing now is to enjoy the journey. Xiaomao laughed heartily while hugging his 2 beautiful companions. Meanwhile, Xiaoji was having breakfast with Xiaoxia. Xiaoxia, wait for me at the Pokemon Center for a moment. I need to go to the river, and we'll be back soon. After finishing breakfast, Xiaoji told Xiaoxia. Okay, hurry back. Xiaoxia was momentarily taken aback, then nodded. Alright. After leaving those words, Xiaoji began to jog. Upon reaching the main street, he looked at the unfamiliar roads, unsure of where to go. So he randomly approached someone and asked for directions to the lake, river, or stream. After receiving a rough idea of the location, he tipped the person and hurriedly ran off. After searching for a while, he found a sparsely populated stream a distance outside the city. Xiaoji, being quite vigilant, sensed his surroundings. After confirming that there was no one nearby, he released Magikarp. This is the same kind of candy you ate last time. Consume this candy, and then you will evolve. In the meantime, I will have you eat something that can enhance your potential. This is crucial, and you must hold off on evolving until I say so, understand? Xiaoji said seriously to Magikarp. Magikarp's silly fish eyes gave a blank expression, making it impossible to tell if he understood. Fortunately, with his psychic abilities, Xiaoji had already learned telepathy and could directly understand what the After using his psychic telepathy, Xiaoji easily understood the words spoken. After receiving Magikarp's agreement, he relievedly fed the magical candy to Magikarp. Upon swallowing the magical candy, a dazzling light of evolution suddenly erupted from Magikarp's body. Even though it was daytime, this brilliant light nearly blinded Xiaoda's titanium alloy eyes. Fortunately, Xiaoji happened to have a pair of sunglasses in his chaotic Universal System Space backpack. He skillfully took them out and put them on. After completing this, Xiaoji retrieved something else from the system space, a small indigo-colored orb about the size of the glass marbles he played with as a child. Small indigo orb, a gem that fell from Kyogre when it awakened 1,000,000 years ago, containing 1% of Kyogre's power. After system modification, it can be fed to water-type Pokémon, significantly enhancing their potential. There is a small chance they may inherit the power contained within Kyogre and learn Kyogre's exclusive skill, Origin Pulse. This orb was obtained when Xiaoji was very young during a research project he attended with Professor Okido and Haruku. After completing a special sign-in, Xiaoji had 10 more such divine beast-level resources in his system space. Here, Magikarp, eat this orb, and you will be able to complete your evolution. Xiaoji placed the small indigo orb into Magikarp's mouth. After consuming the orb, Magikarp, who had been suppressing the light of evolution, finally let go and stopped suppressing it. Magikarp's body, shining with the light of evolution, slowly began to swell, ultimately stabilizing at a height of 8 meters. After Magikarp, Gyarados successfully stabilized its form. Logically, the light of evolution should have disappeared by now. However, the light of evolution on Gyarados did not disappear. On the contrary, the white light began to transform into a strange blue phenomenon, which was highly unusual. It was evident that the current situation was due to the effects of the indigo orb. Wrapped in azure light, the Gyarados suddenly reared its head and unleashed a thunderous, furious roar toward the heavens. As time elapsed, the radiant blue glow gradually dissipated, revealing its magnificent crimson-hued form, vast, powerful, and flawlessly perfected. Roar! Having received the divine blessing of the legendary Pokémon Kyogre, the Gyarados let loose another earth-shaking bellow upon completing its evolution. Ash gazed upon the newly transformed Gyarados, majestic, awe-inspiring, and felt an unprecedented sense of security emanating from it, its presence strikingly noble and commanding. Upon witnessing Gyarados' successful evolution, Ash opened his system interface to review its Pokémon Gyarados, shiny and gender, female and level 30 and ability, overconfidence. When it defeats an opponent, its confidence surges, sharply boosting its attack stat. N. Potential Quasi-Deaton held item non-in moves: Leap, Tackle, Bite, Leer, Whirlwind, Thrash, Aqua Ring, Ice Fang, Brine Knight, Shade, Waterfall, Origin Pulse. What the A? No wonder this indigo pearl fell from Kyogre himself. It's astonishing. 10 levels gained in an instant, and its potential leapt 3 tiers. And it even mastered Kyogre's signature move, Origin Pulse. Ash cried out in exhilaration, his composure utterly shattered, his persona completely undone, overwhelmed by sheer uncontainable elation. Though elated, Ash quickly regained his composure. He recalled a skill he had once acquired via daily sign-in in the system space, one perfectly suited for Gyarados. Sea Dragon's Roar, an extraordinary technique capable of summoning water tornadoes anywhere, even on solid land. Why is it named Sea Dragon's Roar rather than Water Tornado? Because its activation requires at least 3 concurrent water tornadoes, and most remarkably, the number of tornadoes scales dynamically with the Pokémon's strength. That very trait likely inspired its name, not merely a whirlwind, but a sovereign sea dragon's commanding. Without hesitation, Ash retrieved the move from the system space and immediately imparted it to Gyarados. Gyarados, instinctively mastering Sea Dragon's Roar, spontaneously unleashed it. Instantly, 3 colossal water tornadoes erupted from the nearby stream. Fierce gales howled outward, tearing across the landscape. Any object drawn near was violently sucked in, unleashing devastating destruction. One vortex surged directly toward Ash, generating an immense suction force, threatening to drown Pikachu. Startled by the sudden assault, Pikachu bristled atop Ash's shoulder, already charging electricity, preparing thunder as its ultimate counter. Caught entirely off guard, Ash momentarily froze. Yet his reflexes swiftly recovered. Just as he prepared to teleport away, the water tornadoes dissolved autonomously. Both Ash and Pikachu stood stunned. What just happened? A moment earlier, Ash had fully expected Gyarados, now evolved, to turn hostile. He'd already readied teleport. Ash, I had teleport locked and loaded, and you vanished. In Pikachu, I'd already charged thunder, and that's all you've got. Roar. Seeing Ash's bewildered expression, Gyarados briefly wore a mischievous grin, clearly deliberate, before swiftly masking it with gentle concern, tenderly checking whether Ash and Pikachu were unharmed. Ash and Pikachu exchanged glances, deeply unsettled. Which Pokémon, aside from that one Charizard, pulls such pranks immediately after evolving? The duo exchanged a knowing look, a seamless wordless dialogue born of long companionship. Ash, she's far too cheeky. Why not zap her with thunder? Teach her some respect, or your authority as senior partner will lose all credibility. Pikachu nodded approvingly. Your reasoning is sound. The pair stood in perfect silent accord. With resolve crystallized, Pikachu feigned loss of control, then summoned a searing bolt of lightning that struck Gyarados midair. The thunderbolt coursed through the stream, triggering a powerful electric conduction effect, doubling its impact. Gyarados writhed in anguish. Yet once recovered, Pikachu stepped forward, bashfully scratching its head, offering a disarmingly sincere apology. Its performance was so masterful that Ash, watching nearby, couldn't help but murmur, flawless acting. Ash hadn't intended to discipline Gyarados. After all, he'd used a friend ball during capture, and consistently reinforced their bond with the soothing energy of the Viridian Forest's harmonic force. Yet even so, her post-evolution defiance left him quietly disheartened, though not entirely surprised. As an assistant to the renowned Professor Oak, Ash had studied Gyarados extensively, knowing full well that violent genetic impulses almost invariably surface upon evolution. He'd anticipated this outcome. After all, expecting deep mutual trust after mere days of partnership was little more than wishful fantasy. Still, Ash resolved to persist, believing the gentle, empathic resonance of harmonic force would ultimately forge genuine kinship between them. Gyarados had nearly raged, until sensing Pikachu's overwhelming aura and the raw power of its thunder. Instantly, she recoiled, shrinking into timid submission, casting furtive, anxious glances toward Pikachu. Pikachu's level was staggeringly higher, 25 tiers above hers, and with Thunder's elemental advantage, resistance was futile. Pick up, Pikachu. I'm your elder brother. This human is my elder brother, and therefore yours. You'll obey elder brother without question. Understood? Having delivered its verdict, Pikachu leapt back onto Ash's shoulder, and with deliberate emphasis patted Ash's shoulder, addressing Gyarados squarely. Gyarados meekly nodded, her posture now that of a cowed, trembling consort stripped entirely of her earlier swagger and irreverence. Pika brother, I've disciplined her for you. As a psychic type with innate telepathic attunement, Ash effortlessly comprehended every word. He glanced at the subdued Gyarados, then at Pikachu, his loyal partner, now unmistakably reshaped by years of shared adventure, diverging subtly, yet profoundly from his original self, and fell into quiet contemplation. Had he inadvertently altered Pikachu's nature? And no, this wasn't his fault. It was Pikachu's doing. Nice. Absolutely. Entirely Pikachu's. Ash stroked his chin steadfastly, refusing to accept any personal responsibility. Trainer, your Pokémon has fully recovered. Please take good care of it. Miss Joy said as she handed all the Thank you, Miss Joy. Ash replied while receiving them and expressing his gratitude. Miss Joy smiled. Ash nodded, picked up his Pokeballs, and turned to see Misty waiting for him not far away. Ash. Misty called out to him with a wave of her hand upon seeing him with the Pokeballs. I'm coming. Ash responded, walking over at a leisurely pace. Once they met, they set off towards the Pewter City Gym to challenge it. Before long, they arrived at their destination, the Pewter Gym. The Pewter Gym was adorned with rocks, making it obvious what type of gym it was. However, when they arrived, they saw a man standing at the entrance. Uncle Wu Nong, what are you doing here? Misty asked when she saw the man. Wu Nong, is this really him? I clearly fainted, and now he's involved. I hope this doesn't mean Brock will travel with me next. Upon hearing the man's name, Ash felt a sense of disbelief, but he didn't dwell on it. Oh, it's you. Wu Nang turned to look at Ash and Misty. Do we know each other? Ash asked, somewhat puzzled. Oh, I almost forgot to tell you, it was Uncle Wu Nang who carried you to the hospital. How could I as a girl possibly carry a boy like you? Misty explained, blushing and scratching her head. So that's how it is. Ash turned to look at Wu Nang after hearing, thank you for your help, I really appreciate it. Ash said, bowing to Wu Nang as a gesture of gratitude. No need to be so polite. Wu Nang said expressionlessly, then pulled out a card reader from his pocket and handed it to Ash, saying service fee, 1,000 Poké. Do you prefer cash or card? Ash and Misty were momentarily stunned at Wu Nang's words. Ahem, when I carried you back, I couldn't conduct my business that day, and carrying you was quite exhausting, so I had to charge for it. Wu Nang seemed to be worried about the misunderstanding and thoughtfully explained. After hearing this, Ash, who wasn't short on money, didn't hesitate and took out a card from his backpack to swipe it. Misty wanted to advise Ash, but he moved too quickly, leaving her no chance to react. Alright, I'm done. Ash said. This time it was Wu Nang who was left stunned. He glanced at his card reader, a perplexing thought suddenly arising in his mind. Am I losing out here? Thank you. Wu Nang said after receiving the payment. Are you here to challenge the Pewter Gym? Yes. Ash nodded. Then you better be prepared. The gym leader here is a very formidable trainer. Wu Nang turned to look at the gym behind him, speaking meaningfully. Is that so? I actually feel sorry for this gym leader. I heard that his father went missing while trying to become a Pokémon master, leaving him to care for his 10 younger siblings alone after his mother remarried. Such a pity that a family was ruined because of a father like that. Ash said with a look of sympathy. After hearing Ash's words, Wu Ning fell into a deep silence. Every word Ash had spoken felt like a sharp blade piercing through his heart, filling him with immense guilt. So the Pewter Gym leader is really that unfortunate. Misty also looked at the Pewter Gym with great sympathy after hearing this. Yes, having a father like that is indeed quite pitiful, Wu Ning said with a dejected expression. Indeed, but I believe this gym leader must still hope for his father. Regardless of what his father did, he should choose to forgive. After all, he wouldn't want his younger siblings to grow up without a father at such a young age. Ash glanced at the Pewter Gym, then cast a meaningful look at Wu Ning. This was not just a casual remark from Ash. After all, in the original story, Brock did not choose to hate his father upon their reunion, so Ash's words were not mere nonsense. When Wu Ning noticed Ash's gaze, he suddenly froze, feeling that this seemingly young boy somehow knew about his identity, though he couldn't quite understand why. Wu Ning found this quite unbelievable, but as he thought about it carefully, he realized he didn't know anyone like him from his memories. Moreover, this boy appeared to be only in his teens. How could he have known him back then? Thus this thought was quickly dismissed. In any case, I still want to sincerely thank you for your help before, Mr. Wu Ning. I need to go inside to challenge the gym now. See you next time. After Ash expressed his gratitude, once more he headed towards the Pewter Gym. Goodbye, Uncle Wu Ning. Until Misty followed closely behind, entering the Pewter Gym, with Ash leaving Wu Ning alone in deep thought. Ash pushed open the large door of the gym and found it pitch dark inside. To see better, he released his Houndour to emit a small flame for illumination. It's so dark. Why is this gym so dark? Misty couldn't help but complain as she looked around at the darkness. It's probably because the gym leader has to support his siblings. To save money, he doesn't turn on the lights. He will probably turn them on only after we go in. Ash explained casually. Wow, Ash, you're really understanding. Misty felt that Ash's explanation made sense after learning about Brock's situation. It's nothing but just human nature. The more you see and think, the more you understand. Ash smiled and explained in response to Misty's compliment. After their conversation, they took just a few steps and soon arrived at the center of the gym. Should I pursue the gentle and kind Miss Joy, or the bold and spirited Officer Jenny? Both choices seem agonizingly difficult. What if I choose both? No, that would make me look utterly shallow. I mustn't do that. Koda's hearing was extraordinarily acute. Even from 100 meters away across the arena, he caught Koda's quiet muttering. I never imagined you'd turn out to be this kind of Koda. Where has the steadfast, single-minded Koda I remember gone? After overhearing Koda's murmurs, Satoshi silently raised a thumb in admiration. The moment Koda sensed movement outside, his expression snapped into solemn focus. As the two entered the inner sanctum of the gym, a single lamp flared to life in the darkness. The moment Koda sensed movement outside, his expression snapped into solemn focus. As the two entered the inner sanctum of the gym, a single lamp flared to life in the darkness. I am Cho, Satoshi of Pallet Town, the ultimate rookie trainer. Satoshi instantly slipped into character. Pikachu. Perched atop Satoshi's shoulder, Pikachu stood tall. His violet haori rippling as though stirred by an unseen wind, arms crossed, issuing confident chirps that radiated charisma and unmistakable star power. Oh, this is the first time I've ever seen Pikachu styled like this, and it looks downright spectacular. Koda's attention immediately locked onto the charismatic Pikachu perched on Satoshi's shoulder. Pikachu, well, you've got excellent taste. I approve. Pikachu puffed up with pride upon hearing. Satoshi, who understood every word, could only sigh inwardly. You're not just plump. You're practically wheezing with arrogance. Meanwhile, his conviction deepened. This Pikachu's mental state was decidedly unorthodox. Damn it. This Pikachu has clearly been led astray. It's all Shigeru's fault. He corrupted my Pikachu. Next time we meet, I'll give him a proper scolding. Far away, Shigeru, cradling two girlfriends, sneezed sharply. Why do I suddenly feel an ominous... And what about your companion beside you? Is she also here to challenge me? Koda had nearly said, young lady, but upon glancing at her flat chest, he abruptly revised his phrasing, his interest visibly evaporating. Not at all. I'm only here to watch him battle, not to challenge. Kasumi shook her head. Oh, I see. Koda nodded thoughtfully, then turned his gaze back to Satoshi. The match rules are double battle. Victory goes to the side whose Pokémon are all rendered unable to battle. Agreed. No objections, Satoshi replied, shaking his head. Then let the battle begin, now. With a crisp snap of his fingers, Koda illuminated the entire arena. My first combatant is this one, Geodude. He hurled a Pokeball skyward and Geodude, a compact gray spherical rock Pokémon, materialized onto the battlefield. Seeing it, Satoshi broke into a confident grin. It's you, I choose you. Satoshi tossed the redand white Pokeball containing Gyarados. Roar. A colossal, gleaming crimson Gyarados erupted onto the field, its thunderous roar reverberating with raw primal might. Oh, A Gyarados, and a shiny one at that. You've got remarkable luck, kid. Kota gazed at the radiant Gyarados with undisguised envy. After all, shiny Pokémon were legendary rarities, fleeting blessings never guaranteed. Just a stroke of luck. Nothing more. Satoshi chuckled modestly, scratching the back of his head. Yet few could claim such fortune, Kota replied with a wry smile. Then wasted no more words, launching his assault without delay. Geodude, Sandstorm. Gyarados, Hydro Pump. Geodude struck first, summoning swirling gusts of sand that choked the battlefield. Gyarados countered with a torrential vortex of water, effortlessly trapping Geodude within its churning currents. Excellent, Geodude dig. Spotting an opening, Kota opted for endurance, planning to wage war beneath the storm. Gyarados, Brine, aimed straight into the burrow. Satoshi countered instantly. No, Geodude emerged. Kota shouted in alarm. Geodude's hands blurred as it vanished beneath the earth, leaving only disturbed soil behind. But Gyarados, possessing a longer, more sinuous body than ordinary specimens, simply arched its massive frame downward and lunged directly into the freshly dug tunnel mouth, unleashing brine point-blank into the darkness. In moments, Geodude was blasted forth, dazed, disoriented, scrambling blindly from the earth. Though freed, Geodude quickly registered Gyarados' vulnerable underbelly, exposed by its contorted posture, and drove a powerful punch straight into its abdomen. Roar! Gyarados roared in agony. Outstanding, Geodude. Kota cheered, elated by the waterfall. At that instant, Satoshi commanded. Gyarados' aura surged violently. It launched forward with blinding speed, slamming Geodude before it could react. Miscalculated. I didn't anticipate that. Kota groaned, slapping his forehead. Geodude, heavy slam counterattack. Yet Geodude remained frozen, motionless, unresponsive. Could it be? Already hit the 20% flinch chance. Kota stared at the paralyzed Geodude and instantly grasped the cause. Waterfall's unique effect. A 20% chance to inflict flinching, rendering the target unable to act for one turn. But that wasn't the worst of it. What followed was far worse. Gyarados, Ice Fang. Satoshi seized the opportunity, issuing the decisive order without hesitation. As Gyarados lunged, Hydro Pump's secondary effect, the follow-up damage from prior brine, activated. Timing was flawless. Ice Fang struck precisely as the Hydro Pump surge reached its peak, triggering six-fold critical damage and freezing Geodude solid on impact. The rock Pokémon collapsed, instantly incapacitated. Kota stared silently at Geodude, frozen, defeated. His mind flooded with a single unspoken. Snapping back to reality, Kota recalled Geodude, then gave Satoshi a long, inscrutable look. Unbelievable, absolutely absurd. The Gyarados let out a fierce roar after defeating the Geodude, clearly overwhelmed by its own confidence. Xiao Gang, watching the roaring Gyarados, understood exactly what had just happened as a breeder. If I'm not mistaken, your Gyarados has the ability of overconfidence, right? Xiao Gang squinted as he speculated. As expected of the gym leader of the Nibi Gym, your insight is remarkable to notice that. Xiaoji simply smiled in response. This is troublesome, Xiao Gang thought, suddenly feeling a wave of exhaustion. After all, regardless of the situation, the water type has a 4 times advantage over all his Pokémon, and now with the enhancement from overconfidence, it was simply a daunting challenge. For a moment, Xiao Gang thought about giving up, but then he remembered that he was a gym leader and steeled himself. Go. My final trump card, Onix. Xiao Gang threw out his last Pokémon. A massive Onix made up of large gray rocks appeared in the arena. As the enormous body landed, it created a thunderous sound, showcasing just how terrifying its weight was. 2 colossal beings, both 8 meters tall, glared at each other, unwilling to back down. Gyarados used Water Gun. This time Xiao Ji seized the initiative. Onix, be ready to dodge and find the opportunity to counterattack. Xiao Gang was not slow to react, indicating that he was also taking this battle seriously. The Gyarados shot out a jet of water, aiming straight for Onix. Before Onix even saw the water gun, it began to twist its massive body around the surrounding rock pillars, using them to block the water attack. Onix managed to dodge, but Xiaoji pushed down his hat and smiled slightly. Gyarados used Dragon Rage. What is Dragon Rage? Does Gyarados even know that move? Xiao Gang was momentarily taken aback, appearing somewhat confused. As a breeder, he had never heard of this move, and his first reaction was one of surprise. However, he quickly lost his composure as Gyarados executed the move. Roar! The red-bodied Gyarados suddenly raised its head and roared at the ceiling, causing 3 water tornadoes to appear, wreaking havoc in the surroundings. The rock pillars that Onix had used as shields were all destroyed by the water tornadoes, leaving no pillars standing in the arena. Upon witnessing this scene, Xiao Gang could hardly contain his excitement. Wow, I can apply for repair costs from the league again and treat my younger siblings to a feast. However, his excitement lasted only a brief moment before he realized that his Pokémon was still battling Nanny. When he regained his senses, Onix was still being ravaged by the 3 water tornadoes, and his previously elated mood plunged into despair. The howling winds from the tornadoes roared fiercely. Having experienced it once, Xiao Ji knew his hat might get blown away, so he kept pressing it down. Before long, Onyx was defeated in one blow by Xiao Ji's Gyarados. The 4 times damage hit a critical point, and the effect of the move was extraordinary, completing it almost in an instant. Xiao Gang looked at the Onyx that had lost its combat ability, and he couldn't help but sigh, then pulled out a Pokeball. "Thank you, Onyx," Xiao Gang murmured as he looked at the Pokeball in his hand. Xiao Ji glanced at the Gyarados, which was now vying for his attention, and smiled helplessly. "Roar, I want a big meal." Gyarados, while speaking, did not forget to glare at Pikachu on Xiao Ji's shoulder. "Alright, I understand." Xiao Ji acknowledged, then recalled Gyarados into its Pokeball. Pikachu expressed its helplessness at Gyarados' rudeness by shrugging its shoulders, looking like an elder brother worried about his younger sibling. "Pikachu, what are you doing?" Xiao Ji looked at Pikachu's expression with a mix of amusement and exasperation, unable to hold back a laugh. "Pikachu, feeling sad for my little brother's ignorance." "Pikachu, what are you doing?" Xiao Ji looked at Pikachu's expression with a mix of amusement and exasperation, unable to hold back a laugh. Xiao Ji said as he stroked Pikachu's chin. "Pika Pika." As soon as Pikachu heard about the ketchup, "You have a great bond with your Pokémon. You're a wonderful trainer." Xiao Gang, who had been watching from a distance, approached and said, "Of course. I've been with Pikachu for 4 years. Our bond is naturally strong, right, Pikachu?" "Of course. I've been with Pikachu for 4 years. Our bond is naturally strong, right, Pikachu?" "For years. That's a long time. No wonder your bond is so good. What about your Gyarados?" Xiao Gang asked with an understanding expression. "Oh, her. I just caught her not long ago." Xiao Ji, aware of Xiao Gang's intent, told a little white lie. "I see. May I ask what move your Gyarados just used?" Xiao Gang, sensing it was the right moment, began. "I don't know either. I just discovered she could use that move when I caught her. I'm not sure how it happened." Xiao Ji continued. After all, with the existence of the system, he didn't dare to reveal it. He feared that if he did, the League would find out, and then he would be dissected by Professor Oak and others, which would not be a good thing. So that's how it is. Hearing that Xiao Ji was also unclear, Xiao Gang felt slightly disappointed and understood that Xiao Ji was signaling him to stop asking. "This represents your victory over me and is the badge of the Nibby Gym. It will be yours from now on." Xiao Gang handed over a badge that resembled a stone. "Thank you." Xiao Ji accepted it with gratitude. "You're welcome. It's what you deserve." Xiao Gang shook his head. "I must say, this is the first time I've seen such a fierce trainer defeating my trump card Onyx in just 2 rounds, something I've never encountered before." The next morning, Little Ji got up early as usual to begin his daily. "Xiao Gang, do you still want to become a breeder?" Suddenly a person walked in through the door, loudly asking Xiao. Xiao Ji was a bit confused upon hearing this. What's going on? Wu Neng has figured things out so quickly. Upon seeing the person standing at the door, Xiao Gang's eyes were filled with disbelief, and the word father slipped. "Xiao Gang." Wu Neng lowered his head in shame, and said apologetically, "I'm sorry for making you suffer all these years." "No, I'm fine, Dad. As long as you're back, that's all that matters." After seeing his father again, tears streamed down Xiao Gang's face uncontrollably. The father and son reunited, speechless, and the only way to relieve the longing of not seeing each other for so long was through a big bear hug. After a while, the two of them released each other. "Young man, thank you for your enlightenment. Otherwise, I might never have come back in my lifetime." Wu Neng turned to Xiao Ji and sincerely thanked him. "It's nothing. You're too polite, Uncle Wu Neng. I just mentioned it casually, and I never thought you would be the father of Xiao Gang." Xiao Ji shook his head. "Regardless, I still have to thank you." Wu Neng said seriously. "Uncle Wu Neng, you really don't need to thank me. I believe that even without my help, you will one day be able to rely on yourself to return to Xiao Gang's side." Xiao Ji looked at Wu Neng's sincere and passionate eyes, feeling a bit shy as he scratched the back of his head. "Young man, may I ask you for a favor?" Wu Neng suddenly asked. "Oh, what is it?" "I'm more than willing to help Uncle Wu Neng." Upon hearing this, Xiao Ji realized that Wu Neng was looking for a caretaker. "Xiao Gang, all these years, because of me, I delayed your opportunity to pursue your dreams. As your father, I deeply regret it. Now that I'm old, my ambitions have faded, and I need to return home. You are still young and have plenty of opportunity. Now that I'm back, you can rest assured that I will take care of your younger siblings. Go boldly into the outside world. I will be here to look after things at home." Wu Neng patted Xiao Gang on the shoulder, expressing his inner guilt. "Dad." After hearing this, Xiao Gang became somewhat emotional, tears uncontrollably streaming down the corners of his eyes. "Xiao Gang," Wu Neng said excitedly. "Father." The two continued to gaze at each other. Xiao Ji, not knowing what to do, took out some sunflower seeds and casually shared a little with Pikachu. Thus one person and one Pikachu watched the two embracing, affectionately eating sunflower seeds. Looking after a heartfelt hug and some eye contact, Wu Neng turned to Xiao Ji, who had somehow acquired sunflower seeds in his hands, looking a bit puzzled. Where did those sunflower seeds come from? Xiao Ji saw that the two had finished their emotional reunion and hurriedly put away the seeds, placing them in his pocket. "Xiao Ji, young man, I'll leave Xiao Gang in your care," Wu Neng said earnestly. Sure, I'll definitely take care of him. Xiao Ji promised seriously on the surface, but in his heart he thought that it was uncertain who would take care of whom. If he could get a free caretaker during his travels, why not take it? After all, it was free. Well then, I'll leave it to you. Wu Ning nodded. Dad, wait. I still have something to say. Xiao Gang suddenly called out to Wu Ning, who was preparing to leave to pack for the trip. What is it? Wu Ning turned back a bit puzzled, thinking that Xiao Gang wanted to blame him, so he lowered his head and said, go ahead. If you have any grievances against your useless old dad, just say them. At least this way it will ease both our minds. It's not that. Actually, it's this. Xiao Gang pulled out a small notebook from his pocket and handed it to Wu Ning, saying Siro likes red miso, Saburo likes white miso, and my little sister likes a mix. Also, Goro likes red bean soup and Mimi likes corn chowder. Hearing Xiao Gang's words, Wu Ning felt overwhelmed and began to furiously write down notes. As Xiao Gang continued to elaborate, Wu Ning felt he couldn't keep up and hurriedly interrupted. Xiao Gang, wait a moment. You should write a note for me at home. I can't remember all of this at once. Wu Ning said in a panic. Okay, fine. Xiao Gang thought for a moment, and indeed felt it was quite a lot. If he didn't write it down, his father would probably forget it soon after he left. Originally, he wanted to be lazy and let his dad do the writing, but it turned out he still had to do it himself. Xiao Gang couldn't help but sigh, but he obediently took the notebook, preparing to go home and write everything down. Xiao Ji, I really don't know how to thank you. If it weren't for you, my father wouldn't know when he would come back. To thank you, how about you come to my house for dinner tonight? Xiao Gang looked at Xiao Ji and extended an invitation. Sure, I'd love to. Xiao Ji readily accepted. Hey, what about Xiao Xia? At this moment, Xiao Ji realized that Xiao Xia had not appeared and felt a bit strange. You only just remembered me. Xiao Xia stood on the audience platform above them, feeling angry about Xiao Ji's neglect. Haha, we were just so engrossed in our conversation that I almost forgot about you. I'm really sorry. Xiao Ji scratched the back of his head and laughed awkwardly. This time, considering your sincere attitude, I'll let you. Xiao Xia smiled triumphantly. Ha ha ha, thank you, Sister Xia, for your magnanimity. I'm extremely grateful. Xiao Ji teased again. At least you have good taste. Sister Xia said with a tsundere attitude. By the way, Xiao Gang, does your family mind an extra set of chopsticks? Xiao Ji didn't directly ask Xiao Xia to join him, but first inquired Xiao Gang, the family cook. Of course, Xiao Gang eagerly agreed. Xiao Xia, do you want to go to Xiao Gang's house for dinner with me? After getting Xiao Gang's consent, Xiao Ji finally asked Xiao Xia if she wanted to join. Who wants to go with you? Upon hearing Xiao Ji's words, Xiao Xia suddenly turned red. So are you? What do you mean? I'm going with you guys. What do you mean by going with you? Xiao Xia said angrily. Hearing this, Xiao Ji was momentarily stunned and realized that what he had just said was problematic. After realizing his mistake, he smiled awkwardly. Alright, I get it. Xiao Ji nodded. The next morning, Little Ji got up early as usual to begin his daily training, exercising the spirits while completing his daily check-in. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the check-in and receiving a reward, magical candies 5. Another magical candy. Well, I can't complain today. Upon hearing the reward, Little Ji stroked his chin. Alright everyone, today's training ends here. Let's continue to work hard tomorrow. Little Ji approached the spirits who were diligently sweating under his guidance, then recalled them one by one, preparing to go back for breakfast. However, when he returned to Xiao Gang's house, he saw Miss Jun Sha standing there talking to Xiao Xia. Thank you so much for helping us catch the main suspect we had been unable to apprehend for a long time. You've alleviated a significant burden for us. This is our police reward of 2500. Please accept it. Actually, Miss Jun Sha, this wasn't my doing, it was my partner who caught him. Xiao Xia quickly rejected the offer, feeling embarrassed despite being tempted by the 2500, as she was well aware it wasn't her achievement. Is that so? Miss Jun Sha frowned slightly. In that case, could you let your partner come out? I'm really sorry, Miss Jun Sha. My partner has already gone out for training early this morning and hasn't returned yet. I will make sure to pass the money to him later. Xiao Xia nodded. Okay, thank you for that. Miss Jun Sha had no doubts about the other party embezzling the money. After all, if the person were truly that kind, they wouldn't have mentioned that the credit belonged to someone else. After saying that, Miss Jun Sha turned and got into the police car to leave. Xiao Xia, holding the card, looked at it, and 2500 spirit coins was no small amount. Anyone would be tempted upon seeing it, and Xiao Xia was no exception. Fortunately, Xiao Xia was very rational and had no intention of taking it for herself. She walked into the house with the card. Little Ji watched this scene quietly from a distance, not in a hurry to claim the money. As for him, money had become something of little consequence. This was not solely due to the money within the system. There were other reasons. In fact, he hadn't anticipated that he would only want to take revenge initially, but unexpectedly, he ended up sending the other party to prison and earned some extra cash. That feeling was quite pleasant. Little Ji turned, intending to buy some things for Xiao Xia. He realized how hard it was for her, a minor in her past life, to support so many mouths. With so many mouths to feed, it was likely that only Xiao Gang could manage such a feat, so he decided to buy some extra things for Xiao Gang's younger siblings to supplement their nutrition. After all, Xiao Gang would be his free nanny for a long time, so he couldn't let them down. With this thought in mind, little Ji returned to Xiao Gang's house carrying many items. Little Ji, what's going on? Why did you buy so many things? Xiao Gang exclaimed, looking at the items little Ji was carrying with a puzzled expression. It's nothing. When I came to your house for dinner yesterday, I met your younger siblings for the first time, and didn't bring any gifts, which felt a bit awkward, so I bought some things for them. Little Ji casually said as he placed the items down in Xiao Gang's house. I feel embarrassed about this. After hearing that, Xiao Gang began to feel shy. It's okay, it's just a small custom from my side, and the items aren't expensive or valuable. The things little Ji bought were not expensive, they were of moderate price, affordable for ordinary people. This was prepared to prevent Xiao Gang from refusing, and he added, if you don't accept this, it would disrespect my customs, and I might get angry. Upon hearing this, Xiao Gang, a grown man, felt his eyes moisten and nearly cried. His emotional response was not merely due to the gifts. It stemmed from the years of knowing many relatives who had never come to help him, who only viewed their connection with Xiao Gang as a burden, unwilling to associate with him, which made his 10th year very difficult. This also made Xiao Gang realize a valuable truth: the more something is given for free, the more precious it is. Knowing that the other party had only known him for a day, yet was willing to give him something, moved him deeply, increasing his fondness for little Ji significantly. Thank you, little Ji. I truly don't know how to express my gratitude anymore, Xiao Gang said, excited. No worries. It's just some food, not precious items. If you really care, you can cook for me during our travels. Little Ji finally revealed his true intention this time. Alright, no problem, Xiao Gang replied without hesitation. The three of them, after having breakfast, discussed when to set off, and once they reached an agreement, they were ready. Xiao Gang got up to pack his things, preparing to embark on his first journey. Now only two people remained in the room, a man and a woman sharing the space. Xiao Ji, this is 25000 spirit coins that Miss Junsha just sent. Please take care of it. Xiao Xia took out the bank card that Miss Junsha had given him and handed it to Xiao Ji. Okay, thank you, Xiao Xia. Xiao Ji casually accepted it and said thank you to her. You're welcome, Xiao Xia nodded lightly. Thus the atmosphere between the two began to cool down again as they sat in silence, unsure of what to talk about. Xiao Xia sat there feeling quite bored while Xiao Ji was contentedly scrolling through his phone, occasionally stroking. Xiao Ji looked at the chat history with a pink avatar on his phone. After seeing a reply from the person, he couldn't help but show a slight smile. By the way, Xiao Ji, what made you want to travel? Xiao Xia, feeling the awkwardness of the moment, took the initiative to start a conversation. Why am I traveling? Of course it's to become a Pokemon master, to meet all sorts of people and Pokemon, and become friends and family with them. Upon hearing Xiao Xia's words, Xiao Ji also put away his phone and responded earnestly. Xiao Xia was fine until she heard the latter part of his statement. Suddenly her face turned red, her heart raced, and her face flushed like blood with steam rising from her head, reminiscent of an anime. Clearly she misunderstood something. Xiao Xia, what's wrong? Why is your face suddenly so red? Do you have... Xiao Ji, seemingly inheriting the clueless nature of his character, even reached out to touch Xiao Xia's forehead, finding it hot, and assumed she had a fever. Xiao Ji, he said, family. Does that mean girlfriend? Hiss. So hot. Xiao Ji exclaimed after touching her forehead, confirming she was indeed burning up. After realizing Xiao Xia had a fever, Xiao Ji hurriedly got up to find a towel and basin, but suddenly he was stopped by Xiao Xia. Isn't it a bit too early for that? Xiao Xia blushed as she said this. What? Xiao Ji looked completely befuddled by Xiao Xia's words, sensing that she seemed to have misunderstood something, but he was unclear about what it was. Upon seeing Xiao Ji's confused expression, Xiao Xia was stunned for a moment, and only then realized what Xiao Ji had meant earlier. So the family he just mentioned was actually referring to Pokémon. After figuring it out, Xiao Xia felt an unprecedented sense of embarrassment, stuttering and unable to articulate a coherent sentence. Xiao Ji looked at Xiao Xia with a bewildered expression, completely unaware of what was happening. I mean, if I really did have a fever, would it be troublesome for you to take care of me? Isn't that a bit much? Xiao Xia pondered for a moment before fabricating such a nonsensical excuse. What are you talking about? We're partners, it's only right for me to take care of you. Xiao Ji smiled. I'm not sick, it's just that I suddenly have that. As Xiao Xia got to this point, she shyly lowered her head, unable to look at Xiao Ji. This left Xiao Ji momentarily stunned. After a moment's thought, he understood what Xiao Xia was referring to. You have that. Do you need me to go buy some for you? Xiao Ji asked cautiously after realizing what it was. I ran out last time, and I forgot to restock. Can you go help me buy a pack? Xiao Xia whispered. Hearing this, Xiao Ji felt like he was about to burst. As a man, having to buy that kind of thing would definitely make him seem like a pervert. In order to divert Xiao Ji's attention and calm herself down, Xiao Xia could only come up with this scheme. Alright, I'll go buy it for you. Xiao Ji, feeling somewhat helpless, agreed. Clearly he had come to understand why Xiao Xia's face was so red. After saying that, a resigned Xiao Ji turned and left, planning to make a quick trip, as this was not something that should be delayed for a girl. After Xiao Ji left, Xiao Xia finally took a deep breath. After all having just caused such a misunderstanding, she almost ended up being seen as an ordinary girl, which was mortifying. Even the usually carefree Xiaoxia didn't know how to handle this moment, feeling at a loss as to how to move forward. Fortunately, Xiaoji had barely managed to navigate through it. Meanwhile, Xiaoji quickly resolved to reach the store where he had bought something earlier, and upon finding the item, he immediately went to the checkout. The cashier was a female employee, and thankfully there were no other customers in the store, otherwise it would have been quite embarrassing for him as a man to buy a pack of sanitary pads. Xiaoji approached the female cashier and handed her the sanitary pads to check out. The cashier looked up silently at Xiaoji upon seeing the item. "Are you buying this for your girlfriend?" The female cashier couldn't help but tease him upon seeing Xiaoji's appearance. After all, a guy buying sanitary pads is either a pervert or just being commanded by his girlfriend like a tool. There's also the possibility of being dragged to buy something by a pervert. While the cashier initially didn't want to pry, seeing Xiaoji's youthful face made her realize the boy's likely age, hence her question. "No, it's for a female friend of mine." Xiaoji had already thought of a reason when he decided to make the purchase. "You've got a girlfriend at such a young age. Early romance, huh? I told you it's for a female friend, not a girlfriend, do you understand?" Xiaoji replied, exasperated. "I understand, of course I do, little brother." The female cashier chuckled and nodded. "Let's wrap this up, but she's in a hurry." Alright, just hurry up with the checkout," Xiaoji said helplessly. Okay, I got it," she said, quickly processing his payment. After Xiaoji walked away, the cashier finally felt relieved enough to pull out her phone and prepare to call the police. "Phew, I almost thought I was dealing with a kidnapping case. That scared me to death." The young lady, trembling with fear, patted her chest after speaking. "Here, the thing you wanted." Xiaoji rushed back to Xiaogang's house after getting the item and handed the sanitary napkin to Xiaoxia. However, just as Xiaoxia was about to go to the bathroom to use it, coincidentally, Xiaogang finished packing and, "Hey, Xiaoxia, where are you going?" Xiaogang asked in confusion. "I need to use the bathroom." Xiaoxia hid the item behind her. "Oh, I see. The bathroom is over there." Xiaogang pointed in a direction. Thank you." After saying that, Xiaoxia slipped away. By the way, what was up with Xiaoxia's face just now? It was so red. Is she okay? Xiaogang looked at Xiaoji beside him and asked. "She's fine, as she just had a bit of a stomachache earlier." Xiaoji felt embarrassed to disclose such private matters about someone else, so he made up a reason. "A stomach upset, huh? That's not good. Is it because the food today didn't suit her taste?" Xiaogang pondered, lowering his head to think about whether there was a problem with today's meal. After thinking for a long time, he ultimately concluded that it probably wasn't the food itself that was the problem, but rather that the food didn't suit her. After all, he knew very well how he had prepared it. Such a situation shouldn't happen. "We should just wait here for her to..." After Xiaoji finished speaking, he continued to pet Pikachu. However, today Pikachu seemed annoyed by Xiaoji's attention and avoided him, refusing to entertain his attempts to continue petting. Helpless, Xiaoji took out the Pokeball of his Cardi Dog and chose it as his new companion, as Cardi Dog was indeed the best choice. With Xiaoji no longer bothering him, Pikachu comfortably lay on the floor resting. Xiaoxia soon came out of the bathroom, and everyone officially began their journey, but they still needed to restock supplies. After restocking the necessary supplies, the three finally set out. After leaving Nibi City, they quickly arrived near the Yuejian Mountain after 2 days of travel. During these 2 days, Xiaoji's Pokémon had also undergone changes in strength. The most significant change was in the Iron Cocoon, which successfully evolved into a Beedrill, and had already equipped the ability enhancement card, gaining the Sniper ability, making it a Beedrill with dual abilities. Xiaoji had been using Beedrill in battles over the past 2 days, and they had thoroughly wreaked havoc in the forest. Beedrill had reached level 18, with the following stats. Pokemon Beedrill, Gender Male, level 18, ability Swarm, increases bug-type move power when HP is low. Sniper, increases the power of critical hits. Quality Champion held item None, moves Poison, Sting, String, Shot, Bug Bite, Fury, Attack. Cardi Dog also experienced some changes, leveling up from 19 to 23, prompting Xiaoji to consider preparing for its evolution using a Firestone. In reality, Firestones come in different qualities, categorized into 4 levels: low, medium, high, and special. Coincidentally, over the years of signing in, Xiaoji had not obtained a special Firestone, so he didn't plan to use the evolution stones of those qualities in his system space. If he were to use one, it naturally had to be the best, as higher quality Firestones would significantly enhance Cardi Dog's attributes, and could potentially improve the Pokemon's quality. Although he currently had items that could directly improve attributes in his backpack, they wouldn't benefit Cardi Dog's current champion level quality at all. Therefore, Xiaoji decided to wait for a day in the future when he encountered a Pokemon with poor quality to use them. As for Gyarados, there were no changes. It only fought a few times, so there was little improvement, not even leveling up. And as for Pikachu, ever since it reached the elite level, Xiaoji felt that Pikachu had somehow entered a strange mode, though he couldn't quite figure out which one. Now, even the weakest Pokemon in Xiaoji's possession was at level 18, and they were soon to reach the stage where all would be at level 20. However, just as Xiaoji walked through a forest, a Pidgey suddenly appeared. "Pidgey, After entering the scene, Pidgey let out a loud cry, and then charged fiercely at them. Pikachu thundered. Xiaoji's reaction speed was quick, and he immediately counterattacked. Pikachu nimbly jumped down from Xiaoji, both electric pouches crackling with electricity, launching a thunderbolt attack. Pidgey couldn't react as quickly as Pikachu's attack, and was hit in just one strike. Pidgey. After being hit by Thunderbolt, Pidgey was engulfed in singed feathers emanating a delicious aroma that was quite enticing. After a cry of agony, it fell down. Xiaoji didn't pay much attention to that, but first checked Pidgey's information panel. Pokemon Pidgey, gender male, level 20 ability Tangled Feet, increases evasion when confused. Quality gym held item, none moves, air/work up, brave, bird tackle, sand attack, gust quick attack. After reading Pidgey's information panel, Xiaoji could only feel 2 words in his heart. Holy crap. A Pidgey that could learn Brave Bird had directly broken the original setting of the anime. What does this mean? It meant that this Pidgey right in front of him was the only one in the world, and how rare was that? If it weren't for the presence of others nearby, he probably would have screamed at the top of his lungs. There was no way around it. A Pidgey that could learn Brave Bird was just too rare. Saying it was the only one in the world wouldn't be an exaggeration, so he decided he couldn't miss this opportunity. Once this village is gone, there might not be this shop anymore. Although its quality was indeed a bit low, it didn't matter. At least Xiaoji had items that could directly improve Pokemon quality, so he naturally didn't need to worry about such matters. There was no need to question why he had such high standards, saying that gym level quality was low. If your Pokemon were mostly elite, quasi-champion, and quasi-god level, would your standards not rise? This is the reason why standards can increase. However, Xiaoji was not one to dismiss Pokemon with lower qualities, ignoring their other merits, as he had the ability to change their quality and would naturally not be picky. Xiaoji took out a luxury ball and threw it, capturing Pidgey inside. The luxury Pokeball shook a few times before finally coming to a stop. I caught a Pidgey, Ash exclaimed excitedly as he picked up the Pokeball. Congratulations, Ash, Misty said as she stepped forward to offer her congratulations. Ash released Pidgey, it'll help heal it, Brock said, approaching Ash with a caring demeanor. Thank you, Brock, I appreciate it, Ash said as he released Pidgey, handing it over to Brock for treatment. You're welcome, Brock replied before crouching down to begin healing Pidgey. Once he had treated Pidgey's injuries and stood up, Ash and the others suddenly heard a man's voice coming from a distance. Help! Upon hearing someone calling for help, Ash quickly recalled Pidgey and rushed towards the source of the voice. When they arrived, they saw a man in a white scholar's coat crouching on the ground, hugging his head while exposing his bare backside, trembling. Behind the bespectacled scholar, a swarm of Zubat was attacking his rear end, and suddenly one Zubat made a fierce rush. The scholar's eyes widened in shock as he fell to the ground with a grim expression. 6. Seeing the scene unfold, Ash couldn't help but blurt out his catchphrase. Exciting. Brock couldn't help but exclaim. You two don't just stand there, hurry and save him. Misty shouted, reminding the two. All right, Pikachu, it's urgent, use Thunderbolt to save that man. Ash nodded and loudly commanded. Pikachu, hearing Ash's words, eagerly stepped forward. The 2 red electrical sacs on Pikachu's cheeks sparked with energy, unleashing a powerful electric shock that enveloped the Zubat, instantly obliterating the entire swarm. Clap, clap, clap. Several Zubat fell from the sky to the ground, while those that weren't hit fled back into the nearby cave. That was intense. Although the scholar had escaped danger, he was in no better condition, lying on the ground, beginning to question life. Pikachu looked apologetically at the scholar, lowering its head and scratching the back of its head with a bashful expression. Seeing the Zubat lying unconscious on the ground, Ash and Brock simultaneously stepped over the scholar to search among the fallen Zubat for one with good potential. Ash, you defeated these Zubat first, so you go ahead, Brock said, looking at the Zubat on the ground before addressing Ash. Alright, let me take a look. Ash used the systems inspection feature on the Zubat and found that they were all of low potential. The best potential Zubat was only at the gym level, and there was nothing special about them, which left him somewhat disappointed. However, he didn't feel that it was too strange. After all, the special Pidgey he had just caught was already rare, so it was normal not to encounter another. I've looked through them all, and there's not the one I want here, you choose. Ash shook his head, rejecting the idea of selecting a Zubat. Okay then, Brock nodded when Ash declined, then started earnestly searching for a Zubat with good potential. Ash watched Brock search without directly telling him which Zubat had the best potential. This was an essential part of Brock's journey to becoming an excellent breeder. Simply telling him would be akin to pulling up seedlings. If Brock ended up choosing a Zubat with low potential, Ash could later remind him. Brock did not disappoint Ash after a short while. He found the one with the best potential. Misty sighed as she watched the two from behind, but she didn't comment on their actions. Instead, she approached the scholar, looking at him lying on the ground, and asked, Are you alright? Misty asked kindly. I am fine, the scholar replied, coughing up a puff of black smoke as he spoke. Misty, observing the scholar's show of bravado, felt utterly speechless inside. Look at you, do you really look fine? Are you okay? Ash approached at that moment, asking habitually. Oh, I'm just so moved. It feels like being... Upon seeing Ash, the scholar suddenly did a dramatic flip and hugged Ash's leg, snuggling against him. Damn it, I asked if you were fine, why are you hugging my leg? Ash, who usually kept clean, couldn't help but curse beautifully when he saw his pants getting dirty. Any guilt he had towards the scholar quickly evaporated. Misty, witnessing this scene, cautiously took a couple of steps back, not daring to approach the scholar again. Can you talk properly? If you don't let go, I'll have Pikachu zap you again, do you believe it? Ash had no way to deal with this clingy person, so he could only threaten him fiercely. I'm sorry, I got a little too excited. The bespectacled scholar, hearing Ash's words, immediately got up from the ground, brushing off the dust, and thanking him. Thank you for showing me the warm friendship between humans and Pokémon that I idealize. Ash was taken aback by the scholar's words, unsure of what they meant. However, after some thought, he roughly understood what the scholar meant. Even without Pokeballs, you and Pikachu can still choose to battle together. Thus humans and Pokémon can understand each other. The bespectacled scholar adjusted his glasses and said earnestly. After hearing this, Ash felt that the scholar in front of him seemed a bit out of touch. Although my bond with Pikachu is deep, it has been inside my Pokeball. It just doesn't like staying in there. Ash explained, feeling a bit speechless. You can't say it like that. Even without Pokeballs, we humans can still be friends, the bespectacled scholar countered. Do you know what you're talking about? Have you studied human history? Are you even human? Ash angrily questioned, following up with, anyone who has studied history knows how tragic life was for humans before the invention of Pokeballs, with thousands dying each year. Yet here you are using the wisdom and achievements of our ancestors to tell me that we humans don't need Pokeballs. Are you even human? While there is some truth to what you say, you must understand that the foundation of the bond between humans and Pokemon is built on Pokeballs. Pokeballs can limit a Pokemon's power, gradually tame them, enhance their bond, and ultimately turn them into... Not everyone has the ability to connect with Pokemon without Pokeballs, let alone command them. Without Pokeballs, there likely wouldn't be so many outstanding trainers today. The fact that this person in front of him wanted to undermine decades of human research and effort only fueled Ash's anger. The idea of coexisting peacefully with Pokemon is indeed correct, but your thoughts are too idealistic and do not take into account the realities, making them utterly unreasonable coming from you. As a researcher, you must understand how long and arduous the path was, how much time and devotion our forebears invested to develop the Pokeball, a breakthrough that has brought us to where we stand today. It is not for you to dismiss their legacy as erroneous. But, the bespectacled scholar stammered, utterly speechless after hearing these words. While coexistence with Pokemon is indeed noble and just, you must never deny the wisdom and achievements of those who paved the way before you, nor arrogantly proclaim their vision mistaken. Were it not for their sacrifices, you would not even have the privilege to voice such criticism today. The history of the Pokemon world is steeped in tragedy. Before the invention of the Pokeball, countless humans perished each year, and societal order collapsed into chaos. Wild Pokemon would frequently breach human settlements without warning, slaughtering indiscriminately, leaving humanity defenseless and suffering catastrophic casualties. Recalling this grim history, Ash's voice grew increasingly impassioned. To him, forgetting history was tantamount to betrayal, and to repeating its darkest chapters. This truth had been etched into his soul during his prior life in that world. If you are dissatisfied with the Pokemon League structure, then build it anew. If the League falters, become an official and reform it. If you deem the populace lacking in virtue, begin by cultivating excellence within yourself. If you believe humanity ignorant, change begins with those nearest you, not with scornful condemnation or futile gestures. This world is one where humans and Pokemon dwell side by side. When you embody light, darkness recedes from the people, and the Pokeball ceases to be perceived as a sinister artifact. Transform the world within the bounds of your capacity. Do not deepen its shadows. You're no researcher. How could you possibly grasp my perspective? And what proof do you offer that your words hold true? Hearing Ash's rebuke, the bespectacled scholar flushed with shame, and his voice trembled with rising indignation, grasping at any argument to counter him. True. I am not a researcher, Ash replied, his expression unreadable, but I am a doctor. At first the scholar's embarrassment began to subside, but upon hearing the latter claim, his agitation surged. What grandiose nonsense. You look no older than 12. How could you possibly be a doctor? Do you imagine doctorates grow on trees? You dare accuse me of deception, he cried. Have you heard of Dr. Jisen, the prodigy who earned his doctorate at 8? Ash said calmly. Dr. Jisen was the scholarly name Ash adopted. Ji honoring his given name, son, paying tribute to Professor Oak's mentorship. Of course I know him. He is the legendary child prodigy who became a doctor at 8 2 years ago. How could I not know? The scholar abruptly fell silent. May I ask your age, sir? He ventured timidly. I am 10, Ash replied impassive. What proof can you offer? The scholar retorted, clinging to defiance. Plenty, Ash said serenely, drawing forth his doctoral certificate and presenting it. It truly is you, Dr. Jisen. Upon verifying the document, the scholar froze. then dropped to his knees, tears streaming as he clutched Ash's hand. Forgive me. I failed utterly to recognize your eminence. Ugh, don't touch me. That's disgusting. Ash recoiled in revulsion, wrenching his hand free, horrified that the man had tried to wipe his tears and snot upon it. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Ash commanded the moment his hand was freed. Pikachu. A searing bolt struck the scholar. Another shriek pierced the air. Damn it. I warned you not to disgust me, yet you refused to listen. Ash grimaced at the mucus staining his palm, muttering curses as he unscrewed his water bottle to wash thoroughly. Ash waved dismissively. Ash, are you truly a doctor? Misty asked, curiosity alight. Even Brock leaned in, eager for his reply. Ash waved dismissively. Ash, are you truly a doctor? Misty asked, curiosity alight. Even Brock leaned in, eager for his reply. I began as Professor Oak's research assistant at 5, and published 2 papers on evolution before turning 6. 2 papers by age 5. That's utterly astonishing. Misty gasped. Ash, you're a true prodigy. Assisting Professor Oak at 5 alone defies belief, yet you also authored 2 groundbreaking evolutionary studies. Simply extraordinary. Brock stared dumbfounded. A bit exaggerated, Ash chuckled lightly. Not at all. At 5 I hadn't even grasped my own purpose. Yet Dr. Jason had already published twice. Only genius achieves such feats. The bespectacled scholar interjected earnestly. Then tell us, what field do you specialize in, Ash? Misty asked. Evolutionary morphology, particularly the fairy-type evolution of Eevee and how Slowpoke transforms into Slowking. So, you're the one who unveiled the ethereal fairy Eevee form. Misty exclaimed, vividly recalling its delicate luminous silhouette. Clearly she had followed its evolutionary mechanics closely. Ash nodded quietly. Enough of this. We must remember our objective. Ash deliberately steered the conversation away. Its momentum halted, the others wisely refrained from further. By the way, why were you attacked by Golbat? Brock asked the scholar. Look at this cavern. Doesn't it glow unnaturally bright? The scholar frowned. Someone altered this place, disrupting the local Pokémon ecosystem entirely. They followed him deeper into the cavern, and soon beheld 2 Pokémon. One was a Paras, its mushroom cap rooted firmly in the earth. The other a Sandshrew lay motionless upon. So the Golbat attacked you because the surrounding ecology was disturbed, correct? Brock immediately seized the crux of the matter. Yes. The bespectacled scholar nodded. But why has this place been reduced to such a state? Xia asked curiously. Because of moonstones. Yuejian Mountain is rich in them, making it highly likely that criminal syndicates have targeted the area, Xiaoji explained. Indeed, ever since that research paper revealed moonstone's ability to amplify certain Pokemon's power, more and more people have flocked here to mine them. This in turn has gradually degraded Yuejian Mountain's ecosystem. The bespectacled scholar sighed, unable to suppress his sorrow. As the group ventured deeper, they suddenly spotted a pink Pokemon bounding forward, cradling a massive moonstone in its arms. It's a Pippi. Xia exclaimed, eyes sparkling with longing. I really want one. Then go ahead and capture it, Xiao Gang urged. Oh right. Realizing the suggestion, Xia charged forward eagerly, already reaching for her Poke. Xiaoji immediately intervened. Xia, hold off on capturing it just yet. Why, as she asked, would you like to visit Pippi's den with me? If so, follow my lead. And later I'll help you choose one with exception. Really? Xia's eyes widened with delight. Absolutely, Xiaoji affirmed with a firm nod. The bespectacled scholar had nearly stepped in to stop Xia, but Xiaoji acted faster, forestalling her. Hearing Xiaoji's earlier words, he felt a quiet sense of relief, believing for a moment that Xiaoji shared his own perspective. Yet upon hearing Xiaoji's subsequent remark, he nearly intervened again, until he recalled both Pikachu's devastating Thunderbolt and Xiaoji's formidable reputation. He faltered, swallowing his protest, and reluctantly trailed behind. Seeing no further movement from the scholar, Xiaoji abandoned any notion of reprimanding him. Xiaoji hadn't forgotten how the scholar had soiled his trousers, or wiped his nose on Xiaoji's sleeve. He simply sought a justifiable pretext to set things straight. When the scholar remained silent, Xiaoji dismissed him entirely. Just as Pippi reached the corridor's bend, it suddenly piped. What's wrong? Is Pippi in danger? At the cry, Xia sprinted forward, her long fair legs carrying her with urgent excitement. Xia. Hearing the commotion, the others rushed after her, only to find Xia shielding Pippi before a Meowth. Oh ho, walking 50,000 Poke dollars. Why leave money on the table? At the sight of Team Rocket, Xiaoji's eyes gleamed with avarice. To prevent the world from being destroyed. To protect the world's peace. To embody love and truth, the evil way. A charming, irresistible villain. I'm Jesse. I'm James. And that's how it is, meow. Brat. What's with that look? It's utterly revolting. Team Rocket's trio recoiled under Xiaoji's gaze, shivering as if contaminated by something foul. This time Xiaoji remained eerily calm, refraining from immediate action, lest he accidentally blast them skyward once more. Enough talk, let's fight. I can hardly wait. Urging the battle onward, he released his B-drill. B-drill, again, eh? Recalling their last encounter, how Xiaoji's blast hurled them into a B-drill hive, they shuddered involuntarily. Their fury flared anew. Old grudges and new, we settle both today. Gritting their teeth, they tossed their pokeballs in unison. Go Arbok. Go Weezing. Meowth. Jesse and James unleashed their Pokémon, while Meowth leapt into Battle Bear Pod. Weezing, Sludge Bomb. Arbok, Poison Sting. Meowth. B-drill, dodge their attacks, then use String Shot. Sludge Bomb erupted from Weezing's maw. Arbok darted forward with serpentine agility, coiling toward B-drill to constrict it. Meanwhile, Meowth unsheathed its claws and lunged at Xiaxia. B-drill's speed was no accident. It had trained relentlessly these past 2 days, bearing 10-pound weights, honing reflexes beyond ordinary measure. With effortless grace, it evaded the Sludge Bomb, then seized the opening. A precise string shot wrapped Arbok tightly in silken bonds. In the same fluid motion, B-drill drove its stinger forward, a perfect strike, piercing Weezing dead center with uncanny accuracy. The cocooned Arbok tumbled uncontrollably, colliding headlong into Weezing, still spewing sludge mid. The bombardment didn't cease upon impact. Instead, it intensified, until a deafening boom launched Team Rocket skyward, leaving only their iconic farewell echoing behind. What an awful feeling. Seriously. Xiaoji stared blankly at the retreating figures, his expression a portrait of profound disbelief. Meanwhile, Meowth had been subdued by Xiao Gang and Xiaxia. Shame your teammates aren't here. Alone you're not worth much cash. Xiaoji sighed wistfully at Meowth, whose fur bristled with dread. After all, it remembered Xiaoji's infamous electrotherapy all too well. Red light flared in Xiaoji's eyes. In one brutal motion, he seized Meowth, hoisted it aloft, and hurled it straight into the crater left by the explosion. Safe travels. No need to see you off. What an awful feeling. With those final words, Meowth streaked across the sky like a comet, vanishing toward distant horizons. Watching the 50,000 poke dollars vanish into the heavens, Xiao Ji winced inwardly. Such a rare chance squandered in an instant. Xiaxia, Xiao Gang, and the others stood stunned, especially the bespectacled scholar, who now felt immense gratitude welling within him. Thank goodness he hadn't interfered earlier. Otherwise he might have been the one soaring through the air. Survival would have been uncertain at best. Xiaoji, you're incredibly strong. Xiao Gang exclaimed in awe. Probably from years of physical training. My strength just happens to exceed that of peers. Xiaoji chuckled, scratching the back of his head. Do you have abs, eh? Xiao blurted, silencing the entire group in stunned silence. What an audacious question. The moment the words escaped her lips, Xia regretted them deeply. Her cheeks flushed crimson, and she could feel the atmosphere around them becoming quite awkward. I've been training for a long time. I definitely have abs. Xiaoji chuckled and explained. Well, speaking of which, where did Pai go? Xiaoji glanced around and noticed Pai was missing, quickly changing the topic to ease the awkwardness. All right, where did Pai go? Xiaoxia also realized Pai was gone. Strange, it was just here a moment ago. How did it disappear? Xiao Gang also said with a puzzled expression. He clearly remembered Pai was with him just now. How could it vanish in such a short time? While Xiaoxia and Xiao Gang were still wondering, only the bespectacled scholar's gaze was darting around, as if he had done something shameful. Xiaoji also noticed the scholar's shifty eyes and realized this person was behind it. He couldn't believe they were still so stubborn, truly a creature of habit. Although Pai was missing, fortunately it hadn't been gone for long. Xiaoji activated his sensing ability, searching for Pai's presence. After just a short while of sensing, Xiaoji spotted the silhouette of Pai as it left. I know where to go. Without waiting for everyone to fully react, Xiaoji took off. Except for the bespectacled scholar, both Xiaoxia and Xiao Gang resolutely decided to follow him. The bespectacled scholar watched the direction in which Xiaoji and the others departed, gritting his teeth. He had clearly let them leave ahead of time. How did they still find the right path? No, they absolutely must not find Pai's base, or else Pai's ecosystem would be disrupted again. Yes, he must definitely stop them. Before long, Xiaoji and the others found the Pai that had just left. After catching up to Pai, they followed it through streams and over mountains, arriving at a cave entrance by evening. As they entered, they saw that Pai, who had just led them in, was placing the moonstone. It was holding into a large moonstone. As soon as Pai placed the moonstone under the cover of moonlight, the giant moonstone resonated with the other moonstones, emitting twinkling lights, creating a mesmerizing scene. Meanwhile, the other Pais joyfully began to dance the enchanting moon dance. Xiaoji took out his phone from his pocket, switched to high-definition mode to record the video, and initially waved his hand, as if greeting the viewers. Thanks to Team Rocket being sent flying by Xiaoji, they didn't appear to cause trouble this time, allowing Xiaoji to record the video with peace of mind. Oh, Xiaoji, why are you recording a video? Xiaoxia noticed Xiaoji's actions and ran over to ask. This is a video for a friend of mine. Who are you recording it for? With that happy expression, it wouldn't be your childhood sweetheart, would it? When Xiaoxia heard it was for someone else, she jokingly said, "Well, I guess you could say it's my childhood sweetheart. We played together when we were young," Xiaoxi replied, stroking his chin. Is that person really your childhood sweetheart?" Xiaoxia exclaimed in surprise. At the same time, she began to feel a bit down. After spending these days together, Xiaoxia could sense that this handsome boy in front of her was quite exceptional. Girls typically have an inexplicable fondness for outstanding boys. Moreover, when traveling together with Xiaoji cooked delicious meals, which was another plus. Not only was he handsome, but he was also extremely capable, having been a researcher since childhood, now a PhD, able to cook well, with a good personality, and most importantly, he had abs. This was a key plus. It was as if Xiaoji embodied all the virtues of a boy, with such excellence who wouldn't be captivated. Now upon hearing that Xiaoji already had a childhood sweetheart, Xiaoxia's heart understood that he already had someone. Otherwise, why would his eyes light up when he spoke about that childhood sweetheart? Am I suppose so? Xiaoji nodded in acknowledgement. Although Selena hadn't often played with him when they were young, they would frequently keep in touch, every so often video calling to chat about everyday life, and it was quite pleasant. "Oh, I see. That's nice," Xiaoxia replied, a bit dejected. After hearing Xiaoji's confirmation, she began to hide her feelings for him. "Oh, I see. That's nice," Xiaoxia replied, a bit dejected. After hearing Xiaoji's confirmation, she began to hide her feelings for him. However, she forgot that the eyes are the windows to the soul, and they can speak. As someone who had lived two lives, Xiaoji easily noticed the disappointment in Xiaoxia's eyes, but he chose not to comfort her, as he didn't know what to say. After all, he had never dealt with such situations, and he hadn't expected Xiaoxia to develop feelings for him so soon. It was something he never anticipated. Since embarking on this journey with Xiaoxia, Xiaoji had never actively sought to engage her. Even during their usual conversations, it was mostly her who initiated the chat, so Xiaoji never considered that Xiaoxia would develop feelings for him so early. In his previous life, Xiaoji had also had a crush on a girl, but he was a timid coward. Even after graduating from school, he never confessed to that girl, letting the opportunity slip away. It was from that moment on that he had no thoughts of pursuing a romantic relationship with girls. Because he never ended up with the girl he wanted to marry, he never encountered another girl who resembled her again, and thus he never felt moved by anyone else. Until he saw that girl from Carlos anime, where he not only saw his own reflection, but also found courage he had never possessed, which made him fall for her. How ridiculous, he couldn't even do what a 10-year-old girl accomplished. He couldn't measure up to a mere child. That night the wind was strong but calm, as if nothing had ever happened. At the same time, both of them forgot what they were supposed to do. One forgot to capture Pai, while the other forgot to pick a high-quality moonstone. That night, two sad individuals unexpectedly emerged. Meanwhile, the bespectacled scholar had been staring at Xiaoji. If he dared to capture a Pai, he would undoubtedly step in to stop him without hesitation. To protect the ecological environment of the Pai piece, he decided to confront Xiaoji, even though he wasn't sure he could win. After spending several days in the forest, Ash, while continuously activating double experience cards, saw a significant improvement in the strength of his Pokémon. The levels have also increased significantly. Excluding Pikachu's strength, the overall power has surpassed that of a novice trainer. Gyarados leveled up by 5 levels, and is now at level 35, while Houndoom has reached level 32, and Beedrill and Pidgeotto are both at level 30. Now all of them are above level 30. This was due to Ash's deliberate efforts, so all of his Pokémon have leveled up to above level 30. As for Pikachu, there has been no improvement at all. Ash hasn't encountered any elite-level Pokémon, or particularly strong ones in the forest, which indirectly led to Pikachu not gaining any levels. Additionally, Pidgeotto has been equipped with a special item used to enhance a Pokémon's potential, the Silver Crown. The function of the Silver Crown is quite simple. It is used to directly enhance a Pokémon's potential without any side effects. This enhancement grants a potential just below that of a champion, significantly boosting their abilities, and imposes no requirements on the Pokémon's current potential, truly a boon for them. Above the Silver Crown is the Golden Crown, which can elevate a Pokémon's potential to champion level. Both serve similar purposes, only differing in rank. Ash has very few of these items. He only has 4 Silver Crowns, and has already used one on Pidgeotto, while he possesses only 1 Golden Crown. Not long after the group exited the forest, they arrived at a fork in the road. This path leads to Cerulean City. Brock looked at the sign, then observed carefully. Hey, there's even graffiti on it. He noticed a small line of text at the bottom of the sign. It read, "Green came this way, Ash, you big fool. I'm waiting for you ahead. Ash, this is about you." Brock turned to Ash and asked, "Do you know this person?" "Yes, he is indeed someone I know, but there's no need to bother with him. Let's just continue on our way." Ash nodded, speaking nonchalantly. "Aren't you angry? He said that to you." Brock was curious about Ash's. "He's the grandson of Professor Oak, so he's technically my boss grandson. How could I dare to confront him?" Ash smiled. "Wow, his background is that impressive." Brock was astonished to learn that Green was Professor Oak's grandson. "But I have to say, Ash, your temper is really good. Even after he said that to you you're not angry. Brock remarked. Well, it's not entirely because I have a good temper, mainly he will face his own consequences when he reaches Leaf Town, so there's no point in getting upset. Ash chuckled. Oh, but why must we go to Leaf Town? Brock was confused. Evil people will meet their own demise. Let's not dwell on that and hurry to Cerulean City, Ash said with a mysterious smile, before continuing on. Brock and Misty were even more puzzled after hearing this, unable to grasp the meaning behind it. When Misty heard that Ash wanted to go to Cerulean City, her expression suddenly changed, and her earlier confusion vanished. Could we not go to Cerulean City? Misty said awkwardly to Ash. No way. The gym badge from Cerulean City is something I must have, so we definitely cannot skip it. Ash firmly rejected her request. Does it really have to be that way? Misty seemed unwilling to give up on changing Ash's mind. Yes, it absolutely must. Ash nodded emphatically. Alright, I understand. Misty looked at Ash's determined gaze and knew that she couldn't change his mind. Having thought this through, she gave up on persuading him further and agreed decisively. The group then continued towards Cerulean City. Ash glanced at Misty, who still appeared a bit conflicted, knowing she probably still didn't want to return to Cerulean City to face her three sisters. However, he didn't pry further, believing that some things must be faced on one's own to learn and grow. At noon, the trio marched into Cerulean City. Once inside, their first order of business was to arrange accommodation. After completing this task, they each split up. Brock went to restock supplies for their journey, while Misty left without saying where she was going. As for Ash, he clearly remembered that the water ballet at the Cerulean Gym had not yet concluded, so he didn't head over too early. Instead, he went to a payphone at the Pokémon Center, preparing to call his mother Hannah and Professor Oak to let them know. Ash called his mother Hannah to share some of his recent travel experiences, and most importantly to assure her that he would. After finishing his chat with Hannah, he then called Professor Oak to briefly explain the Pokémon he had captured over the past few days and talk about various Pokémon-related matters. After discussing these matters with Professor Oak, the most important call was left. Time to talk to Serena. Ash dialed her number. Far away on the continent known as Kalos, in a cozy little house, Serena was helping her mother wash vegetables, preparing to cook. Just then her mother walked in from outside. Ding ding ding. At that moment the phone at their home began to ring. Serena's mother, hearing the ring, casually walked over to the phone, picked it up, and soon the screen showed Ash's image. Oh, it's you, Auntie. Good afternoon. Upon seeing that it was Serena's mother, Ash was slightly surprised, but he quickly greeted her with a smile. Clearly Ash had encountered this situation many times before, otherwise he wouldn't be so relaxed speaking with Serena's mother. Well, isn't this Ash the one Serena can't stop talking about? What brings you to call today? Serena's mother teased. Aunt, you jest, Xiaoji said, feeling a bit embarrassed as he scratched the back of his head. Serena, who was washing vegetables in the kitchen, suddenly changed her expression upon hearing Xiaoji's name and voice, quickly stepping out from the kitchen to stand behind her mother. Xiaoji, is that really you? Serena exclaimed in excitement upon seeing that the person calling on the screen was indeed Xiaoji. After all, it had been half a month since they last contacted each other, the last time being when he was bidding her farewell for it. Lena, you're here. They'll leave you young ones to it, so I'll take my leave now. You two have a chat. Goodbye, Dr. Xiaoji. Serena's mother waved goodbye to Xiaoji and prepared to leave. Goodbye, Aunt. Xiaoji quickly responded with courtesy as Serena's mother was about to leave. After all, she is his future mother-in-law, and he couldn't afford to offend her, or else he might end up unable to find a wife in the future and have no place to cry. Oh right, Mom, the vegetables in the kitchen aren't washed clean yet. Serena suddenly reminded her. How heartbreaking with Dr. Xiaoji around, you've forgotten about your own mother. Serena's mother pretended to wipe her tears with an exaggerated, sorrowful expression upon hearing Serena's words. Mom, hurry up. You haven't even transferred the ownership yet. Why are you so eager to protect him? Serena's mother pouted and mumbled a few words before leaving. Serena seemed not to hear the last sentence, her gaze fixated on Xiaoji on the screen. Seeing this scene, Serena's mother could only shake her head helplessly and went back to wash the vegetables, leaving the young couple to chat. Serena, it's been half a month and you've become even cuter and prettier. Xiaoji teased, trying to ease the atmosphere after their long separation. Serena, it's been half a month and you've become even cuter and prettier. Xiaoji teased, trying to ease the atmosphere after their long separation. Have you had a smooth trip recently? Serena, seeming unable to withstand Xiaoji's teasing, quickly changed. Of course it went smoothly. Furthermore, this month I encountered a legendary beast, captured footage of one of the legendary birds in the Kanto region, and filmed the moon dance of the Jigglypuffs on Crescent Mountain. I even recorded a video for you. Xiaoji happily reported his experiences from the past half-month to Serena. Of course there were some things he chose to keep from Serena, only sharing the good news while saying nothing about the bad. It's about reporting peace. Good news is worth sharing, but not worries. Xiaoji spoke about his experiences over the past half-month in the video, while Serena attentively listened on the other end, as if Xiaoji were reciting the most beautiful love poem in the world, captivating her completely. As for the video, I'll send it to you via QV. The only regret is that I didn't have time to ask the Jigglypuffs for a moonstone as a gift for you before they left. Xiaoji's expression grew a bit dim as he mentioned this. It's alright, gifts can be given later. As long as you are safe, that's the greatest gift to me. Seeing Xiaoji's guilty expression, Serena felt a pang of compassion and quickly spoke up to comfort him. Haha, is that really so? Even though I didn't get a gift, I can always make it up to you next time. But what surprised me the most is that Lena, you are really good at comforting people. Hearing Serena's words, Xiaoji felt much better, but then started teasing her again. What do you mean by that? Serena's face instantly turned puffy like a little pufferfish, looking very adorable after hearing Xiaoji's words. Serena, you are truly cute. Xiaoji suddenly said with a serious face. Really? Serena blushed immediately upon hearing this. Of course it's true. No matter what you do, you always seem incredibly cute and beautiful in my eyes. Xiaoji replied with a smile. Serena felt as if she was a kettle boiling with water steam rising all over her body upon hearing his words. Is Xiaoji confessing to me? Serena felt shy at the thought of this possibility. When she secretly glanced at Xiaoji and found him smiling at her, she realized that he was just teasing her, wanting to see her embarrassed reaction. Xiaoji, you're so mean, teasing me again. Serena said angrily. How did I tease you? Xiaoji looked at her with a mischievous grin. Serena dared not voice her feelings after all, suspecting that the person she secretly liked was confessing to her was something anyone would find impossible. Xiaoji, you're so mean, I don't want to talk to you anymore. Serena said in a huff. Alright, I understand. I won't do it again. Xiaoji felt that Serena was genuinely getting angry, so he quickly admitted his mistake and sought her forgiveness. Okay, since you have a good attitude, I will forgive you, but don't let it happen again. Seeing Xiaoji's apologetic expression and glancing at Miss Joy behind him, she knew that he was currently at the Pokémon Center, so she decided to let him save face and generously chose to forgive Xiaoji. Speaking of which, you still haven't told me where you are. Serena suddenly remembered that Xiaoji hadn't mentioned where he was since the beginning. Me? I've just arrived in the city of Hualan in Kanto, and am about to challenge the gym. Xiaoji replied. In that case, I'll hang up first as I need to help my mother cook. Serena realized that Xiaoji had just arrived in Hualan City and called her, feeling a wave of emotion at this thought. She also decided to proactively hang up to give Xiaoji time to challenge the gym. I haven't eaten yet either, so let's not chat. I'll call you next time. Xiaoji nodded. Both agreed to hang up, yet they kept looking at each other, thinking the other would hang up first. In the end, neither of them was willing to hang up the phone, and they fell into silence. How about I count to 3, and then we hang up together? Xiaoji suddenly suggested. Okay, sounds good. Serena agreed enthusiastically upon hearing this suggestion. Alright, then I'll start counting. 1, 2, 3. After counting to 3, they both hung up. After hanging up, Xiaoji stood there dazedly, smiling foolishly, causing those around him to distance themselves upon seeing him like this. What a considerate Serena. Xiaoji had just caught a glimpse of Serena's gaze, and after thinking a little, he understood why Serena chose to forgive him so quickly. It was probably because she saw him at the Pokémon Center where there were many people around that she decided to forgive him so quickly. Indeed, even though Serena was so considerate to give Xiaoji face, it still couldn't prevent the awkward situation he found himself in, drawing the attention of those around him, who then distanced themselves from him. Ash set off for the Hualan Gym after finishing his lunch at the Pokémon Center. The water ballet should be wrapping up by now. As Ash walked along the road, he muttered to himself. Soon he spent some time and arrived at the bustling central district of Hualan City. Upon reaching the Hualan Gym, Ash noticed it resembled an aquarium complete with a sealed display and bore no resemblance to a typical gym. Perhaps due to the midday heat, the usually lively central district was surprisingly empty of pedestrians. Seeing this scene, Ash guessed it was likely because the Hualan Trio's water ballet had not yet concluded, otherwise there wouldn't be a single man on the street. Indeed, he had arrived too early. Ash shook his head helplessly at the thought, and then walked inside. As expected, upon entering, he saw a swimming pool in the dark center with the Hualan Trio performing, confirming Ash's suspicion. After witnessing the end of the water ballet, Ash hurried down to intercept the Hualan Trio. However, before he could speak, one of the sisters had already started talking. After witnessing the end of the water ballet, Ash hurried down to intercept the Hualan Trio. However, before he could speak, one of the sisters had already started talking. Hey there, handsome. What brings you to us? You can't possibly have the same intentions as those bad uncles, right? Said the sister named Mutant. 6. Ash replied, not sure how they could tell he was there for an autograph based on his travel gear. Wasn't that a bit too self-absorbed? While the three sisters were indeed beautiful, they weren't the kind to leave Ash speechless, especially since he already had someone in his heart. What does that mean? Mutant looked perplexed at the number 6, furrowing her lovely brows. No need to worry about that. I'm here to challenge the Hualan Gym's trainer. Ash didn't want to waste any more time, so he directly stated his purpose. Oh, don't be in such a hurry, handsome. If you're this anxious, you might not find a girlfriend in the future. The second sister chuckled playfully, covering her mouth. You don't need to worry about that, it definitely won't be you, Ash retorted without hesitation. The Hualan Trio was momentarily rendered speechless. Sisters, After hearing Ash's words, they even considered cursing at him. Fortunately, their good mindset helped them suppress the urge to lash out at Ash. Let's keep our comments to a minimum. I'm in a hurry, let's start the gym battle already. Ash said impatiently, already taking out a Pokeball, looking eager to begin. Alright, the three sisters confirmed that this person truly had no interest in them. We're really sorry, but our Pokemon have already been defeated by 3 trainers from Shinshin Town. As of now, our Pokemon have not yet recovered, and we only have a single goldfish left, which cannot battle anymore. The eldest sister Inghua stepped forward looking helpless. Of course you don't need to worry, we've unanimously decided to give you the badge. After saying this, they called out a small seal from the pool, retrieving a droplet-shaped badge from its mouth, and then handed it to Ash. Ash hesitated for a moment about whether to take the badge, but after thinking it over he decided to accept it. Suddenly Xiaoxia's figure appeared in the audience, and loudly called out to stop the eldest sister Inghua from handing the badge directly to Ash. Sister, don't just give the badge to him. Xiaoxia suddenly interrupted saying, it'll help you all in this match. Xiaoxia, didn't you say you were going out to become a water-type Pokemon master? You said you wouldn't come back unless you succeeded, why are you back so early? The eldest sister Inghua asked, surprised to see Xiaoxia. That's why I didn't want to come back here. Xiaoxia muttered with a pained expression. Are you sure it isn't because our looks are too stunning causing you pressure, and that's why you left home? The second sister teased, looking sideways at her sister Xiaoxia. That's not it. Xiaoxia stomped her foot in anger after hearing the second sister's words, saying, in any case, for the sake of our Hualan Gym's reputation, the badge cannot be given to Ash for free. Does Hualan Gym even have a reputation left? I wasn't aware of that. Everyone has already deemed Hualan Gym as the worst gym in Kanto. Is there really a gym worse than Hualan? I wasn't aware of that. Ash stroked his chin, pondering for a long time, and he couldn't think of a gym in Kanto that was worse than Hualan Gym. He kept these thoughts to himself and didn't voice them, otherwise Xiaoxia might just want to fight him after hearing them. Well, I don't mind. Ash waved his hand dismissively. Alright then, the rules are 2 against 2. Is that okay, Ash? Xiaoxia nodded, and then stood in the arena releasing her starfish Pokemon. No problem. Ash responded and released his Pokemon a Beedrill. Now I will be the referee. If both sides have no objections, we shall commence this battle now. Inghua proactively stepped forward to take on the role of referee. After some inquiries, she instinctively looked at both sides, and seeing that neither had objections, she officially announced the start of the match. Ash shouted, Beedrill, focus energy. Upon hearing the word battle, he instantly snapped into combat readiness, his expression sharpening as he adjusted his cap. Misty quickly commanded Stereo. Use Astonish to disrupt him. Beedrill took a deep breath, its eyes sharpening with intensity, its twin stingers locked into position, poised for attack, clearly entering a state of absolute concentration. Stereo stood upon its floating platform, its central red gem emitting a strange, shimmering beam aimed directly at Beedrill. Already hyper-focused and naturally swift, Beedrill's combined speed and heightened awareness made Stereo's Astonish nearly impossible to land. In midair, Beedrill merely flickered, a single wing beat, and effortlessly evaded the beam. Did anyone truly believe those grueling weighted training sessions Ash had imposed were for nothing? Have you ever seen the sunrise at 5 a.m.? Or trained under 30 pounds of added weight? I have. Beedrill reflected bitterly on its arduous days, dragged from slumber before dawn, subjected to relentless drills. One day it vowed, I will defeat that man. At that thought, Beedrill seemed infused with raw, vengeful power, its crimson eyes burning with murderous intent. Below, Stereo shuddered instinctively, sensing the lethal aura descending from above. Wait, seriously? We're just having a battle. What did I do to deserve this level of fury? Overwhelmed by Beedrill's surging malice, Stereo panicked, ignoring Misty's command, and plunged headlong into the water to escape the impending assault. Misty cried out in confusion, Stereo, what are you doing? Get back up here. Ash seized the opportunity. Beedrill. Use X-Scissor underwater. Beedrill crossed its stingers into a sharp shape and launched its attack straight into the pool. Instantly, the swimming pool erupted in chaotic splashes, water spraying everywhere. Realizing evasion was futile, Stereo burst forth from the depths and charged forward. Perched atop its floating platform, Stereo fired star-shaped beams from its central ruby. Beedrill dodged each one with breathtaking speed and precision. Just as the two Pokemon clashed fiercely, a bizarre machine crashed through the aquarium wall, sucking both the pool water and every Pokemon inside into its vortex. Ash stared blankly. I was just getting into the rhythm. Is interrupting really how you choose to respect my mood? Granted, your collective bounty is at least 500,000 yen, enough to keep me smiling for weeks, but that hardly entitles you to act so brazenly. Oh no, what is that? Sakura gasped, heartbroken at the shattered wall. Thinking all our work these past days, the three sisters had never faced such chaos before. With their Pokemon still recovering, they huddled together helplessly, trembling as the colossal robot raged unchecked before them. Since you've asked so sincerely, we'll graciously reveal our purpose. To prevent the world from destruction. To protect. But before Team Rocket could finish their signature chant, Ash cut them off, impatient and unimpressed. Enough. Whatever you're planning. I'm taking you straight to Officer Jenny. Ash grinned, eyes glinting with visions of reward money. Hey brat, don't push your luck. Interrupting us is bad enough. Now you want to haul us in. Who do you think you are? Jesse scowled. Brat, this time we're not after you, or Pikachu. Step aside. James snapped irritably. Exactly. Meow. Meowth nodded in agreement. Last time you slipped away twice. I doubt you'll get lucky a third time. Ash remained utterly calm. Jesse seethed inwardly, remembering their previous defeats, and fumed aloud. I can't stand it anymore. This kid's insufferable act is unbearable. Jesse, this time we're here to seize the water-type Pokémon from Cerulean Gym. That kid's unnervingly dangerous. We should withdraw while we still can. James recalled their earlier failures and pleaded with Jesse. Cowering before an opponent, boosting their confidence while crushing ours. Since when did you become such a coward, James? Jesse shot him a disdainful glare. I'm being serious. He is unnerving. Let's leave now. James insisted. You go ahead, I'm staying. Jesse scoffed coldly, refusing outright. Exactly. Meow. Meowth chimed in support. Fine. If you insist on this path, then I've nothing more to say. Realizing further persuasion was futile, James gritted his teeth and activated the massive engine, resuming the suction. Misty rushed to Ash's side, panic rising as the pool water drained relentlessly. What do we do? Leave the rest to me, Ash declared confidently, then turned to Beedrill. Beedrill, charge in and bind them with string shot. And don't send them flying again, he added hastily, recalling last time's mishap. Beedrill nodded once, then blurred forward at blinding speed, swiftly subduing Team Rocket. Moments later, 3 tightly wrapped silken spheres lay motionless before the group. Team Rocket roared from within their cocoons. Kid, let us out. Give us another round. Ignoring their protests, Ash praised Beedrill warmly. Well done. Anything you'd like, any request, I'll do my best to grant it. Beedrill replied, choosing to save its favor for another day, then returned peacefully to its Pokeball. Thank you, Ash, Misty said gratefully. You're welcome. It's only right, Ash replied with a gentle smile. Misty personally awarded Ash the Cascade Badge. Then Ash escorted Team Rocket to Officer Jenny, claiming their bounty. Coincidentally, one of the officers, Jenny, recognized Ash's father, Professor Oak, and waived all verification procedures, affirming her trust in the professor's integrity. The full 5,000 yen reward was deposited directly into Ash's account. As for Team Rocket, Ash didn't learn how Officer Jenny resolved their case, but he was certain of one thing: after all, Giovanni, though now retired, still held the prestigious title of former Pokémon League champion. Protecting them was effortless. Moreover, James's own background proved equally formidable. In short, the trio would face no lasting consequences. So Ash saw no need to worry. His priority now, enjoying that hard-earned 500,000 yen. After gathering with Xiaoxia, Ash and his companions supplemented their supplies before departing from Hualan City and embarking on their journey once again. The journey continued as usual, plain and uneventful except for the occasional delightful surprise on the road when powerful Pokémon appeared, providing Ash's Pokémon with a wealth of experience. That morning while training with his Pokémon, Ash had tied 40 pounds of weight to Beedrill's wings, causing it to struggle through low-altitude flight. MD, it's even heavier, Beedrill thought, angrily, feeling the accumulated frustration rise within. Buzz, Master, I want to use the opportunity one mentioned last time. Beedrill exclaimed, dropping all the weights on the ground and flying. Buzz, Master, I want to use the opportunity one mentioned last time. Beedrill exclaimed, dropping all the weights on the ground and flying in front of Ash. Buzz, Master, I want to use the opportunity one mentioned last time. Beedrill exclaimed, dropping all the weights on the ground and flying in front of Ash. Ash stroked his chin and spoke slowly. Buzz, I want to duel you. Beedrill declared fiercely at Ash. You want to duel with me? Or with Pikachu and the others? Ash thought he misheard and pointed towards Pikachu and the others who were training. Buzz, I want to duel you. Beedrill pointed its stingers directly at Ash. Pikachu. Upon hearing Beedrill's declaration, Pikachu immediately rolled up its sleeves, eager for a fight. Woof. After hearing Beedrill's outrageous intent to attack, its master Arcanine loyally ran up to Ash, baring its teeth at Beedrill. Seeing this, Gyarados reluctantly approached Ash. Pidgey, being fiercely protective of its master, came in front of Ash, glaring at Beedrill with a fierce gaze. Buzz, what are you all doing? I'm merely making a request to my master. The choice is in his hands. If he's not in a hurry, why are you all rushing? Beedrill glanced displeasedly at the other Pokémon. You look like you're unhappy with my request. After calming the emotions of the other Pokémon, Ash felt neither fear nor rejection towards Beedrill's words, and there was even a hint of excitement in his voice. Buzz, I just adapted to 30 pounds, and now you add another 10 pounds. Who can stand that? Beedrill complained about the weight it had been burdened with since its evolution. This is indeed my fault. Ash nodded readily, admitting his mistake. However, I am developing your innate abilities, and you agreed to this. I already told you that developing this path would be very arduous and you agreed before I proceeded. Buzz. I did agree, but this training has been quite frustrating for me. I know you have several unique abilities within you, and you're not weak. If I win, I'll handle my training from now on. If I lose, I won't resist anymore, and will let you arrange everything without complaint, so let's duel. As Beedrill spoke, it waved its stingers. Alright, I accept your challenge. Ash adjusted his cap, revealing a subtle smile in the shadow. Upon hearing Ash's words, the other Pokemon except for Pikachu were thrown into confusion, looking at Ash in disbelief, and even wanting to urge him to calm down before making a decision. Don't worry about me, just watch. Ash smiled at the other Pokemon, soothing their excited hearts. Pikachu, sitting on a nearby rock, pulled out some popcorn and sunflower seeds from somewhere, calling the other Pokemon. The other Pokemon looked puzzled at the sudden appearance of snacks beside Pikachu, unsure of what was happening. Relax, relax, nothing will happen. Just enjoy the show with me. Pikachu waved its hands, signaling them not to worry. After hearing Pikachu's words, the other Pokemon hesitated for a moment, but when they saw that Pikachu, who had been with Ash the longest, was not worried, they slowly approached Pikachu. Meanwhile, Ash was locking eyes with Beedrill. However, upon noticing Pikachu indulging in snacks nearby, he found it difficult to maintain his composure. I knew I shouldn't have given Pikachu space in the ring. Now it's munching snacks right in front of its master. Ash couldn't help but complain inwardly. Buzz, weren't you always teaching me not to get distracted during battles? What? Have you forgotten? Beedrill lunged forward, swiftly closing in on Ash, its stingers aimed directly at him. Boom. A barrier appeared, blocking Beedrill's attack. The reason I teach you this is so that you understand that no matter what, you must maintain a humble attitude. Remember, there are always those stronger than you. That is the ultimate purpose of my teachings. As Ash spoke, he raised his hand, a wave missile forming in his palm, addressing Beedrill. The wave missile was fired, and the barrier vanished instantly. Although Beedrill's reaction speed was impressive, it now had no one to command it, and could only rely on its. Fortunately, the reaction training over the past few days had not been in vain. At the moment the wave missile was fired, Beedrill instinctively brought its stingers together, barely managing to block the attack. However, Ash's punch came quickly, landing squarely on Beedrill's stingers. Boom. Beedrill's body shot out like a cannonball, crashing into a tree, and not stopping there, it plowed through one tree after another, eventually collapsing to the ground. Witnessing this scene, one could only conclude how terrifying the power of that punch had been. It's over. Ash concentrated a wave missile in his hand, and suddenly blinked, vanishing from the spot. When Beedrill finally regained its senses, it found a blue wave missile hovering at its forehead. So this is how strong my master truly is. The other Pokemon except for Pikachu, who was munching snacks, were left in shock, jaws dropped at the sight. Some even began to wonder if their master really needed them to fight. After the battle between his master and the Beedrill, all the Pokemon began to respect their master's strength, not daring to utter a single complaint. Having learned from this experience, the Beedrill no longer dared to confront Ash and began to temper its aggressive. In the blink of an eye, several days passed, during which Ash defeated countless trainers, including ending a streak of 99 victories for a boy named Xiao Ming, who had failed to get into high school. Thanks to these battles, Ash's Gyarados reached level 41, while his other Pokemon hovered around level. This rapid level up was primarily due to Ash using Gyarados in battles consistently. However, Gyarados' growth began to slow significantly after reaching the gym level. Before reaching gym level, one only needed to battle 5 to 10 Pokemon of the same level to level up, but now it required defeating 10 to 15 to gain a level. Ash understood that as he progressed, leveling up would become increasingly difficult. Otherwise, Pikachu wouldn't have been so slow in its progression over the past 4 years. Fortunately, without the presence of the mischievous and deceitful Xiao Mao, Ash had accumulated a significant amount of rare candies over the past few days of signing, in totaling around 125. The importance of rare candies increases as one progresses. These items that can directly elevate a Pokemon's level become more valuable. Alright, hurry up and answer, or you'll have to run even faster, said a green-haired student with an impatient expression as he pressed the button to increase the speed of the treadmill. This is why Ash had refrained from giving Pikachu rare candies all these years. Now Pikachu had reached the king level and battles offered little improvement, so it was time to use the rare candy. Of course, Ash wouldn't just let Pikachu consume a dozen rare candies all at once to level up. Leveling up is akin to eating. One must take it bite by bite, otherwise consuming too much at once. Regardless, the direct enhancement from rare candies requires time for adaptation before they can continue to be consumed. The last time Pikachu consumed 5 rare candies all at once, Ash had been waiting for weeks for Pikachu to fully adapt before continuing to use rare candies. Now Pikachu had adapted, so it was naturally time to start consuming rare candies. Pikachu leveled up from 55 to 56, and after spending some time to adapt to its new level, it could continue to use rare candies to level up. Of course, battles shouldn't be neglected. He needed to find Pokemon of similar strength to expedite the adaptation. One day, Ash and his companions arrived at a forest, discovering swirling mist around them, giving an eerie feeling that was quite unsettling. Ash Brock, do you feel how eerie it is around here? It feels like there are ghosts. Misty said anxiously. Now that you mention it, I do feel it's a bit creepy around here, Brock said as he squinted and stroked his chin. See? Misty nodded in agreement after hearing Brock's words. But Misty, it's daytime. Even if ghosts exist in this world, they might be sleeping. Ash chuckled. That's true. Misty found Ash's analysis quite reasonable. Misty, they say that those who are scared of ghosts usually have done something wrong, so did you do something wrong? Ash teased with a smile. Ash knew what was really going on and he just wanted to scare her a little. I haven't done anything wrong. I just noticed the mist getting thicker. Don't say random things, Ash. Misty pouted, looking skeptical. Alright, I understand. Ash nodded as if soothing a child. Seeing Ash treating her like a child made Misty a bit angry. She rolled up her non-existent sleeves ready to retaliate, but suddenly noticed a bright flame emerging from the mist not far away, accompanied by several dark shadows. In this deep forest, combined with the unusual weather and the isolation, the sudden appearance of figures made anyone who witnessed it feel fear. Is that a ghost? Misty exclaimed, revealing her true fear as she trembled and hid behind Brock, pointing ahead. Misty, how many ghosts have you seen in TV shows that gather together holding lanterns? Ash, who knew what was without giving Misty a chance to hit him, Ash quickly dashed away. Misty, wanting to retaliate, saw Ash walking toward that direction and could only pout in dissatisfaction. As Ash approached, he saw 5 colorful students gathered around another student running on a treadmill. What does this look like? The red-haired boy asked, pulling out a card to ask the student on the treadmill. Is it a Zubat? The student on the treadmill responded. Pokémon living in the mist aren't necessarily Zubats. The green-haired student pointed out the mistake. Is that a Pidgey? Correct, but unfortunately there's no reward, the green-haired student said with a sigh, shaking his head. However, you should also mention its type and signature move, the green-haired student continued to inquire. The type is bird Pokémon, the signature move is Hurricane, level 5 is Sand Attack, and it learns Quick Attack at level 12, he replied. These are all common knowledge. At what level does Pidgey evolve, and what is its name after evolution? The red-haired student seemed relentless in questioning the student on the treadmill. Alright, hurry up and answer, or you'll have to run even faster, said a green-haired student with an impatient expression as he pressed the button to increase the speed of the treadmill. In the end, the treadmill's speed was too fast, and the student fell when he couldn't keep up. Ding ding ding. The special class in the fog has ended. Tomorrow's special class will be in the snow. Xiao Chun, do you really consider yourself a student of the Pokemon Research Academy? I hope you can answer this question in tomorrow's snowy practical class. After hearing the announcement, the green-haired boy arrogantly remarked to Xiao Chun, isn't it a miracle that your useless school hasn't closed down yet? From a distance, Xiao Ji shook his head as he walked over. Xiao Ji had visited this school for a few days with Professor Oak when he was young and was familiar with the courses taught here, which focused on basic information about Pokemon. Aside from the unique weather courses, there were no other distinctive features. The lessons were all about dry information useful only for understanding Pokemon traits. In this school, novices simply clashed with each other, akin to playing house, with no real progression. Oh, it's not that there is no progress, it does cultivate the vanity of those pampered young masters, and the decline in the level of the courts conference held by the Kanto Alliance over the years is related to these young masters and ladies, leading to what is now commonly known as the Baby Cup. The colorful students hadn't walked far when they suddenly turned around to look at Xiao Ji after hearing his words. Who are you to dare mock our Pokemon school? The red-haired student was the first to retort angrily at Xiao Ji. I indeed lack the qualifications, but the decline in the level of the courts conference over the years has already proven this point. Xiao Ji crossed his arms and fired back mercilessly. On what basis do you say it's all the fault of our Pokemon? The green-haired student retorted angrily. Don't tell me you guys in the travel faction have no faults. Xiao Ji smirked. Just by the fact that you guys don't even challenge gyms, it's clear enough. What? You're too arrogant, the red-haired student said angrily after hearing Xiao Ji's words. Not satisfied. Come over and fight me then, Xiao Ji said dismissively. You said it well, Xiao Ji. The world's #1 beauty Xiao Xia suddenly appeared behind Xiao Ji, loudly supporting him. You guys are here. Xiao Ji glanced back at Xiao Gang and Xiao Xia, saying, I thought you were taken by a ghost since you didn't appear for so long, so I asked you to come check on me. Xiao Gang said with a silly grin, unaware that Xiao Xia was giving him a death stare. Oh, so that's how it is. Thank you for your concern, Xiao Xia, Xiao Ji said, expressing his gratitude to Xiao Xia. I just came to see if you were alright. Xiao Xia, blushing, responded in a tsundere manner. Xiao Ji glanced at her state and couldn't help but chuckle, then shifted his attention back to the 5 students. What's wrong? Are you scared now? Xiao Ji continued to ask them. The travel faction is just that. They always prefer to resolve matters through battles. How barbaric. The red-haired student said disdainfully. Oh, if what you say is true, then if battles are barbaric, why did you 5 become trainers? Is it to become barbarian? Xiao Ji looked at them with a caring expression as if addressing the senseless. Then Their five were struck speechless by Xiao Zhi's words. Speaking up implies indirectly acknowledging that title, silence means consent. Regardless, it boils down to the notion of acknowledgement. What a situation. 1,000 enemies taken down, yet self-inflicted damage gaining no advantage, but instead losing out to the opponent. What's wrong with you? Are you a fool? Can't you speak anymore? Xiao Zhi saw they couldn't fight back and pressed the Xiao Chun, let's meet up in class. After dropping that harsh comment, the five hurriedly left. Xiao Zhi, I didn't realize you were so good at retorting. Xiao Xia ran up, teasing him with a smile. Hee, I have even more impressive attributes, it's just that you cannot know, Xiao Zhi said, with a mischievous grin. Xiao Gang, who was nearby, turned a rare shade of red upon hearing this, clearly understanding the implication of Xiao Zhi's words. The naive Xiao Xia was confused by Xiao Zhi's words, unable to grasp their essence and meaning. Xiao Gang, do you know what that means? Unable to comprehend, Xiao Xia sought help from Xiao Gang. I don't know. The honest Xiao Gang shook his head, telling a kind lie. Alright, you're still young, not knowing is normal, so let's not ask anymore. Saying too much might get you in trouble, Xiao Zhi advised. The two, seeing Xiao Xia no longer pursuing the question, turned their attention back to Xiao Chun. Hello, the two, seeing Xiao Xia no longer pursuing the question, turned their attention back to Xiao Chun. Hello, my name is Xiao Zhi. Are you alright? Don't worry, she won't dare lay a finger on me. If you're determined to seek your own demise, I suppose there's nothing I can do about it, Xiao Chun shrugged indifferently. Hardly worth my concern. What kind of powerhouse could possibly emerge from a school with such mediocre instruction? Xiao Zhi replied expressionlessly, adding a subtle jab at the academy. Xiao Chun had been poised to retort, to proudly underscore the prestige of the Pokémon Research Academy, when Xiao Zhi mercilessly mocked him, utterly ignoring the flush of embarrassment spreading across his face. If you truly possess 3 league badges, you'd be more than qualified to challenge Yu Tung Xingdai, the debut opponent for our first-year students. The senior they'd just summoned is none other than Miss Xingdai herself, a distinguished trainer at our academy currently holding 3 official league badges. With your credentials, you'd surely stand a chance against her. As he spoke, Xiao Chun pulled a photograph from his pocket and gazed at the young woman within it with rapt adoration, his expression unmistakably infatuated. Xiao Zhi glanced briefly. Yes, she was undeniably beautiful, graceful, and poised, but still nowhere near as radiant as Serena. That inner conviction echoed silently within him. So if what you say is true, then that so-called whip of love, was it tacitly sanctioned by her? Do you harbor no resentment whatsoever? Xia Xia stepped forward, voice sharp with inquiry. It makes no difference. I welcome her teasing without complaint. I willingly submit to her whims, so long as she remains lovely and charming, Xiao Chun declared earnestly, completely oblivious to the fact that Xiao Zhi had already mentally branded him a legendary bootlicker. Indeed, across every world imaginable, wherever beauty resides, morality inevitably follows in its wake. Xiao Zhi mused inwardly. Xia Xia, rendered speechless by Xiao Chun's behavior, realized further words were futile, and promptly distanced herself from him, lest his mannerisms somehow contaminate her own demeanor, transforming her into, well, Xiao Zhi's. Once Xiao Chun noticed Xiao Zhi's unrelenting disdain, he resolved to prove his academy's potential, leading them instead to its Pokémon simulation battle chamber. Though dubbed a Pokémon simulation battle, the setup resembled little more than retro arcade cabinets from Xiao Zhi's past life, turn-based much like classic Pokémon games. I routinely use Cerulean City's Cerulean Gym as my warm-up exercise in this simulator, Xiao Chun explained while demonstrating, swiftly defeating a Starmie with his in-game Oddish. Beside him, Xia Xia erupted in fury upon witnessing Xiao Chun's brazen display. I can't bear to listen any longer. I'm from the Cerulean Gym myself. Do you honestly believe you could best me? She demanded, radiating palpable Cerulean City. A flicker of disdain crossed Xiao Chun's face before he continued, wholly unaware of the gravity of his blunder. Isn't their gym merely a water-type facility? I've triumphed over it countless times in simulation battles. Such boundless arrogance. Just wait until Sister Xia defeats you. You'll owe her a formal apology. Dare you wager on it? Xiao Zhi stepped forward, his 8 sculpted abdominal muscles faintly visible beneath his shirt. I'd never lose to her, Xiao Chun scoffed, still blind to the truth before him. Then answer plainly. Are you a man? Will you take the bet? Xiao Zhi's cold smile deepened. Fine, I accept. And I will win. Emboldened by youthful hubris, Xiao Chun accepted without hesitation. Very well, I'll grant you the benefit of the doubt and assume you're a man. But should you refuse to apologize after defeat, Pikachu shall administer complimentary electrotherapy, guaranteed to leave you horizontal for the rest of today. Pikachu sighed, resignedly patting its chest, an accomplice in mischief. No need to fret. Xiao Chun agreed confidently. Nearby, Xia Xia felt an unexpected warmth bloom within her, her earlier anger softening, replaced by quiet gratitude, as Xiao Zhi stepped forth on her behalf. Thus the two strode onto the adjacent arena, and released their Pokémon. Xiao Chun sent out Oddish, Xias. Without water, a water-type Pokémon stands no chance of victory, Xiao Chun declared, eyeing Starmie with unwavering confidence. Yet, even before issuing his first command, Xiao Chun's Oddish was swiftly overwhelmed, reeling from a single strike, by Starmie, instantly rendered incapable of further combat. Impossible. Xiao Chun stared in disbelief. The battle hadn't even begun, and yet it was already TSK. I'd heard your academy's curriculum was formidable. Turns out it's all smoke and mirrors. No wonder the Indigo League descended into chaos under your stewardship. Xiao Ji delivered the barb without mercy. Xiao Chun's face flushed crimson with humiliation. Enough, you lost. Now apologize to Xiaxia. I'm sorry, I was wrong to mock gym leaders. Humph, glad you've come to your senses. Next time think before you speak. Hold on, why did things shift so suddenly from verbal sparring to actual battle between Xiaxia and Xiao Chun? Gang asked, bewildered. Oh, I nearly forgot to mention. Xiaxia is indeed a member of the Cerulean Gym. Though currently overseen by her 3 elder sisters, she's embarked on her journey to hone real-world experience before assuming leadership of the gym. Xiao Ji recalled only now, having neglected to inform Gang earlier that Xiaxia was heir to a gym. So Xiaxia like me is a gym heir? No wonder she reacted so fiercely. Had I been in her place, I'd have tolerated no such slander against my gym either. Gang nodded vigorously, fully endorsing Xiaxia's stance. The pitiable often conceal despicable flaws, if the despicable in turn are cloaked in profound. Indeed, Gang murmured, reflecting on their prior encounters, and affirming Xiao Ji's insight with quiet. Come out. What are you looking at over there? Xiao Ji looked toward the door. The other 3, upon hearing Xiao Ji's words, looked around, and found that there was no one else nearby. They were momentarily puzzled, and all turned to look at Xiao Ji. At that moment 6 figures emerged from the door, not far away, 5 men and 1 woman. The 5 men were the ones who had just slipped away, and the woman was the one mentioned in the photo by Xiao Chun, the esteemed Yudo Shindai, from the Pokemon Research School. Long time no see, Xiao Ji. The speaker was their leader, Yudo Shindai. It has indeed been a long time, but you only brought 5 people to welcome me to your school, eh? How could I dare? You are the renowned Dr. Ji-sun in the research field, quite a rarity, Yudo Shindai chuckled cheerfully. So beautiful she looks even better in person than in the photo. When Xiao Gang saw Yudo Shindai, his eyes sparkled, transforming into heart shapes. Just as he wanted to rush over to confess, he was stopped by Xiaoxia. Otherwise Xiao Gang would have likely charged over to her with a wolf-like confession. It is truly an honor to catch Miss Shindai's eye. It has been 2 years since we last met. How about a Pokemon battle? Alright, this time I will definitely defeat you. Yudo Shindai smiled, elegantly agreeing to the battle. Thus the two found another location to battle, arriving by the indoor swimming pool. I will return the defeat from 2 years ago, Yudo Shindai said proudly, raising her chin. Your temperament hasn't changed at all since 2 years ago. Xiaoxi shook his head and smiled. Less talk this time, I won't lose. Yudo Shindai said confidently, go Pikachu. This time you will be the one to defeat her. Xiaoxi adjusted his cap and commanded Pikachu to take the stage. Pika Pika. Pikachu stepped forward without hesitation. Another Pikachu. Yudo Shindai, seeing Pikachu again, couldn't help but recall the scene from 2 years ago, furrowing her brow at the thought. This time I will not lose. It has to be you, Galar. It has evolved. This is getting interesting. It seems my changes have caused a corresponding butterfly effect in this world. Xiaoxi narrowed his eyes, pondering the original plot of the anime and the differences between the story encountered during his travels and the events depicted in the anime. This time I will not lose. Yudo Shindai silently encouraged herself. Galar Bone Boomerang. Pikachu dodged with quick attack, then use Iron Tail. Galar threw the bone boomerang it held, launching it toward Pikachu. Pikachu calmly watched the approaching bone boomerang, and with a flash of its yellow form, effortlessly dodged. Then it transformed into a yellow blur, swiftly knocking Galar away before leaping into the air. At that moment the bone boomerang returned, and Pikachu used it as a springboard to leap closer to Galar, its tail turning into a steel-like metallic strike. Pikachu's series of actions were seamless, flowing like water, with no extraneous movements whatsoever. It was clear that this was the result of extensive training. Galar. Yudo Shindai, watching Galar being hit twice in a row, cried out in distress. She used Healing Cry, restoring Galar's health. Cough, I digressed. Charge. After Galar got up from the ground, it let out a roar and charged toward Pikachu. Used Double Team. Pikachu created several clones, confusing Galar. In its frenzied state, Galar couldn't distinguish which clone was the real one, attacking any clone it encountered. Seeing such a perfect opportunity, Xiaoxi would not let it slip. Great chance. Pikachu used Grass Knot. As soon as he finished speaking, a grass trap appeared beneath Galar's feet, binding it and preventing any movement. Seeing such a perfect opportunity, Xiaoxi would not let it slip. Great chance. Pikachu used Grass Knot. As soon as he finished speaking, a grass trap, Galar Yudo Shindai, seeing Galar fall, tenderly recalled it into its Pokeball. There's a slight improvement, but still a long way to go. Xiaoji looked at Shindai and called Pikachu back. Still I lost. Yudo Shindai in a girl-like manner knelt on the ground, tears welling in her eyes as she gazed at Xiaoji. Xiaoji felt a pang in his heart at the sight. Unable to bear it, he turned away. Although you have the talent of a trainer, staying in such a useless school will only waste your potential. Rather than remaining in this idle school, you would be better off traveling. Xiaoji left her with this remark, then under the gaze of others left the school with Xiao Xia and Xiao Gang, while the colorful group of younger students did not dare to intervene. After all, they had already been defeated by their school's champion. What right did they have to stop Xiaoji? Meanwhile, Yudo Shindai, kneeling on the ground, was lost in the memory of the words Xiaoji had left when he defeated her. To win against me, you are still 100 years too early. It was precisely this phrase that lingered in her heart for a long time. Can I travel with you? Suddenly Yudo Shindai said this. At this moment Xiaoji had not walked far and heard her pausing for a moment. Your grandfather won't agree. Xiaoji finally said this, leaving the school without looking back. Xiao Gang, who was initially excited at the prospect of traveling with such a beautiful girl who matched his aesthetic, felt utterly crushed when he heard Xiaoji's rejection chasing after him. Xiaoji, why didn't you agree to her just now? Xiao Gang asked as he caught up. You are overthinking it. Even if she agreed, her grandfather and family wouldn't approve. Why wouldn't they agree? Xiao Gang puzzled over it, unable to comprehend why. Do you think a noble girl like her would be allowed to leave school and travel instead of managing her family business? Do you think her relatives would approve of that? And do you know what her family would call her for doing this? What would they call her? A good for nothing. If we allowed her to travel with us, we might end up with a lot of trouble in the future, and it would hinder her from inheriting her family fortune. Rather than have an extra complication, it is better to have one less. Xiaoji said helplessly. That makes sense. Xiao Gang felt there was some truth in what Xiaoji said, and reluctantly agreed with his. But I still feel it's a pity to miss out on having such an attractive girl with us on the road. By the way, Xiaoji, why did you tell her to go travel instead of traveling with us? Isn't that contradictory? I told her to travel, but only if her family agrees. A girl of her status would definitely have a powerful bodyguard with her when she travels. If she travels with us, we would have to devote extra energy to care for her. Do you want a noble girl to add complications to our journey? Xiaoji explained while holding his forehead. In that case, wouldn't we just have another bodyguard with us? Traveling would be even easier then. Then let me ask you, what is the meaning of our travel? Xiao Gang, upon hearing this, nodded as if enlightened, clearly understanding, but still feeling a bit reluctant. As expected of Xiaoji, his thoughts are truly far-reaching. Xiao Xia gave a big thumbs up upon hearing Xiaoji's words. Seeing this, Xiaoji shook his head helplessly. After leaving the Pokemon school, Ash and his friends continued their journey towards the direction of the Withered Leaf City. This morning Ash woke up early, completed the system check-in, and the reward he received today was different from usual, quite innovative. System check-in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the check-in. Reward obtained: Victory Poison. Victory Poison Gun concentrates toxins all over the body into sharp organ strikes, quickly causing 90 of the affected Pokemon to enter a toxic state and reducing physical resistance by 10. After use, the user cannot employ skills for a while. This skill is submitted by readers and has been adopted with slight modifications. More changes will come later. Interesting, this skill seems specifically designed for Beedrill, and coincidentally Beedrill currently lacks any signature moves, making it a perfect fit. After reading the skill introduction, Ash nodded in satisfaction and subsequently used it on Beedrill in the system space. After using the skill card in the system space, Ash released Beedrill again to see what effects it would bring. Ash generally prefers to train without a shirt. The reason for training without a shirt is mainly that Ash dislikes the feeling of sweat sticking to his skin, so he chooses to train without a shirt. To avoid making Misty uncomfortable, Ash usually trains a bit further away. In other words, there was no one else around allowing him to freely use the skill that Beedrill had just learned. However, he was completely unaware that not far away 2 shining eyes were drooling while staring at his abs. Ash usually doesn't like to activate his perception during training, so he didn't notice that someone was spying on him from a distance. After all, who would be interested in his abs? Beedrill used Victory Poison Gun. Upon hearing the command, Beedrill paused for a moment, recalling the skill it had just learned. Moments later, a silvery sheen on Beedrill's stingers suddenly turned a dark hue. Beedrill raised its stingers, piercing forward like the heads of guns, rapidly corroding the heart of the tree it struck. This damage feels good. The lethality is sufficient, suitable for a signature move. Ash nodded in satisfaction. After witnessing the power of the Victory Poison Gun, Ash decided to have Beedrill focus on mastering this move first before moving on to other training. Thus, under Ash's command, all the Pokemon training was completed. Upon returning to the camp, they enjoyed breakfast prepared by Brock, and after finishing they continued their journey. During lunch, Ash and his friends came across a lush patch of grass, and everyone fell silent. Isn't the grass here a bit abnormal? It's so high it doesn't look like a place anyone has visited. Otherwise, why would the grass be so tall? Ash said to Misty and Brock beside him. It does seem unlikely that anyone has been here, but we are clearly following the official league map. How did we end up in this place? Brock stroked his chin, furrowing his brow. Is there a possibility that we took the wrong path? Misty suddenly interjected. It shouldn't be that we took the wrong path. It's likely because there are many grass-type Pokemon here, or perhaps some Pokemon intentionally hastened the growth, causing the grass to grow this tall. Ash stroked his chin, reflecting on the original plot, and combined with the situation of a particular Pokemon, he ultimately provided the most plausible answer. That's not impossible, Brock nodded in agreement. But who would deliberately do this? Misty chimed in again. While Ash knew the reason behind the plot, he did not directly tell Brock and Misty. Forget it, let's not dwell on this, time is tight. We should hurry along. Agreed, both Brock and Misty replied in unison. Thus they ventured into the strange patch of grass. Fortunately, this patch of grass wasn't very large. They passed through it quickly and arrived at an open area. This grass is quite sharp, Misty remarked after her arm was accidentally scratched by the grass while passing through it. I have a band-aid here, you can use it to stop the bleeding. Brock, seeing the small scrape on Misty's arm, tossed her a band-aid for her to make do with. Upon hearing this, Misty glanced at Ash, who was observing the surroundings, and reluctantly accepted the band-aid. However, just as she was feeling unhappy, she suddenly spotted a very cute Oddish. Wow, it's an Oddish! Misty exclaimed excitedly. After seeing the Oddish, she rushed in front of it, pulled out a Pokeball, and was about to release a Pokemon to battle. Suddenly, a green turtle with a garlic bulb ran out and knocked the Pokeball she was about to release away. Wow, a garlic frog! After seeing the opposing Pokeball being knocked away, the garlic frog finally breathed a sigh of relief. The starter Pokemon Bulbasaur. Brock exclaimed upon seeing Bulbasaur. It's evident how difficult it is to encounter starter Pokemon in the wild. Upon spotting the starter Pokemon, he felt a desire to capture it, but then thought it strange for a rock gym leader to capture a grass-type Pokemon, so he didn't think much of it. Hey little guy, don't get too excited. I'm not a bad person. I'm not a good person. Ash said while releasing his natural power to communicate with Bulbasaur, stabilizing Bulbasaur's emotion. At first sight of Ash, Bulbasaur felt a warm sense of familiarity. This affinity from Ash's natural power led it to choose to believe what Ash had just said. Ash had previously mentioned that he was a bad person, so Bulbasaur naturally assumed he must indeed be one. Ahem, I know you might have misunderstood something, but don't be too agitated. Let's calm down first. I was just being flippant and said the wrong thing. Ash coughed and hurriedly started explaining to Bulbasaur. Bulbasaur once again sensed the affinity emanating from Ash and looked into Ash's kind eyes. Unknowingly, its anxious emotions began to settle down, choosing to trust the person favored by its natural. The Bulbasaur nodded to Ash, then turned to signal him and his friends to follow. Seeing this, Ash looked at Misty and Brock, and when he saw that they both agreed, they followed Bulbasaur. Ash and his companions followed Bulbasaur to a secluded little village. In this village there were many weak Pokemon everywhere, such as Oddish, Caterpie, and Sandshrew, all of whom were unevolved and had relatively low qualifications, and their strength reflected this. All the Pokemon here looked at Ash and his group with vigilance, some even with hateful glares. Not a single Pokemon welcomed their arrival. Apart from Ash, Brock and Misty also sensed that something was off with the way the Pokemon were looking at them, and found it clearly this was their first time here. Why did these Pokemon have such expressions? In this little village there was only one cabin inhabited by a person. As Ash and the others approached the cabin and were about to knock, the door swung open, revealing a girl with blue hair, dressed in red overalls. The girl found it very strange after seeing Ash and the others. Hey, who are you? Why are you here? The girl looked at Ash and his group with a wary expression, unsure if they were there to steal Pokemon. We came here with this Bulbasaur. We mean no harm, Ash stepped forward to explain. Bulbasaur brought you here. The girl frowned after hearing Ash's words, feeling that this was unlikely. To confirm the truth, she turned her gaze to Bulbasaur. Seeing this, Bulbasaur nodded. Only after Bulbasaur confirmed it did the girl feel relieved. Given her understanding of Bulbasaur, it was impossible for it to bring dangerous people here, so she naturally trusted. Since that's the case, I truly apologize for my rudeness. The girl realized she had misunderstood and immediately began to apologize. It's okay, we don't mind. After all, it's normal to be a bit cautious when strangers appear in a place like this. Ash smiled and shook his head, indicating it was all right. Thank you for your understanding. The girl, seeing Ash's politeness, also politely bowed to express her gratitude. By the way, my name is Xiaotsue, and I'm the caretaker of this healing center. Miss Xiaotsue, is there something wrong with the Pokemon here? Why have they been looking at us with such strange expressions? Yes, the Pokemon here are either injured in battles or abandoned by trainers brought here for healing. Xiaotsue glanced at the abandoned Pokemon, her eyes revealing a hint of sorrow. So Xiaotsue, you can be considered a nurse, right? Not quite, please don't misunderstand. I don't have that qualification yet. Xiaotsue waved her hand and quickly explained, I use traditional methods passed down through generations. After hearing this, Ash pondered for a moment. Then Ash opened his backpack and took out a dozen healing potions to hand to Xiaotsue. Since that's the case, they'll give you some healing potions as a token of goodwill for those Pokémon. After saying this, Ash completely disregarded Xiaoqi's feelings and stuffed all the healing potions into her hands. Oh what? Xiao Zui was taken aback receiving the many potions. Isn't this a bit too extravagant for you? Xiao Zui said shyly looking at the pile of potions in her arms. Ash glancing at the system space, showing over 1,000 potions paused in silence. Isn't this a bit too extravagant for you? Xiao Zui said shyly looking at the pile of potions in her arms. If you knew I received dozens of potions every time I checked in, you wouldn't be worried about me running out or saying such things. Once we reach Golden City, I'll hand these over to Xiaobei for management. Ash looked at the abundant resources in the system space, pondering for a moment. Just as he was about to continue speaking, a familiar voice rang out from a distance. To prevent the world from being destroyed. To protect the peace of the world. That's the way it is, Meow. You guys came out so quickly. Upon seeing Team Rocket, Ash immediately exclaimed. Damn it, you little brat, how dare you say that? If you hadn't sent us to Miss Junshar, our salaries wouldn't have been deducted. As soon as Musashi saw Ash, anger surged within her. Especially when she mentioned the salary deduction, she wished she could rush over and seize Ash, tearing him apart. How much is your monthly salary? Ash suddenly asked. Why should we tell you how much our monthly salary is? Of course we earn much more than ordinary jobs, Nyarth chimed in. Together the three of us earn over 10,000 a month, Kojiro replied with a serious expression as he Kojiro, what are you doing? Why are you telling this annoying brat our salary? Musashi and Nyarth angrily grabbed Kojiro's collar and shouted. Your salaries are really low, even factory workers earn more than you, Ash remarked disdainfully. So what if our salary is low? At least we have job freedom, Musashi replied defiantly. Exactly, Meow, at least we have job freedom. Nyarth's eyes suddenly welled up with tears as he said this. Well, it's all your fault, you little brat. If it weren't for you sending us to Junsha, we wouldn't have had 3 months' salary. Upon saying this, Nyarth began to cry uncontrollably. Those who are hateful must have their reasons, and those who are pitiful must have their reasons. Brock sighed. Team Rocket is so pitiful. Their salary is even worse than factory workers, and now they've had 3 months' salary deducted. It's truly sad. Right? We're so pitiful, can't you show a little compassion and give us your Pikachu? Suddenly Nyarth's demeanor changed from crying to a wicked stance. This twist. Ash found Nyarth's sudden change quite amusing. What does my Pikachu have to do with your sadness? Are you interested in working with me? I can help you multiply your salary several times. Ash smiled and tempted Team Rocket. What kind of cooperation? Upon hearing that their salaries could double, the Team Rocket trio's eyes lit up with curiosity. Here's how it works. If a Team Rocket member is apprehended by Officer Jenny, a reward of 2,500 Poke Dollars is issued per capture. So between the two of you, that's 5,000 Poke Dollars. Lump sum. I'll give you 3,350,000 and keep the remaining 1,500,000 as compensation for my efforts. Sounds fair, doesn't it? Having heard this, the Team Rocket trio first erupted in outrage. Then, after a moment's reflection, found themselves reluctantly conceding that Ash's logic held a certain grim validity. After all, receiving 3,500 Poke Dollars far outweighed forfeiting 3 months' salary at a mere 1,000, a disparity so staggering it verged on absurdity. Thus the trio fell into deep contemplation, whispering among themselves before reaching a unanimous verdict: refusal. The reason was simple. Not only did they harbor unwavering loyalty to Giovanni, but more crucially, they simply could not bear to see Ash thrive while they languished. After all, it was Ash who had repeatedly sent them tumbling into custody, and each time hurled them skyward like ragdolls. How could they possibly stomach watching him live better than they ever had? We refuse, the trio declared in unison. Ash sighed deeply upon hearing their reply. I'd hoped to persuade Team Rocket toward redemption, but apparently I underestimated Giovanni's magnetic. If you won't accept, then I'll have no choice but to deliver you there myself. Pikachu, quick attack. Seeing Ash commit to action without hesitation, the trio instantly retaliated, releasing their Pokémon in unison. As they deployed their Pokémon, they simultaneously activated the machinery beneath their feet, beginning to vacuum nearby Pokémon into its maw. Oof. Every Pokémon here belongs to us now. Everyone, into the building now. Seeing the danger escalate, Sakura shouted urgently, guiding the crowd indoors to escape the machine's colossal suction. Ash, let's go. Brock and Misty started to flee, then paused, noticing Ash stood motionless, and urged, you go ahead, I'll stay. It's easier to fight freely when you're not around. Ash stood firm, his coat billowing violently in the gale, his cap threatening to tear free, until he pressed it firmly down with one hand. At that moment, he radiated unshakable confidence. Misty watched his silhouette, calm amid the chaos, her breath catching, her thoughts suspended in silent awe. Then take care of yourself, she called out finally, before turning sharply and vanishing into the building beside. Once Sakura and Brock were safely inside, Ash sprang into motion. Wait, where did that brat? The trio blinked, only to find Ash had dissolved into a blur, reappearing behind their machine. Just then a Bellsprout stumbled mid-step. sucked helplessly into the air inches from being swallowed whole by seed. Startled Bulbasaur cried out upon seeing his friend imperiled, then launched twin emerald vines from his back, snatching Bellsprout from the abyss. Whoa, Bulbasaur, one of the Kanto starter Pokémon. Presenting him to Boss Giovanni would surely earn us a... Upon spotting Bulbasaur, James's eyes gleamed. He cranked the machine's power to maximum, aiming to reel, yet precisely then, like shadow given form, Ash materialized behind them, striking with flawless precision, one elegant blow, and each fell unconscious. Phew, finally subdued those three fools. Ash exhaled, surveying the fallen trio. He located the control panel and killed the machine's hum. All right, crisis over. He clapped his hands lightly. Seed. With the suction gone, Bulbasaur Once assured Bulbasaur was unharmed, Ash wasted no time, producing rope and binding the trio together tight and secure. I wonder, did they already claim their last bonus? Are they still worth delivering? He rested his chin on his palm, pondering their current market value. Ah, enough deliberation. Off to Officer Jenny they go. He shook his head decisively, abandoning the thought. Bulbasaur, are you all right? Ash leapt down to his side, voice laced with genuine concern. When Bulbasaur shook his head gently, Ash understood. No injury, just shaken. By then Pikachu had grown bored of play, knocking out Team Rocket's Pokémon before bounding back to Ash's shoulder with a soft hop. Pika. Mission accomplished, Chief. Pikachu saluted crisply. Everyone's safe now, you may come. Ash chuckled wryly at Pikachu's theatrics, then gestured for those sheltering indoors to emerge. Cautiously the trio and the rescued Pokémon emerged from the wooden cabin, only breathing easy once silence reclaimed the clearing. Ash, are you okay? Misty dashed forward the moment she saw him unscathed. Ash met her worried gaze, paused, then smiled faintly, shaking his head. All clear. The crisis has passed. Sakura addressed the gathered Pokémon. It's truly over. The danger is gone. Hearing confirmation from their caretaker, the Pokémon slowly ventured forth, reassurance settling over them like dawn light. Sakura suddenly noticed Bulbasaur, still gazing intently at Ash, and an idea bloomed within. Ash, she asked gently, would you consider taking Bulbasaur with you on your journey? After his trainer abandoned him, he's trusted no one but me. Yet he clearly takes to you. Perhaps you might give it a try. Ash faltered, momentarily speechless. He hadn't intended to recruit Bulbasaur, not even after circumventing the original timeline's events. Yet fate, it seemed, had other plans. Truly, the world's self-correcting mechanisms were astonishingly potent. He hadn't intended to recruit Bulbasaur, not even after circumventing the original timeline's events. Evolution offered proven, scientifically validated leaps in latent capability, but Ash had assessed Bulbasaur's innate aptitude solid for gym-level battles, yet insufficient for his exacting standards. Compounded by Bulbasaur's steadfast aversion to evolving, Ash saw little reason to pursue recruitment. He preferred Bulbasaur remain here, cherished, safe, and unburdened, rather than follow him into hardship. After all, he could easily teach Bulbasaur any move via his system's storage, forging a uniquely powerful, unconventional partner. Why settle, when one knows greater possibilities await? Yet now that an invitation had been extended, and given his long-held desire to train a Bulbasaur, he would strive, gently, patiently, to reshape Bulbasaur's resolve, to awaken in him the will. Should Bulbasaur still refuse by journey's end in Kanto, Ash vowed to honor his choice, asking only whether he wished to stay by his side, or return home. Whatever Bulbasaur chose, Ash pledged unwavering dedication, to nurture, respect, and uplift him fully. That was the heart of Ash Ketchum, the future Pokémon Master. Bulbasaur, will you journey with me? Ash knelt before him eye to eye. Seed. Instead of accepting, or declining, Bulbasaur challenged him, fierce and proud. Ash knelt before him eye to eye. Seed. Instead of accepting, or declining, Bulbasaur challenged him, fierce and proud, of a gentle, decisive victory. True to expectation, with a single dazzling strike, Pikachu secured victory, and Bulbasaur, his spirit stirred, yielded willingly. I've captured Bulbasaur. After successfully capturing the Bulbasaur, Ash and his companions handed Team Rocket's trio over to the elegant Miss Junsha of an unknown city, and then they continued their journey towards the direction of Leaf City. Because the bounty for Team Rocket's trio had already been claimed once, they did not receive any reward this time, and ultimately after giving Team Rocket to the dashing Miss Junsha, they left. Although it was a pity that there was no reward, Ash felt a great sense of accomplishment for doing a good deed, which made his mood quite cheerful. In the blink of an eye, a few days passed, and Ash's Pokémon had significantly increased in strength, with many. One day, as Ash and his companions traversed the mountains and valleys, they discovered a small, orange dinosaur lying on a rock, its tail ablaze with orange flames. Wow, this is incredible. We can encounter the starter Pokémon just by walking. Brock exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing the little Charmeleon on the rock. Yahoo! The Charmeleon, hearing Brock's words, cooperatively let out a fierce roar, looking quite intimidating. So it's a Charmeleon, Misty said as she looked at the fierce expression of the Charmeleon and sighed in relief. Ash, however, kept his gaze fixed on the Charmeleon and remained silent. He knew very well that this Charmeleon before him was one of his greatest potential allies in the future. Not for any particular reason, but because Ash had just taken a glance at the system panel and discovered the Charmeleon's terrifying qualifications. The panel read as follows. Pokémon Charmeleon. Gender male. Level 7. Ability Blaze. When HP is reduced, the power of fire type moves increases. Qualifications Divine. Held item none. Moves Scratch, Roar, Ember Flame, Burst, Dragon Claw. Terrifying indeed. After Ash finished reading Charmeleon's panel, he gasped in astonishment. This was the first time he had seen a Pokémon with divine qualifications, and it was right in front of him. How could he not be excited? Divine qualifications meant this Pokémon had the potential to become a godlike creature. In the system's examples, divine levels are actually divided into 4 tiers. Levels 90 to 93 are Tier 3 gods, levels 94 to 96 are Tier 2 gods, and levels 97 to 99 are Tier 1 gods. As for level 100, it is likely that only that one alpaca has reached it. The specific levels of other divine beasts remain unknown and can only be determined upon encountering them and checking through the system. Clearly the potential of this Charmeleon is terrifyingly high. It truly lives up to its legendary status. If memory serves, in the anime, Charmeleon seemed to have undergone forced evolution early on, which greatly diminished its potential, causing its strength to plateau at the champion level. What do you mean terrifying? Misty, who seemed to have heard Ash's murmured words, asked him curiously. This is something you really don't need to know about, Ash replied, while stroking his chin. Why? Because it's not important, so you don't need to be curious. Oh, alright. Misty, seeing Ash's reluctance to speak, decided not to press further. Speaking of which, why does this Charmeleon look so lifeless? Misty frowned and remarked. Looking at its haggard appearance, I suggest we quickly capture it and take it to Nurse Joy nearby for treatment. Brock, being a breeder, immediately noticed the Charmeleon's weakness and offered his advice. No need to capture it. It seems this Charmeleon already has an owner. Ash shook his head and said. How do you know that, Ash? Brock turned to Ash, looking at him with surprise. It's clear that this Charmeleon looks incredibly weak, yet refuses to leave. Moreover, when it saw us, it neither showed fear nor tried to escape. That says enough, and I believe you all understand it too. Ash spoke with an indifferent expression, but a fierce fire burned in his eyes. This was one of the key Pokémon he had set his sights on, although he had considered that it might look pitiful upon encountering it. Having seen it with his own eyes now only fueled his anger further. Brock and Misty, hearing Ash's clear words, now understood the situation of the Charmeleon. Regardless of the circumstances, I believe we shouldn't abandon this Charmeleon. We should take it for treatment. Its weak appearance is truly heart-wrenching. Misty suggested after learning they could not capture it. We can't take it. Didn't you see how Charmeleon looked at us with a face full of resistance when we approached? What does that indicate? It shows that more than just us have tried to approach it in the past few days. Ash reiterated. What should we do then? That poor creature is so weak. If we don't treat it soon, it might really die. Misty, frustrated by the lack of solutions, began to stomp her feet anxiously. I think it has been abandoned by its trainer for not long, which is why it is like this. We just need to let Pikachu give it some food to replenish its energy, and its condition should improve a bit. As Ash spoke, he took out a cherry berry from his bag, which Charmeleon usually loves to eat. Pikachu, I'm Pika. Pikachu nodded to Ash, and then approached Charmeleon, offering it the cherry berry. Afterward, Pikachu ran back and saluted Ash. Pikachu. Big brother mission accomplished. Perfect. Watching Pikachu in that manner, Ash couldn't help but smile wryly. After 4 years together, he had indeed resigned himself to this little troublemaker's antics. Although he had accepted it in his heart, he still grumbled that it was all Gary's fault. No way around it. He had gotten used to it, and changing that was not easy. Ash chose to temporarily forget that Pikachu had been led astray by him, and shifted his gaze back to the Charmeleon, which was now enjoying the cherry berry. At that moment, Charmeleon happened to look over, and seeing the close bond between Ash and Pikachu, a glimmer of envy flashed in his eyes. Alright, since it already has a trainer, let's leave this place. No matter how much we try to persuade it, I doubt it will be willing to come with us. Brock said with a helpless expression. It's not urgent to leave right away. Ash interjected, stopping Brock. Then, under the watchful eyes of Brock and Misty, Ash slowly approached Charmeleon step by step. Using the power of the evergreen energy, Ash gradually drew closer to Charmeleon, eventually standing at the edge of the rock, locking eyes with Charmeleon for a few moments. Under the influence of the evergreen energy, Charmeleon sensed the kindness of the human before him, and Ash watched as the wariness in Charmeleon's eyes slowly transformed into sadness. He then took out a bottle of berry juice from his bag and placed it beside Charmeleon. After doing this, Ash finally left the place with Brock and Misty. Charmeleon glanced at the berry juice that had just been given to him, and the human who had exchanged glances with him, remembering the words his trainer had spoken to him when he left. A tear rolled down his cheek. Perhaps he clearly understood what he was experiencing at that moment, Yet it was precisely because he understood that he wanted to gamble on that one slim chance of the impossible, waiting for his trainer to come back and pick him up. After leaving the little fire dragon, Ash and his companions found a Pokémon Center along the mountain path. As they entered the Pokémon Center, a strong wind began to howl outside and dark clouds gathered. The sky appeared dim and heavy with faint rumblings of thunder, creating a sense of inexplicable oppression. Upon hearing the thunder, Ash and his friends turned to gaze out the window. "Is it about to rain?" Misty murmured as she looked at the dark clouds outside. "It clearly looks like it's going to rain, there's thunder, and it seems like it will be quite heavy. What should we do about the little fire dragon?" Brock squinted his eyes, observing the weather outside. Misty, hearing Brock's words, expressed her concern. "I don't know, there's nothing outside to shield it from the wind and rain." Brock shook his head in response. Meanwhile, Ash, who had been listening to their conversation, fell silent for a moment. After pondering for a while, he stood up and walked towards Nurse Joy. "Excuse me, trainer, is there anything I can help you?" Nurse Joy looked at Ash and asked, "Do you need an umbrella?" Ash approached her and inquired, "Nurse Joy, do you have an umbrella here?" "Yes, would you like to borrow it?" Nurse Joy asked kindly. "Yes, may I?" Ash nodded. "Of course." Without hesitation, Nurse Joy handed an umbrella to Ash. "Thank you," Ash said, accepting it with gratitude. "You're welcome." Nurse Joy smiled and nodded. "Brock, Misty, I'm going to check on the little fire dragon. You two stay here, I'll be back soon." Ash approached Brock and Misty, instructing them. "Let's go, Pikachu." Without waiting for Brock and Misty to respond, Ash ran out with Pikachu. "Hey, Ash." Just as Brock and Misty were about to speak, Ash had already disappeared from sight, moving at an incredible speed. The two looked outside, now pouring with rain, unsure of what to do. They both rushed to Nurse Joy to get an umbrella, but unfortunately the one Ash had taken was the only umbrella available. Caught in a dilemma, the more mature Brock decided to go after Ash alone, leaving Misty at the Pokémon Center. Thus Brock chased after Ash, leaving Misty alone. "Hey, how did that guy leave? I forgot to mention, while I have no umbrella left, I still have a raincoat. How did he run off so fast?" Nurse Joy said, holding a raincoat with a frustrated expression. Misty, hearing this, suddenly had an idea, snatched the raincoat and rushed after Ash. And so one person teleported swiftly, the other drenched in rain, and another donned in a raincoat, all braved the downpour, towards the little fire dragon's location. As a result, Ash teleported to the little fire dragon's location. Coincidentally, at that moment, the angry Spearows, which had been eyeing the little fire dragon from above, launched an attack. Upon seeing this, Ash suddenly appeared before the little fire dragon, shielding the weak creature to prevent the Spearows from continuing their assault. Pikachu Thunderbolt. The weak little fire dragon, hearing the commotion, slowly opened its eyes to see the human who had given it juice today, holding it protectively. The peculiar Pikachu on Ash's shoulder jumped down, and with its two red electric pouches sparking, it struck down the attacking Spearows from the sky. "Little fire dragon, are you okay?" Ash asked concernedly as he looked at the little fire dragon in his arms. Woo! Seeing the little fire dragon, which was on the verge of collapse with its flame about to extinguish, filled Ash's heart with sorrow. "It's alright, I'll take you for treatment. I'll also teach that little rascal a lesson later." Ash opened the umbrella, picked up the little fire dragon, and let Pikachu jump onto his shoulder. Just as he was about to teleport away, he suddenly spotted Brock running towards him. "Brock, what are you doing here?" Ash looked at Brock with a puzzled expression. "Isn't it because of you? You just left without saying a word. How could I not worry?" Brock said, panting heavily. "Haha, I'm really sorry." After hearing this, Ash scratched his head sheepishly. "Hey, is that Misty?" Ash glanced behind Brock and noticed a figure in a raincoat running towards them. Brock, hearing this, froze for a moment and turned to look back. Goodness, looking at that figure, it really is Misty. "Misty, how did you come too?" Ash said with a serious expression. "Yeah, I told you to stay at the Pokémon Center." "Wait, where did you get that raincoat?" Brock said, halfway through noticing the raincoat on Misty, filled with confusion. "You ran too fast. Nurse Joy was going to give you a raincoat, but you were too quick and missed her." Misty chuckled, covering her mouth as she looked at the soaked Brock. After hearing Misty's words, Brock stood there looking dazed, his expression messy in the wind, watching Ash and Misty, who weren't wet at all. Goodness, in the end, he was the only one who got soaked. Misty couldn't help but laugh at Brock's hurt expression. She had received professional training, and to some extent she wouldn't laugh unless she truly couldn't hold it in. Even Ash beside her couldn't help but chuckle at this scene. Was just too funny. Of course, Ash stopped laughing quickly. "By the way, we can't stay here any longer. We should hurry and leave. The little fire dragon is running out of time." Realizing it was not the time to laugh, Ash quickly began to run towards the Pokémon Center while holding the little Ash's reminder also jolted Misty and Brock back to reality, and they all dashed towards the Pokémon. However, just as they were about to enter the Pokémon Center, they saw a group of people heading in. "You, isn't that your little fire dragon?" One of them pointed at the small fire dragon in Xiaoji's arms. It's just a sprite that can't even defeat a mere mosquito tadpole. What use is it? What does it matter if someone picks it up?" Dio said disdainfully, his tone quite arrogant. As expected of Dio. "Your insight is truly unique." A lackey nearby flattered him vigorously. "Hey, you idiot. Upon hearing that he had abandoned the little fire dragon, Xiao Ji chuckled and immediately began to scold him. What did you say? You dare speak ill of our big brother. You want to die, huh? Dayo's lackey, enraged by Xiao Ji's taunt, stepped forward pointing at Xiao Ji and speaking angrily. Hey, you are the biggest idiot of all, not even knowing the most basic principle that water extinguishes fire and directly blaming the sprite for it. What else could you be but an idiot? Xiao Ji said expressionlessly. Upon hearing this, the others became furious, and some even attempted to take action against Xiao Ji, wanting to grab his collar. Xiao Ji easily subdued the opponent, simply raising his hand to catch the one who tried to strike him. A crisp sound echoed as a bone cracked. Up. The person caught by Xiao Ji let out a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig, bursting into tears as tears streamed down his face. You come save me. The captured person croaked, sounding like a ghost from an underground spring, as if begging. Seeing that it was about time, Xiao Ji released the person, his gaze coldly fixed on the group. Why can't we just talk nicely? Why must we resort to violence? Xiao Ji's voice held no emotional fluctuation, yet at that moment it felt chillingly indifferent. Woo! The little fire dragon in Xiao Ji's arms, upon hearing that familiar voice, struggled to open its eyes, wanting to see if someone had come to pick him up. However, the man's next words doused the little fire dragon's passionate heart with cold water, causing it to lose hope. You little brat, that useless fire dragon is now yours. It's of no use at all, so why keep it? At this moment, Dayo was already frightened by Xiao Ji's appearance. His legs felt weak, and he trembled as he walked. However, although he wanted to leave, he didn't expect that Xiao Ji had no intention of letting him go. With a single step, Xiao Ji, holding the little fire dragon, vanished from his spot and kicked Dayo to the ground. I hope you can keep your mouth clean. Xiao Ji's cold voice added a few more layers of chilling coldness to the already cold weather. This made Dayo's body tremble uncontrollably. Brother, I was wrong. I hope you can overlook my minor faults, Dayo pleaded desperately. The others who had originally come with Dayo also realized that the other party had no intentions of targeting them, and hurriedly fled into the Pokémon Center as if it were their only lifeline at that moment. Just now their friend had merely been lightly grabbed, yet had let out such a loud cry, audible even from a distance. It was clear that the other party was truly extraordinary, and that gaze of his was anything but simple. Xiao Ji's gaze was not merely honed, it was forged through numerous life-and-death battles deep within the forest of Jinxing Town, step by step. Are you good at fighting? Oh. Xiao Ji smacked Dayo's face, forcefully producing a slapping sound. I'm not good at fighting. Dayo, feeling the force of the blow, was terrified and shivered all over, revealing just how afraid he was of Xiao Ji at that moment. What use is being good at fighting? In this world you rely on your background and power. Which side are you on, huh? Big brother, I was wrong. I really was wrong. I shouldn't have abandoned the little fire dragon. I didn't know he was under your protection. I'm so sorry. Dayo trembled under Xiao Ji's foot, every word expressing his fear. Oh, so you're just a little loser. As Xiao Ji spoke, he slapped his face again. Since you apologized so sincerely, I'll let you go this time. Seeing that the other party had already suffered enough, Xiao Ji decided to let him off. He then turned to the person he had just injured and squatted down, using his power of nature to help him recover from his injuries. At this moment, Dayo saw an opportunity and immediately took out a Pokeball from his pocket, releasing his Pokemon. Arbok used Poison Fang on that person. A fierce Arbok appeared and charged wildly at Xiao Ji. Ah, you're really restless. Xiao Ji stood up from the ground, his eyes glowing with a dangerous red light. The Arbok, preparing to attack, suddenly sensed a strong malice directed specifically at him. Physiologically, he was informed that the other party was extremely dangerous and that he could not defeat him. If there were a system voice at that moment, it would probably say something like this. Ding. The host used the dangerous red light glare, commonly known as effect suppression, on the opponent. The previously fierce Arbok began to retreat, even abandoning Dayo and escaping alone. He had just been bought by Dayo from someone else, so there was no emotional bond. Thus, he certainly wouldn't exert himself for a master with whom he had no emotional connection. Moreover, in his perception, Xiao Ji's aura was terrifying. Had he not seen a divine beast before, he might have thought he was about to clash hard with one. Now that he had the chance to escape, why wouldn't he run? Did he want to go flying with the other party for New Year's? Dayo looked at the retreating Arbok with a pained expression, glancing at Xiao Ji, who was getting closer, and he vaguely sensed that today would not be a good day for him. After a while, Dayo, now bruised and battered, lay on the ground, looking as if he were suffering more than death. Phew, I'm exhausted. Xiao Ji looked at his masterpiece and wiped the sweat from his forehead. He had just beaten Dayo to a state of numbness, then used his power of nature to heal him. After healing, he began a new round of torment. This repetitive torment drained a lot of his energy. Although he was tired at the moment, his mood was quite pleasant. After giving Dayo one last treatment, he stood up and entered the Pokémon Center, ready to take a shower and go to bed. As for the little fire dragon, he had already entrusted it to Xiao Gang and Xiao Xia for treatment. That day, not only did he feel good, but he also had a very pleasant time. Upon entering the Pokémon Center, Ash took a shower early, dried his hair, and then went to bed. A night passed, time flew by swiftly, and the morning quietly arrived. Ash's biological clock was as precise as an alarm clock, waking him up at 5 in the morning. Just as Ash was about to head out for his usual morning exercise, he suddenly spotted a small orange figure emerging from a corner, heading towards the entrance of the Pokemon Center. Upon seeing this figure, Ash quickly hid, and used his sensing ability to silently follow Charmander from. After a while of tracking, Charmander arrived at the place where Ash had beaten up Dio the night before. He stared silently at the bloodstains on the ground that had not yet fully dried from the rain. At that moment, Ash appeared with Pikachu. You don't need to cry over that scumbag. He doesn't deserve your loyalty. Ash's 3 abilities allow him to sense the emotional state of Pokemon, so even though Charmander had his back turned, he could still perceive his emotions. Charmander turned back with tear-filled eyes upon hearing the voice from behind. He looked quite pitiful, evoking woo. Charmander glanced at Ash, and then returned his gaze to the bloodstains, falling into silence. I know you're blaming me for revealing this truth, but if I hadn't done so, you might have perished in last night's rain. I can see your great potential, it's just that he couldn't recognize it. Your talent shouldn't be wasted by someone like him, who cannot bring it out. Ash stepped forward to explain. So come with me. I will take you to the peak you deserve. That is your rightful place. Finally, Ash reached out his hand, extending an invitation to Charmander. After hearing Ash's words, a glimmer of hope flashed in Charmander's gem-blue eyes, and he extended his small hand to rest on Ash's. Unbeknownst to Charmander, it was Ash's comforting words and actions that would lead the once near-death Pokemon to stand atop the world on a future day. Seeing that Charmander had agreed, Ash immediately took out a friend ball from his system space and placed it before Woo. Charmander reached out, gently touched it, and a red light shot out, enveloping him before entering the. I successfully caught Charmander, Ash said softly while looking at the friend ball in his hand. From now on, I look forward to working together, Charmander. Charmander inside the friend ball shook a few times after hearing Ash's words. However, just after this was said, the Poke Ball vanished with a whoosh from Ash's hand. So now I already have 6 Pokemon. I really hope that application can be approved soon, so I can conveniently carry 7 Pokemon. Ash shook his head as he remembered the application he had submitted to the League a long time ago. Unfortunately, the League had still not approved it. Forget it, no more thinking about that, let's hurry up and start training. Ash shook his head, no longer dwelling on these matters, and turned to immerse himself in Pokemon training. By noon, after having breakfast, Ash and his friends officially set off for Leaf Town. However, just as Ash and the others were about to leave, a familiar voice rang out again. To prevent the world from destruction, to protect the peace of the world. Jesse, James. That's right, Meow. The trio from Team Rocket appeared again with new machines in front of Ash and his friends. Team Rocket, why are you here again? Aren't you tired of this? Misty exclaimed angrily upon seeing Team Rocket. Exactly. Is this ever going to end? Brock couldn't help but chime in. Meanwhile, Ash, knowing they had no rewards left, had already given up on the chance to catch them for money. Thus, Ash took out Bulbasaur's Pokeball. Pokemon Bulbasaur, gender male, level 15, ability chlorophyll speed, increases in sunny weather. Thick fat reduces damage from fire, and ice-type moves by half due to the thick layer of fat protecting it. Qualities: gym held item, none moves, sunny day, tackle, growl, vine whip, leech seed, leaf blade, sleep powder, poison powder, toxic substitute, protect, forest curse. Bulbasaur used leaf blade. This time, due to the lack of rewards, Ash had already communicated telepathically with Bulbasaur to not hold back. Bulbasaur. It cried out as numerous leaves appeared from its back and flew towards Team Rocket. Wheezing Sludge Bomb. Arbok Poison Sting. Having had some experiences against Ash, Team Rocket had adapted to this unorthodox Ash, and had already released their Pokemon to preemptively counter the situation. Wheezing's Sludge Bomb collided with Bulbasaur's Leaf Blade, neutralizing the attack before it exploded. Arbok took advantage of its swift speed to charge towards Bulbasaur and fired a Poison Sting. Bulbasaur was caught off guard and was hit in the leg, the struck area turning deep purple. Clearly, Bulbasaur had triggered the 30% chance of poisoning. Bulbasaur, hang in there, Ash commanded after seeing Bulbasaur was poisoned. Bulbasaur, Forest Curse. Bulbasaur. As Bulbasaur shouted with all its might, the seeds on its back radiated a vibrant green glow. Seeing Bulbasaur poisoned, Arbok and Wheezing thought they had an opportunity and were about to launch an attack. Suddenly, they felt a rumbling from the ground, as if some immense object were about to burst forth. Arbok felt the ground tremble, looking puzzled, completely unaware of the seriousness of the situation. Even Wheezing, flying in the air, sensed something was off. Just when they were at a loss, a large tree burst forth from the ground, without any warning, sending Team Rocket flying. In the end, Team Rocket turned into 3 shooting stars, disappearing from sight, leaving only their classic line. What an annoying feeling. Goodbye, take care. Ash waved at their departing figures, bidding them farewell. Xiao Gang and Xiao Xiao were astonished as they watched the moves executed by the Bulbasaur, just as they were about to ask Xiao Ji what was happening. Then they saw Bulbasaur, after defeating Team Rocket's trio along with their Pokemon, suddenly surrounded by a dazzling light of evolution. Upon witnessing this scene, Xiao Ji had an answer in his heart, but still secretly hoped that Bulbasaur could choose to evolve on its own without needing his reminders. For him, that would naturally be the best. However, unexpectedly Bulbasaur did not choose to forego the light of evolution. Instead, it accepted the baptism of evolution and successfully evolved into Ivysaur. Seeing this, Xiaoji was stunned, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. After all, Bulbasaur had always been reluctant to evolve in the original story, and now that he had obtained Bulbasaur, it chose to evolve on its own. How could this not surprise Xiaoji? Thinking of this, Xiaoji began to ponder where the problem lay. However, before he could finish his thoughts, he noticed that Bulbasaur, no Ivysaur, had collapsed on the ground unconscious after its successful evolution. As a Pokemon enthusiast, Xiaoji immediately set aside his previous thoughts and hurried to Ivysaur's side to check what was wrong with its body. After performing a series of checks that were even more professional than Nurse Joy, Xiaoji discovered that Ivysaur had just used a move that was not suited for its stage, but was extremely powerful, which had drained its energy and caused exhaustion. Fortunately, aside from the exhaustion, Ivysaur did not exhibit any other issues. With Ivysaur encountering trouble right after its evolution, everyone had to return to the Pokemon Center for treatment. At this time, Xiaoji realized that the move Ivysaur had just used should never be used again unless absolutely necessary, without a guarantee of safety. Unless it was when Ivysaur evolved into Venusaur, by then Ivysaur should have adapted to this move, and Venusaur's energy would likely be sufficient to handle it. Pokemon Ivysaur. Gender male. Level 17. Ability Chlorophyll Thick Fat. Potential champion. Held item none. Moves Sunny Day, Tackle, Growl, Vine Whip, Growth, Leech Seed, Leaf Blade, Sleep Powder, Poison Powder, Toxic Substitute, Protect, Grassy Terrain. Xiaoji glanced at Ivysaur's moves and noticed that its potential had not changed significantly, but had only risen one tier, which he found a bit regrettable. If he had known beforehand that Bulbasaur would choose to evolve, he would have taken something from the system space to feed Bulbasaur, maximizing the benefits of its evolution. Unfortunately, Xiaoji missed that opportunity. However, he was not worried because there would be another chance for Ivysaur to successfully complete its evolution. After sorting through these thoughts, he began to contemplate why Bulbasaur had chosen to evolve. With a photographic memory, Xiaoji started to review the plot in his mind, episode by episode, and after some contemplation, he began to grasp the reason. It was highly likely that the drastic change in behavior of Charmander after evolving into Charmeleon, which no longer listened to Xiaoji, was a significant factor in Bulbasaur's reluctance to evolve. After all, in the anime, the episode where Bulbasaur almost evolved was right after Charmander. At that time, Charmander's transformation after evolving was witnessed by the other two Pokemon, who thought they would also change like Charmeleon after their evolution, which likely made them unwilling to evolve. Of course, this does not rule out Pikachu's influence. After all, Pikachu almost evolved when they were in the Leaf Village, which should have affected Bulbasaur as well. So could it be that the reasons why Squirtle and Bulbasaur were reluctant to evolve stem from these factors? Xiaoji pondered for a long time, feeling that he was getting closer to the truth, realizing that this reason seemed more reasonable. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to figure out why the two of them were unwilling to evolve. Perhaps they simply did not want to evolve. When Xiaoji thought of this, he reluctantly accepted this idea. Although he was not entirely convinced, the notion had some logic to it, making it somewhat acceptable. Xiaoji, was that move Bulbasaur just used crazy growth? Xiao Gang asked curiously. No, Xiaoji shook his head. Then, can you tell me what it was? Xiao Gang inquired with curiosity. Sure. Xiaoji nodded and explained, that was my self-created move derived from crazy growth. It's something my research team has been investigating for a while now. Could it be that your Gyarados move used in the Pewter Gym was also a self-created move? Xiao Gang exclaimed in shock. There was no choice. This was indeed astonishing. Although it might be hard to believe coming from Xiaoji, the truth was right before his eyes regardless of whether he believed it or not. After all, who else in the current league had used the same moves as Xiaoji? Since his Pokemon was the only one that could execute this move, and no one else could, this move was uniquely Xiaoji's self-created technique in the league. Moreover, in Xiao Gang's mind, he regarded Xiaoji as a genius researcher, so he naturally chose to believe in him. Geniuses, after all, can achieve things that ordinary people cannot. Xiaoji, you're really amazing. Xiao Xia complimented. Haha, really? It's just average. Ooh, I got lucky and created it by coincidence, Xiaoji said, scratching the back of his head a bit shyly upon hearing Xiao Xia's praise. Ash and his companions got lost in an unknown forest and have been here for about a week. During their time lost, Ash and his companions made perfect use of the week, constantly battling to improve their After a week, Ash's Pokemon levels have significantly increased. His Cuddy Dog reached level 40, the Gyarados reached level 42, the Beedrill reached level 38, the Pidgey reached level 35, and the Bulbasaur reached level 28. As for Pikachu, at the current rate of consuming one rare candy every 3 days, it has already reached level 58. In less than 4 days, it will reach the threshold of a Quasi Champion level, thus becoming Ash's first Quasi Champion Pokemon. With the current levels of Ash's Pokemon, the ordinary forest Pokemon can no longer satisfy his need for leveling up. he must venture into more dangerous forests. This way he can encounter more Pokémon of similar levels maintaining his current leveling pace. However, just as Ash was halfway through he suddenly sensed a large pit ahead and couldn't help but pause. As he moved closer, Ash's perception revealed that a large pit was buried ahead and not far from it, yet in a very concealed spot, he spotted about 5 blue little turtles. At that moment he remembered the plot, where after successfully capturing the Charmander, Ash's next target was to capture one of the starter Pokémon, which was Squirtle. As he thought of this, Ash suddenly recalled the Charmander and that idea. If the evolution of the Bulbasaur was a coincidence, what about Squirtle? If it also chose to evolve, would that imply that the situation described in the original story was due to Charmander evolving into Charmeleon and experiencing a drastic personality change? Thinking of this, Ash was even more determined to capture that Squirtle, until he suddenly noticed that one of the Squirtlets possessed the power of aura. His eyes lit up. Wow, I didn't expect to find a Squirtle with aura power hidden here. That's incredible. Brock, I forgot to mention something to you. I've actually been hiding something. I'm a psychic. When you see me using my abilities later, please don't be too surprised. Ash suddenly stopped speaking to Brock with a serious expression. Brock, upon hearing Ash's words, looked at him in confusion. However, before he could fully grasp it, Ash suddenly vanished, leaving only an afterimage. What the heck? Where did Ash go? Brock couldn't help but shout in shock at this scene. At that moment he recalled what Ash had just said and began to understand. Understanding, Brock turned to look at Misty behind him, his gaze seeming to ask whether Ash's words were true. Seeing Brock's expression, Misty couldn't help but sigh, and then nodded, clearly confirming the answer. I didn't expect Ash to trust me so much as to reveal his identity as a psychic. He really is a good guy. I will definitely help you keep your secret. The mature and steady Brock calmed down after receiving Misty's confirmation, stroking his chin and muttering to himself. Meanwhile, the vanished Ash appeared behind the 5 Squirtlets. Hey, how are you? Ash suddenly greeted one of the Squirtlets by patting its shell. Squirtle. The Squirtles, who originally felt strange seeing one of their prey disappear, were startled by a person suddenly appearing behind them. The sudden appearance of this person frightened the 5 Squirtles, putting them on high alert. Squirtle, are you a human or a Pokémon? One of the Squirtlets stepped forward to question Ash. Me? Clearly I am a human. Ash looked at the Squirtle that stepped forward and his eyes brightened. No wonder it was the leader Squirtle from the original anime. It turned out to possess aura power. Its talent is quite impressive and its potential is at the champion level. Squirtle, then why did you suddenly appear behind us like a ghost? The leader Squirtle continued to question. What do you think? Ash shot a meaningful glance at the leader Squirtle and continued, was that pit in front of us dug by you? Squirtle, what pit? We don't know anything. The Squirtle glanced back at the other 4 Squirtles, looking somewhat guilty. Pikachu, my boss is asking you a question, did you dig it? Pikachu stepped forward with a dark face, sparks of electricity crackling from its cheeks, exuding a strong aura. Pikachu's aura approaching the quasi champion level, coupled with its fierce expression, made all the Squirtlets shrink back in fear. Damn it, that little Mallow. It's all his fault for turning my Pikachu into this. I hope he gets beaten up a lot and leave town, preferably a few times, for having several girlfriends in the car. Ash, observing Pikachu's demeanor, couldn't help but curse little Mallow in his heart, and even secretly wished for bad luck to befall him. The 5 Squirtlets were so intimidated by Pikachu's aura that they almost retreated into their shells, trembling in fear. Squirtle, we are the Squirtle Squad. Oh, we really did dig that pit. We are very sorry. The tone of the leader Squirtle sounded quite apologetic, yet it stood tall, showing no sign of regret. Alright Pikachu, he has already admitted his mistake, so there's no need to pursue it further, Ash said with a helpless smile, pulling Pikachu back. Suddenly a siren could be heard in the distance. Squirtle, the police are here, we need to run. Upon hearing the sound of the police car, the Squirtle immediately turned and led the other 4 Squirtlets to escape. Ash watched as the Squirtlets fled in a panic, unable to help but chuckle. Are you all alright? Just then a Miss Junsha rode up on a motorcycle, asking Misty and Brock. We're fine, Miss Junsha. Misty shook her head and replied. Oh, you know me. Miss Junsha looked surprised. Almost all the police in various regions are Miss Junsha. How could they not know her? Probably only that guy Brock could differentiate between them. At this moment Ash emerged from the bushes and silently mocked himself upon hearing Miss Junsha's words. That's because we have seen your relatives along our journey, Miss Junsha, Xiao Xia said shyly, scratching her head. I see. Then you must have met my sisters quite a few times. Yes. Xiao Xia nodded. Then there's no problem. Please follow me to the police station so we can take your statements. My station is not far. Thus Xiao Ji and his companions arrived at Miss Junsha's police station to give their statements. After finishing the statements, Miss Junsha told Xiao Ji and the others that the group of Squirtles known as the Squirtle Squad was made up of abandoned Squirtlets. They often loitered there, pulling pranks for no reason. If they had met a good trainer back then, perhaps they wouldn't have ended up like Miss Junsha sighed. That is indeed quite a pity. I will capture one among them to lessen your burden, Miss Is that so? That would be great. Thank you, Dr. Jason, I'm looking forward to your training of the Squirtle. Miss Junsha suddenly said. So you know my identity, Miss Xiaoji said with a mix of laughter and tears after hearing Miss Junsha's words. Who doesn't know? After all, you became a doctor at the age of 8, which is quite famous. Miss Junsha smiled back. You won't be disappointed. Xiaoji made this promise before leaving with Xiao Gang and Xiao Xia. Meanwhile, in the bushes, Team Rocket was hiding with Musashi, watching the three with binoculars. Finally found those little brats. Musashi said through clenched teeth as she looked at the three in the distance. Meow, I just want to eat something right now. Although Nyarth was annoyed at the little brat who sent them to jail, he couldn't resist the feeling of hunger, holding his stomach and looking thin. I want to eat too, especially omelet rice. Kojiro said with a silly grin. As the older sister of the two, Musashi was furious at their lack of ambition. With two loud slaps, Musashi hit Kojiro and Nyarth on the face. You two useless guys, what did you say last time? Have you both forgotten? Musashi said angrily to the two. But humans need food to sustain themselves. How can we catch that little brat and Pikachu if we're starving? Kojiro rubbed his stomach, looking innocent and aggrieved. Exactly, meow, Nyarth echoed. You're not going to continue your training today, eh? Hanako asked again from downstairs. Yeah, I'll skip it today. Don't forget we are Team Rocket. We just need to capture that little brat's Pikachu and deliver it to the boss. Alright, I actually want to go too, Musashi said, realizing the situation had come to this point. Then let's eat something to— Alright, I actually want to go too, Musashi said, realizing the situation had come to this point. Then let's eat something to— Kojiro and Nyarth said in unison. I want to, but last time we were caught by that little brat, and Boss Banmu deducted 3 months' salary from us. Our funds have significantly decreased. Musashi said, pulling out a bill and some loose change, looking helpless. Kojiro and Nyarth looked at the money in Musashi's hand and understood that they were facing a financial crisis. Then it seems there's no other choice today. We can only find odd jobs to earn some living expenses. In the end, the 3 members of Team Rocket said this with resignation. The trio immediately decided to go find. However, what these 3 didn't expect was that they had already been targeted by 5 gang members Squirtless. They probably never imagined that as Team Rocket they would also have a day of being targeted by others. Moreover, this was a gang, albeit a rather unserious one. With a swish, Team Rocket turned around and saw 5 gang members Squirtless surrounding them while wearing sunglasses. Squirtle, Squirtle. The Squirtle leader looked at them seriously and beckoned to the 3. What did he say? Kojiro curiously asked Nyarth beside him. He said to hand over our food, meow. Nyarth translated honestly. We can barely take care of ourselves. How could we have food for them to snatch? Kojiro said, a look of helplessness on his face. Oh, so they're threatening us, huh? Musashi was disdainful of their threats, even laughing a little, completely unaware of the seriousness of the situation. Squirtle, Squirtle. The Squirtle leader felt similarly disdainful of Musashi's attitude, and continued speaking. What is he saying now? Kojiro asked curiously. He said to cut the nonsense and quickly hand over the food. Nyarth continued explaining. But we don't have any. Team Rocket was living even worse than in the original story. In the original story, the trio could at least afford a boxed meal, but now facing this transformed Xiaoji, they were living even more miserably. Baka, we indeed have none, but we can't say we have none. Musashi snapped at Kojiro for his useless comment, hitting him on the head with a clang. Team Rocket was living even worse than in the original story. In the original story, the trio could at least afford a boxed meal, but now facing this transformed the Squirtle began to look at the two with a disdainful expression, continuing to provoke them. Squirtle, Squirtle. Damn, are humans really this poor? Nyarth continued translating. Damn it, what did you just say, you blue-skinned turtle? Say it again if you dare. I'm furious. Musashi could no longer hold back after hearing Squirtle's words, rolling up her sleeves and preparing to fight. Musashi, don't be angry. What the other party said is indeed true. Kojiro quickly intervened to stop Musashi. Which side are you on? Musashi angrily said to Kojiro, who was blocking her. And you, Nyarth, why did you have to translate that? An angry Musashi suddenly turned to Nyarth and shouted. He was talking about humans, not Pokémon. What does that have to do with me, meow? Nyarth said nonchalantly. Squirtle, Squirtle. What is he saying now? He said we should work hard in the future, get promoted, and raise our salaries, and the last part, keep it up. 3 useless things. While Nyarth was explaining, the last part provoked the anger of the 3. You blue-skinned turtle, don't go too far. Musashi said angrily. After saying this, the 3 of them angrily approached, wanting to catch this Squirtle and give it a good beating. However, just as they took a step forward, they suddenly fell into a trap. Squirtle. The Squirtle leader clapped his hands and waved to the other Squirtles, telling them to prepare to leave. The 4 Squirtless searched Team Rocket thoroughly, but found nothing, only taking all of their Pokemon coins. Squirtle, Squirtle. The Squirtle leader looked at the Pokemon coins handed to him by his subordinates, and his expression was one of disdain. It wasn't that the Squirtle leader didn't know the usefulness of the Pokemon coins, but rather they were disappointed that the coins from the 3 of them were too few. After seeing how few Pokemon coins Team Rocket had, they realized they had misjudged their target. Before leaving, the Squirtle leader shot Team Rocket a disdainful glance. After replenishing their basic supplies in the city, Ash and his companions prepared to leave. However, just as they exited the city, Ash discovered a large pit ahead. Unexpectedly, these little guys held a grudge. Upon seeing the pit, Ash couldn't help but chuckle, then divide. As he approached the edge of the pit, the 5 Squirtless displayed expressions of eager anticipation. Though they didn't know how Ash had found the first pit, it didn't deter their excitement about him falling into this one. After all, while tracking Ash in the city, they had seen him purchase quite a lot of supplies. If they could capture Ash and his team, they wouldn't need to prank anyone else for a month. Naturally, they were eager to see Ash fall, as that would mean the supplies in his hands would belong to them. A day without a prank, a month of feasting. What a bargain. Yet amidst their anticipation, they failed to notice the mischievous smile that suddenly appeared on Ash's face. By the way, Brock, what are we having for dinner tonight? Ash suddenly turned to Brock, asking amidst the eager gazes of, what are we having for dinner? Brock paused, looking troubled as he pondered what to eat that night. Come on, Ash, it's not even dinner time yet. Why are you thinking about dinner? Misty interjected from the side. It's fine if thinking about food is natural. I'm also quite troubled about what to eat tonight. Brock waved his hand dismissively with an indifferent expression. How about curry rice? Though Misty was criticizing Ash, her body honestly revealed what she wanted for dinner. That's a good suggestion, but I can't accept it. Ash responded with agreement, then proposed a new idea. Ash, Misty exclaimed, clearly displeased by his words. Haha, I was just joking. Seeing Misty getting angry, Ash hurriedly waved his hand. Meanwhile, the gang of Squirtless watched Ash chat, taking a step forward, then turning back to chat again, making them. However, with 2 more people yet to fall, they patiently held back, planning to sneak out and kick them in when they weren't paying attention. Ash finally fell into the pit as they wished. Upon witnessing this scene, the Squirtless were so excited that they almost jumped out to applaud. However, with 2 more people yet to fall, they patiently held back, planning to sneak out and kick them in when they weren't paying it. Just as they were about to make their move, a very familiar voice suddenly appeared behind them. Hey. Hello there. Long time no see. Ash suddenly appeared behind the Squirtles, politely greeting them with a friendly Squirtle. Ghost. The Squirtless were nearly scared out of their shells by Ash's sudden appearance. What's up? Are you 5 following us to become my Pokémon? Ash teased them. Squirt. No way. The leader of the Squirtless responded disdainfully, and the other 3 shared similar sentiments. However, among them a traitor emerged. Squirt. Is that possible? One Squirtle timidly asked. Upon hearing this, Ash paused for a moment, then smiled, and said, Of course you can. But I'm not very talented, the Squirtle said with a sad expression. It's fine, I don't care about that. If you want to come with me, of course you can. Ash squatted down and comforted it with a gentle touch. The Squirtle, originally about to say he was joking, suddenly froze, staring at Ash in disbelief, accompanied by an inexplicable sense of warmth. He suddenly didn't want to refuse, but felt awkward not to, especially with his companions watching nearby. The other Squirtless were also staring blankly at Ash. Indeed, it was Ash's gentle aura that was at play. All the Squirtless looked at Ash with eager eyes, seemingly awaiting his response. Only the leader of the Squirtless snapped out of it midway. Wait a minute. They came here to rob him. How did it suddenly turn into a job application? Squirt. Everyone wake up. This guy is giving us the CPU. Realizing something was off, the leader of the Squirtless was the first to stand up, trying to awaken the others who had been entranced. Squirtle, you don't need to harbor such malice towards me. I genuinely want to recruit you. If you don't believe me, you can feel my aura with your aura power. The aura will reveal the truth. Ash said earnestly to the Squirtle. After hearing Ash's words, the Squirtle paused for a moment, closed its eyes, and slowly calmed down to feel Ash's aura. As it sensed the fluctuations within, Ash using its aura power, it discovered that this human possessed 3 distinct powers, especially the aura power, which was the most potent, radiating goodwill toward it. This led the Squirtle to gradually choose to believe Ash's words and become less resistant. Squirt. I'll tentatively trust you, but if you want to recruit me, there's a condition. I agree. Ash readily agreed, without hesitation, not even considering what the conditions might be. Now it was the Squirtless' turn to be stunned. Why was he really that trusting of me? This made the leader of the Squirtless feel quite touched by Ash's unwavering. Nonetheless, the conditions still needed to be stated. Thus the leader of the Squirtless proposed a few small requests. The first request was that if he was to be recruited, all 5 of them had to be taken together, where one brother goes the others follow. The second was that Ash could never abandon any one of them. The third was that their meals and living would be fully covered. These were the leader's requests. The other Squirtless were equally excited and touched to hear what their leader had to say. Alright, I agree. After Ash finished speaking, he took out 5 luxury Pokeballs from his system space. He placed each of the 5 balls in front of the respective Squirtles, allowing them to enter on their own, and even explained the upcoming situation to them. In this way, Ash successfully captured all 5 Squirtles, directly solving a big problem for Miss Junsha, greatly increasing his merit. Squirt. Just as the leader entered the Pokeball, he suddenly took out some Poke Coins and handed them to Ash. Huh, where did you get this? Ash looked at the money the leader's Squirtle handed him, appearing somewhat puzzled. After the leader explained, Ash realized that this was money that Team Rocket had on them, and after learning about their situation from the leader, he couldn't help but smile wryly. That's right, it's me. Ash replied with a mix of laughter and exasperation. Hurry, come inside, Dr. Jinghui. After all, they had once brought him so much joy. Xiao Ji and his companions walked through the forest, their faces filled with bitterness. Xiao Gang, where exactly? I don't know either. Xiao Gang, having wandered for days, had completely given up, presenting a demeanor of nonchalance. I feel like I'm going crazy. It's been a week, how have we not escaped this wretched forest yet? Xiao Xia's emotions finally erupted after wandering in the forest for so long. This isn't our first time getting lost, so there's no need to be so anxious. Xiao Ji couldn't help but chuckle as he looked at Xiao Gang and Xiao Xia. Pikachu sighed on Xiao Ji's shoulder, clearly dissatisfied with their current predicament. Half an hour later, Xiao Ji and his group continued to wander in the forest. This is truly bizarre. I clearly possess a photographic memory, so how could I get lost in a place like this? After half a day of going in circles, Xiao Ji couldn't help but grumble to himself. Could it be that because I've crossed over to become Xiao Ji, I also inevitably inherited the road clumsiness from the original story? Thinking of this, Xiao Ji stroked his chin in contemplation. He found a reason that somewhat made sense, albeit not entirely. How long are we going to wander before this ends? Xiao Xia couldn't help but complain again. Hey, is that the— Xiao Gang suddenly noticed a glimmer of light ahead and speculated the sea. Could it really be the sea? Upon hearing about the sea, Xiao Xia instantly felt rejuvenated, her legs no longer tired, and she dashed forward. Hey! Xiao Xia, wait for us! Xiao Gang shouted after seeing her run off. However, Xiao Xia was too excited to pay. Xiao Ji shook his head helplessly and walked over at a leisurely pace. Once they exited the forest, they finally noticed a lighthouse not far ahead. Xiao Ji, do you see that lighthouse over there? Xiao Gang pointed towards the structure and asked. It really is a— Xiao Ji nodded in agreement. Since there's a lighthouse here, it means there are people living here, and if there are people, we can find a place to stay. Xiao Gang felt exhilarated at the thought of no longer having to sleep rough. Yay, finally I can take a hot shower. Xiao Xia was so excited she nearly jumped up. By the way, do you girls really love showering that much? Xiao Gang suddenly asked Xiao Xia. Why do you ask that? Xiao Xia was momentarily puzzled by Xiao Gang's question. I once knew a girl I often chatted with online, but every time I went to talk to her right in the middle of our conversation, she'd suddenly say she needed to take a shower. That's why I'm curious if girls really love showering that much. Xiao Gang stroked his chin, looking seriously at Xiao Xia, appearing so innocent. Xiao Xia didn't know how to respond at that moment. To be honest, she feared hurting Xiao Gang's feelings, but at the same time she worried he would be angry if she lied. No matter what, someone would end up angry, so how could she pick? I suppose so. Oh, anyway, I do enjoy showering. Xiao Xia ultimately gave a vague answer, attempting to dodge the question. Really? Then do you all love sleeping too? Xiao Gang suddenly asked again. As soon as Xiao Xia finished speaking, she regretted it when Xiao Gang began to speak again. When we chat every day, she's either taking a shower at night, sleeping during the day, or just waking up in the morning, so that's why I asked if you liked doing that too. Xiao Gang spoke innocently. Xiao Gang, is there a possibility that the girl doesn't actually like you at all? At this point, Xiao Xia couldn't hold back any longer and decided to be straightforward. So that's how it is. Xiao Gang's head dropped sadly after hearing Xiao Xia's words, but he quickly perked up. But it's okay. If she doesn't like me, then so be it. The next one will be even better. Xiao Gang pretended to be strong for a moment, but soon he revealed a sorrowful expression, nearly sulking on the spot. Seeing Xiao Gang so heartbroken, Xiao Xia felt a twinge of guilt, but not too much. She was confident that he could overcome this with the willpower from the rock-type gym. Yes, that's right. Nearby Xiao Ji couldn't help but give a thumbs up for Xiao Gang's reaction. Truly Xiao Gang. Now he finally understood why Xiao Gang was always chasing after so many girls. It seems Xiao Xia had a hand in it. Licking one person is a lapdog, licking 100 is a battle wolf, and licking 1,000 is a wolf king. 300 years, Jiu Ji Tang treats kidney deficiency without sugar. When it comes to jelly chews, Shi Ji Lang. Grandpa and Grandma were so delighted they gave me their favorite slap on the cheek. Xiao Ji shook his head, dismissing all the distractions in his mind, returning to the main topic. Alright, let's stop chatting and hurry over to find a place to stay. It's getting dark, and if others go out on patrol and find no one inside, we won't have a place to cry later. Once Xiao Ji saw that Xiao Gang had regained his composure, he urged them. After agreeing, the three made their way towards the lighthouse. Although it appeared close from a distance, by the time the three reached the lighthouse, night had fully fallen. We finally made it. Xiao Xiao exclaimed. This doesn't look like an ordinary lighthouse. Xiao Gang observed the mural carved on the door in front of them. Let's introduce ourselves first, Xiao Xiao reminded. Xiao Ji said nothing, approaching the doorbell with familiarity and pressing it. A chime sounded and a man's voice came from inside. Moshi Moshi. Xiao Ji called out. Who is— The voice emerged from a small speaker by the door. It's me, Xiao Ji. Xiao Ji greeted with a smile. Wow. It's really you, Xiao Ji. Dr. Jinghui exclaimed upon hearing Xiao Zhi's voice, sounding as if he had found a great treasure, his tone filled with excitement. That's right, it's me. Ash replied with a mix of laughter and exasperation. Hurry, hurry, come inside, Dr. Jinghui urged, resembling a child who was eagerly awaiting a meal. Dr. Jinghui, I've brought a friend with me. May we enter together? Ash inquired. Of course, that's perfect, but I have a small request you can agree to. Of course, it's not too unreasonable. I just need you to make that fish-flavored shredded pork from last time. Dr. Jinghui seemed worried that Ash might misunderstand, so he quickly clarified. That request is certainly acceptable. After all, it's not every day we have you here, so I must fulfill this request of yours, Dr. Jinghui. Ash replied with a mix of laughter and exasperation. Thank you, Ash. Ever since I had that fish-flavored shredded pork you made, I still can't forget it. Upon hearing Ash agree to his request, Dr. Jinghui's tone was imbued with excitement. Haha, really? It's truly an honor that you like it, Doctor. Ash chuckled after hearing this. Come on in. As soon as he finished speaking, the door gradually opened with a creaking sound. As Ash and the others stepped inside, the lights in the dark room turned on. Once everyone could see clearly, they noticed a scythe helmet on a pedestal ahead. Dr. Jinghui, you still like to lead by example, Ash said with a smile. Hee, but let's not talk about that now. Ash, hurry over and help me press this button. I'm trapped again. Dr. Jinghui awkwardly laughed and then urged him. Alright, I got it. Ash replied and leisurely walked behind the scythe helmet to press the button. After Ash pressed the button, a beam of white light shot out from the fossil helmet, and then it opened from the center. Greetings everyone, I am Dr. Jinghui, a Pokémon researcher. After Dr. Jinghui crawled out of the fossil helmet, he greeted everyone. Hello, Dr. Jinghui. X2, hello there. Dr. Jinghui first responded to them, then looked at Ash, grasping his shoulders enthusiastically as he said, I'm counting on you for dinner tonight. I understand, Dr. Jinghui, you don't have to be so excited, Ash said helplessly. How can I not be excited? I haven't had your cooking in a year. I miss your meals every night. Ever since I had your dish, I've searched all over Kanto and couldn't find that flavor I long for, not even my favorite seafood, instant noodles. You have no idea how I've managed this year. Dr. Jinghui said to Ash, tears streaming down his face, looking as pitiful as one could be. Ash, you eat instant noodles every day of the year. How can you not get sick of it? I get it, I can pass my skills on to you, and then you can make it yourself. Ash nodded and said to Dr. Jinghui, ahem, let's skip that and talk about Pokemon evolution instead. Dr. Jinghui cleared his throat. Haha, if I could cook, would I still be eating instant noodles here? Let's just get to cooking. Ash outright refused. Oh, so you can cook, Ash? Brock looked at Ash in disbelief. After all, when he was cooking, he had never seen Ash cooking alongside him, so he didn't know that Ash could cook. I just know a little, am not very good at cooking, Ash said with a sheepish smile upon hearing Brock's question. Is that so? Then I think we can discuss and exchange tips to improve our cooking skills. Brock said to Ash. Of course. Ash initially didn't want to agree, but thinking about how far he had come, he didn't want to hide it from Brock any longer, so he didn't refuse. Because Ash had been to the kitchen and knew where it was, he didn't need Dr. Jinghui to tell him where it was. Thus Ash took Brock to the kitchen, and they began to prepare the meal together. Soon a sumptuous and delicious dinner was ready and served on the dining table. Finally, I can eat Ash's cooking again, Misty said excitedly. Haha, really? If you like it, eat more, Ash replied with a smile. I didn't expect your cooking skills to be this good. You are way better than me, Brock praised after tasting Ash's cooking. Not at all. Your cooking skills are not much worse than mine, Ash said modestly, entering a mutual flattery. Alright, no more talking, let's eat quickly and get some rest. Ash hurriedly interrupted, urging everyone to start. Seeing this, everyone agreed and began to eat with their chopsticks. After satisfying their hunger, they all sat comfortably in their chairs to rest. Afterward, Ash and Dr. Jinghui chatted about some academic topics, coincidentally discussing the subject of the giant dragonite, which piqued Brock and Misty's interest, leading them to talk about Dr. Jinghui's research goals. Upon learning of this, Dr. Jinghui began conversing with Brock and Misty. Meanwhile, Ash got up to clean up the leftover food, packing it into 3 disposable containers, and finally took the 3 containers away from the dining table, stepping out of the lighthouse. Ash arrived at the edge of the cliff, looking down as if speaking to the air. Alright, you 3, come up. I know you're down there, come out and have something to eat. After Ash finished speaking, he didn't see them come up. Standing there for a while, he noticed they were reluctant to come out. Finally, he sighed and placed the food on the edge of the cliff. I'll leave the food here, you all can come up and eat. I'm leaving now, Ash said before departing. After a while, 3 figures suddenly jumped out from the cliff. They stared at the 3 containers on the ground, momentarily falling into silence, and then they picked up the disposable containers and began to eat. They devoured the food. This is delicious. Standing at the lighthouse entrance, Ash leaned against the wall, silently watching as the 3 of them wolfed down the food, shaking his head helplessly before stepping back inside the lighthouse. Ash, where did you just go? Misty couldn't help but ask when she saw Ash return. Nothing new, I just went to the bathroom, Ash explained. Is that so? Misty nodded after hearing his explanation, not asking further. She then joined Dr. Zhenghui's conversation. In the dead of night, Xiao Ji and his companions stood together on the lighthouse. Doctor, do you know the true identity of the Pokémon we are waiting for? Xiao Xia asked curiously. I don't know either. I only know that the Pokémon I am waiting for is very likely the largest Pokémon in this world. No one has ever seen its true form. That Pokémon should be desperately searching for its companions wandering throughout the world. Zheng Hui explained while gazing at the mist over the sea. Does that Pokémon not have family or kin? Xiao Xia questioned with a puzzled expression. It's precisely because it doesn't have any that it wanders around. Zheng Hui chuckled and replied. One day I will hear a voice from across the sea. As he spoke, Zheng Hui took out the remote control for the lighthouse's broadcast and pressed a button. A sound resembling a dragonite's mournful cry emanated from the broadcast. I want to meet you, I want to meet you. That is the feeling I heard, so I created this sound to broadcast it across to the other. You arrived just in time. On this foggy night, I believe that Pokémon will definitely come here to meet me. Zheng Hui looked seriously into the distance, his eyes filled with anticipation. Xiao Ji and his two companions gazed at the mist over the sea, quietly waiting for the unknown Pokémon to arrive. Suddenly a voice came from below the cliff. What an annoying feeling. Everyone except Xiao Ji looked bewildered upon hearing Team Rocket's voice. What was that sound just now? Zheng Hui scratched the back of his head, looking puzzled. I think I just heard Team Rocket. Xiao Xiao looked at Xiao Ji beside her. I heard it too. Xiao Gang also nodded in agreement. However, just as they were confused, a Pidgeot carrying a Houndour flew up from below and landed beside Xiao Ji. Huh. Xiao Ji, how did your Pidgey evolve into a Pidgeot? Before Xiao Ji could respond, Xiao Xia spoke up. Xiao Gang also looked at Xiao Ji with curiosity. After all, when he went to feed it yesterday, it was still just a Pidgey, and in the blink of an eye it had already transformed into a Pidgeot, which was quite surprising. Perhaps it's because it just defeated Team Rocket, so it evolved. Xiao Ji seemed to be afraid of more questions from Xiao Gang, so he explained further. Earlier I sensed Team Rocket was here, so I arranged for Pidgey and Houndour to ambush them, and I didn't expect it to evolve. Just as Xiao Gang was about to say something, a commotion from afar attracted everyone's attention. Roar! Not long after the sound traveled, a huge shadow began to appear slowly in front of the lighthouse. Finally, it has arrived. Zheng Hui couldn't help but exclaim in excitement upon seeing the arrival. Roar! A dragon roar similar to the one from the broadcast echoed from the other side as well. Before long, the enormous shadow had approached near the lighthouse. Zheng Hui, have you thought about how this long, lonely Pokémon would feel seeing that it is not among its kind upon arriving at the lighthouse? Xiao Ji suddenly posed the question at that moment. Zheng Hui paused slightly upon hearing Xiao Ji's words. It traveled a long distance only to encounter a broadcast scam, and it might have angered the Pokémon. Would they still have a chance to survive? What should we do then? Upon hearing Xiao Ji's words, Zheng Hui's brows furrowed tightly. Then once it arrives, I will send Pidgeot over to talk to it. Xiao Ji, seeing that he had achieved his goal, then spoke. Are you sure that's feasible? You are still so young. If the Pokémon swats you away, it would be a huge loss for the league. Why don't I go instead? After all, I caused this trouble. Zheng Hui did not agree with Xiao Ji, quickly suggesting that he should go instead. Doctor, there's no need for that. Xiao Ji shook his head and explained, the reason I have confidence to go over is that I know it is a Dragonite. You know its temperament, Doctor. It is generally very gentle. And you also know that I have psychic abilities which allow me to communicate with Pokémon, so it would be just right for me to go. After hearing Xiao Ji's words, Zheng Hui felt there was some reason in it, but still felt uneasy. Don't worry, Doc. After Xiao Ji said this, he did not look back at the doctor, directly jumping onto Pidgeot and flying towards the... Hey! Xiao Ji's actions left Zheng Hui dumbfounded, and he quickly asked the two beside him if they had any flying-type Pokémon. Both of them shook their heads, replying that they did not have any flying-type Pokémon. Seeing that neither of them had one, Zheng Hui's expression began to grow increasingly bitter. If anything happened to Xiao Ji, the league would likely be the first to come after him. After all, Xiao Ji had broken the record in the research community, becoming the first 80-year-old genius to earn a doctorate, and the league placed great importance on him, naturally unwilling to let anything happen to such a talent. Following that, it would probably be the researchers, and then Professor Oak, along with public opinion, and so on. Xiao Ji absolutely could not afford to have any accidents in Zheng Hui's eyes. If he did, it would mean the end of Zheng Hui's career. So now all he could do was pray that the giant Dragonite had a gentle temperament, ensuring Xiao Ji's safety. Or to believe that Xiao Ji would undoubtedly succeed, that was all he could do at the moment. The few of them waited on the lighthouse for Xiao Ji's return. Seeing that Xiao Ji had not come back for a long time, they would have thought he was in trouble if it weren't for the occasional sounds of that mysterious Pokémon echoing through the fog. Fortunately, after a long while, Xiao Ji returned safely, which finally eased their worries. So Xiao Ji, did you see what that Pokémon looked like? Is it really a Dragonite? Zheng Hui eagerly asked as he grabbed Xiao Ji's shoulders, feeling relieved, and why don't you take a look for yourself? Xiao Ji smiled mysteriously and instructed Pidgeot to blow away the fog with a gust attack. Perhaps it was because it was nighttime, Even though the fog had cleared, it was still quite dim. Dr. Zheng, can you turn? Xiao Ji said with a smile. Won't that anger the Pokémon? Zheng Hui, having thought through the previous matters, chose to ask before taking action this time. It won't, doctor. I told it before, and it won't mind. Xiao Ji looked at Zheng Hui, chuckling as he encouraged him to turn on the lights. After receiving Xiao Ji's assurance, Zheng Hui's eyes lit up, and he immediately turned on the lights. With a click, the light from the lighthouse illuminated the sea, revealing the true form of the mysterious Pokémon. With a round belly, 2 small wings on its back, and a chubby appearance, it turned out to be the Quasidivine Dragonite from Kanto. This is indeed a Dragonite. Zheng Hui's emotions ran high upon seeing that it truly was a Dragonite. However, this Dragonite is rather large, isn't it? After the excitement, Zheng Hui was left speechless. Roar, the gigantic Dragonite, upon realizing that its purpose had been achieved, began to leave impatiently. Oh no, there's a thief here, and also a broadcast scam. I need to run quickly, or I won't be able to leave. Pokemon Dragonite Gigantamax. Gender male. Level 95. Ability multiscale, damage taken is reduced when HP is full. Qualification divine. Held item Dragon's Fawn. Moves Hurricane Roost, Quick Attack, Hurricane, Electromagnetic Wave, Fire Punch, Bind Wing Attack, Thunder Punch, Scary Face. This research of mine can be considered half complete. Zheng Hui looked at the departing giant Dragonite and murmured this to himself. Ash, why do you say, haven't you already seen the appearance of the mysterious Pokemon? Misty asked in confusion. It's just that now I've seen such a gigantic Dragonite, yet I still don't know why it became this big. It's quite a pity. Actually, doctor, you don't have to feel this way. Ash smiled and continued, if you're interested, you could actually go to Galar, where they happen to have research on this project. Oh, is there really such a coincidence? Dr. Zheng Hui's eyes lit up upon hearing Ash's words. Of course, I also know which doctor is in charge. Ash nodded. Which doctor? Dr. Zheng Hui eagerly grasped Ash's shoulder, asking excitedly. I remember, it's Dr. Milan from Galar, Ash said while stroking his chin. So it's that doctor. Dr. Zheng Hui clearly recognized the name, having heard of this person before. As long as you know, Ash said, seeing that Dr. Zheng Hui was aware, and decided not to elaborate further. However, unexpectedly, the other party gave him a twist. I don't know, Zheng Hui said, seriously, spouting nonsense. Upon hearing this, Ash nearly stumbled and fell. Haha, just kidding, of course I know who it is. She had previously invited me, but I didn't go. However, I still want to thank you, Ash, since if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have almost forgotten about this project. Dr. Zheng Hui said with a hearty laugh. It's fine whether you're involved or not. Perhaps Dr. Milan could do the research on her own. Ash waved his hand dismissively. With a crack, it was unclear whose heart broke at that moment. Alright, Dr. Zheng Hui, I was just joking. We need to set off to Leafless City tomorrow, so I'll head back to sleep now. Wait a moment, Ash. What did you talk about with that Dragonite earlier? Dr. Zheng Hui suddenly asked as he saw Ash heading to bed. Nothing much, I just promised it one request. Ash thought for a moment and felt it was no issue to mention it. What request? Dr. Zheng Hui looked at Ash with expectation. Nothing, it just asked me to return here and tell it if I encounter any of its companions during my travels. Is that all? Yes. Ash nodded. Then it's fine, you should go rest early. Dr. Zheng Hui urged. Okay. Ash replied casually and yawned as he headed to the restroom. Once inside, Ash took out the items he had previously received from the Gigantamax Dragonite and began to examine them one by one. Mega Evolution Stone for Gyarados allows Gyarados to undergo Mega Evolution. Dragon Scale Scales taken from a mutated second-level Divine Dragonite. If worn by a Pokemon, it can enhance Dragon-type moves and provides 3 opportunities to summon Ancient Dragonite. Dragon Blood X3, Heart Blood extracted from a mutated second-level Divine Dragonite, can be used to enhance Dragonite Pokemon's growth when they evolve. Having Mew as my guarantee is great. Looking at these 3 items in his hands, especially the Dragon Blood, which meant Ash now had 3 items to enhance his Pokemon's qualifications, how could he not be excited? Ash recalled the negotiation with Dragonite where, after using the power that Mew had left on him, it made Dragonite invest in supporting Ash. What surprised him was that Dragonite's size was not simply due to being an ancient species. Though he had considered this possibility, he had subconsciously overlooked it due to its improbability. Now, after reviewing the panel provided by the system, he clearly understood that it was Gigantamax. After seeing that Dragonite was in a constant state of Gigantamax, he suddenly wanted to know how it maintained this state. However, thinking of the possibility that it might never revert, he gave up on that idea. After all, if it could maintain this weight indefinitely, a single move like Heavy Slam would end the battle, and there would be no need for all those intricate strategies. After reviewing the item information, Ash contentedly walked out of the restroom. Thus one night passed. After waking up, Ash and the others had breakfast, and then hastily bid farewell to Dr. Zheng Hui, continuing towards Leafless City. However, no one noticed that not far from Ash and his companions, someone was following them closely. Even Ash, who had particularly strong perception abilities, did not notice the other party. Perhaps it was because the distance was just at the limit of his perception, which is why he failed to detect the other party. Xiao Ji and his companions were on their way to Kuya City when they encountered a couple embracing each other suddenly walking towards them. The boy from the couple approached Xiao Ji and asked, "Hello, we got lost in the forest. Do you know the way to Kuya? We are also heading to Kuya City. Would you like to join us?" Xiao Ji invited them upon learning they were also going to Kuya City. What a coincidence. Since we are all going to Kuya City, let's go together. The boy looked at his girlfriend first, and after seeing her no objections he introduced himself. "I am Li Shihing from Rainbow City, and am heading to Kuya City to challenge the gym. This is my girlfriend Zhu Xinyu who is with me." "Hello." Zhu Xinyu nodded at the two as a greeting. "Hello, I am Xiao Ji, and these two beside me are Xiao Gang and Xiao Xia. My goal is the same as yours, to challenge the gym in Kuya City." As Xiao Ji introduced himself, he also introduced Xiao Gang and Xiao Xia. "Hello," came the response from both Xiao Gang and Xiao Xia, greeting them in return. "Speaking of which, Li Shihing, how did you get lost here? I clearly remember that Rainbow City is a city closer to the front than Golden City. How did you end up over here?" Xiao Gang asked, looking puzzled. It's no wonder Xiao Gang was confused. After all, Rainbow City is only a city away from Kuya City, yet they seem to have nearly reached Hualan City instead, which left Xiao Gang astonished. Li Shihing exchanged a glance with his girlfriend Zhu Xinyu, sharing an awkward smile. Seeing the polite and graceful smile from the other party, the experienced Xiao Ji and his group immediately understood what was happening. "Hee, that's my fault. Earlier on the road I saw a rare little fire dragon, and to catch it my girlfriend and I chased after it, and we ended up getting lost on the way." Li Shihing scratched the back of his head awkwardly and said apologetically, "Oh, so that's how it is." Xiao Ji and his group felt sympathy for Li Ziheng's situation and nodded in understanding. "Did you manage to catch it, eh?" Xiao Xia asked curiously. "Of course I caught it." Li Shiheng replied immediately. "Are you interested in having a Pokemon battle?" Xiao Ji suddenly asked. "A Pokemon battle? Of course I'm up." Upon hearing that Xiao Ji wanted to battle him, Li Shiheng became excited and looked at Xiao Ji eagerly. "Let's set the rules to a 2-on-2 battle. How does that sound?" Xiao Ji looked at Li Shiheng with a mischievous smile. It was clear that Xiao Ji was about to do something unexpected. "Just right, I have a strategy I've been wanting to try out, but haven't had the chance yet, so I'll use you as my test subject. I'll be the referee. Is that okay with both of you?" At this moment Xiao Gang stepped forward to propose. "No problem," Xiao Ji replied decisively. "Then I'll trouble you with that." Li Shiheng first thanked Xiao Gang, and then both stood at their respective positions watching each other. "Come out, Xiao Ji threw out Bulbasaur's Pokeball. Oh, it turned out to be Bulbasaur. What a pity my little fire dragon hasn't evolved yet, since I caught it not long ago, otherwise I would have chosen him. Since that's the case, I'll go with Nidorino." Li Shiheng threw out a Pokeball, and a purple Pokemon appeared on the field. Nidorino used Poison Sting. Li Shiheng took the lead. Bulbasaur used Seed Bomb. Xiao Ji had already planned his strategy and reacted quickly. Nidorino's purple horn gathered poison stings, firing several at Bulbasaur. Having undergone special training recently, Xiao Ji's Bulbasaur easily dodged several of Nidorino's poison stings, however it got hit by the last one due to carelessness. Fortunately, before being hit, Bulbasaur had already used Seed Bomb and successfully infested Nidorino. Nidorino used Poison Fang. Nidorino sprayed black-purple poison towards Bulbasaur. Bulbasaur used Substitute. Seeing this, Xiao Ji simply smiled. Upon hearing Xiao Ji's command, Bulbasaur instantly created a substitute that appeared on the field, blocking the poison and remaining still. Seeing this, Xiao Ji simply smiled. Upon hearing Xiao Ji's command, Bulbasaur instantly created a substitute that appeared on the field, Li Shiheng couldn't help but exclaim upon seeing Bulbasaur instantly enter substitute status. After Nidorino used Poison Fang, the Seed Bomb's effect also took place at that moment, draining a portion of Nidorino's health and transferring it to Bulbasaur. Afterward, Bulbasaur used Sunny Day to change the weather, then finished Nidorino off with Weather Ball, delivering a swift blow. At this point, Li Shiheng still hadn't realized the severity of the situation, thinking that Xiao Ji's strength was simply greater than his own, which was why he lost the match. After defeating Nidorino, Xiao Ji held back a bit, at least giving him a swift end until he used Meowth afterward. Toxic Substitute Seed Bomb, repeatedly tormenting Li Shiheng like this, finally made him realize the seriousness of the situation. He was thoroughly disgusted by Xiao Ji's strategy. Wow, that was so disgusting. After the battle, Li Shiheng couldn't help but complain. "I didn't expect you, Xiao Ji, to look so clean on the surface, but have such a dirty heart. I have to keep my distance from you from now on." After witnessing the degree of Xiao Ji's disgusting tactics, Xiao Xia also realized how this seemingly handsome Xiao Ji had such a dirty heart. There's a saying that those who play tactics usually have a dark heart. Xiao Ji, your tactics are quite unique. Xiao Gang seemed unsure of what to say and finally blurted out this sentence. This was a strategy he often used while playing Pokemon games. He even once used a Pokemon to achieve a clean sweep against the champion, defeating the Elite Four, and even crashed the system, causing him to be kicked out. How could it not be dirty? After the battle, Xiao Ji and his companions continued towards Kuya City, although this time, they had added a couple to their group. After arriving at their destination Kuya City, Li Shiheng and his girlfriend Zhu Xinyu left together, stating they were going to challenge the Kuya gym. Meanwhile, Xiao Ji and the others decided to head to the Pokemon Center to rest, and make a phone call to Hanako, Professor Oak, and Serena to let them know they arrived safely. Upon entering the Pokemon Center after settling into the room arranged by Nurse Joy, Xiao Ji left the room to find a phone. Hey, where are you going, Xiao Ji? Xiao Xia asked curiously upon seeing Xiao Ji about to go out. I'm going to the phone to report to my mother, Professor Oak, and my childhood friend that I've arrived in Kuya City. Xiao Ji explained. I see. Hurry back. Xiao Xia nodded after hearing this, and then stood there in silence. Why don't you go rest with Xiao Gang first? They'll be back soon. Xiao Ji, seeing Xiao Xia standing in a daze, felt a bit guilty, and suggested she go rest first. Okay. Xiao Xia snapped out of her daze, nodded, and then turned back to the dorm. Xiao Ji looked at Xiao Xia's departing figure, sensing she should hurry back to her heart that only had room for Serena, then turned to find the phone. Just as Xiao Ji turned around, Xiao Xia also turned back at that moment, stealthily following behind Xiao Ji. Having seen the phone when they first entered the Pokemon Center, Xiao Ji easily made his way to the phone. Xiao Ji first greeted Hanako, then Serena, and lastly that old man. However, when Xiao Ji called Serena, unfortunately the person who answered was Serena's mother, not Serena. Serena's mother informed him that Serena had gone out earlier at noon and hadn't returned yet, so he couldn't see her. Upon receiving this news, Xiao Ji felt a bit sad. After all, they only had a few short minutes to meet each time. Every minute felt insufficient, and losing a few more made him feel a bit distressed. But Xiao Ji couldn't say much, so after hanging up with Serena's mother, he called Professor Oak. When talking to Professor Oak, Xiao Ji immediately inquired about his Pokemon. Xiao Ji, you finally decided to call. Professor Oak, how are my Pokemon doing? Are they okay? Xiao Ji paid no mind to the professor's excited expression and went straight to the point. It's been a week since we last met. Why is your attitude so cold? Professor Oak looked bitter. Hey, I got it. How have you been? Xiao Ji looked at Professor Oak's childish demeanor, and for a moment he forgot he was a child himself, and asked, since you asked sincerely, I have no choice but to answer you. If it weren't for the fact that the person on the phone was indeed Professor Oak, he would have suspected that the professor had been corrupted by Team Rocket. Things are going terribly, Xiao Ji. Hurry up and become a Pokemon master and come back. I haven't eaten your cooking in half a month, and now I feel terrible, like ants are crawling all over me. Professor Oak lamented, looking as if he were about to cry, completely lacking the demeanor of a professor. Hey, got it. Xiao Ji showed no interest in the complaints of his mother's rumored boyfriend. Xiao Ji, you've changed. You weren't like this before. You used to travel thousands of miles just to bring back local specialties. Xiao Ji looked at the phone, noticing Professor Oak's offbeat tone, and his mouth twitched. Could it be that the professor has also gone astray? Or was he always like this, but just hid it for too long? Had the seal been broken? A shiver ran down Xiao Ji's spine as these thoughts swirled in his mind. Oh no, this is too terrifying. A hidden pervert is right next to me. Professor, please pay attention to your image. Your character is collapsing. And this is the Pokemon Center. There are many people here. You need to watch your image. Xiao Ji said, helplessly covering his forehead. All right. After Xiao Ji's reminder, Professor Oak hurriedly returned to his usual serious demeanor. Ahem, Xiao Ji, you know my abilities. You shouldn't worry so much. Professor Oak said with a serious face after clearing his throat. It's precisely because I know your character that I worry. Xiao Ji unhesitatingly chose to provoke Professor Oak. Oh, that hurts. Professor Oak wiped away tears, saying in a teary voice. It's okay, Professor. Your mental fortitude is tough. How could you be hurt by such a trivial remark? That would be truly unbelievable. Xiao Ji looked at him with a somewhat comical expression. Ahem, back to the point. I have some good news to tell you. Professor Oak coughed again and said seriously. What good news? Xiao Ji looked at Professor Oak with confusion, not understanding what the good news was. Ahem, aren't you going to show some courtesy? Professor Oak looked at Xiao Ji with a mischievous smile. Well, given your expression, I don't need to guess. Well, I already know what good news it is. After all, my only remaining request is this one. How could there be any other good news for you to tell me? Is it that my application for the 7th Pokeball privilege has been approved, eh? Xiao Ji asked cheerfully. Wait, how did you know it got approved? Professor Oak looked shocked at Xiao Ji's words. What is there to be surprised about? Besides notifying me of this, what other good news could there be? After all, my only remaining request is this one. How could there be any other good news for you to tell me? Xiao Ji said matter-of-factly. As expected of you, Xiao Ji. Professor Oak finally lowered his head, looking to... Professor Oak looked at Ash with a pained expression as he heard Ash was applying again. What are you applying for this time? I want to apply for the Rotom from Alola, please, Professor. Ash felt a bit shy after the professor agreed, and scratched his head, stating his purpose. The Rotom from Alola. What do you need that Pokemon for? Professor Oak asked with a puzzled look. Ash scratched his nose and replied. I've recently started a new research project, and need a Pokémon from Alola to assist me with it, it will be very useful for me. Is it related to evolution? Professor Oak suddenly interjected. Ash was taken aback for a moment, merely nodding, without saying anything. Since it's about your new research project, I won't pry any further. I'm looking forward to your findings. By the way, Professor, could you bring me that Squirtle with the square glasses? Sure, just a moment, I'll be right back. Hearing Ash's request, Professor Oak quickly left to fetch the Soon Professor Oak returned with a Pokeball and handed it to Ash. Thank you, Professor. After receiving the Pokeball and thanking Professor Oak, Ash turned to return to his room to tidy up, when he suddenly saw two familiar figures rushing into the Pokemon Center. The two individuals, one male and one female, approached Nurse Joy with the boy cradling a singed Nidorino in his arms. Nurse Joy, please take care of my Pokemon. Li Shiheng said anxiously to Nurse Joy. Alright, I understand. After receiving the Nidorino, Nurse Joy quickly entered the emergency room. Oh my goodness. Li Shiheng, what happened to your Nidorino? Misty suddenly stepped out from behind, Ash looking at Li Shiheng in disbelief. If it weren't for Misty knowing that Li Shiheng had just challenged the electric-type Leaf Gym, one might suspect that the Nidorino had faced divine retribution upon seeing its condition. I just challenged the gym leader and his Raichu was incredibly powerful. It took just 2 rounds to leave my Nidorino in this state. Li Shiheng sighed, recalling the scene. I see. It really is unfortunate. The Pokemon is barely alive. Nearby, Zhu Yu stepped forward, standing up for Li Shiheng. Alright, I really am too weak to win. It's normal. After all, this isn't the Rainbow Gym, which is ranked 3rd from the bottom. There's no need to be upset about this. That's not worth it, and will only give you wrinkles. Seeing his girlfriend defend him made Li Shiheng happy, but he still gently advised her to calm down. They embraced each other, filling the air with the scent of love. Ash couldn't bear to watch this scene, and chose to ignore it, acting as if he hadn't seen anything. Misty was different now. After seeing the couple show affection, she felt a pang of jealousy. She sneaked a glance at Ash, but quickly dismissed the thought upon realizing he already had someone he liked. Aren't you also going to challenge the Leaf Gym? I suggest you don't. The gym leader is really too powerful. Li Shiheng, having regained his composure, kindly reminded Ash. Perhaps he didn't want to see a friend he had just met repeat the same mistakes. Don't worry about me, my Bulbasaur isn't my only strength. Ash's expression was somewhat unfavorable, possibly due to the earlier display of affection from Li Shiheng. Li Shiheng was slightly taken aback by Ash's words, as if recalling something, then asked, how long have you been It's been a little over 3 weeks, I guess. Ash thought for a moment, and provided an accurate duration. Only that short. Li Shiheng was astonished upon hearing Ash's response. I got my first Pokemon when I was 6, so I have some experience in raising them, which gives me a slight edge over the average person. Ash explained casually. I see. Since you're so determined, I have nothing more to say, Li Shiheng concluded with a shrug. He had done what he could, and said what he needed to say. The other party was so confident that he had done his part, and could do nothing more, but let him go. Thank you, but there's no need to worry. Ash smiled, and thanked him before leaving to tidy up in his dorm. Once he finished these tasks, Ash headed in the direction of the Leaf Gym, with Brock and Misty. The Leaf Gym in Leaf City was adorned with a gigantic lightning symbol, making it clear what type of gym it was. As Ash and the others pushed open the door, they saw 2 imposing figures, a man and a woman, glaring at them with their hands on their hips. Hello, I'm Ash from Pallet Town, here to challenge your Leaf Gym. Oh look, we have another sacrificial lamb. A man in a black jacket said, addressing the shadowy figure. Let me have a look. With a loud laugh, a muscular man named Ma Zhisher stepped out from the shadow. Ma Zhisher approached Ash and the others, giving Brock and Misty a big bear hug. Ash, having anticipated this, swiftly dodged the embrace. Welcome to Leaf City. Why are we missing one person? Ma Zhisher suddenly noticed that he was supposed to be hugging 3 people, but was missing one. However, he quickly dismissed it, and turned his attention to Misty. You're quite a cute challenger, but I won't go easy on you just because of that. I'm the challenger, not them. They're just accompanying me. Oh, so you are the challenger. Ma Zhisher turned his head to look at Xiao Ji after hearing his words. Xiao Ji would never let him have his way. Just as Ma Zhisher was about to touch his head, Xiao Ji grabbed his hand, looking at him with a helpless expression. I came to challenge, not to let you touch my head. Ma Zhisher looked at his hand being grabbed, incredulous. While you look only about 1.65 m, quite short, but I didn't expect you to be so strong. Uncle, I'm only 10 years old. My height is already considered tall among my peers. Xiao Ji looked at Ma Zhisher with a resentful expression. I see. No wonder you're already this tall at such a young age. You must train every day? Ma Zhisher couldn't help but laugh out loud at Xiao Ji's resentful gaze. It's not bad. Xiao Ji, not bad. You have a bright future ahead. Ooh, I have high hopes for you. Seeing that Xiao Ji was unwilling to let him touch his head, Ma Zhisher could only pat Xiao Ji on the shoulder. However, it was at this moment that Ma Zhisher noticed Pikachu on Xiao Ji's shoulder. Oh, your Pikachu has quite a unique design. But why isn't it female? Ma Zhisher looked at the Pikachu on Xiao Ji's shoulder and noticed that its tail was not heart-shaped, feeling a bit puzzled. Pika, what are you talking about? Can't a boy wear girls' clothes? It's a time of clothing freedom, who are you? Pikachu said angrily with its hands on its hips. Xiaoji, who could understand Pikachu's words, couldn't help but burst out laughing after hearing what it said. You really are something, Pikachu. Haha, this Pikachu has quite an interesting temper. Although Majishir couldn't directly understand what the Pokémon was saying, seeing Pikachu's demeanor gave him a rough idea of what it meant. It must be complaining about him. What do you mean bringing just a Pikachu to challenge my electric-type gym? You wouldn't have come to challenge my gym without knowing what's going on, would you? Even though Majishir really liked Pikachu, thinking about how clueless the trainer was made him want to defeat the opponent, sending them home to find their mother. This is the correct way to start a baby battle. Since you insist on competing, let the battle begin now. Majishir took out a Pokeball and released the Pokemon inside. Come out, Raichu, let's show them what we can do. A Raichu with slightly darker fur than Pikachu and a tail shaped like a lightning bolt appeared before everyone. Upon seeing Raichu, Xiaoji was about to send out his Houndour, but noticed that Pikachu had stepped up on its own, asking to battle. Xiaoji looked at Pikachu, unsure of what to do. After thinking for a moment, he saw the eager look in Pikachu's. Finally unable to resist Pikachu's deep gaze, he sent Pikachu into battle. Seeing Xiaoji's approval, Pikachu grinned and stepped forward, hands on its hips, looking proudly at Raichu. The most outrageous part was that as soon as Pikachu entered the field, it made an incredibly arrogant gesture towards Raichu. Pikachu raised a hand, glaring fiercely, and beckoned Raichu over, as if to say, "Come over here." Xiaoji, seeing Pikachu's gesture, couldn't help but facepalm, his expression darkening as he dared not look at Pikachu again. This Pikachu's personality, influenced by him, is even more outrageous than the original. It's almost like a gang leader now. Kid, your Pikachu's personality is really quite unique. Majishir said cheerfully to Xiaoji. I don't know anything, I don't know him. Xiaoji, looking at Pikachu's demeanor, immediately denied 3 times in response to Majishi's inquiry. Ding. Pikachu used the taunt gesture on Raichu. The effect was remarkable. At that moment, the system's voice seemed to resonate in Xiaoji's mind. Raichu's trainer could hold back and even chuckle, but the one being taunted was himself, and that was less amusing. Raichu let out an angry roar, and then unleashed a thunderbolt aimed at Pikachu. But how could Pikachu be easily hit now? After all, he had undergone years of training under Xiaoji, and his speed talent had long been refined to perfection. Pikachu merely jumped lightly, effortlessly landing beside Raichu, and delivered a powerful Iron Tail. The effort points in attack had been maxed out over the past 4 years of training, so the damage from this move was far beyond what Raichu could withstand. When hit by the Iron Tail, Raichu's entire plump body was sent flying. This demonstrates just how terrifying Pikachu's Iron Tail can be. Anyone who specializes in training Pikachu would probably say, wow, no wonder it's Pikachu. Being around the true newcomers for so long has turned even Pikachu into an immensely powerful one. Raichu. Majishir called out with concern as he saw Raichu being sent flying. Raichu slowly stood up, looking at Pikachu's tiny body, gritting his teeth in anger. In his eyes, being defeated by a Pikachu despite being its evolved form was certainly a humiliating matter. Pikachu Thunderbolt. As soon as the words left his mouth, Pikachu dashed forward at an incredible speed, leaving behind a fleeting shadow. When it reappeared, it had already slammed headfirst into Raichu's belly. Raichu was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing into the wall with a loud bang. Nanny. This little mouse's thunderbolt is so formidable. Majishir looked incredulously at Raichu, which was nearly unconscious after being slammed against the wall. Raichu, get up. Don't let a little car aim defeat you. Majishir began to panic as he watched Raichu struggling to stay on its feet. Xiaoji had no intention of giving Majishir a chance and commanded Pikachu to unleash its final move, Thunderbolt. Hey, do you not know that my Raichu has the ability Static? Majishir chuckled at Xiaoji's expression. Just as Raichu stood up, a bolt of golden lightning struck down upon it, hitting Raichu directly. Of course I know, but my Pikachu might be different from others. Xiaoji replied with a mysterious smile. At first, Majishir didn't understand the meaning behind Xiaoji's smile, until he saw that Pikachu's thunderbolt hit the overconfident Raichu, instantly frying the arrogant creature. Majishir was left dumbfounded by this display of skill. Damn a cheat. He shouted. Kid, you're not using— my Raichu clearly has the ability Static. How did you manage to make your Pikachu's Thunderbolt do this to my Raichu? Majishir recalled Raichu laughing as he approached Xiaoji with curiosity. Xiaoji looked at Majishi's inquisitive expression and scratched his head, saying, I'm not really sure. Maybe it's because Pikachu is just that strong. I wouldn't tell you that Pikachu was able to ignore the ability Static because it ate a Thunder Fruit obtained from the system. Even if your Pikachu is strong, it shouldn't have been able to use an electric-type attack to fry my Raichu like this. Majishir scratched the back of his head, feeling troubled. Well, never mind, since you've defeated my Raichu, it proves you deserve my gym badge. Although Majishir was troubled about how Xiaoji did it, he couldn't ask further when he saw Xiaoji looking indifferent. After all, everyone has their own little secrets, and even he harbored a secret he was unwilling to share. After speaking, Majishir took out a sunflower badge from his pocket and handed it to Xiaoji. Thank you. Xiaoji received the badge with both hands and took out a prepared badge case, placing the badge in its designated. It's been a long time since I've encountered such a strong rookie trainer like you. You defeated me in just a few rounds. You're impressive, and I look forward to your future achievements. Ma Zhisher patted Xiaoji on the shoulder and smiled. After Ma Zhisher spoke, his two lackeys also began to applaud for Xiaoji. This was also the first time they had seen such a young rookie trainer defeat their boss so thoroughly, even singeing. Pikachu, upon seeing the battle, ran up to Xiaoji, leaping gracefully onto his shoulder and patting its chest, eager for praise. Alright, I know you're the best. Xiaoji chuckled as he affectionately ruffled Pikachu's head, considering it a reward. You and your Pikachu have such a great bond. Ma Zhisher teased. Of course, I've been with my Pikachu for almost. Xiaoji smiled at Pikachu and replied. So you two have been together for such a long time. Ma Zhisher looked at Xiaoji in astonishment. Yes. Xiaoji nodded. However, just as Ma Zhisher was about to say something, a familiar voice suddenly rang out from outside. Uncle Ma, if someone named Xiaoji comes by these days, please use your strongest trump card to teach that kid a lesson. Xiao Mao walked in from outside. Once he fully entered, he spotted a familiar figure. Wasn't it the person he had been waiting for in Kuyu City? Yo, isn't that Xiaoji? You arrived in Kuyu City so late. Yesterday my grandpa told me that you've only caught 6 Pokémon so far. Xiao Mao was taken aback when he recognized Xiaoji, then casually greeted him. Yo, isn't that young master? What happened to your eyes? How did you get those dark circles? Did you get beaten up by a monkey or a Monferno? Xiaoji couldn't help but laugh upon seeing the dark circles under Xiao Mao's eyes. You still dare to say that? If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have gotten taught a lesson by her. Speaking of which, I'm so mad. You come here so I can hit you a few times. Upon hearing Xiaoji's words, Xiao Mao's emotions instantly flared up, rolling up his sleeves ready to get revenge. Young master Xiao Mao, she hit you. What does that have to do with me? Xiaoji spread his hands innocently. Are you implying that if it weren't for the photo you sent, I would have been beaten by Xiao Chun? Xiao Mao's face darkened as he angrily replied, it's just a photo, it doesn't prove my fault. I'm just trying to maintain the feelings between you two, is saying that really hurts me. Xiaoji dramatically clutched his chest, looking heartbroken, as he said, so you two know each other? Ma Zhisher suddenly asked, looking at Xiaoji and Xiao Mao. I don't know him. Xiao Mao turned his head away, sulking angrily. Well, since young master Xiao Mao has already said he doesn't know me, I can only say I don't know him either. Xiaoji replied cheerfully. You two are just messing with me. Ma Zhisher couldn't help but roll his eyes at that. What a pity for young master Xiao Mao. I had already completed the challenge before you arrived, or it's too late now, Xiaoji said with an exasperated shrug. Enough of the nonsense. If it's over, then step out, and let's have a match to complete that fight. Xiao Mao coldly snorted, issuing a challenge to Xiaoji. Since young master Xiao Mao has said so, just remember not to cry for candy like you did when you were a child after I defeat you. Xiaoji glanced at the 150 magical candies in the system space, saying nonchalantly, I don't have many left. Who would even care for your candies? Even if you offered me 10, no 100, I wouldn't want them, Xiao Mao scoffed again. Yes, I remember that little cutie who would cry in front of me every day asking for candy. Now that you've grown up, you no longer care, and now you want me to give you some without a chance. Xiaoji said sarcastically. Upon hearing this, Xiao Mao's expression became somewhat awkward, but it returned to normal after a moment. Stop with the nonsense and hurry up and fight me. Let me see where your progress lies. Xiao Mao seemed to be at a loss for words, and could only use this excuse. After speaking, he turned to Uncle Ma Ji and asked, can I borrow your venue for a bit? Of course, use it as you wish. Thank you. Xiao Mao expressed his gratitude, walking into the arena and shooting a glare at Xiaoji. Xiaoji ignored the glare, merely smiling as he stood opposite Xiao Mao. How do you want to fight? What are the rules? If you don't clarify, you'll just find a way to cheat later. Who has cheated? Stop spouting nonsense, or he'll sue you for defamation. Xiao Mao retorted angrily, then began to outline the rules. Let's proceed with the normal match format. It will be a 3-3. If it's 2-0, then the winner is determined. Is that it, eh? Xiaoji confirmed. Yes, that's it. Xiao Mao nodded. Since you've set the rules, it'll be you have no objections, right? The referee stepped forward after understanding their conversation and the rules. They both agreed in unison. Alright, the official match starts now. Oh, please release your Pokémon. Both of them simultaneously pulled out their Pokeballs. Xiaoji released a Cutty Dog, while Xiao Mao summoned a Cam. The attributes of the two are actually counter to each other. Wow, our reverse attribute master has returned. Match start. With the referee's command, both began to engage. Camaturtle Water Gun. Xiao Mao commanded loudly. The Camaturtle shot out a water gun, heading straight for Cutty Dog. Cutty Dog Flame Wheel. Cutty Dog transformed into a round rolling wheel, flames appearing on its surface. It rolled forward, using its agility to evade the water gun's attack, while gradually closing in on Camaturtle. Not good. Camaturtle, quickly retreat into your shell. Xiao Mao noticed Cutty Dog's intentions and hurriedly called out to the attacking Camaturtle. Upon hearing its master's words, Camaturtle wasted no time and dove into its shell, remaining completely still. Cutty Dog rolled forward and directly knocked the turtle shell away. With a loud crash, Kamaturtle's entire shell slammed into the wall. When the shell hit the ground, Kamaturtle emerged looking confused with a dazed expression hugging its head. Seeing this scene, Xiaoji was unwilling to give Xiao Mao a chance, and hurriedly commanded Cutty Dog to strike first. Cutty Dog rewarded him with a thunder fong. As soon as he finished speaking, a large yellow fong crackled with electricity, formed in Cutty Dog's mouth, aimed at Kamaturtle's shell. Kamaturtle, still in a dazed state, was unaware of the impending danger. Kamaturtle quickly dodged. Xiao Mao shouted, trying to wake up the dazed Kamaturtle. Unfortunately, Xiao Mao's plea fell on deaf ears, as he could only watch helplessly as the shiny head of Kamaturtle was bitten by the large yellow fong. Ironically, Cutty Dog had incredible luck. After landing the thunder fong on Kamaturtle, a tingling current surged through its body. Clearly, Kamaturtle had triggered the meager paralysis effect. Cutty Dog, give him one last move, Flame Fong, Xiaoji suddenly commanded. Hearing Xiaoji's order, Cutty Dog rushed forward without hesitation, a bloody fong appearing in its mouth, biting down on Kamaturtle's shiny head once again. Seeing this, Xiao Mao couldn't help but want to complain. Hey, can't you bite somewhere else besides the turtle's head? However, just as Xiao Mao was internally complaining, a sudden explosion occurred on Kamaturtle's body. Everyone present heard a loud bang erupt from Kamaturtle, startling everyone around. Kamaturtle has lost its ability to fight. The winner is Cutty Dog. Please, Xiao Mao, send out another Pokémon to the field. The referee looked at Kamaturtle, which had fainted on the ground, its eyes becoming redrimmed, and announced the battle result. Xiao Mao expressed his confusion, not understanding how he lost without a clear reason. However, looking at the incapacitated Kamaturtle, he ultimately accepted reality and recalled it. He then sent out a Scyther. This time, Xiaoji deliberately let Cutty Dog lose the match. After recalling Cutty Dog, Xiaoji sent out a Bulbasaur. As for the strategy, the last time Li Xiang experienced the enhanced version of Poisonous Substitute, which added the dual torment of Seed Bomb on top of the original. Xiao Mao was so disgusted by this tactic that his face turned green. Even after winning with this move, Xiaoji felt it was not enough and used it again in the next battle. Having fallen for the same trick twice and unable to find a way to break free, Xiao Mao could only watch in frustration, glaring fiercely at Xiaoji, yet too afraid to act. Originally, he thought he would finally win against Xiaoji and avenge past grievances. Never did he expect that not only would he lose, but he would also be so infuriated that he stormed out of the Withered Leaf Dojo, his face flushed with anger, resembling a ticking time bomb ready to explode at any moment. It was the hour of the pig as night fell. After exercising outside, Xiaoji entered the bathroom to take a shower. He came out, lay on his bed, and skillfully took out his phone to open QV, searching for a trending game rumored to be suitable for falling asleep. A mini-game called Pokémon The Sprites Wanna Rise. After completing a level, he found that he could pass the game by randomly clicking, and only upon entering the second level did Xiaoji realize that this was a rather cliched match 3 game. At this moment, he felt that this mini-game was indeed a suitable choice for playing before sleep, completely unaware of the seriousness of the situation. After a while, it was noon, and Xiaoji, battling intense drowsiness, found himself unable to sleep. He stared intently at the screen, filled with Pokémon images, his face darkened. In this short hour, Xiaoji had played this game dozens of times, and he had lost count of how many ads he had watched, yet he had still not passed a level. Damn it, let me see which idiot company invented this game, Xiaoji muttered as he scanned the screen, noticing the few games he could find, but failing to identify any identical ones. Frustrated, Xiaoji opened his browser to search for the company that created this game. After finding the company's information, his previously darkened face suddenly brightened. Oh, it's from Xiao's company. That's a relief, Xiaoji said as he uninstalled the game and turned off his phone, preparing to sleep. Suddenly his phone vibrated. Just as he was about to fall asleep, Xiaoji looked at his phone in confusion, wondering who was messaging him so late at night. Anyone who knew him understood that Xiaoji usually slept by 11 p.m., so it was unusual for someone to message him at this hour. Out of curiosity, Xiaoji opened his phone. Meanwhile, far away in the Kalos region, in a cozy little room, the lights were bright in Serena's room. She lay on her bed looking at the information interface on her phone screen, hesitating for a long time, unsure whether to message Xiaoji. Earlier in the day, Xiaoji had called her, but she wasn't there to answer, and only after returning home did she learn from her mother that Xiaoji had arrived in Key City. After all, the two of them were not in a romantic relationship yet, which made her hesitate, unsure of what reason to use to talk to Xiaoji. Thinking of this, Serena's face turned red, unsure of what to do. Frustrated, she tapped around on her phone screen, typing a message, then deleting it when she felt it wasn't right. Thus, she kept deleting and revising, utterly at a loss for a suitable reason. In the end, feeling far too shy, she buried her face in her pillow, appearing bashful, her feet playfully dancing in the air. She looked adorable, but it was a pity that someone couldn't see her, otherwise their heart would have melted. After a while, Serena finally typed out a message and chose to send it. On Xiaoji's side, seeing the message on his phone screen from the adorable Serena made him extremely excited. He jumped out of bed and eagerly opened the message. Upon reading Serena's message, which simply said, "Are you asleep?" Xiaoji couldn't help but smile and quickly typed a response. "Xiaoji, not yet. Are you having trouble sleeping again?" Adorable Serena, "Yes, I am." Xiaoji, "Is that so?" Xiaoji, "Then how about I sing you a song? After hearing it, you should be able to sleep." Adorable Serena, "Really? I didn't know you could sing." Xiaoji, "Of course. The town calls me the versatile doctor. Singing is just a piece of—" After reading that, Serena sent an excited emoji, then eagerly awaited the song Xiaoji was going to sing. After a while, she finally received a 60-second voice message from Xiaoji. With anticipation, she clicked it open, and Xiaoji's voice, "Oh no, his singing," came through the phone. Xiaoji voice message, "Little white rabbit, white again, 2 ears perked up, cut the arteries and veins, so cute, when still peeled and chopped into pieces, tossed into the pot to stir fry, add some water, cover the lid, sprinkle cilantro before serving." After hearing the song, Serena felt as if a little white rabbit suddenly appeared before her eyes, vividly picturing the full process of being cooked. At this thought, she couldn't help but freeze for a moment. When she snapped back to reality, she quickly saved Xiaoji's message and then blocked him. Damn, Xiaoji, how could such an adorable little rabbit be turned into a dish? Now I'm craving it, but I can't eat it at night. Really, I guess I'll just stay in the little black room for one night. Serena pouted, muttering unhappily. On Xiaoji's, and he finally sent a message saying go to sleep. However, the response he received was a red exclamation mark accompanied by a message. "You have been blocked by the other party and your messages are being rejected." Now it was Xiaoji's turn to be baffled. He truly believed that there was nothing wrong with the song he sang. Why was he blocked by Serena? Xiaoji couldn't comprehend this. After finishing the conversation with Selena, Xiaoji was just about to go to sleep when a pink figure flew in. The dream Pokémon appeared by Xiaoji's bedside, softly calling out. Hearing the noise, Xiaoji opened his eyes in confusion, and upon seeing the pink fairy, eagerly sat up. Due to it being late at night, Xiaoji didn't speak too loudly, instead lowering his voice. "Dream Pokémon, why are you here?" Xiaoji whispered. "Me, I missed you." After saying that, the dream Pokémon rubbed its face against Xiaoji's. "What do you mean you missed me? I see you just want the energy cubes I have." Hearing the dream Pokémon's words, Xiaoji didn't fully believe it, feeling somewhat skeptical. Me, after its purpose was guessed, the dream Pokémon shyly scratched its head and smiled awkwardly. Seeing the dream Pokémon like this melted Xiaoji's heart, alleviating much of the frustration from being blocked by Selena tonight. For the dream Pokémon, Xiaoji naturally couldn't bear to refuse it. He got out of bed and took out its favorite energy cube from his backpack. Upon receiving the energy cube, the dream Pokémon happily began to eat. After enjoying the long-awaited energy cube, the dream Pokémon displayed a joyful expression and performed a somersault in the air. It was clear how happy it was at that moment. Watching the dream Pokémon's cheerful expression, Xiaoji smiled with satisfaction. After it finished the energy cube, he felt it was too late, so he told it to leave and to come back in a few days. After finishing the energy cube, the dream Pokémon rubbed its cheek against Xiaoji, as if leaving behind the remnants of the food it had just eaten. After this gesture, the dream Pokémon obediently left, showing no signs of worry about not being able to find. As for why it could clearly know Xiaoji's location, Xiaoji had asked this question before. According to the dream Pokémon, it had left a unique mark on Xiaoji, allowing it to find him wherever he was, so there was no need to worry about not being able to find Xiaoji. After the dream Pokémon left, Xiaoji looked in the direction it had departed, confirming that it wouldn't be coming back, and then he finally fell asleep. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Xiaoji woke up late for the first time. The last time he woke up this late was at 7 o'clock. After a quick wash, he began today's sign-in. System sign-in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the sign-in reward Whirlpool. Whirlpool creates a terrain with a pit, forming waves that trap others in a water vortex, causing damage. The larger the pit, the greater the range. After reading about this skill, Xiaoji felt it was quite good. He discovered it was a self-created water-type move similar to Dragon Pulse, and thought for a long time that Squirtle would be the most suitable to use it. However, thinking about the possibility that Squirtle might not evolve, he ultimately decided to wait a few days to confirm his previous guess about Squirtle and Bulbasaur not evolving before giving it to them. There was no rush. Thus, the skill was stored in the system space. After finishing breakfast, Xiaoji and the others set off for their. However, as they passed the port, they saw a huge luxury cruise ship. What a big cruise ship! Xiao Gang looked at the luxurious cruise ship in front of him and couldn't help but exclaim, "I also want to travel elegantly by boat." Xiao Xia also expressed her thoughts while gazing at the magnificent ship. "Forget it, it's enough to just think about it, we don't have that much money." Xiaoji suddenly interrupted, bringing everyone back to reality. Hearing Xiaoji's words, Xiao Xia's face instantly fell, and she pouted, looking quite unhappy. "Let's just look at it, or we should honestly walk instead." Xiaoji, knowing what would happen later regarding this ship, was quite resistant to it, and didn't want to be involved with it like in the original story. However, just as they were about to leave, suddenly 2 fireworks exploded in front of them. Xiao Ji reacted quickly, pulling Xiao Xia and Xiao Gang to dodge the unexpected fireworks. Congratulations, you've won a prize. 2 blonde girls in school uniforms came up to Xiao Ji and the others, enthusiastically congratulating them. Actually, it's like this. Oh, we have party tickets for our cruise ship. Doesn't it look amazing? This is an invitation to the Pokémon trainer banquet on the S. And a girl with long golden hair pointed at the luxury cruise ship they had just seen and said to Xiao Ji and the others, and except for Xiao Ji, Xiao Gang and Xiao Xia looked at the 2 girls in confusion. It's that very luxurious passenger ship. You should know that Pokémon trainers from all over gather there for extravagant parties. So we came to congratulate you on. The long-haired girl explained kindly. Did we really win a prize? Xiao Xia, touched by such an unexpected surprise, asked the 2 girls for confirmation. Of course it's real. I just want to ask if you still want this invitation. The long-haired student girl continued to press. No. Xiao Ji, fully aware of the conversation, decisively rejected them. Hey, why not? Clearly we all won a prize. This is free, so why not take it? Xiao Xia questioned Xiao Ji in confusion after hearing his words. Yeah, Xiao Ji, this ticket is free, oh why not take it? Xiao Gang also felt puzzled about Xiao Ji's action. Then let me ask you, did any of us buy anything to win a prize? Xiao Ji countered. His words brought the 2 back. That's right. They clearly hadn't done anything, so how could they suddenly win a prize? Thinking of this, Xiao Gang and Xiao Xia eyed the 2 girls with suspicion, their gaze suggesting that they better explain themselves clearly or they wouldn't be able to leave. Actually, it's like this. These 2 tickets were bought in excess by someone who asked us to help sell them. We just hadn't found a suitable buyer until now. The employer just told us that if they can't sell, they can sell them at a low price. Now they can be yours for just 100 poke coins. The short-haired girl beside her explained to Xiao Ji and the others. So cheap. Upon hearing the price, Xiao Xia was also shocked. It seemed that such a luxurious cruise would typically cost at least 10 to 20,000 poke coins for a ticket. Now that it was only 100, how could Xiao Xia not be tempted? Xiao Gang felt the same way because he knew that generally the food on such high-level luxury cruise ships was mostly provided for free. This meant he wouldn't have to cook for several days and could save a lot on ingredients, which was hard to resist. Xiao Ji hurriedly spoke up to stop the 2 after seeing them both starting to feel moved. Don't you both find it strange? Why is it that something that costs thousands or even tens of thousands for others ends up costing just 100 for us? Have you 2 ever thought about why? But didn't they say we won a prize? Xiao Xia pouted and argued. Just because we won a prize. The problem is we didn't do anything. Where did we win it? Is it a pie falling from the sky? Xiao Ji continued to question. That's a fair point. After hearing Xiao Ji's words, Xiao Gang felt it made sense and nodded. Since you've all said that, well, just have to give it to you as a gift for free. Whether you board the ship or not is up to you. The final result was that the short-haired girl gave 3 invitation tickets to the 3 of them, leaving the decision to go or not to them. There's no such thing as a free gift. It must be a scam. Xiao Ji muttered as he watched the 2 girls leave. They've already given us the tickets for free. Oh, what nice people. Xiao Ji, how can you doubt them? At this moment, Xiao Xia began to complain about Xiao Ji. Hearing her words, Xiao Ji rubbed his forehead, feeling a bit of a headache. It seems that boarding the Saint Anu was unavoidable this time. If Xiao Xia saw what happened once they boarded, he would probably be complained at for the entire journey. Since you all want to go, then let's go, Xiao Ji said helplessly. Yay? Then let's hurry. After hearing Xiao Ji's agreement, Xiao Xia jumped up excitedly like a child, then began to pull Xiao Gang and Xiao Ji onto the ship. Seeing Xiao Xia's happy expression, Xiao Ji could only shake his head helplessly. Originally, he wanted to avoid the incident on the Saint Anu, but unexpectedly, he still boarded the ship. Yay? They finally chose to board the ship. In the nearby bushes, Musashi couldn't help but exclaim after seeing Xiao Ji and the others board. I must say this little brat is quite clever. He immediately sensed that we had a problem. But fortunately, they still boarded the ship, and the mission was successfully completed. Indeed, we were almost exposed just now. It was really close. Musashi nodded in agreement. All right, the little brat has already boarded the ship. Let's follow them. Xiao Ji reminded. I know. Do I need you to? As Musashi spoke, he gave Xiao Ji a chestnut, and then leisurely walked onto the ship. Xiao Ji followed behind, feeling a bit wronged. Xiao Ji and the others boarded the Saint Anu with their tickets, and entered the banquet hall. Inside was an enormous party scene filled with various upper-class people in suits. Wow, this is so luxurious, Xiao Gang exclaimed as he looked around. Indeed, if we hadn't boarded just now, it would have been a regret in life. Xiao Xia glanced reproachfully at Xiao Ji while speaking. Seeing this, Xiao Ji chose not to argue with her, and just smiled, rubbing his nose. Thanks to the presence of the violent lizard king, Xiao Ji was not worried about drifting at sea like in the original. Thus he decided to enjoy this fleeting moment of paper intoxication while the ship had not yet sunk. Xiao Ji casually found a dining table and entered his glutton mode, starting to wolf down the food on the ship. Xiao Gang and Xiao Xia also separated to look for things they were interested in, leaving only Xiao Ji to feast alone on the ship. When he reached the beef, Xiao Ji looked at the large piece of beef in the server's hand, and then at the small slices on his plate, falling into silence. Is this little bit of beef enough for anyone? If others see this, they'll think that Xiao Ji can't afford it. Give it. Xiao Ji snatched the beef from the server's hand, without giving him a chance to react, and then began to devour it with great gusto. The server looked bewildered at the now-vanished beef in his hand, staring at Xiao Ji in disbelief. As the manager of Team Rocket, he couldn't help but secretly lament he had never seen someone so shameless. Just as Xiao Ji was devouring the beef, Xiao Gang and Xiao Xia happened to return. Meanwhile, on the other side, the wandering Xiao Ji was looking for some nice Pokémon to buy, unaware that he would encounter his lifelong nemesis, Uncle Lizard King, that day. "Hey, young man." Suddenly an uncle called out to Xiao Ji. Hearing someone call him, Xiao Ji looked over in confusion, only to find an uncle had stopped him. "Come and see the Pokémon I'm selling the king of all carps." After seeing that someone who could make him wealthy had stopped, Uncle Lizard King began to pitch to Xiao Ji. "King Carp. It doesn't look that impressive." Xiao Ji looked at the king carp in the fish tank with some disdain. "Hey, pick it up and take a look. You won't be disappointed. Look how healthy this king carp is, but it's definitely your best." After Uncle Lizard King fished the king carp out of the tank, he directly threw it into Xiao Ji's arms and continued to pitch. Once held by Xiao Ji, the king carp became lively, its tail constantly slapping against Xiao Ji's face, producing a rhythmic and pleasant sound. "Oh wow, what is this? So fierce, it jumps too much," Xiao Ji complained while holding the king carp. "Let me tell you. This king carp can produce gold. It lays 1,000 eggs at a time, and then each of those 1,000 king carps lays another 1,000 eggs. You'll be rich. Becoming a billionaire will no longer be a dream." At that moment, Uncle Lizard King's voice seemed to carry a magical allure, drawing Xiao Ji into a fantasy of becoming a billionaire, completely unaware of the hidden problems in that logic. "Alright, there's a special offer today. With the king of carp plus the parenting set and an incubator, I can package it for you. You won't need 98000 or even 68000, just 38000. Actions speak louder than words." Seeing that Xiao Zilong was intrigued, Uncle King of Carp seized the moment to tempt him further. Having been swayed by Uncle King of Carp, Xiao Zilong, feeling impulsive, waved his hand and pulled out 38000 from his wallet to buy the king of carp. Xiao Ji, witnessing Xiao Zilong's decision to buy the king of carp, stepped forward. "Uncle, even at the regular price, the king of carp isn't this expensive, right? Evolving a king of carp is already difficult, and in the wild you can usually get one for just a few thousand spirit coins. How come yours is selling for 38000? That's a bit hard to justify," Xiao Ji remarked, looking at Uncle King of Carp. "Small boy, little friend." Xiao Zilong was a bit surprised when he recognized the voice belonged to Xiao Ji. "Little friend, do you know what you're talking about?" Uncle King of Carp looked at Xiao Ji with a hint of nervousness, asking, "Of course I do. I heard everything you just said. Normally a king of carp can produce at most 3 eggs, yet you claim yours can produce 1,000 at once. That constitutes false advertising to the Alliance. Uncle, you wouldn't want to go to jail for false advertising, would you?" Xiao Ji's voice was steady and calm, making it sound quite intimidating. "What? You old man are actually trying to deceive me." After hearing Xiao Ji's words, Xiao Zilong looked at Uncle King of Carp with anger. "It's not like that. Let me explain. Look. There's a beautiful woman running naked behind you." Uncle King of Carp suddenly panicked and pointed behind Xiao Zilong. "What? Really?" Xiao Zilong turned around, not because he believed there was a naked woman behind him, but out of goodwill to help cover her. Seeing Xiao Zilong fall for his trick, Uncle King of Carp abandoned both the money and the King of Carp, turning to flee immediately. "Where's the naked beauty? How dare you deceive me?" Xiao Zilong realized he had been tricked as he turned back to find no one behind him. He felt a surge of anger at the now invisible Uncle King of Carp. "Damn, he got away. Next time we meet, I'll definitely teach him a lesson." Xiao Zilong fumed at the vanishing figure of Uncle King of Carp. "Next time you meet him, don't let him trick you again." Xiao Ji couldn't help but remind Xiao Zilong, recalling how he had been fooled by Uncle King of Carp for 3 seasons in the original story. "I won't. But thanks anyway, little boy, little friend." After narrowly escaping, Xiao Zilong felt a bit relieved. "No need to thank me, just be more careful next time, Uncle." Xiao Ji waved his hand casually while munching on sunflower seeds. "Uncle." Upon hearing Xiao Ji's address, Xiao Zilong was instantly frozen in place, almost on the verge of cracking up. "Am I that old?" Xiao Zilong began to doubt his life choices as he pondered his age. Meanwhile, Xiao Ji had no interest in Xiao Zilong's concerns and continued to enjoy himself, looking for more snacks. Having just activated his glutton mode, he was only halfway full and could still eat more. Suddenly the lights on. With a loud bang, the doors of the venue suddenly closed. A large group of servers tore off their clothes, revealing their original black battle suits. Each person had a suction device strapped to their back, showing that they were all well prepared. "Since you asked so then I shall graciously inform you. To prevent the world from being destroyed. To protect the peace of the world. To uphold the evil of love and truth. The cute and charming villains. Musashi. Xiao Zilong. We are Team Rocket, traversing the galaxy. Whitehole, a bright tomorrow awaits us. That's how it is, meow. Phew, without the little brat causing trouble, we finally managed to finish our lines. Xiao Zilong said with a hint of sentiment. Yeah, it was really tough, meow. Meow meow nodded in agreement. You two idiots, what are you discussing here? Hurry up and get to work. Suddenly Musashi chimed in, giving one chestnut each to the two. Yes, we understand. Xiao Zilong and meow meow replied, a bit aggrieved. We'll take your Pokeballs, meow. Activate the switch. Upon hearing the command, the members of Team Rocket opened the suction devices on their backs, beginning to suck up all the Pokeballs from everyone present. The suction power of the devices was immense, causing many Pokeballs to fly from the trainer's hands into the suction. Damn it, do you really think I'm easy to bully? Pikachu used the electric net to trap those Team Rocket members. Houndoom, when Pikachu traps them with the electric net, use Ember to attack. Xiaoji released Houndoom and commanded Pikachu and Houndoom to fight, showing no fear of Team Rocket and the others. Upon receiving the command, Pikachu and Houndoom sprang into action. Pikachu wove a massive electric net with its tail, trapping several members of Team Rocket. Meanwhile, Houndoom seized the opportunity to unleash Ember, which collided with the electric net, resulting in an explosion. The members of Team Rocket were blown away like this. Seeing that many members of Team Rocket had surrounded him, Xiaoji had no choice but to release all his Pokémon, guiding them to fight through telepathy. Many Team Rocket members attempted to sneak up from behind, but they never expected that Xiaoji was so skilled that he took one down with a single punch. In the end, thanks to Xiaoji and his Pokémon's efforts, they fought their way through, sending all the attacking Team Rocket one punch for each member of Team Rocket. Xiao Gang and Xiao Xiao watched in awe as Xiaoji took down Team Rocket one by one. Everyone else was also shocked to see Xiaoji alone fighting, while his Pokémon assisted in defeating all the Team Rocket members. Seeing such an impressive Xiaoji, everyone couldn't help but exclaim, so fierce. Even some wealthy ladies couldn't help but swallow hard, gazing at Xiaoji with a look of longing. After experiencing such a battle, the sea suddenly became turbulent, with waves crashing against the side of the Saint and ship. This caused the Saint and ship to start rocking violently, which alerted the passengers to something being amiss. When they stepped outside, they discovered that their ship was caught in a storm. Having just faced a crisis with the elves, another disaster struck, prompting everyone to realize the danger and frantically search for lifeboats. If I had known, I would have listened to Xiaoji and not gotten on this ship, Xiao Xia said regretfully as she gazed at the storm ahead. Alright, no more complaints. We're on board now. The most important thing is to find the lifeboats. Xiaoji waved his hand dismissively, appearing unconcerned. Xiaoji, did you already know there was something wrong with the ship when we boarded? Xiao Gang asked from the side. Yes, I have a superpower that allows me to recognize that the two people who issued us tickets were Team Rocket, which is why I tried to stop you. Xiaoji nodded, not denying it, but instead began to explain. No wonder. Why didn't you tell us? Xiao Gang asked, somewhat puzzled. Do you think in your previous state we would believe you? Xiaoji's words left the two speechless, and they could only comply and search for the lifeboats together. Meanwhile, the captain of the Saint and ship was facing the anger of the passengers. However, due to the storm, they realized that without the captain their situation would be even worse, so their emotions did not explode. Instead, they glared at him with fierce looks. Don't worry. This ship won't be swept away by the storm, I can assure you. The captain declared emphatically. However, just as he finished speaking, while the crowd was momentarily distracted considering the truth of his words, they saw him had already run to the lifeboat at some point. Everyone rest assured, this ship won't capsize, you have to trust me. The captain shouted from the lifeboat. The crowd looked at the captain on the lifeboat, speechless. If everything was truly fine, why did he run to the lifeboat instead of staying on the ship? Seeing that the experienced captain was acting this way, how could the other passengers trust his words? In an instant, everyone surged towards the lifeboat. At that moment, Xiaoji happened to arrive, watching as the crowd desperately rushed towards the lifeboat, quietly observing until they all passed by, after which the ship set sail. By the time Xiaoji, Xiao Xia, and Xiao Gang caught up, the lifeboat had already sailed far away, leaving behind only a small silhouette of the boat. Hey, we're still here. Xiao Xia shouted towards the direction where the lifeboat was leaving, trying to call it back, but unfortunately the lifeboat had long since disappeared. How could they just leave like that? They didn't even wait for us. What are we going to do next? Xiao Xia said dejectedly, looking at the lifeboat that had already drifted away. There's no need to worry, I have a Gyarados we can use to leave together, Xiaoji comforted. Alright, it seems that's the only option we have. After confirming that the lifeboat would not turn back, Xiao Xia could only accept reality with a resigned expression. Seeing this, Xiaoji released his Gyarados, and the three of them jumped onto the red body of the Gyarados. Just as they were about to leave, they noticed Team Rocket's trio nearly drowning. When they pulled Team Rocket's trio up, it scared the three of them. Not for any particular reason, but Team Rocket's trio looked incredibly terrifying at that moment. They were drenched, and combined with their resentful and half-dead expressions, their image resembled that of water ghosts, quite frightening. As soon as they woke up, Team Rocket's trio immediately confronted Xiaoji and his friends, eager to determine the victor right then and there. However, since they were at sea and lacked water-type Pokemon, Team Rocket's trio had no choice but to peacefully coexist with Xiao Ji and his friends. But when Pikachu and Meowth exchanged friendly handshakes, Pikachu playfully released a bit of electricity, causing Meowth to be singed. After drifting at sea for 3 days, Xiao Ji and the others finally reached land. It was at this moment that they parted ways, with Team Rocket's trio each going their separate ways after another half-day. Xiao Ji and his friends arrived at the bustling vacation destination Blue Polichi City. The white sand beach, blue ocean, fresh air, and beautiful women in swimsuits. Since arriving at the beach in Blue Polichi City and seeing such a passionate scene, Xiao Gang felt a surge of excitement that never ceased. As soon as they arrived in Blue Polichi City, Xiao Ji and his friends spotted Xiao Mao in the distance lounging under an umbrella and swimwear while soaking up the sun. It's unclear if it was due to the earlier lesson from Xiao Chun, but this time there were no beautiful women around him. Otherwise, judging by Xiao Ji's understanding of him, he would surely be surrounded by several beauties enjoying the sun. Yo, isn't that Xiao Ji? At this time, Xiao Ji had approached Xiao Mao, who was originally enjoying the sun, and he got up to greet Xiao Ji. It took you so long to arrive, Xiao Ji. You didn't run into any misfortunes on the way, did you? That's why you were so slow, Xiao Mao said with a smile as he looked at Xiao Ji. You don't need to worry about me, young master Xiao Mao, Xiao Ji replied with a blank expression. Xiao Ji, you made it here. A familiar voice suddenly called out beside Xiao Ji. Hearing the familiar voice from behind, Xiao Ji and his friends turned around to see Professor Oak in his flamboyant floral shirt and shorts along with his mother Hanako approaching. Mom, Professor Oak, what are you doing here? Although Xiao Ji had already known, he still pretended not to know and not bad, we've been traveling for a while, got a bit tanned, but it looks more energetic this way, Hanako said, looking at her son, whom she hadn't seen for a month, nodding in satisfaction. Xiao Ji, I see you and Xiao Mao have been traveling for some time. Why don't you two have a battle? Let me see how far your training has come, Professor Oak suggested. Xiao Ji found no issue with the professor's suggestion and then turned to Xiao Mao with a sly smile. I don't want to battle him, oh let's wait until courts to settle it. Xiao Mao, noticing Xiao Ji's mischievous smile, couldn't help but recall the shadow of their battle in Kurigane City. He still hadn't gotten over it. Thinking of this, Xiao Mao felt a pain in his gut. That night, he hadn't slept, spending the entire night devising a strategy to defeat Xiao Ji's toxic leech seed combination. After pondering all night without a breakthrough, how could this not make Xiao Mao feel ill? Especially after seeing Xiao Ji's mischievous smile, he felt that Xiao Ji had more disgusting tactics hidden behind that. Thinking of this made him feel even more uncomfortable. There was no way around it, as Xiao Mao had grown up with Xiao Ji and knew his character too well. If he could show it meant there was something even more sinister hidden behind it, so he had to be on guard. Xiao Mao, you're mistaken. You shouldn't be afraid before the fight even starts, that's not like you. Besides, if you continue like this, how will you grow in the future? Hee, Xiao Ji teased with a smile. Does this young master need you to teach me a lesson? Xiao Mao scoffed coldly. Alright, I understand. It's not that young master Xiao Mao doesn't want to fight, but rather he has chosen to show mercy and let me go. Xiao Ji said cheerfully. Good to hear that. He enjoyed Xiao Ji's words immensely. Dr. Oki and Hanako watched the two bicker, exchanging smiles, clearly accustomed to their playful banter. Xiao Ji, don't think I'm afraid of you. I just want to have a final showdown with you at the Quartz League. Yes, it's definitely not because I'm afraid of your Bulbasaur. Got it? Xiao Mao argued earnestly. Alright, I understand. Goodbye, young master Xiao Mao. Xiao Ji simply smiled at Xiao Mao's argument and chose not to respond further. Since you and Xiao Mao don't want to fight, let's call it a day. You'll leave with your mother first, Dr. Oki suddenly said at this moment. Xiao Ji, I'm leaving now? You must take care of yourself outside. Remember to eat and sleep on time every day, understood? Hanako approached Xiao Ji, gently touching his cheek with concern. Oh, I know. I'll take good care of myself. Xiao Ji shyly scratched his head. You don't need to worry about me. Then I trust you, Hanako said, turning to Xiao Gang and Xiao Xia. I'm counting on you to look after Xiao Ji. Xiao Ji, wow, it feels like my words are falling on deaf ears. There's really no trust at all. Xiao Ji complained inwardly as he couldn't recall any reason for Hanako to worry about him. It could only be said that this was a mother's love. Sure, no problem, replied Xiao Gang and Xiao Xia readily. With your assurance, I can confidently leave Xiao Ji in your care, so thank you for that. Seeing both agree, Hanako nodded happily. Then I'm off, Xiao Ji. Goodbye. Hanako began to say goodbye to Xiao Ji. Got it, goodbye. Xiao Ji waved back at Hanako. After the mother and son bid farewell, Hanako left with Dr. Oki. Alright, now that we're here, let's spend the day here for some fun, Xiao Ji suggested, turning to Xiao Gang and Xiao Xia. Agreed. Xiao Xia excitedly raised her hand in agreement. But, do we have money? I know the costs in Blue Purity City are very high. Xiao Gang suddenly reminded. No worries, I'll cover your expenses today, Xiao Ji said, looking at the 1145140 balance left from his month's journey. He still had about 1 million left, a sufficient balance, and soon he could replenish it from the system, so there was no need to— is that really okay? Xiao Xia looked at Xiao Ji in disbelief upon hearing his words. Of course it's true. Xiao Ji earnestly replied. But the question is, where did you get the money? Xiao Gang voiced his confusion. I still have about 1 million. Just go ahead and spend. When it runs out, I'll still have more. Xiao Ji patted Xiao Gang's shoulder, assuring him not to worry about his wallet. As for why Xiao Ji was so confident he'd have more money after spending, that remained a mystery. Thus the three stayed in Blue Purity City, indulging in a series of food, drink, and entertainment, enjoying the happiness of the day. After a night passed, when Xiao Ji woke up and went downstairs to buy breakfast, he saw that old Lu next door, or rather Grandpa Lu's shop, was about to be forcibly demolished by old Jean. As a good youth of the 21st century, upon witnessing this scene, Xiao Ji did not stand up heroically, but instead called Miss Junsha to handle it, and then left it at that. Miss Junsha did come and took action, but after old Jean was sent back, she sought revenge on Grandpa Lu. She somehow acquired a mechanical Gyarados to retaliate against Grandpa Lu, intending to deal with him to facilitate her taking all of his savings. Meanwhile, not far away, Team Rocket was tied up in a tree, cursing loudly. That wicked old woman actually stole our hard-earned results. She deserves to die. Musashi exclaimed angrily. Exactly. After living for so many years, not only does she disregard martial ethics, but she also resorts to sneak attacks. It's truly despicable. Kojiro gritted his teeth in frustration. Upon seeing Grandpa Lu in danger, Xiao Ji didn't hesitate to release his red Gyarados, confronting the mechanical Gyarados. Of course, perhaps due to old Jean's age, the response was slow when controlling it, and the red Gyarados easily. After old Jean was captured, her cousin, who was at the yacht dock next door, attempted to create a water park by reclaiming land, which angered the oceanic. After old Jean was captured, her cousin, who was at the yacht dock next door, attempted to create a water park by reclaiming land, which angered the oceanic agate jellyfish. This indirectly led to massive waves occurring at sea, nearly submerging the entire city. Xiaoxia pulled along Xiaojiang and Xiaoji, and together they visited the secret treasure of the Maiden Shrine. A portrait of a maiden said to be over 2. Thus Xiaoji and his companions spent a day in Blue Purity City, and the next morning they set off on their journey to Golden City once again. Oh, even the wind over the sea carries the quiet melancholy of autumn. This summer has been unremarkable, but I feel so much happened this summer. Xiaoxia murmured, gazing at the azure expanse of the sea. Xiao Gang, don't worry. Even if you don't have a girlfriend this year, you won't have one next year either. No need to fret. Gradually you'll grow accustomed to it. Xiao Ji chimed in with a mischievous grin, having just arrived beside Xiao Gang. Upon hearing Xiao Ji's words, Xiao Gang crumpled inwardly, collapsing lifelessly onto the railing. Xiao Ji, if you can't comfort someone properly, then don't bother comforting at all. Since when has Xiao Gang ever even started? Xiaoxia suddenly stepped forward and delivered the final blow. Don't hold me back. I'm done living. Wah. Xiao Gang burst into tears the moment he heard them, theatrically poised to leap off the ship. No one's even trying to stop you. Xiaoxia beamed, palms upturned in mock surrender. Alright. Xiao Gang, we were only teasing. Let me teach you how to find love. Seeing the moment ripe for reconciliation, Xiao Ji quickly sheathed his wit and offered soothing words. You haven't found love yourself. How exactly do you plan to teach me? Xiao Gang retorted without hesitation. Xiao Ji's smile froze instantly, his expression stiffened as he asked, voice flat. Perhaps you should just, Suddenly life feels profoundly meaningful. I'll stay right here. Seeing Xiao Ji flustered, Xiao Gang's despair lifted, replaced by quiet delight. Trailing behind the ship, a thick rope tethered a massive wooden tub, inside which Team Rocket huddled. Why are we stuck in here, Meow? Meowth sighed. We had no choice. Musashi curled her knees to her chest, inside the tub, resigned. Our budget ran dry, and our part-time jobs haven't paid out yet. We just followed those kids blindly. Still, no matter how crude the method, it gets us across the sea. Kojiro leaned against the tub's rim and sighed deeply. The communication vessel departing from Lanpuer has arrived at Shanu Gorge. A summer festival is now underway in town. As the ship docked, Xiao Ji and friends heard the announcement blaring from town loudspeakers. Wow, there's a festival. Sounds absolutely lively. Xiaoxia cheered. A festival of romance, a belated festival. Meanwhile, Xiao Gang remained lost in reverie over matters of the heart. As Xiao Gang lingered in thought and unseen, Pol turned his head sharply toward a young woman standing quietly at the. Upon beholding her peerless beauty, Xiao Gang froze in place, spellbound. His breath suspended, his senses utterly arrested. She's breathtaking. The moment the words left his lips, he was jostled aside by the crowd, and the maiden dissolved into a ghastly, fading like mist into the air. When Xiao Gang looked back toward that spot, she had vanished entirely. Xiao Ji glimpsed her too, but after a single glance turned away without further notice. Xiao Gang, let's head to the festival. Xiao Ji suggested, observing how thoroughly entranced Xiao Gang had become. Yes, let's go enjoy the festival right away. Xiaoxia declared, and before anyone could object, seized Xiao Gang's arm and dragged him along. The moment Xiao Ji and his friends departed Team Rocket, having shadowed them all the way, learned of the festival, they schemed silently, with crowds swelling for the festivities. Loose coins would surely litter the ground. wealth waiting to be scooped up. After wandering the festival grounds for a while, Xiao Zhi's group was halted by an elderly woman. Don't run away. A frail but commanding voice rang out from behind Xiao Gang. Yiza, a dried kappa. Dazed and distracted, Xiao Gang whirled around expecting the beautiful woman, only to recoil in shock at the old woman's face. Who's a kappa? She snapped, then dismissed the question with a wave. Listen carefully, pay no mind to me. You must guard yourself against beautiful women. Do you understand? She leaned in, eyes sharp. Let me tell you, if you ignore the wisdom of elders, you will suffer consequences. An ancient saying declares, suffering loss is a blessing. So clearly Xiao Gang bears abundant fortune. Xiao Zhi added cheerfully. Well, yes, that's technically true, and logically sound, but avoiding losses whenever possible remains undeniably wise. The old woman faltered momentarily, then resumed. That beautiful woman, could she be her? Xiao Gang's mind flashed back to the ethereal figure he'd glimpsed at the harbor. Oh, how could I possibly harm Xiao Gang? Xia, mistaking beautiful woman for herself, blushed furiously and covered her face in bashful admission. I said woman, not some green girl still dripping with milk. Exasperated by two interruptions, the old woman shot Xia a dismissive glance and continued. Xia blinked, suddenly wide awake, as if she'd just uncovered a world-shaking revelation. Beside her, Xiao Zhi recalled childhood game subtitles. The old woman had unleashed level 100 taunt, with devastating effect. Xia took a critical hit, 999 damage. What on earth are you barking about? Say it again, I dare you, and see if I don't flatten you where you stand. Veins bulging at her temples, Xia lunged, only for Xiao Zhi to intercept her at the perfect instant, averting what might have become a homicide. Ugh, I'm done. You two are coming with me now. Xia seized Xiao Zhi and Xiao Gang, hauling them off regardless of consent. Even Xiao Zhi, possessing a physique rivaling a supernova, dared not utter a word, submitting meekly to her grip, terrified of receiving the million-fist barrage of the legendary Huilon warrior. A beautiful woman, and suffering. If it were for her, I'd embrace that suffering willingly. Xiao Gang murmured softly as he was dragged away. Xiao Gang, you truly embody the pinnacle of devoted admirers. A future alpha wolf awaits you. I believe in you. Xiao Zhi, overhearing those words, could only sigh inwardly, musing wryly to himself. Xia pulled along Xiao Gang and Xiao Zhi, and together they visited the secret treasure of the Maiden Shrine. A portrait of a maiden said to be over 2,000 years old was incredibly precious, and it was rumored to be visible only once a year. It is said that over 2,000 years ago, a maiden's lover boarded a ship to go to war. At the moment of parting, the maiden's lover held her hand and said affectionately, "Wait for me to return. Oh, when I do, I will surely marry you." Thus he left her with these words, but the outcome was that the young man who went to war never returned, and he was later replaced by one who bore a similar appearance, adorned with a hat from nature. This story teaches us that one should never casually set up flags before leaving, or else there may be no return, and one might encounter misfortunes. I have gone seriously off topic. After understanding the maiden's story, Xiao Jing asked others for the location of Maiden Rock. Once he got close, he ran towards Maiden Rock, gazing dreamily at it. Xiaoji and Xiaoxia felt quite helpless, wishing to persuade Xiao Jing, but no matter how they tried to convince him, he wouldn't listen. Ultimately, the two could only say to him with a resigned expression to remember to return to the Pokémon Center before dark, and then they left. That evening, Xiaoji realized that Xiao Jing had not returned. He considered going out by himself, but due to Xiaoxia's presence he couldn't leave, and ended up staying in the Pokémon Center all night. The next morning, the two of them woke up early and rushed out of the Pokémon Center, heading towards the location of Maiden. Before long, they arrived at Maiden Rock, and sure enough, Xiao Jing was missing, just like in the original story. Because of his photographic memory, Xiaoji clearly remembered that Xiao Jing was inside a nearby house. Arriving at the door, Xiaoji saw the tightly shut door and decisively kicked it open, only to see Kojiro and Xiao Jing flying out from inside. Fortunately, Xiaoji had sensing abilities and had already detected the two of them, so he was well prepared. With his astonishing reflexes, he easily dodged. However, as the two flew out, Musashi and Nyarth also spotted Kojiro and Xiao Jing. Kojiro. Two Musashi and Nyarth exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Kojiro. Due to having been hypnotized by that woman the night before, Kojiro and Xiao Jing had yet to recover, which indirectly resulted in their strange mental state akin to being dazed, and thus they did not respond. Similarly, Nyarth and Musashi quickly noticed Xiaoji and Xiaoxia. Little brat, little girl, and little black. Upon noticing Xiaoji and the others, Musashi immediately assumed a defensive stance. Oh, aren't you Team Rocket? How have you been in the past few days? Xiaoji, upon seeing Musashi, did not attack immediately, but instead greeted her. Musashi was momentarily taken aback by Zyooda's question, unsure of how to respond. After all, they had always been adversaries who would expect the other to greet them. Out of courtesy, Musashi provided her, "I suppose life has been okay." Musashi pondered over the past few days, although it had been a bit tough, having Nyarth and Kojiro made her feel quite happy. Wait, why am I telling you this? Musashi shook her head and finally realized. Since you asked sincerely. Musashi struck her usual pose preparing to recite lines to Xiaoji. I will generously tell you this. Kojiro, lying on the ground, dramatically declared a line. To prevent the world from being destroyed. The adorable and charming villain. Musashi. Kojiro. Thus one delivered a passionate speech, while the other lay on the ground sounding as if life was worse than death, reciting their usual lines. Alright, since you've finished, it's my turn to send you on your way. Pikachu Thunderbolt attack. Seeing that they had completed their lines, Xiaoji commanded Pikachu to act. Pikachu leaped down, electricity crackling from its red electric sacs, followed by a bolt of yellow lightning striking towards them. Meanwhile, Xiaoji took advantage of the moment when Pikachu had not unleashed the lightning to swiftly carry the unconscious Xiaojing away, thus saving him from being electrocuted. Thunder enveloped Team Rocket's trio, and as usual, they were blasted off, ultimately turning into 3 dazzling meteors in the daytime, leaving behind a classic line. What an annoying feeling. Team Rocket's trio exclaimed this before vanishing from sight. Pika. Pikachu looked at the already departed Team Rocket trio, knowing it was all due to its own efforts, so it struck a victory pose on the spot before running back onto Zyoda's shoulder to take credit. Alright, I know how amazing you are. When we reach Goldenrod City in a few days, I will reward you with a mysterious gift. Xiaoji couldn't help but smile at Pikachu's proud demeanor. Hearing about the reward, Pikachu's eyes lit up, and it stopped saying anything else, continuing to be its obedience. At this moment, Xiaoji felt that having saved someone and defeated impure villains had greatly increased his. Today was yet another day of doing good deeds. However, at that moment, the old lady from yesterday suddenly appeared out of nowhere. As expected, my worst fears have come true. The old lady sighed to Xiaoji and the others, as if someone had passed. Your companion has already been possessed by a ghost. A ghost? Xiaoxia asked in confusion. Xiaojing, lying on the ground, was still dazedly smiling. Yes, it is a ghost. The old woman nodded at Xiaoxia and continued. Do you want to break the curse? I have a way to— Are you listening? We won't need that. I have my own methods, so don't worry about it. Pikachu used Thunderbolt on Xiaojing, bringing him back to consciousness. Xiaoji waved his hand, immediately refusing the old woman, and then let Pikachu on his shoulder take action. Upon hearing this, Pikachu chose to act right away, and 2 red electrical sacs unleashed a flurry of lightning, with Thunderbolt striking Xiaojing. Oh! A fluctuating scream escaped from Xiaojing's mouth. Once he regained consciousness, he looked around in confusion, seemingly still not understanding the situation. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? A series of 3 questions spilled from Xiaojing's lips. You are Xiaojing, currently at Girl's Gorge. Congratulations, you encountered a female ghost last night, and she is a 1,000-year-old demon. You are now the first among us 3 to successfully find a partner, so you will no longer be alone. Xiaoji explained to Xiaojing with a smile. A female ghost. A 1,000-year-old demon. Upon hearing that his strong physique was targeted by a female ghost, Xiaojing was initially quite excited. However, after realizing it was a 1,000-year-old demon that was after him, he suddenly turned pale with fear, standing up in excitement and nervously checking himself. Once he confirmed he was fine, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. The old woman beside him watched Xiaojing's exaggerated reaction, her lips twitching in silence. Wait, Xiaoji, you just mentioned that 1,000-year-old demon. It wouldn't be that girl from Girls Rock, would it? After confirming his body was safe, Xiaojing recalled the breathtaking beauty he had seen at the port and turned to Xiaoji for confirmation. No, she looks quite similar to the old woman behind you. Xiaoji shook his head and pointed at the old woman. Upon hearing this, Xiaojing turned back to look, and after seeing the old woman's appearance, he mistakenly believed it to be true, almost fainting from the shock. The old woman, hearing Zyoda's words, fell silent. Though she knew she didn't look great, she thought it was a bit much for Xiaojing to react like this. Little friend, you can eat whatever you want, but you shouldn't say whatever comes to mind. The old woman spoke up, reminding Xiaoji to know when to stop. Xiaoji stopped teasing Xiaojing. You were with me at the Pokémon Center all night. How could you have gone out? Xiaoxia also stepped in to remind Xiaoji. Haha, Xiaojing, I'm just joking with you. I hope you don't mind. I can go out and get you 2 gigabytes of study materials later. Xiaoji knew it was about time, so he comforted Xiaojing and offered compensation. 2 gigabytes. Upon hearing this, Xiaojing's eyes sparkled. Yes, 2 gigabytes. Do you like it? Xiaoji smiled at Xiaojing, nodding. Send it to me right away. Xiaojing eagerly pulled out his phone, urging. Of course, Xiaoji said with a mischievous smile. What are you 2 talking about? Xiaoxia looked at them, puzzled. The knowledgeable old woman, overhearing their conversation, couldn't help but twitch her lips. Oh, it's nothing. Just study materials. It's the material I needed to review before becoming a doctor, along with my understanding and research data on Pokémon. Isn't Xiaojing going to be a breeder? This is the study material I prepared for him, Xiaoji explained innocently. However, upon hearing Zyoda's words, Xiaojing, who had pulled out his phone, suddenly froze, his excitement doused, as if cold water had been poured over him, standing there dumbfounded and at a loss. Soon Xiaojing regained his composure and reluctantly accepted the study material. Although he felt a bit disappointed to find out that the study material wasn't what he had imagined, he accepted it, since it was still useful to him. Moreover, Xiaojing began to feel guilty. How could I think of someone like Xiaoji who is so young, yet can become a doctor in such a way? I am really despicable. Upon thinking this, Xiaojing wished he could slap himself a few times. So that's how it is. Xiaoji, you are truly— After hearing the explanation, Xiaoxia immediately felt a favorable impression of Xiaoji. Oh, it's nothing. Helping others is what it's all about. Xiaoji clapped his hands, looking nonchalant. Today he had helped someone again, accumulating great merit. Xiaojing, I really thank you. The old woman who was watching from the side twitched her lips fiercely a few more times, and her lips had been twitching non-stop since just now. Oh, old lady, why are you still here? Xiaoji suddenly looked at the old woman in surprise. Hee, why can't— Our Xiaojing has already recovered, so we no longer need you. Xiaoji replied. Who said so? The old woman snorted coldly, and continued. Although you used Pikachu to shock him back to consciousness temporarily, the beautiful female ghost has left a mark on him. If it's not removed, he will still perish. It's fine. Worst case, I'll just shock him again. My Pikachu has enough electricity to spare, right, Pikachu? Xiaoji said while looking at Pikachu with a grin. Xiaojing. Thank you for helping me. Am I a burden? The old woman said. I haven't seen the King of Hell, but I have seen the living King of Hell today. Hee, you flatter me, you flatter me. Xiaoji chuckled and humbly accepted. Hey, you brat, I'm not flattering you. What are you so proud of? The old woman was at a loss for words, facing Xiaoji's thick skin. Haha. Xiaoji smiled faintly, without uttering a word in response to the old woman's remark. The old woman frowned slightly, as if her inner thoughts had been laid bare, yet the boy chose not to expose her. Just as she was about to speak again, a surge of psychic force struck him from the spiritual realm. Sensing its intensity, the old woman recoiled, as though facing a mortal foe, and instantly revealed her true form, evading Xiaoji's assault. She could not evade it. Not because of weakness, but because Xiaoji's psychic energy resonated at precisely. Over the past month, Xiaoji's psychic abilities had long since advanced from intermediate to advanced mastery. Before him now stood a ghost-type Pokémon, Ghastly, its shimmering form gleaming with rare brilliance. According to the system's readout, Pokémon Ghastly Shiny Engender Malin level 70 and ability, Levitate, floats above ground, rendering it immune to ground-type moves. Incapacity near champion tier has reached and surpassed its innate limits and held item Gengar Megastone and moves Confuse Ray, Lick, Hypnosis, Mean Look, Retaliate, Grudge, Curse Knight, Shade, Astonish, Dark Pulse, Shadow Ball, Destiny Bond. This phrase, has reached and surpassed its innate limits, was the first time Xiaoji had ever seen such wording in the system. Though the meaning was broadly clear, full confirmation would require empirical validation, a test to verify his hypothesis. Blimey, young man, you've no sense of honor. You ambushed me, a 1,000-year-old Ghastly. Upon revealing its true form, the spectral creature launched into an indignant tirade. Kik. So you've uncovered my secret. Well then, no choice remains. Before Xiaoji or his companions could react, Ghastly erupted into laughter, though its cackle carried an eerie, unnatural timbre. At times I am a legendary maiden spirit, at others a reclusive fortune-teller, sometimes even a frail, sallow-faced crone, but my true essence is Ghastly. The moment the words faded, a sudden gust spiraled through the air. How did you discern my identity? Ghastly demanded, fixing Xiaoji with a puzzled gaze. My psychic ability told me. You're not human, Xiaoji replied calmly, a serene smile playing upon his lips. And indeed, from the very first encounter, that power had whispered warnings, persistent, unerring. Ah, so that's your talent. How utterly vexing. Modestly speaking, I'm merely third best in the world. Xiaoji accepted the remark with theatrical humility, his grin wide, his modesty paper thin. I wasn't complimenting you, brat. Ghastly, doubly exasperated, began to bristle with irritation. You'll grow accustomed to it soon enough, Xiaoji shrugged, utterly unperturbed. Judging by your tone, you intend to capture me as a Pokémon. Ghastly, ancient and perceptive, instantly grasped Xiaoji's intent. Truly, 1,000 years of wisdom yields swift insight. Hearing this, Xiaoji clapped delightedly, as if he'd just found a kindred spirit. I will never accompany you. Abandon this notion. Ghastly shook its head firmly. And then, is it her who binds you here? Xiaoji turned toward the Maiden Rock cliffside and asked quietly. Yes. She remains anchored by sorrow. Her beloved departed for war and never returned. Her grief has kept her tethered beyond the threshold of reincarnation. Even now the window has closed, our rebirth is no longer possible. So she waits, eternally, upon that rock awaiting his return. Ghastly gazed at the cliff with profound melancholy. So you return each year, not out of longing but duty, to stand vigil beside her. Indeed. Ghastly nodded solemnly. Does she wish to reincarnate now? She pondered it years ago, but the hour has passed. Even desire cannot override fate's decree. With those words, Ghastly dissolved back into the guise of the aged woman. And what if I could help her? Xiao Ji's voice held quiet certainty and a spark of mystery. You can help her. Ghastly stared, disbelief warring with desperate hope. And yes, if I can guide her across the veil, if I can fulfill your deepest vow, will you journey with me? Xiao Ji's eyes gleamed with gentle resolve. Ghastly fell silent, weighing the cost. To enter the netherworld required passage on the spirit boat, which sailed only during the Zhongyuan festival. To depart with Xiao Ji meant waiting another full year. And, I'll return tonight for your answer, Xiao Ji offered gently, granting Ghastly space to reflect. Then taking Brock's and Misty's hands he withdrew, leaving stillness behind and time enough for contemplation. Yet both Brock and Misty stood stunned, speechless, having just witnessed Xiao Ji speak of guiding spirits beyond death. Such a thing defied all reason. When they finally dared ask how he'd mastered such arts, Xiao Ji merely replied, "One day, I found an ancient manual lying on the ground, and taught myself." They understood instantly. This was a boundary not to be crossed. With quiet mutual accord they let them. Time slipped swiftly by as Xiao Ji and his friends wandered the vibrant lantern-lit streets. Until night, they returned to Maiden Rock. There stood Ghastly, still cloaked as the old woman, motionless as if rooted to the spot for hours, lost in solemn deliberation over Xiao Ji's proposal. "Have you decided? Will you come with me? Or come with me?" Xiao Ji's opening line hung lightly in the air. And Ghastly, not a single eloquent pause, saying everything yet nothing at all. "So, was the time I gave you simply to not decide? No matter my answer, you've already claimed me." "Haha, just teasing." Xiao Ji waved, cheerfully dispelling tension with effortless charm. "I cannot go with you. I feel her need for me deep and unshakable." Ghastly spoke haltingly, torn between doubt and conviction. "Ghastly, go with him. These years have weighed heavily upon you." A figure emerged from the statue, identical to the maiden carved in stone, and drifted beside Ghastly, voice soft as falling ash. "Why? Do you no longer wish to wait for him?" Ghastly's voice trembled with raw emotion. "And he has been beside me all along," the maiden whispered, her gaze tender upon Ghastly. Ghastly froze, stunned into silence, heart adrift in revelation. And whoa, what a massive twist. Xiao Ji blurted, utterly astounded. "What twist? And who on earth was Ghastly talking to?" Misty blinked, bewildered, watching Ghastly converse with empty air. "Wait, was that girl Ghost the one talking to Gue Si just now?" Xiao Xia was taken aback, realizing the situation, and then asked Xiao Ji. Xiao Ji smiled and nodded at her. There's a ghost." After receiving Xiao Ji's confirmation, Xiao Xia screamed in fear and quickly hid behind Xiao Gang. Xiao Ji ignored Xiao Xia's scream and continued to watch Gue Si and the girl, eager to gather more information. "Why do you say that?" Gue Si looked at the girl with a puzzled expression. "Once I witnessed a loving couple in this statue. Her fate is quite similar to mine. Her husband, like my beloved, had to go to war. Before they departed, they came to me and said something that resonated deeply within me." The girl said, lifting her gaze to the other side of the sea, falling into silence for a moment. "What did they say?" Gue Si curiously pressed on. "He said that if he couldn't return, he would quietly accompany her in another form. He said he would be like a spirit or take on another person's appearance, always silently by her side." The girl smiled at Gue Si. "So you thought of me after hearing them speak, right?" Gue Si was silent for a moment before finally saying this. The girl looked at Gue Si and smiled without answering, then continued. "Once in my life, an old lady told me that ghostly Pokémon are born from piles of corpses. Coincidentally, in the second year after my husband went to war, when I received news of his death, you appeared. So you believe that after connecting these two events, Gue Si is your husband?" Xiao Ji felt that the sunflower seeds in his hands suddenly lost their flavor. "But I clearly remember that Gue Si was born from an egg. How could he possibly be born from a pile of corpses? That's superstitious nonsense." Although these words may sound like superstition in modern terms, isn't it also a form of psychological comfort? The girl's soul smiled bitterly. "Actually, I was indeed born on a desolate battlefield." Before Xiao Ji could speak, Gue Si interjected, smiling at the girl, and said, "Congratulations, you guessed it right." "Is that so? That's wonderful. Knowing you can follow a good master brings me peace." "Xiao Ji, my wish has been fulfilled. I will leave the rest to you." The girl smiled and bowed to Xiao Ji in gratitude. "No need to be polite." Xiao Ji waved his hand, indicating he didn't want to get involved, and said nonchalantly. Seeing the girl agree, Xiao Ji began to use the power within him to recite the Taoist rebirth incantation he had obtained from the system space long ago. After finishing the incantation under the witness of Gue Si, Xiao Ji and the others, the girl's ghost emitted a golden glow, rising slowly into the night sky with a radiant smile. "Goodbye, perhaps we shall never meet again," Gue Si murmured as he watched the spot where the girl disappeared. "Let's go, don't be sad alone. She's gone, and crying won't help now." At this moment, Xiao Ji spoke up to comfort the millennium-old Gue Si. "Go? Where to?" Gue Si, hearing they were leaving, began to feign ignorance, looking at Xiao Ji with confusion. "Of course we're going on a journey together. Where else could we go?" Xiao Ji thought Guici might be trying to play tricks and immediately frowned. When did I ever agree to leave with you? Guici smiled at Xiao Ji and asked. Looks like you're trying to pull a Xiao Ji smiled back at Guici. Guici under Xiao Ji's gaze suddenly felt the emergence of malicious intent all around him directed solely at him. Sensing something was off, Guici quickly spoke up. Haha, I was just joking. Don't be mad. As a ghost who has lived for 1,000 years, I certainly wouldn't pull a fast one. Oh, I see you want to fight me, right? Xiao Ji asked, smiling. Yes. Guici felt something was off, but nodded without thinking too much. Alright, I accept. Xiao Ji smiled and agreed. Pikachu, who was perched on Xiao Ji's shoulder, sensed his master's expression and knew a good show was about to unfold. Without needing Xiao Ji's reminder, Pikachu cleverly jumped down, found a good spot to sit, and took out a bag of sunflower seeds to start munching. Xiao Xia, you can come out now. The girl ghost seems to be gone, and Xiao Ji looks like he's about to capture Guici. We can go back now. Xiao Gang had been dragged away by Xiao Xia ever since she screamed, fearing that the girl would eat her. I won't. Guici is a ghost too. Xiao Xia shivered in fear. Xiao Gang. Guici is a Pokémon, not a ghost. Xiao Gang quietly rebutted. Bang. Stop talking back. I told you not to go back, so don't go. Xiao Xia punched Xiao Gang, and fine. After a while, Xiao Ji began to battle Guici. With the aid of his 4 talents, the talent of a new trainer, psychic aura, and the power of Tokiwa, he managed to bruise Guici. The psychic ability was responsible for restraining and controlling the aura for offense and defense, the Tokiwa power for healing, and the new trainer's ability for hardcore offense and defense. Thus the 4 talents worked in harmony, rendering Guici speechless. MD, are there really such powerful humans in this world? The defeated Guici was left with only this single thought. The psychic type was effective against Guici's poison type, while Guici's ghost type was matched against Xiao Ji's psychic type. If it weren't for the aura shield on Xiao Ji blocking most of Guici's ghost type abilities, he would have been completely overwhelmed. Guici was left with no choice. He initially wanted to just walk away, but unexpectedly Xiao Ji created a barrier around him with psychic abilities, leaving him unable to escape. In the end, he helplessly became Xiao Ji's Pokémon. You want to freeload off me? You should at least see who I am. Xiao Ji said with a smile, while holding a Pokeball. Then, with a whoosh, the Pokeball disappeared. Hey, where did Xiao Gang and Xiao Xia go? After the battle, Xiao Ji realized that Xiao Gang and Xiao Xia were missing. Well, forget it. We'll find them slowly. After leaving the Girl Ghost Canyon, Xiao Ji and the others quickly arrived at their destination just outside the forest of Golden City. Nightfall added an eerie and terrifying quality to the forest, with the cold wind occasionally blowing and the rustling of branches creating an atmosphere that felt quite ghostly. After observing for so long, are you planning to continue hiding? Xiao Ji said coldly, his voice filled with warmth. What's wrong with Xiao Ji? Who are you talking to? Seeing Xiao Ji talking to thin air, Xiao Xia felt a bit strange. Ha ha, how interesting, you actually discovered my existence. A childlike laughter echoed from ahead. A little girl with green hair suddenly appeared in the middle of the road, playing with a ball and staring at Xiao Ji and the others, creating a very eerie scene. Turns out it's just a child. Running out at this time of night is very dangerous. You might encounter bad people who could snatch your little ball away. Xiao Ji, not knowing how he got there, suddenly approached the little girl, crouched down, and said this to her. Interesting. Inside the Golden City Gym, Nazi was taken aback when she heard Xiao Ji's words, showing a fleeting moment of confusion, but when she regained her composure, a smile appeared on her face. Big brother, do you want to play with me? The little girl asked with a beaming smile. Can you wait a moment before we play? I have to ask you a question. Is Golden City ahead? Xiao Ji crouched, grasping the little girl's arms as he asked. You'll know if you go ahead. The little girl looked at Xiao Ji with an eerie smile. That makes sense, but I asked because I didn't know. So, do you know, little sister? Xiao Ji asked earnestly, trying to maintain. This time the little girl didn't respond. Instead, a sudden surge of immense power erupted from her body, breaking free from Xiao Ji's hands, and she began to run away. It's very dangerous for a child to be in this forest at night. Shouldn't we chase after her and send her back to her family? Xiao Gang suggested. True, but when I saw this little girl, I felt something was off, something I couldn't quite articulate. Xiao Xia agreed to look for the little girl, but couldn't help mentioning the unsettling feeling she had. Maybe it's just your imagination. At this moment, Xiao Gang suddenly chimed in. Maybe it is. Upon hearing Xiao Gang's words, Xiao Xia also thought it could just be her imagination. Isn't it possible that this isn't just an issue of imagination, but that the girl herself has a problem? Why do you say that? Could it be that your psychic ability also sensed something off about her? Xiao Gang asked in confusion. Xiao Ji nodded. No way. She can't be a ghost, right? Xiao Xia said, looking shocked. It's not that she's a ghost, she's just a psychic like me. Xiao Ji smiled and explained. So she's not a ghost. That's good. Upon hearing this, Xiao Xia felt relieved and patted her chest. Wait a minute. She's a psychic. Xiao Xia suddenly reacted, exclaiming in shock. Xiao Xia, don't get too worked up, it's easy to scare people at night. Xiaoji couldn't help but retort. Can you handle her, Xiaoji? Xiaoxia hesitantly brought this up. Don't worry. It's not a big deal, her abilities are quite a bit weaker than mine, and she might not be able to beat me at all. Xiaoji smiled, reassuring Xiaoxia. While Xiaoji might not be able to win against a strong opponent like Nazi just based on psychic abilities, he had more than just that. Xiaoji's abilities were not limited to one. He had healing from Tokiwa, control from psychic powers, offense from aura, and defense from being a new trainer. Wasn't that a definite hexagonal warrior? To defeat Nazi, he just needed to invest a little time and effort, and he could basically overcome her. Hearing that Xiaoji was confident about winning, Xiaoxia breathed a sigh of relief. Thus Xiaoji began to chase after the little girl. The little girl didn't run too fast, and when she noticed that Xiaoji and the others were not following, she purposefully paused playing with the ball and waiting for them to catch up. It seemed the little girl was certain that Xiaoji and the others would follow, and wasn't worried they wouldn't. Upon seeing Xiaoji and the others, the little girl started running with a smile. The sound of her laughter made the scene of Xiaoji and the others chasing her in the forest become eerily surreal. After spotting the little girl's figure, Xiaoji and the others quickened their pace. Soon the three of them chased the little girl to the edge of a cliff. However, as they reached the edge of the cliff, the little girl's figure suddenly vanished. Xiaoji abruptly stopped, causing Xiao Gang and Xiao Xiao behind him to react too late, crashing into him and nearly sending him over the cliff. Coincidentally, the ground Xiaoji stepped on suddenly gave way. Xiaoji, Xiao Gang and Xiao Xia shouted as they saw Xiaoji fall. Pikachu! Pikachu, seeing Xiaoji fall, panicked and rushed to the edge of the cliff. As they were rushing over, suddenly a black figure flew up from below, accompanied by a familiar scream. Whoa! Xiaoji, are you alright? Xiao Xia looked at Xiaoji, expressing her concern loudly. I'm fine, but your strength nearly sent me flying just now. Xiaoji sat on a Pidgeot, teasing Xiao Gang and Xiao Xia. This wasn't because Xiaoji was really weak and could be knocked over by Xiao Gang and Xiao Xia. Rather, he was afraid that if he stood too firmly, he would end up sending them flying. Pikachu felt relieved after seeing Xiaoji safe and sound. This master truly gave Pikachu too much to worry about. If it weren't for Xiaoji flying up on Pidgeot, Pikachu would have probably activated his Kaleidoscope Sharingan by now. Crackling sounds filled the air as Xiaoji and his companions stepped into Golden City, only to see the two similarly dressed young ladies performing a wild dance in front of them, just like they had witnessed earlier in front of the Holy Anu. Upon seeing the two women, Xiaoji instantly recalled the previous storyline and understood the situation, a chill running down his spine as he hurriedly hid behind Xiao Gang, pushing him to the front. Before Xiao Gang could react, the two bikini-clad big sisters leaned in and kissed him from both sides. Xiao Gang, who was kissed by the two ladies for the first time, instantly wore a confused expression, standing rigid as two warm streams flowed from his nostrils. Congratulations to the three of you. As the three individuals beyond the 1 millionth visitor to Golden City, you are invited to a surprise party. The two hula skirt bikini ladies enthusiastically introduced themselves to Xiaoji and his friends. Oh, there's actually such a good thing. Xiao Xia exclaimed, her face lighting up at the mention of a surprise party. However, recalling what Xiaoji had told her last time, no good deed goes unpunished, she immediately, after all, it was because she didn't listen to Xiaoji last time that they encountered Team Rocket, which left them drifting at sea for several days. If it weren't for Xiaoji having extra supplies, they would have likely perished aboard the Holy Anu. Thinking of this, Xiao Xia immediately calmed down. Team Rocket, you two can stop pretending. Ew, I've already recognized you. Xiaoji shrugged his shoulders and said to the two, hey, I didn't expect you to be found out despite our great disguise. Xiaoji's words made Kojiro realize they had been discovered. How did you find us? Musashi asked in confusion. Did my makeup smudge? Xiaoji pointed at Musashi's face, and Kojiro turned to Musashi asking, is there any smudge on my face? No, I didn't notice anything. Kojiro shook his head. Suddenly Xiao Gang, hearing the conversation between Xiaoji and Team Rocket, looked at Kojiro and Musashi with tears streaming down his face, as if he had been deeply hurt. How can it be you two? What do you mean? Why can't it be us? Musashi, having been exposed, dropped her disguise and revealed her. Kojiro beside her also abandoned his disguise, showing his true identity. Once Xiao Gang confirmed it was indeed the two of them, he froze in place, feeling numb, as if he were about to break. My pure boyish heart. Am I really being deceived by you two scoundrels? Xiao Gang's face darkened as he reached for his powerful onyx. Fortunately, Xiaoji was quick on his feet and stopped Xiao Gang, otherwise Golden City would have faced a sleepless. Xiao Gang, calm down. I know your pain, but let me defeat them first, and then you can take your turn to teach them a lesson. This is a city street, it can't withstand the rampage of Onyx, and the damages would cost a lot of money to repair. Xiaoji insisted, stopping Xiao Gang. Upon hearing Xiaoji's words, the furious Xiao Gang reluctantly calmed down and chose not to act. You were clearly admiring my beauty just now, and now you're blaming me. You're really something else. Kojiro, acting coyly, replied. Oh, how could you say that? Musashi looked at Kojiro, starting to question her. Is this really the Kojiro I know? Xiao Gang's expression darkened further at Kojiro's words with veins popping on his forehead. Xiaoji, hurry up. I can't hold back any longer. Xiao Gang urged. Alright. Pikachu, when using Thunderbolt, tone it down a bit, don't send Team Rocket flying. Remember to let Xiao Gang take his revenge for how they disgusted him. Seeing Kojiro's appearance was also nauseating for Xiaoji, he decided not to waste any more breath and directly began issuing commands. Pikachu jumped down from Xiaoji's shoulder without hesitation, its electric sacs crackling ready for action. Hey, wait a minute. We haven't even started our lines yet. Musashi said in a panic. Stop talking nonsense, we've already heard enough, and have no patience to listen to you anymore. Xiaoji mercilessly interrupted Musashi. How can this be? Oh. Before Musashi could finish her sentence, Pikachu zapped her with a free electric treatment. Now, after careful training by Xiaoji, Pikachu's strength had reached the level of a Quasi champion, far surpassing its original counterpart at the same time. With just one strike, Team Rocket was fried by Pikachu. Their hair turned into a frizzy mess, their bodies covered. Seeing their appearance, Xiao Gang felt his anger dissipate a bit, just as he was about to take his revenge for his pure boyish heart. Ha ha ha. Just then a little girl suddenly appeared in front of them from the nearby forest, laughing heartily. In this deserted street, her laughter sounded quite eerie. The little girl raised her hand and waved casually, causing Xiaoji and his companions to vanish from their spot. When they reappeared, they found themselves on the streets of the Golden City Gym, and it had transformed from night to day, making Xiaoji and his friends feel even more bewildered. Where are we? Xiao Gang stood up, looking around in confusion. Just as he was about to question the little girl who had brought them here, he realized she was gone. Where did that little girl who brought us here go? Xiao Gang looked around, puzzled. What's going on? Why is it suddenly bright out? Xiao Xia also looked bewildered at the bright sky, unable to make sense of it. She clearly remembered it being night before they disappeared. How had it suddenly changed to daytime? Although Xiaoji knew what the outcome would be, it was his first time witnessing such a technique, leaving him equally baffled. Oh dear, you came to Golden City and didn't even know this was the gym. Just then a voice of an uncle questioning them came from behind. They turned around to see an uncle dressed in green sportswear, with a big beard, seemingly jogging in place. So this is Naji's Golden Gym. Xiao Gang exclaimed. I bet you guys are here to challenge the gym for a bag. I advise you to leave here quickly. The uncle left them with this parting remark before jogging away. Xiao Gang, don't you think his behavior is somewhat similar to your father's? Xiaoji looked at Xiao Gang with a meaningful expression. Why do you ask that? What's similar about him to my father? Xiao Gang looked at Xiaoji in confusion, not understanding why he would say that. You'll know later. Xiaoji didn't elaborate on the uncle's story, leaving Xiao Gang with a guessing expression before walking into the Golden Gym. Xiao Gang wore a puzzled expression after hearing Xiaoji's words, completely unable to comprehend what Xiao Gang, let's hurry inside. Xiao Xia urged. Oh, alright. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Gang ultimately could not figure out the reason, so they could only follow in Xiaoji's footsteps. Inside the Golden Gym, it was brightly lit and spacious, but upon entering no one could be seen. I feel a bit uneasy since we came in. Xiao Xia said, a little scared as she stayed close to Xiao Gang. Look, there's a room over there with the lights on. Xiao Gang pointed to another door. They approached the window and could see people inside training their psychic abilities. What are they doing? Xiao Xia asked, puzzled. They must be doing psychic training, trying to gain psychic powers this way, Xiaoji replied. Most psychic abilities are innate and inherited from one's parents. Ordinary people find it hard to master and release them through training. As for whether this training is effective, that remains to be seen. Who are you people? What are you doing here? Just then a man wearing a mask and a white coat approached them and asked. We are here to challenge the gym. Xiaoji replied directly, not hiding his intentions. Do you think you can challenge Miss Naji just like that? The man looked at Xiaoji and his friends, arrogantly, his expression one of disdain. Let me remind you, you have no idea of Miss Naji's strength. Her powerful psychic abilities are not something people like you can match. What an annoying guy. Xiao Xia couldn't help but mutter under her breath as she looked at the man. Is this what you mean? Xiaoji said, suddenly unleashing a blue light from his eyes, lifting the man off the ground. So you're a psychic power wielder. I sincerely apologize, please forgive my rudeness. The man quickly understood Xiaoji's formidable identity and began to show respect, seeking his forgiveness. Let's just move on and you should lead the way. Xiaoji was uninterested in the man's respect and urged him on. Alright. The man complied immediately, not hesitating, as he led Xiaoji to their destination. This is where Lady Naji resides. The man brought Xiaoji and his companions to their destination. Wow, what a difference in attitude from just now. Xiao Xia was somewhat shocked by the man's behavior. Indeed, it's quite a contrast. Xiao Gang nodded in agreement. Miss Naji, there are challengers requesting a formal gym battle with you. After receiving Naji's reply, the man hurriedly fled the scene, fearing that a single misstep would anger Naji and turn him into a mere toy. You've come? You've finally come. As she spoke, the lights suddenly brightened. Naji, who had been hiding in the shadows, revealed herself, her beast-like eyes fixed on Xiao Ji and his friends, her doll cradling a pokeball. Hello, gym leader. I am here to challenge the Golden Gym. May I ask if you are available to accept my challenge? Seeing that she wasn't going to speak first, Xiao Ji took the initiative to step forward and address Naji. I can agree to your challenge, but first you must agree to one condition. If you lose to me, you will have to stay by my side forever until death do us part. Only if you agree to my terms can we battle. Naji's gaze remained fixed on Xiao Ji, having never diverted from him since he entered. Xiao Ji was momentarily taken aback by her words, unsure of what was happening. Wasn't it said that losing meant becoming her friend? Why has it turned into a lifelong commitment for me? I heard outside that if you lose in battle against you, you have to be your friend. Why has it turned into a lifetime commitment for? Why is this? Is it because I am special? After thinking carefully, Xiao Ji finally spoke. Because we are of the same kind, Naji replied. Same kind? Does she mean psychic powers? Xiao Ji thought for a moment, and quickly realized what was happening. After all, aside from their psychic powers, he had no other commonalities with Naji. Moreover, he had never encountered a little girl in this city before, nor had he had any stories with any little girl, thus naturally ruling out that possibility. It seems that if I don't agree, you probably want consent, Xiao Ji inquired. Yes, Naji nodded. Can we change the reason? Thinking of Serena, Xiao Ji wondered if he could negotiate. The badge from Golden City was essential for him. Without it, he couldn't participate in the Indigo Conference. That's fine, Naji nodded. Thank goodness, Xiao Ji sighed in relief upon hearing her agreement. When Xiao Ji later asked what the new condition would be, Naji ultimately stated the same requirement as in the original story, that Xiao Ji and his companions must become her friends. How frustrating. Why is Xiao Ji so popular with girls? I'm so jealous. This is worse than being killed. Seeing the gym leader of Golden City make such a demand of Xiao Ji, Xiao Gang couldn't help but feel envious. Alright, Xiao Xiao finally said helplessly. A yellow sprite resembling a fox with its eyes closed appeared in the arena. Go Gaisu. Xiao Ji threw out the Pokeball containing Gaisu. Hey kid, you summoned me for such a cute little thing. Who would have thought? You little rascal, picking on weak Pokemon. As soon as Gaisu appeared, it began to tease Xiao Ji. Gaisu was traded back to Xiao Ji the morning after he left the young girl Gorge, so it was now part of his team. As for the little fire dragon, Xiao Ji planned to wait until he verified the reason why the Squirtle in the original story refused to evolve before considering letting Little Fire Dragon return to the team. Xiao Ji had also discussed this with Little Fire Dragon, and it took some convincing to get Little Fire Dragon to agree. After all, Little Fire Dragon had just been abandoned and was sensitive, so it naturally took some effort to keep Little Fire Dragon obediently by Professor Okito's side. Upon hearing Gaisus teasing, Xiao Ji's face darkened involuntarily. I summoned you to battle, not to Xiao Ji frowned, urging Gaisu to take the battle seriously. Gaisu let out a strange laugh upon seeing Xiao Ji's expression. Nazi frowned upon seeing Gaisu, especially when she sensed Gaisu with her psychic ability. Her frown deepened. After sensing Gaisu's power, Nazi unhesitatingly chose to let Kaishi evolve. A white light shone from Kaishi, and its form began to swell, transforming from a 0.5-meter small figure into a 1.5-meter Youngera, with little change from Kaishi except for its increased size and a 5-point star pattern on its forehead while holding a spoon. The key point was that its eyes opened, no longer asleep. Wow, I evolved. He'll join too. Gaisu exclaimed upon seeing Kaishi evolve, and soon it began to emit a dazzling white light. Gaisu transformed into Gizitong, with 3 spikes protruding on either side of its face, triangular white eyes, with black pupils, and sharp purple teeth in its mouth. Now that we've both evolved, no one can compare to us. Gaisu, or rather Gizitong, smiled proudly. Youngera, Ice Punch. Nazi commanded first. Youngera raised its fist enveloped in ice energy and struck hard at Gizitong. Gizitong, Shadow Claw. Xiao Ji calmly commanded Gizitong. In response, Gizitong raised its hands, and 2 claws formed from ghostly energy clashed with Youngera. The 2 different powers began to collide, neither side backing down. Since Shadow Claw's energy was ghost type, it gained a boost when used by Gizitong, significantly increasing its power. The 2 different powers began to collide, neither side backing down. Since Shadow Claw's energy was ghost type, it gained a boost when, after a painful cry, Youngera fell back. Illusion Ray. Nazi commanded. Just as she finished speaking, her eyes and Youngera's glowed blue together. Mental synchronization. Xiao Ji realized what was happening upon seeing Nazi's state. Mental synchronization is a form of assimilation for psychics that can temporarily enhance a Pokemon's strength. Of course, mental synchronization can't be casually used. It requires that the Pokemon has compatible abilities with the psychic to utilize it. In simple terms, it's like a human-shaped external aid that can temporarily boost a Pokemon's strength. Gizitong, Dark Knight Phantom. Youngera aimed at Gizitong's position and shot out a mysterious beam that struck Gizitong. After giving the new command, Gizitong was enveloped in black energy and displayed a pained expression. At the same time, Youngura was similarly engulfed in black energy, showing a perfect Gizutong now take the chance and use Curse. Seeing this situation, Xiaoji knew the opportunity had come and immediately issued a new command. After giving the new command, Gizutong was enveloped in black energy and displayed a pained expression. At the same time, Youngura was similarly engulfed in black energy, showing a pained face. Youngura, stay calm and use Mystery Guardian to defend. Nazi calmly communicated with Youngura through telepathy. Seeing this, Nazi frowned, handsomely puzzled. Isn't Curse an abnormal status? Why can't it be dispelled? Seeing this, Nazi frowned, handsomely puzzled. Isn't Curse an abnormal status? Why can't it be dispelled? Curse is not an abnormal status. It's a status change which is different from an abnormal status and needs certain conditions to be removed. Nearby Xiao Gang noticed Nazi's troubled expression and quickly realized she didn't understand the situation, so he began to explain. However, he was puzzled why Nazi as a gym leader would not know such basic knowledge. Could it be that she got her position through connections? Thinking of this, Xiao Gang finally understood why a gym leader might not know such fundamental issues. After all, gym leaders usually inherit their positions from their parents, and some may not have fully mastered their craft and were forced into it by their predecessors. Perhaps Nazi was one of those cases. After hearing Xiao Gang's explanation, Nazi finally understood. In these years, aside from staying at the gym and gaining battle knowledge, she had not gone into detail to learn about the. Realizing she couldn't remove this negative status when Nazi was about to give a new command, Xiaoji unexpectedly seized the moment of her distraction to initiate a new command. Gizutong used Spirit Attack. Xiaoji commanded. Self-recovery. Nazi seized the opportunity while her opponent paused to let Youngura recover its strength. A magical power appeared around Youngura, emitting a gentle aura, and began to restore its strength. Once Youngura finished using this move, Gizutong suddenly appeared behind Youngura, striking at its vital point. With that one strike, Youngura clutched its waist and let out a scream. Youngura, my waist. Hiss that Gaisu no Gizutong is too ruthless, targeting the waist area. Xiao Gang exclaimed at the sight of. However, just after he spoke, Gizutong seemed to turn and glance at Xiao Gang, smiling, leaving him unsure if it was his imagination. Whether he was mistaken or not, Xiao Gang couldn't tell, but he felt a dull pain in his own waist. Youngura, Illusion Ray. After receiving Nazi's command, Youngura gritted its teeth through the pain in its waist and stood up. While Youngura lamented its waist pain, Gizutong grinned mischievously. Seeing Gizutong laughing at it, Youngura could no longer hold back its anger, erupting instantly. Xiaoji felt a powerful psychic force erupt from Youngura. Youngura's eyes shone blue as a powerful illusion ray shot out, heading straight for Gizutong. Block it. Just as Xiaoji finished speaking, Gizutong summoned a shield to block the incoming attack. As Youngura finished using its skill, it suddenly displayed a pained expression, the black energy on its head, and used Shadow Ball. After receiving the command, Gizutong formed a black sphere of ghostly energy in one hand, locking onto its target before shooting it out. Having just recovered from the cursed state, Youngura saw a black sphere flying toward it and was struck directly. Youngura. After being hit, Youngura let out another pained cry. Psychic Force. Just as Youngura stood up, it received another command from Nazi. Youngura's eyes glowed blue and a wave of psychic power appeared, controlling Gizutong. Since Gizutong was a dual-type Pokémon and was weak to psychic types due to its poison type, it also took significant damage from the psychic force. However, Gizutong remained composed and did not scream like Youngura, it merely let out a muffled grunt. Trick. After hearing the command, Gizutong was enveloped in a light circle that began to enhance its. Not good. Youngura quickly used psychic force to interrupt the opponent. Nazi quickly urged Youngura to stop Gizutong from enhancing its power. Youngura nodded and unleashed another psychic force attack to try to interrupt Gizutong's enhancement. However, unexpectedly, Gizutong acted quickly and completed its trick, boosting its abilities. Gizutong let out a strange laugh, and before it could revel in its success, Youngura's psychic force controlled Gizutong, swinging it around in midair. However, this situation did not last long, as Gizutong used its ghostly energy to break free from the psychic force. I didn't expect you to be quite capable, little brat. It seems I don't need to hold back any longer. Gizutong shook itself as it stood up. At this moment, it seemed to be angered by Youngura's actions. After a few sinister laughs, Gizutong began to unleash its own attacks. The first self-initiated attack was the wave of evil. A beam shot out, hitting Youngura directly at an astonishing speed. Xiaoji was momentarily stunned by the spectacle, exclaiming, "Wow, what a powerful move. Is this the darkened Gizutong?" Its combat power skyrocketed, and its attack speed doubled. Youngura used Psychic Impact. Nazi hurriedly commanded. Youngura's eyes shone blue again. A wave of psychic energy surged through the arena, leaving Gizutong no place to escape, forcing it to endure the attack. "Wow, your turn should be over now." Gizutong looked at Youngura with an eerie gaze. "Kid, this is my first time using the power you've given me. Let me see how powerful it is." Gizutong glanced back at Xiaoji. Could it be that move? Xiaoji asked, feeling a sense of anticipation. Yes. Gizutong nodded. Alright, I support you. Let me see how powerful that move is. Upon hearing Gizutong was going to use that move, Xiaoji excitedly adjusted his hat, looking at Gizutong with eager eyes. Without hesitation, Gizutong unleashed that move. Suddenly, a small black hole formed before Gizutong and shot out with a whoosh heading straight for Gyarados. Teleport. When Nazi heard Xiaoji and Gizutong, she thought it was an incredibly powerful move, so she instructed Gyarados to prepare to use teleport to escape. Seeing the commotion as Gizutong formed this ball, Gyarados believed it was a formidable move. Only when it attempted to teleport did it realize this attack was indeed powerful. Even though Gyarados had dodged when the ball reached it, it was ensnared by a powerful pull, unable to move at all. Why? Because it suddenly felt a heavy wave of drowsiness, and no matter how it struggled, it couldn't open its eyes, instead feeling more and more tired. In that moment, Gyarados could only feel the overwhelming sleepiness before slowly drifting into slumber. The final outcome was quite obvious as Gyarados lay on the ground asleep, being pummeled by Gizutong until it lost its combat capability. Congratulations, you won. At this moment, Nazi stepped forward to speak and used her psychic ability to hand her gym badge to Xiaoji. Thank you. After receiving it, Xiaoji placed the badge in his treasure box and thanked Nazi. After obtaining the badge, Ash did not leave immediately, but lingered for a while. I can't help but ask, why did you just request that I stay with you forever? Ash voiced the doubts in his heart, seeking an answer. Because you are special. You possess the same powerful abilities as I do, yet you are able to live a life completely different from mine. I am very curious about how you accomplished that, Naz explained expressionlessly. I see now, Ash said after receiving the answer. He recalled the events from the original storyline and understood why she acted this way. It was likely because both Ash and she were powerful psychics, which led Naz to question how Ash managed to live a life so different from hers. After considering the reasons, Ash felt a bit sorry for Naz as she needed happiness, which prompted him to ask. Suddenly he thought of something. Miss Naz, would you like to live a life like mine? Ash asked unexpectedly. Upon hearing Ash's question, Naz fell into deep thought without responding. If you want, could you give me 3 empty Pokeballs with your information? I can later help you become like me and live a normal. Seeing that Naz did not respond, Ash understood that she was too shy to speak up, so he spoke again. If he said all this and she still did not agree, then he would consider his earlier actions as his own overthinking. With this thought in mind, Ash began to question Naz. However, despite this, he did not receive a response from her, and it soon became his turn to fall silent. Alright, I understand, Ash finally said, turning to leave. At that moment, 3 Pokeballs had mysteriously floated behind him. When Ash saw these 3 Pokeballs and turned to look at Naz, he noticed her blushing, looking a bit shy. Seeing her like this, Ash simply smiled, and then took the Pokeballs. To exchange 3 Pokeballs for a favor from someone who could become a champion was truly a good deal, though it might come in handy in the future. Seeing her like this, Ash simply smiled, and then took the Pokeballs. To exchange 3 Pokeballs for a favor from someone who could become a champion was... I never expected that I would also have a day of misjudgment. I hope he can truly bring back Naz's smile. The figure was Naz's father. A splendid dividing line returns to the scene. To help Naz regain her smile, Ash and his companions asked passersby for directions and arrived at Lavender Town. Lavender Town is a well-known small town in the Kanto region, famous for being home to the largest Pokémon graveyard in Kanto, where all burial and mourning activities in the region are conducted at the Pokémon Tower. According to local legends, it is said that the ghosts in the tower are the souls of Pokémon that have died or been killed. After half an hour of inquiries, Ash and his companions walked according to the directions given by passersby and arrived at their destination, a forest in the wilderness. The area surrounding Lavender Town is perpetually shrouded in dark clouds and fog, and the unique geographical structure produces a white mist that instills fear in tourists, causing many to choose to leave. As the fog thickened, it became increasingly difficult to see the path ahead. The fog is rising. Everyone make sure not to get lost, Ash reminded. If we get lost, it would be terrible, Brock added. I don't want to become a ghost before I even catch a ghost Pokemon. Should we just go back? We already got our gym badges, so why are we here? Misty suggested. Misty, let me tell you. After hearing her suggestion, Ash suddenly began to tell Brock and Misty the story of Naz and expressed his desire to capture her. So Miss Naz has such a tragic background. After learning about Naz's story from Ash, Misty empathized. So beneath her indifference lies a story. My perspective was too narrow. I didn't expect Ash to be such a noble person. I really didn't choose the wrong companion, Brock remarked, giving Ash a thumbs up. Ha ha ha. Actually, it's not entirely like that, Ash replied, awkwardly scratching the back of his head. The truth was, he came here for a simple reason: to complete a special check-in for the system, while helping the original Ash fulfill a dream and save those 3 fools. If he hadn't come, those 3 would likely have faced dire consequences, even the risk of starving, so he had to show up. After all, those 3 had accompanied his childhood for generations, so helping them was the least he could do. Before night fell, Ash and his group finally arrived at their destination in front of the Pokémon Tower. Standing outside the Pokémon Tower, Ash and his friends looked inside with the pale candlelight at the entrance. Misty was the first to voice her thoughts. Even though we arrived before dark, it's already close to night when we reached the Pokémon Tower. It certainly has a somewhat eerie feeling, Brock said, swallowing hard as he looked at the tower. Alright Ash, hurry up and go in to catch a Pokémon. Misty suddenly turned to Ash and said, "Well, wait for you outside," Brock chimed in, aligning with Misty. "In that case, I'll go in with Pikachu," Ash said, helplessly shrugging his shoulders as he called Pikachu to follow. Here we come. Those little brats will never suspect that we predicted their arrival and are waiting for them inside the Pokémon Tower. Jesse, James, and Meowth looked at the three below with wicked grins. After rushing all this way, we must capture Pikachu this time, James declared confidently. "Let's move out," Jesse said to James. "Got it." However, just a few steps into his run, James suddenly fell from above. "Ouch," he cried out in pain. Jesse and Meowth turned back upon hearing the noise and saw the large hole in the floor, panicking as they rushed over. "James, are you alright?" Jesse asked concernedly as she looked at James lying on the floor. "Well, as long as he's alive," Meowth stated after noticing James could still move. "The floor here is terrible. It seems one must be cautious," Jesse concluded after realizing James was. At that moment, the cupboard nearby suddenly opened. A newly awakened Ghastly yawned, and upon seeing someone in front of it, began its mischief. The outcome was predictably grim, ending with a scream. The three standing outside the Pokémon Tower were startled, breaking into a cold sweat. While Ash recognized the scream as belonging to Team Rocket, the eerie atmosphere made him feel vulnerable, and the sudden scream still startled him. Ugh, how annoying. Such a terrifying sound came from inside, Misty said, hugging herself in fear, glaring at the tower. Indeed, it sounded like it came from the depths of hell. Brock agreed, nodding after a brief pause. After regaining his composure, Ash chuckled at their discussion. "I think that scream belongs to those three idiots from Why do you say that?" Misty asked, puzzled. "Now that you mention it, I do think it sounds like them. But if it is really those three, I must teach them a lesson this time," Brock said, angrily recalling the events from the previous night. "Alright, this time's mission shouldn't disappoint us," Ash smiled after hearing them. "But if it really is Team Rocket's scream, why are they screaming so loudly?" Brock pondered after calming down. "What else could it be? Let's not forget what is our goal this time," Ash reminded them. "Right? Ghost-type Pokémon." Brock felt calmer after realizing this. But I'm still scared. Listening to your conversation, I know it's ghost-type Pokémon, but I'm still scared. Why are they called ghost-type? Isn't it because they are ghosts? Otherwise, why would they be called ghosts? Ash began to encourage Misty. "You idiot, I'm a girl. Isn't it normal to be scared of ghosts?" Misty shouted angrily. "Then just keep that attitude as you go in, and you won't have to be scared," Ash teased. After teasing Misty, Ash noticed something was off, and took off running swiftly, dashing into the Pokémon Tower. Once Misty reacted, she yelled, and chased after him. Thus they entered the Pokémon Tower amidst playful banter, losing the initial tense atmosphere. However, just as Misty ran into the Pokémon Tower, a gust of chilly wind blew through. Feeling this wind combined with the eerie atmosphere, Misty's earlier anger dissipated, and she reverted to her frightened demeanor. Creak. After they entered, the door began to close automatically, frightening Misty, who thought a ghost was at work. Brock, on the other hand, was no longer scared after realizing it was only ghost-type Pokémon. His mind was solely focused on getting revenge on Team Rocket. As for Ash, it was even stranger. After entering the Pokémon Tower, he mysteriously vanished along with Pikachu. "Ash, where are you?" Misty called out as she searched inside the tower, realizing Ash was missing, which made her fearful again. Could he have been caught by a ghost and drained of energy? What? That could actually happen. Brock's eyes brightened at the thought. "Brock, what were you thinking about?" Misty noticed something was off with Brock. "Nothing, I wasn't thinking about anything," Brock replied, his face rarely turning red as he stammered. "Nothing? Then why are you blushing?" Misty rolled her eyes, clearly skeptical. "By the way, where did Ash go?" Brock asked, now beside Misty, puzzled. "I don't know. When I came in, Ash just disappeared." Misty furrowed her brows. "How could this happen?" Brock frowned after hearing her words, sensing a premonition. "Why do I feel like Ash might appear behind us?" Just as he finished speaking, a familiar voice appeared, sounding eerily ominous. "Are you looking for me?" Ash suddenly appeared behind them, his tone eerie, making him seem particularly frightening, and Pikachu joined Ash in the antics. "Ash, what are you doing? Suddenly appearing behind others is really scary." Xiaoji scratched the back of his head, smiling sheepishly. "It's so dark in this room." Xia felt the eerie atmosphere closing in, and for a moment forgot entirely about punching Xiaoji. "Then I'll light it up. But my Growlithe is already back with Professor Oak, and I didn't bring Charmander. So how exactly am I supposed to illuminate this place?" Xiaoji New Gang had only rock and ground-type Pokémon, no fire types at all, and thus no means. As for Xia, she specialized exclusively in water types. She was even less likely to possess a fire type. Xiaoji, by contrast, was the most eclectic trainer of the three. His Pokédex spanned every type. "I've got it." Xiaoji paused briefly, then instantly recalled who could wield fire-type moves. It's settled. You're the one. Ghastly. He tossed a poke ball, releasing Ghastly into the gloom. WHYD, you summon me. Ghastly demanded the moment it materialized. Ghastly, use Will-O-Wisp to ignite all these lanterns and light our way. Xiaoji commanded. Are you sure? Ghastly asked casually. Absolutely certain. Xiaoji replied without hesitation. At first Xia and Gang heard nothing amiss. The word fire was right there in the move's name. Yet something felt subtly wrong. Until moments later they realized Will-O-Wisp wasn't flame at all, but spectral fire. Before they could shout a warning, Ghastly had already unleashed its move. Lanterns flared alight in an instant. Suddenly the entire tower shimmered with ghostly violet Will-O-Wisp, transforming the already uncanny chamber into a realm of deeper dread. More chilling, more surreal, more profoundly unsettling. Nanny. Even lit on oil lamps, Will-O-Wisp retains its eerie hue. Xiaoji sighed wistfully, gazing at the netherworld-like surroundings. Xiaoji, you idiot, what on earth are you doing? Are you trying to scare us to deaths? Xia exploded, fury surging so fiercely that fear vanished. She lunged forward and delivered a sharp stinging punch straight to his forehead. Xiaoji dodged effortlessly, then rubbed the back of his head again, grinning awkwardly. Sorry. It's my fault. They'll have Ghastly extinguish them immediately. Please don't stay angry, Xia. He pleaded hastily, ordering Ghastly to retract every flickering ember. Ugh, I'm utterly helpless with you. I even asked if you were certain, and now I must undo it all. How did I ever end up with a trainer like you? Ghastly shrugged helplessly as it reabsorbed each spectral flame. My apologies, Xia. I truly regret it. Xiaoji bowed slightly, offering sincere contrition. Oomph. Xia snorted coldly, her disapproval unmistakable. Xiaoji, clueless in matters of female diplomacy, feared further coaxing might seem overly intimate. So he resorted to earnest, almost desperate pleading until at last Xia reluctantly softened her scowl. I sense the presence of kin nearby, Ghastly suddenly murmured. Upon hearing this, Gang's eyes lit up with sudden clarity. So, it was your fellow ghost types who locked the door just now, eh? Gang asked. One could say that, yes. Ghastly stroked its chin thoughtfully. Now that we know ghost types are at play here, fear loses its grip. Gang, reassured by the revelation, felt his earlier tremors fade. Can you pinpoint their exact location? I can sense their aura, but not their precise whereabouts, Ghastly admitted, shaking its translucent form. Ah, I see. Gang rubbed his chin, disappointed. Ah, yeah. Just as they pondered, a bizarre guttural cry erupted from somewhere unseen, sending chills down their spines, raising gooseflesh across their arms. Haha, it's just ghost Pokémon playing pranks. No need to fear. Gang forced a smile. Gang, why are you trembling? Though startled herself, Xia noticed Gang's whole body quivering. I'm just cold, not scared, he chuckled nervously, scratching his head. Oh really? You're shaking so violently. You've given yourself away completely. Xiaoji teased. Oh, I see, Xia murmured, casting Gang a knowing, quietly amused glance before stifling a smile. Having learned from Ghastly that ghost types were behind the antics, Xia's fear dissolved, replaced unexpectedly by quiet amusement. In truth, the laughter had come from Ghastly and Gengar in the next room, watching a comedy show on television, thoroughly entertained. It was not horror, but hilarity, and Xiaoji, unbothered, simply followed the sound's origin. Soon the trio entered a brilliantly lit chamber, elegant, opulent, furnished like a five-star hotel suite. Using his innate perception, Xiaoji easily located every member of Ghastly's kin, yet they lingered motionless in three distant corners, waiting silently for the perfect moment to startle the intruders. A mischievous glint flickered across Xiaoji's lips. This place is stunning, truly fit. Xia marveled aloud at the lavish decor. Xiaoji eyed a decorative ribbon ahead, stepped forward, gently touched it, and gave a firm, playful tug. With a soft pop, a banner unfurled overhead, bearing bold, welcoming characters. At that very instant, objects around them shuddered, lifted midair, and swirled chaotically. Whoa! Though mentally braced, both Xia and Gang recoiled in genuine shock, bolting blindly from the room, without a backward glance. They failed to notice Xiaoji standing perfectly still, unmoved. Only after they fled did the floating objects settle back into place. When no further action came, Xiaoji turned to leave, only to find a Ghastly silently materializing behind him. Whoa! The instant Xiaoji pivoted, he flashed a grotesque, exaggerated grimace. Ghastly froze midair, stunned, slack-jawed, utterly dazed by the human's audacious prank. Nearby, hidden Ghastly and Gengar stared, equally bewildered. They'd spent lifetimes terrifying others, never imagining they'd be outwitted, outplayed, undone by a single human's bravado. Now they simply hovered dumbstruck, watching him with wide-eyed uncertainty. Ha, you're absolutely delightful. Xiaoji burst into unrestrained laughter, reveling in their stupefaction. Jenga. From the shadows, Ghastly and Gengar drifted forth, pale, crestfallen. Their first ever fright scheme had collapsed in spectacular failure, leaving them deeply disheartened. After all, this was their first time failing to scare anyone. What's wrong with you three? Why such long face? Xiaoji blinked. Now he was baffled. To him, it was merely a harmless game. He had no inkling how deeply this reversal struck at the ghost type's very identity. Jenga. To be ghost Pokémon and yet fail to frighten him. What a hollow existence. Gengar whispered, hollow-eyed and desolate. Xiaoji instantly grasped the gravity, and with theatrical flair crumpled dramatically to the floor, as if struck, breathless limbs limp, eyes rolling skyward. Ghastly and its kin stared stunned, then burst into peals of unrestrained, joyful laughter. Xiaoji rose chuckling along with them, just as Gengar stepped forward eager to perform. Gengar brandished a fan theatrically striking Ghastly, shattering it into glittering fragments, then tossing them into an imaginary wok to sizzle golden brown. Ah, wrong script. Xiaoji laughed heartily as the trio mimed, winked, and tumbled playfully before him, until at last they gathered close, giggling and jostling in warm, easy camaraderie. Meanwhile, far down the corridor, Gang and Xiaxia finally realized Xiaoji hadn't followed. Huh, where's Xiaoji? Xiaxia spotted his absence first. She'd been trailing behind. Hearing her gang glance back, and discovered Xiaoji missing. Did he fall behind? His face paled instantly. They'd solemnly promised Xiaoji's mother to guard him with unwavering care, and now they'd lost him. How would they ever face her again? Quick, we must go back, before anything happens to him. Gang snapped into action and sprinted back. Xiaxia glanced at the distant exit, then at Gang's retreating figure, and without hesitation spun on her heel and raced after him. Xiaoji, please be safe, echoed in both their minds. Do you ever grow weary staying here? Xiaoji turned to Ghastly and its kin. They exchanged silent, thoughtful glances. Jenga, all three nodded solemnly. Would you three consider leaving this place, with me, to become partners? Family. His expression shifted, playful warmth melting into quiet, profound sincerity as he met their gaze. They did not answer immediately. Instead, Ghastly reached out, its ethereal fingers brushing Xiaoji and Pikachu, and gently drew forth their souls. So this is what soul projection feels like, astonishing. Floating above his inert body, Xiaoji murmured in quiet wonder. Like a child discovering flight, he somersaulted through the air, phasing effortlessly through walls, drinking in the sheer exhilarating magic of his disembodied state. Ghastly suddenly unfurled a comically long tongue, and popped its eyes free with a soft plink. The absurd spectacle sent Xiaoji and Pikachu into fits of laughter. Together they soared beyond the tower, exploring Ghastly's spectral playground, marveling at the starlit night, before returning content and serene. But as Xiaoji neared his body, two muffled sobs pierced the silence. Xiaoji, how could you leave us like this? Gang wept openly, voice cracking, face contorted in raw grief. You haven't even become a Pokemon master yet. How could you go before fulfilling your dreams? Xiaxia, though quieter, stood with tear-swollen, crimson-rimmed eyes, her sorrow no less profound. They traveled together for 2 months, forging bonds deeper than words, trust stronger than steel. Losing Xiaoji left them hollow, aching, irrevocably fractured. Xiaoji hovered above them, watching their grief-stricken faces, and found himself reluctant to return. His lips twitched, caught between discomfort and quiet awe. Yes, the scene unsettled him, but it also revealed with startling clarity the depth of their devotion. Only true friendship could wound so deeply. He lingered beside Ghastly and its kin, asking once more, voice steady, heart open. Will you come with me? Leave this place, and build a life beyond it. Jenga, we'll go, if you defeat me first. Gengar declared. Perfect. Xiaoji beamed, relief and warmth flooding his expression. To him, this was no condition at all. With 2 near-champion battlers at his side, victory was assured. And besides, his own Ghastly bore the ancient revered lineage of their kind. Defeating Gengar would be. Once agreement shimmered in their eyes, Xiaoji gently sank back into his body, and slowly opened his eye. Had he delayed any longer, Gang and Xiaxia might well have carried his body straight to the crematorium. Truly a fate too grim to contemplate. Whoa, ghosts do walk among us. Gang gasped, leaping back in genuine shock at Xiaoji's sudden miraculous revival. They've come back from the dead. Xiao Gang, we must flee. Upon seeing Xiaoji resurrected, Xiaoxia was convinced that he had some unfulfilled wish and was terrified by this sudden turn of events. After finishing their conversation, fearing that Xiaoji might bite them, they quickly got up and ran. Xiaoji's expression darkened involuntarily upon hearing their words. Why are you running? I'm not dead yet. With a grim face, Xiaoji addressed the two of them. The ones who were about to run froze for a moment, cautiously looking at Xiaoji. Xiaoji, are you really not dead? Xiao Gang and Xiaoxia, hiding at a distance, timidly asked. After all, if he were truly a corpse, he wouldn't be able to speak. Since Xiaoji could speak, it indicated the possibility that he was a ghost. However, the speed of his transformation into a ghost was simply too fast. He had become one before the 7th day of mourning was even over. How much resentment must one have to do this? This utterly frightened Xiao Gang and Xiao Xia. With a darkened face, Xiao Ji had no choice but to explain the reason to them. After Xiao Gang and Xiao Xia understood the situation, they finally relaxed. Is it really true that Ghost Stone can pull out a person's soul? How miraculous is that? Xiao Gang sighed after hearing Xiao Ji's words. Do you want to experience it? Xiao Ji asked with a smile. Xiao Gang pondered for a moment, and after a long deliberation ultimately decided against it. However, Xiao Ji didn't even give them a chance to consider. Ghost Stone suddenly appeared behind them and directly extracted their souls, allowing them to experience the sensation of ascension. Hiss! Hiss! Ghost Stone, seeing their state, covered its mouth and laughed happily. Fortunately, the two merely disagreed verbally and did not hold Ghost Stone accountable for acting on its own. Since their souls had already been pulled out by Ghost Stone, they decided to fully experience the feeling of soul separation during this time. Having experienced it, Xiao Ji chose not to continue, but instead completed a special check-in for the Pokémon Tower with the system. System special check-in. Xiao Ji silently chanted in his heart. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the check-in. Reward: obtained a fragment of the Platinum Orb. Platinum Orb Fragment: a fragment of the Platinum Orb from another parallel universe, containing the power of the legendary Pokémon Giratina. If absorbed by a Pokémon, it can grant them great strength and enhance their potential. After reading the system's introduction, Xiao Ji's eyes lit up, and he was filled with joy. Choosing to come to the Pokémon Tower turned out to be the right decision. This check-in could actually yield an item related to a legendary Pokémon. Another item related to legendary Pokémon. Combined with the items he already possessed that were linked to legendary Pokémon, he now had a total of 11. Of those, 8 could still be used on other Pokémon, including the Dark Void from Darkrai, Ho-Oh's Rainbow Feather, and Kyogre's Indigo Orb. Who should I give this to? Ghost Stone. After contemplating, Xiao Ji took note of the ability to enhance a Pokémon's potential, which sparked an idea in his mind. If he guessed correctly, the reason Ghost Stone had the line, "has reached the limit of breakthrough," was that its potential had peaked and could no longer be improved. In recent days, Xiao Ji had attempted to use rare candies to help Ghost Stone break through, but it had yielded no. Clearly, the limits imposed by potential were such that even external items like rare candies could not help a Pokémon break through any further. While Xiao Ji was pondering, Xiao Gang and Xiao Xia returned with Ghost Stone and the others. With their souls reunited with their bodies, Xiao Gang and Xiao Xia excitedly stood up, sharing their thoughts about the experience of soul separation with Xiao Ji. After listening attentively to their experiences, Xiao Ji smiled and replied, "As long as you like it." After that, the group discussed for a while longer before concluding the topic. Xiao Ji turned around and looked at Ghost Stone and the other three, confirming once more, "Are you three willing to leave with me?" The three of them exchanged glances and ultimately made their decision, nodding at Xiao Ji. Seeing this, Xiao Ji, hiss. Although we agreed, we have conditions. Ghost Stone volunteered to step forward and Oh, what kind of conditions? Upon hearing that there were conditions, Xiao Ji's curiosity was piqued. Hiss, you must defeat us first. In response, Xiao Ji merely smiled slightly, then took out a Pokeball containing Ghost Stone, who had lived for nearly 2,000 years. Undoubtedly, the final result was that Xiao Ji won. There was no need to describe the process. After all, a champion-level Pokemon could easily crush these juniors without any need for elaboration. After defeating the three of them, Xiao Ji took out the 3 Pokeballs he had previously requested from Naz, capturing them one by one inside. Because these Pokeballs belonged to Naz, they did not vanish as before, but remained beside Xiao Ji. The reason he had asked Naz for the Pokeballs was that the positions of his 6 had already been filled. He could only temporarily clear space from others and would return to using his own Pokeballs later. Seeing that he had achieved his goal, Xiao Ji felt it was time to leave. As he walked halfway, he felt as though he had... It was only then that he remembered the Team Rocket trio inside the Pokémon Tower, bound and unable to move. Recalling their plight, Xiao Ji felt reluctant to help them, so he could only ask Ghost Stone to help untie. Speaking of which, Xiao Gang's revenge seemed to have yet to be fulfilled. Never mind, there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. There was no need to worry about Xiao Gang not getting his revenge. According to the previous agreement, Xiao Ji hurried back to Jinhuang City after capturing Gaisai Tong and the others from Ziyuan Town, and arrived at the Jinhuang Dojo. Just as Xiao Ji and his companions were about to enter the dojo, a voice suddenly came from behind them. The uncle standing behind them asked, "Do you really have a way to restore Nazi to her former self?" Xiao Ji did not give a definitive answer, even though he was aware of the plot in the original work. In his view, the current plot had undergone so many changes that he dared not guarantee whether it would follow the original. "Then why have you returned now?" the uncle asked, puzzled. "Of course it's to borrow the 3 Pokeballs in my hand for a while, and to fulfill my promise to bring her a happy smile," Xiao Ji explained. "So that's how it is, After hearing the explanation, the uncle seemed a bit disappointed and lowered his head. What else could it be? Xiaoji retorted with a wry smile. Nothing since you can come back I wish you success. The uncle shook his head, and then left. This uncle is really strange. Oh, we happen to meet him every time we come to Jin Huang Dojo. Xiaoxia commented looking at the uncle's back. That's true. Listening to you Xiaoxia reminded me of what Xiaoji said to me yesterday. I think I'm beginning to understand why now. Xiao Gang pondered stroking his chin. Understand what? Xiaoxia asked curiously. Just wait a moment, and you will probably know. Xiao Gang left this sentence behind, and then entered the Jin Huang Dojo with Xiaoji, leaving Xiaoxia who was in a daze behind. After entering the Jin Huang Dojo, Xiaoji and his party quickly reached their destination, having already been there once. You're back again. Nazistal spoke up. Yes, I'm here to fulfill our previous promise, Xiaoji nodded and added. But before that I have a request for you. What request? The doll pondered for a moment before speaking. I need to borrow your Pokeball for a long time. During this time you cannot have more than 3 Pokemon in your possession for 6 months. How does that sound? Xiaoji confidently stated his requirement, believing that Nazi would agree. Borrow my Pokeball for 6 months. 3 Pokemon. Upon hearing this request, Nazi murmured to herself for a while. Okay, I agree. The doll responded with, Great. Since you've agreed, let's have another battle before that. Xiaoji took out the Gaisai Tong Pokeball from his backpack, looking at Nazi with great enthusiasm. Another one. Haven't you already received my badge? The doll asked, puzzled. Of course it's to help the Pokemon I caught yesterday to bond with me, and you're naturally the best choice as the dojo master. Xiaoji said confidently. Hearing such confidence, Nazi decided not to say anything more and released her Kaisi without hesitation. Nazi's Kaisi unexpectedly transformed back from Youngara. Huh, what happened to her Youngara? Xiaoxia expressed her surprise, wanting an explanation. Soon she received one. This is a psychic ability known as mental synchronization, a very special power that allows a psychic to achieve evolution with their Pokemon at a certain level. The uncle who had walked by the entrance before appeared behind Xiao Gang, and Xiaoxia explaining to Xiaoxia. Psychics are that powerful. They can even control the evolution of Pokemon. Xiaoxia exclaimed in astonishment at the unexpected explanation. Of course this is a privilege of psychics, but this ability only works for psychic-type Pokemon, but doesn't apply to others. So that's how it is. How nice it would be to have a water-type ability. It would allow my Pokemon to evolve anytime, anywhere. Xiaoxia exclaimed as the idea struck her. Little girl, so far the League has not discovered any abilities like that of water types. Even if there are, it's probably impossible to achieve, as this is a power exclusive to psychics. The uncle explained patiently. Is that so? What a pity. But thank you Xiao Gang for your explanation. Xiaoxia lowered her head, feeling a bit disappointed. Huh, that doesn't sound like Xiao Gang's voice. Xiaoxia suddenly realized and turned around only to find that the person explaining to her was a middle-aged man. You just realized that. Xiao Gang couldn't help but chuckle at Xiaoxia's expression. The uncle, hearing Xiaoxia's words, did not mind, and simply gave her a faint smile. Uncle, what are you doing here? You scared me. Xiaoxia looked at the uncle beside her, pretending to be frightened as she covered her chest. It was just a moment ago, but that's not the point. The important thing is that your companion's match is about to begin. That's true. Xiaoxia nodded in realization and did not ask the uncle any further questions. Gaisai Tong used Shadow Ball. Xiaoji commanded on the field. Youngara used Psybeam. Nazi also ordered without hesitation. A colorful beam of light collided with the Shadow Ball, with both energies continuously canceling each other out. With a loud bang, the explosion of the two energies caused a thick smoke to fill the field. 3-1, it seems you've violated the rules, the doll suddenly spoke up. Once the smoke on the field cleared, everyone discovered that 3 Pokemon were surrounding Nazi. I don't know how they got over there with you, Xiaoji said, looking a bit guilty as he turned his gaze elsewhere. Gung-Gue, come back quickly. What Xiaoji said on the surface was this, but internally he communicated to them through telepathy. Ignore me, and just go for it. Upon receiving Xiaoji's conflicting orders, Gaisai and the others began to showcase their unique talents, making funny faces. Various funny faces appeared on their faces. Gaisai rushed to Nazi's face and licked her repeatedly, while Gaisai Tong made several funny faces, stretching its face long, and Gung-Gue even started singing the Song of Doom. Fortunately, Xiaoji noticed early and stopped it in time, otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable. Nazi seemed to be charmed by the performance of Gaisai Tong and the others, with a slight smile at the corners of her mouth, as if she was about to laugh. In the end, when Gaisai Tong saw that its performance still couldn't win over Nazi, it decided to showcase its ultimate skill, pulling out a bomb from its mouth. With a bang, the 3 Pokemon and Nazi were blown into a disheveled state, their faces charred. Ha ha ha. Nazi was conquered by their performance and finally couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh, her smile very sweet. She smiled. She finally smiled. The uncle looked at the sweet smile, moved to the point of tears. As someone who has been passionate about superpowers since childhood, it's the first time I've seen Nashi show such a happy smile. The uncle wiped his tears excitedly. Indeed, you are Nax's father. After seeing the uncle's tearful appearance, Xiaojing stroked his chin and said to the uncle with a knowing look, "Yes, that's right, I am Nax's father." The uncle nodded decisively, not questioning how Xiaojing knew. After all, his behavior and actions were such that anyone of normal intelligence could guess his identity, which made the uncle think it was quite normal for others to figure it out, and he didn't find anything strange about it. "I really didn't expect my father-in-law to be right beside me," Xiaojing muttered quietly upon hearing the admission. "Huh, what did you just say? Can you repeat that?" The uncle suddenly turned to Xiaojing with a very friendly smile and asked. His eyes began to emit a blue light, as if Xiaojing would be lifted off the ground if he dared to say it again. "No, I didn't say anything, maybe you just heard it wrong, uncle." Xiaojing was drenched in cold sweat from the uncle's demeanor, gulped, and hurriedly denied it. "Oh really?" Seeing Xiaojing back down, the uncle returned to his normal demeanor, then gave Xiaojing a meaningful look without taking any drastic actions. "Damn it, my daughter has finally become normal, and I haven't even had a chance to spoil her, and you kid have already set your sights on her. Good lad." Xiaojing, who hasn't experienced the original plot, is brave indeed. Even daring to provoke an ice queen like Nashi, impressive. Xiaoji couldn't help but mutter in his heart upon sensing the commotion between Xiaojing and the uncle. In the original plot, Xiaojing became very afraid of Nashi only after experiencing being shrunk and running in a block house, while the current Xiaojing, having not undergone the series of events from the original work, fell for Nashi when she smiled, leading to the current scene. Nax's father found the three ghosts so interesting that he made a request to Xiaoji, expressing his desire to borrow the three ghosts for a while, and stated that he could pay to rent them. After all, it was his first time seeing Nashi smile, and he thought that renting the three ghosts would allow him to see his daughter's smile every day. Thus, he developed the idea of wanting to borrow them. Xiaoji was very generous, agreeing and stating that he would not charge any rent, offering them to Nax's father. After all this was done, Xiaoji and his party were supposed to leave Huangjin City. However, due to some personal matters, Xiaoji needed to stay in the city for one more day. "I'll take you around Huangjin City for a day. I have some errands to run." Xiaoji turned to the two. "Xiaoji, what errands do you have in Huangjin City?" Xiaoxia asked curiously. "I need to meet an old friend I haven't seen in a long time. Do you want to come along?" Xiaoji explained and extended. "Xiaoji, didn't you grow up in Jinxin Town? How come you have a friend in Huangjin City?" "When I was a child, I often went with Professor Oki to do research, and coincidentally, I came to Huangjin City before and helped a friend in need, which is how I became friends with her," Xiaoji explained with a smile. "What kind of trouble did she encounter?" "A financial crisis. The funding chain broke." "You must have spent a lot of money then." "Not much, just the funding for my first 8 years." Xiaoji waved his hand nonchalantly. "The first 8 years?" "Yes, the first 8 years." Xiaoji nodded. "How old were you at that time? How much funding could you lend her?" Xiaoxia immediately raised her doubts. "Not much, just 1,000 debulus." Xiaoji waved his hand. 1,000? Is that really enough? I remember that funding crises usually require at least 100,000, right? You could help her with just 1,000. Xiaoxia looked at Xiaoji with disdain, clearly not believing him. "Is there a possibility that this debulus means a unit of 10,000? Xiaoji looked at Xiaoxia with a 10 million. Xiaoxia was shocked by this number. "How old were you then?" "You had 10 million at just 8 years old. I knew you wouldn't believe it. That year I had just become a doctor and received a 500,000 prize from the Alliance, plus the money I earned from writing papers over the years. Of course, I had the ability to help her. Being a doctor makes that much money." Xiaoxia looked at Xiaoji in shock. The money he earned was far more than her sister earned at the dojo. "Not that much. It's what Xiaoji rightfully earned. After all, researching Pokémon takes an enormous amount of time to produce even one paper, and some people may not even write a useful paper." Alright, let's stop this topic here. I'll take you to my friend now." Xiaoji chuckled and shook his head. "By the way, Xiaoji, is your friend male or female?" Xiaojing interjected. "Female," Xiaoji replied without thinking too much. "Is she a beautiful big sister?" As soon as Xiaojing heard it was a girl, he immediately became excited and looked at Xiaoji eagerly. "She shouldn't disappoint you, Xiaojing." Xiaoji responded cheerfully, seeing Xiaojing's enthusiasm. "With you saying that, I'm getting excited." Xiaojing immediately began to fantasize and revealed a lovesick expression. Xiaoxia rolled her eyes involuntarily at Xiaojing's demeanor. Thus the group playfully made their way to an ordinary-looking restaurant in Huangjin City, waiting for Xiaoda's friend to arrive. They also ordered some dishes. "Xiaoji, will your friend really come?" Seeing that Xiaoda's friend had not arrived, Xiaojing began to doubt if they had been stood up. "Yeah, we've been here for an hour already, and she still hasn't come. She must be too busy." Xiaoxia also expressed her dissatisfaction. "She should be here soon. Oh, perhaps something held her up." Xiaoji was not as impatient as the two, understanding that he arranged for her to prepare some things, so delays were normal. Alright. The two could only sigh helplessly upon seeing this. After a long wait, a woman dressed in a beige professional suit and a black short skirt with black stockings exuding an extraordinary aura walked into the store. Upon seeing her, Xiaoji waved his hand to signal her to come over. The woman noticed Xiaoji, smiled knowingly, and walked towards him at a leisurely pace. Long time no see, Xiaoji greeted as she approached. Xiaoji, oh no, it's been a while since I last saw Dr. The woman looked at Xiaoji, teased him a bit, and then waved her hand at him, indicating that they had exchanged greetings. Come on AI, now you should just call me Xiaoji. It feels more intimate that way. When you call me by other nicknames it seems, Xiaoji said politely to the woman. AI Na was the chairwoman of a company on the brink of bankruptcy that Xiaoji met while accompanying Dr. Oki to Golden City to observe a research project. At that time Xiaoji was idle and worried about how to use the money he had in a legitimate way, and it was during that time that he coincidentally met AI Na and got to know her. AI Na's presence inspired Xiaoji to come up with a method that would both allow his money to grow and provide a legitimate reason to use it. Back then the Pokémon world had not yet fully entered the commercial era, and Xiaoji seized the opportunity, applying the business acumen and strategies from his past life to this world. For example, there was a classic sales model of dimensionality reduction in his previous life. Originally intended to sell a product for $99, it was sold at that price through a discount. For instance, if a product was priced at $599, it could then be sold for $99 with a discount. This way customers would not only feel that they did not lose out, but would also think they had gained something psychologically. There were many other classic strategies, but I won't enumerate them all. AI Na used such a strategy to sell all of her goods, not only making a profit, but also turning her company's fortunes around. In just a month, AI Na's company transformed from loss to profit, and it was during that month that Xiaoji happened to become a doctor ahead of schedule. After witnessing Xiaoji's capabilities, AI Na offered him a position as the behind-the-scenes operator of her company, retaining 50% of the company's shares for this talented individual. Of course, after agreeing, Xiaoji did not disappoint AI Na's expectations and shared many strategies. Xiaoji invested millions and was supposed to receive significant profits, but he did not take it all. Instead, he gave half to his mother Han Zi and kept the other half in the company. Because Xiaoji was not yet 10 years old at that time, he did not have a bank card, so he left the profits in AI Na's company. In the Pokemon world, 10 years of age marks adulthood, allowing one to apply for a bank card, so he had already taken care of that when he arrived. Then I'll respect your wishes, Dr. Ji-sun, and continue to call you Xiaoji from now on. After AI Na said this, she turned to the two people beside Xiaoji. Are these the two travel companions you mentioned? Yes, the boy next to me is called Xiao Gang, and this girl is called Xiao Xia. They are both my travel buddies. Xiaoji introduced them to AI Na. Oh, is that so? Xiaoji, you're quite charming. AI Na glanced at Xiao Gang, who had an infatuated look, and reluctantly averted her gaze, finally settling her eyes on Xiao Xia. After taking a quick look at Xiao Xia's chest, then at her own, AI Na sighed with relief in her heart. Hello Xiao Xia, my name is AI Na, and I am the investor behind Xiaoji's travels. Hello. Xiao Xia had just noticed AI Na's earlier gaze. Her expression stiffened for a moment, and she managed to squeeze out a faint smile to greet AI Na. Shall I stop standing there and sit down quickly? Xiaoji noticed the awkward expressions on their faces and urged AI Na. AI Na, being considerate, followed Xiaoji's suggestion and sat next to Xiao Xia. Miss, have you eaten yet? Do you need me to help you order something? Xiao Gang, who had somehow taken a rose in his mouth, looked at AI Na with affectionate eyes. Obviously AI Na's appearance matched his aesthetic. Hey, Xiao Gang, why have you suddenly become so gentlemanly? Xiaoji asked, surprised by Xiao Gang's sudden change in demeanor. No thanks, I've already eaten before coming here. AI Na politely declined Xiao Gang's offer. That aside, Xiao AI, did you bring what I asked for? Since we just reunited, how can you ask me this? That's so unfair. Upon hearing Xiaoji's words, Xiao AI shot him a resentful glare, seemingly blaming him for his lack of charm. That glance left Xiao Gang utterly stunned, his face reddening as he mumbled, so beautiful. What are you talking about? Xiao Xia, curious about their conversation, chimed in. It's just the Firestone prepared for the Speed Deoxys, and some items for other Pokemon. Xiaoji, unable to stand Xiao A's remarks any longer, quickly changed the subject. Seeing Xiaoji's disinterest, Xiao AI gave up on continuing to tease him. The things you wanted have long been prepared. Oh, just grab them from my car later. There's no need to wait, my partners and I are in a hurry, and we'll stop by your company on the way. Alright then. Xiao AI, realizing that Xiaoji was resolute, could only shrug helplessly and agree. She clearly understood what Xiaoji's visit meant. Then let's go. Seeing Xiao A's agreement, Xiaoji stood up and urged everyone along. Xiao AI looked at the eager Xiaoji and sighed as if to say she couldn't do anything about it. Thus the group set off towards Xiao A's company. Upon arriving at Xiao A's company, Xiaoji quickly obtained what he desired. A series of exquisite items, such as the top-grade Firestone from Wind Speed Dog, the Curse Symbol from Ghost Stone, and the mysterious Water Drop from Kamikame Turtle. According to the system, these items originally only enhanced the damage of their corresponding type by 20%, but with the exquisite enhancements the damage increased by an additional 10%, totaling 30%. After reviewing the information on these items, she couldn't help but marvel at the power of spending money directly boosting the type damage of his Pokemon by 30%, making the expenditure worthwhile. When Xiaoji learned from Xiao AI that this series of items cost him around 100 million, he couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. Fortunately, even after spending that 100 million, he still had 13141144514 in his account, and upon seeing this amount, Xiaoji calmed down. After acquiring the funds in his account, Xiaoji and the others bid farewell to Xiao AI and set off for the next city, Rainbow City. Everything seemed to be progressing normally, but while Xiaoji and his companions were on their way to Rainbow City, they encountered a monkey monster during a roadside break. Xiaoji recognized the monkey monster as the one from the original story who would eventually become the champion in battle. Upon seeing the monkey monster, he immediately used the system's function to check its information. Species: monkey monster. Gender: male. Level 20. Ability: anger point. When hit in a critical area, it will go into a rage, maximizing its attack power. Qualification: king. Held item: none. Moves: scratch, leer, desire, fury, swipes, tackle, body slam, fake out, cross chop, headbutt, scary face, protect. After reviewing the information on the monkey monster, she contemplated whether to capture it. After careful consideration, she ultimately decided not to capture it. Although the monkey monster had king-level qualifications and potential to become a champion in the future, she was not interested in such Pokémon, even for the sake of nostalgia from the original story. Xiaoji wouldn't capture Pokémon arbitrarily. He would think carefully before deciding whether to capture one. After all, if he himself did not like the Pokémon, even if he captured it, it would likely end up sitting in storage. If that were the case, it would waste the monkey monster's potential and talent, and Xiaoji believed it was better not to capture it at all. Moreover, looking at the monkey monster's level, it seemed very suitable for him to send out Kamekame Turtle. If that were the case, it would waste the monkey monster's potential and talent, and Xiaoji believed it was better not to capture it at all. Moreover, looking at the monkey monster, go Kamekame Turtle. After releasing Kamekame Turtle, Xiaoji made a provocative gesture towards the monkey monster, beckoning it with his finger and saying, "Come here." Huh. The monkey monster, who had been happily walking, suddenly saw Xiaoji's provocative gesture and arrogant tone, which made it unable to tolerate. Did this human dare to look down on me? Did he want to fight me? If you're not convinced, come and have a battle with me. Seeing his provocation worked, Xiaoji smirked slightly and added another remark. The monkey monster, with its fiery personality, could not endure such humiliation and immediately jumped down from the rock, rushing towards Kamekame Turtle and assuming a fighting stance. Wait, Xiaoji, it seems angry. Xiaoxia felt the situation was not good and wanted to persuade Xiaoji. After all, the monkey monster was known for its temper, and if Kamekame Turtle couldn't handle it, they would be in trouble. This was exactly the effect Xiaoji wanted. He didn't have time to consider Xiaoxia's words. Very well, since you've decided to battle, let us determine the victor. Huh. The enraged monkey monster had no time to listen to Xiaoji's nonsense, and immediately launched an attack, charging directly at Kamekame Turtle. Came. Upon facing the monkey monster's fierce gaze, Kamekame Turtle began to feel anxious. Don't panic, Kamekame Turtle, curl up in your shell first, and then use water gun. Xiaoji calmly commanded. However, unexpectedly, the monkey monster's target was not Kamekame Turtle. It dashed past Kamekame Turtle without even glancing at it, charging straight at Xiaoji. Kamekame Turtle, who had curled up in its shell, found it strange when the monkey monster did not attack, so it poked its head out to check the surroundings. Kamekame Turtle, who had curled up in its shell, found it strange when the monkey monster did not attack, so it poked its head. What Kamekame Turtle did not expect was that Xiaoji only threw a simple punch, and Kamekame Turtle witnessed a shocking scene. Xiaoji simply swung a punch, sending the monkey monster flying like a cannonball, soaring over 10 meters. Kamekame Turtle, what are you waiting for? Quickly finish off your opponent. Xiaoji reminded Kamekame Turtle, who was still in shock. Came. Upon hearing this, Kamekame Turtle instantly snapped out of its shock and hurriedly ran towards the monkey monster to deal the final blow, fearing it might receive a punch from its own master on its smooth head. Xiaoxia, witnessing the power of Xiaoji's punch, was also extremely shocked. Xiaoji, so you're this power? Xiaoxia looked at Xiaoji in disbelief, as if she were staring at a monster. Xiao Gang, after seeing the power of Xiaoji's punch, was also extremely shocked. He swallowed hard and vowed to himself that no matter what Xiaoji said in the future, he would obey. One must admit that Xiaoji's punch was incredibly powerful, and it even left the monkey monster's body smooth. Kamekame Turtle ran to the side of the monkey monster, and seeing it lying on the ground, almost unconscious, it unhesitatingly landed the final blow. Fearing that it would be a moment too late, and its master would give it a punch as well, Xiaoji, noticing Kamekame Turtle's honest expression, couldn't help but chuckle. After Kamekame Turtle delivered the final blow, a dazzling white light enveloped its body, and it began to swell slowly. Seeing that the timing was right, Xiaoji immediately threw his specially made potion for Kamekame Turtle to drink. Upon seeing this bottle of potion, Kamekame Turtle immediately took it and drank it, fearing that if it hesitated even for a moment, a punch could land on its head. After drinking the potion Xiao Ji provided, the white light surrounding Kamekame Turtle became even more dazzling, almost transforming into pure light. After drinking the potion, the Squirtle successfully evolved into a Camerazard, its body a deep indigo, and a pair of fluffy ears resembling wings sprouting from its oval head amidst the dazzling white light. Upon witnessing the successful evolution of Squirtle into Camerazard, Ash hurriedly opened the system panel to check Camerazard's information. Pokemon Camerazard. Gender male. Level 17. Ability Rain Dish gradually restores HP in rainy weather. Potential near champion. Held item Mysterious Water Drop. Moves Tackle Tail Whip Water Gun, Withdraw Rapid Spin, Bite Water Pulse. After Ash obtained those items, he equipped all of his Pokemon with them. Seeing Squirtle's potential rise, Ash felt that his efforts were not in vain. He had specifically prepared potions using the blood of Suicune obtained from the system along with the essence of the Mysterious Water Drop, concocting a series of potions. These were originally designed for Water-type Pokemon, a result of his research from long ago, and he still had plenty in his system space. However, the potions could only help the Pokemon's potential reach a near-champion level, beyond which they were ineffective. After Squirtle completed its evolution, Ash smiled with satisfaction and started the treatment for his Monferno. After treating Monferno's injuries, Ash even struck its back with his hand to prevent any sudden attacks, knocking it unconscious. Once he confirmed that Monferno was completely unconscious, Ash placed it in a safe spot, and only then did they resume their journey towards Rainbow City. Unbeknownst to Ash and his companions, someone had been stealthily following them from behind, ensuring that Ash remained unaware of their presence. Just a few steps after Ash started walking, he sensed something was off ahead, causing him to momentarily pause. After contemplating for a moment, he seemed to have come up with a good idea and proceeded forward. It felt as if it had just been his imagination. However, just as Ash and his companions walked a few more steps, the unexpected happened. Ash and his companions stepped onto a trap and fell through with a gasp, ending with a thud. Only Ash managed to roll and land safely. Brock and Misty, on the other hand, landed squarely on the back of their Pidgeot, exclaiming in surprise. As expected, after Ash and his companions fell into the trap, three familiar faces appeared above them, grinning. "We've caught the little brats," Musashi exclaimed excitedly. "Yes, we finally made Ash suffer a lot." "Oh really? How could you think that we would be the ones to lose?" Kojiru replied with a silly grin. "You three have already fallen into our trap, so there's no way out." Ash smiled faintly as he looked at Team. "Exactly," Kojiru added, nodding in agreement. "Don't even think about resisting. We know you have Pidgeot, so we've specially prepared a big net for you," Nyarth said with a squint and a smile. After saying that, the three pulled out a fishing net and hung it above the trap. "Damn Team Rocket," Brock exclaimed upon realizing it was them, quickly recalling the wonderful memories from that night. The love was deep and the hatred was fierce enough to make one gnash their teeth. "Team Rocket, you truly are despicable." Misty stomped her foot in anger. Ash merely smiled faintly at this, then took a stance, as if he were about to soar to the heavens. "Ash, what are you planning to do?" Misty questioned Ash, voicing her confusion. "Just sit back and watch my performance." Ash did not elaborate further, instead responding through his actions. With a powerful push of his left foot against the ground, he shot out of the hole Team Rocket had dug like a human-shaped rocket, even breaking through their specially designed net. At that moment, Team Rocket was still discussing how to reel in Ash's Pokemon, completely oblivious to the fact that the dangerous individual had already burst out of their trap and was slowly approaching them. It wasn't until one of them shouted while rushing out of their trap that Team Rocket realized something was off. "Team Rocket, return my innocence," Brock shouted angrily while sitting on Pidgeot. One could tell how furious he was at that. Upon hearing this deep voice, Team Rocket couldn't help but shudder, a wave of unprecedented chills sweeping. What in the world was he saying? They had both shared their first kiss with him, and there was even a girl involved. Yet now he demanded to have his innocence returned. Is this even a sensible argument? Who tarnished your innocence? Don't spew nonsense. We gave you both our first kisses, and we haven't held you accountable, yet you come to us for retribution. Musashi retorted angrily. I don't care. You two owe me your genuine hearts. Brock, infuriated by their responses, released his trump card Onyx. Come out, Weezing. Come out, Arbok. Team Rocket released their Pokemon to battle upon seeing Brock summon. Ash, who initially intended for Brock to handle it alone, also decided to join in, sending out his recently evolved Onyx Stealth Rock, Camerazard Water Pulse. As soon as they finished speaking, Onyx charged in first. Countless rocks suddenly floated around Team Rocket, attacking them. What a horrible feeling. Before Ash and Team Rocket's Pokemon could even make a move, a tremendous crash echoed as Team Rocket was sent flying, leaving behind a classic line before they disappeared. It was clear that Brock was serious, otherwise he wouldn't have gone all out against Team Rocket, not giving them a chance to react. After watching Team Rocket flee, Brock's anger finally subsided. After defeating Team Rocket, the three resumed their journey towards Rainbow City. In order to participate in the Quartz Alliance competition, Ash and his companions have embarked on a long journey through the Kanto region, and today they finally arrived at their destination, Rainbow City. As a major city in the Kanto region, Rainbow City is naturally bustling with activity. Here one can find the Kanto department store and amusement park and the famous university town home to Professor Oak's alma mater, Yuhong University. This university is a place that countless Pokémon trainers around the world aspire to attend. Even when Ash first accompanied Professor Oak here, he had the opportunity to attend a class for a while. It must be said that this school truly lives up to its reputation as a world-renowned institution. The curriculum is entirely incomparable to that of any Pokémon research school. If one were to compare, it would be like comparing something in the sky to something in a filthy, smelly ditch. While Ash was pondering these thoughts, he suddenly noticed that Brock and Misty were seriously sniffing the air, and they were even Pikachu was influenced by the two, sniffing the air a few times and quickly becoming engrossed in it. Curious, Ash also took a whiff of the air, discovering that there was nothing peculiar, but rather a delightful scent of. There's a wonderfully fragrant smell in the air. Brock said, his face filled with ecstasy. It really is. Misty nodded in agreement upon hearing Brock's words. After catching a whiff of the scent, Brock unconsciously began to move, following the perfume's trail to a perfume. Ash and Misty followed Brock to the entrance of the perfume shop. Once there, Brock pressed his entire face against the glass, looking utterly smitten. Ash, feeling a headache coming on, rubbed his forehead and asked, "Brock, what are you doing?" "Ash, I think I might be in love with this city." "Hee hee," Brock replied, grinning foolishly. His demeanor resembled that of someone who had drunk a few bottles of cheap liquor in broad daylight, leading him to speak no. Following Brock's gaze, Ash found, unsurprisingly, a group of young, vibrant female shop assistants in short skirts chatting and laughing inside the store. "I think I might have to stay in this city for a while," Brock said, looking dazed as if he were under the influence of alcohol. "By the way, where did Misty go?" Ash, slightly speechless at Brock's remark, soon realized that his companion Misty was nowhere to be found. After looking around and realizing Misty was missing, he noticed that she had just entered the perfume shop. Therefore, Ash walked in with Brock. As soon as they entered, they saw Misty surrounded by three beautiful women who were introducing her to the perfumes in the shop. "Excuse me, sorry to interrupt." Ash entered the perfume shop and greeted them apologetically. "Sir, I'm sorry, but we don't sell men's perfume here." A blue-haired girl in a kimono approached Ash and began to explain. "Oh no, I'm not here to buy for myself. I'm here to help my two friends buy some." Hearing this, Ash hurriedly explained. "Oh, so that's how it is." The girl finally understood after receiving this information. "Do you support cross-regional shipping?" Ash asked. "Of course we do. We can help with shipping, but you'll need to pay for the shipping costs." The sales girl explained with a smile. "That's not a problem at all," Ash replied, holding a substantial amount of funds. "Please send a lily-scented perfume to this address in Shinjun Town, and could you recommend another bottle for me?" "Is the other bottle for your girlfriend?" the sales girl asked out of curiosity. "Not exactly. We're more like childhood friends," Ash explained with a smile. "Got it." The sales girl, understanding the implication, began to introduce the perfumes. "I recommend this fragrance. It's a classic women's perfume that easily captures hearts. It's suitable for both young girls and mothers, with top notes of rich fruitiness, floral mid-notes, and a base of amber that showcases a woman's romance. This perfume is particularly popular among young girls." After hearing the salesgirl's final statement, Ash, though unsure of the details, understood that girls liked it, so he waved his hand and bought it. After paying for the shipping fees, Ash and his companions left the perfume shop, heading toward their next destination, the Rainbow Gym. However, before leaving, Brock looked back reluctantly. Soon Ash and his companions arrived at their destination, While they were on their way to the Rainbow Gym, they happened to see Team Rocket's trio hanging from a tree. Upon seeing Team Rocket, Ash immediately greeted them in a friendly manner. "Hey, isn't that Team Rocket? It's been a few days and you all got caught again." Brock smiled and said, "Oh, please help us, we're stuck." James, seeing the situation, pleaded like he had found a safe. "Hey, who asks their enemy for help?" Jesse exclaimed angrily, immediately kicking James in the head. "This is intense. Is this appropriate for a minor to witness?" Ash thought to himself, watching the scene unfold. James was squeezed tight by Jesse's legs, looking as if he was about to suffocate, his face turning blue. "Brock, Misty, let's hurry up. I still need to go to the Pokemon Center to trade my Charmander and Houndoom." Seeing their energy, it's better to let them stay there for a while. Once they tire out, someone will eventually let them down. It's better to keep them there rather than letting them wreak havoc right after we release them. Ash coldly rejected Team Rocket's plea and walked away with Brock and Misty. James, watching Ash and his friends leave, was left in tears. Without the storyline from the original work, Ash smoothly entered the Rainbow Gym, where he saw the salesgirl, now dressed in a different outfit, appear before him and his companions. "I'm sorry to have kept you waiting." Lygia bowed to Ash and his group, saying, "Let me introduce myself again. I am Lygia, the master of the Rainbow Gym in Rainbow City." "Oh, so you are the master of the gym?" Xiaoxia exclaimed in surprise upon learning this news. "Yes, I apologize for my earlier oversight. I forgot to inform you." Lygia bowed again as she spoke. You are too kind, let's discuss the competition now. Ash waved his hand dismissively showing he was not concerned. Oh, alright. Lygia paused for a moment after hearing Ash's words then began explaining the competition rules. The rules state that only 3 Pokémon can be used. Is that acceptable? No problem. Ash had already understood the rules so he agreed without hesitation. Let the competition begin. Suddenly a referee appeared beside them and addressed the two. Let's go Mandragora. Lygia was the first to throw her Pokeball summoning her Pokémon. A Mandragora covered in blue vines appeared on the field. Then it's you, let's go Charmander. Ash threw his Pokeball. An orange Charmander appeared on the field. Mandragora bind tightly. Upon hearing the command, Mandragora's blue vines began to move attacking Charmander. Since the Gym Master is so warmly hosting our first battle, let's respond with a spark. Ash calmly commanded. Charmander unleashed a burst of sparks shooting into the sky like a meteor. A shower of sparks fell on Mandragora causing it to cry out in distress. Charmander also suffered as it was caught by the binding attack, showing a pained expression. Mandragora, are you okay? Lygia, seeing Mandragora's suffering, anxiously asked Charmander Fire Punch. Ash noticed an opening and instructed Charmander to take the chance. Mandragora, use Sleep Powder. Lygia urgently shouted. Just as Charmander approached, a cloud of yellow powder suddenly filled the air around Mandragora. For Mandragora's vitals, Mandragora, use Sleep Powder. Lygia urgently shouted. Just as Charmander approached, a cloud of yellow powder suddenly filled the air around Mandragora. As Charmander closed in with its flaming fist, a loud explosion erupted violently, sending both Charmander and Mandragora flying. Mandragora was knocked to the ground by the explosion, its eyes turning into swirls. Charmander also fared poorly, falling to the ground, stumbling as it tried to get back up, looking like it might faint. Charmander, get up! Ash shouted as he saw Charmander struggling to stay on its feet, immediately activating a talent he had obtained from signing in yesterday. Get up. The Get Up talent was a powerful ability that once used would restore 15 of a Pokemon's health. However, it could only be used 3 times a day. The emergence of this talent led Ash to shout it out every time his Pokemon was on the verge of collapsing in upcoming competitions. After hearing Ash's encouragement, Charmander felt an inexplicable surge of strength supporting it. Thank you, Mandragora. Lygia recalled Mandragora, and then released another Pokemon. Come out, Pichu. A Pichu resembling a trumpet flower appeared in the arena. Pichu Leaf Tornado. Lygia shouted loudly. Hearing her command, Pichu began spinning in place, launching sharp leaves from its. Charmander, unleash Flamethrower. Ash commanded. Since spending some time in Professor Oak's garden, Charmander had learned many skills. This indicated that Professor Oak must have recognized Charmander's potential and put an effort to train it specifically for Ash. Of course, it could also be possible that Ash's reminders had made an impact, catching the professor's attention towards Charmander's potential. A stream of intense flames erupted from Charmander's mouth, incinerating all the leaves launched by Pichu, even surpassing them, and heading straight towards Pichu. Upon impact, the flames caused Pichu to jump around in a panic, running around the entire field, appearing quite lively. Charmander, deliver the final blow. Use Fire Punch. Just as Ash's words fell, Charmander skillfully raised its fiery fist, targeting the frantically moving Pichu. Due to Pichu's erratic movements, it was easy for Charmander to predict its trajectory, and thus the punch landed effortlessly on Pichu. With a loud bang, smoke filled the arena, obscuring Pichu's current state, causing everyone present to momentarily lose sight of Pichu. Charmander, having endured 2 battles in a row, was panting heavily, appearing as if it was on the verge of collapse. As the smoke cleared, Pichu's condition was finally revealed to everyone. It lay motionless on the ground, its eyes also swirling. At that moment, a brilliant white light shone from Charmander. Seeing this scene, Ash was momentarily stunned and instinctively wanted to check the system for the specially prepared potion for Charmander. However, it was also at this moment that Ash remembered Charmander's innate talent was already godlike. It didn't need any potion preparation. Realizing this, Ash finally let it go. The dazzling light of evolution faded, revealing a creature slightly larger than a small fire dragon, with a pair of horn-like protrusions on its head and a beak-like mouth. The limbs and tail of the fire dinosaur were also longer than when it was still a small fire dragon, with its tail tip still ablaze, but now burning with an even fiercer intensity. Upon seeing the fire dinosaur complete its evolution, Xiao Ji quickly activated the system's investigation function to check the information of the evolved fire dinosaur. Soon a blue electronic information panel appeared before Xiao Ji. Species: Fire Dinosaur. Gender: Male. Level 17. Ability: Blaze. Potential: Divine. Held items: Charizard X, Evolution Stone Charcoal. Moves: Scratch, Growl, Ember, Brick, Break, Dragon Claw, Dragon Breath, Flamethrower, Dragon, Rage, Fire Punch, Cut, Dragon Dance, Flare, Blitz. After reading the panel, Xiao Ji felt some concern about whether the fire dinosaur would be as rebellious as depicted in the original story. He had indeed used a friendship ball to increase his intimacy with the fire dinosaur, but during part of that time, he had sent the fire dinosaur to stay with Professor Oak. He naturally worried about whether the fire dinosaur would completely obey him. Just as Xiaoji was pondering this, Elika withdrew her oddish. Xiaoji, I admit your strength is impressive, but I must tell you that my love for grass-type Pokémon won't be so easily defeated by you. Then it's your turn, Oddish, I'm counting on you. After saying this, Elika brought out her last Pokémon. Go for it. Xiaoji smiled faintly, offering a word of encouragement. Clearly he had no intention of recalling the fire dinosaur. He seemed determined to achieve a 3-for-0 victory with it. Darn it, Oddish, use poison powder. Elika, upon hearing Xiaoji's words, felt not the slightest joy. Rather, she was somewhat irritated. Oddish released a cloud of purple poisonous powder, which carried a strong foul odor that irritated the fire dinosaur's nostrils. Upon catching a whiff of the smell, the fire dinosaur immediately covered its nose, trying to block out the stench. Fire dinosaur used flamethrower. Seeing the opponent make a move, Xiaoji began to issue commands. Fortunately, the problems he feared did not arise. The fire dinosaur obeyed Xiaoji's command, unleashing a torrent of blazing flames that incinerated all the poisonous powder released by Oddish and struck the Pokémon directly. Not good, Oddish, use protect. Elika shouted urgently. Just as her words fell, a shield suddenly appeared around Oddish, successfully blocking the flamethrower attack. Seeing Oddish's protective shield, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, during this interval, Xiaoji commanded the fire dinosaur to attack again. Fire dinosaur used Dragon Dance. Upon hearing Xiaoji's command, the fire dinosaur began to perform a peculiar dance. Not good, Oddish quickly used Petal Dance to interrupt the fire dinosaur. Elika shouted anxiously. As her words fell, Oddish began dancing strangely on the spot, and at that moment vibrant petals suddenly rained down from the sky. While Oddish was dancing, the fire dinosaur successfully completed its Dragon Dance, gaining the boost from the move. Fire dinosaur quickly used Flare Blitz. As Oddish began its dance, Xiaoji hurriedly issued commands. Upon receiving the command, flames enveloped the fire dinosaur, and it charged fiercely toward its opponent, all while the falling petals landed on its body. Oddish barely had time to evade when the fire dinosaur charged in front of it, colliding with it and sending it. At the same time, the fire dinosaur also suffered recoil damage from its Flare Blitz, sustaining significant injury. Oddish ultimately crashed into the wall and fell to the ground, unable to rise. Seeing that Oddish had lost its ability to battle, the female referee felt a bit disappointed, but still announced the results of the match seriously. Oddish has lost its ability to battle. The winner of the gym battle is Xiaoji from Jinshin Town. The referee announced the results of the battle. Congratulations, Xiaoji, you've earned the Rainbow Badge. Elika recalled her Oddish and smiled as she approached Xiaoji, handing him a colorful sunflower badge. Thank you. Xiaoji accepted the badge with both hands, expressing his gratitude. No need to mention it, Elika replied with a slight smile, then displayed a professional grin like a business person. Please be sure to visit our establishment again next time. I will, Xiaoji responded after a moment of surprise. Congratulations again, Xiaoji, you've earned another badge, bringing you one step closer to the Quartz Conference. At that moment, Xiaoxia and the others approached to congratulate him. Since you've already obtained the Rainbow Badge, let's continue on to the next city. Indeed, Xiao Gang suggested, stepping forward. Xiaoji nodded in agreement, and after reaching a consensus, they all exited the Rainbow Gym and began their journey to the next city. After finishing the battle at the Rainbow Gym, Xiaoji and his companions set out again, aiming to reach the next city to obtain more badges. However, the environment of Rainbow City seemed much larger than they had anticipated. After walking for half a day, Xiaoji and his group still couldn't find the exit from the city, getting lost in Rainbow City. No wonder it's called Rainbow City, it's enormous. We can get lost in a city like this, Xiaoxia quipped. Let's ask a passerby for directions. Xiao Gang, that's a good idea, Xiaoxia nodded, and eagerly began asking people nearby for directions. Xiao. However, just as they made their decision, a voice suddenly came from behind Xiaoji and the others. Xiaoji turned around to look. To his surprise, a rather plump lady embraced Xiaoji with her ample bosom. Xiao. The lady hugged Xiaoji tightly, calling him by that name enthusiastically. Xiaoji struggled to break free, finally escaping from her embrace. Auntie, you must have mistaken me for someone else, he said somewhat awkwardly. He could have dodged easily. Had it not been for the lattice urgency in finding her son, he could have evaded her grasp with his speed. However, if he had dodged and she hadn't caught him, he might have fallen to the ground. Hello, Auntie. I'm Xiaoxiao, a friend of Xiaoji. Upon seeing the aunt in this way, Xiaoxia thought she had encountered a relative of Xiaoji and stepped forward to greet her. Alright, no one asked you, Xiao Gang said awkwardly as he pulled Xiaoxiao away. The aunt was startled by the voice in her arms, and looked to confirm it was not her son before beginning her apology. I'm sorry, you look just like my son. Auntie, it's okay. What happened to your son? Why don't you come over here and tell us about it? Perhaps we can help you look for him. Xiaoji understood the aunt's feelings and began to comfort her. Thus Xiaoji and the others sat down at a nearby resting area in the square, with the aunt listening to her recount the situation. My son Xiaoyi. He suddenly disappeared, and I haven't seen him for 3 days. I've searched 3 places, but there's no sign of him. The ant said with a melancholic expression. So he is missing. Xiao Gang furrowed his brow, confirming. Could he have gone out to play, and is just late returning home? Maybe he's already back by now. Xiao Xia comforted her. Sigh. Actually, it's not just my child who is missing. The ant sighed and explained. Oh. Xiao Xia and Xiao Gang were taken aback by this. Look over there. The ant pointed to a row of posters on the wall, knowing that Xiao Gang and Xiao Xia might not believe her. These are missing person notices. Xiao Gang noted, looking at the posters filled with photos of missing. Yes, all those photos are of missing children. The ant nodded in confirmation. My goodness, so many people. Could it be that they encountered human traffickers? Xiao Xia looked at the number on the wall. There were at least more than 10, all of whom had gone missing in the past few days, making it hard not to suspect human traffickers. Don't jump to conclusions, or perhaps these children are just lost. Xiaoji admonished. Alright. Xiao Xia realized her own bad luck upon hearing Xiaoji. This city. It seems quite dangerous. Xiao Gang couldn't help but express his thoughts while looking at the photo. Then I'd better watch my step when I walk. After all, I'm so cute. If I get caught, there will be no number one beauty. Xiao Xia cupped her face with her hands, beginning to indulge in her own charm. Hearing this, Xiaoji nearly burst out laughing, and even Xiao Gang couldn't help but chuckle slightly, though they didn't say it aloud. It's strange. All the missing are children, and the number keeps increasing with no signs of stopping. It's truly a headache. Miss Junsha sat on her patrol motorcycle, parked it by the roadside, and took out a new poster to start pasting it on the wall. Another one has gone missing. Xiaoji suddenly asked. Yes, another one went missing today. Miss Junsha frowned, looking quite troubled. When she heard someone ask, she immediately shared with Xiaoji and the others without hesitation. Xiao Gang turned red upon seeing Miss Junsha, his breathing becoming rapid, as if awakening some strength. With a whoosh, Xiao Gang suddenly disappeared from his spot, and in the blink of an eye he was in front of Miss Junsha, boldly grabbing her hands. Dear Miss Junsha, with so many children missing, you must be having a tough time. Though my strength is limited, please allow. Let's hold hands and search together. Xiao Gang held Miss Junsha's hands, looking like a lovesick fool, which genuinely startled the beautiful Miss Junsha. Miss Junsha quickly slapped away Xiao Gang's hands and issued a warning. Just don't interfere with my duties. Okay. Xiao Gang's courage ultimately wasn't thick enough, and his tone began to waver. Alright, Xiao Gang, Miss Junsha still has work to do. Xiaoji stepped forward, pulling the sad Xiao Gang aside, then turned to Miss Junsha. Miss Junsha, I think I might have an important clue. Really? When Miss Junsha heard that after days of searching, she hadn't found anything, she became incredibly excited at the thought of a clue from Xiaoji, grabbing him and relentlessly asking, quick, tell me, what is the clue? Miss Junsha, I'm feeling dizzy. Xiaoji was shaken to the point of feeling lightheaded. Cough, cough, I lost composure. Miss Junsha noticed her inappropriate behavior and quickly began to apologize. We are also a bit uncertain, but let's first head to the Pokémon Center. There might be some clues there. Xiaoji said with a smile. Good, that works for me. Thus the two aligned in their thoughts, and Miss Junsha and Xiaoji set off together to the Pokémon Center. Upon arriving at the Pokémon Center, Xiaoji went directly to Miss Joy. Hello, Miss Joy. Has anything strange happened at the Pokémon Center lately that you could share with us? Xiaoji wasted no time and got straight to the point after arriving at the Pokémon Center. Now that you mention it, there really is. Miss Joy began to recount the strange occurrences at the Pokémon Center over the past 3 days, saying the strangest thing is that the Pokémon have been acting quite oddly, giving off a very strange vibe. After Miss Joy finished speaking and saw Miss Junsha approaching, she led Xiaoji and the others to the treatment. As soon as they entered the treatment room, everyone saw a Karakura lying on the verification table, a walking grass, and a lethargic Magikarp with a dazed expression. Look at them, all utterly listless. Even Magikarp, normally brimming with nothing but raw vitality, has succumbed to this strange lethargy. Miss Joy spoke with deep concern, her brow furrowed. Magikarp stared back at her with dull, lifeless eyes, as if silently addressing her directly. Magikarp, truly, my deepest gratitude for your concern. It's not just these Pokémon. After finishing her remark about Magikarp, Miss Joy gestured towards several others, illustrating their deteriorating condition. These ones too. And this Charmander. Even the flame atop his tail flickers weakly, teetering on the edge of extinction. And this little one. Miss Joy suddenly cradled a yellow-skinned ducklet in her arms and introduced him warmly to Ash and his companions. Well now, this is none other than Misty's future duck god. A rare treasure indeed. One alone could yield multiple exquisite dishes. Braised duck, red-cooked duck, beer-braised duck, scallion-scented duck. The repertoire was endless. Most crucially, he served as an ideal emergency ration. Though unlike Farfetch'd, he carried no natural seasoning, it mattered not. He possessed a system storage space to supply his own. At that thought, Ash's mouth watered uncontrollably, his tongue grew dry, saliva pooling at his lips. Ducklet's normally sharp, intelligent gaze met Ash's, and in that instant he seemed to perceive every conceivable culinary preparation reflected in Ash's eyes. Quack, quack, quack. The moment their eyes locked, Ducklet erupted into panic. Our duck god was utterly terrified, dashing wildly about the Pokémon Center desperate to flee. What's wrong with this ducklet? Why has he suddenly gone berserk? Miss Joy watched bewildered by his sudden frenzy. Realizing his thoughts had betrayed him, Ash hastily reined them in. Don't worry, I'll protect you. Miss Joy gently embraced Ducklet, soothing him with tender words. Beside her, Brock gazed longingly, half wishing he were the one being comforted. Having received Miss Joy's profound gentleness, Ducklet buried his head deep into the comforting warmth of Ash even noticed Ducklet blushing as he nestled into that haven of tenderness. Miss Joy, could Ducklet's dazed expression possibly indicate something deeper? He's always been like this. It's not caused by external factors. Ash murmured pensively. Then what force could cause such widespread lethargy among Pokémon? Officer Jenny pressed her fingers to her temples, deeply perplexed, searching for answers. Before the children vanished were all city Pokémon perfectly normal, and only afterward did they begin exhibiting this state. Ash theorized. Yes, Miss Joy confirmed with a nod. So, could these two events be intrinsically linked? Officer Jenny recognized the connection instantly. If my intuition is correct, then yes. Ash, Misty looked around puzzled. But what phenomenon could possibly affect both Pokémon and humans alike in this manner? I suspect it's related to brainwave interference. Officer Jenny hypothesized. No, more precisely hypnosis waves. Ash shook his head with a gentle smile. Hypnosis waves. Upon hearing this, Officer Jenny understood immediately and retrieved a small device from her uniform. What is that? Misty asked curiously. A detector, capable of pinpointing the exact source of hypnosis. Officer Jenny explained patiently, then followed the device's directional signal. Ash and his friends fell in step behind her without hesitation. No need, you simply follow me. Ash smiled confidently. Why? Officer Jenny asked, genuinely baffled. Officer Jenny, I must confess I am a psychic-type trainer. Ever since arriving in this city, I've sensed an anomalous wave emanating from a single location. Yet I withheld it earlier, fearing you wouldn't believe me. Ash explained calmly. Why should I trust you? She challenged. Here, this is proof. As Ash spoke, his eyes glowed azure, and a glass cup levitated effortlessly into the air. To further convince her, he then lifted Magikarp upward with telekinetic precision. Witnessing this marvel, Officer Jenny could no longer deny Ash's psychic ability. Only after Ash invited her to inspect each Pokeball, confirming no other psychic-type Pokémon were present, did she fully accept the truth. Thus Ash led Officer Jenny, Brock, and Misty to the rooftop of a towering high-rise, where a lavish villa and expansive garden greeted them upon exiting the elevator. Ash and Brock approached the villa's entrance unhurriedly and pushed the door open. Inside stood a gathering of impeccably dressed social elites. Upon spotting Ash's group, they first scanned them coolly, then visibly recoiled in surprise, clearly astonished at how the intruders had breached their exclusive gathering. Their astonishment deepened when they noticed Officer Jenny's police uniform. Mistaking her presence for an arrest, they assumed someone among them had committed a crime. Whispers erupted across the room as guests speculated wildly about who had broken the law. Officer Jenny, the culprit is Soliberry. The rest is yours to handle. Ash observed their reactions, frowned slightly, and stepped discreetly behind the group. Having confirmed the source, Officer Jenny addressed the assembly, explaining precisely why they had come. The host, upon learning of Soliberry's involvement, reacted with genuine shock, utterly unprepared for such a turn of events. Had Officer Jenny not arrived in time, he would have unwittingly committed a grave error. Unaware of the danger, unfolding beneath his roof. After expressing heartfelt thanks, the host joined them in rushing to the lakeside, where they located the affected children and successfully reversed the hypnosis wave's influence. After successfully reuniting the woman with her child, Xiaoji and his companions returned to the Pokémon Center with Psyduck in tow. Sigh. While all the other Pokémon have fully recovered, why must there still be this one headache? Miss Joy sighed deeply, her brow furrowed as she gazed helplessly at the Psyduck before her, clearly at a loss for how to handle it. No problem, I'll take care of it. Caring for Pokémon is my greatest strength, declared Xiaogang confidently, thumping his chest the moment he heard Miss Joy's plight. Upon hearing the word handle, Xiaoji's eyes lit up instantly, misinterpreting it entirely. Exactly. Please entrust this handling to us. He eagerly thumped his own chest and saw. Wonderful. Then Psyduck is in your hands. I believe he's a wild Pokémon. Miss Joy clapped her hands together, visibly relieved. The moment they learned Psyduck was wild, both Xiaoji and Xiaogang lost interest. Xiaogang's disinterest stemmed purely from his specialization in rock and ground-type Pokémon. Capturing a water-type held no appeal for him. Xiaoji meanwhile recoiled, not out of disdain, but because capturing wild Pokémon without authorization was unlawful. And so the trio set off once more, with Psyduck in tow. Yet none of the three harbored any real desire to capture Psyduck. Xiaogang. Xiaoji, didn't you just vow to Miss Joy that you'd take responsibility? Why leave him wandering outside? Xiaoxia called out to them ahead. Well, Psyduck is a water-type Pokémon, your specialty. You should be the one to capture him. Faced with Xiao Xia's sharp inquiry, Xiao Gang hastily deflected. And what about you, Xiao Ji? She demanded, hands planted firmly on her hips. I already have 6 water types, Squirtle and Gyarados among them. Adding another would upset the balance. Xiao Ji scratched his head sheepishly. Why must I carry such an absurd Pokémon? Absolutely not. Xiao Xia flatly rejected their excuses. Hearing her words, the two exchanged a knowing grin, and bold. Then why did you so eagerly promise Miss Joy? Only to abandon your word now. Xiao Xia stamped her foot in exasperation. She turned, and met Psyduck's gaze. As the dim-witted Pokémon shambled slowly toward her, she startled violently, and instinctively stepped backward. By sheer coincidence, her heel landed squarely on a smooth river stone in the park, and down she tumbled, landing hard on the ground. In that fateful instant, a Pokeball slipped from Xiao Xia's pocket and rolled gently, straight to Psyduck's feet. Psyduck blushed faintly, grinned slyly, and nudged the Pokeball lightly with his head. With a sharp pop, a crimson beam erupted from the Pokeball, bathing Psyduck in radiant light, and in a flash he vanished within. Xiao Gang and Xiao Ji, who'd somehow reappeared, grinned broadly as they offered their congratulations. Xiao Gang and Xiao Ji, who'd somehow reappeared, grinned broadly as they offered their congratulations. Ah no, my head is pounding. Xiao Xia collapsed inward, clutching her temples in despair. Psyduck's chronic headache had transferred, seamlessly, to her. Hey, don't fret, Xiao Xia. Xiao Ji chuckled. You may yet discover Psyduck's charm. Now then, onward we go to Beauty Avenue, the sacred dreamland of every Pokémon breeder. Xiao Gang beamed with excitement. Let's skip it, we shouldn't go. If you wish to become a mid-tier breeder, I'll teach you myself. He patted his chest proudly. You? Really? Xiao Gang eyed him skeptically. What do you mean by that? I'm a senior breeder. I certainly can teach you. Xiao Ji's expression darkened instantly. Actually, there's no need. You've already been there. Teaching you directly will save time and be far more efficient. To dissuade Xiao Gang from pursuing that ill-fated path, Xiao Ji even revealed his status as a senior trainer, unwilling to let his friend become a hapless devotee. In the anime, Xiao Gang's visit ended not only in servile devotion, but in unpaid Pokémon caretaking, culminating in bitter emotional rejection. Who could endure such humiliation? But Beauty Avenue is the holy grail for breeders. Xiao Gang persisted undeterred. 1,000 Poke Dollars, plus my guarantee you'll reach mid-tier breeder status. Deal. To prevent Xiao Gang's folly, Xiao Ji deployed his ultimate bargaining chip, sacrificing dearly. Agreed. The offer was too irresistible. Xiao Gang accepted, instantly terrified Xiao Ji might retract it. Oh no, I've been tricked. Can I back out? Xiao Ji saw Xiao Gang's eagerness, and knew he'd been outmaneuvered. With profound sorrow, he handed over a USB drive, filled with rare training materials he'd accumulated through daily silence. Xiao Ji's expression was pure anguish, the grief of parting with something precious. Don't worry, brother Gang. I won't let you stay single, nor let you raise someone else's partner. As your brother, I'll stand unwaveringly by your side, helping you find love, ahem. Xiao Ji locked eyes with Xiao Gang, his gaze resolute as he clasped his shoulder, his silent vow echoing deep within. Xiao Ji and his companions left Rainbow City, setting off towards the next city. On their way, they happened to encounter an elf clad in light purple samurai armor. His body was brown, his head adorned with plate-like hair, and he wore red boxing gloves on his hands along with light purple shoes on his feet. Is this the legendary orthodox fighting Pokemon, the god of boxing, A.B. Lang? I've heard that only the Kickmaster Xiao Lang can compete with him. Xiao Xia, her hands clasped below, looked at A.B. Lang with surprise, quoting a promotion she had heard from. It's absurd that A.B. Lang is being promoted as a divine beast. The most ridiculous part is that someone actually believes it. He certainly looks quite strong. Xiao Gang nodded in agreement, praising him. Upon seeing A.B. Lang, Xiao Ji immediately used the system's detection function to check the elf's information. Elf A.B. Lang. Gender male. Level 28. Ability Keen Eye. Thanks to its keen eye, accuracy will not be reduced. Qualification Gem. Item none. Moves: Absorb Punch, Surprise Attack, Bullet Punch, Faint Vacuum, Wave Tackle, Assist, Mock Punch, Power Up Punch, Detect, Quick Defense, Revenge, Quick Defense, Fire Punch, Ice Punch, Thunder Punch, Agility. This is a decent experience package. Oh, I could take him down. After reviewing the information, Xiao Ji nodded. Having decided to battle A.B. Lang, Xiao Ji wasted no time and sent out his Pokemon. Go Maiwaka. Upon seeing the enemy, A.B. Lang immediately became serious, watching the sudden appearance of his opponent with A.B. Lang. Let's have a Pokemon battle. Xiao Ji shouted at A.B. Lang. Fight. A.B. Lang, hearing Xiao Ji's words, looked excitedly at Maiwaka. Oh, you want to duel my A.B. Lang? At that moment, a muscular middle-aged man walked over. That's right, Xiao Ji confirmed without hesitation. Alright, I accept, the muscular man agreed. After speaking, the two casually found a place to start the battle, with Xiao Gang serving as the referee. The rules are unknown. Is that fine? Xiao Gang looked at the two and asked. No problem, they replied in unison. Very well, let the match begin. Seeing that everything was fine, Xiao Gang immediately announced the start of the match. Miyawakai Seed Machine Gun. After receiving the command, Miyawakai shot out several seeds at AB Lang. AB Lang used agility to dodge the opponent's attack, then strike with Fire Punch. AB Lang swiftly dodged the seed machine gun and launched a fierce attack on Miyawakai. Raising his flaming fist, Xiao Ji commanded Miyawakai use Substitute, then follow up with Toxic. After receiving the command, Miyawakai quickly created a substitute from its body, blocking the opponent's attack. As it did so, a layer of purple toxic gas seeped into the air from the substitute. Due to being too close, AB Lang quickly inhaled several breaths of the toxic gas, ultimately succumbing to poisoning with his face turning purple and a painful expression appearing. AB Lang. Seeing AB Lang's condition, the muscular man couldn't help but shout. Clearly he realized that Xiao Ji's Miyawakai was at a higher level than his AB Lang, and he felt like he was being used as an experience package. AB Lang absorbed Punch. Miyawakai forced Judgment. AB Lang, enduring his poisoned state, used Absorb Punch. Suddenly, a gigantic tree erupted from the ground at AB Lang's position, growing into a towering tree that trapped AB Lang inside, forcibly draining his energy. In the moment AB Lang was ensnared by Forest Judgment, he quickly lost stamina, his eyes gradually spiraling into circles, completely losing the ability to fight. In the moment AB Lang was ensnared by Forest Judgment, he quickly lost stamina, his eyes gradually spiraling into circles. Xiao Ji looked at the scene before him, nodding in satisfaction. What is this situation? The middle-aged man, having never witnessed such a move and spectacle, was momentarily at a loss. Xiao Gang, I won, right? Upon realizing his victory, Xiao Ji didn't want to waste time, and turned to Xiao Gang, asking him to announce the result. Xiao Gang and Xiao Xia, still in a state of confusion, snapped back to reality after hearing Xiao Ji's words. Odd. Okay, I understand. After regaining his composure, Xiao Gang nodded with a flustered expression. I declare that the winner of this battle is the trainer from Jinshin Town, Xiao Ji. Xiao Gang announced the result loudly. I actually lost. The middle-aged man witnessing this scene fell to his knees. Seemingly unable to accept such an outcome, after recalling AB Lang, he ran towards the Pokémon Center. After the muscular man ran off, Xiao Ji looked at the giant tree before him, feeling a bit of a headache, unsure how to deal with it. By the way, Miyawakai, can you retract this thing? With no other options, Xiao Ji finally turned to Miyawakai and asked. Upon hearing Xiao Ji's words, Miyawakai nodded, indicating it could do so. It then approached the tree, which magically transformed into a glow and slowly disappeared. Watching the scene unfold, Xiao Ji secretly decided that unless absolutely necessary, he would never use that move again. Just after the middle-aged man left, a girl ran out from behind a tree and approached Xiao Ji and his companions. Hello. The girl greeted Xiao Ji and his companions. Hello, beautiful miss, may I ask what brings you to us? Xiao Gang blushed upon seeing the beautiful girl and actively inquired. I'm really sorry, my father just... It's alright, these are minor issues that we won't mind. The girl politely bowed in apology. Xiao Gang waved his hand with a silly grin. Xiao Ji looked at Xiao Gang's obsequious demeanor, feeling speechless inside. Thank you so much for defeating my father. I believe he should be able to come home with me now. Thank you very much. The girl bowed again to Xiao Ji. No need to be so polite. Xiao Ji thought to himself, marveling at how grateful the girl was. I defeated your father, and now you want to thank me. If your father saw this, he might just remind you of the joyful moment. Although you have defeated my father, now he might return home. But just in case, could I trouble you to defeat my father once more? Oh no, to defeat the AB Lang he has in the fighting tournament. The girl looked eager, seemingly worried that this wouldn't suffice to make her father give up completely, hence, she made. Don't worry, no problem, I've got this. Xiao Gang confidently patted his chest and agreed. Xiao Ji, hearing Xiao Gang answer for him, felt another wave of speechlessness inside. She is asking me for help, and I haven't even said anything yet. You spoke up for me. You're impressive, you're so noble, even Yi Xiao Chuan isn't as noble as you. Just like that, Xiao Ji and Xiao Xia ended up at the girl's home without realizing it. It was a training hall adorned with fighting signs. By the way, Miss Aimee, what is the P1 grand prize? Xiao Gang asked curiously. Xiao Ji, you're impressive, you're noble. You agreed without knowing anything. By the time someone sells you, you wouldn't even realize. Xiao Ji once again internally mocked Xiao Gang's obsequious behavior. That's the highest competition for fighting-type Pokémon, abbreviated as the P1 Grand Prix. It's a contest specifically for fighting techniques. Aimee didn't find Xiao Gang's ignorance strange. In fact, she patiently explained. In simpler terms, it's like the baby. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ji instantly understood, though he kept his thoughts to himself. Why do they call it the baby? That's because even a trainer like Xiao Ji, who had just begun his journey in the original story, could successfully win the championship cup. What else could it be but the baby cup? Alternatively, this so-called fighting championship is simply a wild competition hosted by some unknown. My father devoted himself entirely to winning this tournament. That's why he secluded himself deep in the mountains for cultivation, neglecting his family responsibilities entirely. Aimee lowered her head sorrowfully, as she spoke, her voice tinged with quiet melancholy. I see. So you're seeking someone capable of defeating Abelang, to awaken your father's senses once more. Upon hearing this, Xiao Gang's expression softened with empathy as he gazed at Aimee. Perhaps it was because his own father had likewise vanished without trace, leaving him adrift for years, that Xiao Gang felt such profound resonance, understanding Aimee's anguish all too well. And precisely for that reason his resolve to help Aimee only deepened. Yes. Aimee nodded meekly, her eyes downcast, and voice barely a whisper. Very well, consider it done. This matter rests firmly in our hands. Xiao Gang sprang upright, pounding his broad chest with a resounding thump as he pledged his commitment. Very well, consider it done. This matter rests firmly in our hands. I never volunteered, and besides I don't even have a fighting-type Pokémon. How exactly am I supposed to compete? Ash began to protest, acutely aware that he currently carried no fighting-type companion. Don't you have Charizard? And I've got my Geodude. We'd be an unstoppable duo. Winning the championship would be child's play. Xiao Gang tossed out his Pokeball and sidled up beside Ash, grinning foolishly. Ash could only stare in silent exasperation, utterly at a loss for words. You plan to use Geodude? Are you certain, Xiao Gang? Xia raised an eyebrow. After all, fighting types held a decisive advantage over rock types, making his strategy seem wildly counterintuitive. No worries, we've got Ash's Charizard on our side. Xiao Gang replied with a guileless smile. Alright, fine, I'll join you. But let me warn you now, I can't guarantee Charizard will win. Ash sighed helplessly. I knew you'd say yes. Xiao Gang chuckled, utterly unconcerned with victory or defeat. And so Ash and his companions set off once more toward the tournament venue to register. Upon arriving at the competition grounds, they completed registration, pre-battle inspections, and weight checks before finally entering the arena. Once inside, Ash and Xiao Gang discovered only about 30 competitors had gathered, prompting the tournament to commence without delay. The fighting-type matches took place on a standard boxing ring, where trainers were required to command their Pokémon from. The tournament's rules were refreshingly straightforward. Only fighting and normal-type moves were permitted, all others were strictly forbidden, and battle concluded only when one Pokémon collapsed. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed fans of the fighting type, brace yourselves. The long-awaited Pone Grand Tournament is about to begin. The announcer's booming voice echoed from the podium, heralding the imminent start. As soon as he finished speaking, thunderous cheers erupted across the venue. A cacophony of voices surged as one, deafening, electrifying. After the roar subsided, entrance music swelled, and all contestants stepped onto the ring in turn for their grand introductions. Once introductions concluded, the first round of elimination matches commenced. Ash and Charizard's debut battle pitted them against a Machop. Round 1 begins now. Facing the supremely confident Machop, what Pokémon will Trainer Ash deploy? Let us watch closely. The announcer's voice soared with dramatic flair. Go Charizard! Ash hurled his Pokeball, and Charizard burst forth in a blaze of flame. Whoa! Unbelievable! Trainer Ash has summoned Charizard, the evolved form of the Fire-type starter Charmander. A truly astonishing choice. The announcer's excitement reached fever pitch. And now, the inaugural match of the Pone Grand Tournament officially begins. Roar! The Typhlosion burst onto the stage with a thunderous bellow radiating overwhelming presence. Might. Meanwhile, the Machop answered with its own defiant roar. Thus the two Pokémon locked eyes the moment they entered, staring each other down in silent, unblinking confrontation. Just then the arena bell began to chime. Clang clang, signaling the official commencement of the first match of the martial arts tournament. Upon hearing the starting bell, Machop launched an immediate ferocious assault, raising one arm into a razor-sharp blade and slashing downward toward Typhlosion. Typhlosion did not flinch. It countered with a precise arm blade block and seized the opening to deliver a devastating sky uppercut. Oh, judging by the current momentum, Satoshi's Typhlosion appears to hold the upper hand. The commentator exclaimed, voice brimming with excitement. Once bonded with Satoshi, every Pokémon undergoes rigorous foundational weight training, typically carrying at least 10 pounds of resistance. Though Typhlosion had not accompanied Satoshi on his travels, Professor Oak's laboratory housed specialized training equipment left behind specifically by Satoshi. These implements were discarded weights once used by Pikachu during earlier training, each weighing no less than 10 pounds. Hence, even Typhlosion's seemingly casual punch carried immense concentrated force. Struck squarely by Typhlosion's sky uppercut, Machop collapsed instantly, defeated with startling ease. Satoshi stared, momentarily stunned by how effortlessly his opponent had fallen. Granted, this Machop was only level 9, but it remained a fully fledged Pokémon. How then could it be overpowered so swiftly? The first match has concluded. Machop cannot rise. The victor is Satoshi and his Typhlosion. Let us erupt in jubilant celebration for them. The commentator roared with unrestrained passion, electrifying the crowd, whose cheers swelled into a roaring wave of exultation. So it's him. I never imagined his Typhlosion would prove so formidable. A truly worthy adversary, though its strength ends here. From the competitor's corridor Fando, AI May's father, watched Satoshi and Typhlosion with gleaming eyes of fierce longing igniting within him to claim that Typhlosion for himself. Once Satoshi's first match concluded, Takashi stepped onto the stage. His Geodude faced off against Sawalang, the legendary ghost of kicking technique. From the outset, Takashi deployed Geodude, but the moment it entered the ring it fell into pure defense. After all, it was type disadvantaged, mounting any meaningful counterattack seemed nearly impossible. Yet Takashi, the indomitable warwolf, showed no fear. He even turned mid-battle toward AI May and declared, voice dripping with devotion, AI May, I fight for you. Cheer for me. Heavens above. Such abject devotion. Were I ever to witness such folly again, I'd drag Takashi from the ring, knock him senseless, and enroll him in a reconditioning program for obsessive romantic delusion, lest he utter another word of such folly. On the stage, after enduring prolonged defense, Geodude finally surged forward, charging headlong into direct combat. Watch out. AI May cried from the stands, unable to contain her alarm. Huh. As Takashi glanced back toward AI May, thud. A resonant impact echoed. All spectators watched in stunned silence as Geodude launched midair, crashed straight onto Takashi's head. Oh ho ho. Go on, Sawalang. Kick it to oblivion. Musashi crowed, clapping with glee as she commanded Sawalang to press the assault. Clearly Team Rocket still seethed with resentment over Takashi's previous humiliation when his Onix sent them flying through the air. Ow! Rubbing his throbbing skull, Takashi rose with a grimace, only to lock eyes with Musashi's triumphant grin. His frustration flared, and he immediately resumed, commanding Geodude to strike back. At its trainer's command, Geodude charged without hesitation, straight towards Sawalang. Hold nothing back. Kick it to death. Musashi shrieked, euphoric. Sawalang leapt high, landed before Geodude, and unleashed a relentless barrage of kicks, each blow landing true. Overwhelmed by type disadvantage, Geodude could only cross its arms over its face, enduring the onslaught in grim silence. Then, the middle-aged muscular man reappeared beside them, this time holding a crimson cloth in his hand. If this continues, your Geodude, outmatched by Sawalang's typing, has already lost. Worse still, your Pokémon will suffer grievous harm. A true man does not cling to pride. He accepts defeat with courage. The man approached Takashi and extended the red cloth. A truly great man embraces honesty. Takashi clenched his jaw, hesitating, until the man added, voice calm, yet resolute. Be brave. Starting anew is never failure. Those words broke his resolve. I understand. Takashi exhaled, a deep shuddering breath, as if releasing a burden long borne. Then with solemn finality, he cast the crimson cloth onto the arena floor. Alas, we'd hoped for a miracle, but instead Geodude's trainer has forfeited. What a pity. Let us now applaud Sawalang's trainer, the rightful victor. The commentator shook his head in genuine regret, announcing the outcome. Geodude. The instant the match ended, Takashi sprinted into the ring, scooping Geodude into his arms, cradling it with tender anguish. Gently stroking its battered form, he whispered apology. I'm sorry, Geodude, I pushed you too far. Every wound you bear I'll polish with sand until it gleams like starlight. I leave it to you now, Satoshi. Takashi said, stepping off the stage. Geodude held close. Understood. Leave everything to me. Satoshi nodded firmly. Having triumphed in his first bout, Satoshi advanced steadily, battle after battle, until he stood at the threshold of the tournament's final match. There he faced only two opponents remaining, AI May's father, and the trio masquerading as Team Rocket. Both Hitmonlee and Sawalang ranked among the most elite fighting-type Pokémon, making their clash not merely decisive but historic. The most exciting match of the day began as the two fighting-type spirits faced off. Under the guidance of her father, Amy Abalong wasted no energy deftly dodging all of Chavaron's attacks. Although all the attacks were avoided, Musashi's temper was less forgiving, and she gritted her teeth in frustration. Damn it, why can't Chavaron ever land a hit on the opponent? It's fine as long as we immobilize his feet, he'll be finished. Use strong glue, Meow. After saying this, Meow ran under the arena to set up a device. Pikachu, go watch under the arena. If you see Meow, chase him away. Ash instructed the Pikachu on his Pika. Got it, brother. Pikachu nodded and jumped down, burrowing underneath the arena. Not long after Pikachu burrowed in, Abalong on the arena suddenly froze, standing still without moving. Seeing this opportunity, Chavaron seized the moment to launch an attack, continuously kicking towards Abalong. Ash observed closely, and sure enough, there was a blob of strong glue beneath Abalong. Meow. What? Pikachu. Suddenly a bright light shone from beneath the arena. After the electric light disappeared, Meow crawled out, completely charred. What a disgusting feeling, Meow. On the arena, Amy watched her father's Abalong being mercilessly attacked, and she could no longer hold back. She leaped onto the stage and stood in front of Abalong, saying to Chavaron, stop. Don't bully my dad's Pokémon anymore. Musashi showed no regard for her as a little girl or a child. With victory so close at hand, she ordered Chavarin to ignore Amy and continue the assault. At that moment, Amy's father rushed onto the stage using his body to block Chavarin's attack. However, at the instant he was kicked, Amy's father could not withstand Chavarin's flying kick and his body was sent crashing against a pillar, ultimately collapsing outside the arena. However, at the instant he was kicked, Amy's father could not withstand Chavarin's flying kick and his body was sent. At the same time, this made him realize that he cared more about his family than the championship. With this understanding, he sighed in relief. As long as his family was safe, the championship could be regained. Losing his family would be irreversible. That's great. Amy is fine. Standing at a distance, Brock watched this scene, with tears streaming down his face. Since they have reconciled, this match should officially come to an end. Ash smiled gently, then fixed his gaze on the tall man in black. What do you mean? Misty looked at Ash with confusion, not understanding what was happening until the next moment. Team Rocket, isn't it time to end your little act? Ash asked with a slight smile. The Team Rocket duo was momentarily taken aback by Ash's words. They had intended to retort until they saw Ash's confident smile. Musashi realized they had been exposed and decisively threw off her long coat. To prevent the world from being destroyed. To protect the peace of the world. On the stage, Musashi rode on Kojiro, who was visibly trembling with fear. To promote love and justice, the cute and charming villain. I can't take it anymore. Kojiro's face turned red, collapsing to the ground, appearing as if he were on the verge of fainting. This clearly indicated that Musashi was heavy while Kojiro was unmistakably thin. What a pitiful guy, being crushed by such a heavy object must be quite uncomfortable, right? Ash shook his head and sighed as he looked at the nearly incapacitated Kojiro, teasing. What does it matter to you? Even without Meow's cheating, do you really think your Charizard can defeat our Chavarin? Musashi scoffed, clearly dismissing Ash's comment. You can give it a try. Let's see who falls first. Me? Ash smirked, devilishly raising an eyebrow at Musashi. Ding ding, the final match was about to begin. Chavarin used Flying Kick to take down that Charizard. Musashi commanded. Chavarin seemed confused as to why his true owner had appeared, and yet he still willingly followed the commands of Team Rocket. He obediently listened, showing no sign of resistance, as if he had forgotten his previous master. Chavarin suddenly leapt up, executing a flying kick aimed directly at Charizard with pinpoint precision. In that moment, Ash spotted a flaw in Chavarin's defense. Charizard strike in the direction of Chavarin. Ash telepathically commanded Charizard to attack. As soon as the command reached Charizard's ears, he began his assault, delivering a chop towards Chavarin's side. When Chavarin was struck in its vital spot, its eyes widened in shock, never expecting an attack to land there. It jumped up, clutching its crucial area in discomfort. All the male spectators felt a chill run down their spines, sensing a phantom pain in a certain area. Chavarin, what are you doing? Quickly fight back. Musashi, seeing Chavarin's state, felt no sympathy. Instead, she angrily commanded Chavarin to continue the counterattack. But Ash would not give Chavarin a chance to react, seizing the moment to strike. Charizard, now's your chance. Use Mountain Press. Upon receiving the instruction, Charizard suddenly leaped into the air, descending towards Chavarin's position. Chavarin remained trapped in its pain, unable to forget it for a long time. In the final moments of the match, it could only see an orange-black silhouette descending upon it. In that instant, Chavarin lost its fighting capability and lost the match, while Charizard emerged victorious in the championship battle. The champion has appeared. Our contestant Ash, with Charizard's final blow of Mountain Press, claimed the championship title. Let's congratulate. After the match concluded, Pikachu returned the bombs prepared by Team Rocket to them, and as they were leaving, Pikachu also sent them a thunderbolt, allowing them to ascend to the sky as they wished. What a disgusting feeling. Leaving behind this classic line, they transformed into a shooting star and vanished. Congratulations on attaining the title of champion in combat. I believe this Charmeleon may possess a natural talent for fighting. It's a pity, however, that it is not a fighting-type Pokémon. Alternatively, this so-called fighting championship is simply a wild competition. Yet even so, what does it matter? I have immense confidence in myself. I can train him to become a true champion. Would you consider handing him over to me? Upon hearing the Bowtie's father's words, Ash first smirked, disdainfully replying, no need for that. This champion title is merely part of our journey. Moreover, my Charmeleon is already a champion. Furthermore, our ultimate goal is to become Pokemon masters, not just to claim this one championship, right, Charmeleon? Charmeleon nodded proudly at Ash's words. The Bowtie's father was momentarily taken aback by this statement, unsure of how to respond, as the other party was indeed quite correct. Moreover, uncle, if you wish to fulfill your dreams through someone else's Pokemon, isn't that a bit immature? Others' Pokemon will always remain as theirs, and by doing so you are merely stealing the fruits of their labor. Even if you acquire it, it ultimately does not belong to you. Ash gave the Bowtie's father a meaningful glance. After saying this, Ash chose to ignore the Bowtie's father, leaving him behind to ponder while he and Charmeleon enjoyed their champion moment. After collecting the champion prize from the competition, Ash and his companions left the city. Upon departing, they arrived at a seemingly dilapidated industrial city known as Heiyun City. True to its name, the skies above Heiyun City were shrouded in dark clouds, imparting an impression of decay and oppression. Upon entering the city, Ash and his companions were greeted by a foul odor reminiscent of fermented durian, mixed with the scent of socks that hadn't been washed in 10 years, making them feel faint. "It stinks so much," Misty exclaimed, pinching her nose in disgust. "I heard this place was heavily industrialized, which severely polluted the environment, leading to this foul smell." Brock, having clamped his nose with a clothespin, explained to Misty, "I've heard such claims before. I didn't know until I came here. Now I realize just how bad it is." "It's truly disgusting," Misty remarked disdainfully. "Even if industrialization has led to severe pollution, logically, it shouldn't smell this bad. There must be some Grimer nearby causing this odor. Once we leave, it should return to normal." Ash sensed a group of Grimer beneath them and urged everyone to leave quickly. Upon hearing Ash's words, the two hurriedly left to avoid the stench. Sure enough, after they left, as Ash had said, they inhaled fresh air free from the previous foul odor. However, as they drew ever closer to Heiyun City, Pikachu seemed to be experiencing some issues. The little Pokémon appeared listless, its face slightly flushed with sparks of electricity flickering from Having been a breeder, it was Brock's first encounter with Pikachu in such a condition, leaving him somewhat perplexed. It's in an electrified state. The surrounding electricity is too abundant, causing it to enter this condition, Ash deduced after observing Pikachu. Just as Ash explained, a sudden surge of electricity erupted from Pikachu, catching Ash off guard. Fortunately, Ash was already accustomed to Pikachu's electric shocks and merely felt a slight tingle. After the shock, Ash only felt a slight numbness, nothing more. In the past, Ash often tried to use Pikachu's shocks to train his body, so he had long since gotten used to it, and naturally did not react much. Brock also noticed Pikachu's condition and realized it was using its electric shock on Ash, so he quickly intervened. "Ash, are you okay? You should put on rubber gloves." Brock took out a pair of gloves from his backpack and handed them to Ash, urging him to wear them quickly. Okay, Ash accepted them to avoid worrying his friends, and quickly donned the gloves. "Let's head to the Pokemon Center." Without further ado, Ash hugged Pikachu and rushed toward the Pokemon Center. After a while, they finally arrived. By the time Ash and his companions reached the Pokemon Center, it was already evening, and Nurse Joy was fast asleep. To get help for Pikachu, Ash and his friends incessantly pressed the buttons, causing a cacophony that even woke Nurse Joy from her deep slumber. Coming, Nurse Joy of Heiyun City rubbed her eyes and stepped out, only to begin complaining upon seeing Ash and his friends. "I can't stand it. Do you know what time it is? Good kids are already asleep at this hour." She yawned after speaking. "I'm terribly sorry for waking you, Nurse Joy, but my Pikachu seems unwell, and I need your assistance." Ash understood her feelings and acknowledged his wrongdoing, sincerely pleading for her help. "It might be a cold." Nurse Joy yawned again, glancing at Pikachu and Ash's arms, immediately coming to a conclusion. "Could you take a closer look? It's the most important Pokemon of my friend. Your sisters take great care of the Pokemon." Upon hearing Nurse Joy's remarks and noticing her attitude, they felt she was being irresponsible, leading to their Xiaoxia, let's be rational. Don't doubt Miss Joy's professionalism. Upon hearing Xiaoxia's words, Xiaoxi began to urge her to calm down. After all, to become a Miss Joy at a hospital, she must have undergone professional training, otherwise she wouldn't become a doctor. "Rational? What do you want me to be rational with? She's acting this way completely different from other Miss Joys. How can you expect me to be rational?" Xiaoxia said angrily to Xiaoxi. "Well, I know you're anxious, but hold on. Let me analyze it for you slowly." Miss Joy was unfazed by Xiaoxia's doubts, and even waved her hand to explain. "Look at Pikachu's cheeks, aren't they sparking? This is usually an early symptom of an electrical mouse catching a cold. If we let him stay here for a night, he can be cured quickly, so that's how it is." "I learned something new." Xiaojing nodded thoughtfully after hearing Miss Joy's words. Strangely, Xiaojing didn't blush upon seeing Miss Joy this time, a detail that caught his attention. Xiaoji noticed this and looked at Xiaojing with some surprise, feeling a sense of bewilderment, as if he was seeing a different Xiaojing than he knew. "Then I'll leave it to you, Miss Joy." Xiaoji handed Pikachu to Miss Joy, expressing his gratitude. "No need to be polite," Miss Joy replied lazily as she took Pikachu. Pikachu felt very reassured, lying in Miss Joy's gentle embrace. Thus, Xiaoji and his companions walked into the emergency room of the hospital. However, not long after they entered the Pokemon Center, suddenly lost power. The once bright Pokemon Center plunged into darkness at that moment. "How could the power go out suddenly?" Xiaojing questioned. "This is bad. These Pokemon are still in treatment. If the power doesn't come back soon, they might be in danger." Miss Joy frowned and said, "Isn't the Pokemon Center usually equipped with backup power?" Xiaoji asked, puzzled. "But we don't have that here." Miss Joy replied, distressed. Is that so? What should we do with Pikachu now?" Upon hearing Miss Joy's response, Xiaoji furrowed his brow, covering his forehead. "You can go check the power plant to solve the problem at the source. Seeing Gyarados' worried expression, Miss Joy suggested, "Where is the power plant? Let's go right away." Upon hearing that there was a way to resolve the issue, Xiaoji and his companions immediately asked for the specifics. Miss Joy promptly provided the location of the power plant. Thus Xiaoji and his companions set off together towards the power plant. After a brief run, they finally arrived at their destination, the entrance of the power plant. Surrounding the power plant was a coastline engulfed by sewage with towering chimneys and cold factory buildings. Xiaoji and his friends stood right in front of the iron gate of the power plant. "This must be the power plant," Xiaoxia said, looking at the power plant before her. "We should be at the right place this time," Xiaojang confirmed while gazing at the power plant. "Alright, let's stop talking. Pikachu is still waiting for us at the Pokémon Center, so let's hurry in," Xiaoji urged. However, just as they were about to enter, a familiar voice suddenly came from behind. "Pikachu, what are you doing here? Why aren't you staying at the Pokémon Center?" Xiaoji looked at Pikachu dragging its weary body, feeling a pang of heartache. He put on his gloves and rushed to Pikachu's side, embracing it. Pikachu extended its short arms, blushing, refusing to stay in the dark, unsafe Pokémon. "Alright, since you don't want to stay there, then just stick with me." Seeing Pikachu's unwillingness, Xiaoji couldn't bear to see it sad and agreed. Thus Pikachu rejoined the group as they walked into the power plant. Upon entering, they were greeted by a pitch-black corridor barely illuminated by the moonlight outside. Xiaoxia, looking at the dark corridor, began to feel a bit fearful. "What's wrong, Xiaoxia? Are you feeling unwell? If you're feeling unwell, you can wait for us outside or return to the Pokémon Center." Xiaoji noticed Xiaoxia's discomfort and expressed his concern. "No, I'm fine." Xiaoxia shook her head, declining Gyarados' kindness. "Well then, let's set off." After Xiaoji said this, he took the lead into the power plant. "Is anyone there? Is there anyone here?" After entering, Xiaoji and his companions began calling out, "Definitely not," because they were frightened by the darkness and wanted to bolster their courage with their voices. Continuing to shout isn't a solution. "I guess there must be at least one employee managing things around here," shout. Just then they noticed a neatly placed map of the corridor nearby. "That place ahead should be the central control room." Xiaoxia pointed to a location on the map and said to the two beside her, "Since that's the case, let's get moving." Xiaoji wasted no time and made the decision immediately. Just then, as they walked, a little creature suddenly flew past in the corridor. Xiaoji, seeing this, suddenly felt playful. "Did you two feel like we have a little companion with us?" Xiaoji said with a smile. In the pitch-black surroundings, Xiaojang and Xiaoxia could barely see Gyarados' face. Now with his smile appearing in the darkness, it looked quite eerie. If they weren't sure that Xiaoji was their companion, they might have punched him already. "Xiaoji, in such a dark place, your smile is quite scary," Xiaojing commented. "Haha, I'm really sorry." Xiaoji felt embarrassed upon hearing this and scratched his head, immediately apologizing. "Is there really something following us around?" Xiaoxia took Gyarados' words seriously, and just as he finished speaking, she indeed felt a chill on her back. At that moment, a gust of wind swept by, and a figure slowly flew past them. The sudden gust of wind sent chills down the spines of the other two, making them realize that something had just... After all, in such a closed space, how could a gust of wind suddenly appear? "It has appeared." The two suddenly shouted, their faces filled with fear as they pointed behind Xiaoji. Facing the astonished expressions of the two, Xiaoji calmly turned around and saw a round-shaped sprite, gray in color, with two horseshoe-shaped magnets on either side. "Oh, so it's just a Magnemite. Look at how scared you two are," Xiaoji teased them. "It's normal to see this sprite in a power plant." Xiaogang relaxed after realizing it was a sprite. "Damn you, Xiaoji, in such a dark environment, how could we possibly know it was a Magnemite?" After understanding the situation, Xiaoxia's veins bulged on her forehead as she rebutted, clenching her fists, as if ready to strike Xiaoji if he dared to say no again. I understand. Seeing Xiaoxia so angry, Xiaoji nodded, sincerely. "Not. That's good to know." Xiaoxia snorted. "Look over there." Suddenly Xiaogang pointed at Pikachu behind Xiao. Both of them turned to look and discovered that the Magnemite was circling around the feverish Pikachu. "It seems to be very interested in Pikachu. It doesn't look like it's playing a prank." Xiaogang stroked his chin and said seriously. "The Magnemite is blushing. They look as if they are in love." "In love, eh?" Xiaoxia cupped her face with her hands, revealing a silly smile. "If it were an animal-type Pokemon, I could understand, but can a non-organic Pokemon like Magnemite fall in love with an electric mouse? Is that even possible, Xiaoji?" Xiaogang exclaimed, feeling overwhelmed, and then looked at Xiaoji. "It's possible," Xiaoji replied with a mischievous smile. "You see, if Dr. Xiaoji says so, it must be." "That's good to hear." After receiving Xiaoji's affirmation, Xiaoxia placed her hands on her hips, looking smugly at Xiaogang. This is impossible." Xiaogang became even more flustered upon hearing this possibility, holding his head and looking at Xiaoji. "Haha, I was just joking, but certainly not due to any romantic relationship. After all, Magnemite is a genderless Pokemon. Oh, how could it fall in love?" Xiaoji smiled slightly as he explained to the two. After he finished explaining, Xiaogang and Xiaoxia stared at him with wide eyes. If looks could kill, Xiaoji would have died millions of times already. Being stared at by the two made Xiaoji feel a bit scared, fearing they might lash out, so he hurried to explain. Magnemite is attracted to Pikachu because Pikachu is in an electrified state, which is why it stuck to it. After hearing Xiaoji's words, the two calmed down for a moment. However, at that moment strange sounds suddenly echoed from the ventilation ducts, accompanied by a smell reminiscent of dirty socks that hadn't been washed for 10 years. Xiaoji, with his sharp sense of smell, found the odor particularly nauseating as it had been amplified dramatically. Earlier he hadn't felt much due to the distance, but now that he was close to the smell, he couldn't bear it and gagged. "What is that smell? It stinks," Xiao Xia exclaimed, covering her nose in disgust. Xiao Gang also caught whiff of the odor, and the expressions of the three turned to that of bitter melons. With a loud bang, the unknown object collided with the ventilation duct above them, causing several lumps of foul-smelling sludge to fall down. "Pikachu, it seems the enemy has targeted you as well. Stay back and help us buy some time, so we can escape," Xiaoji said to Pikachu, holding his breath upon seeing what was coming down. "Pika." Pikachu, hearing Xiaoji's words, glanced at the foul sludge, and then at Magnemite, comparing the two. Pikachu seemed to realize something. Its previously feverish head suddenly became alert, as if the fever had vanished, and it clung to Xiaoji's leg in fear. Alright, Pikachu, I was just joking. Look at how fierce the enemy looks. Do you think they came just to find you?" Xiaoji looked down at Pikachu, who seemed to hold a grudge and couldn't help but smile helplessly as he explained. Xiaoji, feeling helpless at the situation, then looked towards the foul sludge emerging from the vent. "You're the one I choose." Xiaoji thought of the nearing evolution of his Bulbasaur and threw out its Pokeball. As Bulbasaur appeared, its expression turned into a face of disgust as it summoned 2 vines to cover its mouth and nose. "Please, Bulbasaur." As soon as the words left his mouth, Bulbasaur understood what Xiaoji meant and emitted a special green energy that enveloped the surroundings. Suddenly, countless vines erupted from the ground, binding the group of sludge and preventing them from moving. After being bound by Bulbasaur's vines, the once lively sludge became listless, while Bulbasaur appeared to be enjoying the situation. This was the special ability of grassy terrain combined with the move Forest's Curse. She discovered this by chance. After using grassy terrain, using Forest's Curse would reduce Bulbasaur's energy consumption. Of course, this was conditional. When used under such circumstances, the power of Forest's Curse would be greatly diminished, and the duration of grassy terrain would change from 5 turns to 3. These are the conclusions Xiaoji had already tested and verified. As Myawakai defeated all the Chichuni in the area, a glow of evolution appeared around him. Xiaoji, having anticipated this, immediately threw a small bottle containing a green liquid to Myawakai. "Myawakai, quickly drink it," Xiaoji shouted at Myawakai. Upon hearing this, Myawakai suppressed the evolution glow with great effort, awkwardly extending 2 vines to catch the potion and drink it. After consuming the potion given by Xiaoji, Myawakai finally relaxed its guard and ceased suppressing the evolution glow. In that moment, its body began to expand at a visible rate. The small figure of 1.2 meters transformed into a towering 2.3 meters. In the blink of an eye, the surrounding space could barely accommodate the immense size of Myawahu. Xiaoji wasted no time and immediately used the system's scanning function to check on Myawahu's information. Pokemon Myawahu, gender male, level 38, ability Chlorophyll, thick, fat, potential champion, held item Miracle Seed, moves Sunny Day, tackle, roar, vine whip, growth, seed bomb, leaf blade, sleep powder, poison powder, toxic substitute, protect, grassy terrain. After reviewing Myawahu's basic information, Xiaoji was quite shocked, realizing it had gone from elite level potential to champion level. It must be said this potion was indeed powerful. With only a 10% chance of reaching champion level, it was quite the stroke of luck for Myawahu. Just as Xiaoji was examining Myawahu's evolution information, a Chichuni, even larger than the others, suddenly jumped down from the ventilation duct. The sound of its landing was quite hefty. Upon noticing the commotion, Xiaoji looked over, but due to Myawakai's massive size, he couldn't see the opponent clearly. He could only catch a glimpse of its lower half from under Myawahu. Despite only seeing the lower half, Xiaoji could still use the system's scanning function to check the opponent's info. Pokemon Chichuni, gender male, level 40, ability Poison Touch, may poison opponents upon contact. Potential elite held item Black Sludge, moves Pound, Harden, Toxic, Gas, Mud Slap, Disable, Mud Bomb, Mud Shot, Minimize, Toxic, Sludge Bomb, Sludge Wave, Screech, Garbage Shot. After reading Chichuni's information, Xiaoji immediately recalled Myawahu into its Pokeball and released Huyanlong. Huyanlong used Flamethrower. After releasing Huyanlong, Xiaoji quickly gave the command. Seeing Huyanlong preparing to attack, Chichuni retaliated with a few mud bombs from its mouth. The two forces collided, resulting in an explosion that canceled each other out, filling the area with smoke. However, what Chichuni did not expect was that the plants and trees left behind by Myawahu's grassy terrain were ignited by Huyanlong's flamethrower. In an instant, the confined space was engulfed in flames, creating a blazing inferno. Xiaoji had anticipated this and had already released Kamikame to prepare for firefighting. In the heart of the flames, Chichuni, being inherently filled with methane due to its natural habitat in the sewer, quickly ignited as the surrounding fire spread through the air. Baiduo. The agonizing cries of Chichuni soon echoed through the raging flames. Kamekame used water. Hearing the cries, Xiaoji realized the moment had come and immediately commanded Kamekame to start extinguishing the fire. At that moment, a voice suddenly came from behind them. Who are you and why are you setting fire in the power plant? Do you know how dangerous this is? The figure holding a flashlight and dressed in work clothes sternly shouted at Xiaoji and his companions. I'm really sorry, I'm in the process of putting out the fire. Seeing the staff arrive, Xiaoji immediately admitted fault and hurriedly urged Kamekame to expedite the firefighting efforts and also released Bukelong to assist. Upon hearing the staff's words and realizing the severity of the situation, Xiaoxia quickly released her water-type Pokémon to join the firefighting team. After the fire was extinguished, Xiaoji finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had nearly caused a disaster. Thankfully, he had put out the fire in time, otherwise a fire in the entire power plant would have been catastrophic. After witnessing Xiaoji extinguish the fire, the staff found a pile of Chichuni lying on the ground amidst the charred surroundings, and their anger subsided somewhat as they began to inquire about the situation. Upon hearing the staff's inquiries, Xiaoji voluntarily stepped forward to explain the situation. After listening to the explanation, the staff reluctantly let Xiaoji off the hook. Although Xiaoji helped them resolve the crisis, the staff still insisted that he pay for the repair costs of the wall. Of course, after dealing with the Chichuni, Xiaoji also, as in the original story, captured Chichuni as one of his Pokémon and sent it back. To Professor Oki. Due to Zioda's current Pokémon being at full capacity, the recently captured Chichuni was sent directly to Professor Oki, without Xiaoji even touching it. Nighttime. In Professor Oki's laboratory, he was happily enjoying a delicious bowl of seafood ramen. While eating, he suddenly heard a commotion from the nearby teleporter. Oh, a Pokémon is coming. I wonder whose Pokémon it is. Seeing this, Professor Oki instantly perked up, eagerly watching the teleporter with anticipation while continuing to eat his ramen. Whoosh. As Professor Oki was eating, a Pokeball was transported through the teleporter, and he suddenly caught a whiff of a foul odor. Suddenly, he felt that his ramen no longer smelled appealing, which dashed the previously cheerful mood of Professor Oki. This smell, could it be from that Pokemon? Professor Oki murmured to himself, and just as he was still processing this, the Pokeball opened automatically. He heard a bang, and out sprang a purple Pokemon that looked like rotten mud. With the appearance of this Pokemon, the foul odor that had only been present in the Pokeball was now amplified countless times, filling the entire laboratory. Baiduo. Upon emerging from the Pokeball, Chichuni glared fiercely at Professor Oki, then lunged at him, pinning the professor beneath it. Please don't send Chichuni to me. In the end, all that could be heard in the laboratory were the cries of Professor Oki. The next day around noon, Ash stood before the communication device at the Pokemon Center, hesitating. He wondered if making a call now would wake her up, especially since it was Sunday, the best time for many to rest after a holiday, and most people easily overslept. Moreover, Ash had never tried calling her in the morning, fearing it might disturb her sleep, so he refrained from calling Serena directly at this hour. However, not calling was not an option. After all, there were only so many opportunities to make a call, and if he missed this one, he wouldn't know when the next chance would come. After much thought, Ash ultimately decided it was better to make the call, otherwise he might not know when he could call it. Once he had made up his mind, Ash entered the phone number and decisively pressed the call button. In the Kalos region at Serena's home. Serena's mother, Sakura, who had just woken up, was washing vegetables in the kitchen, preparing to start cooking, when she suddenly heard the phone ringing from the living room. At this time, who would be calling? Sakura murmured in confusion. Although puzzled, she paused her actions and calmly walked to the phone. When she saw the caller ID showing it was from Kanto, Sakura quickly realized who was calling. After all, she didn't have many friends in Kanto, and it had been a long time since she last contacted them, so it couldn't be any of their calls. So it's that little guy? Could it be that he has taken a liking to my little Serena? With a call from Kanto, who else could be calling her family? However, this little guy usually never calls at this time. Oh, why is he calling now? Sakura recalled that Ash usually called around noon or in the evening, and she had never seen him call in the morning. So she found it strange, but she quickly figured out that Ash was currently traveling, and there were not many opportunities. Having come to that conclusion, Sakura didn't dwell on it any longer and answered the phone. Good morning, Ash. Upon seeing that it was Serena's mother, Sakura, who answered the phone, Ash didn't find it strange. After all, this was not the first time. You're so sweet this early in the morning. Ew, I've never seen you call at this time before. Do you have something to say? If you do, hurry up and say it. Sakura looked at Ash with a pleasant expression and then inquired further. Hee, you understand me, Sister Sakura, so I'll get straight to the point. Has Serena gotten up yet? Ash asked with a grin. Oh, so the call is for our little Serena. Sakura looked at Ash's handsome face, as if assessing a potential son-in-law. The more she looked, the more she liked him, making Ash feel a bit embarrassed. She's already up. She has been waiting for your call since early this morning. But wait here for a moment. I'll go get her. After Sakura finished speaking, she left under Ash's gaze. Soon after, Ash heard Sakura's voice from the other side, faintly catching what she said. Serena, wake up. Your beloved Ash has called to find you. He's waiting for you downstairs. Originally, Serena did not intend to get up when she heard her mother calling her, but upon hearing the key phrase, she immediately perked up. She jumped out of bed, not bothering to change out of her pajamas, and rushed downstairs. Thankfully, her mother Sakura reminded her to quickly change into some casual clothes before heading down. Meanwhile, Ash, who had been waiting anxiously, realized the cleverness of Sakura's tactics. He intended to hang up if Serena was still asleep. But he never expected that Sakura would guess his thoughts. Knowing Serena was still asleep, she simply went upstairs to wait. This made Ash internally exclaim that old acquaintances were indeed wise, and their methods were remarkable. Now even if he wanted to leave, he couldn't. After all, she had already been woken up, and leaving would not be good. After waiting for a while, Serena hurried downstairs and arrived at the phone. Good morning, Serena, Ash greeted with a smile. Good morning. Serena softly nodded in response, then asked, Ash, where are you now? I'm at the Pokémon Center in Black Cloud City, Kanto. I called mainly to see how you've been doing lately, and also to ask if the perfume I gave you in Rainbow City last time is good to use. The perfume is quite nice, Serena replied, her cheeks flushing slightly upon hearing that Ash had called just to... Really? I'm glad you like it. Ash felt happy upon hearing that Serena liked it, even planning to buy her more in the future and send her more good things he found during his travels. Meanwhile, Sakura, who was washing vegetables in the kitchen, couldn't help but smile and shake her head after noticing Serena's expression, as if she saw her younger self. Seeing Serena's adorable blushing face, Ash couldn't help but tease her a bit to lighten the mood, and eventually, he began sharing some amusing stories from his travels. This got Serena excited, and she started asking Ash about things to pay attention to while traveling. Eventually, when their conversation came to an end, it was Brock and Misty who approached Ash, urging him to set off for the next destination, and only then did they end the chat. However, at the very end, when Serena glanced at Misty, a hint of worry flashed in her eyes. But when Misty looked at Serena, she had a curious expression. Ash, who was that girl on the phone just now? After they hung up, Brock suddenly stepped forward and asked Ash. She's my friend, also my childhood sweetheart. Ash felt the initial explanation was inadequate, so he added an extra sentence. Upon hearing this, Misty finally understood that the childhood sweetheart Ash had mentioned earlier was this girl. Childhood sweetheart. Brock instantly became agitated upon hearing that the girl was Ash's childhood sweetheart, grabbing Ash's shoulders with an incredulous look. You actually have a childhood sweetheart. Have you confirmed your relationship yet? Not yet, Ash replied expressionless. Brock sighed in relief, thinking that one of his companions hadn't found a partner yet, until Ash's next words made him completely unsettled. In a few days I should be confirming our relationship, Ash said, a crooked smile on his face. Brock, upon hearing this, felt as if his mind had cracked, standing there motionless with a dazed expression as he stared. All right, Brock, stop overthinking. We should get going, Misty said, shaking her head helplessly as she stepped outside, reminding the two that it was time to set off. Xiao Ji and his companions had left Heiyun City for some time, heading towards the direction of the Qianhong Dojo. They had initially thought the journey would go smoothly, but unexpectedly, they had once again lost their way. Xiao Gang, how far are we from the Qianhong Dojo? Xiao Ji asked as he walked. Let me check. Xiao Gang pulled out a map, carefully comparing it with the surrounding environment, and finally confirmed. It seems we are still a mountain away from the Qianhong Dojo. If we push a bit harder, we should get there soon. A mountain away? Xiao Xia pondered upon hearing this, glancing at the towering mountains surrounding them. So which direction should we go? Xiao Ji looked at Xiao Gang helplessly. Xiao Gang, instead of rushing to answer, stared at the map, troubled by the mountains surrounding him, his face a picture of despair, unsure of where to start. We can't have lost our way again, can we? Xiao Xia quickly guessed the reason upon seeing Xiao Gang's distressed expression. After all, losing their way was not a rare occurrence for them. They had long since gotten used to it. Xiao Ji, finding the situation frustrating, rubbed his forehead. They could only rely on themselves to navigate. Thus they set off once again in search of the path to the Qianhong Dojo. After a while, Xiao Ji encountered several high-level Pokemon along the way and engaged in a few battles using his... Now Kami Turtle was on the brink of evolution, reaching level 35. Xiao Ji estimated that it only needed to win one more battle against a Pokemon of similar level or 2 battles to evolve into a Blastoise. Thus Xiao Ji began to keep an eye out for Pokemon around level 30. After half a day's search, he finally found a suitable target, a level 40 Kabutops. Seeing a suitable target appear, Xiao Ji wasted no time and immediately initiated the challenge. Kami Turtle used Bite. No sooner had he spoken than Kami Turtle charged towards Kabutops. The wild Kabutops, having lived in the forest for years, was quick to react and soon noticed the oncoming Kami Turtle. Faced with the charging Kami Turtle, Kabutops made a swift decision to counterattack. Taking advantage of Kami Turtle's momentum, its 2 spiky horns expanded slightly and clamped down towards Kami Turtle. Kami Turtle wearing sunglasses was caught off guard, and momentarily did not react, getting trapped by Kabutops' horns. Fortunately, its hard shell absorbed the blow. As Kabutops gripped Kami Turtle, it began to twist and shake, seemingly trying to crush the turtle's shell. Kami Turtle, however, would not sit idly by. The moment it was trapped, it bit down fiercely on Kabutops. Bang! The bite produced a loud cracking sound. Goodness, had it not been for the fact that its teeth were fake, Kami Turtle would have surely broken its own fangs. Cairo. Although Kabutops' shell was tough, it still felt the bite and let out a shriek of agony. As a result, the grip of Kabutops' horns slowly loosened. Seizing the opportunity, Kami Turtle executed a stylish backflip away from Kabutops, landing while adjusting its square sunglasses. Kami Turtle Water Gun. Taking advantage of Kabutops' momentary daze, Xiaoji seized the opportunity to command Kami Turtle to unleash its ultimate move. Kami Turtle unleashed a powerful jet of water towards Kabutops. Kabutops had sharp instincts. Sensing danger, it quickly assumed a defensive posture, hoping to withstand the assault of Kami Turtle's water gun. However, unfortunately, as one of the signature moves of a water-type Pokémon, the water gun could not be simply countered by a defensive stance. As expected, after enduring the water gun attack, Kabutops was blasted backward like a cannonball, crashing into a 1,000-year-old tree before collapsing heavily to the ground unconscious. That's a level 45 Pokémon, how can it be so weak? Xiaoji commented, looking at the unconscious Kabutops, unable to hold back his sarcasm. Upon reflection, ever since he acquired the Squirtle, he had been using resources from the system space that were nearly limitless for training. He had fed it various proteins and other resources, making it naturally superior to any wild Pokémon. Otherwise, Kabutops, seasoned from countless battles in the forest, would not have been unable to withstand even the initial bite from Kami Turtle. In conclusion, wild Pokémon and those trained by trainers at the same level undoubtedly differ significantly. At that moment, victorious Kami Turtle was bathed in the radiant light of evolution, its body erupting with brilliant energy. Seeing this, Xiaoji seized the opportunity to toss the special potion he had prepared for Kami Turtle from the system space. Before any Pokémon evolved, he would always remind them during the evolution process to wait until he finished throwing the potion and drank it to complete the evolution. Thus, his Pokémon generally held back their evolution light until receiving Xiaoji's potion. It was precisely for this reason that his Pokémon could consume the potions he personally concocted, allowing their potential to be greatly enhanced. After Kami Turtle drank the potion Xiaoji threw, it immediately stopped suppressing the light of evolution. Once Kami Turtle ceased to suppress the evolution light, its body began to expand at a visible rate, stopping only at 2 meters. Kami, the now evolved Blastoise, let out a tremendous roar, as if celebrating its transformation into a colossal being. Seeing Blastoise complete its evolution, Xiaoji smiled with satisfaction. He had gained another Pokémon capable of Mega Evolution. Suddenly, he recalled that he had only completed a Mega Evolution once up to that point. Thinking about the fact that he had not yet tried Mega Evolution again, Xiaoji began to plan to attempt it after some. However, the timing was uncertain. After all, Mega Evolution had not yet been showcased worldwide, but once it appeared, it would undoubtedly create a frenzy across the globe. Therefore, he needed to be cautious when attempting it. Xiaoji, congratulations. Kami Turtle has evolved into Blastoise. Xiao Gang and Xiao Xia approached Xiaoji's side at this moment to congratulate him. No need to be polite, that's not important right now. The most important thing is, how do we get out of the forest? Xiaoji listened to their congratulations, but felt more troubled instead. After hearing this, Xiao Gang and Xiao Xia exchanged glances and shared a wry smile. Then Xiaoji and his companions resumed their search for the correct path to the Qianhong Dojo. Not long after Ash's Comex evolved into a Blastoise, he and his companions were walking through the forest. Suddenly, a loud rumble echoed from deep within the mountains, shaking the ground. Ash and his friends were caught off guard by the sudden earthquake, stunned by the commotion ahead. If it weren't for Ash's years of training, he might have fallen to the ground by now. Driven by curiosity, Ash and his friends made their way to the scene of the incident. Upon arriving at the scene of the incident, Ash and his companions saw several large trucks loaded with construction materials, which had sunk into the ground, spilling a large amount of supplies. Ash glanced around, and soon noticed that in the direction the trucks were coming from, a large building was under construction. What are they building up ahead? Xiaoxia asked curiously. I don't know, but we could go ask, Xiao Zhang suggested. In that case, let's go, Ash said, not wanting to hinder their interest, and immediately led the two of them over. As they approached, a big bearded man wearing a hard hat and construction gear stepped down from the truck. The man seemed overwhelmed by the scene before him, mumbling to himself while holding his head. Clearly this was not the first time he had experienced such a thing. When Ash and his friends reached the man, he was kneeling on the ground, repeatedly pounding the earth with his hands. Are you alright, sir? They asked out of concern. It's a mole disaster. Who can take care of these moles? The man covered his forehead in distress, appearing quite distraught. Moles? Are you saying we need to catch moles? Xiaoxiao asked. Are you 3 trainers? The man looked at them with surprise after hearing her words. Yes, how can we help? Xiaojing nodded. After hearing Xiaojing's response, the man scrutinized the group, finally fixing a skeptical gaze on Ash. Are you really trainers? He asked doubtfully. Of course we are. Xiaoxia replied confidently. The man eyed the three of them with skepticism, but just then strange noises came from behind him. He turned around and saw several small holes had appeared on the originally flat ground. Look, those are the moles. The man's excitement grew as he pointed to the spot. As he spoke, moles began to pop out of the holes, moving in and out in a rhythmic manner. What the? They are moles, and they actually look quite cute. Xiaoxia's heart melted at the sight of the adorable moles. Not cute at all. The man's temper flared at Xiaoxia's comment, and he retorted loudly. It's because of them that our reservoir project has made no progress. I hate these damned moles. Okay, that does sound quite troublesome, but the ground over there still looks intact, Xiaojing said, trying to comfort the man. That's because the side you're looking at has already been paved with cement and asphalt, but take a closer look. The man pointed to the ground as he spoke. Ash and his friends looked over, and sure enough, the once smooth surface had cracked due to the mole's activities. Seeing this, the three felt a bit sorry and could understand the man's feelings. After all, the hard work of the workers had resulted in such a plight, which was truly pitiful. It's just like the surface of a sunbae. However, Xiaoxia, despite understanding the situation, couldn't help but be a bit sarcastic. If this continues, our dream to build the largest reservoir in this mountain range will probably never be realized. The man lamented, wiping away tears as he knelt on the ground in sadness. Even if we keep blasting the mountains without the subsequent transportation of equipment, I am at a loss as to what to do. While I can understand your frustration, didn't you gather any information about this area before you started construction? Ash replied. As far as I know, Pokémon generally have their own habitats. By destroying their environment, it naturally led to your project being stalled with no progress. This is completely because your company neglected the feelings of Pokémon in order to build the road. After listening to Ash's lengthy explanation, the man felt even more overwhelmed and said, we can't think about that right now. To deal with these moles, we have established an emergency response team to find skilled trainers who train in these nearby mountains. Whoever can resolve this mole problem will receive generous rewards. And the reward is indeed quite generous. It's a travel voucher for a 4-day, 3-night trip to the hot spring resort. So how about it? Are you three interested? Ash and his friends exchanged glances after the man's offer, and Ash was the first to speak. Do you want to go? Ash asked. Of course. This is a chance to experience the hot spring resort for free. We can't miss it. Xiaoxia became excited at the thought of soaking in the hot springs. I want to go too. If we can get the hot spring tickets, we can see many beautiful ladies there. Even if we don't get them, we won't lose anything by coming here. Xiaojing said with a silly smile while daydreaming. Hearing the two of them and their opinions, Ash decided to go. Just as Xiaojing said, even though they knew they couldn't help, they wouldn't really lose anything, so it didn't matter whether they went or not. I hope you three are excellent trainers. The man looked at them with a hint of expectation. Let's hope so, Ash said nonchalantly. As Ash and his companions were about to leave with the uncle, suddenly a familiar red sports car pulled up in front of them and loudly addressed the group. The first batch of Pokemon trainers is here to report, and the strongest among them is me. As for those behind me, they are my cheerleaders. Ash looked at the familiar figure and the recognizable sports car, and even without thinking he knew who it was. Hey, how have you been, Tuki? Ash glanced at the beautiful girls beside. Tuki smiled slightly and secretly took out a phone from his pocket, quietly starting to record. Isn't that Ash? After a few days, how come you're here too? Tuki turned to look when he heard the familiar voice, realizing that his good brother was also here, revealing a surprised expression. However, he failed to notice that his good brother was about to backstab him. Shouldn't that be a question for me to ask you? Aren't you the young master who never lacks money? Why are you doing this? Ash replied with a smile. Mind your own business. Tuki snorted coldly. Alright, I'll listen to the young master. I won't interfere. But first tell me why you're here. Of course, I was just passing by and happened to hear the uncle say he needed help, so I came over. Unlike you, I was actually requested by someone. Tuki said proudly. What do you mean requested? From what I know about you over the years, someone probably just complimented you, saying you were young and promising, and you got carried away and came here, right? Ash smiled knowingly. Alright, stop talking about that. We have serious matters to attend to. May I ask, Master, where is our destination? Tuki, embarrassed by Ash's revelation, blushed and straightened his face. Knowing he couldn't win a verbal duel with Ash, he turned to Uncle and changed the subject. After hearing Tuki's question, the uncle began to lead everyone toward the destination. During the journey, Tuki was not behaving himself in the car and began to flirt with the beautiful girls sitting next to him, never resting. Of course, these scenes were recorded by Ash, who was secretly filming. He only stopped once he felt he had gathered enough evidence. However, during this process, Ash noticed that Brock's gaze was fixed on the beautiful girls beside Tuki, never wandering away. Seeing Brock like this, Ash understood the situation and preemptively stopped him before he could make a fool of himself. Because Ash intervened, Brock did not get mocked like in the original story, and Tukey took this opportunity to dash away, leaving everyone's sight as he headed to the destination. Soon, everyone followed the uncle to the construction site. Upon arriving, they saw a large group of trainers standing there seemingly waiting for something. Seeing so many people waiting, Brock and Misty were initially quite surprised, not expecting the other side to have gathered so many trainers. After a brief surprise, they saw the uncle walk away from them directly to a small podium that had been set up at the construction site, where he stood and put up a poster before loudly addressing everyone. The uncle stood there and began to inform everyone present that the Diglett was the biggest pest Pokémon of the century. However, before he could finish, the enemy Diglett started to invade their territory in droves. They're coming, the Diglett swarm is here. The uncle panicked upon seeing the Diglett holding his head, and Ash couldn't help but burst into laughter at this scene, and even took out a large bag of sunflower seeds from his system space, sharing some with Brock and Misty. Pikachu didn't need any, he had his own supply, and didn't require Ash's help. Misty looked at the seeds Ash handed over, and asked, "Ash, aren't you going to help?" "I wish I could, but I can't," Ash shrugged while munching on seeds. Just as Misty was about to ask again, Tukey interrupted their conversation. "Leave this to me, my dear, my Pokemon, my sweet. Show your power." Tukey began with a lot of nonsense, kissed his Pokeball, and then threw it. However, the Pokeball Tukey threw barely opened a crack, revealing a flash of white light, only to inexplicably snap shut again. "What's going on?" Brock asked in confusion after witnessing this, trying to find someone who could explain it. "That's because the Pokemon refuses to battle the Diglett," Ash replied nonchalantly. "Why?" Brock pressed for more information. "It's probably because the Diglett is fighting to protect the living environment of other Pokemon, so it doesn't want to engage in battle with them," Ash explained. "I see now, no wonder you said we shouldn't intervene," Misty realized after hearing the explanation. Meanwhile, it was Tukey's first time encountering such a situation, and he was a bit dazed, still processing it. However, during his moment of confusion, the Diglett politely returned the Pokeball that Tukey had thrown. "Thank you." The still bewildered Tukey politely expressed his gratitude. "No, it shouldn't be like this. It must be my method that was wrong. In that case, I'll switch to you. My best partner, as long as you take action, everything." Realizing that he had just been offended by the Diglett, Tukey quickly switched to another Pokeball. This time the crucial part was that Tukey kissed the Pokeball 3 times in succession before reluctantly throwing Xiao Mao through the Pokeball, but the result was the same as last time. Utterly useless, and soon a Diglett was returned to him. Seeing the Pokeball perform the same as before, Xiao Mao began to doubt his luck, and threw it again. "Whoever it may be, just get rid of these Digletts." The uncle beside him, witnessing the scene, yelled out loudly without caring about anything else. Other trainers, hearing the uncle's words, began to take action, throwing out their own Pokeballs. "Go Zubat! Go Jigglypuff! Go Magikarp!" Upon hearing Magikarp, Xiao Ji felt it was quite absurd. Goodness, now there were people using Magikarp to battle. Xiao Ji thought to himself that the guy using Magikarp was likely deceived by someone like the Magikarp uncle. Thinking of this, Xiao Ji felt a pang of sympathy for that poor fellow. All the trainers threw their Pokeballs, and soon they piled up into a small mountain. Even so, each trainer's Pokemon was still unwilling to emerge from their Pokeballs to fight the Digletts. The trainers who threw their Pokeballs ended up with results similar to Xiao Mao's, all returning their Pokeballs. "If I understand now," Xiao Mao said as he figured out the reason behind it. "Trainers, you all see this, right? Here, apart from humans wanting to attack the Digletts, no Pokemon was willing to do so. Thus we Pokemon trainers are unnecessary here, and I must continue my journey with the goal of becoming a Pokemon master, so this is goodbye." After finishing, Xiao Mao didn't hesitate to jump into his vehicle, leaving behind a cool silhouette as he drove away, gradually disappearing from the crowd's sight. After hearing Xiao Mao's words, other trainers exchanged glances, feeling that Xiao Mao had a point. Even if some trainers were willing to help, they were powerless. After all, the Pokemon did not want to come out and battle the Digletts, and there was nothing they could do. Thus, after Xiao Mao's speech, the other trainers abandoned the idea of helping, slowly dispersing and leaving only Xiao Ji and his companions with the distraught uncle. But why? Why are Pokemon unwilling to help me? The uncle, emotionally agitated, knelt on the ground, unwilling to accept the outcome. So he raised the wooden hammer he had taken from the construction site, and began to strike the Diglett holes with all his might, using a mortal's hammer to strike at the Digletts. In the end, the uncle realized he could not defeat these Digletts, so he turned his gaze towards Xiao Ji and his friends, hoping they would take action. "Uncle, don't look at us like that, you saw it just now. Pokemon simply don't want to fight them, and we can't do anything about it." Xiao Ji shrugged, a look of helplessness on his face. "You must have a way." The ordinary uncle couldn't care less, seemingly treating Xiao Ji as his last hope, wanting to grasp at straws. Seeing the uncle so persistent, Xiao Ji couldn't help but think of his father, a migrant worker from his past life. With that thought, he sighed. It seems you're not oblivious to the real reason, you just don't want to give up, Xiaoji said, shaking his head helplessly. Finally, under the puzzled expression of the uncle Xiao, Xi brought Xiao Gang, Xiao Xia, and the uncle to a hill. Upon arriving at this somewhat desolate hill, they saw many diglets plowing the land. Some diglets even had saplings planted around here, though they didn't know from where they came. What's going on here? The uncle questioned in disbelief, staring at the scene before him. I don't know, but as far as I know, diglets are beneficial Pokémon. The soil they move gets appropriately tilled, making it fertile, ideal for cultivation and planting trees. From the condition here, it seems your company has excessively flattened the trees, leading to this situation, and you still want to build a reservoir here, which is even worse. I've observed this terrain, and if your dam is completed without the tree's roots anchoring the soil, it would easily cause flooding and submerge the area. The Pokémon are likely aware of this, which is why they are unwilling to fight, Xiaoji patiently explained to the uncle. I understand now, so we almost destroyed a forest and the homes of other Pokémon. After learning about the situation, the uncle hung his head, filled with guilt. At that moment, the uncle realized his soul seemed to be elevated. And Xiaoji, having done a good deed today, successfully persuaded the uncle and saved the forest, thus gaining immense merit and virtue. The Pokémon in the trainer's hands also noticed this, so even when given commands they chose to refuse to. Xiao Xia remarked, it seems this reservoir cannot be built. The uncle lowered his head in disappointment. It's good that you understand, uncle. Xiaoji nodded in appreciation. It's time for us to leave, we still have a long journey ahead. Seeing that their objective had been achieved, Xiaoji intended to depart. However, just as they were about to leave, a voice suddenly interrupted them from behind. Hold on, you still have a long way to go. Musashi loudly interrupted Xiaoji and his companions as they were about to move forward. Given that Pikachu's level has reached the 81 Quasidivine level, how could Team Rocket's Pokémon withstand? He was instantly blasted away by Pikachu's attack, transforming into 3 shooting stars that vanished from sight. What a terrifying Pikachu. I can't believe our Pokémon have already evolved, yet they are still no match for that Pikachu, Musashi remarked in mid. That's why this Pikachu is our target. If it were just a common Pikachu, we wouldn't have set our sights on it. That's right, Kojiro said helplessly. If that Pikachu were truly common, we wouldn't have been so fixated on that little rascal. True enough, Musashi nodded in agreement after listening to their conversation. After their discussion, the 3 exchanged glances, ultimately leaving behind that classic line. What a bothersome feeling. Thus the attack from Team Rocket's trio came to an end. Hey, are you free, interested in soaking in a hot spring? It was free of charge, a nearby uncle suddenly asked after Team Rocket was blasted away. Is that really possible? After all, we haven't done anything. When Kasumi heard this, her eyes lit up with excitement. It's fine, this ticket was originally prepared for you trainers. Since they left, and you are the only ones here, consider this a thank you gift for your help today. The uncle said with a smile, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have learned the truth behind this matter. Well, okay, thank you, uncle. Kasumi excitedly accepted the 3 hot spring tickets. Nearby Takashi and Satoshi did not stop her. After all, they initially came for these hot spring tickets. Moreover, getting them for free is truly delightful. Thank you. After Takashi and Satoshi received the hot spring tickets, they began to express their gratitude to the uncle. After receiving the hot spring tickets, they learned from the uncle that the location of the hot spring was not far from where they were, so Satoshi and his friends set off towards the hot spring. After walking for a while, they finally arrived at the hot springs location. Upon seeing the establishment, they entered without hesitation. As Satoshi arrived at the shop, the first thing he did was ask the staff for the Wi-Fi password. Once he got the Wi-Fi password, he eagerly opened his phone, found the QV chatting app, clicked into a chat box with a pink avatar, and sent over a video of Shigeru hugging a beautiful girl. After completing this task, Satoshi happily walked into the hot spring and began to enjoy the free soak. Koharu, who had just exited the classroom after her class, felt her phone vibrating in her pocket. Curiously, she took out her phone and opened it, only to find that it was a video message sent by Satoshi. Upon seeing this, Koharu vaguely guessed what it was, and a surge of anger rose from within her. Unsure if her thoughts were correct, she still opened the message, hoping for the best. Upon playing the video, her suspicions were confirmed. Damn that Shigeru. How could he secretly flirt with others again? It seems my previous lesson wasn't enough, or he wouldn't disregard my words so easily. After watching the video, Koharu was filled with rage, her teeth clenched in frustration, wishing she could confront Shigeru right then and there. Though she was furious, her mature personality caused her to quickly calm down and begin contemplating how to deal with. Moreover, she pondered how to prevent Shigeru's flirtatious tendencies whenever he went out. Ultimately, Koharu concluded that the only way to stop Shigeru's wandering heart was to stay by his side at all. Having figured this out, she decided that after some time she would apply for a leave of absence from school and follow Shigeru around to prevent him from flirting. That despicable Shigeru, who clearly promised to marry me in this lifetime, is now meeting other girls. Damn Shigeru, just wait for me. Koharu's voice grew much louder as she said the last sentence, demonstrating her fury. If they met, she might very well swallow Shigeru whole. Meanwhile, Shigeru, who was driving to the next destination, inexplicably sneezed. Who is thinking of me? It's making me sneeze. At this moment, Shigeru was oblivious to the fact that he had been backstabbed and was still smugly laughing and teasing, unaware that his good days were numbered. Young Master Shigeru, you didn't get exhausted after being with Ruka yesterday, did you? A nearby beauty tea? Impossible. I didn't do anything like that. How could I be exhausted? Don't slander me. I just asked Ruka to help me pick out some gifts yesterday. Xiao Ji and his companions rose early to set off for their destination, the Qinhong Dojo. Due to getting lost, they had specifically asked the shopkeeper for directions. The shopkeeper was very enthusiastic in guiding them, so their departure went smoothly this time, without any of the previous misadventures of getting lost. However, it was precisely because of this smooth start that they arrived quickly at their destination, an old wooden house in the depths of the mountains. I didn't expect there would still be such old houses left in this era, Xiao Gang remarked, stroking his chin as he surveyed the quaint wooden house, finding it quite rare. I remember the master of the Qinhong Dojo is a ninja, so the interior of this house definitely won't be simple. There might be traps everywhere. We should all be careful when we enter, Xiao Ji recalled from the original story. With my current abilities, I naturally have no fear of traps, but the other two are different, so I kindly reminded them, Xiao Ji added. Is that so? So this wooden house is dangerous then? Xiao Xia exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, that's the case. In any case, we should all be cautious when we go in. Xiao Ji, wanting to say no more, simply urged the two to enter together. Thus, they stepped forward, pushed open the large door, and entered the old wooden house filled with hidden dangers. Wait a moment, you two stay close to me, and well, all be safe, Xiao Ji said with a serious expression. Okay, the two nodded in unison. Seeing that both agreed, Xiao Ji began to utilize his sensory abilities to lead them. As he sensed the numerous traps within the wooden house, he couldn't help but wipe the non-existent sweat from his forehead. Under Xiao Ji's guidance, the three of them cautiously entered the foyer. Before they could step onto the corridor, Xiao Xia, feeling that things weren't as serious as Xiao Ji had said, relaxed a bit and leaned back. As a result, Xiao Xia was redirected towards the wall by a trap and fell down. Hearing the commotion, the other two turned around only to find that Xiao Xia had vanished into thin air. What happened? Where did Xiao Xia go? Xiao Gang asked, puzzled. Just a moment ago there was a living person here, and now she just disappeared with a gasp. She triggered a trap here and was moved to the other side of the wall, Xiao Ji remarked, feeling a bit puzzled himself as he scratched his head. He had clearly reminded her to be cautious, yet she still fell into the trap. After learning it was a trap door, Xiao Gang stepped forward to try and open it. To their surprise, it opened, revealing Xiao Xia sitting on the ground rubbing herself. Ouch! Xiao Xia cried, feeling aggrieved. What kind of place is this? In any case, it is certain that this is not an ordinary house, Xiao Gang affirmed. Seeing Xiao Xia's appearance, Xiao Ji couldn't help but laugh. Damn it, Xiao Ji, what are you looking at? Is it that funny? Xiao Xia, seeing Xiao Ji's barely concealed smile, felt her anger rising and shot back. No, I just happened to think of something joyful. Xiao Ji chuckled, unable to contain his laughter at Xiao Xia's flustered expression. What joyful thing? Xiao Xia gritted her teeth, asking fiercely. I remembered the mischievous things I did with my childhood friend. Just as Xiao Ji said this, he couldn't help but laugh again. Just as Xiao Xia was about to continue questioning Xiao Ji, he suddenly shouted, pointing behind her, interrupting her train of thought. Look, what is that spirit? Xiao Gang exclaimed in surprise. Upon hearing this, Xiao Xia turned around and saw a spirit with purple fur, 2 antennae, and a fluffy body appearing behind her. Is that a furball, eh? Xiao Xia murmured. While Xiao Ji was lost and thought the furball dashed past them, heading straight for the trapdoor. Seeing this, Xiao Ji and his companions immediately rushed out of the trap door, watching the furball in the corridor. The furball stayed in place, looking at them and calling out a few times. It's calling us to follow it. Xiao Ji, understanding what the furball was saying, informed everyone. Then let's follow it. I agree, Xiao Gang concurred. After signaling, the furball moved aside and began to leave. Don't rush, remember what I said, just follow me. Xiao Ji, not hurried to let them follow the furball, reminded them instead. Xiao Xia and Xiao Gang nodded in agreement. Seeing both agree, Xiao Ji said no more and led the two forward. As they reached the corridor, the furball took Xiao Ji's sense that there were quite a few lightning balls hidden below. Pikachu, use Thunderbolt over there, Xiao Ji instructed, pointing at a spot on the floor. Upon hearing, Pikachu jumped down from Xiao Ji's shoulder, stood on the floor, and unleashed a burst of electric sparks, striking the floor. Xiao Gang and Xiao Xiao, witnessing Xiao Ji suddenly directing Pikachu to attack the floor, were momentarily confused. Just as they were about to ask, they saw the floor suddenly collapse, revealing a large red and white Pokeball. However, this large Pokeball was rather peculiar, as it had 2 eyes. That's an electric ball. If we had stepped on it just now, we would have been electrocuted and left numb all over. Xiao Gang, looking at the hidden electric ball beneath the floor, was drenched in cold sweat. I didn't expect this house to be just as Xiao Ji described, filled with traps. Xiao Xia was also startled by the scene, patting her chest, feeling lucky to have narrowly escaped a disaster. From now on, just follow me, and you will be safe. Xiao Xia was also startled by the scene, patting her chest, feeling lucky. The two nodded again, especially after being warned by Xiaoji multiple times, and now witnessing the hidden dangers of the house, they naturally believed his words without a doubt. By the way, Xiaoji, how did you know this house had so many dangers? Have you been here before? Xiao Gang asked, puzzled. I've never been, but I know, Xiaoji replied with a smile, explaining. It's one of the abilities of psychic powers. Upon hearing this, both of them simultaneously thought of one ability, the power to predict the future. After all, how could Xiaoji possibly know all this about a place he was visiting for the first time without some foresight? Moreover, some rumors circulating in the outside world made it easy for the two to associate him with this ability. If Xiaoji were aware of their current thoughts, he would probably wear a look of helpless amusement. However, they were indeed correct in their assumptions, as before his transmigration, he had watched the anime and was aware of some events that would occur in the future. Additionally, with his photographic memory as an enhancement, it could be considered a form of precognition. Alright, Mistress Akane, there's no need to hide any longer. Your mechanisms hold no power over me, Xiaoji called out loudly. At the same time, he stepped beside another concealed mechanism. Or do you truly expect me to fall through this trap, Mistress? As he spoke, Xiaoji delivered a sharp kick to the wooden wall beside him. Instantly, the panel collapsed inward, revealing the true face of the world beyond, the sheer vertiginous cliff edge. From her hidden vantage point, Mistress Akane, Jugimyu, watched in silent astonishment. How could this boy possibly know the wall concealed a precipice? Could he have read my script? Remarkable. This chamber conceals mechanisms towering dozens of feet high. This is extraordinary. Xiao Gang gazed down at the abyss below, heart pounding with dread. Had he triggered one of these traps by accident and plummeted, his body would vanish without trace. The thought sent a chill through him. Yet he quickly steadied himself, recalling their divine companion guiding them forward. That alone restored his calm. Just as uncertainty gripped them, the vanished Pokeball emerged calmly from the adjacent wooden wall. Seeing Pokeball step forth, Xiaoji and his companions knew this was their destination. Pokeball gestured urgently for them to enter. They pushed open the wall, and had scarcely crossed the threshold when a rapid shush-shush-ish sliced through the air. Dozens of kunai hurtled toward them. Xiaoji reacted instantly, grabbing both companions by the arms and yanking them backward, narrowly evading the lethal barrage. What in the world? Xiao Gang stared at the three kunai embedded in the floor. Is this how the Vermilion Gym welcomes guests? Truly appalling. Xiaoji couldn't resist muttering. Ha 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 ha. Born in darkness, moving in darkness. Such is the fate of the shinobi. I am Ayako Kunoichi of the shadows. With that booming laugh, a Kunoichi materialized before them, clad in crimson battle gear, her long inked green hair cascading like liquid night. Born in darkness. Doesn't your outfit seem rather flamboyant for that claim? Xiao Xia off, mind your own business. Though tell me, did you enjoy my greeting? Ayako twirled a kunai idly between her fingers, a smirk playing on her lips. Mind your own business. Though tell me, did you enjoy my greeting? Ayako twirled a kunai idly between her fingers, a smirk. Dance. Ayako tilted her head, puzzled. Ah, by that you mean as an agile shinobi do I possess the art of dance? Xiaoji replied with solemn gravity. Oh, so that's what you meant. Ayako's expression brightened with sudden understanding, then softened into sincere apology. Though I am a shinobi, I confess, I cannot dance. My deepest regrets. No, it's quite all right, Xiaoji shrugged, dismissive. Wow, this fresh rosy hue suits you. Forget Kunoichi. You're already radiant enough to become a star adored by thousands. Upon seeing Ayako, Xiao Gang's cheeks flushed deep crimson. His very posture seemed to melt into her silhouette. Xiao Gang, snap out of it. Stop being a sycophant. There's no future in that. Xiaoji seized his friend's arm, unable to bear watching him get pummeled, and pleaded urgently. No matter. Should she consent, I'd gladly serve as her devoted admirer for life. Xiao Gang's gaze remained locked upon Ayako alone. Faced with such unwavering devotion, Xiaoji sighed helplessly and released Xiao Gang's arm. What followed unfolded precisely as foretold. The moment Xiaoji let go, Xiao Gang dashed headlong toward Thwack. Before he could utter a word, Ayako's palm struck his cheek, launching him airborne. He staggered upright, dejected and hollow-eyed. Xiaoji merely shrugged, resigned. He'd warned him, yet some lessons demand personal experience. His duty was fulfilled, no more could be done. This is a training ground, not a playground. You barged in heedlessly. If injured, blame yourselves alone. Ayako declared, pressing her right foot firmly onto Xiao Gang's back. Xiaoji nearly intervened, but paused, sensing Xiao Gang bore no real distress. Indeed, beneath Ayako's boot, Xiao Gang wore an expression of pure, unadulterated bliss. Fine then. If this is his joy, let him have it. Xiaoji abandoned all thought of rescue. Ah, I see. So this is the Vermilion Gym? Xiaoji asked. Indeed. And if you seek its badge, you must first defeat me. Ah, I see. So this is the Vermilion Gym? Xiaoji asked. Indeed, if my memory serves, the Vermilion Gym leader is a man. Master Koga, a seasoned gentleman. Not you. Xiaoji waved dismissively, urging her to summon the true leader. Hidden in the shadows, Koga bristled inwardly. Gentlemen, am I truly so old? I'm only 29. Well, perhaps I do look mature. But that's mere appearance, not truth. Yes, that's exactly it. Koga fiercely contested Xiaoji's remark from his concealment. He was merely mature in bearing nothing more. Playdress. You dare call my craft child's play? Ayako stared incredulously at Xiaoji. How much older are you really? 10 years. A mere child. What authority do you wield to judge me? And where, pray tell, do I appear small? Xiaoji studied her carefully, and conceded with quiet honesty that she did indeed project formidable presence. Boy, where exactly are your eyes wandering? Ayako flared mortified, then loosed another volley of kunai from her palms. Xiaoji moved with effortless grace, dodging each blade as though dancing through rain. Arrogant little brat, the female ninja angrily exclaimed. Hearing her voice, Ash realized that her calling him little brat was very similar to how Musashi referred to him. If it weren't for the fact that this girl was indeed Aju's sister Aya, Ash would have doubted whether the person in front of him was Musashi. Shallow red dojo master, can't you come out? Hiding behind like this is quite misleading. Ash didn't want to continue entangling with the female ninja, so he immediately called for Aju, who was hiding behind. If you want to fight my brother, you must first defeat me. The female ninja looked at Ash with a disdainful gaze. In this situation, Ash knew that if he didn't fight her, she really wouldn't come out. Given the female ninja's favorable attitude, Ash decided to send out the weakest Pokémon from his team to battle. You're the chosen one, Pikachu. Ash shouted loudly. Pika, at your command. Pikachu jumped off Ash's shoulder, stood on the battlefield with its hands on its hips, and stared at the female ninja with fighting spirit, as if saying, bring it on. This Pikachu seems a bit different from the others I've seen before. The female ninja was momentarily stunned when she saw such a dashing Pikachu. Previously, she had seen other types of Pikachu around her classmates, and she vaguely remembered them saying that only female Pikachu could learn special skills. Yet the Pikachu in front of her was male, which left her puzzled. However, she didn't think much of it, and just as she was about to release her Pokemon, a Thunderball suddenly rolled out of nowhere. With a bang, the Thunderball exploded, creating a cloud of smoke, and a blue figure suddenly appeared within the fog. A voice of a middle-aged man was heard from the smoke. Aya, wait a moment, let me take this battle. As the smoke cleared, the middle-aged man hidden within revealed himself. I was delayed by something earlier, so I arrived late. I sincerely apologize. Aju said seriously. No problem, we can still continue. Let's treat it as a friendly match. Ash smiled and waved his hand. Cough, my younger sister is busy with her studies and can't waste her energy on this battle. Let me handle it instead. Alright, since that's the case, I won't push too hard. Ash saw the serious expression on the other party's face and reluctant. For this match, we will use a knockout format with 2 Pokemon. Is that alright? Aju looked gravely at Pikachu before turning to Ash and inquiring. No problem. Ash nodded in agreement. Seeing Ash's consent, Aju immediately released her Pokemon. Then my first Pokemon is her Swablu. Aju threw the Pokeball, and a Swablu appeared in the arena. So it's a Swablu. We just met a moment ago. Ash smiled. Oh, this Swablu is not the same as the one you saw before. Her experience points are very high almost. Aju's words were cut off. A dazzling white light of evolution shone from Swablu. Wow, is that a transformation? Brock exclaimed, idiot, that's evolution. Misty was clearly annoyed by Brock's comment, and immediately rewarded him with a smile. Having seen so many Pokemon evolutions, it was astonishing that today he had not only seen a Swablu, but also forgotten the evolution light. This guy was simply hopeless. Voltorn used Paralyzing Powder. Aju seized the moment, and initiated with Paralyzing Powder. Pikachu used Quick Attack, and show them what absolute speed is. Ash confidently commanded. The Voltorn in the air sprinkled yellow powder, and flew towards the target. Pikachu first glanced at the Voltorn in the sky, confirmed the target, and then transformed into a shadow. However, in the blink of an eye, Pikachu's figure suddenly appeared next to the Voltorn, crashing into it. The struck Voltorn flew away like a cannonball, crashing heavily through the wooden wall. Now Pikachu was already at the champion level, while Voltorn had just evolved, and was still unaccustomed, losing its first match post-evolution. Everyone present was stunned, looking at Pikachu in disbelief. Especially Brock and Misty, who never anticipated that the usually cheerful Pikachu possessed such terrifying power. Just with that one collision, the battle was over. How could that not astonish them? After witnessing this, the two vowed internally never to provoke Pikachu again. Pikachu, do you want to continue fighting? Ash gently asked. Pika, no more fighting. Ooh, let the other little brothers handle it. Pikachu waved its hand lazily. Hearing this, Ash's face darkened. This Pikachu seemed to carry a gangster vibe in its words. Also, why did the Pokemon I captured turn into your little brother? Just as Ash found it strange, and was about to call Pikachu back to let others battle, suddenly the ceiling collapsed. Once the dust settled, they saw a huge stage. Just as they recognized it, two performers dressed as street artists and a Meowth made their entrance. Seeing this familiar trio, Ash knew immediately who they were without needing to think. Since you asked sincerely, let me show mercy and tell you to prevent the world from destruction, to protect the peace of the world, to promote love and truth, the charming and adorable villains, Musashi, Kojiro. The familiar opening line was delivered with a unique flair. This made their entrance more entertaining than usual, so Ash didn't immediately knock them away, but quietly watched their performance. Haven't seen you for a few days, did you go learn acting? Ash teased with a smile. If we are here to steal toxic, you can step aside. Musashi waved her hand in disdain. Exactly. Kojiro nodded in agreement. Go double team Weezing. And you too, Arbok. And both trainers simultaneously hurled their Pokeballs. And though these Pokemon had already achieved their final evolutions, they offered little advantage against Ash. No choice. We must pause this battle and deal with these intruders. Go Mothim. Aaron realized at once that the trio had come solely to disrupt the match and immediately called for a suspension. Join in as well. Go Dojuo. Seeing Aaron take action, Aya sounded the call for counterattack. This time James was fully prepared. The moment he saw them act, he instantly launched his own counteroffensive. From his hands shot two silken threads, swift, precise, and pinned both Pokemon firmly against the wall, rendering them utterly immobile. Well, haven't seen you in days, and now you've turned into a real Spider-Man. If I handed you over to Professor Oak, wouldn't he be absolutely thrilled? Ash exclaimed, eyes alight with excitement. And, let me help too. Go Starmie. Misty raised her Pokeball, poised to throw it, when suddenly a Pokemon burst forth from her backpack. And Gagaga, with solemn, almost reverent bearing, Psyduck emerged, so earnest in demeanor that one might easily mistake its appearance for a deliberate battle summons. I called Starmie. What on earth are you doing here, Psyduck? Misty collapsed flat onto the floor at the sight of the unexpected intruder. Ga, aren't I Starmie? Psyduck tilted its head slightly, a flicker of guilt shadowing its expression. Never mind. Just go already, Starmie. Misty, exasperated beyond patience, raised her Pokeball once more, determined to summon Starmie anew. To everyone's astonishment, Psyduck boldly darted to Misty's side, wrapped its stubby arms tightly around her snow-white thighs, and gazed up at her with wide, pleading, utterly innocent eyes. Ugh, fine. You're out now, so fight already. Misty snarled, teeth clenched, fury blazing, as she glared at Psyduck's bewildered, vacant expression. Gaoi. Psyduck scratched its head, utterly perplexed, its face crinkling with bashful confusion as it stared back at Misty. Only when it met Misty's glare, fierce enough to roast duck on the spot, did Psyduck scurry onto the battlefield with uncharacteristic haste. Head bowed, low tail drooping, it trudged toward Team Rocket's side like a condemned soul. Ash, what moves does Psyduck know? Misty turned sharply, her gaze locking onto Ash. Sensing her volcanic temper, Ash wisely chose compliance over provocation and answered without hesitation. It knows Tail Whip. Ash replied, scanning Psyduck's move set via his Pokédex. Though before he could finish speaking, Misty had already selected the move. Right, Psyduck, use Tail Whip. Misty commanded, decisive and unwavering. Nash opened his mouth to protest, but seeing her fierce resolve and fiery enthusiasm, he swallowed his objection. He even had to suppress a laugh, lest he provoke her wrath so thoroughly that tomorrow would become his Memorial Day. The instant Misty gave the command, Psyduck turned its back to its foes and lifted its tiny rump, its short stubby tail waggling rhythmically behind it. And perhaps even the duck god himself sensed the profound indignity of the gesture. Mid-waggle it froze, face flushing crimson, paws flying to cover its blushing cheeks. Its resolve hardened. And so did Misty's fist. Is that really considered a battle move? Misty roared, fists raised, eyes blazing with righteous fury as she confronted Psyduck. Then what else does it know? Tell me now. Misty bellowed, her voice sharp with impatience. Scratch. Ash barely managed to. Then what else does it know? Tell me now. Misty bellowed, her voice sharp with impatience. Scratch. Ash barely managed to utter before Misty cut him off. Psyduck, you scratch. Misty commanded, voice ringing with authority. Ga. Psyduck raised its right paw, three claws gleaming with sudden razor-sharp brilliance, as it charged straight at Musashi's Arbok. Yet the moment Psyduck unleashed its attack, it missed entirely, another futile strike. More astonishing still, the miss wasn't merely a failure. It catapulted Psyduck headlong into Arbok's. Arbok hadn't moved an inch, yet food had delivered itself. Finding sustenance appear unbidden in its mouth, Arbok instinctively offered silent thanks to nature's providence. Upon discovering the unexpected offering, Arbok honored both the courier, Psyduck, and the generous chef, Mother Nature. With heartfelt gratitude, it bit down hard, eager to sample the fare before deciding its next course. Gwah! The sharp bite jolted Psyduck into full awareness of pain. It clutched its head and bolted wildly in every direction. How can there be a Pokémon this weak? My head is pounding. Misty groaned, pressing both hands to her temples in despairing disbelief. Aaron had initially assumed Misty was an ally, until Psyduck's abysmal performance shattered all hope. He sighed softly, resignation settling deep in his chest. We should withdraw for now. As a former Team Rocket executive, Aaron kept his strongest Pokémon concealed, away from the League's prying eyes, and now needed to retrieve them from their hidden location. Aaron pressed a remote control, and within moments several holes ruptured the pristine ceiling. From each aperture tumbled dozens of Voltorb, rolling swiftly to encircle Team Rocket. The moment Voltorb appeared, they detonated en masse, blinding flashes, deafening concussions, and thick, choking smoke billowing through the chamber. In that chaotic instant, Aaron ushered Ash and the others into a strangely warped adjacent room. Why does this room's decor feel so unsettling? Brock observed the moment he stepped inside. This is called the Tilt Chamber, designed specifically to disorient and confuse adversaries. Aaron explained. The Voltorb explosions were thunderous in spectacle, but caused little real disruption to Team Rocket's advance. Their true effect was merely to shroud the arena in dense, concealing smoke. Musashi and James truly lacked subtlety. A door stood plainly beside them, yet they chose instead to demolish an entire wall and crawl through the rubble, as if destruction alone could authenticate their villainy. Knowing that Team Rocket was prepared with a web designed specifically to counter Pikachu's attributes, Ash decided not to send Pikachu into battle this time, instead planning to let other Pokémon take the stage. Suddenly, they spotted Psyduck running around aimlessly, having appeared from who knows where, darting back and forth between Team Rocket and Ash's group. I can't take this anymore. Psyduck, you were just accidentally called out, come back. Misty felt utterly embarrassed upon seeing the unfortunate Psyduck and immediately urged it to return to its Pokeball. If she continued to let Psyduck roam free like this, she would soon be facing social death. After all, Psyduck's current performance was too humiliating for Misty to bear. Misty took out a Pokeball, intending to recall Psyduck. However, to everyone's surprise, Psyduck, with its unique flamboyant movements, repeatedly dodged the red beam emitted by the Pokeball, easily evading capture. After several failed attempts to recall Psyduck, Misty began to feel a mix of embarrassment and anger, wanting nothing more than to catch Psyduck on the spot and turn it into soup or roast duck. Misty had not exploded in frustration yet, but on the other side, Meowth was already feeling vexed by Psyduck's antics. I've had enough of you. Meowth shouted angrily, clearly impatient. As it spoke, it leapt into action, quickly appearing beside Psyduck and kicking it away. Ouch! Even Team Rocket doesn't want him. Seeing that even Meowth couldn't tolerate Psyduck any longer, Misty felt a sudden urge to cry. Complaints aside, Misty still ran over to Psyduck and picked it up. Don't you think its headache seems worse now? Brock noticed that something was off with Psyduck and pointed it out. After being kicked by Meowth, Psyduck lay in Misty's unremarkable arms, its headache worsening until it eventually closed its eyes. When it opened its eyes again, they glowed blue, and the once wise gaze transformed into a sharp stare. A wave of blue psychic energy exploded from Psyduck's bright blue eyes. The psychic energy emanating from Psyduck rivaled Ash's in strength, perhaps even surpassing it. As Team Rocket was enveloped by this surge of psychic energy, their bodies stiffened, becoming completely controlled. At that moment, Team Rocket, still unaware of what was happening, first looked confused, then shifted to expressions of fear and anxiety. The sensation of losing control over their own bodies left them quite unsettled. What on earth is happening? Musashi felt very uneasy with this sudden occurrence. I can't move my body. What's going on, Meow? Nyarth shouted in a panic. While the three of them were in a state of anxiety, Psyduck utilized its psychic power to hurl Team Rocket around in midair, tossing them up and down and side to side. Eventually, Psyduck threw them high into the sky, turning them into 3 shooting stars that vanished from sight. What a horrible feeling. Team Rocket was sent flying by Psyduck, reluctantly shouting this phrase until they disappeared. Once Team Rocket had completely vanished, Psyduck's psychic energy receded like a tide, returning to its essence. Quack! What just happened? Where did those 3 go? Psyduck tilted its head, looking around in confusion, not understanding what had just transpired. Just moments ago, there were clearly 3 people here. Where did they go? Psyduck's power feels so troublesome. Brock thought to himself after witnessing the power Psyduck had just displayed. Having this thought, Brock couldn't help but sigh. That's what I'm saying. Misty agreed with Brock, looking quite helpless. Although both of them felt it was quite troublesome, Aki and Aya nearby seemed to be quite interested in the matter. While the abilities you showcased are truly remarkable, how about trading him for my Butterfree? Aki suggested, noticing that Misty seemed uninterested. How about trading him for my Jigglypuff? Aya was also very interested in Psyduck and proposed a similar exchange. No way. Psyduck is already my Pokemon, and I want traded easily. Misty immediately shook her head in refusal upon hearing their proposals. Although this Psyduck seemed a bit silly, Misty felt very reluctant to trade it after seeing its potential. As the saying goes, a woman's heart is like a needle in the ocean. Brock shook his head, reflecting. If a woman's heart is like a needle in the ocean, then why are you still trying to fish for it, Brock? Ash couldn't help. Of course, it's to have a sweet and lovely romance with a beautiful girl. Brock said with a dreamy expression, revealing his innermost thoughts. Although our challenge was abruptly interrupted, seeing your potential makes me feel you are capable of inheriting this badge, Aki said to Ash. Thank you for your kindness, but I don't think it's necessary. I prefer to earn your recognition through battle, Ash replied, shaking his head and declining Aki's offer. In that case, let's head to the courtyard and complete our final Unknown match. What do you say? Aki sighed upon seeing how Team Rocket had messed up his home. Sure, no problem, Ash nodded. After receiving consent, the two of them made their way to the courtyard to start The opponent sent out a Zubat, just like in the original story, while Ash released his B-Drill. Zubat used B-Drill use agility. Zubat produced an intense sound wave to attack B-Drill. B-Drill relied on its incredible speed to execute agility, charging at Zubat, with its two large stingers moving at lightning speed. Not good. Zubat dodged. The final outcome was predictable as Ash effortlessly secured the victory, obtained the badge, and set off towards his next destination. After obtaining the badge from the Qianhong Dojo, Xiao Ji and his companions left the dojo. After several days of travel, they finally exited the deep mountains. Xiao Ji began to prepare for the evolution of his Cuddy Dog. After such a long time, it was indeed time for Cuddy Dog to evolve and obtain the majestic Windspeed Dog. With the Windspeed Dog during their travels, if the three of them got tired, they could call out the Windspeed Dog while resting and continue their journey riding on its back. This was an attempt to give Cuddy Dog ample time to adapt to the Rainbow Feather, ensuring that it could awaken the exclusive skill of the Phoenix King. If it weren't for Cuddy Dog's exceptionally high potential rendering the effect of the potions useless, Xiao Ji wouldn't have pinned his hopes of enhancing Cuddy Dog's potential on the Rainbow Feather. This was an attempt to give Cuddy Dog ample time to adapt to the Rainbow Feather, ensuring that it could awaken the exclusive skill of the Phoenix King, Sacred Fire, upon evolution. Otherwise, Xiao Ji wouldn't have gone to such lengths to make Cuddy Dog wait so long before starting its evolution. Now, seeing that Cuddy Dog's adaptation period was nearly over, he decided today was the day for its evolution. Xiao Ji, are you preparing for Cuddy Dog's evolution? Xiao Gang asked when he saw Cuddy Dog being released. Yes. Cuddy Dog has been with me for quite a while now. Oh, it's time for it to evolve, Xiao Ji murmured as he looked at Cuddy Dog. However, he wondered if, without his potions, Cuddy Dog's potential would remain at the threshold of a champion. The thought of this troubled Xiao Ji, worrying that Cuddy Dog's evolution might leave it stuck at the potential of a quad. However, Xiao Ji had already considered this matter and decided that if Cuddy Dog couldn't leap in potential after evolution, he would use the only item in his system space that could enhance Cuddy Dog's potential. Regardless, Cuddy Dog had been with him for a long time and was ranked second in his party. Xiao Ji took out the exquisite Firestone, which he had previously asked Xiao AI to buy in Golden City. He had spent several million just to buy this stone. Xiao Ji had also checked it in the system, and this exquisite Firestone could indeed provide great benefits to Pokémon during evolution. In fact, because of this stone, Xiao Ji only needed to prepare this one item, no other resources were required. This exquisite Firestone was equivalent to the 10 potions he had prepared earlier, and its effect was even stronger than those potions. This was because this item had a chance to elevate a Pokémon's potential from quasi-champion to champion upon evolution. Thus its effect was many times better than the potions Xiao Ji had made himself. This is what made Xiao Ji feel that he didn't need to prepare any other resources to help Cuddy Dog complete its. Although this was also a matter of probability, Xiao Ji had no choice but to place his hopes on this exquisite Firestone. Cuddy Dog, are you ready? Woof! Cuddy Dog excitedly barked, expressing its eagerness. Cuddy Dog thought about becoming as fierce and majestic as those predecessors and felt extremely excited. Seeing Cuddy Dog's strong desire to evolve, Xiao Ji couldn't help but smile as he presented the exquisite Firestone before it. You just need to touch this stone to evolve, Xiao Ji prompted. After hearing this, Cuddy Dog panted and touched the exquisite Firestone gently with its front paw. As soon as its front paw made contact with the exquisite Firestone, Cuddy Dog's body was enveloped in a dazzling light of evolution and began to expand at an incredible speed. It transformed from a height of 1 meter to 2 meters, standing 3 meters taller than an ordinary Windspeed Dog. The image of the evolved Windspeed Dog was no longer that of a small dog. It had fluffy flaxen fur covering its face, black tiger stripes on its body, and a pair of bright piercing eyes constantly wagging its tail. Without a doubt, this was indeed his Windspeed Dog. Xiao Ji gazed at the brand new appearance of the Windspeed Dog, smiling contentedly, as if reflecting on how his little dog had finally grown up. After confirming that the Windspeed Dog was in good condition, he began using the system's detection function to check the information of the evolved Windspeed Dog. Pokémon Windspeed Dog, gender male, level 50, ability Intimidate, intimidates opponents upon entering, causing them to flinch and lowering their attack. Potential champion held item Charcoal Rainbow Feather, moves Morning Sun, Flare Blitz, Glare Ember, Howl, Bite, Fire Spin, Helping Hand, Flamethrower, Extreme Speed, Overheat, Dragon Rage, Hyper Beam, Quick Attack, Solar Beam. After reading this information, the anxiety in his heart was finally eased. Initially, he was worried that the Wind Speed Dog's potential would remain a quasi champion, but now seeing it, he felt relieved and saved himself a rare resource. However, the only regret was that the Wind Speed Dog did not inherit the power left by the Phoenix King in the Rainbow Feather learning Sacred Fire. Of course, this feeling was only fleeting. Regardless of whether the Wind Speed Dog learned Sacred Fire or not, whether it learned or not depended on Cuddy Dog's fate. If it didn't, then it simply wasn't meant to be. Xiaoji has always had an open mind about such matters. For things beyond his control, he would just let nature take its course. Just like the wind, it comes quietly and goes quietly like a breeze. Just as Xiaoji was about to return the Wind Speed Dog to its Pokeball, he suddenly noticed that the rainbow feather worn by the Wind Speed Dog was emitting a faint rainbow light. Upon seeing this, Xiaoji was momentarily taken aback, thinking there might be some twist of fate. He quickly approached the Wind Speed Dog, but the rainbow feather quickly reverted to its dull, lifeless state. Seeing this, Xiaoji was slightly stunned and confused, not knowing what had happened. Noticing the strange condition of the rainbow feather, he took it from the Wind Speed Dog's neck and examined it closely, trying to find something amiss. "What's wrong, Xiaoji?" At this moment, the two, noticing something was off with Xiaoji, quickly approached him, asking, "Nothing, maybe I just saw wrong." Xiaoji shook his head in response. "What did you see wrong?" Xiaoxia asked, puzzled. "I thought I saw this feather glowing, so I came over to check it out, but as soon as I got close it reverted to its original state," Xiaoji patiently explained. "Oh, so that's how it is." Xiaoxia nodded in understanding, agreeing that Xiaoji might have seen it wrong. "Wind Speed Dog, may I take this feather?" Xiaoji thought carefully and felt he couldn't have been mistaken, as his eyesight was excellent, and it was impossible for him to be wrong. To confirm his instincts, he asked the Wind Speed Dog, intending to keep the feather on himself for observation. "Woof!" The Wind Speed Dog, hearing its master's question, readily agreed. Xiaoji couldn't help but smile upon seeing this, and reached out to pat the Wind Speed Dog's proud head. The Wind Speed Dog, realizing its master wanted to pet it, likely due to its current height exceeding Xiaoji's, lowered its head cleverly, allowing Xiaoji to pet it freely. "Thank you, Wind Speed Dog," Xiaoji said, seeing the Wind Speed Dog's accommodating demeanor, transforming his original intention to pet it into a hug. This scene also piqued the interest of the two beside him, who likewise moved in to hug the Wind Speed Dog. At noon today, after the evolution of the Wind Speed Dog, Ash and his companions quickened their pace, finally leaving the realm of the Shallow Red Dojo. Crossing the mountainous area of the Shallow Red Dojo, Ash arrived at the renowned wild Pokémon sanctuary, also known as the Wild Grassland area, that frequently appears in the game. "We finally reached the shelter," Ash exclaimed as he gazed at the nearby plain. "It seems this is the Wild Grassland area, but it's not as serious as you said, Ash. It's just that Miss Junsha wanted to treat you to a meal. That meal alone is enough to last a lifetime, and I could even have a peanut." Ash chuckled following Brock's joke. "Let's stop here, don't overdo the old jokes." "That's true," Brock said, scratching his head and laughing heartily. "What are you two talking about? I don't understand." "What?" Misty looked confused, her expression questioning. "Cough cough, it's nothing." "Hey, look over there. What is that?" Ash suddenly pointed to a group of mysterious spirits galloping in the distance. As that group of spirits approached, they brought with them a deafening sound of galloping. Brock and Misty immediately turned to look at the commotion. They spotted a herd of toros. "Pikachu, they don't look very strong. Do you want to go challenge them?" Seeing this scene, Ash teased Pikachu, thinking of the original plot. However, he overlooked the changes in Pikachu's personality. "Pikachu, whoever the boss tells me to go after, I will go after. Oh, just watch me." Pikachu rolled up its sleeves, looking eager. In the original storyline, Pikachu would immediately pull out a small blanket from Ash's bed upon hearing his words and fall asleep right there. However, now Pikachu's reaction made Ash frown. Pikachu did not exhibit the behavior Ash expected, making him realize he had led Pikachu astray. Thinking of this, Ash's expression darkened as he suddenly uttered a phrase that Pikachu dreaded the most. "You're out of ketchup tonight." Upon hearing this, Pikachu froze in place, as if the world had shattered, motionless. Pikachu wanted to resist, but Ash's words made him too afraid to retaliate. Otherwise, not having ketchup today could mean more than just missing ketchup. After hearing that today's ketchup was gone, Pikachu, who had initially been eager to challenge the toros, became despondent, pulling out a blanket from somewhere and covering itself. It seemed to reflect on what had gone wrong today, pondering the reason for the absence of ketchup. Today's ketchup was his only opportunity to have ketchup twice a week. Now that he had missed it once, how could he live on? Looking at Pikachu's state, Ash couldn't help but chuckle. Upon hearing Ash's laughter, Pikachu roared inwardly. "What are you laughing at? Do you know how heartbroken I am over my ketchup being gone? You still dare to laugh? If you weren't my master, I would have zapped you." Although using Thunderbolt on Ash wouldn't help, at least it would vent his frustration and ease his heartache. Alright, I know you're upset. You won't lose your ketchup today." Ash spoke. Hearing that the ketchup was back, Pikachu perked up again. However, he had just gotten out of his blanket, and after a brief moment of joy, he heard the words he dreaded and felt his mood drop to freezing point. I can tell you were definitely cursing me in your heart just now, so not only is your ketchup gone today, but it will also be gone next week. Ash snorted coldly unfeeling. Boom. Upon hearing Ash's abrupt reversal, Pikachu felt as if struck by lightning, his mind exploding and his body turned to stone, shattering into pieces. This infuriated Pikachu, who immediately threw his longtime blanket onto the ground and angrily marched towards the Tauros. He planned to take a shot at that herd of Tauros. If one could eat one meal and one peanut, then two would mean 2 meals. Based on that calculation, the more he hit, the more he could eat. It was a guaranteed profit. Although the phrase sitting on the floor of the prison is indeed somewhat exaggerated, at least in the world of Pokémon, it is in the wild fields. If one wishes to catch Pokémon, they can only do so using wild Pokeballs along with culinary skills and techniques for illegal capture. If the Pokémon is not a wild spirit, but one with an owner, and if a spirit from the wild area engages in battle regardless of the instigator, that trainer will inevitably be caught. If the situation is mild, the judgment might only be 1.5 years for several cases. However, if there are more than 10, the death penalty would be a certainty. Although Ash's current identity is significant and may lead to lighter treatment, he naturally wishes to avoid. Ash saw Pikachu angrily striding towards Tauros. Seeing this scene, Ash vaguely guessed what Pikachu was. Now it was Ash who panicked completely. "Wait, Pikachu, I was just joking." Ash hurriedly shouted to stop him. Pikachu initially walked forward recklessly at a fairly decent speed. However, what was peculiar was that halfway through his speed suddenly slowed down significantly. This speed could even be described as tortoise-like. Understanding the ways of the world, Ash realized what Pikachu was. He was going to make him bleed profusely. "How about 3 bags of ketchup? Is that enough?" Ash gritted his teeth and shouted. "Pikachu, 3 bags. That's too little." Pikachu shook his head, not satisfied. 5 bags, that's really the maximum." Ash continued to grit his teeth. The reason he didn't let Pikachu eat ketchup often was mainly that once a certain food is consumed too much, it could easily backfire, leading to a dislike for it or a desire never to see it again. Thus, for the sake of managing Pikachu's preferences, for Pikachu's sake, Ash had been controlling Pikachu's consumption of ketchup. "Pikachu, 10 bags." Pikachu's 2 red electricity pouches faintly sparked with electricity. Alright, I agree." Ash, feeling intimidated, quickly agreed after hearing Pikachu's demand, fearing that Pikachu might pull another trick. Upon hearing Ash's agreement, the cunning Pikachu did not let down his guard, but instead reached out to demand the 10 bags of ketchup. "Where do you expect me to bring that much ketchup from?" Ash said, looking at Pikachu's expression almost in tears. Pikachu. Pikachu chose not to believe Ash's words. After all, the ketchup he usually ate had always come from Ash's spit. Who knows how much is actually inside? Pikachu thought this way. Seeing Pikachu act like a little miser, Ash was helpless and ultimately pulled out the last 6 bags of ketchup from the system space. "This is the last of my ketchup. Oh, as for the remaining 4 bags, I'll get them for you when I go to town," Ash said, holding. Pikachu carefully confirmed once again, and after ensuring this was the last 6 bags, he reluctantly accepted them. "Do I lack this little ketchup? Where has the trust between people gone, really? Oh, right, you're not even human," Ash lamented. After hearing Ash's words, Pikachu said nothing. Although he felt he was being insulted, it was nothing significant to him. After receiving the ketchup, Pikachu immediately stored it in his personal space. Seeing the desired items safely stored away, Pikachu relaxed his guard and returned to stay by Ash's side. This little Pikachu is truly a clever little guy. Misty looked at Pikachu before her with an indescribable, "Yeah, if I don't come every day for 10 bags, I wouldn't know when I'd get to spend this money." Thinking about the 13 billion remaining in his balance, Ash couldn't help but feel melancholic. Moreover, this does not even account for the money on his mother's side. They could be considered incredibly wealthy, yet remain. This situation was extremely similar to that of a certain Mr. Ma in his past life, who also faced troubles regarding money. "It feels like someone is ruthlessly trampling our dignity into the ground." "I feel the same." Brock and Misty exchanged glances, uniting their stance. "It's okay, Ash, if you can't spend it all, we'll help you spend it." Brock shouted excitedly. "That does seem reasonable, but it shouldn't mean I have to pay for everything. Let's have Ash cover today's expenses. Although I have money now, it's not meant to be thrown around like this. Stop talking today, it's your turn to show off your wealth." As they were talking, suddenly a herdier came running over. A woo herdier approached Ash and the others, barking at them. "There's actually a herdier here," Misty exclaimed in surprise. Herdier was a Pokemon that had basically been monopolized by Miss Junsha, and now it could be seen here. It was highly likely that Miss Junsha was nearby. This is a wild area established to protect the wild nature of certain Pokemon, and Herdier might be one of them. Brock explained to Misty. "But isn't it also possible that this Herdier belongs to a forest ranger?" Ash smiled mysteriously. "Ranger sister, how can you be so sure this is a ranger's Pokemon?" Brock looked at Ash in confusion. "Look, isn't that the case?" Ash pointed behind them. Upon hearing this, they turned to look and saw a blue-haired girl riding a Ponyta running towards them. "The 3 over there, please stand still for my inspection. Thank you for your cooperation." The blue-haired girl jumped down from Ponyta and approached them. "May I ask, miss, what are you inspecting us for?" Ash shrugged helplessly and asked. Of course, to check your Pokeballs to prevent you from capturing Pokemon here. The blue-haired girl continued. This is a wild area, a place for Pokemon to grow naturally, and you are not allowed to capture Pokemon without permission. Alright, since it is like this, you may check. Ash obediently handed over his Pokeballs to the blue-haired girl for her. Seeing that Ash had already let the girl check his Pokeballs, Brock and Misty also handed theirs to the blue-haired girl for her examination. Seeing that Ash had already let the girl check his Pokeballs, Brock and Misty also handed theirs to the blue-haired girl. Incredible! If you continue to develop for another 5 years, you will definitely become a great beauty. Brock's face turned crimson like a lovesick fool as he leaned closer to the blue-haired girl. I'm sorry our companion has caused you trouble. Misty's veins popped on her forehead as she pulled Brock away from the blue-haired girl. Pursuing a girl is not as simple as you think. Just reaching out to touch someone else's hand can easily be mistaken for being a rogue, and you could even get slapped for it. So don't do that again in the future. Ash came up beside Brock and threw an arm around his neck. From what you say, you really know how to do it. Brock's eyes lit up upon hearing Ash's statement. Cough, of course. I'm an expert in relationships. Do you want to learn? I can teach you. Ash raised an eyebrow at Brock, a look of pride on his face. If one didn't know better, they'd think this guy actually knows how to flirt. His former identity was the master of a playboy. Yes, of course. I've been thinking about it all the time. Please, Ash, teach me. Upon hearing that Ash could pursue girls, Brock became incredibly excited, grabbing Ash's shoulders as he began his quest for knowledge. Misty, hearing Brock's words, looked at the two of them with a speechless expression and quietly led the blue-haired girl away, fearing that they might be people she knew. Very well, now you must listen carefully. Ash nodded with satisfaction. Master Ash, I am ready. Brock called out Master directly in order to learn the art of flirting. To catch the attention of a young lady, the first point is to have a sufficiently melancholic gaze. 70% of girls in this world like boys with a melancholic demeanor, as it exudes a unique charm that easily attracts them. Ash spoke earnestly. Eyes. Brock, hearing this, strained to open his eyes wider, but no matter what he found that he could never open them to their fullest extent. This first method might not suit me. Let's see the next one. Cough, Ash, can you tell me what the second method is? The second method is, from now on, boys must strive to become fairer-skinned, as girls prefer clean and handsome boys. Upon hearing this, Brock looked at his own skin, which was as dark as copper, and fell silent. Is there a third? Yes, of course. And this is the final method. If you don't have this one, then there's nothing to be done. Moreover, this last method can help you overlook the first two methods. Yes, of course. And this is the final method. If you don't have this one, then there's nothing to be done. Moreover, this last method can help you overlook the first two methods. It's simple. Be like me, possessing abilities, good looks, and money. In short, the richer the better. Ash concluded his statement. Brock fell silent completely. His already dark face became even darker, and he felt utterly defeated. Darn it. If I had all that, why would I need you to teach me? Upon realizing this, Brock suddenly felt that his life was already bleak, squatting down to draw a circle on the ground. Misty, seeing Brock's state, was also utterly speechless. Before listening to others speak, can't one think for a moment? He's single himself, yet he wants a single dog to teach him how to date. One truly dares to teach, while the other truly dares to speak. Misty, with a headache, covered her forehead and felt quite speechless. Cough. The blue-haired girl, listening to their conversation, also felt very shy, sensing that she was out of place. Is it really okay for you to say this in front of me? This is the Wild Pokemon Preservation Area, and I am a member of the Lalamai tribe responsible for its protection. In short, this wild area is guarded by our Lalamai tribe, and my name is Fuzi. The blue-haired girl quickly steered the conversation back, fearing that the two would continue speaking like that in front of her. Hello, my name is Ash, and I am currently traveling to become a Pokemon Master. Ash began his self-introduction. I am Brock. Misty. After the introductions, Fuzi learned that the three were trainers and warmly invited them to visit their tribe. By the way, Fuzi, don't you feel hot riding on the back of that Ponyta? Misty looked at the blazing flames on Ponyta's back, and then at Fuzi's expression, realizing that she seemed completely unaffected. So she curiously asked, Don't worry, Ponyta won't let its flames burn those who share a bond with it. Fuzi smiled, explaining to the three, The flames on you look beautiful. May I touch them? Ash asked, gazing at Ponyta. Ponyta looked at this human, who radiated a strange sense of familiarity. Upon learning that Ash wanted to touch it, it felt that the warm aura emanating from Ash was too strong to refuse. Ponyta snorted, as if to agree. After receiving Ponyta's consent, Ash smiled slightly, and reached out to touch the fiery mane on Ponyta. When he first reached out, he not only didn't feel the burning sensation of flames, but instead found the flames on Ponyta's back to be incredibly delicate, feeling so smooth, almost like silk, very soft to the touch. I never expected you, Xiaoji, to be able to tame the little fire horse in such a short time. Fuzi looked at Xiaoji, his tone tinged with envy. I never expected you, Xiaoji, to be able to tame the little fire horse in such a short time. Fuzi looked at, Back when I was raising the little fire horse, I can't count how many times I got burned, yet you managed to do it in just one try. That's impressive. Having experienced the temper of the little fire horse myself, Fuzi looked at Xiaoji with admiration. It might just be luck. Perhaps I was just fortunate enough to catch the little fire horse's attention, which is why I was able to touch it so easily. Xiaoji smiled and replied, if only I had your luck, I wouldn't have been burned so many times by the little fire. Fuzi reminisced about the past, unable to suppress a sigh. Xiaoji didn't respond this time, merely smiled. Raising just one is already quite tough, let alone a whole group. It's simply too exhausting. Xiaoxia recalled her first Pokémon and couldn't help but express her feelings. The Pokémon of the Lala May tribe thrive in the wild, which makes them much stronger than those from ordinary urban areas. Xiaogang provided a professional explanation to Xiaoxia. Haha, hearing you say that truly makes me happy. People from our area take pride in their work, Fuzi added, since coincidentally our village is hosting a festival soon. If you don't mind, you can come and have fun. Fuzi suddenly remembered the family event and invited Xiaoji and his group. A festival? Xiaoji exclaimed, very interested upon hearing about the event. It sounds fun, and we definitely won't miss it. After all, it's good to relax and unwind during our travels. If you do come, it would be perfect. Tomorrow our village will hold a Pokémon competition. Fuzi casually informed Xiaoji and his companions about the event. It's a competition to showcase the results of Pokémon training. If you win the championship, you will be recognized as the most famous Pokémon breeder of the Lala May tribe. Fuzi spoke with a look of yearning on her face. Xiaoji then asked, could you please tell me, Miss Fuzi, what format will the competition take? It's a race using the Pokémon each person has raised, much like a marathon. Whoever reaches the finish line first will be the champion. Since it will be a marathon-style competition, that sounds interesting. My wind speed dog just evolved, and now is the perfect time for it to shine. Xiaoji smiled confidently. Oh, I didn't expect you to have a wind speed dog. Now you are my formidable rival, but I won't concede defeat. Fuzi appeared equally confident. Then I will be waiting to see Miss Fuzi. Just as Xiaoji finished speaking, a rumble echoed behind him, and before they could react, a group of Doodooly dashed past them and disappeared. Strange was that a herd of Quintero. Xiaoxia squinted, unable to see clearly, still thinking that the Pokémon they just saw were Quintero. While they were still confused, they heard a voice coming from behind them. Hey, Fuzi. Upon hearing the voice, everyone turned around. They turned to see a boy riding a Doodooly approaching them. Before anyone could speak, he had already started talking. Fuzi, I'm here to let you know that I'm definitely going to win tomorrow's competition, the boy riding the Doodooly said arrogantly to Fuzi. Not necessarily. In a Pokémon competition, just being fast doesn't guarantee victory. Oh, just wait and see. Fuzi retorted back, not in the best of moods. Got it. See you tomorrow then. The boy said, continuing on his Doodooly, kicking up a cloud of dust as he left to pursue his trained Doodooly. What a jerk. That guy's personality is so terrible and annoying. Xiaoxia coughed from the dust kicked up by the boy, swallowing some sand, and angrily cursed at the direction he had left. Indeed, he's just like Xiao Mao, someone who deserves to be taught a lesson. Xiaoji waved his hand, brushing off the dust from himself, casually stating. Far away, Xiao Mao suddenly sneezed. Who is talking about me? By the way, why have I been sneezing so much lately? Xiao Mao grumbled, then grew puzzled. Ever since he parted ways with Xiaoji not long ago, he had been sneezing continuously and felt an ominous premonition. Maybe it's just my imagination. I probably sneezed because I caught a cold. Xiao Mao never expected that he had been sold out by Xiaoji. Back with Xiaoji. He is actually a breeder of Doodooly named Dooley Fu. His breeding skills are quite impressive, making him a formidable opponent. Fuzi looked complexly at the retreating figure of the boy, appearing troubled. It seemed she lacked confidence in defeating him, which contributed to her current state of worry. But right now he might not even be my biggest rival. Fuzi thought, her expression starting to grow serious. Oh, who could possibly make Miss Fuzi's expression change so drastically? Xiao Gang leaned closer to Fuzi, looking at her with a worried expression, inquiring. She never expected that her casual remark would lead her to an unknown, yet seemingly powerful rival, which made her increasingly anxious. After all, it was the wind speed dog renowned for its speed that she was referring to. At this moment, she felt that Dooley Fu didn't pose much pressure on her, as his strength was evident for her to reference, making him less intimidating. Instead, the unknown situation was what truly frightened her, as she knew nothing, was unaware, completely in the dark, only knowing that her opponent was strong. It was as if she had picked up a stone to throw at her opponent, only for it to land on herself. However, on second thought, the stronger the opponent, the more interesting the match would be. Xiao Ji and his companions followed Fuzi to the village of the Lala May tribe, resting for half a day. When night fell, Fuzi took Xiao Ji and his group out to shop. It was unclear whether it was due to the annual festival in their village, or if such activities were customary on evenings, but the village was bustling with excitement. Along the only cement road in their village, various stalls were set up, each calling out loudly. As Xiao Ji and his companions walked down the street, they strolled for quite a while. While Xiao Gang and Xiao Xia had things to buy, Xiao Ji merely wandered, looking around, without finding anything he wanted. After browsing for a while, Xiao Ji purchased some daily necessities to replenish the supplies consumed during. After completing these tasks and returning the 4 bags owed to Pikachu, he planned to bid farewell to Fuzi. Suddenly a hurried figure rushed over panting as he shouted at Fuzi. Fuzi, why are you still here? The herd of toros you are taking care of is in trouble. Hearing this voice, Xiao Ji seemed to recall something. He turned around and saw the arrogant Dooley Fu from earlier that day reporting the situation to Fuzi. What? Upon hearing this, Fuzi's face immediately changed dramatically. After shouting, she disregarded Xiao Ji and the others, mounting her Rapidash, and hurriedly ran back. Let's hurry and check it out, Xiao Gang shouted, then anxiously ran in the direction Fuzi had left. Xiao Xia followed closely behind. Xiao Ji, however, remained calm as he threw out his Pokeball, and a large Houndoom appeared. Houndoom, we need to hurry in that direction. Xiao Ji rode on Houndoom's back, pointing in the direction Fuzi had taken. Upon receiving the command, Houndoom's powerful muscles propelled forward, vanishing like a cannonball. Dooley Fu, initially wearing a smug smile at seeing Fuzi's anxious state, suddenly found her grin frozen in, watching as Xiao Ji and Houndoom disappeared along with the rushing wind left in their wake and the marks on the ground. Damn it, I never expected there would be someone even stronger than Fuzi here. Dooley Fu gritted his teeth in anger watching Xiao Ji's retreating figure. He had finally found a way to deal with his greatest rival, only to encounter someone even more formidable than Fuzi, which infuriated him. Xiao Ji rode Houndoom swiftly, remembering the original plot. If Fuzi got injured, there would surely be a mountain of requests from her later on which would be troublesome. Help or not help, it was better to let her compete normally. If he helped, would he end up following the plot of the original story? The Tortoise-Pikachu combination. Forget it, just thinking about that scene made Xiao Ji want to laugh. Although now Squirtle had evolved into a Blastoise, with its heavy weight, wouldn't running cause the earth to shake? Better not think about it. After all, Houndoom was in dire need of performance, so it was impossible for him to compete on behalf of someone else's Pokemon. On the way, Houndoom quickly caught up with Xiao Gang and Xiao Xia, picking them up and continuing to sprint. Even with 3 people on Houndoom's back, it did not affect its speed at all. After all, it had undergone training that was even more intense than the combined weight of these 3, so adding 2 more people wouldn't hinder its movement or speed. Riding on Houndoom, the 3 felt the exhilarating rush of wind, easily sensing the great resistance. Riding on Houndoom, the 3 felt the exhilarating rush of wind, easily sensing the great resistance. Fuzi looked at Houndoom, which had suddenly appeared beside her, in shock. After all, she had just been a step ahead of the 3, and she was familiar with Rapidash's speed. Though she knew how fast Xiao Ji's Houndoom was, seeing it in action was beyond her expectations. I'm really sorry I got a bit too anxious. My Tauros is in trouble, and I didn't have time to send you off. Shocked as she was, recalling her abrupt departure made her feel guilty, so she offered an apology. It's fine, your KFC is more important, Xiao Ji blurted out. KFC. Fuzi was puzzled about what that was, but she didn't dwell on it, thinking he had just misspoken. The most important thing now was the condition of her Tauros. If something happened, it would become troublesome. Not long after, they quickly returned to Fuzi's ranch. As soon as they arrived, she spotted the Tauros herd moving around anxiously. The cause of their agitation was a blue flash. Everyone saw that blue light darting up and down among the Tauros, seeming to stimulate them, making the Tauros increasingly restless. Cuddy Dog quickly stopped the Tauros. Fuzi summoned her Cuddy Dog, resembling a shepherd dog from Xiao Ji's past life, and commanded it to intervene. Cuddy Dog dashed into the pen, barking wildly at the Tauros herd. Upon hearing the command from the enforcer, the Tauros gradually calmed down. The blue light seemed to realize it could not cause further chaos, and quickly fled. Watching the now quiet Tauros, Fuzi finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, before she could catch her breath, a shadow suddenly sprang out from the grass nearby, swiftly passing in front of Rapidash. Rapidash was startled by the sudden shadow, becoming restless and uncontrollably rearing up. At that moment, a familiar figure swiftly approached Fuzi's side and caught her, preventing her from encountering this unforeseen disaster. After seeing that Fuzi was safe and sound, Xiao Ji didn't care anymore and immediately let her go. Ouch! Fuzi, still unprepared, plopped down onto the ground. Feeling the pain in her rear, she couldn't help but rub it. Are you okay, Miss Fuzi? Xiao Ji looked at Fuzi with an apologetic expression, feigning innocence as he began to apologize. I'm really sorry. I lost my grip and let you fall. After finishing, Xiao Ji reached out and pulled Fuzi up. It's fine, Xiao Ji. If you hadn't intervened, I probably wouldn't be able to participate in tomorrow's match, so Fuzi forced a smile, pretending everything was okay. If I hadn't personally felt you let go, I might have actually believed. However, thinking back, if Xiao Ji hadn't helped her, the consequences would have been much worse, so she chose not to expose his. Although she didn't understand why Xiao Ji had suddenly let go, Fuzi didn't want to ask more questions, and merely looked at Xiao Ji with a gloomy and troubled expression. Are you okay, Miss Fuzi? At that moment, Xiao Gang ran over, expressing his concern. I'm fine, thank you for your. Fuzi shook her head. Xiao Ji turned his gaze toward the windmill near Fuzi's house. Perhaps because the Lala May tribe's village was an ancient settlement, the windmill used was the old cylindrical type built from bricks. Xiaoji's sensing ability detected that the three fools were hiding over there plotting some scheme. You three aren't you? I can already see you. Xiaoji called out toward the windmill. The trio of Team Rocket hiding behind the windmill shuddered upon hearing him. They exchanged glances with one another. Which fool just got spotted by that little brat? The first to speak was Kojiro and Nyarth seemed to have an unspoken agreement, and they both turned their gazes toward Musashi. We were all together. How could it only be me that was seen? Musashi glared at them with anger and embarrassment, giving them both a good thrashing. In no time both of their heads were adorned with large bumps, looking innocent and aggrieved as they gazed at Musashi, unable to voice their anger. Aren't you three planning to come out? In reality, Xiaoji hadn't seen them. He was just teasing them, wondering if they would come out on their own. He also intended to resolve the unexpected trouble for tomorrow's match. Pikachu used Thunderbolt in that direction. Seeing they still hadn't come out, Xiaoji didn't want to waste any more words and chose to take action directly. There's no other way, as since you've been discovered, well, come out mercifully. Team Rocket jumped out from behind the windmill. It's you guys from Team Rocket again. Misty quickly realized that it was them causing the earlier commotion. You three are as mischievous as ever, and this time you even tried to harm Miss Fuzi. This is absolutely unforgivable. Xiao Gang glared at Team Rocket. Our job in Team Rocket is to do bad things. If we didn't do bad things, what could we still call ourselves? Nyarth said disdainfully, curling its lips. That makes a valid point, but that doesn't prevent me from bringing you three to justice in the name of righteousness. Xiaoji stroked his chin and murmured. Let's see if you can defeat us. Musashi scoffed at Xiaoji's words, seemingly forgetting their previous encounters, and then pulled out a Pokeball. Go? Arbok wheezing. Kojiro, seeing Musashi gearing up for a fight, also took out a Pokeball to summon a Pokémon to deal with Xiaoji. Then he'll choose you. Xiaoji, not to be outdone, also threw his Pokeball. Xiaoji him in two. Xiao Gang stepped forward, gritting his teeth as he glared at Team Rocket. Despicable Team Rocket, how dare you try to harm Miss Fuzi? This is utterly unforgivable. Both sides summoned a Pokémon. For beams of white light landed, with Team Rocket releasing their usual Arbok and wheezing, while Xiaoji and Xiao Gang sent out a Blastoise and Onix. Blastoise Hydro Pump. Onix Rock Throw. The wave of energy within Blastoise surged, gathering in its cannons, firing a Hydro Pump that was larger than usual. After launching its attack, Onix summoned sharp rocks from the ground, which floated around it before launching. Under these two attacks, Arbok and Wheezing frantically dodged. But it was too late, as they evaded the attacks landed, causing a tremendous explosion. With a loud boom, Team Rocket and their Pokémon soared into the sky, once again vanishing like shooting stars. What an annoying feeling. Still the same old story, they can't stand even one hit. Xiaoji couldn't help but complain about Team Rocket's disappearance. In reality, they had no choice. After all, Xiaoji was not the same Xiaoji as before, and Pikachu was no longer the old Pikachu, starting off as a quasi champion level traveler from the beginner village. His strength was far greater than the original characters in the Indigo League, easily more than double. Although Team Rocket had flown away, the troubles for tomorrow hadn't diminished, especially since there was still a mastermind, Dooley Fu, lurking around. Xiaoji planned to resolve everything here to avoid future trouble. However, after using his sensing ability, he didn't detect any sign of Dooley Fu nearby. To capture this mastermind, Xiaoji even took a stroll around Fu Zi's family's ranch and used his sensing ability to search the surroundings, but still found no sign of Dooley Fu. This left him feeling quite puzzled and confused. After all, this character had appeared in the original story. Now that he specifically sought him out only to find him absent, it was hard not to feel strange. However, Xiaoji didn't think too much about it. After a simple search and finding nothing, he gave up. The next morning, Xiaoji woke up early, completed today's check-in and training, took a shower to wash away his sweat, and then had breakfast. He then calmly walked out the door where others were waiting for him to go together. After everyone gathered, they headed towards the area where the Pokémon competition was being held. Upon arriving at the competition site, a cheerful march played along with a welcoming ceremony. In the lively audience, many people waved red, yellow, green, and white flags welcoming each contestant. Walking on the track, Xiaoji led his race dog forward, observing the bustling surroundings with great anticipation about whether the race dog could secure the championship this time. Beside Xiaoji were three familiar faces, including Xiao Gang and Xiao Xia, along with Fu Zi, as they walked together onto the track towards the starting point. The Pokémon competition of the La Mei tribe features an obstacle course with mountains and valleys. As long as you overcome all the obstacles and lead everyone else back to the finish line, you will be this year's champion. And we will determine the most outstanding Pokémon of the year. Pokémon and trainers, please come to the starting line. The enthusiastic commentator began to explain. Before long, the contestants gathered at the starting line. Little Fire Horse, let's cheer together. Fu Zi encouraged as she patted the little Fire Horse. Hiss. The little fire horse upon hearing this displayed a spirited demeanor, with flames erupting fiercely from its back. At that moment it looked as though it was draped in a fiery cloak exuding an imposing aura seemingly responding to Fuzi. Once all the contestants arrived at the starting line, the commentator confirmed the number of participants before announcing the start of the competition. Ready, go. With the whistle and the commentator's command, the green light for the race lit up, and all contestants immediately set off. Xiao Ji and the race dog leaped lightly like a fierce tiger descending the mountain, leaving behind a large footprint in their wake. It was clear how much this competition meant to the race dog. The contestants who started together saw the race dog instantly surpass the others at a visible speed, ultimately pulling ahead by 500 meters, with that distance continuously increasing. When all the contestants saw the figures of the race dog and Xiao Ji, they were secretly astonished, with some unable to suppress their exclamations. Alright, first up is the straight track. Let's see who can take the lead. Oh wow, our contestant Xiao Ji's race dog is truly astonishing in speed. The competition has just begun and Xiao Ji is already far ahead. No wonder it is called the King of Speed. The race dog's speed is indeed impressive. It seems that this is the true dark horse of the competition. Will the title of champion fall into his hands? Let's wait and see. The commentator excitedly continued. Of course, other contestants are not weak either, but Xiao Ji's race dog is simply too astounding. Fuzi, upon seeing the race dog's speed, was also extremely surprised. Even though she had witnessed the race dog's speed the previous night, she was still shocked. Not for anything else, but because the speed displayed by the race dog this time had already surpassed its performance last night. However, Fuzi did not feel disheartened after all the competition results were yet to be determined, and who the champion was still unknown. Moreover, she had realized last night that even if this competition was destined for her to lose, she would still give her all to strive for the title of champion. Without trying, how would anyone know who the ultimate winner of life would be? Although Fuzi thought this way, the competitor Du Li Fu did not share the same sentiment. I set up a trap for your two pads last night, and now all that's left is for you two to fall into the net. The champion of this competition will definitely be mine. Du Li Fu secretly chuckled to himself. Oh, although our contestant Xiao Ji and the race dog are very strong, our contestant Du Li Fu and Dudu Li are not to be underestimated. Dudu Li, known for its land speed, has unmatched acceleration in a straight line. The commentator's voice reappeared, though this time it was not as surprised as before. Clearly, after witnessing the prowess of Xiao Ji and the race dog, he had already decided that the champion would be Xiao Ji. Whoosh! Just as the competition was getting intense, suddenly a steel ball shot out from the nearby bushes, striking one contestant, Kentaro, squarely in the face. Moo! After being hit by the steel ball, Kentaro showed signs of rage. In a panic, Kentaro, in pain, suddenly accelerated and rammed its horns directly into Nidalana's rear. The scene was quite unbearable to watch. The audience in the stands collectively gasped at this scene. Nidalana, inexplicably bumped by Kentaro's horns, was also furious and turned to retaliate against. Thus, these two contestants lost the ability to continue the competition due to their Pokemon's battle and In the bushes, Kojiro and Musashi exchanged wicked smiles while watching the two Pokemon fight, revealing their evil grins. We are truly bad. After leaving the straight section, everyone quickly arrived at a steep hillside. Oh, we can see that the race dog and Dudu Li are still leading, as if the terrain here has no effect on them maintaining their speed. The commentator first shifted the camera to the race dog, and then to Dudu Li. Oh, let's move the camera a bit and see what our little fire horse is doing. It seems to have started to sprint before entering. The commentator suddenly spotted the little fire horse in the footage of the second-place contestant. Little fire horse, go. I believe you can catch up to Du Li Fu. Fuzi sensed the little fire horse's fear and softly encouraged it. Under her encouragement, the little fire horse suddenly burst into a fierce acceleration, leaping powerfully down the steep slope. Incredible! The little fire horse's jump has directly cleared the remaining quarter of the slope, bringing it closer to the second place Dudu Li, and it's not far from the first place. The commentator expressed in astonishment. Successfully done. Fuzi looked at the little fire horse with joy. After completing this jump, the distance between her and the first and second places was not that far. Little Ji, who had been in the front, sensed that there were several traps ahead along with electric orbs below. This made him furrow his brow. He clearly remembered sending Team Rocket away last night, so why were there still traps here? This left Little Ji. Forget about the traps, it's better to move on first. Just as he was about to leave, he used his psychic ability to make his Speedy Dog slow down, stepping on these traps to reveal their true nature before letting Speedy Dog leave. After some thought, Little Ji decided to intervene a bit to prevent his companions from accidentally falling into these traps. After doing this, Speedy Dog accelerated again. Oh no, how could there be so many pits where Speedy Dog stepped? Could it be due to a ground collapse? The commentator looked at the screen in confusion, remembering that the organizers hadn't mentioned that this stretch would have so many pits. Could it be a last-minute addition? A ground collapse is a hole left when ground-type Pokémon migrate significantly beneath the surface. Sometimes a collapse occurs when the ground previously dug can no longer support the weight of Pokémon or humans. If there was only one pit here, he might not be so puzzled. After all, it could very well be the work of a wild pangolin or some other Pokémon like Onix or Diglett. But the sudden appearance of so many pits made it hard not to wonder what was going on. Even more strangely, there were electric orbs inside these pits, clearly indicating they were not the work of Pokémon, but rather man-made. Perhaps because of Little G's performance last night, Dullif significantly increased the difficulty of the traps leading to this situation. Sorry everyone, yesterday the organizers decided to add a challenge called Trap of Spheres to bring new excitement to the competition, hoping to surprise everyone, so I hope you all can understand. The commentator quickly smoothed things over. Once the audience learned it was a new addition, their anticipation for today's competition grew, wondering if there would be more surprises ahead. Given that this was a new addition different from past challenges, it naturally drew more attention. Little G passed through easily, but the others did not have the same fortune. Some trainers, perhaps not paying attention, or whose Pokémon reacted too slowly, fell into these pits. Some unfortunate competitors were abruptly stopped by the explosive electric orbs. The third challenge was to quickly cross the valley by stepping on floating rocks. Little G and Speedy Dog also breezed through this challenge. Xiao Gang, alongside another contestant using a ride-on, observed the scene in front of him and realized that the large rock was unsuitable for him, already contemplating giving up. However, the contestant beside him with the ride-on looked eager to move forward, ultimately making a decisive choice to proceed, completely disregarding Ride-on's fearful expression. Ride-on dared not oppose its master's wishes, tremblingly choosing to advance. However, just as it stepped onto a floating rock, that rock predictably fell away. Seeing this, Onix shed a tear, fearing that its master would similarly disregard its feelings like that contestant. Alright, I get it, let's stop here. Xiao Gang saw the other contestant sink as he had expected and decisively chose to give up. The fourth challenge involved consuming energy cubes, so a Pokémon had to eat one to proceed. When Little G's Speedy Dog arrived at this challenge, perhaps due to Little G's picky tastes, it looked utterly unappetizing at the sight of the food. Okay, I know you don't want to eat, but this challenge is mandatory. Just eat this first, and I'll prepare your favorite braised ribs afterward. I promise it will be plenty. Seeing Speedy Dog's unwilling expression, Little G recognized its thoughts and comforted it, promising even. Upon hearing about its favorite food and that there would be an abundance, Speedy Dog's eyes brightened, and it devoured the energy cube with enthusiasm. Very quickly it finished eating. Excellent. They'll prepare it for you when we get back, Little G said, patting Speedy Dog's proud head. Oh, just as Speedy Dog was about to leave, a series of rapid footsteps sounded. It was Dullif, the second contestant to reach this challenge. Dullif saw that Little G's Speedy Dog had finished eating and instantly widened his eyes, his expression darkening. You three, hurry up and take action. No sooner had he spoken than a familiar smoke bomb appeared in front of the camera and exploded, black smoke obscuring the screen. Then three familiar figures suddenly emerged from the side, reciting lines that Dullif knew all too well. Since you've asked so sincerely, I'll benevolently tell you. However, as they began their speech, Little G impatiently interrupted them. Are you three not tired of being annoying? Wherever I go, there you are. Do you know how bothersome it is to have three of you? Little G complained impatiently. You annoying little brat, we don't know if we're bothersome to you, but we are currently helping our employer complete a task, so don't hinder us. Musashi had a look of disdain. Come on, it's you three who came to mess with me, yet you say not to hinder you. Are you really a trio of clowns from a circus? Coming here to be funny, and trying to make me laugh to death? Little G retorted, utterly speechless. That's none of your business. Flustered by Little G's words, Musashi shouted back angrily. Hurry up, I don't have time to play with you three. Little G looked impatient, thoroughly annoying Musashi. Enough chatter, go Arbok. Musashi angrily tossed out a pokeball. Little brat, it can't be helped. Someone paid to have us help, and if you win, we'll be in trouble. Little Jiro explained helplessly, so we can only make you fall here, Meow. Meowth grinned wickedly at Little G, clearly indicating it was up to no good. Not wanting to waste time, Little G directly commanded Pikachu, perched on his shoulder, to act. Due to Pikachu's overwhelming strength, Musashi and Little Jiro's Pokémon quickly fell in just a few rounds under Pikachu's attack. We will be back. Dullif, witnessing the ineffectiveness of the three fools, was nearly driven to madness. He had spent $648 hiring them for help, yet they hadn't even been useful, and now they were gone. Why did I hire these three idiots for help? Dullif was infuriated by Team Rocket, feeling like his lungs were about to. Once the trouble was resolved, Little G glanced at Dullif before ignoring him and continued riding Speedy Dog on. Dullif, noticing Little G's glare, couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. That stare felt like encountering some ancient wild beast, suffocating. Thus Dullif could only watch helplessly as Little G rode Speedy Dog away, heading towards the final championship. After realizing he was unlikely to win, Dullif could only watch in despair. It seems I can't take first place this time, all I can hope for is second. Damn Team Rocket, just wait until tonight when I settle the score with you three. Dullif felt his teeth clench in frustration at the thought of those three idiots. If only he had sought stronger help than those three fools, perhaps things wouldn't have ended up like this. The final stretch is a straightaway designed for competitors to unleash their last sprint. Satoshi and his Rapidash are now surging forward in the final dash. Clearly this year's champion has already been decided. The commentator stares in awe at Rapidash, unmatched throughout the entire race, and at Satoshi himself. Never before has such utter dominance been witnessed in a sprint competition. Indeed, Satoshi now leads all other competitors by 500 meters, while their Pokémon are still leisurely consuming the energy cubes provided by the organizers. At present, Satoshi alone has completed Stage 4. As the finish line draws near, the crowd erupts into thunderous cheers, eager to witness this peerless Rapidash claim victory. Unexpectedly, just short of the finish line, Rapidash slows its pace. Calm, unhurried, savoring the roaring adulation of the entire stadium. Striding down the track, Rapidash moves like a majestic, powerful lion. Serene, regal, utterly unconcerned that any rival could possibly close the gap. And rightly so, with a 500-meter lead no pursuer poses even a remote threat. Soon Rapidash crosses the finish line at a deliberate, unhurried gait, crowned champion. Immediately after Satoshi's triumph, a Dodrio appears. Oh, here comes the second-place contender, none other than our Dodrio. Will it secure second place? The commentator bursts into excited commentary upon spotting Dodrio. Truth be told, had Satoshi not dominated so overwhelmingly, this title would have belonged to Dodrio without question. Moreover, Satoshi's sprint lacked dramatic tension. No one came close to challenging him. But now Dodrio races neck and neck with another competitor, lending far greater intensity to the contest. Wow. Behind Dodrio trails Ponyta. Could it overtake Dodrio and seize second place? What an electrifying prospect. Go Ponyta. We're almost there. We're within striking distance of second place. Give it everything you've got. Fujiko urges, her eyes fixed on the distant finish line. Nay. At Fujiko's cry, Ponyta erupts in crimson energy, its entire form enveloped in blazing flame, as it gallops forward with unrestrained fervor. Unforgivable. A foreigner has already snatched first place. Now he dares challenge me for second. How utterly contemptible. Dodrio's trainer Dario grits his teeth as he glances back at Ponyta and Fujiko, closing in relentlessly. His fury intensifies when he recalls that Satoshi, the champion, was also brought here by Fujiko. Dodrio's trainer Dario grits his teeth as he glances back at Ponyta and Fujiko, closing in relentlessly. His fury intensifies when he recalls that— What? Ponyta, dodge? Fujiko cries out in shock, utterly unprepared for such treachery. One of Dodrio's heads lunges sideways, aiming a sharp peck to disrupt Ponyta. Startled by the sudden assault, Ponyta flinches, nearly stumbling to a halt. Dario, you disgraceful cheat. Fujiko shouts, her voice trembling with outrage. This is all your fault. If not for you, first place would have been mine. Dario retorts furiously. Having hurled his accusation, Dario ignores Fujiko entirely and commands Dodrio to accelerate. Curses, it seems we've lost. Fujiko's gaze dims as she watches Dodrio surge ahead, gaining ground during Ponyta's momentary fright. I'm sorry, Ponyta. I failed you. I never imagined Dario would resort to such underhanded tactics. It's my fault you've fallen short. Fujiko bows her head in sincere remorse. Nay. Ponyta whinnies fiercely, not wanting to see its trainer's sorrow, nor to surrender second place. A brilliant white light flashes. Ponyta's form refines, its limbs grow sleeker, and a single spiraling horn emerges from its brow. Before the stunned crowd stands an entirely new being. Incredible. Ponyta has evolved mid-race. Second and third places are now decisively settled. The commentator declares the runner-up confirmed, and immediately introduces the newly evolved Pokémon. Flareon stands among Pokémon as an undisputed sprint legend. Its speed rivals even Rapidash's. With Rapidash securing first, no other Pokémon can match Flareon's explosive acceleration over short distances. As Flareon completes its evolution, flames ignite beneath its hooves, propelling it forward with astonishing velocity, surging past Dodrio, as if fueled by pure lightning. There it is, the pinnacle of Flareon's speed, 240 kilometers per hour. The commentator's voice cracks with exhilaration, raw and hoarse. Driven by Flareon's breathtaking acceleration, second place is secured, igniting a deafening euphoric roar from the crowd, dwarfing even the applause granted to Satoshi's earlier victory. Satoshi surveys the jubilant spectators. Why didn't they cheer like this when we won first place? He asks, puzzled, turning to Rapidash. Woof. Rapidash shakes its head, equally bewildered. It's because you strolled across the finish line so casually. Some people simply couldn't stomach it, replies Kasumi, standing nearby. Exactly, adds Takashi, nodding. Though the trophy belongs to you, Satoshi. Many in the crowd consider Flareon the true champion today. Well then, so long as I hold the title, that's all that matters, right, Rapidash? Satoshi smiles, glancing fondly at his loyal partner. Howl Rapidash nods in quiet affirmation. And so the Laramie Tribe's festival concludes in resplendent harmony, while Satoshi and his companions continue their journey onward. After leaving the Laramie Tribe, Ash and his companions continued their journey to the next city. As they exited the lush green grasslands, they arrived at a dense forested area. Having spent some time in this jungle, they soon discovered that this area was teeming with Pokémon, including the elusive Chansey and Snubbull, which were normally hard to find, monopolized by the Joy and Junsa families. Moreover, there were quite a few of them here. Along the way, Ash spotted several Pokémon with champion-level potential. Faced with these high-potential creatures, Ash could only watch with longing, afraid to throw a Pokeball. Catching one would take at least 5 years, if not longer. There are indeed numerous Pokémon here. This must be a wild wilderness area, no doubt about it. Misty asked her teammates uncertainly. It should be right. To avoid accidentally harming the Pokémon, here we should find a marker to confirm. Ash nodded in agreement and offered his suggestion. What Ash said is true, we should do that. So which way should we go? Brock nodded, supporting Ash's idea. Well, let me search around a bit first. Ash wandered around, pausing in every direction for a moment, using his senses to look for signs of human presence. If he remembered correctly, Miss Junsa should be nearby, so Ash was now searching for traces of her life here. Using his senses, he quickly found that just ahead a woman was approaching them holding a hunting rifle. Noticing this scene, Ash couldn't help but twitch his lips. While he understood Miss Junsa's intentions, he was still quite afraid that she might accidentally fire her weapon. However, thinking that Miss Junsa was a police officer, such an unprofessional incident was unlikely to happen, he gradually relaxed. Found her. Follow me. After confirming Miss Junsa's location, Ash intended to lead his companions so soon. Misty looked at Ash in surprise. What did you three find? What do you mean by so fast? At that moment, a wild Miss Junsa holding a hunting rifle and wearing a Chansey hat suddenly appeared, and a battle was about to begin. Oh no, I've been misunderstood. Ash looked at Miss Junsa with a helpless and innocent expression. We are just on our way to the wild wilderness area. He was just saying we found the way. Brock explained innocently. Really? If you found it, do you know where the wilderness area is? Miss Junsa stared intently at Ash, rifle at the ready. It's in the direction you came from, Miss Junsa. Ash actually didn't know the exact location. After all, it was his first time going to that place, so how could he know the specifics? Upon hearing this, Miss Junsa fell silent for a moment. You three put down your Pokeballs. I am Junsa, the protector of the wild wilderness area. You are under arrest for suspected poaching. Miss Junsa said sternly. Miss Junsa, we were just passing through quietly. We are not here to capture Pokémon. Misty explained weakly. Stop your nonsense, you three come with me now. Miss Junsa yelled angrily, then led the three to her camp, a large tent. After bringing Ash and his companions to this place, Miss Junsa learned through investigation how extraordinary Ash's identity was. Dr. Ash, I sincerely apologize, or I was on duty and thought you were a Pokémon hunter. I'm very sorry. Miss Junsa bowed apologetically to Ash. Oh, it's okay. After all, Miss Junsa is just being diligent and responsible at work, not wanting to miss any criminals, so I understand. Ash waved his hand nonchalantly, indicating that he understood. Upon hearing Ash's understanding, Miss Junsa, thank you for your understanding, Doctor. Miss Junsa expressed her gratitude. As expected of Miss Junsa, she truly is very understanding. Brock said while admiringly covering his face. Beep, beep, beep. Just as they were conversing, an alarm suddenly went off with red lights flashing incessantly. Another poacher. Upon hearing this sound, Miss Junsa, who had just sat down, immediately sprang to her feet. We can help too. Ash spoke up. That's right, we can help. Brock nodded in agreement. Alright, since that's the case, then Doctor, you come with us. Due to the urgency of the situation, Miss Junsa immediately agreed. Thus Ash and his friends hopped into Junsa's off-road jeep, heading toward the direction from where the poacher's signal was sent. Near the Kangaskhan protection area, a man and a woman along with a Meowth were drooling as they eyed a nearby group of Kangaskhan, seemingly plotting something mischievous. Found it, Meow. A super valuable group of Kangaskhan mothers and babies. There are so many. Upon seeing the group of Kangaskhan, Meowth felt as if it was about to strike it rich, and it immediately shouted to the two behind it, you guys hurry up and execute the mission. Standing behind Meowth, Musashi and Kojiro were currently preening their poses, looking in no hurry at all. Since we are to execute the mission, let's act compassionately and make it quick. To prevent the world from being destroyed, to protect the peace of the world, we shall uphold love and true evil, the charming and delightful villains. Musashi, Kojiro, Meowth glared at the two, who still had time to mess around. Can you two hurry up? The Kangaskhan are about to run away. If we don't need you yelling here, it's really annoying. Kojiro sulkily pulled out a rocket launcher. Yeah, without that opening speech, I just can't get motivated. Musashi also complained along with Kojiro. Just as they were aiming, Ash and his companions along with Miss Junsa arrived at the scene. As soon as they arrived, suddenly with a whoosh, a missile was fired from the rocket launcher carried by Team Rocket. The missile had barely been launched when, due to possible cost-cutting during its production, it suddenly exploded in midair. Did Team Rocket buy substandard eggs made with shoddy materials? Xiaoxia questioned in confusion. Just as she was pondering, she soon understood why. After the shell exploded in midair, the bag dragon immediately became agitated. No, we must go protect the bag dragon. We must first escape to ensure the safety of the bag dragons, and then we can discuss it once we reach a safe place. Miss Junsha pressed hard on the gas pedal of the off-road vehicle, and the vehicle surged forward like a wall. After they took action, a bag dragon from the group charged towards them. How could this happen? The bag dragon is very timid. Once frightened, it will charge about in a panic without any purpose. While Miss Junsha gritted her teeth and pressed the gas, she provided them with information about the bag dragons. On the other side, Team Rocket was well prepared, launching a large capture net towards the bag dragon group, swiftly ensnaring a bunch of them. Ha ha ha. This is fantastic. With so many bag dragons, we can catch them at will. Musashi exclaimed excitedly as he drove a red jeep to the captured bag dragon group. They actually managed to capture the entire group of bag dragons. Xiaojang was shocked to see Team Rocket's impressive execution. Miss Junsha, let's hurry and drive to stop them. Xiaoxia urged anxiously. I'm sorry everyone. Our earlier sprint has overheated the engine, how embarrassing. Bang. Suddenly Miss Junsha's jeep exploded, sending the hood flying 3 meters high, landing not. Goodness, even without going to a repair shop, it was clear that the vehicle was now completely totaled. Upon seeing the state of the car, Ash and his friends fell silent. Just then, as Musashi took out a Pokeball to capture the bag dragon, a boomerang suddenly flew over, precisely knocking the Pokeball Musashi had just thrown back. Bang! The Pokeball returned on its original path and hit Musashi squarely on the forehead. Who is it? Who is it? Don't you know that a face is a female actor's life? Musashi shouted angrily. Oh hey-oh! Suddenly a strange roar came from not far away. Musashi looked over and saw a small boy with blue hair dressed in a costume made of triangular beast skin flying towards them. Upon hearing the boy's strange voice, the other bag dragons seemed to be controlled by something moving towards Team Rocket. Had no chance to react as they were swept away by a tail swipe from the bag dragon and flew into the sky. The bag dragons then left with the boy. Wait, I remember him. Miss Junsha suddenly changed her expression upon seeing the boy, as if recalling something. Before they could react, a helicopter descended from above them. Once the helicopter stabilized, everyone saw a short man with a watermelon rind hairstyle and a middle-aged woman step out. After some exchanges, the others finally understood the situation regarding the boy who had just appeared. It turned out that the wild boy was the biological son of these two. Once the helicopter stabilized, everyone saw a short man with a watermelon rind hairstyle and a middle. Eventually they arrived here, but due to his father's clumsiness, they accidentally dropped Dalong. Recently someone nearby captured photos of Dalong controlling the bag dragons, prompting the couple to come looking for him. Thus Dalong went missing in this wilderness and they came to find their child. When Ash heard their account, he looked at them. Now that they were parents, how could they be so careless as to drop their child from an airplane? When Ash saw them in person, he couldn't help but wonder how there could be such careless parents in this world. Don't worry, we have recorded this child, and I will definitely help find him. That's great. If there's anything we can do to help, please don't hesitate, we will definitely assist you. Indeed, we are more than willing to help you, Xiaoxia nodded in agreement. In the end, only Ash remained silent. Thus, everyone's gaze turned towards him. Don't look at me, losing a child is indeed a sad matter, but I really don't want to help such irresponsible parents. Even if I did help, the child wouldn't want to go back with them, and if this happens once, it will happen again. Ash stated coldly, clearly expressing his stance. Ash, Xiaojang and Xiaoxia were quite confused by Ash's words. It seems you all don't understand the importance of biological parents versus adoptive parents. Ash shook his head. Have you ever thought that a child raised by bag dragons for many years would ultimately choose to go with their biological parents? While what you say makes sense, I choose to believe that the child will definitely go with his biological parents, Xiaoxia. Alright, since you all believe so firmly, I guess I can help you out. Ash sighed helplessly and reluctantly agreed. With no other options, he finally consented to their idea, and after a while the initially eager Xiaojang and Xiaoxia's expressions darkened. This was because they saw the couple signaling them to carry them over in a sedan chair they had somehow procured. How did things turn out like this? Xiaoxia complained with a face full of despair. No matter how rude it is, it shouldn't come to this. Xiaojang echoed, equally discontent. Get lost. If you want to find your child, go ahead. We're here to help you find your child, not to let you enjoy yourself. Xiaoji spoke to the couple with an impolite tone, directly confronting them. It was already unwilling enough to help him find someone, and now he wanted him to lower himself and help them carry the sedan chair. How could that be possible? They came over to help, not to take advantage of the situation. The limits of tolerance had been reached. We can offer more money as long as you're willing. Everything is negotiable. The uncle, looking a bit dazed, raised his hand in a gesture that suggested he was wealthy and told Xiaoji to name his price. 100 million. Xiaoji let out a cold laugh. Although he already had 3 billion, who would ever say no to more money? So he casually mentioned a small target. The middle-aged woman beside him was startled by this price. Even the seemingly foolish uncle was shocked by the amount, his eyelids twitching violently. Ahem, although I said you could name your price before that, you need to let me know if this money is worth it. Hearing such a large sum, the uncle swallowed hard. Future champion senior breeder, a shareholder of Ihue Group, plus my title as Dr. Zisson. How about that, is it enough? Xiaoji said this mainly to make him think twice, and then added, whether you hire me or not, it's up to you. Upon hearing Xiaoji's words, Xiao Gang and Xiao Xia widened their eyes in disbelief, staring at Xiao. They never expected Xiaoji's opening offer to be 100 million, something they couldn't have imagined. The short and stout uncle seemed to be inclined to agree, while the middle-aged woman was thinking about other matters. Of course, the uncle nodded in agreement. Honey, the middle-aged woman, upon hearing her husband agree, instantly changed her expression and tried to intervene. No need to persuade me. To have such a valuable doctor help us carry the sedan share for just 100 million is a great honor, and you might not even be able to get one with money. Hearing this, the middle-aged woman was about to urge her husband again when she saw him glance back at her. Seeing the look in his eyes, the middle-aged woman understood and fell silent. All right, please pay half the deposit first. If I don't receive the deposit, I won't do it. Xiaoji seemed to understand the other's intentions, so he directly expressed his thoughts. We are in a remote area with no internet access, so I can't accept payment now. How about you do it first, and once the job is done you can pay me. What do you think? The uncle was still unwilling to give up and continued to persuade Xiaoji. Of course. Not possible. Xiaoji decisively shook his head and refused without hesitation. Seeing Xiaoji's firm stance, they realized that they could no longer carry the sedan chair and would have to walk instead. In their eyes, Xiao Gang and Xiao Xia, a boy and a girl, wouldn't be able to lift them, so they stopped trying. Xiao Gang and Xiao Xia, having heard the conversation between Xiaoji and the uncle, were already dumbfounded, looking at Xiaoji in disbelief. Thus they avoided the outcome of having to carry the sedan chair. After a while wandering around the forest, they happened to encounter an injured bag dragon baby. The three of them rushed over to the injured bag dragon baby, with Xiaoji running the fastest, quickly reaching its side to start applying medicine and bandaging. However, just as Xiaoji was applying medicine to the bag dragon baby, a boomerang suddenly flew toward him. Quick-witted Xiaoji swiftly caught the boomerang, and in a reflexive motion cast a sharp glance at the blue. Seeing Xiaoji stand up, Xiao Gang immediately took over and began applying medicine to the baby bag dragon. The child was startled by the fierce look in Xiaoji's eyes. Realizing his odd behavior, Xiaoji quickly averted his gaze. You three bad guys are bullying the bag dragon, quickly give me back my boomerang. The blue-haired boy, seeing that he couldn't drive the opponent away, shouted angrily at Xiaoji and gestured for him to return his weapon. We are not bad people. We are here to save the bag dragon baby. You attacked without asking, you are the worst. Xiao Xia opened her arms to block Darren and began to argue with him. Darren, hearing Xiao Xia's words, did not retort, instead fixing his gaze on Xiao Xia's chest. What are you trying to do? Xiao Xia asked, feeling a bit scared by Darren's stare. Can I drink your milk? Darren's words were quite straightforward, revealing his thoughts without any concealment. Xiao Xia was infuriated by this remark, as if he had hit a sore spot, and without saying a word, she directly rewarded Darren with a few slaps. That's right, this is my son Darren, who loves to drink milk the most. At this moment, the couple rushed over and began. Darren, I'm your mother, and this is your father, the middle-aged woman said with a choked voice. Darren looked at the two who suddenly approached and called them his parents, looking at them with some disdain, then his gaze drooled over towards Xiao Xia's chest. Can I drink your milk? Even after being slapped by Xiao Xia, Darren persisted in his question. Xiao Xia. If it weren't for Xiaoji holding her back, Darren would have been in serious trouble by now. The couple spoke to Darren for a long time, repeatedly emphasizing that they were his biological parents. Unfortunately, Darren had lived in the wild with the bag dragon for too long, and had already taken on the form of a bag dragon, so how could he remember that these two people were his real parents? The helpless couple in the end could only be knocked out by Darren's biological father with a wooden stick. This finally made Darren remember who his real parents were. Thus Darren found himself caught in a dilemma. One was the bag dragon that had raised him for 5 years, and the other was his biological parents. At such a young age, he didn't know who to choose. At that moment, Miss Junsha suddenly rushed over and informed Xiaoji and the others that the Rocket team had returned. When Ash and his companions arrived near the site destroyed by Team Rocket, they discovered that Team Rocket was riding a mechanical bag dragon. This left Ash and his friends in a state of confusion, as the mechanical nature of their opponent left them with no apparent weaknesses, forcing them to exhaust every possible means to find a way to defeat it. Although Ash was indeed quite powerful, he found himself at a loss against such a massive machine. Neither his psychic abilities nor his aura powers seemed to have any effect. Ultimately, Ash, determined to go all out against Team Rocket, summoned his Venusaur. Venusaur unleashed the full power of the forest realm. Ash commanded loudly. Just as his voice faded, numerous vines suddenly emerged from the feet of the mechanical bag dragon, entangling it. The vines created by Venusaur wrapped around the mechanical bag dragon, and wherever the vines passed, the surface of the machine dented as if struck by a heavy object. What's going on? Is this really a move that Venusaur can use? Kojiro asked in a panic. Isn't this exactly what Venusaur does? What more is there to doubt? Musashi snapped back, unable to tolerate Kojiro's nonsense. As they conversed, the damage to the surface of the machine exposed its core combined with the immense pressure from the vine. This quickly affected the core, leading to a massive explosion. What a horrible feeling. Sure enough, Team Rocket was blasted away once again, transforming into 3 shooting stars that shone brightly in the daytime. After this incident, Dirac's parents were not as brave as in the original story, which led to a different outcome. Dirac also became increasingly unwilling to return with the two. In the end, it was the kind and beautiful Miss Junsha who came over and persuaded Dirac, easing his resistance to going back to his biological parents. Although he was not as resistant anymore, there was still some reluctance in his heart. Dirac's biological parents realized their mistakes and decided to live with Dirac among the bag dragons. Thus, the 2 wealthy individuals transformed from city folk into wild people. Upon seeing this couple reunite with their child, Ash and his friends knew it was time for them to leave. After all, their journey was far from over. Guided by Miss Junsha, Ash and his companions headed towards the wild grasslands. With Miss Junsha's guidance, their journey to the wild grasslands became much smoother, and they no longer got lost. After a day and a half of travel, Ash and his friends finally left the Bag Dragon Conservation Area and officially entered the realm of the wild grasslands, where they could freely capture Pokémon. Once they entered the capture zone for Kyogre, Ash and his friends saw a group of Kyogre pass right in front of them. Shortly after, they arrived at an old wooden cabin. Woo, we finally reached our destination. Brock exclaimed excitedly. This is the Pokémon Luxurious Limited Capture Wild Grasslands. Look at that big door. Misty said, her excitement rising at the thought of capturing those rare water-type Pokémon. Shut up. Suddenly a gruff voice yelled from inside the cabin, loud enough that even Ash had to cover his ears. The volume of the voice was such that if it were to be heard a few more times, even someone without a concussion could end up with one. Do you 3 little brats have any idea how much you're disturbing my peaceful sleep with your incessant chatter outside my window? An old cowboy with white hair stepped out of the cabin, looking displeased as he addressed the group. I'm really sorry if our voices were indeed too loud. Since we just arrived and were unaware of the situation, we disturbed your rest. I apologize sincerely. Ash knew well that this old man had something up his sleeve. To prevent Brock and Misty from getting hurt, he quickly apologized to the old man. After all, saying sorry wouldn't cost him anything. Although he had psychic abilities that could deflect bullets, he still had some questions to ask, which is why his attitude was so polite. Since your attitude in admitting your mistake is good, I'll forgive you for disturbing my dreams, Ash. My name is Caesar, and I am the manager of this wild grasslands area. Seeing Ash's courteous demeanor, the old man chose to forgive him and led the 3 of them into the cabin, where he began introducing himself to them. Upon entering the service station and paying the management fee of 500 each for the wild grasslands, Ash and his friends received a bamboo basket. The basket contained 30 wild balls and a fishing rod. Additionally, let me give you a tip: only wild balls and fishing rods can be used within the wild grasslands. If you don't follow the rules, don't blame me for sending my Thunder Brothers after you. Caesar warned menacingly. Thunder Brothers? Brock asked curiously upon hearing this. Suddenly a revolver was pressed against his— All right. I now understand what the Thunder Brothers are, Brock said, sweating profusely from the scare. Hey, look, it's a Dratini. And Mr. Caesar. Misty's voice suddenly came from the side, diverting everyone's attention. I heard that Dratini used to inhabit the wild grasslands. I thought it was just a story, but it seems this tale is indeed true. Brock said, astonished. No way. There's no Dratini here. Caesar exclaimed, suddenly agitated after hearing their conversation, rushing over to snatch the photo away. Old man, I know there are no Dratini here. Perhaps when you were young you encountered a pseudo-divine Pokemon for the first time, and you were so excited that you took a photo for keepsake, right? Seeing the old man getting agitated, Ash quickly comforted him and offered a reason to calm him down. This made the old man Caesar pause in surprise, even questioning whether he had truly intended to say that. Ahem, yes, that's right. You're quite clever, I admire you. The old man nodded, indicating that Ash was correct. Knowing the old man's situation clearly, I didn't call Dr. Oki like in the original story to ask what was going on. Instead, I made a few calls to Huazi and Shalina, then called Dr. Oki to report my safety before ending the calls. Let's go. We can set off to catch some Pokemon now. Ash turned to the 2 and said. The 2 nodded, following Ash as he called for the old man Caesar to help them enter the wild area. Listen carefully, once the wild ball is used up you must come back immediately, understood? Shh. Caesar urged. Got it, we understand. After Ash assured Uncle Caesar, he prepared to set off with Brock and Misty. Suddenly a voice came from not far. Hey, you little brat. The trio of Team Rocket appeared on the sign at the entrance of the wild area, looking down at Ash and his group. It's you 3 again. Ash looked at the 3 with a face full of disbelief. Wherever he went, their shadows seemed to follow, truly an unshakable presence. Bastards, you 2 get down here right now. Uncle Caesar, furious to find that his sign was occupied, pointed angrily at the two and warned them to come down. Humph will come down eventually. Musashi waved his hand dismissively. But we have to finish what we started first, Kojiro said proudly. To prevent the world from destruction, to protect the peace of the world, to uphold love and true evil, I am the charming and cute villain character. Musashi, Kojiro, Uncle Caesar, furious, couldn't tolerate their antics, pulled out his Thunder Brothers from his pocket and without a word fired several shots. The two members of Team Rocket were so scared that they immediately started to dance frantically. What do we do? We're going to die. Musashi was terrified by the sudden gunfire, nearly in tears. Nyasu was also equally scared, almost crying. Fortunately, Uncle Caesar's aim was poor. Out of 12 bullets, not a single one hit. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to stand here crying safely. It's okay. Please believe in me. Kojiro suddenly looked seriously at Musashi, leaving her momentarily stunned, unaccustomed to his current demeanor. Before Musashi could react, Kojiro hugged her waist, and with Nyasu, jumped down from the sign together. We're going to fall. Musashi shouted in terror as she finally reacted. I already prepared the parachute. Kojiro confidently opened his backpack, anticipating the parachute's appearance. However, after waiting for a while, the parachute did appear, but not as they had imagined, gently floating down. Then they heard a loud thud as the three of them fell heavily to the ground, landing headfirst, and creating 3 perfectly sized craters. Don't you know that parachutes are ineffective when falling from above 100 meters? Ash looked at the three with some exasperation. How could they not know such basic knowledge? How did they manage to create such high-tech machinery like the mechanical bag dragon before? You dare ask others to believe you? Musashi, while angry, also felt like giving Kojiro a big slap. Hey, don't touch me randomly. Teammates shouldn't be this useless. Fortunately, they had fallen from 100 meters so often that they had already become accustomed to such falls. Kojiro, you are too useless, meow. Nyasu lay on the ground, weakly complaining. The three of them exerted all their effort to pull themselves out of the craters they had created, quickly brushing off the dust and striking a pose again. You little brat, this time we will duel with you fairly. Fairly? That doesn't seem to suit you three. Aren't you three the sneaky, cunning, despicable, scheming Team Rocket? How come the boss Sasuke now wants to change to the Rainbow Rocket team? Ash looked at them with amusement. Why do you care? Musashi replied indifferently, dismissively. It seems that you have a point. Upon hearing Ash's words, Kojiro unexpectedly agreed with him. What is the Rainbow Rocket team? With such a similar name, could it be that boss Sasuke has created another force outside? Nyasu asked. Forget it, it doesn't matter. Let's compete and see who can capture more Pokémon in the wild area. How about it? Do you dare to compete with us? Kojiro directly proposed his idea, without thinking too much. If you win, we won't bother you anymore, meow. Oh, I'm not very interested in leaving. Upon hearing this, Ash picked up his fishing rod, and the 30 wild balls turned around and left. Hey, Team Rocket was dumbfounded by Ash's reaction. Although you three promised me that if you win you won't mess with me again, I am also very worried about your professional ethics. Besides, this journey would be so boring without you three idiots on the road. What would happen to the author's word count if you weren't here? So I refuse to agree to your request on behalf of the readers. Ash decisively chose to decline. You little brat, although this is somewhat hurtful, I never expected you to value us so much. Woo woo woo, I'm so tired. Kojiro's eyes were filled with tears, leaving behind tears of gratitude. Hi, I know you three are very touched now. Ash nodded, indicating that he was already aware. Alright, if you two want to enter and catch Pokemon, come in and pay now. If you don't want to go in, then get lost. Uncle Caesar, old and frail, dragged one person with each hand and took the two members of Team Rocket inside. After seeing Team Rocket leave, Ash and his group continued on their way to catch Pokemon. However, on the way, Misty wanted to fish in the water-type Pokemon area, so she split off from the two and headed to the paradise of water-type trainers alone. As Xiaoji and Xiaojing arrived near the wild area, they spotted a herd of Tauros galloping freely across the... Due to Xiaoda's sense of responsibility towards the Pokemon he had already captured, he did not plan to catch too many Tauros, aiming instead to secure just one with good potential. Thus, Xiaoji began to use the system to gather information on the Tauros herd, discovering that among them was one with the potential of a king-level Pokemon. Xiaoji felt a surge of envy as he had left his Pokemon at the service station before entering the wild area and could not engage in a battle. Therefore, Xiaoji was particularly eager to step into the fray himself to duel with that Tauros and capture it through physical combat. Unfortunately, Xiaoji had forgotten to ask old Caesar if he could take matters into his own hands before coming in. Xiaojing quietly inquired, "Which one are you planning to catch?" Xiaoji pointed to a prominent, robust Tauros in the herd. "I'm fine with any of them," Xiaojing replied casually. "Alright, when I count to 3 we'll throw our balls together," Xiaoji proposed. "Okay, I'll follow your lead." Xiaojing nodded. "Alright, 1, 2, 3. Xiaoji counted to 3 and immediately threw his ball. Meanwhile, Xiaojing, slightly dazed, held his wild ball and stared blankly ahead, questioning life. However, seeing Xiaoji throw his ball snapped him back to reality, and he hurriedly threw his own. With precise control from his psychic ability, Gyarados' ball struck the target, effortlessly capturing the Tauros inside. On the other hand, Xiaojing casually threw his ball and caught a Tauros with potential just shy of king level. Of course, this was also thanks to Xiaoji using his psychic powers to guide Xiaojing's aim, allowing him to hit the target so accurately. The two Tauros were easily captured by Xiaoji, becoming their trophies. With a clap, Xiaojing and Xiaoji, "Hey, what a great start!" Xiaoji exclaimed excitedly. "Indeed, I didn't expect capturing Pokemon here would be so simple. If this keeps up, we might run out of wild balls in no time." Xiaojing nodded in agreement. "Catching one Tauros is enough. Oh, let's find our next target," suggested Xiao. Xiaojing nodded. Thus, Xiaoji and Xiaojing wandered aimlessly near the wild area for a while, discovering a herd of Rhydon. Among this herd of Rhydon, there were also a few that had evolved into Rhyperior. This is actually a Rhydon. It looks powerful from the outside, and it must be even stronger internally. We need to be cautious and not provoke it, Xiaojing cautiously explained to Xiaoji. "Indeed, Xiaojing, which one do you want to catch? Once I finish with the other one, I'll see if I can help you." "Which one do you want to catch?" Xiaojing asked in confusion. "That one." Xiaoji pointed to a large Rhyperior over there. Xiaojing followed Gyarados' finger and looked over. Goodness, he was startled to see such a massive creature. The large creature Xiaoji pointed out was clearly the strongest in the herd. Xiaojing couldn't help but feel it was absurd to target such a powerful Pokemon. If they angered this creature, they might be hunted down by the entire herd throughout the day, who wouldn't be afraid. "Are you confident you can catch it?" Seeing Gyarados' calm demeanor, Xiaojing believed he must have a plan. The Rhyperior was gray with a sharp, drill-like horn on its forehead and several protruding spikes on its head. Its back was adorned with spikes. It had a thick, short neck protected by a large armor. Its hands had 3 claws, and its feet had 2 claws with a strong and powerful tail. It was clearly a formidable and dangerous opponent. Could Xiaojing not be afraid? "Yes." Xiaoji nodded. "Although I'm currently without other Pokemon to help, I still have my psychic powers to put it to sleep, so capturing it should be quite easy." "Since you're confident, I'll trust you then," Xiaojing agreed, seeing Xiaoji so certain. "Even if something happens, isn't Pikachu here to protect us?" Although Xiaoji's Pokemon had been taken, he had negotiated with old Caesar for quite a while. Plus, with Pikachu's acting skills pretending to be weak, it led old Caesar to believe this Pikachu was merely a decorative Pokemon with no combat abilities, allowing them to pass unnoticed. "But Rhyperior is a ground and rock-type Pokemon, completely countering Pikachu," Xiaojing murmured quietly. However, thinking of Pikachu's immense strength, he chose to remain silent. "Hey big guy, how are you? Sassy, do you remember me? I'm your good friend Bing Sure." Xiaoji provocatively gazed at the Rhyperior, even teasingly wiggling his finger. The Rhyperior was momentarily taken aback by the taunting voice. It never expected a bipedal creature would suddenly provoke it. It recalled a similar incident from long ago. To its surprise, today it encountered another foolhardy bipedal creature, and all it had with it was a seemingly weak yellow mouse. The Rhyperior was stunned for about 5 seconds, then suddenly, as if driven mad, charged angrily toward. In an instant the ground shook as if a terrifying giant was thundering through, and indeed it was. Xiaoji smiled faintly upon seeing the giant lose its rationality. The more irrational a creature was, the easier it was to hypnotize. In the eyes of the Rhyperior, Xiaoji appeared as a weak bipedal creature, no different from a delivery person, especially with the yellow mouse on his shoulder, which made it regard Xiaoji as merely a delivery boy. Pokemon Rhyperior. Gender male. Level 45. Ability Solid Rock. This ability prevents damage from moves that would normally inflict recoil. Potential Near Champion. Held item none. Moves: Arm, Hammer, Tail, Whip, Tackle, Knock Off, Stomp, Horn Attack, Rock, Blast, Curse, Tackle, Drill, Run, Heavy Slam, Earthquake, Stone Edge, Super Horn Attack, Horn Drill. Xiaoji was drawn to it because of its near champion level potential, which is why he boldly provoked it, aiming to control it and easily capture it with a wild ball. Now, whether this plan would succeed depended on this crucial moment. As he expected, the crazed Rhyhorn was much easier to control. Little G's eyes sparkled with blue light as he effortlessly took control of the Rhyhorn, guiding it to willingly enter his wild ball. Once under control, the Rhyhorn shook slightly before coming to a stop inside the wild ball. Seeing that he successfully captured the Rhyhorn, Little G felt increasingly confident as he set out to help Xiaogang catch the Pokemon he desired. Thus, when Xiaogang pointed out which Pokemon he wanted, Little G used his psychic abilities to assist in the capture. Having successfully obtained the Pokemon they desired, the two left contentedly, heading to another location in search of new targets. On the way, Little G encountered a pair of Nidoran and Nidoqueen caught up in their own affection. One of the Nidoran met the criteria for capture, prompting him to take out a wild ball. However, the nearby Nidoqueen noticed the wild ball thrown by Little G and charged at it, seemingly attempting to knock it. Unexpectedly, it transformed into a red light and entered the wild ball, beginning to shake violently. Sure enough, after struggling for a while, Nidoqueen burst out of the wild ball, affectionately nuzzling Nidoran before swiftly departing. Upon witnessing this scene, little G was momentarily stunned, feeling as if he had been force-fed a mouthful of dog food, and it felt quite substantial. Watching the two little creatures leave, he suddenly thought of Selena, who was far away across the sea. He suddenly missed Selena. Perhaps it was the relationship between these two little ones that sparked his thoughts of her. Never mind, he thought they would meet again in due time, so there was no rush. Little G set aside his longing and went off in search of his next target. Meanwhile, Team Rocket stayed at a service station observing Little G and Xiao Gang's movements through binoculars. Kids are the dumbest. Anyway, all the Pokemon here will be ours, and they're trying so hard to catch them, Musashi said with a smug expression as she turned around. Meanwhile, Old Man Kaiser was unsure of what was happening, having been tied up by the elite of the elites from Team Rocket, with even his Thunder Brothers betraying him held at his forehead. Well, it's about time we prepared to get to work. Kojiro and Meowth grinned, their expressions sinister, clearly plotting. Next, you should tell us the whereabouts of the legendary Pokemon Dratini, Musashi said, approaching Old Man Kaiser. If you don't tell us, you should be careful not to end up with a hole in your body. Aren't you supposed to defeat those kids in a fair manner? Old Man Kaiser questioned in confusion. Haha, that's just our Team Rocket style. We never play fair, we always rely on cunning strategies, Musashi laughed heartily. We're here to do bad things in a fair manner. Kojiro added beside her. How despicable. You three dare to deceive me. Old Man Kaiser exclaimed angrily, suddenly finding strength he didn't know he had, trying to break free. Seeing this, Kojiro rushed forward, attempting to stop the old man's sudden struggle, only to be knocked down by an elbow from the old man. What the a? Kojiro was astonished that an old man tied up could unleash such powerful strength, feeling as if he might suffer internal injuries. Grab him, Arbok. Musashi quickly reacted to the situation and commanded Arbok to stop Old Man Kaiser. With the help of the Pokemon, Old Man Kaiser finally settled down, no longer daring to resist. Honestly, how can an old man be so fiery? Meowth shook his head helplessly. An old man so full of vigor is really impressive. As long as you tell us the whereabouts of Dratini, I can consider dating you. How about that? Musashi approached Kaiser, surprisingly proposing to try and date the elderly man in his 70s, which was simply unbelievable. Even adult films from the Island Nation wouldn't dare to portray it like this. Oh, this is the Island Nation, so never mind. Would you be willing to date me with marriage in mind? Unexpectedly, Old Man Kaiser seemed to fall for it, blushing as he looked at Musashi, questioning her. Hearing this old man's thoughts, Kojiro spat out a mouthful of blood, utterly astonished that this old man, despite his age, was still thinking about such things. Truly, age does not diminish desire. Although Musashi usually appeared unappealing, perhaps due to her carefree personality, she didn't seem charming at all. However, if she seriously dressed up, she still looked the same. Sigh, just kidding. It's clearly that way. Ahem, actually, if she put in some effort to dress up, she could look quite good. Anyway, that's just what Kojiro thought. Ugh, what will it be? Will you tell me the whereabouts of Dratini, or not? Musashi suddenly transformed into the appearance of a schoolgirl wearing an irresistible JK uniform, continually tempting Old Man Kaiser. I don't like little girls. Old Man Kaiser, who had previously worn a lecherous expression, instantly switched to a serious demeanor upon hearing her intentions, wearing a look of I am a respectable elder uninterested in women, and your beauty tactics won't work on me. Musashi was left speechless by the old man's sudden change of attitude, collapsing to the side, falling to the ground. We already have evidence, so just confess. Kojiro produced a photo retrieved from Kaiser's residence and slammed it down in front of him. How's your hometown mother doing these days? You mustn't let her worry too much. Have you thought about how much you want to eat a steaming bowl of pork cutlet rice right now? Meowth, for some unknown reason, had donned a police uniform. Sorry officer, I have nothing to confess. Just kidding. Also, I'm already 75 years old, and my mother passed away long ago. Where would she be? You three should at least be professional in your act. As Kaiser realized what he had just said, his veins bulged with anger, as he retorted, you ignorant fool, it seems this guy needs to experience our latest interrogation device. Seeing that Kaiser was unyielding, Team Rocket dropped the act and began to pull out their tools for forceful intent. After a while, Xiao Ji continued to search for new targets in the wilderness area. However, as he walked, he arrived at a water area where a river flowed, and they saw their friend Xiaoxia, who was fishing at that moment. Xiaoxia, Xiao Ji called out. Hearing the familiar voice calling her, Xiaoxia turned her head and saw Xiao Gang and Xiao Ji not far away. Xiao Gang, what are you doing here? Did you come to fish for water-type Pokemon? Xiaoxia asked. He sort of. Xiao Ji nodded. We have already captured 2 Pokemon, and now we are wandering around to see if there are any targets we like. I see. That's really impressive. I haven't encountered a single Pokemon I like so far. Xiaoxia's gaze gradually dimmed as she said this. Xiaoxia, we believe you will catch something. The best things often appear at the end. You might even catch a Kyogre. What a joke, how could anyone catch such a legendary Pokemon? Xiaoji, you really know how to joke around. Having successfully obtained the Pokemon they desired, the two left contented. Xiaoji said nothing. After all, this matter had not yet occurred, and there was no evidence, making it troublesome to explain. So he let Xiao Xia take it as a joke. When he watched the anime before, he thought it was ridiculous. Moreover, how could someone like Xiao Xia, a native, believe such things? Suddenly Xiao Xia's fishing rod began to move. Feeling the commotion on the fishing rod, Xiao Xia quickly grasped it. I got one. She pulled up the fishing rod with all her might. Soon a Lotad flew out along with the fishing rod, appearing before the group. Seeing the Lotad, Xiao Ji instinctively used the system's inspection feature to check its information and found that its potential was elite. However, in the outside world this was still quite good, it just depended on personal needs whether to keep it. Xiao Xia thought this Pokemon looked decent and threw a Pokeball to capture the Lotad. After struggling for a moment, the Pokeball finally settled down, successfully capturing the Lotad. Congratulations, Xiao Xia, you caught it. It's really nothing special. Xiao Xia shyly scratched the back of her head. Keep it up. Yeah. Xiao Gang also encouraged. Xiao Xia nodded. Seeing her success, Xiao Gang and Xiao Ji decided to fish here as well. Xiao Ji thought about whether he could catch a legendary Pokemon Kyogre or find a suitable partner for his water type. Xiao Gang, on the other hand, was just fishing for fun, as he had to inherit the Nibby Gym when he returned. It wouldn't be appropriate to catch a water type Pokemon to use in battles. After all, that would be like ruining his own reputation, which would have a detrimental effect. Plus, he had so many people to take care of at home. There was no extra money to train another water-type Pokemon. Thus the three of them began fishing there. After a while, Xiao Xia's fishing rod had movement again, and this time it seemed to be a big one that she couldn't pull up by herself. Seeing Xiao Xia's situation, Xiao Gang and Xiao Ji rushed over to help, knowing that she had hooked a big one. With their combined effort, they struggled greatly and pulled out a massive Gyarados from the water. Xiao Xia quickly used a Pokeball to capture it. Damn it, go Pokeball. Seeing the initially frightened Gyarados, Xiao Xia, urged by Xiao Ji, mustered her courage, gritted her teeth, and threw her Pokeball. The Gyarados struck by the Pokeball was eventually turned into a red light and captured within it. After shaking continuously, it finally settled down, successfully captured by Xiao Xia. At this time, Xiao Ji checked the information of the Gyarados. Pokemon Gyarados, gender male, level 35, ability Intimidate, intimidates opponents upon entering battle, lowering their attack. Potential champion held item: None moves: Bite, Tackle, Leer, Twister, Thrash, Hydro Pump, Ice, Fong, Water Gun, Dragon Dance. Not bad. After reading the information on Xiao Xia's Gyarados, he gave such an evaluation. I didn't expect there would even be Gyarados here. Xiao Xia picked up the Pokeball and wiped off the cold sweat, recalling the thrilling moment just now. After discovering that there was a Gyarados here, she didn't dare to continue fishing. It's well known that Xiao Xia is not afraid of Gyarados. She simply wanted to catch some other Pokemon, which is why she wanted to leave with Xiao Ji and Xiao Gang. It definitely wasn't because of the Gyarados. As for the Gyarados in her hands, Xiao Xia had already made plans to send it back to be taken care of by her sisters as soon as she returned to the service station. After all, she was still traveling and didn't have the energy to train another Pokemon. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out, "Help! Come save me!" The three of them turned around to see Old Man Caesar stumbling toward them from the service area, looking disheveled. What puzzled them was that the old man looked like a beggar with his clothes in disarray and one shoe missing. "Help! Quickly get me down from this machine!" Old Man Caesar called for help from a distance. When he reached Xiao Ji's side, Xiao Ji decisively took action, grabbing the machine, channeling his aura, and with a strong squeeze the machine exploded into pieces. "Mr. Caesar, what happened at the service area? Why are you in such a predicament? And how did you get caught by a machine?" Xiao Gang asked curiously. "I'm fine. It's those Team Rocket guys. They actually wanted to capture a Dratini. Please help me save it. Dratini must not fall into the hands of those three jerks." Old Man Caesar immediately recognized Xiao Ji's capability after seeing his skills. Without using Pokemon, he could easily crush a machine. If Xiao Ji was that powerful, his Pokemon must be even more formidable. Although Xiao Ji currently only had a seemingly weak yellow rat, with Xiao Ji's skills, defeating those three jerks would be a piece of cake. Fortunately, I already sent my Pokemon back to Professor Oak. Had I not fallen into the hands of those three fools, would have been disastrous. Ash silently breathed a sigh of relief. After all, as a transmigrator who knew the story's trajectory, how could he possibly entrust his Pokeballs so casually to others? "But didn't you say earlier that Dragonite was no longer here?" Brock raised his question. "No, he remains deep within Dragon Valley." Seeing the ruse unraveled, old Caesar abandoned pretense and spoke plainly. "Very well, I agree to assist. We're strangers here, unfamiliar with the terrain. You'll guide us there. For now, Dragonite remains beyond their reach." Ash calmly assessed the situation. "Understood. I'll lead you there immediately." Caesar nodded and strode ahead, guiding the trio toward their destination. Elsewhere, deep within the wild area, a milky white river wound through stark white cliffs. The surroundings were hushed and serene, yet beneath that stillness lingered an eerie, foreboding chill. Having obtained the intel, Team Rocket rushed there without delay and swiftly divided their tasks. Nyarth and Koji dove underwater to track Dragonite, while Musashi remained ashore, standing guard to ensure their safety beneath the surface. After a tense search beneath the water surface, Nyarth and Koji finally spotted their target, raising their weapons and firing directly at Dragonite. You two surface now, or else Thunderbolt awaits. Surely you'd rather not experience suffocation in this. Ash spoke coolly. Pikachu's crimson cheek pouches flared with gathering energy, poised to unleash Thunderbolt into the depths at a moment's notice. Thanks to Ash's psychic resonance, his voice pierced even the watery veil, reaching Koji and Nyarth clearly despite their submersion. Nyarth, did you hear that? It's that brat. Koji shouted toward Nyarth. Sound traveled poorly underwater. Only by shouting could they barely make themselves heard. Nyarth pressed close beside Koji, caught his words, though faintly. I heard it. Should we surface? Koji asked again as Nyarth nodded. Fool. Who does he think he is, ordering us about like that? Let him wait above until we've captured Dragonite. Then we'll rise. Nyarth snapped, voice sharp with impatience. But he has Pikachu, and Thunderbolt conducts through water. If he truly unleashes it, we're doomed. For a fleeting moment, Koji panicked. What's there to fear? We've been shocked before. Nyarth scoffed, glancing disdainfully at Koji. Koji, I never realized your courage had shrunk so small. It's not about bravery. I've endured shocks before without trembling. But now we're submerged. If Thunderbolt ruptures our oxygen tanks, we'll sink straight to the abyss. Koji's voice trembled with urgency. And consider this, Musashi stands alone up there. If both of us drown, whom will she save? Who'll serve as Boss Giovanni's Pokémon if you perish? Who'll assume the mantle? Nyarth, initially dismissive, froze mid-sneer, then instantly reversed course and surged upward, the first to break the surface. Koji. He stared stunned as Nyarth outpaced him in frantic ascent. Koji, what are you gaping at? Hurry up and surface. Nyarth's tone shifted from irritation to urgent command. Oh right. Koji snapped awake and kicked hard toward shore. Brat, how many Pokémon have you caught? Would you mind sharing that with your big sister? Musashi asked, feigning curiosity. Not at all. Ash refused without hesitation. Don't take kindness for granted. I'm genuinely curious how many Pokémon you've captured, yet you rebuff me so rudely. How utterly impolite. Musashi flushed with fury, jabbing a finger at Ash as she scolded him. First, you have no face worth granting. Second, your kindness is anything but. Third, I owe no courtesy to villains like Team Rocket. Politeness is reserved for those who deserve it. Ash retorted without restraint, his words igniting Musashi's rage. She rolled up her sleeves, storming forward to teach him a lesson. Just then Koji and Nyarth breached the water's surface. Spotting them, Musashi assumed success. Did you catch Dragonite? She asked, eyes alight with anticipation. After all, if they secured even one rare Pokémon, promotion for all three seemed certain, and perhaps even the honored recognition of their beloved boss Giovanni. Yet their next words doused her excitement like icy water, jolting her fully awake. We didn't catch it. Dragonite moves too swiftly underwater. We couldn't seize it. Koji shook his head, offering a feeble excuse. Then why return? Get back down and resume the hunt. Immediately. Musashi roared. Her hopes of promotion and reward evaporated, leaving only bitter disappointment. Fine. I know you two always prepare fallback plans when missions falter. Musashi suddenly produced a paralysis bomb and hurled it into the lake. Dangerous. If that bomb detonates underwater, every Pokémon in the lake will be paralyzed at once. Realizing the peril, Elder Caesar, despite his age, leapt into the water without hesitation, determined to retrieve the bomb. No need to dive, the bomb rises on its own. A flash of sapphire light gleamed in Ash's eyes, and the paralysis bomb floated upward, emerging from the water. Caesar paused mid-plunge, stunned, then swiftly recovered and seized the device. Musashi gaped, utterly bewildered. She'd thrown it with full force, so how had it risen, defying all law? Since this thing belongs to you, I might as well return it to its rightful owner. Here it goes. Old Man Caesar said as he prepared to throw the bomb in their direction. Upon hearing Caesar's words, Team Rocket immediately fell into chaos. A storm of panic erupted. Wait! Musashi shouted in a flurry. What's the matter? Do you three have any last words to say? Old Man Caesar's hand paused momentarily. No, it's not like that. We actually want to be good people. We just took the wrong path before and acted like villains. We have seen the error of our ways. Could you give us another chance? Old man, I'm willing to promise to be your wife. Musashi said with a lowered brow and a bitter plea. Hearing this, Old Man Caesar recalled his recent experiences and was momentarily stunned. The image of Musashi in a JK uniform made his face flush. It seems we've heard some shocking news. Xiaojing looked at Caesar in astonishment, then glanced at Musashi. Indeed, he never expected this old man to be so playful. That's not it, you have to listen to my explanation. No, hear me out. Old Man Caesar panicked at the misunderstanding, thinking about how his later years might be ruined. If this news got out, how could he find a companion to face death with in the future? This can't do. I didn't expect you, old man, to look so respectable, yet turn out to be like this. Xiaoxia looked at Caesar with disdain. Upon hearing yet another misunderstanding, old man Caesar became even more agitated, nearly triggering a heart attack, completely forgetting the bomb he was about to throw. Meow meow, now's the time. Musashi suddenly shouted. Meow meow had long been prepared and dashed toward Caesar, snatching the paralysis bomb from his hands. Meanwhile, Kojiro pulled out a pile of paralysis bombs made from fishing nets from who knows where, tossing them into the lake without hesitation. If one fails, what about the whole bunch? She didn't believe that this multitude would be ineffective. Thus, one by one, the paralysis bombs slipped from Kojiro's hands and fell into the lake. Even Xiaoji found this troublesome, as with such a scattered distribution, it would be challenging to control them with psychic powers if their locations couldn't be pinpointed. Boom. Numerous bombs fell into the water, and soon after the sound of an explosion erupted. Upon witnessing this scene, Xiaoji realized he couldn't just stand on land anymore. Splash. Seeing so many bombs, old man Caesar knew he couldn't just watch anymore, so he jumped into the lake ahead of Xiaoji to start searching for the bombs. Xiaoji quickly followed him into the lake to search for the bombs together. Xiaoji, it's dangerous. Xiaojing shouted anxiously. Xiaoji, come back. The bottom is now full of bombs, it's pointless to go. Xiaoxia also expressed her worries in a panic. It's okay, don't worry about me, I'm tough and resilient. Xiaoji said, then dove into the water. This little brat is really foolish. Does he really think that two people can retrieve all those bombs? That little brat is just so naive. Meow meow sneered. Damn Team Rocket, you three are truly, if anything happens to Xiaoji, we will never let you off. Xiaoxia gritted her teeth, making a threatening statement. So what? You think we're afraid of a little girl like you and that black brat over there? Oomph. Musashi waved her hand dismissively. Pikachu. Pikachu stepped forward, its two red electric sacks crackling with energy. Without that little brat, do you think we're afraid of you three? As soon as Musashi saw Pikachu, she instinctively took a step, quickly realizing that Xiaoji was not on the shore and that Pikachu wouldn't be able to exert much power. She regained her bravado. Musashi, why on earth would you provoke that Pikachu? Although that little brat is not here to command it, Pikachu's own power is formidable. Even without its master, we are no match for it. Meow meow, sensing the situation, took a step back in fear. Pikachu. Upon hearing Musashi's words, Pikachu couldn't hold back any longer and exploded with rage. A bolt of lightning erupted from Pikachu and struck toward Team Rocket. Hey, why didn't you say that earlier? Musashi, realizing too late, complained as she saw the Volt tackle. You didn't ask me. Meow meow replied innocently. They hadn't expected Musashi to be foolish enough to provoke Pikachu. Boom. As the Volt tackle struck down, the three members of Team Rocket flew into the sky, transforming into three of the brightest meteors in the daytime. What a dreadful feeling. These three idiots. Xiaoxia couldn't help but shake her head. After venting her frustration, she looked back at the lake, her heart filled with uncontainable worry. Meanwhile, Xiaoji, immersed in water, had already noticed the commotion above and realized that Pikachu had dealt with. Xiaoji began to sense and locate the positions of the bombs, then used his psychic powers to control them, and to be safe, he placed the bombs into his spatial ring. Just as Caesar was about to grab a bomb, he noticed that the bombs were swimming upwards one by one. Curious, Caesar turned around to see that the bombs were indeed swimming toward Xiaoji. Suddenly, he remembered a certain ability. A psychic. Seeing Xiaoji able to retrieve the bombs eased Caesar's heart. Just as Xiaoji stored all the other bombs in his spatial ring, he found that one bomb not far away had exceeded his control range and needed to get closer. However, at his current distance, getting closer would probably be too late. His time holding his breath was almost up, and if he swam over now, he would run out of oxygen. If he couldn't control it, and without oxygen, he feared it would be a dead end. After pondering for a moment, Xiaoji ultimately made a decision to go and retrieve the bomb. Although the bomb's power could be significant with his current physical condition, he could easily contend with it. The only drawback was that after obtaining the bomb, his oxygen was nearly depleted, and without a water-type spirit, getting to the shore would be troublesome. Currently, besides Pikachu, all of his other spirits had long been sent back to Professor Okido, leaving him without any water-type spirit to assist him to the shore. Fortunately, Xiaoji remembered that in the original storyline, Adradini would come to his rescue here, so he felt there was nothing to worry about. With everything prepared, even if there wasn't enough time, Xiaoji could still place the bomb inside his spatial ring. However, just as he made his decision, an unexpected event occurred. A Kingler suddenly appeared near the bomb, leaning in and pecking at it lightly. Boom. The explosion generated massive waves in the water, and even with Xiaoji's strong physique, he was caught off guard by the torrent, swallowing a mouthful of lake water and choking, unable to breathe. In that moment of choking on water, the oxygen Xiaoji had been holding on to dissipated. Soon he lost consciousness in the deep dark lake, and his body began to sink. Suddenly a shadow darted through the lake, and swiftly approached Xiaoji, lifting him onto its back and swimming towards the shore. Meanwhile, those on the shore were shocked by the sudden occurrence on the lake. Xiaoji. Xiao Gang and Xiao Xia, seeing the sudden explosion, realized that one of Team Rocket's bombs had detonated. Just as they were worried about Xiaoji, dark clouds began to gather in the sky, and a fierce wind arose with a massive whirlpool forming in the lake. What is happening? Xiao Gang looked at the sudden situation, feeling panicked, thinking something terrible had occurred. Just as everyone was puzzled, a blue figure flew out from the whirlpool on the lake, soaring into the sky. What is that? In the bewildered gazes of the crowd, they saw a creature with 2 wings entirely in azure appearing before them like a divine dragon. That is the legendary Pokémon Hakron. Elder Caesar exclaimed, seeing the dream Pokémon he had longed for. In Kanto, the reason Hakron is considered a legendary Pokémon is likely because most Dratini exist only on Dragon Island, which is controlled by the Dragon Clan, making it hard for ordinary people to see them. Of course, this also does not exclude the fact that the original story's first part was incomplete, leading to it being referred to as a legendary spirit. From Xiaoji's current understanding, Hakron is considered a legendary Pokémon primarily because most are controlled by the Dragon Clan, making them so rare. At this moment, Xiaoji, who was on Hakron's smooth back, had not completely lost consciousness, but was in a semi-conscious state while riding Hakron. Feeling the warm sun on his face, he slowly opened his eyes, realizing he was on Hakron's back. To his surprise, the first thing Xiaoji did upon waking was to use the system's detection function to check his information. Spirit Hakron, gender female, level 54, ability Shed Skin, may heal abnormal conditions by shedding its skin. Potential near champion held item none, moves Bind, Glare, Thunder Wave, Hurricane, Dragon Tail, Agility, Tackle, Water Tail, Dragon Dive, Mystic Guard, Rain Dance, Dragon Rage, Hyper Beam. Just a near champion. He muttered to himself that it was considered a mid-low level presence among near gods. Xiaoji had previously gone to Dragon Island with Professor Okido to investigate the potential of all spirits there, so he was aware of the situation. You've grown up, and I have become old, a mere old man. Elder Caesar gazed at his long-lost friend, embracing Hakron and weeping. Woo. Hakron was equally delighted to see an old friend after a long time, letting out a long cry. Not wanting to interrupt their reunion, Xiaoji jumped down when he realized Hakron wanted to catch up with Caesar. After Hakron's long cry, a small Dratini jumped out of the lake. Instead of going to her mother, the Dratini came over to Xiaoji, looking at him curiously. Noticing the Dratini at his feet, Xiaoji crouched down and looked at the Dratini. Hello, he greeted, smiling as he reached out to pat her head. Strangely, the Dratini did not resist, and instead seemed to enjoy it. At that moment, Pikachu appeared at high speed, jumping onto Xiaoji's shoulder. Pika. After jumping on Xiaoji's shoulder, Pikachu affectionately rubbed against his face. Really, what a little... Xiaoji felt a tickle on his face from Pikachu's actions. Hakron and Caesar, reminiscing nearby, seemed to see their former selves, gazing intently at Pikachu and Xiaoji. Hakron in particular seemed to be lost in thought as he stared at Xiaoji, never looking away. Is that your child? Caesar inquired, noticing the Dratini, and then looking at Hakron for confirmation. Hakron nodded gently in response. They seemed just like us back then. Elder Caesar couldn't help but sigh. Woo. Hakron let out another long cry. Seeing Pikachu on Xiaoji's shoulder, the Dratini appeared curious and flew up, wrapping her small body around Xiaoji's neck. Pika. Pikachu was initially shocked to see the Dratini on Xiaoji's neck, but then looked at her nonchalantly, even finding her quite adorable. Like an older brother watching a mischievous little sister, Pikachu, being the eldest among Xiaoji's many spirits, couldn't possibly compete for attention with the little sister. Like an older brother watching a mischievous little sister, Pikachu, being the eldest among Xiaoji's many spirits. Xiaoji hesitantly asked for confirmation after hearing Hakron's words. After all, the Hakron in the original story had directly taken the Dratini away. Now, however, it was asking to entrust the child to him. How could he not find that strange? Hakron nodded, acknowledging Xiaoji's question. What do you intend to do? Xiaoji asked curiously. Woo. Hakron let out another long cry. You plan to venture outside for a while, and look for this child's father as well. Xiaoji confirmed again. Hakron nodded once more. Alright then, this child will be entrusted to me from now on. I promise to take good care of her. Xiaoji agreed once he confirmed that Hakron wanted to entrust the child to him. After entrusting his child to Xiaoji, Hakron spoke a few words to Dratini, making her tear up, as if her parents were giving her to the most important person in her life. After several rounds of conversation, Hakron finally concluded the discussion and nudged Dratini back toward Xiaoji. Out here it could be dangerous for you. Consider this candy a token of trust since you entrusted your child to me. Xiaoji took out a magical candy and offered it to Hakron. I hope you can accept it. This candy could be very beneficial. Upon seeing the candy, Hakron felt an irresistible allure hidden within it and curiously swallowed it. Shortly after swallowing the magical candy, a dazzling light of evolution suddenly shone from her body. Her body rapidly expanded, transforming into a Dragonite, which was entirely orange with 2 antennae and a small horn on her head, large eyes, a smooth mouth, and nose, a round belly, and 2 small wings on her back. After successfully evolving, Hakron, feeling her new body, bid farewell to them before soaring into the sky, leaving to find her mate. Thus Xiao Zi's journey in the wild area came to an end, and he successfully captured Dratini. Upon returning to the service area, Xiao Zi sent back the Tauros and Donphan he captured in the wild area, and after sending in Charmeleon, Gengar, Venusaur, and Blastoise, he continued on his new journey. After leaving the wild plains, Ash and his companions continued their journey. At this moment they arrived in this time they had a new companion, a petite mini-dragon. However, it seemed that the mini-dragon enjoyed staying outside. Since leaving the wild plains, she had been hanging around Ash's neck without coming down. This caused many people around to cast curious glances at Ash as he entered the city, drawn to the extremely rare legendary Pokémon hanging around his neck. At that moment, Ash took a look at the basic information of the mini-dragon. Pokémon mini-dragon. Gender female. Level 23. Ability Marvel Scale. If affected by a status condition, the Marvel Scale will react, increasing defense. Qualification Near Divine. Held item Dragon Form. Moves Quick Attack, Dragon Dance, Dragon Tail, Bind, Twister, Electromagnetic Wave, Dragon Tail, Agility, Mysterious Guardian, Dragon Dive. After reviewing the mini-dragon's information, Ash felt that her inherited moves were incredibly powerful, essentially inheriting all the Dragon-type ultimate moves. Especially upon seeing the Quick Attack move, Ash understood that the mini-dragon's father must be a Dragonite. To learn Quick Attack at the mini-dragon stage could only be achieved through her father's inheritance, and only a Dragonite could successfully pass on this move, as noted in the Pokédex. It's worth noting that the Pokédex here refers to the book, not the one Professor Oak gave him. Although many people around cast strange glances, Ash felt unfazed. Given his current strength, aside from champion-level trainers, no one else could challenge him. After all, his champion-level Pikachu and 1000-year Gengar were not to be underestimated. Only those without strength would be timid, those with strength would directly engage. Moreover, Ash's current skills were not to be taken lightly. He was more than capable of handling elite-level Pokémon without breaking a sweat. Brock, Ash, have we entered a big city? Misty exclaimed with excitement as she gazed at the towering skyscrapers. Yes. Indeed, while the natural surroundings are nice, the feeling of being in a big city provides a greater sense of security. Brock nodded in agreement. Since we've arrived in the big city, do you guys want to have some fun and replenish supplies? Ash inquired. That's true, Brock nodded in agreement. So is it our esteemed Ash who will be footing the bill today? Misty said with a mischievous smile, glancing at Ash. What? With your wealth, do you still need to rely on me? Ash said with a mix of laughter and exasperation as he, that's not the same. You clearly look like a person of wealth, being the richest among us. If we don't take advantage of you, it would be a shame. Misty replied, shaking her head with a playful smile. Even Brock turned with an expectant gaze, eager for Ash to agree. Alright, since you've put it that way, if I don't agree, I'll be the bad guy. Ash thought for a moment and felt it didn't matter. After all, these things would ultimately be useful to him, so there was no need to differentiate. Moreover, considering Brock's family's current financial situation was indeed not great, he felt it was good to help out. Besides, how much could buying some supplies really cost him? Then we thank our esteemed Ash in advance, Misty said with a beaming smile. Oh, and don't forget to buy some ketchup or something for my Pokémon. They need to eat. After you buy it, let's gather here. Ash instructed. Alright. Brock and Misty agreed, then took the card Ash gave them to go shopping. Meanwhile, Ash began to stroll around nearby, planning to buy some special items to send back home, and also to get some for last time when buying perfume, he had forgotten to get something for his future mother-in-law, which was quite disappointing. Now he had to buy something to compensate for the sadness he caused her. Even though his mother-in-law hadn't said anything, he, as her future son-in-law, knew he had to make it up to her. After gathering the necessary supplies, the three of them gathered at the meeting point, gazing at the distant bridge. Xiao Xia raised her hand and pointed at the bridge. So this is the Cross Sea Bridge. I didn't know the construction here was already completed. It's still under construction on the map. With this bridge, we won't have to take a detour anymore. We can reach Sunshine Town directly. Xiao Gang took out the map, compared it, and said excitedly, it seems we need to change our planned route, otherwise we will miss many shortcuts during the trip. Xiao Ji suggested, that's a good idea. Xiao Gang nodded in agreement. Alright, after we buy the map, let's get going. Xiao Ji proudly led the two to buy the map. After they finished, they arrived at the entrance of the bridge. Sorry, but part of the Cross Sea Bridge is still under construction. Just as they were about to cross, a staff member at the toll station stopped them. Moreover, our Cross Sea Bridge is exclusively for vehicles, as it spans a total of 20 kilometers. You can't walk across to the other side. Xiao Xia was astonished by this revelation, completely taken aback. It's that long. Of course, if you have bicycles, you can consider trying it, as the bicycle lane is already open. Seeing their expressions, the staff member understood the situation and added, by the way, may I ask if you can use Pokémon to cross the bridge? Xiao Ji asked curiously, crossing the bridge with Pokémon? Sir, are you joking? Which Pokémon can travel that far? The staff member smiled awkwardly, yet politely upon hearing Xiao Ji's words. Well, we can't just ride our bicycles across continuously. We also need to take breaks if we get tired, even if we use Pokémon. Xiao Ji explained patiently. That makes sense, but I need to check with my superior first. Please wait a moment. The staff member hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to do so. Alright, well, wait for your good news here. Xiaoji nodded. Xiaoji, won't it be tiring for the Pokémon to cross such a long... Xiaoxia asked cautiously. After all, she didn't have a Pokémon that could run that fast. You're worried because you don't have a Pokémon for the journey, right? Xiaoji immediately saw through Xiaoxia's thoughts. You caught me. Xiaoxia felt embarrassed and scratched her head after being seen through. Don't worry, I won't leave you behind. I'll lend you the Tauros I caught in the wild area when the time comes, Xiaoji said confidently, patting his chest. Xiaoxia felt touched by Xiaoji's words. What about you? Xiaoji waved his hand nonchalantly, saying, I'm fine with whatever. Upon hearing this, Xiaoxia couldn't help but shed tears of gratitude. Alright, I've asked my superior. The staff member returned and said, congratulations, your proposal has been approved. You can use Pokémon, but you must have them with you. In that case, let's go to the Pokémon Center to get our Pokémon. Xiaoxiao exclaimed. What about Xiaogang? Xiaogang. He caught a Tauros like me, so he doesn't need my Pokémon. Xiaoji patiently explained to Xiaoxia. Since she hadn't gone with them to catch Tauros, she naturally didn't know that both of them had caught one. I see. Then let's set off. After learning that Xiaogang had a Pokémon, Xiaoxia no longer questioned it. So they followed Xiaoji back to the Pokémon Center. Xiaoji exchanged his Bulbasaur and Squirtle with Professor Oak for a Tauros and an Arcanine. Now Bulbasaur and Squirtle had already reached the champion level during their travels with Xiaoji, so they needed to consolidate their strength by battling Professor Oak's Dragonite. Charmeleon was also ready to evolve into Charizard. He had already prepared the necessary materials for the evolution. Now everything was in place, only the east wind was missing. Was that just my imagination? Xiaoji sensed that the feather in his pocket seemed to have glowed just now. Was that just my imagination? Xiaoji sensed that the feather in his pocket seemed to have glowed just now. What's wrong, Xiaoji? Xiaoxian noticed that Xiaoji suddenly stopped and looked at him curiously. It's nothing, I think I just had a hallucination. Let's keep moving. Xiaoji shook his head to indicate that he was fine. Seeing Xiaoji's explanation, the two of them didn't think much of it, just feeling a bit puzzled, but it wasn't a big deal. Wait a minute, can you help me with something? Just as the three were about to set off, Nurse Joy from the Pokémon Center suddenly approached them and stopped them. Hey, race, the situation at the Pokémon Center in Sunshine Town. Across the way there are sick and weak Pokémon there. They urgently need our special medicine, but due to a shortage of staff, I can't deliver it myself. Could I ask you three to help deliver it to the Pokémon Center in Sunshine Town? Nurse Joy pleaded with them. Xiaoji, if we don't agree to such a request, we won't be real men. Xiaogang firmly grasped Nurse Joy's hand and said with righteousness. Xiaoji thought, good grief, you girls, and I'll do the work. You're truly my good partner. Alright, it's just helping Nurse Joy out, of course I can do it. Xiaoji happily accepted the request. The three of them took the medicine that Nurse Joy handed over and set off towards Sunshine Town. You guys are here. The staff member waiting at the entrance greeted them warmly. Yes, we're here. Next we count on you, Tauros and Arcanine. Xiaoji threw the Pokeballs and two beams of white light flashed. Arcanine and Tauros appeared on the road. Is this what you meant by whatever, Xiaoji? Xiaoxiao looked at the two Pokemon before her and fell silent for a moment. Xiaoji chuckled, not explaining, but turned to Tauros and gently patted its head. Tauros, from now on it's up to you to take care of Xiaoxia. Moo. Tauros proudly bellowed and walked up to Xiaoxia. Then I'll rely on you from now on. Xiaoxia requested as she walked up beside Tauros. Moo. Tauros bellowed again. Come out, Tauros. Seeing that Xiaoji had already released his Pokemon, Xiaogang did the same. Then I'll rely on you, Tauros. Three elves stepped forward simultaneously, creating a thunderous sound on the bicycle path, becoming a beautiful sight on this cross-sea bridge. Due to the lack of professional equipment and their inexperience in riding skills, the elves moved at a slower pace. At that moment, a small inflatable raft was slowly rowing beneath the bridge where Team Rocket sat observing the movements of Ash and his companions. Those guys are riding Kintars on the bicycle path, Meowth. Meowth said, taking a look through the binoculars and noticing, it seems it's time for us to make our appearance, Musashi said with confidence. Do you have a battle plan, Meow? Curious, Meowth looked at Musashi and asked, this place can be considered our second hometown along with Kojiro. Musashi reminisced about past stories with Kojiro in this place. We are very familiar with this area. Those three are now practically intruding on our territory. Kojiro rowed the boat while explaining the reasons to Meowth. After a long half-day journey, Ash and his companions Pokemon sat down to rest at a scenic viewpoint. Furfrou and the two Kintars lay on the ground panting heavily. After resting for a while, once Furfrou and the Kintars recovered a bit, Ash took out his specially made high-energy cube to feed them. After consuming a high-energy cube, Furfrou and the two Kintars regained some strength, and after drinking some water, they no longer felt as exhausted as before. Thank you for your hard work, Ash said as he gently patted Furfrou's head. Furfrou shook its head, indicating that it was nothing, just a long run, which was much easier than carrying 250 pounds of weight. Fortunately, its owner did not make it carry heavy objects while running, otherwise it would have truly collapsed from exhaustion. This wave can only be attributed to the owner's remaining sense of kindness. Ash and his companions also sat down to rest and had lunch. After finishing lunch and resting for a while longer, they were about to set off. Suddenly a buzzing sound came from not far away, attracting their attention, and all three looked over at once. They then saw a group of young people dressed in various styles riding bicycles while blasting rock music and waving flags speeding over from the other side of the bridge. Who are those people? Xiaoxia asked, bewildered by the sudden situation. That's a bicycle racing gang. Xiaojing replied, feeling a bit repulsed by the young people nearby. There's a racing gang for bicycles? Xiaoxia exclaimed, feeling a mix of amusement and disbelief. She had only heard of motorcycle racing gangs, but never knew bicycles had such a thing. Ash, let's go quickly, but it's best not to get involved with them, Xiaojing suggested as he looked at the group of young people. No need, they're already surrounding us. Ash observed the young people that had appeared nearby blocking their path. Suddenly a whip cracked through the air and two thugs approached them, one trembled and fell over with his bike. What do you mean? Are you trying to block us? Ash asked coldly, showing no courtesy to the unfriendly new. With his expression turning serious, Ash's gaze resembled that of a beast ready to strike, radiating a chilling. Several timid thugs were already frightened by Ash, and even those who were not scared felt cold sweat running. If you guys are pathetic, getting scared so easily is truly useless. One thug, wearing a studded black leather jacket with fiery red hair styled like a broom, looked at Ash, shivering slightly. However, he did not show any fear on his face. After all, as a leader, some expressions cannot appear on his face. I see you three don't seem to be from around here. So what if we are? Ash retorted bluntly, as if he were speaking to a non-human. Oh, you're quite arrogant. Where are you from? I haven't seen you around here before, the thug leader continued to question, ignoring Ash's words. What do you want to fight? Ash coldly responded without answering. You brat. The thug leader seemed enraged by Ash's demeanor, sneering. If you want to fight, then let's do it. But our fights aren't about physical brawling, it's Pokémon battles. What do you say? The thug leader, realizing Ash was not to be underestimated, emphasized his challenge. After all, a single glance from Ash was enough to intimidate him, proving Ash's strength. The thug leader felt it was wise to be cautious. After all, there exists a group of individuals in this world, and he feared provoking them would lead to serious trouble. Since we are going to fight, let's have a match. Seeing that the other party no longer seemed to want to provoke him, Xiaoxi's cold expression gradually softened. So which one of you will come over to face me? He'll do it. At this moment, a girl with green hair stepped out from the racing crew, looking like she should be their leader. I think a girl with a hint of delinquent charm is really cool. Please feel free to scold, hit, or trample me. As soon as Xiaogang saw the beautiful girl from the racing crew, he who normally felt disgusted by the young delinquents was instantly captivated. He even transformed into a submissive person. Seeing such a changeable Xiaogang, Xiaoxi couldn't help but shake his head. Xiaoxia was almost driven to the brink of anger. Slap. A loud slap echoed as the delinquent girl sent Xiaogang flying, causing him to fall to the ground. Please don't mess with me casually. I only like bicycles. The delinquent girl said, quite speechless. Xiaoxia and Xiaoxi felt that this was too embarrassing, so they quickly pulled him back. The green-haired delinquent girl then stepped forward and threw out a pokeball. A flash of white light appeared, revealing a dual-shelled creature protected by a hard shell with several spiny protrusions and a horn shell sticking out from its body. As Xiaoxi was about to make his move, upon seeing the opponent's Pokémon, a voice suddenly came from behind him. Wait, Xiaoxia called out to Xiaoxi. Since the opponent is a water-type Pokémon, let me handle this, Xiaoxia said enthusiastically, as if it were only natural. Alright. Seeing her interest, Xiaoxi had no intention of competing with her and readily handed it over. Once Xiaoxia took the stage, her first task was to focus on the hard-shelled creature before her, continuously pondering what kind of Pokémon to use against it. After all, this was her first encounter with such a seemingly strong enemy, so she had to be cautious. After thinking for a moment, she decided to send out her ace, the Starmie. Go Starmie. Just as Xiaoxia was about to throw the Pokeball, a sudden flash of white light burst forth from her. Quack! Psyduck excitedly emerged, raising its hands. Its owner was calling its name again. Oh, how much trust did her owner place in it? Upon seeing Psyduck come out, Xiaoxia was momentarily stunned by this turn of events. She clearly called for Starmie, so why did a Psyduck appear? For a moment, she felt completely overwhelmed. To put it simply, she was nearly driven mad by Psyduck. I have said it so many times, you are Psyduck, not Starmie. Xiaoxia angrily stomped her foot, letting out a furious shout at Psyduck. She felt like she was on the verge of losing her mind because of it. Quack! Psyduck looked back at Xiaoxia in confusion. I am Psyduck, not the Starmie my owner named me. Don't you think this name sounds much better? Psy, forget it. Just go ahead and give it a try. Seeing Psyduck's expression, Xiaoxia gave in, waving her hand in resignation, indicating it could give it a shot. After all, Psyduck had performed quite well before, and she hoped it could unleash its potential like it did in the shallow red gym and defeat the strong opponent before her. Quack! Psyduck thought its owner wasn't calling it, but upon closer inspection it was indeed calling for it. It couldn't help but feel excited. Today its owner acknowledged it again. With that, our Psyduck happily wiggled its little butt and made its way to the battle. Haha, I can't take it anymore. How can there be such a silly Pokemon? Someone in the audience couldn't help but laugh out loud upon seeing Psyduck's adorable yet foolish appearance. Ahaha, is this Pokemon trying to make me laugh to death and inherit my new shell? This person laughed so hard they rolled on the ground. I can't take it anymore, hahaha, it's killing me. The group of delinquent girls laughed uncontrollably, each holding their stomachs feeling overwhelmed. Psyduck used Tail Whip. Xiaoxian, not knowing what she was thinking, insisted on having Psyduck use this move even though she knew it was ineffective. So for about 10 minutes, Xiaoxia's Psyduck and its opponent the Shelder managed to amuse everyone present. It seems we are guaranteed to win. The green-haired girl couldn't help but laugh upon seeing how funny Xiaoxia. After all, there was nothing she could do. How could this Psyduck be so silly, weak, and cute? Even she who didn't want to laugh couldn't help but be amused by Psyduck. Damn it, in that case I'll just go up and give Psyduck a headache myself. Xiaoxia was also driven mad by Psyduck's antics, rolling up her sleeves ready to go and land a couple of punches to increase Psyduck's headache. Fortunately, Xiao Gang, who was nearby, saw this and quickly pulled Xiaoxia back, preventing her from acting. Xiaoji saw this and approached Xiaoxia, advising, Xiaoxia, don't impulsively go and hit Psyduck. If you hit Psyduck and give it a headache, it will likely view you as an enemy, so calm down and observe for a bit. Suddenly a siren sounded not far away, resembling a police siren. What's going on? Is someone from the neighboring district coming to cause trouble? A delinquent boy looked towards the source of the siren, quite puzzled. Since you sincerely asked, I will generously inform you that to prevent the world from being destroyed and to protect world peace, Team Rocket is here. Upon realizing it was Team Rocket, Xiaoji immediately offered them a choice of service. Musashi took off her sunglasses. Masa, you seem to be doing well. Kojiro also removed his sunglasses. Big brother. The delinquent boy who had just asked looked at Kojiro with tears in his eyes. Alright, I know you two have always been like this. Xiaoji helplessly shrugged his shoulders. Haha, we were the most prominent figures around here before. Musashi said proudly. That's right, the infamous Musashi, the leader with the iron chain. The delinquent girl explained to the crowd. And then there's Big Brother, Kojiro, who rides a unicycle with auxiliary wheels. Only Big Brother dared to ride a unicycle among all the racing groups. The delinquent boy enthusiastically introduced the few people behind him. I get it. Should I give them both an award and throw in a combo service? Upon hearing this, she couldn't hold back any longer and chuckled kindly, asking if they needed his service. Are you still riding those two-wheeled bicycles? Musashi asked, looking at their bikes. Mature racing crews should be riding single-wheeled ones. Kojiro explained while raising his unicycle to showcase. So is your racing crew now all about single-wheeled bikes? The green-haired girl eagerly asked. Fool, we are no longer a racing crew. Musashi and Kojiro ripped off their disguises, revealing the unique uniforms of Team Rocket. Hey, I say you two have gone a bit too far. If you're going to be bad guys, just be bad guys. Why do you have to incite others to be bad too? That's a bit much. Knowing clearly what Team Rocket was using to train its members, Gyarados' gaze had already turned completely cold. The other delinquents felt a shiver run down their spines upon seeing Gyarados' eyes. Don't be afraid, this guy is just putting on a show. Everyone charge. Someone among the delinquents said this, rekindling the courage of those who were already hesitating. It seems like we have to teach you a lesson this time. Gyarados' eyes suddenly began to emit a blue light, and an immense mental force instantly enveloped everyone, lifting them into the air. Oh, what's going on? Why am I up in the air? Why isn't my body listening to me? Mommy, I'm scared. Originally, I just wanted to interact with you as an ordinary person, but you forced me. Now I reveal my true self. I am a superpower user. Seeing that the situation had escalated, Xiaoji immediately revealed his abilities, feeling the need to give these delinquents a profound lesson. Left 2 circles, right 3 circles, up 4 circles, down 5 circles, up and down 6 circles, left and right 7 circles. Thus, under Gyarados' Fury, Team Rocket's trio was controlled by his superpowers, making their former big brother and big sister along with Meowth perform circles in front of these delinquents. My head is spinning. Musashi clutched his head, feeling dizzy. How can there be so many suns in the sky? Kojiro looked up and found multiple afterimages of the sun. So many coins, Meow. As coins fell from Meowth's head, he bent down to pick them up and discovered a plethora of coins on the ground. Just as they had barely recovered, that familiar feeling returned. That's right, the 3 of them were up in the air again. Hey, what do you want to do now, little brat? After floating in the air, Musashi shouted in panic, feeling insecure. Again, Kojiro seemed to have predicted the outcome. Indeed, Xiaoji made them spin once more, this time accompanied by a song that he sang. Come, let's do some exercise together. Left 3 circles, right 3 circles, twist your neck, twist your butt. The Team Rocket trio, having spun countless times, finally couldn't endure it any longer and began to plead for mercy, disregarding their dignity. I was wrong, little brat, we were wrong. After spinning for what felt like ages, the three of them finally started to plead for mercy. Wrong. Where did we go wrong? What was wrong? Xiaoji asked while munching on sunflower seeds. Wrong in that we shouldn't have bothered you. Xiaoji shook his head. The mistake is that you shouldn't incite others. You could have just done it yourselves, but you had to drag others in. Originally it was just a misguided seedling that could have been set right, but you guys might have completely led it astray. That's where you went wrong. Forget it, I won't torment you any longer. Just don't do this again next time. Goodbye. Xiaoji felt that this lesson was sufficient and directly sent the three flying away. What an annoying feeling. The three of them ultimately turned into shooting stars and disappeared. The other delinquents, witnessing their former big brother and big sister being thrown away, were momentarily dumbfounded as they stared in the direction they had flown. What's wrong? Are you all still here because you want to experience what it's like to go up in the air? Seeing this group of delinquents hadn't left, Xiaoji asked. No. We will leave now. Upon hearing this, the delinquents hastily fled, hopping on their bikes, heading in the direction Xiaoji and the others had come from. Xiaoji looked at them and shook his head helplessly. Alright, we should also leave and deliver medicine to Miss Joy in Sunshine Town. Xiaoji saw that there were no more troubles here, so he urged the two to hurry on their way as the Pokémon in Sunshine Town were in dire need of the medicine they had. Okay. Upon hearing this, Brock decisively hopped onto the back of the Tauros, ready to set off at any moment. Misty also retrieved her Psyduck and immediately climbed onto the Tauros beside him. Set off, destination Sunshine Town. Xiaoji mounted the back of the Arcanine and shouted. Soon the Arcanine started running, with the two Tauros following closely behind, beginning their journey to the destination. After a long journey, they finally arrived at their destination, the Pokémon Center, where they were to deliver the medicine. Miss Joy, here is the medicine you need. Ash handed over the medicine with both hands. Thank you. If it weren't for you, the Pokémon here might have faced serious problems. Given the urgency of their conditions, I must get to work now. Miss Joy thanked them after receiving the medicine and explained briefly before turning to leave. Ash and his friends were not upset by Miss Joy's impolite behavior. They quietly waited in the service area of the... After a long time, as the sun began to set, Miss Joy emerged from the emergency room, covered in sweat. I apologize for the rush earlier, it was an emergency. Thanks to your help, those Pokémon have been stabilized. Miss Joy bowed in gratitude, her tired body showing her exhaustion. It's no problem, Miss Joy, this is what... Ash shook his head and reached out to support Miss Joy. By the way, Miss Joy, since we came here with our Pokémon, could you please help restore their stamina? Ash took out 3 Pokeballs and presented them to Miss Joy. Alright, please wait a moment. Miss Joy nodded in response and called over her assistant Chansey. Please take care of these 3 Pokeballs. Chansey looked tired as well, but still trudged forward despite its exhaustion. Miss Joy, why don't you take a break? Our Pokémon are not in a hurry, Brock said, feeling empathy for Miss Joy's weary. No way. We have more work to do. Even without you, others will come. Miss Joy shook her head, rejecting Brock. Alright then, Miss Joy, please make sure to rest. Brock understood her determination and decided to let it go. Miss Joy works so diligently, Misty remarked as she watched Miss Joy's departing figure. Indeed. Brock nodded in agreement. Well, everything is arranged. I see it's getting late, so let's rest here at the Pokémon Center for the night. Ash looked outside at the darkening sky and decided to stay for the night. Great. Agreed. As soon as Ash spoke, both agreed immediately. Thus they spent the night at the Pokémon Center. In the blink of an eye, night passed, and morning arrived. Having finished his early morning exercises, Ash returned to the Pokémon Center to pack their bags. After packing and eating, they set off towards their next destination. However, they had been walking away from Sunlight Town for quite some time, and were now completely far from it. Suddenly, halfway through, the sky darkened, a light rain began to fall, and a rumble of thunder shattered their previously comforting mood. Run! Ash held Pikachu close, pressing down on his hat, and began to dash wildly, looking for a place to take shelter. We need to find a place to shelter from the rain. Brock called out, running alongside Ash. In this vast wilderness, how could there be a place to take cover? As Misty lamented, losing her briefly regained spirits, she couldn't help but complain. After their frantic escape, hoping to find shelter, their efforts were rewarded when they spotted a house. Huh, there's really a house. Brock looked at the house in astonishment, finding it hard to believe. After all, in such a desolate area, it was rare for anyone to live here. Seeing it here was surprising. It feels a bit strange. Misty frowned at the unexpected sight. Could it be that her earlier complaints had caught the attention of the heavens, and they had benevolently granted their wish? Forget about that. Finding shelter is the priority. Let's stop overthinking. Ash urged the others to stop hesitating. With that, Ash had already dashed inside, pushing the door open. Everything happened in a flash. Brock and Misty were still processing what had just occurred. This looks like a small theater. Brock observed the decorations around, murmuring, let's rest here until the rain stops. Misty was overjoyed to realize everything was real. Pikachu. Suddenly Pikachu called out, drawing the trio's attention. Oh, Pikachu, is there another one? Brock exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the situation. 2 Pikachus identical to Ash's appeared before them. So cute. I want to catch this extra one. Misty exclaimed excitedly, hugging one of the Pikachus that looked exactly like Ash's. The Pikachu being hugged looked dazed, its expression oddly perplexed. Seeing Misty so excited, Ash's playful side emerged. "Misty, why do you think this Pikachu looks exactly like mine?" Ash said with a grin. Upon hearing Ash's words, Misty's joyful smile immediately froze, her thoughts growing increasingly eerie. Right? Why would there be a Pokemon here in the wilderness that looks exactly like Ash's Pikachu? If she remembered correctly, Ash had mentioned that his Pikachu was unique in the world, yet here was another one that looked very similar. What could be happening? Please look forward to the next chapter. Damn it, Ash, why are you suddenly saying such things in a place like this? Xiaoxia was startled and quickly threw the fluffy and very cute Pikachu on the ground, turning back angrily to question Ash. "I didn't do anything. I was just kindly reminding you, don't be so angry. Besides, science proves that being angry is bad for your skin. It can easily cause wrinkles." Damn it, Ash, why are you suddenly saying such things in a place like this? Xiaoxia was startled and quickly threw the fluffy and very cute Pikachu. Xiaoxia, don't forget what I do. I'm a researcher and I've studied with a PhD. Before, but it's true. Ash explained seriously. How serious was he? For instance, he was serious to the point where he couldn't even tell the difference himself. Is that really the case? Xiaoxia was clearly convinced by Ash and hurriedly pulled out a small mirror from her backpack to check her face. Seeing that the crisis had passed, Ash let out a secret sigh of relief. "Are you okay, Xiaoxia?" Xiaojing walked over and asked. "Xiaojing, do you see any wrinkles on my face?" Xiaoxia hurriedly asked when she saw Xiaojing. "No, I can't see anything, but it's too dark here." Xiaojing shook his head. "Alright then." Xiaoxia understood the situation. "But that Pikachu looks so strange, and its clothes are exactly the same as Ash's Pikachu." Thinking back to that Pikachu's face, Xiaoxia suddenly felt a bit scared. Could it be a new species of Pikachu? Xiaojing stroked his chin looking at the Pikachu and started speculating. "Xiaoxia, don't be afraid. I wonder if you two have heard of a certain kind of Pokemon?" Ash asked with a riddle-like expression. "What Pokemon?" Upon hearing Ash's mysterious words, both of them became intrigued. "A Pokemon that can transform into all sorts of bizarre forms." Ash didn't directly say it, but continued to give riddles. After hearing Ash's words, Xiaojing fell silent, then lowered his head, beginning to think about what was going on. Xiaoxia, on the other hand, had veins popping on her forehead and raised her fist. "It's Ditto." At that moment, a person suddenly appeared at the doorway. What was even more strange was that the clothes the person was wearing were identical to Ash's. Help! Now there are two Ashes. Upon seeing the person, Xiaoxia felt even more terrified of this room. If it weren't for her decent mental fortitude, she probably would have run away by now. No, this feeling she Xiaojing, upon seeing the person wearing the same clothes as Ash, immediately recognized that she was a girl, demonstrating his expertise in this area. This made Ash have to admire him. "How did you know?" Xiaoxia asked curiously. "Well, it's a man's intuition." Xiaojing nodded confidently. "Alright, you two, that's enough." Ash looked at the two and remarked, then turned to the girl wearing the same outfit, clearly knowing her name, but still pretending to be clueless, and asked, "Who are you?" "I should be the one asking you, who are you?" The girl in the identical outfit retorted. "I'm Ash from Pallet Town." Ash had no qualms about revealing his name and directly told her. "I'm a Meditae from the Performance House." After introducing herself, a Meditae boldly approached, Ash seemingly unafraid that he might be a bad person. Perhaps she sensed that Ash's heart was not malicious, which is why she dared to approach him. "By the way, I didn't expect the other person to actually be a girl." Xiaoxia looked at Xiaojing, showing an expression of disbelief. Whether she is a girl or not will take a few more years to find out if it's true or not. Xiaojing supported his chin, appearing contemplative. "Sigh. I'm really imitating perfectly, but it's just that this child hasn't changed his habits yet." Imeditai sighed as she looked at the strange Pikachu on the ground that resembled a pool of dead water. Suddenly a flash of white light occurred, and this Pikachu began to twist and morph. Finally it transformed into a pink creature that looked like clay. "It's so soft, this guy is so cute." The moment Xiaoxia saw it was pink, she instantly lost her resistance. In theory, Ditto can transform into anything, but why does this Ditto still have the face of a Ditto? Xiaojing stroked his chin, looking puzzled, as if he had seen something strange. "This is the source of my troubles." Imeditai also looked helpless, holding her forehead, appearing troubled. In any case, the amazing part of Ditto is its transformation. If you want Ditto to transform into the form you desire, you'll have to put in more effort in the future, as the shortcomings of Pokémon are to be resolved by their trainers, which is also the reason Pokémon trainers exist, right? Ash explained earnestly. "That's true, but my Ditto is quite powerful. Do you want to give it a try?" After hearing this, Imeditai immediately challenged Ash. "Of course, I'm more than willing." Ash smiled. After all, this was a free opportunity for gaining experience. Ash was certainly eager to have a battle with her. Moreover, if he calculated the time, it seemed that his Charmeleon was almost at max experience, and he was in need of an experience boost. So this opportunity just came knocking. Ash happily thought about Charmeleon's upcoming evolution, but then he switched to a worried expression. After all, Charmeleon becomes very disobedient once it evolves, and he wasn't entirely sure why. He could only guess that it was likely due to the memories of being abandoned by Dio being magnified within its heart, which caused Charmeleon's behavior. Of course, this doesn't exclude the fact that the original character Ash was too weak, leading Charmeleon to recall being abandoned and developing a rebellious mindset, wanting Ash to experience the feeling of being looked down upon by his own Pokémon as a form of revenge against the trainer. Of course, these were merely Ash's speculations and couldn't be completely confirmed or denied. With the interference of the Friendship Ball, it was unlikely that the same situation as the original Ash would occur again. Hopefully. The reason Ash lacked confidence in himself was that Charmeleon was mostly not by his side, so it felt like there wasn't much of an emotional bond, which led him to think this way. Imate and Ash walked together to the center of the stage, where a spotlight flickered to life, illuminating the center of the stage. The versatility of Ditto is impressive. It really looks interesting, Brock said from the audience, his face filled with excitement as he watched the two on stage. Misty nodded, then pulled out a tub of popcorn from who knows where, watching the two on stage with a completely carefree attitude. Now let's get started. I will be using Ditto, Imate said with a light laugh, signaling for Ditto to then let him take over the next match. Ash pulled out the Pokeball containing Charmeleon and threw it onto the field. A flash of white light appeared, and Charmeleon appeared on stage. Alright, Ditto, transform, Imate said confidently. Ditto flashed with white light and instantly transformed to look exactly like Ash's Charmeleon. Now let the battle begin. Imate looked at Ash, signaling that they could start. Okay, Charmeleon, use Flamethrower. Ash showed no mercy and let Charmeleon attack first. Ditto, let's also use Flamethrower. The two identical Charmeleons fired flames at each other, canceling out each other's attacks. Due to the significant level difference, Ash's Charmeleon's Flamethrower ultimately overpowered the other game. Ditto, seeing the vast difference in strength, Imate began to lose her composure. Although her Ditto transformed to battle, she had no knowledge of the opposing moves, leading her to echo Ash. Having already suffered a setback in strategy, facing a strength deficit combined with her inexperience, she lacked composure. Dragon Claw. Ash saw the strategy unfolding and wouldn't let up. He was always serious about Pokemon battle. It was akin to being on a battlefield where a clear winner was inevitable. Ditto quickly stand up and used Dragon Claw to counter. Imate shouted anxiously. Just as Ditto wobbled to its feet, it was struck and sent flying by Charmeleon's incoming claw, tumbling over 10 meters. There was no mercy at all. Ditto. Imate realized the situation and recognized that Ditto was completely being overpowered. I concede. Imate rushed to Ditto's side, hugging it tightly, and loudly declared her surrender. Ash looked at Imate, his tearful and pitiful appearance, feeling a bit embarrassed and awkward as he rubbed his nose. Did he go too hard? Leave her to me. Brock rushed over to help, taking Ditto into his arms and starting to treat it with healing items. I'm really sorry about what just happened. Ash approached to apologize, but before he could finish, he was interrupted. It's okay, this is a Pokemon battle, injuries are normal, Imate said, wiping her tears and shaking her head firmly. Perhaps it was her first encounter with such a formidable opponent, or perhaps it was Ditto's first time facing such injury that made her so upset. Even though 10 years old is considered nearly an adult in this world at heart, she still had a child's mentality, so it was normal to cry. However, Ash's approach was indeed too harsh as he fought with all his strength. Of course, this might have been out of respect for every opponent, which is why he gave his all in every battle. Ash, you're such a clueless guy. Why are you like that with girls? Misty approached Ash and pulled him aside for a talk. I was just respecting my opponent. That's why I took it so seriously. And besides, I already acknowledged my mistake and apologized. Ash explained, feeling guilty. Even so, you shouldn't have done that. Misty continued to scold Ash. Then, what should I do? Ash looked at Misty in confusion. Though he was a time traveler and knew more than his peers, as someone who had never even interacted with girls, he was lost. Ash, you're beyond help, Misty said, shaking her head helplessly before leaving. Misty's actions left Ash utterly confused, and he felt like nothing was clarified as she walked away. Ash was left bewildered, ultimately deciding to drop the subject. Alright, our battle has concluded. Now, let me show you my performance studio. Imate seemed to have figured something out as she gracefully invited the three to continue visiting her theater. Then thank you for this. Okay, then follow me. Ash eagerly encouraged her to lead the way. Great, just follow me. Imate nodded in agreement and led the three into her dressing room. Upon entering Imate's dressing room, it felt like stepping into a mall with various outfits hanging throughout the room, prompting the three to exclaim in admiration. There are so many clothes here, Misty remarked, marveling at the room filled with outfits. After her exclamation, Imate demonstrated how to change costumes in an instant. In the blink of an eye, she transformed into Miss Joy or Miss Junsha. Who wouldn't want to marry someone who could instantly become their dream partner? Just ask yourself, do you like it? Basically, I can complete most transformations with the costumes here. Imate seemed to have found her confidence in her expertise, proudly introducing the three to her skills. Impressive as expected of Imate, You managed to change outfits so quickly, that's amazing. Ash applauded. Of course. After all, my goal is not to become a Pokemon trainer, but to be a top-notch impersonator. Mat said this while glancing at Ash, speaking seriously. I love imitating various Pokemon, which is why I established my performance studio here. Look around this plain area, there are hardly any buildings. This is precisely what I want to achieve with my performances to relieve the traveler's fatigue. Mat was straightforward, explaining to the group, without hesitation. I have a question. This question has no ill intentions, may I ask it? What question? Feel free to ask, said Mat, encouraging Xiaoji to speak. Xiaoji asked earnestly, besides your Ditto, do you have other Pokemon? Mat responded seriously, actually, I don't have any other Pokemon besides Ditto. Seeing that the other person was young and seemed unaware of the dangers of society, Xiaoji kindly reminded her. After all, it's quite dangerous for a girl to be out alone with only one Pokemon. Ha ha ha, thank you for your concern. You really don't need to worry about that. Mat laughed heartily and waved her hand. After hearing Mat's words, Xiaoji looked around at the outfits filling the room and suddenly came to a real. After all, someone who could fill an entire room with so many styles of clothing couldn't possibly come from an ordinary bag. It seemed his worries were unnecessary. I see then your goal is truly a great one, to bring joy to passersby. After learning that the other person's identity was not simple, Xiaoji decided not to meddle further, and instead, thank you for the compliment, but I've been with this Ditto for a long time, and it just can't seem to change its little habits or transform perfectly. Mat looked at her Ditto, feeling helpless as she confided to everyone. Oh, this is simple, it can be resolved soon. Xiaoji waved his hand, signaling her not to worry. Just as Mat was puzzled and about to ask a question, a rhythmic clapping sound echoed from a dark corner not far away. The spotlight on the stage suddenly shone deep into the stage. Then a series of intense drum beats emerged from the darkness, creating an eerie atmosphere. I heard everything you just said, Meow. Meowth suddenly dropped from the sky. Just as I was thinking of you, you appeared. How swift indeed, Xiaoji remarked helplessly. What are you people? Mat glared angrily at the stage. Since someone asked who I am, then I will graciously tell you. To prevent the world from being destroyed. To protect the peace of the world. To promote love and truth, the charming and adorable villains Musashi and Kojiro, we are the Team Rocket traveling through the galaxy. A white hole of bright tomorrow awaits us. Just like that, Meow. Clap your hands. After the usual Team Rocket introduction, Meowth applauded. You three idiots again, you're more clingy than a sticky plaster, Xiaoji said with a dark expression. Shut up, kid. We're not here to catch your Pikachu today. Musashi arrogantly ordered Xiaoji to be quiet, unafraid of provoking him. That's right, we're here for that guy. Kojiro suddenly threw out a smoke bomb, while Meowth leaped toward Ditto. Since Xiaoji needed Team Rocket's help to solve Ditto's problem, he did not act immediately. What to do? My Ditto, I don't even know where Team Rocket took it. Mat said anxiously. It's okay, I can find all three of those idiots, so don't panic. There's no need to rush, just stay calm in a crisis. This isn't a big deal. Perhaps Team Rocket will even help you solve Ditto's problem, so let them fly for a while, and then we'll slowly work our way to them. Xiaoji kept comforting Mat, signaling her to remain calm. After receiving Zyoda's reassurance, it was unclear whether it was due to Zyoda's Charizard's powerful strength that made her choose to trust him. After a search by Xiaojing Zubat, they quickly located Team Rocket's position. Alright, let's go rescue Ditto. Xiaojing and Kasumi rolled up their sleeves, looking determined to give Team Rocket a run for their money. Since we're going to rescue Ditto, why don't we do something special? Xiaoji looked at Team Rocket in the corner, a smile widening on his face. Yes, I have a great idea. Mat's eyes lit up upon hearing Zyoda's words. At that moment, Ditto had completed its transformation capability after being threatened by Meowth. Alright, if you want to do it, you can still do it. Next, Ditto transformed into a Dragonair. Musashi's face lit up with joy at the thought that Ditto could transform into a quasi-god Pokemon, threatening Ditto with glee. You three are quite optimistic, aren't you? Afraid of your boss seeing this and kicking you out of Team Rocket? Before Xiaoji had appeared, his voice had already arrived. Impossible. We are the trusted subordinates of Boss Sakaki, and we could never get fired. Musashi shouted back defiantly. That's right. We are the trusted subordinates of Boss Sakaki. Such a thing could never happen, so don't scare us. Kojiro chimed in as well. Exactly, Meow. Meowth nodded in agreement. Suddenly 4 familiar spotlights shone down, followed by Team Rocket's signature entrance. What is going on? This feels so familiar. Musashi and Kojiro looked at their familiar entrance, feeling a sense of déjà vu. Suddenly 4 figures flashed by, appearing in front of Team Rocket. Since you sincerely asked your question, Xiaoji, dressed in a Team Rocket uniform, faced away from them. I will graciously answer you. Then Xiaojing spoke up. This scene was simply incredible. Team Rocket had never seen someone use their lines for an entrance. They were momentarily at a loss. It's so humiliating. How could you imitate us? Xiao Zilong said, his face flushed with embarrassment. The 4 did not respond to his words, continuing their performance. To prevent the world from being destroyed. Xiao Xia turned around at that moment. to protect the peace of the world. Yamaiti followed up with Xiaoxia's line. With love and true justice. Xiaoxi declared, covering his head with one hand. The adorable and charming protagonist. Xiaoxia winked and made a peace sign, looking exceptionally cute. I am Xiaoxi, I am Xiaoxia, I am Xiaogang, and I am Yamaiti. The Pokémon team traversing the galaxy. Xiaogang struck a finishing pose. The white hole of bright tomorrow is waiting for us. With that last line, Yamaiti concluded the performance. However, the most surprising moment came when Pikachu suddenly jumped out from the side, struck a pose, and delivered a line elevating the performance to another level. Pika Pika, this is how it is. The performance of the 4-in-1 Pokémon left Team Rocket stunned, causing them all to feel embarrassed on the spot. Haha, we actually said all that. Xiaoxia and Yamaiti laughed uncontrollably, holding their stomachs in joy. Stop boasting about yourselves. You should have imitated us more accurately. Team Rocket was infuriated, each one blushing as they retorted. Clearly they realized how juvenile and embarrassing their previous lines were. Alright, you three, stop the nonsense and quickly return the Ditto. Xiaoxi impatiently urged, scratching his ear. By the way, it's hard to tell which is Ditto and which is Meowth from Team. Xiaogang noticed that there was another Meowth that could stand up. He was surprised that this Ditto had no flaws compared to the previous transformation. How about that? This is our strength. Ditto has achieved a perfect transformation under our guidance from Team Rocket. Aren't we impressive? Musashi not only proudly placed her hands on her hips, but also sought praise from Xiaoxi and the others. Thank you. You are truly great people. Yamaiti, after hearing that Ditto's problem had been solved, felt a surge of emotion. After so many years of training, she finally solved this issue. How could she not be moved? For a long time I have worked hard to correct Ditto's strange habit, but I have never succeeded. Now that I've succeeded, it is thanks to your help. Now Ditto and I can become the perfect mimicking duo. Yamaiti sincerely thanked Team Rocket. So that's what love is. The Team Rocket duo, upon hearing this, suddenly broke down in tears. Alright, you two, crocodile tears stop flowing. Quickly return Ditto. If it weren't for Xiaoxi having read the original story, he would have genuinely believed their nonsense. Fine, today we will listen to you, little brat, and return Ditto to her. Musashi casually grabbed a Meowth and stuffed it into Yamaiti's arms. Then the two prepared the hot air balloon they had ready, planning to leave as soon as possible. Xiaoxi watched as the Meowth in Yamaiti's arms blinked at him with a pitiful expression. You two, wait a moment. Xiaoxi shouted loudly to stop them. Team Rocket paused their movements momentarily upon hearing his words. Wah! What's wrong? Xiao Zilong asked, drenched in sweat. Why are there so many beads of sweat on your head? Could it be that you did something shameful? Or did you commit some wrongdoing that made you all so flustered? Xiaoxi looked at them with a slight smirk. Oh, is that so? Xiaoxi smiled at them. Of course. Would we lie to you? Musashi Oh, is that so? Xiaoxi smiled at them. Of course. Would we lie to you? Musashi explained nervously. Then let's trade Meowth with you. We want the Meowth in your hands. Xiaoxi snatched the Meowth from Yamaiti's hands, signaling them to quickly return the real Ditto. Looks like you've caught on. Xiao Zilong and Musashi realized that the Meowth in Xiaoxi's hands was not the real Ditto and jumped into the hot air balloon flying up into the sky. Meowth. The duo from Team Rocket in the hot air balloon suddenly shouted. The Meowth that Xiaoxi was holding began to struggle violently, trying to break free from his grip. Seeing that Team Rocket was unfazed, Xiaoxi decided to be ruthless. He held the Meowth by the back of its neck, his eyes locking onto Team Rocket's hot air balloon, and he began to spin around 360 degrees, without missing a beat. I throw. Thus, amidst the Meowth's screams, it was shot from Xiaoxi's hands like a machine gun. Boom. The Meowth flying up hit Team Rocket's hot air balloon directly. The balloon, punctured with a hole, began to leak air wildly, swaying uncontrollably from side to side. In the midst of the balloon swaying, Ditto seized the opportunity to break free from Team Rocket's grasp and transformed into a Pidgey, safely flying down from the sky back into Yamaiti's arms. In the midst of the balloon swaying, Ditto seized the opportunity to break free from Team Rocket's grasp. Pikachu was ready to unleash Thunderbolt, but as he looked at the hot air balloon swaying back and forth in the sky, he was momentarily at a loss. Use Sharingan. Xiaoxi, knowing how difficult it was for Pikachu to hit the target, instructed him to use Sharingan. Upon hearing Xiaoxi allow him to use Sharingan, Pikachu obediently activated it, and a crimson light flashed in his eyes. Then Thunderbolt erupted from him, precisely locking onto the trajectory of Team Rocket's next move. Boom. What a horrible feeling. Accompanied by the explosion and Team Rocket's screams, they retreated. Thus Xiaoxi successfully retrieved Ditto from Team Rocket. It was precisely because of this that Ditto's transformation no longer had flaws, mastering the technique of perfect transformation. After helping Yamaiti, Xiaoxi and his group continued their journey towards the next badge location. Leaving the performance house of Yamaiti, Xiaoxi and his companions set off towards their next destination. After several days of traveling, Xiaoxi finally stepped out of the plane and entered a lush forest. The air is so fresh and the water is so clear but feels like being in a paradise. Leaning against a tree to rest, Xiaoxia looked at the beautiful mountains and rivers around, unable to hold back her admiration. When the group chose a resting spot, they specifically picked a place near a water source to start a fire and cook. Just as they were resting, a commotion suddenly arose from the bushes. Upon hearing the noise from the bushes, everyone instantly became alert, their gazes fixed on the thicket, as if they expected the Grass Sisters to emerge. Eek! A voice that sounded like a playful call emerged. Then they saw an EV resembling a fox with mostly brown fur butter-colored around its neck and tail, and 4 short legs appear before them. Wow! It's an EV! Xiaoxia instantly recognized the Pokémon upon seeing it. I can't believe we encountered an EV in the wild. It's quite unbelievable. Well, it makes sense that we would find an EV family nearby. Xiao Gang stroked his chin as he analyzed the situation. Xiaoji remained silent, using the system's function to scan the Pokémon. Soon the information panel of EV appeared before his eyes. Pokémon EV. Gender female. Level 15. Ability adaptability increases the power of moves of the same type. Potential elite. Held item none. Moves tackle, tail whip, growl, helping hand, wish, sand attack, quick attack, round, swift bite. What a pity how its potential isn't that great, and it doesn't have the dangerous premonition ability I'm looking for. After reading Eevee's attribute panel, she shook his head in regret. Just right, my Charmeleon is almost ready to evolve. If we battle a bit more, it should be able to complete its evolution. Thinking this, she ultimately decided to take action. Come out, Charmeleon. He released Charmeleon. Everyone please wait. This Eevee already has an owner, so please do not capture it. Suddenly a voice came from the bushes. Xiaoji looked over and found a boy with a passerby's face about the same age as him, and wearing square glasses stepping out from the bushes. I am truly sorry. I am a member of the nearby Eevee family. My Eevee was a bit naughty just now, and if it disturbed you, I apologize. The glasses-wearing boy bowed, expressing his apology. It's fine as she didn't disturb us. She just suddenly ran out, which piqued our curiosity. Is that so? I'm really sorry. I can leave right now. After learning the situation, the glasses boy immediately prepared to take Eevee away. Wait a moment, your arrival is just right. Would you like to have a Pokémon battle with me? Xiaoji quickly called out to the experience opportunity before it could leave, ensuring that he wouldn't let this chance slip away. A Pokémon battle. Upon hearing Xiaoji's words, the glasses boy paused, looked at Xiaoji's Charmeleon, then back at Xiaoji, finally responding. Alright, but after this battle, I must leave immediately and my family has some matters I need to attend to. Okay, no problem. Seeing the experience opportunity, agreed Xiaoji smiled happily. Then Eevee, you shall take the stage. The glasses boy looked at Eevee and instructed Eevee. Upon hearing her owner's words, Eevee obediently approached Charmeleon gracefully. What are the rules of the match? The glasses boy adjusted his glasses and asked after the Pokémon had taken the stage. Unknown until one side is unable to continue fighting. Xiaoji replied blandly. Eevee used quick attack. The glasses boy wasted no time and launched directly into the action after understanding the rules. Seeing the opponent acting in accordance with his wishes, she couldn't help but smile sincerely. Charmeleon used Dragon Claw to counter. Eevee dashed forward, transforming into a swift white shadow as it crashed into Charmeleon. Charmeleon, on the other hand, was incredibly skilled, effortlessly tracking Eevee's movements. With 3 claws formed from dragon energy, it pinned Eevee directly to the ground. So fierce. Xiaoji couldn't help but exclaim upon seeing Charmeleon's actions. Eevee. The glasses boy felt heartbroken watching his beloved and carefully nurtured Pokémon being overwhelmed. I'm done fighting. Knowing there was no chance of winning, the glasses boy immediately surrendered, scooping up Eevee and running away. After all, witnessing the one-sided crushing defeat made it clear just how terrifying Charmeleon's strength was. He certainly wouldn't let his beloved Pokémon get hurt, so he directly admitted defeat and fled. Hey! Just as Xiaoji was about to call out to the boy, he had already turned and left. Clearly the boy was in a hurry, otherwise he wouldn't have left so quickly. Xiaoji intended to invite the boy to come to him for healing, but the boy left without looking back, which truly dashed his hopes. Xiaoji recalled the previous battle with Amity, which had been interrupted midway, preventing Charmeleon from evolving. Now it was even worse. The battle had barely started and the opponent had already vanished, which was utterly ridiculous. As Xiaoji pondered this, a feather from his pocket suddenly flew out for some unknown reason and landed in front. Charmeleon felt an unprecedented power emanating from the feather, slowly pouring into its body. At the same time, a dazzling white light suddenly burst forth from Charmeleon. Not far from Xiaoji, a figure quietly watched this scene, feeling astonished. As the light began to emanate from Charmeleon, its body began to visibly expand at an incredible speed, growing from over a meter tall to 2 meters. At the moment when Charizard successfully evolved, Ash seemed to see the ethereal figure of a Ho-Oh merging into Charizard's body. This strange scene immediately reminded Ash of something, prompting him to quickly open the system information panel to check Charizard's current details. Pokemon Charizard. Gender male. Level 39. Ability Blaze. When HP decreases, the power of fire type moves increases. Qualification Divine. Held item Charizard X Evolution Stone Charcoal. Moves Scratch, Growl, Ember Wing, Attack, Dragon Claw, Dragon Breath, Flamethrower, Dragon Tail, Fire Punch, Break, Dragon Dance, Flare, Blitz, Earthquake, Sacred Fire. As expected, just as Ash had guessed, Charizard successfully inherited the move Sacred Fire. This thought made Ash pause. Wasn't the Rainbow Wing a move that only its bearer could learn? Why was it different? Moreover, at the moment when Charmeleon successfully evolved into Charizard, it seemed that he saw the shadow of Ho-Oh, whether it was his illusion or not. However, seeing Charizard inheriting the move left by Ho-Oh on its feathers, Ash still felt quite pleased. But soon a headache arose. Oh, what about the Sacred Fire that was originally meant for his Arcanine? Just thinking about how his loyal and honest Arcanine had lost its Rainbow Wing made Ash feel troubled. After all, he had intended to reserve this opportunity for Arcanine, but unexpectedly, it was inherited by the later evolved Charizard, and now even the Rainbow Wing was gone. At this moment, Ash couldn't help but fall into self-reproach. To compensate for his loyal and honest Arcanine, Ash began to search through the system space, looking for anything suitable for Arcanine. After searching for a while, he found nothing. At this time, Brock and Misty happened to come over to congratulate Ash. Congratulations, Ash. Charmeleon has successfully evolved. Yes. Now that Charmeleon has evolved, Ash, you have gained another great companion. Brock nodded in agreement, offering his congratulations. This is all thanks to Charmeleon's hard work. I'm just the one who made the plans, Ash said, reaching out to pat Charizard, a smile lifting the corners of his mouth. It was evident that Charizard was very happy. Ash's happiness did not stem solely from Charizard's evolution. Rather, he was genuinely pleased to see that Charizard did not resist when he touched it, showing no signs of displeasure. This perfectly proved that after completing its evolution, Charmeleon did not exhibit the bad temper as described in the original work. Just as Ash was feeling happy, Pikachu's cry suddenly came from nearby. Pika! Only then did everyone realize that Pikachu was no longer in sight, and those who noticed quickly looked. They finally spotted Pikachu's tail near a patch of grass. Upon seeing Pikachu over there, Ash realized that Pikachu had encountered a group of other Pikachus. Thinking of this, Ash hurriedly returned Charizard to its Pokeball and jogged over. What's wrong with Pikachu? Misty asked curiously. I think it must have seen something, Brock replied, casually looking in Pikachu's direction. After saying this, the two were very curious about what Pikachu had seen, so they walked over. The three arrived at the place where Pikachu was, and upon closer inspection, they discovered that Pikachu had found a group of Pikachus. My goodness, there are so many Pikachus here! Misty exclaimed in surprise at the sight of so many Pikachus. This must be a group formed by wild Pikachus. So Pikachu, do you want to play with them? If you want, go ahead. Ash clearly understood Pikachu's intentions, so he boldly allowed Pikachu to go and play with the other Pikachu. Pikachu. Upon hearing Ash's words, Pikachu turned back with delight, looking at Ash. Its eyes seemed to ask, did I hear that right? Is it really okay? Seeing the little look in Pikachu's eyes, Ash couldn't help but display an exasperated expression while looking at Pikachu, and nodded, giving Pikachu a clear answer. After receiving Ash's approval, Pikachu happily dashed into the group of Pikachus like a child. As soon as Pikachu entered, its unique outfit startled the other Pikachus, who all looked at it with strange expressions. Although Pikachu caused panic among the other Pikachus upon entering, some brave Pikachus soon approached with curiosity, cautiously coming up to Pikachu and chirping a few times. Once they confirmed that this was indeed their kind, the other Pikachus relaxed their guard surrounding Pikachu and curiously inspecting its attire. Alright, let's let Pikachu play here for a bit. We shouldn't disturb them, Ash decided, seeing that Pikachu had happily integrated into the group. After returning to the campsite, Ash was calmly enjoying his lunch. Ash, shouldn't we be worried about Pikachu? Misty looked at Ash with some concern. It's okay as long as Pikachu is happy, Ash smiled, knowing that over the years Pikachu had become like family to him. Since they were family, Ash was willing to trust them, believing in that unbreakable and solid bond, which was limited to family and companions. If Pikachu truly chose to leave, Ash would have to respect Pikachu's decision, no matter how important it was. Respect was essential. After all, it was Pikachu's choice, and although he had the right, forcing Pikachu back would mean it was no longer the same Pikachu. Moreover, Ash was very willing to believe that Pikachu would not leave him. In this way, Ash and the others stayed there for a long time. They even finished dinner, and as evening approached, there was still no sign of Pikachu. Brock and Misty could no longer stay in place, leaving Ash behind while they went to observe Pikachu. Meanwhile, Ash made sure not to let Team Rocket disturb Pikachu's interest, using his perception abilities to search for the trio of Team Rocket, preparing to deal with these three fools in advance. After wandering around for a while, they indeed found Team Rocket nearby. At that moment, they were just about to set off towards the location of Pikachu when they were spotted by Ash. At this time, they were still giggling and daydreaming about how they would be promoted and given raises after catching so many Pikachus, completely unaware of the danger rapidly approaching them. Hello? Ahem, I have a throat clear. Ash had intended to greet Team Rocket in a high-pitched voice, but ended up choking. They've appeared. Team Rocket shouted in surprise as if they had encountered a terrifying creature. However, they weren't wrong. Ash was indeed a formidable entity for them. Come out. Charizard used Sacred Fire to deal with them. Ash threw Charizard's Pokeball and immediately launched a Charizard obeyed promptly, a layer of divine flames quickly enveloping its body, and then charged forward towards Team Rocket's recently constructed machinery. Charizard slammed into Team Rocket's machine with great force, which ultimately could not withstand the power of this legendary creature. A thunderous explosion erupted successfully, sending them soaring into the sky. What a dreadful feeling. Team Rocket, having just made their entrance, found themselves flying into the sky. Thus they gracefully exited the stage, while Ash calmly returned to the camp to rest. By the next morning, Pikachu still hadn't returned. After Ash and his companions woke up and finished breakfast, Ash headed to the Pikachu group to collect Pikachu and leave. Pikachu stood on Ash's shoulder looking back at the Pikachu group. Although it seemed reluctant to leave, it did not return, but waved goodbye to its friends. The Pikachu group also waved farewell to Pikachu with reluctance, especially a female Pikachu with a heart-shaped tail, who looked at Pikachu with teary eyes different from the others. Clearly our beloved Pikachu had spent a day in the Pikachu group, charming the village beauty, demonstrating how powerful it was after learning a third of Ash's romantic skills. No wonder you didn't want to come back, even a step yesterday. So you were trying to woo a little girlfriend. Ash teased as he patted Pikachu on the chin. Pikachu, feeling shy, lowered its head and bashfully scratched the back of its head. He caught red-handed. Since you like her, why not ask if she would like to come with you? I can capture her too if you want to. Seeing that Pikachu had finally found someone it liked, Ash didn't want to see it saddened, so he casually suggested it, and waited to see how Pikachu would react. Upon hearing this, Pikachu immediately perked up, but soon deflated again. You think she won't come? Ash was surprised by Pikachu's words. He hadn't expected Pikachu to lack confidence in its charm, which was indeed unexpected. Pikachu shook its head. If she truly wanted to go with you, wouldn't she be waiting there? How would you know if you don't give it a try, Ash was even more astonished by this remark. However, seeing that Pikachu didn't want to elaborate further, he decided not to press on. Thus they continued their journey. However, just as they had left the Pikachu forest, they encountered an Eevee tied up. Why is there an Eevee tied up here? Misty curiously looked around, and finding no one nearby, crouched down to pick up the Eevee. Could it have been abandoned? Brock speculated. It shouldn't be. Look, there's food and water here. It seems someone intentionally tied it up in this tree hole, which indicates it has someone taking care of it. Ash analyzed for the two, and look, there's a tag on its neck. This is from Stone Town E14 Tai. Misty read aloud the information left on it. That's right, Stone Town is just ahead at the foot of the famous Evolution Stone Mountains. The person we encountered in the forest likely came from that town. Brock explained to them. Then let's take this little one with us, and see if we can find its owner, Misty suggested, looking at the pitiful Eevee. If this Eevee has no owner, then Misty, you can take it home, Ash joked. Oh, I see, so that's why you were holding Eevee. If I wanted, I must be decisive, Misty said domineeringly. Don't worry, we won't compete with you, Ash replied. Alright, let's hurry up and set off. Brock reminded them. Knowing the location of Eevee's owner, they followed the map's direction to Stone Town at the mountain foot. After walking for a while, and entering the town, the three quickly found the doorstep of Eevee's owner by asking for directions and looking at the street signs. Found it 314, oh my goodness. Brock exclaimed in astonishment, staring at the luxurious villa before him. Isn't this too extravagant? Misty looked at the villa in disbelief, unable to comprehend how someone so wealthy would keep an Eevee tied up in a tree hole. The three entered the garden together, and as soon as they did, they saw the courtyard garden of the mansion bustling with a grand event, surrounded by an abundance of delicious food that left them drooling. Wow, all the dishes here look delicious, Brock remarked as he gazed at the surrounding delicacies. And look over there, you guys, hurry and see. Misty suddenly pointed to a corner of the garden. Following Misty's direction, they saw a boy with yellow hair placing a water stone on a girl's frogadier's head. Upon touching the water stone, the mosquito frog instantly radiated a dazzling light of evolution. The evolution process was swift, and soon it successfully transformed into a swift swim frog. Congratulations! Your mosquito frog has successfully evolved into a swift swim frog. The blonde-haired youth shook hands with the owner of the swift swim frog. That swift swim frog looks amazing. After witnessing the evolution of the mosquito frog, Xiaoxia couldn't help but feel envious. Don't you have a mosquito tadpole? Once it grows sufficiently, it can evolve into a swift swim frog, right? Xiaoxi chimed in. That's true, but a good evolution stone is hard to come by. Xiaoxia frowned at the thought. Don't worry. I happen to have an extra evolution stone. What do you think? Xiaoxi pulled out a high-grade water stone from his pocket and handed it to Xiaoxia. Is it really okay? As a water-type trainer, Xiaoxia naturally recognized the quality of the high-grade water stone in Xiaoxi's hand. In the outside world, a high-grade water stone is extremely expensive, often selling for at least 100,000, And that's if you manage to find it at an auction house or a place like this evolution stone paradise. It is evident just how rare high-grade evolution stones are. Not to mention Xiaoxi's top-tier firestone, which would definitely cost no less than 10 million. Of course it's true. I have plenty of stones like this, so don't be shy, Xiaoxi said expressionlessly. Xiaoxia. Xiaogang. Just listen to that. Is this Tian even speaking human language? Using the most mundane words to express the most lavish sentiments, this must be what they mean. Although Xiaoxia was stunned by Xiaoxi's grandeur, she decisively accepted the high-grade water stone he offered. Look over there. Xiaogang suddenly pointed towards a nearby pond. In the not-so-large luxurious pond, various Pokémon, such as Venusaur, Shelder, Swift, Swimfrog, and Starmie were present. If we take a closer look, we can see that all of these Pokémon require evolution stones to evolve, Xiaogang noted. This is the paradise of evolution stones, so it's not surprising to see such a situation. Xiaoxi, now that you mention it, that does seem to be the case, Xiaogang nodded, thoughtfully stroking his chin. Meanwhile, Team Rocket was observing Xiaoxi through binoculars. Whoa, so many Pokémon. It's dazzling, I can't catch them all. Jessie exclaimed, saliva uncontrollably dripping from her mouth as she gazed greedily. The book says that the specialty of Sherdun Town is the stones that allow Pokémon to evolve, Meowth explained, holding a travel guide for the two. Honestly, who cares? I want those stones, I want the Pokémon, and don't forget to pack some of that delicious food. Looking at all the delicious food in the yard, tears of frustration welled up in Musashi's eyes. Just as Team Rocket was discussing their plan, Xiaoxi seemed to encounter the true owner of Eevee. Eevee. The three boys with different hair colors immediately recognized the Eevee in Xiaoxia's arms. Eevee, where have you been these past few days? We were so worried. The blue-haired boy stepped forward and complained to the Eevee in Xiaoxia's arms. Even though we're strangers, thank you. The three boys took back Eevee and sincerely thanked Xiaoxi and his friends. Tai, your Eevee is back. Hurry up and thank them. The three turned to call out to their younger brother. After calling, a young child, who looked quite young, ran out from the villa. Then the Eevee jumped enthusiastically into the child's arms. Why did you bring her back? Although his beloved Eevee was back in his arms, he didn't appear as happy as others might imagine. The sign here has your address, and we saw Eevee looking so pitiful outside, thinking you must have accidentally lost her. The sign here has your address, and we saw Eevee looking so pitiful outside, thinking you must have accidentally lost her. We just wanted to kindly return her, not wanting to see Eevee suffer. Xiaoxi explained. Exactly. Tai, you need to be polite, the red-haired boy said, feeling a bit embarrassed as he apologized to Xiaoxi and the others. Our brother doesn't speak very well. As a thank you for returning, Eevee, if you need any evolution stones, please feel free to take them. No need to be polite with us. The blonde-haired boy pointed to the table in the courtyard, which was covered with various types of evolution stones. The evolution stones piled on the table had almost formed a small mountain. Thank you. Then I'll accept them graciously. After hearing the offer, Xiaoxi politely expressed his gratitude. After thanking them, Xiaoxi took a few steps forward to the mountain of evolution stones and began using the system's detection function to check the information on these stones, searching for ones that were even higher quality. After searching for a while, unfortunately, he did not find any top-tier evolution stones, which made Xiaoxi a bit upset. He could only settle for a high-grade thunderstone and a high-grade firestone. Xiaoxia chose a few high-grade water stones and did not take any other evolution stones, as she primarily focused on water types. Xiaogang randomly picked one evolution stone, and their selection had come to an end. Alright Tai, now we should discuss your choice. Which type of Pokemon do you want Eevee to evolve into? The three brothers surrounded their younger brother Tai, starting to inquire about his thoughts. What are they talking about? Xiaoxia asked curiously. They're discussing which direction Tai wants his Eevee to evolve. Among them is one of my research projects, the Fairy-type Pokemon, which is one of Eevee's evolution forms, Xiaoxi explained to Xiaoxia. While introducing, Xiaoxi pulled out his phone from his pocket and displayed a photo of the Fairy-type Pokemon for Xiaoxia. Wow, what a beautiful and adorable Pokemon. I want to have one. Xiaoxia was completely captivated after looking at the photo of the Fairy-type Pokemon. It really is quite lovely. You can already tell from the photo that it has an indescribable noble aura, Xiaogang remarked after viewing the photo, also enchanted by the Fairy-type Pokemon. Right? This is the Fairy-type Pokemon I raised. Isn't it impressive? Xiaoxi said proudly. You raised this? Indeed. Xiaoxi nodded in agreement. The one who had asked the question was the blonde-haired youth, the eldest brother among the three. What's wrong? Xiaoxi was momentarily puzzled by the three youths' words. Nothing. This Eevee simply looks exceptionally healthy. The blonde-haired youth shook his head. Since you now know other evolutionary paths exist, why not entrust the decision to Tai, to let them determine for themselves whether it's truly worthwhile? I advise you kindly, Xiaoxi urged. You misunderstand entirely. Whether it's Pokemon or examinations, those who prioritize education always prevail first. The blue-haired youth stepped forward to counter. I see you travel with Pikachu. Surely you'll eventually evolve it into Raichu, declared the red-haired youth confidently. Stones are plentiful. No need to stand on ceremony, retorted the blonde-haired youth, waving dismissively with the air of a newly rich man, his expression stern. The true allure of Pokémon lies precisely in evolution, chorused the three brothers in unison. Upon hearing their words, Xiaoji instantly retrieved an Everstone from his system space and fastened it onto Pikachu's body, fearing that should tensions escalate, one of the brothers might rush forward and forcibly evolve Pikachu into Raichu. Trading away his beloved Pikachu for some corpulent substitute would be a grievous loss indeed. Only after confirming Pikachu wore the Everstone did Xiaoji relax enough to confront the trio. Don't you three understand the fundamental principle that both Pokémon and trainer must jointly consent to evolution? If evolution alone were deemed the sole path to unlocking a Pokémon's full potential, then what purpose would trainers serve? If that were truly the case, what meaning remains in being a trainer? And if even this most basic respect cannot be honored, what worth is there in such a title? Xiaoji spoke earnestly, yet his impassioned words only ignited the brothers' fury. Enough talk. If you oppose our methods, then let us settle it with a Pokémon battle. You wield Pikachu, I'll deploy my Plusle. Prove your mettle through strength. Let us judge for ourselves just how formidable you truly are. The hot-headed blonde-haired youth issued the challenge outright. Are you certain? Xiaoji, upon hearing Pikachu named as the designated combatant, sought confirmation. Afraid? The blonde-haired youth misinterpreted Xiaoji's caution as timidity. Not at all, merely verifying. After all, Pikachu is my strongest Pokémon. Xiaoji shook his head in explanation. Your strongest Pokémon is merely an electric-type rodent. How utterly absurd. The blonde-haired youth mocked mercilessly. Whether I'm absurd remains uncertain, but I confess I'm nearly laughing aloud. Xiaoji replied, a faint smile playing upon his lips. Pikachu, your opponent has already selected you. Don't hold back. Xiaoji reminded him before sending him onto the field. Hold back? What nonsense is he spouting? Does he not know my master's Plusle possesses the lightning rod ability? Someone jeered from the crowd. Xiaoji remained silent amid the mockery, standing calmly opposite the blonde-haired youth, though his eyes shimmered with irrepressible amusement. Pikachu gave Xiaoji a confident thumbs-up before leaping down onto the battlefield. Arms crossed, he gazed coolly at the Plusle just released by his opponent. With his elder brother having spoken so boldly, he could no longer afford modesty, instead radiating self-assured poise. Today Pikachu seems far more confident than usual. Observant Kasumi quickly noted the stark difference in his demeanor. I sense it too. Xiaoji means business this time. Gang, ever the loyal companion, who traveled daily beside Xiaoji, understood exactly what such resolve signified. Upon seeing the Plusle appear, Pikachu opened the match with a signature flourish, raising a single finger, locking eyes with his foe in bold, taunting challenge, daring him to strike first. No one knew precisely whom Pikachu had learned such theatrical provocation from, but executed so flawlessly it immediately unsettled his opponent. Even before the blonde-haired youth uttered a command, Plusle charged forward, impulsively eager to settle matters decisively. Given the nature of the match, the blonde-haired youth voiced no objection to Plusle's unsanctioned assault. On the contrary, in his estimation, victory was all but assured, by every conceivable measure. His Pokémon possessed the lightning rod ability, guaranteeing recovery from electric-type attacks, while Xiaoji's sole combatant happened to be an electric-type itself. The outcome seemed inevitable. Yet what followed defied all expectation. The moment Pikachu saw his opponent take the bait, he lowered one hand, and a searing white lightning bolt coalesced within his palm. Instantly, crackling energy filled the arena with sharp, sizzling resonance. A flashy, superficial move. Even if electric-type, it won't harm Plusle in the slightest. The blonde-haired youth snorted disdainfully, waiting patiently to witness his opponent's humiliation. Plusle, using quick attack, closed the distance in a flash, appearing before Pikachu in an instant. A crimson gleam flashed across Pikachu's eyes. Then with blinding speed he unleashed the gathered Chidori, slamming it squarely into Plusle's face. An overwhelming surge of current flooded Plusle's body, instinctively attempting to absorb the energy. Yet instinct absorbed only a fraction before faltering. Thereafter the torrential current surged unchecked, ravaging his frame. Even Lightning Rod's passive absorption, restoring HP, proved futile against the sheer velocity of destruction. In moments, Plusle, the electric-type Pokémon endowed with Lightning Rod, collapsed unconscious, defeated by a single devastating blow. Silence descended abruptly upon the arena. Clearly none had anticipated the blonde-haired youth, armed with overwhelming advantage, could suffer such defeat. This outcome had never crossed anyone's mind. Just after their battle had ended, a string of firecrackers was suddenly thrown in from outside. A series of popping. Damn it, who are you? The three brothers quickly reacted and shouted loudly. Musashi and Kojiru also appeared out of nowhere, standing on the table, and began their performance. Since you asked sincerely, I will graciously inform you, the following is omitted. Meow. Double bomb gas use smoke screen. Kojiru and the others seemed to be in a hurry, directly using double bomb gas to greet the other people. However, although Team Rocket came out to cause trouble this time, they only used smoke to obscure the vision of the others present before leaving. Once everyone's vision was restored, they discovered that all the delicious food on the table had completely disappeared. Even the evolution stones from the brothers' home had vanished. Wow, those three guys are quite quick. All that stuff disappeared in an instant. Xiaoji looked around at the empty scene and couldn't help but complain. Xiaoji Mysidra was also taken by Team Rocket along with Taichi's EV. Xiaoxia suddenly shouted, "Don't worry, I'll use my Rapidash to find those three guys. They can't have run far with all that stuff." Xiaoji reassured, signaling Xiaoxia not to panic. After saying that, he immediately released Rapidash, which sniffed the air and quickly made a discovery. Rapidash immediately started running with Xiaoji and the others following suit. Just as Xiaoji predicted, Team Rocket, laden with so much, really couldn't escape far. It wasn't long before they were tracked down by Xiaoji and his group. At that moment, by a lakeside, the three members of Team Rocket were having a picnic, blissfully unaware that danger was drawing closer. As long as we take it seriously, we're actually quite strong." Kojiru expressed his confidence. "From today on, let's call ourselves the ever-victorious Team Rocket." Musashi proudly renamed their team after seeing their success. After a hearty meal, Team Rocket began to discuss what type of evolution stone to use to help EV evolve. "Rapidash, use Flame Will," Xiaoji commanded loudly. Quack! Just as Rapidash was about to head out, Psyduck suddenly jumped out and blocked its path. "Psyduck, get back here now!" Xiaoxia yelled angrily, and then recalled Psyduck with a pokeball. "Rapidash, continue." After Psyduck was recalled, Xiaoji continued to instruct Rapidash to act. Rapidash curled its body into a wheel shape, a layer of blazing flames enveloping it, and then began rolling toward Team Rocket. Oh! Team Rocket looked dumbfounded at the suddenly appearing Rapidash, instantly frightened out of their wits. After dazing for a few seconds, they began to flee in a panic. Oh! Team Rocket looked dumbfounded at the suddenly appearing Rapidash, instantly frightened out of their wits. So they began to split up, with Kojiru and Meowth heading right, while Musashi and Eevee went the other way, trying to distract Rapidash. Rapidash hesitated for a moment, then chased after Kojiru, until Kojiru and Meowth were singed by Rapidash, both yowling and rolling on the ground. Seeing this, Musashi became even more anxious and shouted, "I will not let you have Eevee." Musashi shouted, "Everyone else. If someone who didn't know saw this, they might think we were trying to steal your Pokémon based on this performance. Shut up, old woman, I won't let you have your way." Xiaoxia was angered by Musashi's accusation and immediately unleashed her ultimate move. As soon as the words came out, the surrounding air instantly fell silent. "Oh, old woman, you dare call me an old woman? Musashi, who reacted angrily, retorted, then broke through the limits of humanity, spewing flames. This left our Rapidash and everyone dumbfounded. It turns out that a human can really breathe fire when they are extremely angry. "Xiaoxia, your mouth is really venomous. You just unleashed a big move right away." Xiaoji couldn't help but scoff. "It's fine. Aren't you here, Xiaoji?" Xiaoxia chuckled, patted Xiaoji on the shoulder, and said with a grin. Xiaoji helplessly shook his head, and then looked towards Team Rocket. As soon as he looked over, he saw Musashi had already run over to Kojiru and Meowth, shaking them both vigorously, regardless that they had just been fished out of the water. "Get up quickly, we're going to fight Kojiru." Meowth, Musashi roared. After Musashi's roar, it directly awakened the instincts ingrained in Meowth and Kojiru. "Now that you're awake, you two hurry up and help me beat that ugly duckling until her mother wouldn't recognize her." Musashi's anger meter was full, directly unleashing the ultimate move that every woman would unleash. "Old woman, how dare you call me an ugly duckling? I'll fight you." Xiaoxia couldn't hold back upon hearing this, and instantly lost her composure. "Go Meowth, Arbok, double bomb gas." Team Rocket's duo sent out all their Pokémon, even their own Meowth. "Xiaoji, you fight alongside Pikachu and Rapidash. Xiaoxia will command. We will join forces to catch the opponent off guard. How about it?" Xiaoxia laid out her plan. "Xiaoji, your plan has already been revealed, and before we even started, the intention was already discovered." "What kind of plan is that?" Xiaoji looked at Xiaoxia speechlessly and rolled his eyes, but still obediently released Pikachu and Rapidash to prepare for battle. However, it was at this moment that three differently colored boys stepped forward. "Wait, let us." The Eevee brothers hand. The blonde boy stepped forward and spoke to them. "That's right, that's our little brother Taichi's Eevee. It should be us who stepped." The red-haired boy also stepped forward. "Brother." Taichi looked at his three brothers with a moved expression touched to the core. "All right, then it's up to you." Xiaoji, seeing someone willing to take over, immediately conceded to the three of them. However, he soon became speechless. These three guys jumped in and unleashed a flurry of attacks, only to find they couldn't even defeat a single Meowth. "Seriously guys, are you just focused on helping Eevee evolve and neglecting to master battle skills and tactics? I'm really impressed, guys. If the young master from the neighboring house, Shigeru, found out, wouldn't he laugh himself to death at you three?" After a fierce contest with Team Rocket, the three brothers could not determine a victor, and instead it was their own Pokémon that became exhausted. They couldn't even take down a single Meowth. I am not joking. If a boy named Xiao Mao from next door found out, he would definitely laugh himself to death. In the end, the three of them were directly knocked out by Team Rocket. This left Ash feeling quite speechless. Team Rocket, emboldened by their victory, began to act arrogantly. Oh ho ho, this feels so exhilarating. Musashi laughed uncontrollably while covering her mouth. Don't underestimate Team Rocket. Kojiro finally had a moment to boast in front of Ash, making it hard for him not to be happy. Do you really think you three useless ones can defeat us, Meowth? Meowth laughed sinisterly, even raising its sharp claws. Such useless older brothers, Kasumi remarked, watching Team Rocket, who usually fell easily to them, now flaunting their victory in front of them, unable to help but scoff. She never expected these three guys to be so weak. In fact, Team Rocket, being the elite of the elite, did appear rather pitiful against Ash. This was mainly because Ash's strength had already surpassed theirs by more than tenfold. As a beginner, he possessed the power of a quasi-champion. It would be strange if they could defeat Ash with such strength. Why wouldn't they become executives in Team Rocket or champions in the league? So if the three of them could indeed defeat Ash, their strength would be truly terrifying. Perhaps at that time, even Sakiki's position as leader could potentially be taken by these three fools. Of course, that's just a possibility. After all, if it really came to that, Ash would have already become the champion of the league, far surpassing everyone. Hearing Kasumi's words, Ash couldn't help but glance at her, and thought to himself, don't you have three sisters at your gym who are on par with those three? Of course, he only thought about it in his heart, and had no other intentions. If you three only have this little strength, don't even think about teaching your little brother in the future, it's simply misleading. Ash snorted coldly, expressing his thoughts without mercy. The three brothers wanted to retort, but found themselves powerless in the face of the obvious facts. They could only let Ash take action, hoping that he would fail, just like them, so that they would have a chance to argue back. Great opportunity. Use ink from who? Seeing the opportunity, Kasumi immediately launched her revenge. Who sprayed a mouthful of thick ink onto Musashi's face, who was startled by this sudden black ink cannonball. At the same time, the EV she was holding tightly accidentally fell down, covering its face with its paws. After leaving Team Rocket, EV smartly ran back to its master. Pikachu Thunderbolt. Flame burst from Houndoom. Ash, seeing that the three couldn't handle Team Rocket, and that EV had returned to Tai's side, immediately stood up to command Pikachu and Houndoom. Pikachu jumped down from Ash's shoulder, and with red electric sacs crackling, yellow lightning surged from its body, striking forth like thunder. Houndoom lowered its head, continuously gathering fire-type energy, and finally released a fire pillar that shot out at incredible speed. The two different forces struck Team Rocket simultaneously, resulting in a loud boom, sending them soaring into the sky, vanishing like three shooting stars. What an annoying feeling. Phew, it's done, we're finished. Ash exhaled with relief, appearing satisfied. From now on, don't speak ill of your little brother. The direction of evolution is something he should choose for himself. He is the Pokémon, and whether he wants to evolve or not is up to him. Don't always boss him around just because you're older, got it? Seeing that Team Rocket had already left, Ash began to lecture the few people behind him. The three brothers, hearing Ash's words, turned red and lowered their heads, not daring to speak. There was no way around it. This time, they had truly embarrassed themselves. Even if they wanted to argue back, they couldn't find any reasons to do so. They had no choice. The other party's strength was formidable, and what they said was indeed reasonable. They could also tell from their previous conversation that this person seemed to often deal with those three. Yes, we three understand now, they replied, obediently nodding their heads. When a big shot speaks, you just listen to their words are certainly correct. At least their words would definitely carry more credibility than what the three of them had said. Brother, you're finally not stopping me from letting Eevee evolve, right? Tai asked his three brothers meekly. Of course, since Ash has already spoken, how could we dare to disagree? The blonde boy patted Tai on the shoulder with a, since the eldest brother has already spoken, we certainly won't stop you, the blue-haired boy explained with a smile. If you just don't want Eevee to evolve into the other three forms, you can actually try the other three methods of evolution, Ash said with a smile. The other three. Tai, hearing Ash's words, became puzzled. Brother, why have I never heard you mention that Eevee has three other evolution methods? That's because our family only has these three methods, which are the most time-efficient and labor-saving, so we didn't mention. The blonde boy chuckled, sheepishly scratching the back of his head. Is that so? Tai rubbed his little head, and then looked at Ash. Can I see them, please? Ash. Finally, Ash released images of the solar Pokémon, lunar Pokémon, and fairy Pokémon. After looking at them, Tai had no other thoughts. Instead, it was Eevee who made its choice after viewing them. Eevee. Eevee pointed at the fairy Pokémon photo, and began to use its charm skill on its master. The already young Tai couldn't resist Eevee's enthusiastic charm, so he agreed. Thank you, big brother. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have known there were other evolutionary paths for Eevee. Thank you so much, Tai bowed, expressing his gratitude. Clearly this time Ash's help was not in vain. After helping Tai solve the issue of evolution, Xiaoji and his companions began to say goodbye to the four brothers and set off towards their next destination. On their way to the next destination, Xiaoji and his companions discovered a dried-up riverbed and encountered a strange old man. The old man played a tune in front of Xiaoji and his companions, and after finishing, he asked them for bread and cookies. Fortunately, Xiaoji had some in his system space, so he quickly took them out and handed them to the old man. The group then continued their journey and soon arrived at a village. Upon entering the village, Xiaoji and his companions noticed that the main street was deserted. Even the usually bustling food street was completely empty. All the establishments related to dining were devoid of any supplies. There was nothing to eat. Not even a single can was found. Originally hoping to replenish their food supplies, they searched the entire village, but in the end the three could only sit on a public bench looking dejected. Why is there nothing to buy in this village? Xiaojing muttered in disappointment. Just a moment after complaining, an old man in blue clothing holding a cane suddenly appeared in front of them. Young folks, what's the matter? The old man asked with concern. We wanted to buy some food in this village, but we couldn't find anything available. Seeing the old man approach, Xiaojing's eyes lit up, believing that this elder held a significant status in the village, and began to express their plight. I'm so hungry. I can barely move, Xiaoxia sighed, leaning on her backpack. Is that so? Then young folks, come with me. They'll take you to find some food, the old man said, noticing that Xiaoji and his companions were indeed starving, and led them back to his home. He invited them to his house for a meal to fill their stomachs. So you are on a journey to become Pokémon trainers. You can't find supplies now, can you? The old man, after hearing their story, understood their situation. Why is it that no one in this village is selling food anymore? After filling her stomach, Xiaoxia asked. Even the shops selling ingredients are gone, leaving me unable to cook, Xiaojing added, pausing his meal to ask. Yes. What happened? Is there a drought? Xiaoji asked symbolically. Indeed. Our rivers have dried up, crops are gone, and naturally there is no food left. The little food we have left barely, the old man said with a sad expression. Upon hearing this, Xiaojing and Xiaoxia stopped eating, while only Xiaoji continued to eat. The conversation quieted down, leaving only the sound of Xiaoji eating in the room. Xiaoxia, unable to bear it any longer, gently patted Xiaoji on the shoulder. It's okay. I can help everyone solve this problem, so don't worry. Xiaoji confidently stood up, remembering. Really? The old man became excited upon hearing this, but soon remembered that they were outsiders, and thus had limited understanding of the village's situation. Realizing he knew where the problem lay, he found it hard to believe. He even began to suspect whether these three outsiders were the cause of the trouble. However, he thought again, considering they had just arrived in this place and had no deep grievances with the villagers. How do you know where the problem lies? The old man cautiously asked. Isn't it obvious? As I traveled here, I saw that the issue must be upstream, otherwise the water wouldn't have stopped flowing. After all, your water comes from the melting snow of Mount Samaga. Xiaoji explained. The upstream area is somewhere our villagers rarely go, so you must be very careful. After hearing Xiaoda's explanation, the old man chose to trust him and offered a reminder. Don't worry, village chief. We are Pokémon trainers and naturally have the ability to confront challenges, so you don't need to worry, Xiaoji said, alleviating the village chief's concerns. I hope so, the village chief murmured quietly. Thus Xiaoji and his companions set off to investigate the cause of the river's dryness upstream. However, because Xiaoji knew the cause, to avoid a fruitless trip, the three of them decided to take the old man along and promised him some food as a reward. So the four of them set off up the mountain to find the cause. Following the river upstream, they soon saw a pile of thorns blocking the river's path. Seeing this, Xiaoji immediately called out his Venusaur to use Leaf Blade to clear the thorns. Unfortunately, the water did not flow as they had expected from above, it remained dry. After passing through the thorny area, they noticed a gigantic Snorlax blocking the river ahead, preventing the water from flowing, which caused the river to dry up. Now it's up to you. Once this problem is resolved, I will give you your due reward, Xiaoji said to the old man. No problem. This is not just for me but for the village as well, so leave it to me, the old man confidently. The old man then began to play a flute, waking up the Snorlax. The freshly awakened Snorlax did a set of stretching exercises to loosen up before finally getting up and moving from its original position. Afterwards, the group saw the river behind being blocked by endless thorns, preventing the water from flowing down, which caused the water in the village to dry up. During this time, Xiaoji used the system's detection function to check Snorlax's potential, only to find it was of elite level potential, which left him somewhat disappointed. However, despite his disappointment, Snorlax ate quickly, and before long the river resumed its normal flow. Seeing that the problem in the village was resolved, Xiaoji and his companions paid the old man his reward and began to leave, heading towards another village the old man mentioned to replenish their supplies. By the way, Xiaoji, how do you still have food? Xiaoxia asked doubtfully. It's because I just happened to find 2 packs of bear-shaped cookies left in my backpack. Xiaoji awkwardly scratched the back of his head and explained. Oh, is that so, Xiaoji? Xiaojing looked at him with a scrutinizing gaze. It's really true. You all have to believe me. After resolving the water issue in the village, the group followed the direction provided by the old man. Upon reaching the village and replenishing their supplies, they set off towards their travel destination. Once they had replenished their supplies, they left the village. After several days, they arrived at a city. Dark City. Upon stepping into Dark City, Xiaoji and his companions looked around at the desolate streets, feeling an eerie sense of terror in this seemingly abandoned city. Something feels really off here. It's broad daylight, yet there's not a single person on the street. It's just too strange, Xiao Gang remarked as he surveyed the surroundings. There must be something that happened here. Otherwise it wouldn't be like this, Xiaoji muttered. That makes sense. Xiao Gang nodded in agreement. However, just as they were speaking, a little child suddenly ran out from a house. Come back. As the child ran out, his mother followed closely behind, scooping him up into her arms. Don't run around. What if you encounter a Pokémon trainer? After bringing her child back inside, the mother took the... Upon hearing this, Xiao Gang and Xiao Xiao frowned. Was this city really so unwelcoming to Pokémon trainers? Such useless older brothers, Kasumi remarked, watching Team Rocket, who usually fell easily to them, now flaunting their victory in front of... What a mischievous little brat. Xiaoji couldn't help but comment, then crouched down to pick up a stone from the ground and casually threw it in a certain direction. The stone thrown by Xiaoji flew out at lightning speed, hitting the child who had thrown the stones directly. Ouch! A child's cry of pain rang out. Huh, it was actually a little kid. Xiao Gang looked over in disbelief. Aren't you a Pokémon trainer? Asked the leading boy as he approached Xiaoji, looking furious. What does it matter if I am a Pokémon trainer or not? Xiaoji replied nonchalantly. Oomph. The leading boy ignored him and pulled out a wooden stick, looking as if he wanted to challenge Xiaoji, resembling a brat from a past life who broke a valuable collectible. Thinking of this, Xiaoji felt a surge of anger and decided to treat this brat to 5 chestnuts, while the other 2 children each received 3. That hurts. I don't care if you're a trainer or from another place, so anyone associated with Pokémon is extremely annoying. The 3 little kids protested, clutching their heads. Hey, you 3 dare to refute me? Do you want more chestnuts from... Seeing that the 3 little kids were still defiant, Xiaoji raised his hand, glaring fiercely at them. Under Xiaoji's imposing aura, the 3 children shrank back, casting wary glances at him, clearly intimidated, though their eyes still held defiance. I'm truly sorry for the trouble these children have caused you. At that moment, a middle-aged man in an apron rushed out, addressing Xiaoji. Please come to my house, I will sincerely apologize to you all, the middle-aged man said apologetically. Unfamiliar with the situation in the city and in need of a place to stay, the 3 agreed to the middle-aged man's invitation and headed to his home. Following the uncle to his house, they saw a private restaurant, a Western-style one. Due to the child's mischief, the middle-aged man quickly prepared an apology gift, 3 servings of omelette rice. Pikachu. At that moment, Pikachu tugged at Xiaoji's clothing, pointing at the ketchup in the restaurant, indicating for the owner to get him a bottle. Seeing Pikachu's pitiful demeanor, Xiaoji couldn't help but smile. Excuse me, could you pass me that bottle? Xiaoji approached the middle-aged man to ask. Ketchup? Of course. The middle-aged man responded, taken aback, then handed the ketchup to Xiaoji. Thus Xiaoji squeezed just the right amount of ketchup onto the high-quality energy cube he prepared for Pikachu. Pikachu, seeing the energy cube drenched in ketchup, or rather filled with his owner's love, Pikachu's eyes sparkled, looking eager to eat, and he began munching on the energy cube. After a short while, the energy cube and ketchup in Pikachu's bowl were devoured completely, leaving behind a shiny, gleaming bowl. During the meal, the middle-aged man began recounting the events that had unfolded in the city. It all started with the expansion of the second-tier gym in the Kanto region over the past 2 years. Over the years, as the number of trainers in the league increased, it indirectly caused immense pressure on the 8 official gyms, which faced numerous challenges from trainers every day, leading to the gym leaders feeling overwhelmed. In order to alleviate this pressure on the gym leaders, the league implemented a policy stating that any gym that passed the assessment by the league inspectors could gain league recognition, becoming an official gym and obtaining the right to issue gym badges, along with enjoying benefits similar to first-tier gyms. Because of this reason, some private gyms could not sit still and began applying for gym assessments. In Dark City, 2 private gyms, the Yasi Gym and the Kaz Gym, engaged in an endless battle to become officially recognized by the league, resorting to exploiting ordinary citizens for training fees and charging protective fees. This indirectly affected the public safety in Dark City, leading to widespread discontent among the citizens, resulting in these 2 gyms becoming 2 dark forces within Dark City, fighting fiercely against each other. A bunch of people who forget the most basic morals for a little benefit. Since the Alliance cannot see the situation here, I will take matters into my own hands and earn some extra rewards for the Alliance. Xiaoji pressed down on his hat with his hand, his deep voice revealing no emotion. The extra rewards Xiaoji mentioned refer to a type of contribution value among the internal personnel of the Alliance, which can be exchanged for rare items. In simpler terms, contribution value can be considered a special currency within the Alliance. Contribution value can be exchanged for money, but money cannot be exchanged for contribution value. To earn contribution value, one must perform tasks that are beneficial to the alliance. Most of the evolutionary stones Xiao Ji possesses were exchanged for contribution value within the alliance. Now that there are free contribution points available, why not take advantage of it? Perhaps after gaining this contribution value, he can exchange it for new evolutionary stones within the alliance. Of course, this premise requires skill. Previously, Xiao Ji had completed several research tasks for the alliance, developing new evolutionary forms and earning a significant amount of contribution value. Having already gathered over 30 types of evolutionary stones, he was close to completing his collection of all possible evolutionary stones. If he could acquire more evolutionary stones, he would be nearing the completion of his collection of all Pokémon's evolutionary stones. Do you know the locations of those two gyms? Xiao Ji asked. Yes, but what do you want to do? The middle-aged man nodded and inquired. Xiao Ji remained expressionless and replied calmly. I don't want anything in particular, I just suddenly want to earn some extra rewards. Just point me in the right direction. The middle-aged man pondered for a moment, seeing the serious look on the young man's face, then verbally provided Xiao Ji with the approximate locations. After learning the precise locations, Xiao Ji had no further words to waste. He immediately released his Charizard and took off into the sky. Where are you going, Xiao Ji? Xiaoxia shouted in confusion. I'm going to take care of some business. I'll be back soon. Just wait for me here. Xiao Ji replied loudly, his figure gradually disappearing from the sight of the crowd. The first thing he did, while sitting on the back of Charizard, was to take out his phone and make a call. Before long, the call was answered. Isn't this our busy DR? Xiao Ji, shouldn't you be traveling right now? Why are you suddenly looking for me? Have you run into some big trouble that needs my help? It's an honor. A teasing voice from a young man came through the phone. Mr. Dojuo, the flying-type champion, it's been a while since we last contacted each other. Where are you executing tasks while riding a flying-type Pokémon? Xiao Ji spoke without holding back. It was clear from his tone that the two were quite familiar. Upon hearing the words flying-type champion, the other end of the call fell silent for a moment. Ahem, let's get to the point. What do you need? Is there something I can assist you with? Yulong Du coughed, urging Xiao Ji to get to the matter at hand. Oh, it's nothing much. I just wanted to inquire about the gym leader incentive program that was held in the past 2 years, right? Xiao Ji asked. Yes. Shouldn't you already know that? Why are you asking me? You aren't planning to help a friend become a gym leader, are you? Yulong Du thought Xiao Ji was asking him as the examiner to let things slide. Not at all. I just wanted to ask about a special situation I encountered while traveling and needed your advice on it. What trouble? You can speak freely, doctor. Yulong Du said, instantly becoming serious upon hearing it was. It's about my situation in the Dark City. Xiao Ji briefly explained the events in the Dark City to Yulong Du. I didn't expect such things to happen. I'll head over to handle it shortly, but by the way, why did you call it? Yulong Du asked curiously. It's not necessary for you to come over. I just wanted to ask if I could earn the Alliance's contribution value for handling. Xiao Ji chuckled, revealing his true intentions. You really are all about the benefits, calling me for no good reason. So you're calling me to clean up your mess. Yulong Du couldn't help but mock. From the looks of it, you should be able to earn it. Then I'll leave it to you, Dragon-type champion. After Xiao Ji finished speaking, he hung up the phone, his expression returning to one of indifference. This kid, always the flying-type champion when nothing's going on, but the Dragon-type champion when there's a problem, really. Yulong Du looked at the phone that had been hung up, feeling helpless. Well, what can I do? He is a doctor after all. Flygon changed direction and speed up towards the Dark City, preparing to seize the credit. I hope I'm not too late, and that there's still something to gain. I don't want to arrive and find that all the credit has been taken. After hearing Yulong Du's words, Flygon obediently turned around and quickly headed towards the Dark City at its fastest speed. Meanwhile, Xiao Ji had already arrived above the Yash Gym and descended. With a thud, as soon as he landed, he saw a group of muscular men frantically working out. Which one of you is the gym leader? Come out. Who's this little brat? Are you blind? You dare to cause trouble here without even looking around. One of the muscular men stepped forward, his attitude extremely arrogant, as he cracked his neck and walked toward Xiao Ji. A bunch of muscle-bound idiots who only know how to lift weights all day. Xiao Ji didn't hesitate to coldly mock. Oh, you're quite small, but have quite a big mouth. The first muscular man, upon hearing Xiao Ji's words, didn't care whether he was a kid or not. He charged forward with a punch aimed at Xiao Ji's face. With a slap, Xiao Ji moved incredibly quickly, so fast that even they couldn't see how he had grabbed the man's face. Did you skip a meal today? Why is your punch so soft and weak? As soon as Xiao Ji finished speaking, he exerted a slight force, and the immense strength crushed the muscular man's fist. Off. The muscular man clutched his injured hand and screamed in pain, rolling on the ground. However, even then, Xiao Ji didn't let him off easily. Instead, he approached and began to torment the man inhumanely, bending his fingers one by one while asking, "What's 1000 minus 7?" In the end, the muscular man was tortured unconscious by Xiao Ji. However, the ordeal wasn't over. A green glow appeared in Xiao Zhi's hand, and a new torment began. What's 993 minus 7? As soon as Xiao Zhi's words left his mouth, they were accompanied by the screams of the muscular man. Pikachu, witnessing this scene, shook its head helplessly. Pikachu, what's the deal? Why did you provoke him? Pikachu even took a sip of its favorite ketchup, praying that the torment for the muscular man would end soon. Damn it, you little brat, don't get too arrogant. What do you think we are, a backdrop for your novel? One of the muscle men jumped out and shouted at Xiao Zhi. After the muscle man shouted, Xiao Zhi's figure suddenly flickered and vanished. When he reappeared, he had slammed the muscle man into the ground with a loud thud, giving him no chance to react. You useless fool, making all that noise here, it's truly deafening. Xiao Zhi dug into his ear with one hand and disdainfully wiped it on the muscle man's clothes. Oh, I'm not just targeting the two who fell. I mean, all of you here are trash. Can't you all come at me together? Xiao Zhi stood up arrogantly and spoke to all the muscle men collectively. Damn it, brat. Do you really think that taking down my two brothers makes you invincible? Brothers, let's all go at him. Another muscle man leaped out, commanding everyone. As he charged forward, thinking his brothers would follow him, he realized that his comrades had all taken a few steps back, keeping their distance, and showing no intention of confronting Xiao Zhi. The muscle man who wanted to lead coughed once he saw his brothers retreating, then he retreated himself. However, to his surprise, as he stepped back, the other muscle men also retreated a few steps, their movements synchronized and coordinated. The muscle man swallowed hard, watching Xiao Zhi approach menacingly, and couldn't help but recall the heart-wrenching scene of muscle man number 1 being taken down, fear creeping into him. Bro, I was wrong. Please spare me. I was just provoked and wanted to fight you. I'm truly sorry. Can you let me go? The muscle man trembled in fear, nearly on the verge of kneeling, his voice quivering. The frightened muscle man immediately knelt, as if he saw a glimmer of hope in Xiao Zhi's sunny smile. Xiao Zhi approached the muscle man and smiled. Under the sunlight, his smile appeared radiant and warm. The frightened muscle man immediately knelt, as if he saw a glimmer of hope in Xiao Zhi's sunny smile. Alright, let me say it. The first choice is whether you want me to hit you. The second choice is, do you still want me to hit you? Xiao Zhi flashed a bright smile as he asked. Hearing this, the muscle man, who had previously held on to a shred of hope, instantly plunged into despair. Is there any difference between the two? The muscle man forced a weak smile and asked. There's no difference at all. It's just a choice. Xiao Zhi shook his head, expressing his thoughts. The muscle man thought to himself, I really thank your whole family. So have you made your choice? Xiao Zhi squinted his eyes and asked. The muscle man nodded at first, but quickly. Xiao Zhi, pressed for time, didn't care about so much. After all, it was just a beating, so he went for it. After making the choice for the muscle man, he unleashed a barrage of punches, specifically targeting his face, leaving the muscle man bruised and battered. He would be unrecognizable, even to his mother. After the beating, he used a healing spell. After repeatedly tormenting him once Xiao Zhi had his fill of fun, he looked at them arrogantly. Where is your— if you don't tell me, kekekek. As Xiao Zhi finished his sentence, his expression turned sinister with a creepy smile. The other muscle men trembled in fear upon witnessing Xiao Zhi's methods of torment, and pointed toward the nearby staircase. As for the muscle men who had been tormented by Xiao Zhi, they were healed, and lay unconscious on the ground. With a cold snort, Xiao Zhi walked up the stairs with a light step. Upon pushing open the door on the second floor, Xiao Zhi saw a middle-aged muscle man lifting dumbbells to train. Are you Yas? Xiao Zhi asked nonchalantly. Yes, I am Yas. Was that commotion below caused by you? Yas questioned Xiao Zhi, who remained unfazed, and replied, so what if it was? What if it wasn't? What if? Then let me see your strength. Yas threw out his pokeball. Go Scyther. Scyther attack. As soon as it appeared, Scyther swung its blades toward Xiao Zhi with incredible speed. Fortunately, facing such an attack, Xiao Zhi easily dodged, and during his dodge he released Charizard. The two Pokémon faced each other, and the atmosphere immediately became tense. Charizard, let's treat others with courtesy and greet them with Flamethrower. Scyther reacted swiftly. Upon realizing the target was its master, it quickly positioned itself in front of Yas. Scyther reacted swiftly. Upon realizing the target was its master, it quickly positioned itself in front of Yas, forming an X shape with its arms to block Charizard's attack. After blocking the attack for Yas, Scyther also suffered considerable damage. Scyther used Quick Attack. Yas, not one to sit idly by, immediately counterattacked. Charizard Dragon Claw. Xiao Zhi also, as Scyther used Quick Attack to get close to Charizard, it raised its blades and started slashing wildly at Charizard. Charizard, catching onto Scyther's trajectory, immediately responded with its Dragon Claw, forcefully blocking the attack and pushing Scyther back, leaving it with some scratches. Seeing this, Yas furrowed his brow. Xiao Zhi seized the opportunity and commanded Charizard to use Dragon Tail. In the end, Scyther suffered a crushing defeat under Charizard's Dragon Tail. Come back, Scyther. Since you could take down my Scyther so easily, you must indeed have some skills. Please stay, I will pay you handsomely. Just you wait. Do you think you are worthy? Xiao Zhi disdainfully retorted upon hearing Yas' words. A defeated underling actually wanted to recruit him the victor as a subordinate. His brain must have been kicked by a donkey or gone haywire to come up with such an idea. Moreover, can the money he mentioned be more important than the contribution points of the alliance? Money. He has over $1 billion in his bank cards, not to mention that in the future Xiao AI will continuously transfer money into his account. Does he even lack for money? The contribution points within the alliance can now help him exchange for new evolution stones and other resources. Xiaoji now lacks nothing. Hearing someone wanting to use money to recruit him as a little brother, if he doesn't burst into laughter, that would be quite generous of him. Unless he is out of his mind, he would agree to yes. You brat are too arrogant. Did you think the Kaz Gym asked you to come help? Damn it, brothers, come and take him down. Upon hearing Xiaoji's words, Yas was furious. The muscle men below looked at each other after hearing their leader's call, and finally, with gritted teeth, rushed upstairs. Brothers, charge. The boss has spoken, let's go up and fight that demon. The leading muscle man who had just stood up began directing the others. Charge. The others who were previously hesitant about going up suddenly unified in thought and rushed upstairs. Xiaoji didn't have time to continue messing around with them. His eyes glowed blue, controlling everyone and floating them in midair. Oh, what's happening? Why can't I control my body? Everyone looked at their floating state in panic, terrified beyond it. It must be that demon's doing. We only experienced this situation because he's here, someone boldly. As the others were frightened, Xiao Ji walked down from upstairs. Upon seeing his blue eyes, everyone knew it was Xiao Ji's trick. That's a superpower. Someone in the crowd recognized Xiao Ji's ability. Do you know what that means? Look at his eyes. Those eyes are exactly like when a psychic Pokémon uses its powers. How did the boss offend such a big shot? This is troubling. The boss can't be BBQD now, right? You talk too much. Everyone became a chaotic mess upon seeing Xiao Ji. To teach Yas a profound lesson, Xiao Ji began a merciless torment, and for a time Yas's cries echoed throughout the entire gym. All the unseen, underhanded tactics were displayed before them. Some gasped in horror, while others were so scared that they tightened up in fear. The scene was utterly gruesome. After all the people in the Yas gym saw Yas' condition, they were all dumbfounded, trembling, uncontrollable. Your leader has violated the Alliance's regulations by causing distress among the surrounding populace and collecting protection fees. Now he has been captured and is to face an investigation by the Alliance's officers. If you dare to commit such acts again, I can assure you that you will receive the same treatment as him. Xiao Ji coldly said while dragging the bruised and battered Yas, who even his mother wouldn't recognize, ready to leave. The muscle men, upon hearing Xiao Ji's words, nod frantically, fearing they would experience any of the torment Yas just underwent. Seeing that this group of people still had some sense, Xiao Ji casually ordered 2 of them to tie Yas up with ropes, floating him in midair. He then sat on the back of his Charizard and flew towards the Kaz Gym. As soon as Xiao Ji arrived at the Kaz Gym, he saw that many people on the ground had all been controlled. The most striking figure among them was a gigantic yellow body with a big belly Dragonite, standing beside a cool young man with red hair, wearing a red hoodie and a black cloak. The dragon tamer on the ground noticed the shadow above and looked up, spotting a boy riding on a Charizard. Hey, isn't that Dr. Ji-san? You finally arrived. Du waved enthusiastically. Xiao Ji. Looking at the enthusiastic Du below, Xiao Ji fell silent for a moment, regretting telling this guy to come over and steal his thunder. Although it pained him inside, it was still acceptable. After all, he had caught one. Under Xiao Ji's command, Charizard began to descend slowly. Xiao Ji chose a safe height and jumped down from 10 meters up. Fortunately, he landed safely. Why did you arrive so quickly? Upon seeing a familiar face, Xiao Ji didn't seem too happy, forcing a smile. Well, it's because I happened to be nearby on business, otherwise I wouldn't have rushed over, Du said with a hearty laugh. Then I really made a foolish decision to call you, letting you steal my glory, Xiao Ji said with a bitter smile, shaking his. Yeah. Such things are rare. If you hadn't told me, I wouldn't have known about this good opportunity. Thanks, Dr. Du patted Xiao Ji's shoulder enthusiastically and laughed heartily. Opportunities to see Xiao Ji at a disadvantage are rare. Seeing him now, Du naturally wanted to provoke him to relieve his grievances. Had it not been for Xiao Ji, he wouldn't have earned the nickname Flying-type Dodo Bird later on. He vaguely recalled when he first met Xiao Ji the innocent expression on his face, accompanied by words that he would never. He remembered that Xiao Ji was around 7 or 8 years old when he followed Dr. Okido to a conference in Kanto and just happened to encounter Xiao Ji. When Xiao Ji learned of his identity, he asked him questions with a puzzled expression, allowing him to understand his identity. In the end, it resulted in a nickname he would never forget. Why do they call you the Dragon-type champion? Because I won the victory using Dragon-type Pokémon. At that moment, Xiao Ji thought asking questions was quite nice, but the next line was a super big blow. Clearly, most of the uncles won their championships using Flying-type Pokémon. Besides Dragonite, all other Pokémon were Flying types. How could you be called the Dragon-type champion? Shouldn't it be the Flying-type champion? At the time, Xiao Ji asked innocently. Hearing this, Du's smile froze at that moment. Because there were quite a few people present, it was from that day onward that everyone began to notice this point, and from that day, Du also gained an additional title, the Flying-type Champion Dodo Bird. Upon habitually probing the information of the Dragonite with the system, Ash discovered that the opponent's Dragonite had indeed made significant progress. When Ash first observed it, the Dragonite was only level 81, and now it had risen by 2 levels, marking a tremendous advancement, yet it still had about 7 levels to reach the Divine level, which was an astonishing improvement. Moreover, this was the 3rd time Ash had encountered a Pokémon with Divine Aptitude. The first 2 were Professor Oak's Dragonite and a Garchomp, and the 3rd was the Dragonite belonging to Dado. The 4th was Ash's own Charizard. Under Ash's intensive training combined with its inherent divine talent and a double experience card, Charizard swiftly advanced from level 39 Elite to level 45 Near King. Before long, Charizard would surely break through to the King level. After all, Charizard possessed a powerful divine aptitude which allowed it to absorb experience faster than other Pokémon. This was akin to Charizard gaining extra battle experience. Simply put, it was as if it had activated a double experience cheat, meaning Charizard inherently gathered more experience than other Pokémon. Furthermore, with Ash's double experience card support, Charizard could enjoy quadruple the experience points. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for Charizard to level up 5 times in just 2 days. Alright, since you're here, we'll just split it evenly. This information was mine, and you took half of it, so you can also deliver the gym leader to the Alliance for processing. How does that sound? That sounds reasonable, Ash proposed. Fine, you're right. Without your information, I might not have had this opportunity. I agree, let's split it evenly. Dado also found it reasonable. After all, without Ash's information, he wouldn't have achieved this accomplishment. Alright, I still need to continue my journey, so I'll head back to gather with my partners. Just remember to credit the contribution points to my account. After Ash finished speaking, he mounted Charizard's back and bid farewell to Dado. Let me know if such good opportunities arise again next time. Dado, seeing Ash leave, also expressed his final words, then watched as Ash gradually disappeared from view. After Ash had completely left, Dado began his processing work. The incident was resolved perfectly. However, as soon as Ash returned to the restaurant, he discovered a chaotic scene with signs of a struggle everywhere. At this sight, Ash suddenly remembered that he had forgotten the 3 fools of Team Rocket in the chaos of contribution. Given the situation, it seemed they had been attacked, but he was unsure whether Misty and the others had successfully driven Team Rocket away or had been defeated by them. Using his sensing abilities, Ash did not detect their presence, and he quickly realized that it was highly likely Misty had gone after them. After all, Brock and Misty were both heirs to the gym, so they should not have been captured by the likes of Team Rocket. If they had indeed been captured, it was likely that Team Rocket had used some cunning trick to do so. Thinking this, Ash released his Arcanine to begin a thorough search. Arcanine catch the scent of Brock and Misty and find the direction they went. How could they have vanished completely? They wouldn't have really been captured by those fools from Team Rocket, would they? Ash felt an ominous sensation, vaguely sensing something. After hearing Ash's words, Arcanine obediently sniffed the ground and soon picked up the scents of Brock, Misty, and the 3 members of Team Rocket, including the restaurant owner. Thus, Ash rode on Arcanine and set off towards Team Rocket's current location. On the way, Arcanine arrived at a forest, pausing for a moment and looking back at Ash, seemingly asking if they should go in and search. Since Brock and the others are here, let's go. After receiving Ash's response, Arcanine felt reassured and charged into the forest. Before long, even before reaching the destination, Ash had already sensed Team Rocket's presence. However, the situation was somewhat off. Brock and Misty had been bound to the ground by the 3 members of Team Rocket, including the restaurant owner. Musashi, won't this provoke the little brat? Kojiro nervously asked as he looked around. What's there to fear? We are the nefarious Team Rocket. How can we be afraid of a little brat who hasn't even grown all his hair yet? Musashi looked at Kojiro with an expression of disappointment. Exactly. Meowth. The old Kojiro wasn't like this. Have you been swapped out or something to be so timid? Meowth disdainfully schooled Kojiro. Kojiro did not oppose their views, but instead hesitantly pointed behind. Oh, so you're quite brave, huh? Ash, sitting atop the formidable Arcanine, wore a half-smile, his tone laced with amusement. Ahem, we just didn't say anything, you must have misheard, Meow. Upon seeing Ash, Meowth instantly changed its expression and greeted him with a smile filled with respect. Arcanine unleashed Flamethrower, and Pikachu used Thunderbolt to deal with those 3. Taking advantage of their moment of confusion, Ash quickly directed Arcanine to attack. You little brat, you don't play fair. Team Rocket was bewildered by this sudden turn of events. They were always the ones ambushing others, but now they had been ambushed themselves, which was a disgrace. Although they were furious, Flamethrower and Thunderbolt did not care. They launched the 3 of them into the air, as usual, turning them into 3 shooting stars until they disappeared. What an annoying feeling. Ash, seeing that Team Rocket had vanished, immediately stepped forward to untie them one by one. Thus their adventure in the Dark City concluded, and they set off toward their next destination. After leaving the dark city, Xiao Ji and his companions encountered a lively place on their way to the next gym. Curious, they approached to take a look and inquired with the people around, only to discover that they had stumbled upon a special festival in this place. Carnival Festival. Wow, there are so many beautiful ladies here. Xiao Gang's face turned red as he gazed at the many mature and attractive women dressed in revealing outfits, unable to help but feel shy. There are also so many fun places to explore, Xiao Xia remarked as she took in the lively surroundings. Eventually, Xiao Gang couldn't resist the allure of the beautiful ladies and unexpectedly changed into a white suit, joining in the festivities with the lovely older sisters. Xiao Ji looked at Xiao Gang's disgraceful behavior, rubbing his forehead in frustration, feeling quite helpless about it. In such an environment, Xiao Gang was in paradise and the two of them couldn't do anything about it, so they decided to go find other fun activities. Xiao Xia went off alone to find interesting experiences, leaving Xiao Ji and Pikachu wandering around looking for anything fun, intending to buy some gifts for his mother Selena and future mother-in-law. So now it could be said that he was picking out gifts for the ones he cared about. After browsing around, he found 3 decent gifts: a jade bracelet for his mother, a beautifully carved gold bracelet for his future mother-in-law, and a pair of silver and jade earrings for his future wife. Once he finished buying the gifts and packed them in exquisite gift boxes, Xiao Ji quietly stored them in his system space, planning to send them to them through a courier service once he arrived in Honglian City. After that, Xiao Ji began to wander around, but halfway through he noticed something unusual in a secluded spot. A young man in a tailcoat was kneeling on the ground, pleading with a cat girl. "Please, I will definitely pay your salary," the young man was desperately begging. "Then pay me now," the cat girl impatiently urged. "But I have no money on me right now. I assure you this performance will go smoothly." The young man tried to convince her. "Then let me ask you, did any customers come to buy tickets during the previous shows?" The cat girl, hands on her hips, asked aggressively. "Xiao Ji, what are you doing here?" Xiao Xia approached from behind, looking at him curiously. Xiao Ji turned around and explained what had just happened. "Is that so?" After hearing Xiao Ji's explanation, Xiao Xia stood there watching the young man with him. "Please don't leave me." The young man, seeing that the other party wasn't responding, directly clung to her leg. "Please." "Hey, what are you doing?" The cat girl, seeing that he was being unreasonable and grabbing her leg, responded without hesitation with a couple of punches, throwing the young man away before leaving. "Are you okay, sir?" After understanding the situation, Xiao Xia walked up to inquire about him. "Miss, you are truly kind and a beautiful lady. To have such a beautiful lady rescue me, my life is fulfilled." After saying this, the young man collapsed to the ground. "Xiao Xia, let's hurry and go. He was just punched a couple of times. It's not like he's in real danger. After all, he was the one who clung to that girl first, and she only acted in self-defense," Xiao Ji said as he walked out. Just as he finished speaking, the young man suddenly looked up at them. "But he does look quite pitiful in this state," Xiao Xia said with concern. "Hey, there are many bad people these days. It's better not to get involved. What if he turns out to be a bad guy and tries to kidnap you?" Xiao Ji said, wanting to avoid bringing trouble to Xiao Xia. "Okay, fine." After hearing Xiao Ji's words, Xiao Xia was persuaded and prepared to leave this troublesome. However, this led to the young man, who was still pretending to be dead on the ground, suddenly waking up, quickly getting up and grabbing Xiao Ji's leg. "Please don't go, help me," the young man pleaded with tears streaming down his face. "I will help you. I will help your grandfather." Xiao Ji, recalling the plot from the original story and already being angry, immediately began to punch and kick the young man. In the original story, Xiao Ji decided to help this fat guy, only to later be hypnotized by him and turned into a laborer and tool. Since this incident had not yet occurred, he decided not to help this fat guy and planned to leave. He had already intended to ignore him, but unexpectedly the fat guy was not giving up and clung to his leg, causing Xiao Ji's anger to erupt. "I know I was wrong, please let me go," the young man pleaded in pain. Meanwhile, the egg beside him saw its master being attacked, and its eyes began to glow blue, attempting to control Xiao Ji. Noticing something attacking his mental energy, Xiao Ji quickly turned around, his eyes also glowing blue, using even stronger mental power to counterattack. Egg. The egg was taken aback and retreated after sensing that this human's mental power was stronger than its own. "Xiao Ji, what's wrong?" "Xiao Xia, let's go. This guy's Pokémon actually tried to control me with the egg," Xiao Ji explained without changing his expression. "What? He didn't even give any commands, and his Pokémon acted on its own. This clearly shows he's a habitual offender. Otherwise his Pokémon wouldn't have behaved this way. Absolutely unforgivable." After hearing Xiao Ji's words, Xiao Xia immediately confirmed the label of this fat guy in her mind. If Xiao Ji hadn't intervened, would he have waited until we were in a deserted place to use the egg to hypnotize me? At that time, wouldn't this fat guy do whatever he wanted? Then wouldn't my purity be in danger? Just thinking about this made Xiao Xia feel like she had lived another safe day. Xiao Ji, upon hearing Xiao Xia's words, felt a bit dazed. After coming to his senses, he couldn't help but glance at Xiao Xia's chest, suddenly feeling a bit of a cough coming on. Coincidentally, the fat guy said something that could easily be misunderstood at that moment. I'm sorry, I truly am sorry. I really have no choice. I need an assistant to help me complete my magic show. As soon as this was said, it confirmed for Xiao Xia that this person was indeed a bad guy. Die, you scoundrel. In her anger, Xiao Xia kicked the fat guy. Alright, since there's nothing going on now, let's leave. Seeing that things had calmed down, Xiao Ji urged Xiao Xia to leave with him. Xiao Xia nodded in agreement, and no longer paid attention to the fat guy, instead playing around nearby. Having had a good time, and as the activities here were coming to an end, they set off once again on their journey to Honglian City. After leaving the range of the carnival event, they saw a small town. Is there enough supplies? Do we need to Xiao Ji looked at Xiao Gang, their supplies manager, and asked. I feel like the supplies can last for another 2 or 3 days, but we do need to restock. Xiao Gang listened to Xiao Ji's words, then carefully checked the supplies in his backpack, realizing they were indeed a bit low. Alright, since that's the case, let's go replenish them. After receiving the answer, the 3 of them split into 3 groups to buy supplies. Oh, by the way, we're out of medicine. We need to buy some more. Xiao Gang took out the medicine bag he usually used, looking troubled. Alright, as per usual, I'll handle it. Xiao Ji, upon hearing they needed to buy medicine, immediately patted his chest confidently. Okay, then I'll take care of it, Xiao Ji. Xiao Gang nodded in agreement after Xiao Ji took the responsibility. Xiao Ji had plenty of medicine in his system space, which is why he always agreed to take on the task using the medicine from his system space to replenish supplies. It seems the 3 of them are heading to that small town, Xiao Ji said, observing Xiao Ji's retreating figure. After saying this, the 2 of them crouched down and started moving across the ground like caterpillars. Halfway through, they suddenly noticed something. Xiao Ji, don't you feel like something is missing? Musashi asked in surprise. Now that you mention it. Xiao Ji reacted upon hearing Musashi's words. The 2 of them looked back and then noticed Meow Meow lying under a large tree, flushed and looking listless. I can't go on anymore. Meow 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 leaned against the tree, seemingly paralyzed, and said with a flushed face. Meow Meow, you're a male cat. How can you say you can't go on? Xiao Ji placed his hands on his hips and said angrily, exactly. Meow Meow, how can you be slacking off? Musashi also nodded in agreement, even starting to reach down to pick up Meow Meow to leave. However, as soon as Musashi's hand touched Meow Meow, he felt an intense heat and pulled back his hand, red and even steaming. Off. It's so hot. Musashi fell back, exclaiming, why is it so hot? It's burning me alive. Xiao Ji watched Musashi with a dazed expression, looking at him in bewilderment. I can't go on anymore. After being grabbed by Musashi, Meow Meow's body went even limper, leaning against the tree and panting heavily. Oh, is that so? Then let's just let you rest today. After understanding Meow Meow's condition, Musashi decided not to force Meow Meow to work anymore. Wait, if we just leave Meow Meow like this, and he dies, what if he turns into a vengeful spirit? Xiao Ji said with a worried expression, though it seemed like he wasn't too concerned. A little worried, but not much. Anyway, he's just like a demon cat. Musashi shrugged nonchalantly. That's true. Xiao Ji agreed, thinking it made sense. Then the 2 of them started holding each other's hands, gazing deeply into each other's eyes. We're currently engaged in important work, Musashi said enthusiastically. Yes, let's go catch Pikachu. Xiao Ji agreed. The 2 of them clicked and set off together, ready to chase after Xiao Ji and the others. Wait a moment. Suddenly a girl's voice called out. The 2 turned their heads in confusion to look back. When they looked back, they found a green-haired girl they didn't recognize standing next to Meow Meow. He's already running a high fever and looking so pitiful. Why aren't you 2 helping him? Are you even qualified trainers? The green-haired girl scolded while stroking Meow Meow's head. Musashi and Xiao Ji were taken aback by her words. They weren't even Meow Meow's trainers. Oh, why was this girl butting in? Ahaha. The 2, realizing the situation, started laughing heartily. The green-haired girl ignored the foolish laughter of the 2 and began administering medicine to Meow Meow. After her treatment, Meow Meow's face turned from bright red to a slight blush. Meow Meow watched the green-haired girl walking away and thought to himself how beautiful she was. If only I could become her form. We are not Meow Meow's trainers. Musashi pointed at Meow Meow. That's right, and we have important matters to attend to. Xiao Ji explained to the green-haired girl. Important matters? The green-haired girl looked at them in confusion. Suddenly their clothes transformed, and they appeared as 2 hermits. That's right. Musashi said we have our own circumstances and must hurry on our way. Xiao Ji added, just some minor issues during our journey. Musashi and Xiao Ji said we can't be concerned about him. He's already in this state, and you still dare to call it a minor issue. The green-haired girl was furious at their irresponsible words. Musashi and Xiao Ji were scolded by her, left dumbfounded, sitting on the ground with blank expressions as they stared at her. I'm so scared, Xiao Ji said, looking dazed. I'm scared too. Musashi nodded in agreement, feeling just as dazed as Xiao Ji. Meanwhile, Ash and his companions happened to pass by a traditional herbal medicine shop. Seeing it, Brock immediately expressed his desire to step inside. The moment they entered the shop, they were struck by its unnerving darkness. And even more unsettling was the sight of an elderly woman ceaselessly grinding herbs with a mortar and pestle before them. "Hello, we'd like to browse your selection of medicinal herbs, may we?" Brock announced as soon as he crossed the— "Oh ho ho, would you care for our most authentic specialty, herbs meticulously prepared from Magikarp?" Chuckling softly in the dim gloom, the old woman produced a bundle of Magikarp whiskers and enthusiastically began recommending them to the trio. "What a— Magikarp whiskers?" Misty recoiled in shock. "Ahem. No thank you. We're just looking for ordinary medicinal herbs." At the mention of herbs derived from Pokémon, Brock instinctively waved his hands in refusal, visibly. Just then a green-haired girl materialized silently behind them. "Grandmother, why on earth are you speaking like that? You'll frighten our guests," she admonished sternly. "Ah, Kiyomi, you've returned." The old woman exclaimed, startled yet delighted upon hearing her voice. "I sincerely apologize, honored guests. Our shop specializes exclusively in traditional herbal remedies, so—" Kiyomi bowed slightly, offering a warm but apologetic explanation. "Miss Hello, might you be the young lady who runs this establishment?" Upon catching sight of Kiyomi's face, Brock stepped forward confidently and addressed her directly. "Why, Wise? Is something wrong?" Startled by his sudden advance, Kiyomi instinctively took a small step back and nodded hesitantly. "My name is Brock. I hope you'll grant me the honor of sharing a cup of tea with me, so we might delve deeper into matters of mutual interest." Having received her reply, Brock promptly revealed his true nature, launching unreservedly into self-introduction. Misty and Ash exchanged exasperated glances. "Brother, must you be so forward? You've barely met her, and already you're proposing profound philosophical— Brock, please refrain from such inappropriate remarks. They risk serious misunderstanding and reflect poorly upon us as your traveling companions." Ash couldn't help but interject. "Are you perhaps a Pokémon trainer? Would you care for a friendly Pokémon battle?" Kiyomi, clearly understanding Brock's implication, chose not to engage, instead captivated by the dashing Pikachu perched proudly on Ash's shoulder. Her counter-proposal served as a graceful indirect refusal. Kiyomi, clearly understanding Brock's implication, chose not to engage, instead captivated by the dashing Pikachu perched proudly on Ash's— "Then let's hold it in my backyard." With that, Kiyomi led the three outside. Perched unseen atop a nearby tree, Team Rocket observed their movements and recited their signature oath to prevent the world from crumbling, to protect the peace of the world, and to spread love and truth through evil. NWE are the charming, captivating villains, and Jesse and James. Will you two please quiet down and stop interfering with my view of Kiyomi? Meowth grumbled impatiently, then leered lasciviously at her, murmuring dreamily, "Oh, and my Kiyomi. Kiyomi. So exquisite." Mew. Jesse and James stared dumbfounded at Meowth's suddenly pervy demeanor, wondering if their feline comrade had just unlocked some bizarre new evolutionary form. Meanwhile, Ash and Kiyomi had already reached the battlefield. Kiyomi released a crabrawler bearing 2 mushrooms upon its shell. At the sight, Ash's eyes welled, not with sorrow but with culinary reverie. Steamed crab, garlic-sauteed mushroom crab, soy-braised crab. And, well then, yes, you're absolutely correct, this is your opponent. Kiyomi declared triumphantly, hands on hips. Ash remained silent, his expression blank. And, I was just contemplating which preparation method to use when you interrupted. I'm genuinely unsettled by that timing. Pikachu, it's up to you now. Remember, play along convincingly. Win convincingly. And for your reward, a bottle of savory crab sauce. Wait, no, tomato ketchup. Ash accidentally blurted out the slip, luckily under his breath. Had Paras heard it surely would have fled in terror. Pikachu, it's time to give it everything you've got. Ash commanded. And Pikachu. Pikachu surged forward, radiating fierce determination as it locked eyes with Paras. A consummate professional actor, Pikachu meant business. Paras, overwhelmed by that ferocious presence, instantly scurried behind Kiyomi's legs. "Paras, how can you run away?" Kiyomi sighed, half exasperated, gazing down at her timid— "I'm truly sorry. Paras is naturally timid, especially about battles. That's why he's always refused to fight. Yet I wish for him to evolve into Parasect." Kiyomi offered a sincere, slightly embarrassed apology to Ash. "Ah, I see. To evolve a Pokémon, one must win battles, earn experience points, and accumulate sufficient evolutionary energy. Only then does evolution commence." Brock mused aloud. Misty tilted her head curiously, "But why the urgency to evolve him?" "Because I need Parasect's mushrooms," Kiyomi answered honestly. "And mushrooms?" Misty and Brock shared identical expressions of baffled disbelief. "Yes, I aim to guide him to Parasect, then harvest mature spores from his cap to formulate a revolutionary medicine, one capable of healing Pokémon across the globe." Kiyomi spoke with quiet passion and unwavering idealism. While your compassion for Pokémon deeply moves me, allow me to clarify those growths on Paras's back are actually Cordyceps sinensis, a medicinal fungus. Even after evolving into Parasect, they remain biologically unchanged. Their therapeutic properties I trust need no elaboration. Ash delivered his assessment with scholarly precision. And what? Is that really true? Kiyomi gasped, stunned to learn after years of companionship that Paraz's mushrooms were in fact. I regularly collaborate with Professor Oak on Pokémon research, so every statistic for every canonative Pokémon is etched into my memory. Ash explained earnestly. And what? You're how old? And already working alongside Professor Oak. Kiyomi's astonishment deepened. Well, I'm merely 10 years old, Ash admitted bashfully, scratching the back of his head. And Ash, you're incredible. As a lifelong resident of Kanto, Kiyomi had grown up hearing legends of Professor Oak's renown. Indeed, Professor Oak's fame extended far beyond Kanto and Johto, resonating across all regions of the Pokémon world. It's been pure luck, but I'd be honored to assist you in testing your hypothesis. Really? Kiyomi had assumed Ash had already dismissed her request, yet now elation lit her face. Thank you so much, Ash. You're truly a wonderful person. In her joy, she bestowed upon him the ultimate accolade, the nice guy card. Ash's smile froze mid-expression. Why did that phrase land like a rejected confession? What's wrong, Xiaoji? Qing Mei asked in confusion after noticing something off on Xiaoji's face. Nothing. Xiaoji shook his head, attributing his earlier feelings to being overly sensitive. Qing Mei nodded. Pikachu, pretend for a moment. I'll teach you. When I signal you to attack the opponent, pretend to go in for an attack, then lightly touch the opponent, and then you will start. Xiaoji communicated telepathically, instructing Pikachu on how to act. Pika. Pikachu received Xiaoji's instructions, patting its chest to assure that the task would be completed. However, Pika, shouldn't the reward for such a fake match be? Pikachu looked at Xiaoji, rubbing its fingers together like a sly merchant. Xiaoji's expression darkened upon seeing Pikachu's demeanor. Goodness, now even the Pokémon dared to extort him. In the future they could threaten their master. With a lesson learned, Xiaoji knew he couldn't let this bad habit spread any further. At most 2 bags, anything more wouldn't do. Last time you ate many bags all at once, and if you eat more now, if you turn into a fat Pikachu, you won't even be able to walk. You wouldn't want to become a fat Pikachu unable to move, so let's be good and obedient, just 2 bags. Xiaoji began to persuade. Pikachu eyed Xiaoji suspiciously, but after seeing Xiaoji's serious expression, it hesitantly decided to, alright, go for it, Paras. People all over the world are waiting for your help. Qing Mei encouraged Paras. Upon hearing this, Xiaoji thought of another meaning. Paras must evolve, the world was in need of its assistance. As this thought crossed his mind, Xiaoji shook his head, dismissing the bizarre idea. It was time to witness the birth of the acting master Pikachu. The Pikachu on the field began to move at a tortoise's pace as Xiaoji pretended to strike. Slowly it stepped forward until it reached Paras. At that moment, Paras, encouraged by Qing Mei, mustered the courage to launch an attack on Pikachu. Paras covered one eye to avoid seeing Pikachu while gently touching Pikachu with its pincers as Pikachu followed Xiaoji's telepathic commands. Pikachu let out a Pika and then performed a flawless 360-degree spin before collapsing, appearing as though it had been bravely defeated. The protagonist Paras, upon hearing the commotion, slowly moved its hand away, only to discover that Pikachu was quietly lying on the ground. Seeing that Pikachu had been defeated, Paras's confidence surged, and it raised its pincers with enthusiasm as a mysterious power suddenly surged forth. Zing! After gaining experience from defeating Pikachu, Paras immediately noticed a change as the light of evolution shone from within. As the light of evolution appeared, Paras began to evolve, its body swelling rapidly, transforming into Parasect. Great! Parasect has succeeded. Qing Mei joyfully laughed, while holding the enormous mushroom of Parasect. Meanwhile, Meowth, observing Qing Mei from a distance, realized that Paras had succeeded in evolving without needing him, feeling disappointed for not being able to impress the goddess. However, upon seeing Qing Mei's happy smile, Meowth felt somewhat satisfied. Unsure of how to present himself before Qing Mei, Meowth soon came to understand that humans and Pokémon were destined to be apart, leading him to let go of his attachment. In this moment, Meowth felt as though his soul had been elevated. Alright, it's our turn to make an entrance next, Musashi said with enthusiasm. Exactly, it's time for our Team Rocket to make its appearance. Kojiro nodded in agreement. However, just as they finished speaking, they realized something seemed to be missing. They looked back to see Meowth walking away with a forlorn expression, lacking enthusiasm. Hey, what's wrong with me? Musashi asked Kojiro in confusion. Perhaps he's heartbroken because he realized he no longer has a place in that girl's heart. Kojiro replied, while stroking his chin. So that's how it is. Should we continue? Musashi said, realizing, since one has already left, it doesn't seem right to further ruin Meowth's image in front of that girl. Kojiro muttered. So what do we do now? Musashi continued to ask. What else can we do? Let's just take the day off. It's not like today is our first time failing to catch Pikachu. We'll just try again next time. Kojiro looked resigned, appearing quite disheartened. That's true. It's not like this one time matters. Musashi nodded in agreement. Thus they followed in Meowth's footsteps, attempting to comfort him. Meanwhile, Xiaoji saw that his assistance was over and naturally began to leave. As he left, Xiaoji glanced back at the direction where Team Rocket had departed. How rare. Xiaoji murmured. Xiaoji, what are you looking at? We should go, Xiaoxia urged. All right. Xiaoji finally reacted, joining the group as they left for the next city. In the deep of night, Ash and his companions hurried along their journey, crossing a vast desert, until they finally reached a city where they could rest. Soon they arrived at the Pokémon Center in Neon Town, where they experienced the vibrant life of the city that never. On their way to the Pokémon Center, they witnessed several disputes arising from trivial matters. Throughout their journey, Ash and his companions were exposed to the bustling prosperity of Neon Town, while also realizing how volatile the city's inhabitants could be. Fortunately, Ash and his friends made it to the Pokémon Center without any trouble, ready to rest. The outside of the Pokémon Center was quite loud, but inside it was remarkably quiet. It was unclear what materials were used, as the soundproofing was exceptional. After a night without incident, Ash and his companions woke up early after breakfast, packed their belongings, and energetically stepped out to leave Neon Town. However, as soon as they exited the doors of the Pokémon Center, they were met with a cacophony of noise from the outside, filled with people loudly arguing. Miss Junsha continuously tried to mediate the disputes, but due to the sheer number of people, her efforts seemed largely ineffective. My goodness, do people here never sleep? This scene resembles a marketplace, Xiaoxia exclaimed in shock. Let's hurry and leave, this town is just too Indeed, it seems troublesome here, Brock remarked as he observed the surroundings. Let's go. Ash nodded in agreement, eager to leave. Thus the group departed from the town. Once they entered the forest, they finally escaped the noisy Neon Town. The forest is much more comfortable, Ash remarked. After entering the forest, Xiaoxia let out a sigh of relief and said, All right, let's hurry to the next city. MHM. Xiaoxia nodded. After confirming there was nothing else to do, they all set off toward the next city. However, halfway through their journey, they spotted a pink Pokémon sitting on a tree stump. It's here. It was Jigglypuff. Upon seeing the pink Pokémon, Ash's mind began to reminisce about the days of Jigglypuff. Could it be Jigglypuff? I've wanted one for a long time, Xiaoxia exclaimed in delight upon seeing Jigglypuff. Aren't you supposed to only like water-type Pokémon? Why are you suddenly interested in Jigglypuff? Brock asked with a puzzled expression. Brock's question seemed a bit redundant. As a girl, Xiaoxia naturally found this cute, plump pink Pokémon appeal. It's fine. I want to catch her. Xiaoxia joyfully took out a Pokeball, saying, Go Stereo. Quack. Psyduck suddenly popped out. Psyduck, why did you come out? I wasn't calling you. Xiaoxia angrily scolded Psyduck. After finally getting the chance to catch a Pokémon she liked, Psyduck's interference dampened Xiaoxia's mood. Psyduck, come back. You're a duck. I repeat, you're a duck, not a Stereo or a Starmie. After saying that, Xiaoxia recalled Psyduck. Psyduck, with a look of grievance, was returned to its Pokeball. Go Stereo. Use self-destruct. After swapping Pokemon, Xiaoxia immediately initiated the attack. Jigglypuff sat quietly on the stump, utterly unaware that it was being attacked from behind, allowing the opponent's assault to hit her. After being knocked down by Stereo, Jigglypuff sat back down on the ground, looking very aggrieved, her large round eyes brimming with tears, as if she would cry at any moment. Her crying was like that of a heartbreaker, and in an instant Xiaoxia was captivated. Even Ash, who knew Jigglypuff's true nature, found himself charmed. She cried. Ash and his friends looked at Jigglypuff with a mix of emotions. Alright, little one, don't cry. Have something to eat. Ash took out a Pokemon Energy Cube and held it out for her to eat. Jigglypuff, originally a bit angry after smelling the delicious treat, Jigglypuff's puffy face curiously opened her mouth to take a bite, and her eyes lit up. That's amazing. Jigglypuff, would you sing a song for me? Xiaoxia looked at Jigglypuff with eager anticipation. Jigglypuff's expression seemed to say, you just attacked me, and now you want me to sing. Are you out of your mind? Does this Jigglypuff not know how to sing? Brock asked Jigglypuff with curiosity. Jigglypuff nodded seriously upon hearing Brock's words. Most of your attacks rely on sound to counter, so your chances of survival in the wild might be quite dangerous. Ash patted the little one's head. Jiggly. The little one nodded earnestly after hearing Ash. So would you like to come with me? Ash said to Jigglypuff with a serious expression. Are you trying to catch her, Ash? Xiaoxia asked in surprise. Yes. Can I have her, Xiaoxia? Ash nodded gently, although there was something he left unsaid in his heart. The reason Ash wanted to catch Jigglypuff was actually to travel with Serena later, planning to bring Jigglypuff along. As for whether Jigglypuff could sing, it didn't matter anymore. After all, Jigglypuff's singing could be terrifying. He didn't want to be backstabbed by Jigglypuff every day. I can see this child likes you. It seems she won't be coming with me, Xiaoxia observed Jigglypuff, arriving at a conclusion. Jigglypuff, do you want to come with me? Ash took out a friend ball, earnestly asking for Jigglypuff's answer. Jigglypuff nodded seriously, then gently touched Ash's Pokeball, which absorbed her in a flash of red light. The captured Jigglypuff only shook slightly inside the ball, then stopped, successfully caught by Ash and his companions. Afterward, the friend ball vanished in a flash. Meanwhile, Professor Oak received the Pokemon transmitted by Ash. What kind of Pokemon has Ash sent this time? After capturing Jigglypuff, Team Rocket made their entrance only to be sent flying by Ash and his Pikachu before continuing their journey to the next destination. Of course, Ash, as Jigglypuff's Pokemon trainer, was unaware that Professor Oak had already begun working on restoring Jigglypuff's singing voice while he traveled in ignorance. I wonder what expression Ash will have when he next encounters Jigglypuff and discovers that its singing voice has been restored. After leaving the forest, Ash and his companions continued their journey. As they walked, they arrived at the Great Fossil Valley, a hotspot for Pokemon fossils. "Look over there, it's so lively," Misty shouted, pointing towards the entrance of Great Fossil Valley. Ash and Brock looked over curiously. "What on earth is happening here?" Brock said, gazing at the bustling area with confusion. Just then a familiar figure suddenly appeared before them. Ash and his companions looked over to find Green, dressed in archaeological gear, standing before them. "No, of course I don't need to know. After all, I already informed the League long ago that this place should be a priority for Of course I don't need to know. After all, I already informed the League long ago that this place should be a priority for development. Unlike you, young Master Green, who needs others to tell you. We can't be the same, right?" Ash, unfazed by Green's sarcasm, merely smiled at him. Green, who had been wearing a cheerful expression, now found his face frozen. "I'm too lazy to talk to you. I need to hurry and dig for fossils, so you should just stay here and watch." Green, realizing he couldn't win the argument, decided not to continue sparring with Ash. "So what do you all think? Are you interested in going to take a look? I think digging for fossils is like intentionally waking up ancient Pokemon that have turned to stone." Brock hesitated, unsure if he should go. But searching for fossils that are thousands, or even tens of thousands of years old, is quite romantic. Misty, on the other hand, seemed very interested. "If you're interested, then let's go take a look. After all, we won't lose anything, right?" Seeing the differing opinions of the two, Ash made the decision for them. Thus the group entered Great Fossil Valley together, armed with shovels, following the crowd towards their destination to excavate fossils. As Ash observed his surroundings, he noticed everyone was digging within a few meters of each other. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something and started looking around with a mischievous grin, searching for Green. Before long, Ash spotted Green. "Young Master Green, don't be in such a hurry to dig. The more you dig, the less you'll find fossils. You have to go with the flow. If the fate isn't there, you won't find anything," Ash reminded with a smile beside Green. "If I can't find anything, what do you care?" Green retorted grumpily. "Take it easy, Green, watch your back. Don't pull a muscle," Ash continued to tease. Just as Green was about to fire back, his shovel seemed to hit something, and in his excitement, he began to dig vigorously, forgetting to retort Ash. After a while, Green finally unearthed a spiral-shaped fossil. "Success! I've dug up a Pokemon," Green shouted excitedly upon seeing the fossil. "I'm really envious that you found a fossil. Oh, I should give it a kiss and record it. I can make a video for you to remember it." Ash looked at Green with envy and suggested, That sounds good. You can help me film." Green, not realizing the implications, nodded eagerly. Under Ash's encouragement, Green kissed the fossil, while Ash filmed the moment, and most amusingly, Green posed afterward. Ash was delighted to witness this scene. Green was so happy at that moment, but soon he would face utter embarrassment, which was exactly what Ash was hoping to see. "Hey, what's this?" Just as Green was reveling in his joy, an old scholar rushed over upon hearing about the fossil being unearthed and saw the fossil in Green's hand. The scholar quickly took it and examined it closely. "So what kind of Pokemon fossil is this?" "This is my first time digging up a Pokemon fossil," Green said proudly. "Oh, this is," the old scholar said. "This is..." Green's excitement grew as he saw the scholar's reaction. "Oh, this is absolutely a fossil of Pokemon excrement," the old man said as he handed the fossil back to Green and turned to leave, showing no attachment, even a hint of disdain. Green was left stunned, staring at the fossil in his hand, with only one thought in his mind: this fossil is poop. "I just kissed poop. Wait, where did Ash go?" As Green remembered that Ash had filmed a video, he became even more agitated. If this video gets out, how will he, young Master Green, face people in the future? Just now, looking at Ash's expression, it seemed he knew all along that what Green dug up was poop, which is why he encouraged him to kiss it, and even filmed it. Connecting these details, Green realized something was amiss, and the clues were already pointing very close to the off. "That little rascal, Ash, I'm going to kill you." Green looked around angrily like a madman, searching for Ash, wanting to find him and tear him apart. Smart as he was, Ash already knew what Green was thinking and uploaded the complete video version, including the segment where the old scholar explained, to a very popular platform along with a catchy title. Shocking. Pokemon poop fossil discovered in Great Fossil Valley. A certain man kissed it upon finding it. Is this a decline of morals or a distortion of humanity? After finishing the upload, Ash chose a safe, scheduled time to release it. Now our young Master Green was going to... After a frenzied search, Xiao Mao finally spotted Xiao Ji. Upon discovering Xiao Ji, Xiao Mao rushed over. "I warn you not to come any closer or I'll release that video." Xiao Ji pointed at his phone and warned Xiao Mao. "If it weren't for you, how could I have kissed that rock?" Xiao Mao shouted angrily. "What does that have to do with me? I was just trying to help you record the moment. Who would have thought that thing would be that? As Xiaoji spoke, he noticed more people gathering around. To prevent Xiao Mao from dragging him down, he decided to change his wording. Otherwise, there would be no need for Xiaoji to post the video. Everyone would already know that Xiao Mao had just licked a Pokemon's excrement. Moreover, Xiaoji had no intention of escalating the situation, especially since Xiao Mao was Professor Oak's grandson. Being somewhat of a friend, he naturally didn't want to create a rift. Thinking of this, Xiaoji felt a twinge of envy that Xiao Mao could recognize such a considerate friend. If it weren't for you egging me on, I wouldn't have done it. Xiao Mao, still fuming, completely failed to notice the increase. Ahem, pay attention. Xiaoji coughed, signaling Xiao Mao to notice their surroundings. After Xiaoji's reminder, Xiao Mao suddenly realized and looked around only to find that everyone had stopped what they were doing and was staring at them. Clearly the commotion they caused had drawn attention. Seeing the crowd, Xiao Mao promptly shut his mouth. Oh, Xiao Mao, even though I'm scheduling the video to be released, if you dare to touch me, it won't matter if you steal my phone. The phone is password protected, as you know. After a while, the video will be automatically sent out. You wouldn't want the whole world to see that video, would you? Xiaoji said with a smile to the furious Xiao Mao. What do you want to do? Xiao Mao clearly understood the hidden meaning behind Xiaoji's words. From now on, as long as you listen to me, this video will remain with me and will not be leaked. Xiaoji cheerfully patted Xiao Mao's shoulder. After hearing this, Xiao Mao sighed in relief, but the thought of having leverage in Xiaoji's hands made him feel So what do you want me to do now, eh? Xiao Mao asked with a frown. I haven't thought of anything yet. Oh, I'll let you know if I need anything later. Xiaoji pondered, but he couldn't think of any way he needed Xiao Mao's help. You really won't release my video? Xiao Mao seemed a bit skeptical about Xiaoji confirming for the second time. Of course, as long as you obey, you can't oppose me anymore. Xiaoji nodded. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now. Remember to delete that scheduled video. If I find it posted on the platform, it'll definitely come after you. Xiao Mao knew that Xiaoji wouldn't delete the video. He could only retreat and ask Xiaoji to delete the scheduled video before it went online. Alright. Xiaoji waved his hand in agreement and then watched Xiao Mao leave. After Xiao Mao departed, Xiaoji also deleted the scheduled video as promised. With Xiao Mao gone, Xiaoji had nothing more to do here, so he went back to meet with Xiao Gang and Xiao Xia. However, shortly after Xiaoji returned to Xiao Gang and Xiao Xia, Team Rocket appeared. Xiaoji, hurry and stop them. They want to blow up the big valley. Xiao Xia shouted anxiously. The situation is urgent. You guys go warn the others, and I'll be right back. Upon hearing that these three fools had explosives, Xiaoji immediately instructed the two to notify everyone else. Okay. Xiao Gang and Xiao Xia nodded without any hesitation and ran down. By the time Xiaoji arrived, the bomb's fuse had already been lit and was about to explode. It's you again, you little brat. Kojiro and Musashi exclaimed in shock. It's already too late. Meowth pointed to the fuse that was burning down and was nearly out of sight. You three are just like stubborn adhesive. No matter how much you shake, you can't get rid of them. Xiaoji took out a pokeball and couldn't help but complain. Mind your own business. Musashi said smugly. Exactly. Kojiro nodded in agreement next to him. I'd rather stop wasting time with you and knock you out before dealing with that bomb problem. Xiaoji released Mini Long. Mini Long used water gun. However, just as Mini Long was about to attack Team Rocket, said something that surprised, like hell we're going to fight you. Musashi and Kojiro along with Meowth turned and ran away. After so many battles, when have we ever won? It's better to stick with our fossils. Kojiro ran away looking clever, not forgetting to turn back and make a face at Xiaoji. That's right, Meow. Meowth also started running with its little legs. Seeing this scene, Xiaoji and Mini Long looked puzzled, watching the three retreating figures. Once Xiaoji reacted, he couldn't help but chuckle. Didn't these three fools know he was known as the invincible whirlwind of Shinshin Town? How dare they run in front of him? Wasn't that like dancing with a big knife before a locked door? After finishing his reflections, Xiaoji also took off running. In no time he had caught up with them. What the heck, is this little brat really running this fast? Kojiro looked at Xiaoji in shock, as if he were staring at a monster, feeling incredulous. Forget it, let's go. Musashi, realizing Xiaoji was closing in and was very close, knew that a battle was inevitable. Thus a fierce battle was about to ensue. Go Arbok, wheezing. Mini Long used Tornado to take care of them. As soon as the words fell, a small tornado began to form around Mini Long, wrapping up Team Rocket. Unexpectedly, it swept Team Rocket from above and sent them crashing down right onto the explosives. The bomb's fuse was also pulled down, accelerating its burning speed. In no time the fuse was completely burnt out. Then a loud bang echoed. After notifying the others to seek refuge, the two returned upon hearing the commotion. On their way, they caught sight of Xiaoji's leaping figure. They initially thought Xiaoji was in despair and intended to jump off to seek liberation, prompting them to rush. They expected to see Xiaoji's body, but to their surprise there was not even a trace of it. Now it was their turn to be in despair. Xiaoji! They shouted, trying to call him back. To find Xiaoji's body, they worked even harder to dig the pit, all to locate Xiaoji's body. If he was alive, they wanted to see him. If he was dead, they wanted to see his corpse. That way they could achieve great merit and secure a prominent position at the table. As Team Rocket fell below, the three slowly opened their eyes only to find themselves in a closed and dimly. As soon as they opened their eyes, they saw the last face they wanted to encounter. Xiaogue too. Hey, you three finally woke up. Want something to eat to regain your strength? Xiaoji tossed 3 chocolate bars to them. With a swoosh, they scrambled to their feet, surveying their surroundings. Where is this? Xiao Xiaolang asked, puzzled. Just as Xiaoji was about to answer, the Meowth next to him took the initiative to explain. I know, Meow. This is an underground cave caused by being swept down by Xiaogue, 2 mini dragons whirlwind, and then with the recent explosion a large hole was blasted above this cave, and we 3 fell in through that hole. That's definitely it. Meowth explained. Nanny, so does this mean we might not be able to go back up? Musashi and Xiao Xiaolang exclaimed in shock. After they spoke, they turned to look at Xiaoji, who was still munching on chocolate, and said in unison, It's all your fault, Xiaogue too. Wow, you 3 really are logic geniuses. Clearly it was you 3 who set off the bomb, yet you can still shift the blame onto me. You all truly are a bunch of geniuses. Xiaoji retorted without backing down. What use is there in arguing about this now, Meow? We should be thinking about how to leave this cave. Meowth pointed to the hole above. Do as you please. I really don't mind since I can fly out by myself. Xiaoji waved his hand nonchalantly, then began to sense the surroundings with his perception. Humans, can they fly, eh? He's not a flying type Pokemon, how can he fly? Meowth turned to the 2 next to him, curiously asking. Silly Meowth, what Xiaogue 2 means is that he has a flying type Pokemon that can carry him out. Did you forget? Xiao Xiaolang looked at Meowth with disdain. Exactly, Meowth, can't you think of something so simple? Musashi agreed with Xiao Xiaolang, also mocking Meowth. Xiaoji chuckled as he listened to their discussion. You 3 should really think about how to get out of here. Xiaoji reminded helplessly. Right. The current problem is how to get back up. Meowth nodded. Oomph. At that moment Xiao Xiaolang crossed his arms, looking down, not knowing what he was laughing about. Oh, no wonder you're our clever Xiao Xiaolang. Have you thought of a way to get up? Musashi looked at Xiao Xiaolang, who appeared very confident, thinking he had come up with a good idea. Oomph. There's no hope left. Xiao Xiaolang struck a pose he thought was cool, and said, Bang. Hearing Xiao Xiaolang's words, Musashi, who was already furious, instantly erupted and punched Xiao Xiaolang on the head. If there's no hope, why are you pretending? Musashi said angrily. You 3 are really quite foolish. Surely you 3 don't think this cave is completely safe. Xiaoji complained helplessly. What do you mean? Xiaogue 2, why are you suddenly calling us 3 foolish? Musashi, already irritable, became even more angry at Xiaoji's words and retorted without holding back. Xiaoji remained silent and just pointed behind them. Upon seeing Xiaoji's gesture, Team Rocket turned around in confusion. Not looking was fine, at least they appeared peaceful when they died. But upon looking they were startled. In the depths of the cave, several pairs of crimson eyes were staring at them. In that moment the 3 were so frightened that they hid behind Xiaoji. Xiaoji looked at the 3 behind him with the trouble they had caused was one thing, but to be scolded and then have them hide behind him, it truly exemplified the meaning of shamelessness. What are you all afraid of? They're just some ancient Pokemon. Getting this scared. Aren't these the ancient fossils of Pokemon you 3 have been looking for? If you capture them, wouldn't you gain your boss favor? It would be hard not to get promoted and receive a raise. You 3 are still here hesitating. Do you not want a promotion and a raise? Don't you want to gain your boss favor? What are you waiting for? Go now. Seeing that Team Rocket was still standing still, Xiaoji began to urge them. After Xiaoji urged them, the 3 were instantly brainwashed, their minds filled with thoughts of promotion and pay raise. The Team Rocket trio, who had just been frightened, boldly stood up to confront the ancient Pokemon. However, as they stood up, they felt increasingly uneasy. Why are their eyes all red? They don't seem very friendly, Meow. Meowth gulped and remarked. Of course they're not friendly, they were just having a nice sleep before you 3 woke them up. It's a wonder they would be friendly towards Xiaoji complained inwardly. Don't think too much, just catch them first. Xiao Xiaolang was already dizzy with thoughts of promotion and wealth, and without thinking further, he threw out a Pokeball. Musashi also followed suit, and threw out a Pokeball alongside Xiao Xiaolang. Just as the 2 were eagerly awaiting to capture the Pokemon, reality harshly shattered their naive fantasies. In the darkness, the Pokeballs they threw were swatted away by the unknown ancient Pokemon with loud thuds, and the 2 Pokeballs vanished without a trace. It was truly losing both the woman and the troops, and it even brought upon themselves the calamity of death. Amidst the furious roars of the downsider, the other Pokemon began to encircle Ash and his companion. Go! Dratini! It's you! Ash threw out Dratini's Pokeball. A bright white light flashed in the dim. Dratini used Blizzard. Pikachu used Thunderbolt to assist Dratini. Ash commanded loudly. As soon as he finished speaking, a fierce gale surrounded Dratini with fine ice and snow swirling in the wind, howling like waves as it rushed towards the ancient Pokemon. Meanwhile, Pikachu also coordinated with Dratini, unleashing a Thunderbolt at the ancient Pokémon. The precise Thunderbolt struck Scyther, causing it to momentarily halt due to the powerful attack. The other Pokémon didn't react in time and crashed into Scyther's back in succession, collectively receiving the electric shock. In an instant, the entire dim space was illuminated by flickering electric lights, bringing the rare glimmers of brightness to the pitch-black surroundings. Soon the cold winds of blizzard swept in. Thus, under the dual assault of Dratini and Pikachu, the ancient Pokémon experienced two distinct services, ultimately succumbing to unconsciousness due to the excellent quality of service. Looking at the unconscious ancient Pokémon, Ash used the system's scanning function to check their qualifications. After observing, he found that none of them were up to his standards. The qualifications were simply too poor. Forget it, I guess the professor needs these Pokémon for research. He'll just capture a few to bring back for Professor Oak. Ash stroked his chin, gazing at the unconscious ancient Pokémon, making his choice. He decided to capture the Scyther with the highest potential and a Kabuto with elite-level qualifications. Before long, the Pokeball made a whoosh sound and disappeared, returning to Professor Oak's yard. Alright, you all can handle the remaining Pokémon. Ash instructed the 3 members of Team Rocket to deal with the other ancient Pokémon. Really? Team Rocket's trio brightened up upon hearing Ash's words. In their eyes, these were ancient Pokémon, quite rare in the modern world. Rarity equated to money. If the boss got rich, wouldn't their promotions and raises follow? Now that Ash said they could handle these Pokémon, they were of course overjoyed. Really? Ash nodded gently. Awesome, love you. Thank you, little guy. After receiving confirmation, Team Rocket's trio was extremely happy, even daring to approach Ash for a kiss. No way, don't come over. Ash saw the trio trying to take advantage and immediately moved far away from them. However, they did not abandon the idea of kissing Ash, and so the 4 of them began running around at the cave entrance. Ash ran, while the other 3 chased behind him as if they would not give up until they caught him. Team Rocket pursued Ash relentlessly, and finally, Ash could not bear it anymore and erupted. Damn it, I already said no. It means you 3 are too ugly. Why are you still chasing? Get lost. Ash transformed into a furious older brother and kicked them away. Having said no, they still pursued. This was intolerable. After kicking them, Team Rocket finally stopped their antics. Instead, Team Rocket seemed to be scared out of their wits, trembling and pointing at Ash's back. Seeing the trio pointing behind him, Ash turned to take a look. Just as he turned, a gust of wind suddenly swept past. Sensing something was off, Ash turned back to look again, and only then did he see a gray-skinned creature with sharp claws, the former ruler of the skies, Aerodactyl. Ugh! Aerodactyl let out a deafening roar. Damn, are you so loud? Because you're going through a midlife crisis. Today, Ash was filled with anger from Team Rocket's antics, and he was not his usual self. His temperament had turned quite irritable. Hearing Ash's words, Aerodactyl seemed to understand and proudly stuck out its tongue at Ash, taunting him. Oh my! The irritable Ash couldn't help but call out upon seeing Aerodactyl's provocation. Suddenly, Ash's expression became serious, his eyes narrowed, and his figure flashed, disappearing from his spot. Aerodactyl, confused by Ash's sudden disappearance, was bewildered. How could such a large living person could it be that he encountered a ghost? Just as Aerodactyl speculated, it suddenly felt a sharp pain on its face, as if it had been kicked. When it looked again, it indeed was kicked by someone. That person was none other than Ash, who had just vanished. Bang! After Ash's kick, Aerodactyl was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing into the stone wall. The members of Team Rocket, witnessing this scene, widened their eyes in disbelief, staring at Ash not far away. Their expressions seemed to say, what the hell? Pikachu beside Team Rocket was different. It appeared to be enjoying the show, leisurely munching on sunflower seeds. Aerodactyl slowly got up from the ground, shook its head, and finally glared angrily at Ash. Roar! Enraged, Aerodactyl began to rise slowly, then charged toward Ash. Just as it was rushing over, Ash's eyes flashed with blue light, and he vanished again. As Aerodactyl rushed forward, it realized that the person had disappeared again. Having learned from its previous experience, Aerodactyl became cautious, looking left and right for Ash's figure. Is flying impressive? Take this spiraling sphere. A voice rang out from behind Aerodactyl. Hearing this voice, Aerodactyl panicked. Just glancing back, it saw a blue sphere coming towards its head. Bang! The spiraling sphere struck Aerodactyl, causing a massive explosion, enveloping the area in smoke. Aerodactyl lost its fighting ability and fell from the sky. How terrifying! Meow. Meowth gulped and said with a fearful expression. What a scary little brat. Musashi stared blankly at Ash, voicing his thoughts. Indeed, I didn't expect the little brat to be so fearsome. That Pokémon was utterly powerless against him. Kojiru similarly expressed his fears. Instead of paying attention to Team Rocket, Ash began to use the system's detection feature to check the information of the fossil Aerodactyl before him. Pokémon Fossil Aerodactyl. Gender male. Level 55. Ability Hard Head. Even when using moves that inflict recoil damage, HP will not decrease. Qualification Champion. Held item none. Moves: Bite, Ancient Power, Supersonic Wing, Attacks, Scary Face, Rock, Slide, Roar, Crunch, Iron Head, Tackle, Stone Edge, Agility, Hyper Beam, Fly Rest Thief, Protect Steel Wing. After reviewing the information on Fossil Aerodactyl, Ash found that it met his criteria for capturing a Pokémon, and without hesitation, he took out a Pokeball to capture it. In just a moment, Fossil Aerodactyl was successfully captured by Ash. It seems there's also a Togepi egg here. Ash felt a headache coming on at the thought of the original plot. However, knowing the plot, Ash certainly would not let Togepi go. After all, in the original story, the one who picked it up was Ash himself, so fundamentally Togepi belonged to him. Since it was rightfully his, there was no way he would be willing to give it away like in the original story. To find the Togepi egg, Ash began to use his sensing ability to search the surroundings. After walking for a while through his sensing ability, he finally found the Togepi egg in a certain spot. After placing the Togepi egg in his backpack, Ash began to prepare to leave. Thus Ash returned to the spot where he had fallen into the pit. Just then he saw Team Rocket surrounded by those ancient— "What are you doing putting on a show?" Ash asked, observing Team Rocket's timid demeanor. "Little brat, come help us, Meow." Meowth cried out in fear, seeking help first. Yes, little brat." Musashi and Kojiru similarly sent out a distress signal. Hey, I'm not saying you guys are pitiful too. I already dealt with them so you could capture them, and this is how you repay me. And asking me for help, while calling me little brat, is that how you plead for help? Ash felt speechless at their words. At least when asking for help, one should use a nice name. But instead they called him by a nickname, making the situation seem even more difficult. Gee, help. Originally Team Rocket had vowed never to use a nice name, but upon seeing the ancient Pokémon getting closer, they dropped their pride and shouted for help. Here comes the master. Hearing the flattering words, Ash smiled and walked over, shouting, "Bold monsters, how dare you threaten my friends in broad daylight? Have you forgotten the lesson I taught you?" After saying this, he released Dratini and Pikachu. Team Rocket, upon hearing Ash's words, was moved to tears. "So touching. We want to steal the little brat's Pokémon. He actually sees us as friends. Really, I'm crying." Kojiru was in tears, deeply moved. "So touching, Meow. We're stealing his Pokémon, and he treats us as friends. If he considers us friends, why doesn't he just give us Pikachu, boo-hoo?" Meowth expressed his inner thoughts, touched. "Idiot Meowth, at this time, we just need to be moved. Why think so much?" Musashi immediately punched Meowth on the head after hearing his words. With keen hearing, Ash heard their conversation and twitched his mouth. Good grief, even at this point these three idiots still had time to show off. "I really can't deal with this. If you don't hurry and leave, I'll have to use water and electric therapy on you. Don't worry, it's free of charge." Ash cheerfully warned them, his voice carrying a psychic suggestion that made it easier for the ancient Pokémon to understand. After being asleep for so long, they might have forgotten human language. However, under Ash's careful care, the ancient Pokémon understood what he was saying. Finally, the ancient Pokémon looked at each other, unanimously deciding that good beasts do not fight with bad people, and silently left. This farce finally came to a complete end. Ash. At this moment, voices from Brock and Misty came from outside the cave. "God, I'll be right up, but you two need to hurry and leave from above. Stay a bit farther away so that I can have Charizard launch me out." Ash immediately called out to the two after hearing their voices. After hearing Ash's words, Brock and Misty complied and quickly moved away, standing on the shore and keeping their distance. "Alright, we're far enough away. You can start." Misty's voice came from above. "Come out, Charizard, please break open that cave entrance and take me out." Roar. After Charizard emerged, it cooperatively broke open the cave entrance. As for Team Rocket, upon seeing the legendary Dratini, their eyes instantly lit up, fixated on Dratini. Ash naturally noticed, but since they weren't taking any actual action, he didn't bother to teach them a lesson. Instead, he focused on directing Charizard to destroy the rocks above, aiming to break open the cave. After receiving the command, Charizard did not hesitate to strike the rocks above. After a considerable amount of time, with a powerful crash, it opened a large hole and flew out. "That's Ash's Charizard. It seems Ash is alright." "That's great," Misty exclaimed joyfully. "Yes." Brock nodded. After Charizard went out, it returned the same way to fetch Ash. However, upon entering, he found that Team Rocket had been blasted out. What an annoying feeling. These three idiots really have no memory. Ash remarked, watching Team Rocket fly away. Indeed, when Charizard had just flown out, Team Rocket had actually targeted Dratini, trying to capture it. Ash rode Charizard out of the cave. "Ash, you're alright." "That's great," Misty exclaimed with joy. "We were really worried about your safety." Brock nodded in agreement. Ash cheerfully jumped off Charizard and said to the two, while Brock and Misty exchanged glances, feeling quite— Charizard used Earthquake to seal off this cave entrance. Ash looked at the cave and pondered for a moment before making the decision. Charizard nodded in response, gathering ground-type energy within, causing the ground to tremble. The entrance was sealed as rocks fell due to the earthquake. Misty and Brock were thrown into a bit of chaos by the earthquake, but since they were in Ash's presence, they were prepared and didn't fall. However, Miss Junsha, not far away, was not so lucky. Even the well-trained Miss Junsha was startled by the sudden earthquake, and she accidentally fell, letting out a yelp. Brock and Misty were about to ask Ash why he did this when they heard the sound, which drew their attention. They then realized that the person making the sound was Miss Junsha. Meanwhile, Ash had already recalled Charizard and, "What are you doing over there?" Miss Junsha rubbed her foot and slowly stood up. Noticing Ash and the others not far away, she shouted, "Our friend was in danger, so we came to help, but everything is fine now." Misty took the initiative to explain. "By the way, Miss Junsha, are you alright?" she asked with concern, glancing at Junsha's foot. "I'm fine, thank you for your concern." Miss Junsha shook her head, indicating she was okay. Then with a serious expression, Miss Junsha continued, "This place is extremely dangerous and could collapse at any moment. You must leave here immediately and gather with the others below to prepare to leave." "Alright, we'll leave right away," Ash said, leading Brock and Misty away. The group then began to gather below, and once Miss Junsha joined them, she announced information about the dangerous. She explained that the mountain was at risk of collapse at any time, designating it as a dangerous area and prohibited unauthorized entry in the future. After sharing this information, everyone gradually left, each returning home. Only Ash and his group's journey continued. That day, Ash and his friends rested in the park of the town. Mischievous Pikachu, while Ash was resting, stealthily ran to a tree full of fruit to steal some. However, while Pikachu was buried in the lush leaves searching for fruit, it accidentally swallowed a fruit. Without, its body stiffened and it fell from the tree. Thud! Ash, resting on a bench, looked over in confusion at the noise and discovered Pikachu rolling on the ground. "Pikachu, are you alright?" Ash asked softly. "Pikachu, do I look like I'm fine?" Pikachu said with discomfort, clutching its throat. Its voice was very faint sounding, as if something was stuck in its throat, preventing it from making a sound. As an experienced high-level breeder, Ash quickly understood Pikachu's situation and immediately began to assist. Holding Pikachu's abdomen, he shook it up and down a few times, causing a fruit to be expelled from Pikachu's mouth. After the obstruction was removed, Pikachu lay on the ground looking as if it had been saved. "Pikachu, finally saved." Ash, seeing the mischievous Pikachu's appearance, playfully poked Pikachu's nose and couldn't help but tease. "You really are greedy. After eating an energy block you still weren't satisfied, and went to steal fruits which got you choked. Did I not treat you well, making you climb a tree to steal?" Pikachu, hearing this, looked a bit embarrassed and touched the back of its head. "If you want to eat something, just tell me. You don't have to sneak up and steal. I won't deny you food," Ash said, picking a fruit from the tree and handing it to Pikachu. At that moment, Brock and Misty returned from outside after buying supplies. "Ash, did Pikachu do something just now?" Misty asked curiously. "No, this little guy accidentally choked while eating, but I used my miraculous healing skills to save him." "Right, Pikachu?" Ash said with a friendly look at Pikachu. "Is that so?" Misty asked curiously. Pikachu quickly nodded upon noticing Ash's. "Did you finish buying supplies?" Ash asked Brock. "Yes, we're done." Brock nodded. "Great, let's go to the hospital to buy some things," Ash suggested after they had replenished their supplies. "What do we need to go to the hospital for? We have plenty of medicine. We shouldn't need any drugs." Brock thought they were going to buy medicine. "That's not the case. You'll find out when you get there." Ash shook his head, ending with a bit of mystery. "What is it? Why are you being so secretive?" Misty also asked curiously. "You'll see when you get there," Ash replied without answering them, shouldering his backpack and heading towards the nearest hospital. The three of them arrived at the nearest hospital. They glanced back and noticed that many elves had already been brought into this hospital. "So many elves have been sent to the hospital?" Xiaoxia asked curiously. "With so many elves sent in at once, something significant must have happened," Xiaojing remarked, stroking his chin. "Alright, let's go in and find out. We can also buy some things while we're at it," Ash urged. As they entered, they were stopped at the door by a tall doctor in a white coat. "You three have arrived just in time. Oh, there's been a car accident outside resulting in many injured elves. Our hospital is short-staffed today, so we would like to ask for your help," the doctor explained to Ash and his friends. "Is that so? Of course we can help. My friend Xiaojing and I have both had medical training." Ash introduced. "Oh, really? That's wonderful." The doctor was pleasantly surprised to hear this. The doctor felt relieved since 2 out of the 3 random people he approached had medical knowledge. At that moment, a Chansey pushed a hospital bed toward them on which sat a weeping Karakura. "Here are your nurse uniforms, and you can get to work," the doctor said, handing 3 sets of nurse uniforms to Ash. Ash took the uniforms and paused for a moment, wondering if there were male nurses among them. After donning the nurse uniforms, Ash and his friends went to the medical room to treat Karakura, who was still crying. The male doctor instructed Ash and his friends to locate the injury on Karakura. "Karakura, don't worry. I will help you." Ash softly comforted Karakura, using his calm energy. Feeling the warmth akin to a mother's embrace from Ash, Karakura gradually settled down and began to cooperate with the treatment. Due to Karakura's cooperation, Ash successfully completed the treatment, and Karakura lay quietly on the bed, much like a well-behaved child. "Wow. I didn't expect you to be so skilled." Just a few words, and Karakura became so obedient. "Your medical skills are impressive," the male doctor praised. "It's nothing really, just some luck that made Karakura so compliant," Ash replied with a smile. "Doctor, now that Karakura is fine, we should hurry and start treating the next Pokémon. Right?" There are other Pokémon that need treatment. Let's quickly move on to the next one. The male doctor nodded in agreement. Thus the four of them began to busy themselves in the hospital treating all the Pokémon there. Halfway through the treatments, they unexpectedly encountered an unwelcome visitor, Team Rocket, pleading with the male doctor to treat their Pokémon. You three again. You just won't give up, Xiao Zhang remarked disdainfully as he looked at Team Rocket. What can we do about it? Team Rocket retorted. Chansey, bring over the anesthetic needle, please. The male doctor ignored the tension between Xiao Zhang and Team Rocket and called for Chansey. Chansey approached with a syringe of anesthetic and handed it to the male doctor. After the injection, the previously sickly Arbok instantly appeared revitalized, startling everyone around. However, shortly thereafter it slumped back down on the bed. Oh, so Pokémon are afraid of injections too. Xiao Xiao exclaimed in astonishment. What did you do to my Arbok? Musashi questioned the male doctor upon seeing this. I just asked him to take a nap, the male doctor explained. Musashi was about to say something, but was interrupted by Ash. If you don't want to receive treatment, please take your Pokémon and leave immediately, so as not to delay the treatment of others. Thank you for your cooperation. Musashi fell silent upon hearing this. Ever since she witnessed Ash's skills last time, she no longer dared to provoke him as she used to. Moreover, with the doctor treating her Pokémon right beside her, she wouldn't risk causing any mistakes that could harm Arbok. Before long, the male doctor had treated Arbok successfully. Soon another batch of injured Pokémon arrived. Excuse me, beautiful lady, could you lend a hand as well? The male doctor requested from Musashi. Upon hearing a compliment, Musashi's heart fluttered, and she blushed as she pointed to herself, confirming. You said him the beautiful lady. Yes. The male doctor nodded enthusiastically, closing his eyes in delight. Okay. Musashi immediately agreed without hesitation. With the addition of Musashi and Kojiro, the efficiency of their healing team has greatly improved. Since the male doctor's main field is not related to Pokémon, but to human anatomy, Ash proactively took on most of the troublesome cases. Along the way, Team Rocket attempted to sneak away, but fortunately Ash with his keen eyes spotted them, knowing they were trying to cause trouble for their research. Therefore, regardless of what they needed, Ash instructed Chansey to intervene, thwarting their disruptive intentions. Thus Team Rocket was unable to cause any trouble today, and the male doctor did not faint. Soon, all the Pokémon treatments were completed. Phew. Finally finished. Misty sighed in relief, feeling much lighter. Thank you all. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't know when I could have finished this work. No need to be polite, Doctor, Brock replied courteously. By the way, what brings you to the hospital today? I noticed you came to the hospital around noon. Oh, was it for something specific? Were you here to see a doctor? The male doctor asked curiously. I mainly wanted to buy a Pokémon incubator from your hospital. Oh, do you have any? Ash inquired. Yes, of course. Although we primarily treat humans, we also have items related to Pokémon. The male doctor nodded, and then could you please bring one over for me? Ash requested. Of course, I'll be right back. Oh, just wait here for me. As the male doctor turned to get it, he suddenly turned back and asked, by the way, do you need a bottle of nutrient solution? Do you have a premium nutrient solution here? Premium nutrient solution. This stuff is quite rare. Even in our hospital, we only have a few, and the price is also quite high. Do you still want it? The male doctor felt shocked when he heard Ash wanted the premium nutrient solution. The premium nutrient solution is a potion made from rare and expensive herbs boiled for 14 days, which is why the price is typically around several $100,000. From this, one can see why the nutrient solution is so expensive. 100,000 Pokémon dollars is already enough for an ordinary family to live for several years, let alone something worth over 100,000. From the equipment Ash and his companions were carrying, the first thought that crossed the male doctor's mind was that Ash couldn't afford it. Don't worry. Is $1 million enough? Ash, knowing the rarity of the premium nutrient solution, didn't feel anything was off. That's enough, even more than needed. The male doctor quickly nodded in response and went to get the items. Wow, this kid is surprisingly wealthy. Hearing Ash's words, Meowth was momentarily attracted by the price. They all began to suspect whether they had targeted the wrong person. They should have been focusing on Ash, not Pikachu. $1 million is indeed quite a sum, Kojiro acknowledged with a nod. So what do we do? Musashi exchanged glances with Kojiro, and then they all burst into laughter. Hey, I heard what you three just said. I advise you not to entertain any bad thoughts. Ash turned to look at Team Rocket, suddenly saying. Upon realizing that their plan had been discovered, Team Rocket immediately withdrew their bad thoughts, and each stared at the ceiling. Ash, why are you buying such expensive nutrient solution? That's enough for Pikachu to eat a lot of ketchup. Misty suddenly asked. Yeah, Ash, are you buying the Pokemon incubator because you have an egg that needs hatching? But I don't see you carrying an egg. Brock also expressed his confusion. Of course I'm buying it to hatch a Pokemon egg, oh otherwise what else would I do with it? Ash gave a vague answer to their question. Seeing Ash's evasive attitude, Brock and Misty exchanged glances and ultimately chose to remain silent. I advise you three to stay quiet and not move. If you try to leave with us, don't blame me for being ruthless later. Ash sensed Team Rocket's intention to sneak away and immediately stopped them. Originally, Team Rocket planned to sneak out when Ash wasn't paying attention, but suddenly their bodies froze and their movements halted. However, it didn't take long for Musashi to react and realize something was off. Wait, we are free. Why should we listen to you? After realizing this, Musashi immediately retaliated. Don't think I don't know what you three are planning to do. You just want to modify some machines to attack us and steal our Pokémon, right? Ash looked at them with a knowing expression. Upon hearing their plan, exposed Team Rocket suddenly began to suspect whether there was a traitor among them. After observing for a while, they couldn't identify anything unusual and could only confirm with Ash. How did the three of you really aren't very subtle? Anyone with eyes can see it. Do I really need to guess? Ash replied with exasperation. Well, since you've seen through us, we won't pretend anymore, Musashi said with a cold smile. Then the two of them discarded their nurse uniforms, revealing their true Team Rocket outfits. Come out. Weezing. Go Arbok. After saying this, they sent out their Pokémon to attack Ash. However, the released Pokémon didn't seem inclined to attack Ash. What's going on? Why isn't Arbok moving? Musashi looked at Arbok in confusion. Weezing, get moving. Why are you still not attacking? Kojiro also questioned Weezing, who seemed equally unmotivated. I say, if your Pokémon don't even want to fight, do you really think you stand a chance against me, eh? Ash looked at the three of them with a cheerful smile. Seeing Ash's smile, Team Rocket couldn't help but recall Ash in the Dumb Valley punching and kicking the fossil Aerodactyl, instantly waking up and withdrawing their Pokémon, making a run for it, leaving behind a parting message. We will be back. After Team Rocket left, the male doctor quickly returned, holding an incubator and a bottle of nutrient solution. Oh, where did that beautiful lady go? The male doctor asked in confusion. Ash and his companions briefly explained the situation to the doctor, who nodded in understanding. Is that so? The male doctor looked enlightened. In the end, Ash took away the incubator and the premium nutrient solution for a total of 210,000. After obtaining what he wanted, Ash and his companions left the hospital and continued on to their next destination. As Xiao Ji and his companions passed by a villa, they noticed a photograph on a notice board, which was a picture of Xiao Xiaolang from his childhood. However, Xiao Ji was not interested in this, and it held no significance for him, so he chose not to linger. Eventually, they reached their destination, choosing a random spot in a forest to sit down. Xiaoji took out the egg of Bokbai and began. Eventually, they reached their destination, choosing a random spot in a forest to sit down. Xiaoji took out the egg of Bokbai and began to check its basic information, observing its condition. Pokemon Bokbai unhatched. Gender female. Level 0. Ability Heavenly Blessing. Due to the blessing, additional effects of moves are more likely to occur. Potential Quasi-Champion undergoing rapid transformation. Held item none. Moves Cry, Pound, Angel's Kiss, Young Wave Finger. It seems the super nutrient solution has already taken effect, Xiao Ji murmured as he looked at the system panel. By the way, Xiao Ji, what kind of Pokemon egg is this? Xiao Gang curiously approached and asked. It's a secret. Xiao Ji replied with a grin. What? You are being so mysterious. Xiao Xia chimed in. I found this Pokemon egg by the roadside. How could I possibly know what kind of Pokemon it is? We'll only find out when this little guy hatches. Seeing this, Xiao Ji lied without flinching. Oh, I see. Hearing this from Xiao Ji, the two of them felt a bit disappointed and turned away. Quack quack. Duck God beside Xiao Xia hugged its head, seemingly pondering about duck life. By the way, I heard that a Ditsonia often appears around here. Xiao Gang suddenly said. Oh, is it that Pokemon that carries its own seasoning and was almost hunted to extinction? Xiao Ji immediately informed the two. Perhaps we might encounter one here. Xiao Gang suddenly added. Maybe. Xiao Ji smiled and nodded. By the way, before that I saw on the map that there are many clear springs around here. I'm going to get some water. Do you want to join? Xiao Gang asked as he looked at the two with a map in hand. Then I'll go with you, Xiao Gang, Xiao Ji proposed as he stood up from the stone seat. Could you please help me, Xiao Gang? I'm too tired to walk, so I'll just wait here for you to come back, Xiao Xia said shyly, her face flushed. What can I do? Xiao Gang, seeing Xiao Xia approach him for help, helplessly agreed, considering how exhausted she was. Let's go, Pikachu. Xiao Ji called back to Pikachu. Upon hearing this, Pikachu happily followed, jumping onto Xiao Ji's shoulder as they left. Then I'll leave it to you. Xiao Xia waved goodbye to the two from behind. After they left, the camp where they had temporarily rested was now left with only Xiao Xia and a Psyduck pondering about duck life. Just then a Ditsonia suddenly emerged from the nearby grass. After Xiao Ji and Xiao Gang returned. What? All your Pokeballs are missing. Xiao Gang shouted in shock. What on earth happened? Xiao Ji, who knew the reason, wore a helpless expression, but still asked symbolically. Here's what happened. Xiao Xia recounted her encounter with the Ditsonia and the story involving a stranger. In the end, she discovered that all her Pokeballs had turned into stones in her backpack. I suddenly feel like having roasted duck with scallions. Xiao Gang, upon hearing Xiao Xia's story, let out tears unexpectedly. That name sounds very appetizing. Hearing this, Xiao Ji nodded in agreement. You two, what's up? My Pokeballs are gone, and you're still here thinking about. Xiao Xia, seeing their demeanor, already feeling wronged, angrily shouted at them. Oh dear. Don't be angry. I have my Feng Su dog to help. Isn't it easy to catch the thief? Seeing Xiao Xia angry, Xiao Ji hurriedly comforted her. He then released his Pokemon Feng Dog. Feng Dog, I'm counting on you to find the Sonya. I'll reward you with a duck leg when you do. After releasing Feng Dog, he instructed it to look for the 2 Pokemon involved in the trick. Woof. Feng Dog nodded and began to lower its head to sense Psyduck's presence. Before long, Feng Dog quickly caught the scent and started running. The 3 of them followed closely behind. Before long, Feng Dog quickly caught the scent and started running. The 3 of them followed closely behind. The other party in the Detsonya hesitated a little upon seeing Feng Dog, but when they spotted Xiaoxia, they immediately fled with no backward glance. Feng Dog was not a vegetarian. It had a balanced diet, ensuring its body was in peak condition, and it quickly caught up with them, grabbing the boy in its mouth. The other party in the Detsonya hesitated a little upon seeing Feng Dog, but when they spotted Xiaoxia, Xiaoxi, seeing this approach, the Detsonya lifted it and brought it in front of the boy. Oh, so you're the owner of the duck? I see your duck looks pretty good. It must be very delicious when roasted. Xiaoxi teased as he watched the boy being repeatedly shouted at by Feng Dog. Please wait. I'm so sorry, my Detsonya is just too weak and I was forced into this. Hearing that the Detsonya was going to be eaten, Gutai panicked. There are no useless Pokemon, only useless train. As long as Pokemon find the right training method, their strength will surely be impressive, so that's no excuse for becoming a... Xiao Gang sternly reprimanded Gutai for his bad behavior. Xiaoxi, hearing this, felt a sense of deja vu. Alright, it was indeed something Xiao Gang had said. As Xiaoxi realized this, he discovered that both this Xiao Gang and the other Xiao Gang shared the same name. Guitai felt utterly humiliated by Xiao Gang's words, wearing an expression of deep shame. If you want me not to eat your Daikin duck, that's not impossible. Just defeat the Psyduck and I'll agree not to eat the green onion duck. Xiaoxi initially wanted Mini Dragon to battle the opponent, but upon seeing the opponent's level, he didn't want to bully the weak. Just then he remembered Psyduck and proposed this request. Quack. Psyduck, hearing this, stepped forward voluntarily. I, the Duck God, in the name of my divine title, request to battle. Oh, it seems our Psyduck is quite spirited. Xiaoxi couldn't help but smile upon seeing Psyduck's enthusiasm, then turned to Xiaoxia and said, so we'll leave it to you, Xiaoxia. What, you want to use Psyduck to battle? Upon hearing that it was Psyduck who would fight, Xiaoxia lost interest. Quack. Psyduck looked back at its master with a gaze filled with wisdom. Alright, I agree to battle, but you must listen to my commands this time. Xiaoxia stared at Psyduck's eyes for a while, and in the end, unable to withstand Psyduck's wise gaze, she reluctantly agreed. After hearing Xiaoxia's agreement, Psyduck, perhaps thinking of something, suddenly blushed shyly, revealing a lewd. Seeing this, Xiaoxi couldn't help but twitch his lips, inwardly sighing that Psyduck truly deserved to be called the Duck God, who just a single expression was already so lewd. This was a trait not possessed by other Pokemon, though perhaps only our Duck God could achieve this. Xiaoxia was grossed out by Psyduck's shy, yet lewd demeanor, taking an involuntary step back. Disgusted as she was, since she had already agreed to battle, Xiaoxia naturally would not go back on her word. At Xiaoda's gesture, Fang's dog released Guitai. The group arrived at an open area to begin a Pokemon duel. Psyduck Water Gun. Thanks to Xiaoda's reminder, Xiaoxia managed to grasp some basic skills of Psyduck. However, after hearing the command, Psyduck not only did nothing, but also looked back at Xiaoxia with a puzzled expression, tilting its head, as if asking what Water Gun was. Xiaoxi saw this scene, and couldn't help but twitch his lips even more. Good grief, this guy even forgot its own skills. It truly is you, Duck God. Through the system's analysis, Xiaoxi learned about Psyduck's skills and relayed the information to Xiaoxia. As everyone knows, system detection never makes mistakes, so the issue lay with Psyduck. As a water-type Pokemon, Psyduck should have automatically learned the Water Gun skill by level 3. Given Psyduck's current level, there was no way it couldn't have learned such a skill, so fundamentally the issue could only be Psyduck. Surely you must know Psychic by now. Unable to hold back, Xiaoxia shouted in anger. Psyduck looked at Xiaoxia with a bewildered expression, adorably confused. Xiaoxi watched, mentally expressing, truly you are the Duck God. Daikin Duck. Good opportunity, charge in, and use Peck. Guitai commanded Daikin Duck to attack immediately upon seeing the chance. The flying-type energy within Daikin Duck gathered in its beak, forming a sharp, elongated peck, then charged towards Psyduck. Psyduck dodged. Seeing the opponent's attack coming, Xiaoxia became anxious and shouted. Quack. By the time Psyduck looked back, it was already too late. Daikin Duck had reached Psyduck and thrust its beak hard against Psyduck. With that single thrust, Psyduck was immediately knocked flying. Psyduck. Though Xiaoxia disliked Psyduck's foolishness as a Pokemon trainer, she was still very worried about Psyduck. After all, Psyduck was her Pokemon. Quack. Psyduck shakily got back on its feet. Perhaps this time Psyduck did not experience a headache because it was not hit in the head, leading to no outburst. It merely stood up from the ground, still looking dazed. Daikin Duck used Fury Cutter. Guitai, seeing Psyduck get back up, immediately seized the opportunity to command Daikin Duck to act. Clang. Daikin Duck raised the leek in its hand, charging forward like a knight, and with several swipes struck Psyduck's head with the leek. After being struck by Daikon Duck's leak, Psyduck's body immediately froze. Suddenly 2 blue lights shone from Psyduck's eyes, and powerful psychic energy lifted Daikon Duck into the air, performing a chaotic display, swaying up and down, repeatedly banging against the ground. Daikon Duck, are you alright? Guitai, seeing this scene, became extremely anxious. Xiaoji, observing, couldn't help but slap his forehead. This foolish child, why pick a fight with Psyduck's head? Now look where we are. Initially there was a chance to win, but now there's not even a sliver of hope. It seems tonight's dinner has already been decided. Under Zyiota's complaints, Daikon Duck, as expected, soon fell to Psyduck's psychic power. Seeing this, Guitai collapsed to his knees, tearfully shouting, "No, my Daikon Duck. I don't want my Daikon Duck to be made into roasted duck with green onions." Xiaoji couldn't help but twitch his lips upon hearing this. Good grief, I just came to play, and you actually took it seriously. Should I take it seriously then? Guitai, tearfully staring at Xiaoji, thought Xiaoji was contemplating what ingredients to add when making Daikon Duck for dinner. While he himself wouldn't mind a taste, after all, this was his Pokémon, and he couldn't bear to bring it up. Ahem, he didn't want Daikon Duck to suffer. What kind of look is that? I was just trying to scare you. Did you really think I was going to eat your Daikon Duck? Xiaoji commented, utterly speechless. Oh, so you're not going to eat it? Guitai said this with a mix of joy and worry. Yes, I never intended to eat your Daikon Duck. Yay? That's great, thank you so much, you're such a good person. After hearing that Daikon Duck would be fine, Guitai was elated, almost floating off the ground. You need to be a good person in the future and don't steal others' Pokémon again, Xiaoji said with a serious expression. Being randomly given a good person card like this could lead to misunderstandings. If someone overheard, they might think Xiaoji was confessing his feelings and got rejected. Guitai sensed something was off with Zyiota's expression and hurriedly returned all the Pokeballs he had stolen from Xiaoxia, then quickly left, fearing Xiaoji would change his mind. Thus Xiaoji and his companions left this place and continued their journey towards Honglian City. After finishing the battle with Guitai, Xiaoxia and the others set off towards their next destination, Honglian City. Halfway through their journey, they arrived at a small town called Deshagu. As Xiaoji and his companions entered the Pokemon Center to ask Nurse Joy to help restore their Pokemon strength, they received a message from Professor Oak left for Nurse Joy. Are you Xiaoji? Nurse Joy inquired. Yes, Xiaoji nodded in response. This is a message from Professor Oak for you. Nurse Joy took out an electronic voice message card and handed it to Xiaoji. Is this a message from Professor Oak? After reading the information on it, Xiaoji turned to Nurse Joy and said, Thank you, Nurse Joy, this message is indeed— You're welcome, it's my duty. Nurse Joy replied politely with a smile. After Xiaoji finished speaking, he turned and left. It seemed he hadn't called his mother Shalina and Professor Oak in a long time. Xiaoji walked to the phone and first called his mother Hanako, briefly reporting that he was safe, then called Shalina. Is that you, Xiaoji? Long time no see. Why haven't you called in so long? You haven't forgotten about my little Neo, have you? However, what Xiaoji saw on the phone screen was his future mother-in-law Saki. From the other side of the phone, he could just see Shalina eating in the background. Is it Xiaoji calling? Upon hearing that it was Xiaoji on the phone, Shalina excitedly rushed from the dining table to the phone, snatching it up. You little rascal. Saki, who was nearby, couldn't help but shake her head at Shalina's behavior, but said nothing more. Alright Xiaoji, I'll leave Shalina to you. I'm going to eat now, Saki said with a helpless smile. Okay, mother-in-law, no goodbye mom, I mean goodbye Annie. Oh no, I misspoke. I've been talking to Shalina for so long, and seeing you feels so familiar, it's just like my mom. So I accidentally said the wrong thing, I'm really sorry Annie. Xiaoji inadvertently spoke his mind, and upon realizing his mistake, he quickly corrected himself. However, he ended up making another mistake, and after explaining again, he finally returned to the proper terms of address. Saki, who had just left, paused upon hearing Xiaoji's words, then looked at her daughter with a smile. Sure enough, Shalina's face turned as red as a blooming flower, and she seemed to be emitting steam like a steam engine. Is that so? Then I believe in you, young man. You must keep it up. Saki encouraged Xiaoji with a thumbs up. Upon hearing this, Xiaoji blushed and awkwardly scratched his head. Truly an experienced person could see right through him, and lacking any experience, he could only manage an embarrassed smile. Mom. Shalina, noticing her mother's gesture, stomped her foot in anger and shouted. Haha, alright, mom knows I won't interrupt your little chat any longer. Before leaving, Saki couldn't resist teasing the two of them. Zyiota's face turned red. Even though he was nearly 40 years old in both his past and present life, this was still his first time facing such a situation, and he couldn't help but blush. Indeed, shyness knows no gender or age. The two exchanged glances, and Shalina was the first to look. Haha, I'm sorry I misspoke in front of your mother. Xiaoji laughed, trying to mask the awkward atmosphere with humor. It's fine, Shalina replied, lowering her head like a shy little ostrich. After a while, they both returned to their usual selves. What have you been up to these days? You haven't called in a long time, Shalina asked, taking the initiative to voice her curiosity once they returned to normal. The court's conference is about to start, and I still need 2 badges to participate, so I've been a bit rushed and haven't called, Xiaoji explained apologetically. Is that so? I believe you can do it, Shalina said, giving Xiaoji a thumbs up. With your support, I'll definitely make it. Xiaoji smiled and nodded. Upon hearing Xiaoji's words, Shalina seemed to think of something else and couldn't help but become shy. Xiaoji looked at Shalina's expression and couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, love is far more interesting when seen through the eyes of the young. Sitting nearby, Saki watched this scene with a smile, momentarily lost in thought, then took a sip of steaming cough hot. After taking a sip, Zyooda's future mother-in-law Saki accidentally burned her mouth. Meanwhile, Shalina was completely focused on Xiaoji and didn't notice her mother. Xiaoji and Shalina talked for nearly an hour as they had so much to say after not seeing each other for a long time, and by the time they finished, the food at Shalina's house had already gone cold. Are you finally done talking? Saki, sitting at the dining table, looked at Shalina with a smile and asked. Shalina replied, still wearing a faint smile from her conversation with Xiaoji, looking incredibly cute. Once you're done, go heat up the food. It's already cold and you two have been chatting for quite a while, Saki said, sounding a bit resentful perhaps from seeing too much lovey-dovey interaction. Mom, aren't you eating? Shalina asked curiously as she saw her mother heading back to her room. I'm already full from the coffee I just drank. Saki left that sentence and went back to her room without looking back, as if she were truly stuffed. Is that so? Shalina, upon hearing this, didn't think much of it, and went to the microwave to heat the already cold food. On the other side, Xiaoji's legs felt a bit sore after talking to Shalina for so long, and he turned to rest a bit before going to talk to Professor Oak. However, as he turned around, he saw Pikachu, Brock, and Xiaoxia, who seemed to have been snacking on sunflower seeds for quite a while, leaving the ground covered in shells. Seeing their gossipy expressions, Xiaoji left without hesitation, planning to go eat. After all, he hadn't had a meal after talking for so long. If he didn't eat enough, how could he have the energy to talk to Professor Oak? First he would eat and set aside the professor for now and talk to him after finishing. After finishing his meal, Satoshi leisurely approached the telephone and dialed Professor Oak's laboratory number. Oh, it's you, Satoshi. Professor Oak groaned drowsily as he dragged himself upright from the phone, looking as though he'd just woken up. Professor, your face. Satoshi pointed at Professor Oak's visage. My face. Puzzled, Professor Oak snatched up a mirror and gazed into it, suddenly grasping the truth. Was it Jigglypuff again? I thought I'd safely confined her inside her Poke Ball, but somehow she slipped out unnoticed. Come to think of it, why didn't you warn me? Now Jigglypuff ambushes me mid-experiment, scribbling nonsensical glyphs on my face, and my lab keeps exploding at critical moments. Your mother, and even your neighbors, have begun suspecting I'm secretly developing hazardous substances in my lab, Professor Oak muttered, wiping his face clean. I'm truly sorry, Professor Oak. I completely forgot to mention it. Jigglypuff's singing induces deep slumber, though judging by your current state, perhaps saying so now is rather belated. Satoshi chuckled while apologizing. Little did anyone expect that after surviving Pikachu's thunderous 10 million volt assault, Professor Oak would now contend with yet another mischievous Jigglypuff. Oh right, let's set that aside for now. I actually called because there's something important I needed to discuss. Professor Oak suddenly recalled the very reason he'd left the message. It's about upgrading the Pokédex, isn't it? Satoshi declared confidently. He'd already known through memory alone. You already knew? Professor Oak stared astonished. Dr. Westwood told me, Satoshi explained with an easy grin. Days earlier, while passing through a city, he'd received a recorded message from Dr. Westwood, and had upgraded his Pokédex well in advance. Satoshi, you haven't captured any new Pokémon in ages. That simply won't do, Professor Oak urged. Well, I follow the elite path, no random captures. It all depends on destiny. Satoshi shrugged helplessly. Even so, you must bring them back for study whenever possible. Professor Oak pressed, refusing to relent. Yes, I'll do my best, Satoshi nodded. And please remember to call more often. Lately, even Shigeru has fallen silent, just like you. Professor Oak added, not forgetting to grumble about Shigeru. Don't worry, Professor. Shigeru's living quite the carefree life now. Back then someone kept tabs on him. Now that no one does, he's only thriving further. Just the other day, I saw him cruising in sports cars surrounded by elegant companions and fine champagne. Even if you aren't faring well, Shigeru certainly isn't suffering. So there's truly no need to fret over him. Satoshi nearly burst into laughter upon hearing this. These days Shigeru lived like a perpetual vacationer, hardly requiring anyone's concern. Is that so? After digesting Shigeru's situation, Professor Oak conceded, with a faint smile. He is my grandson after all. If anything, I should be relieved he hasn't been spoiled rotten. Oh, by the way, during our last meeting I noticed Shigeru with Dr. Sakuraji's daughter Haruna. When I asked him about it, he told me to ask you. Do you know why? Professor Oak suddenly remembered their previous encounter, and Shigeru's cryptic remark. Haruna mentioned she needed to speak with Shigeru, but what exactly about I couldn't say? Truth be told, I'm not entirely certain myself. Upon hearing of Haruna's visit, Satoshi instantly envisioned Shigeru's inevitable misfortune, A vision so vivid he nearly laughed aloud had Professor Oak not been on the line. Is that so? Professor Oak nodded pensively, half comprehending. Anything else, Professor? Satoshi, sensing time was running short, politely prepared to end the call. Very well. Next time we meet, I hope you'll send back several newly captured Pokémon for research. With those final words, Professor Oak hung up, and Satoshi solemnly promised before disconnecting. Emerging from the Pokémon Center, the trio stepped into the open air. Next destination, the Cerulean Gym, said Takashi, unfolding his map. Right here, the Cerulean Gym. Kasumi tapped the map emphatically. Then let's head there without delay. Satoshi urged. By the way, Satoshi, has your mysterious egg hatched yet? Kasumi asked curiously. Almost. It should hatch within the next day or two. Satoshi retrieved the Togepi incubator from his backpack, and all three gathered around it. I wonder what Pokémon will emerge. How thrilling. Takashi and Kasumi gazed at the glowing egg with breathless anticipation. Of course, it's Togepi, Satoshi silently affirmed. Behind them, Team Rocket, disguised and lurking, had overheard every word. Oh ho, such a mysterious egg, we must seize it. Meowth grinned wickedly. Impossible. Have we ever bested that brat? Kojiro sighed deeply. Muscled Musashi and gleeful Meowth exchanged glances, then simultaneously kicked the morale-sapping Kojiro aside. Yet despite discord, they swiftly reassembled their resolve, and once more disguised themselves before approaching. Greetings. We're little girls selling eggs. I strongly advise you three abandon whatever scheme you're plotting, or I'll gladly kick each of you skyward, for free. Before Team Rocket could finish speaking, Satoshi instantly saw through their ruse. Togepi's hatching cycle had reached its peak, and if Team Rocket snatched the egg now, it might hatch mid-theft, leaving Satoshi utterly helpless. To prevent catastrophe, he chose immediate exposure. What recognized so quickly? The trio from Team Rocket was taken aback. They never expected their impressive disguise skills to be seen through at a glance, leaving them quite astonished. Not leaving yet. Do you really want me to kick you out together? Seeing Team Rocket still lingering, Ash shot them a glare, thinking they had other intentions. With Ash's glare, Team Rocket immediately lost their composure and fled in panic. Are these three really that cowardly? Ash stared at their retreating figures, unable to hold back his sarcasm. After Team Rocket left, the three continued their journey to Horn City. A day later, while traveling, Ash walked with the incubator containing a Pokémon egg, constantly observing the egg of Togepi. Halfway through, Ash suddenly noticed the incubator's Pokeball, emitting a dazzling white light. Realizing that Togepi was about to hatch, Ash quickly opened the incubator and took out the Togepi egg. Holding the Togepi egg, Ash fixed his gaze on it, afraid that Misty might snatch his little darling away. Fortunately, Ash had previously mentioned that it was very likely to hatch into a Caterpie, so Misty had lost all interest in Togepi's egg and was keeping her distance. Brock quietly watched the birth of the new life, and it was unlikely that he would attempt to take Ash's egg. After all, Ash had been the sole caretaker of the Togepi egg, so he had no reason to take it away. Soon, under the watchful eyes of the three, with a crack, a Togepi with three little horns and a creamy white body hatched from the egg. When Togepi opened its eyes for the first time, the first thing it saw was Ash. Upon seeing Togepi, Ash immediately took out the prepared berry milk, filled it in a bottle, and handed it to the little. Wow, what a cute Pokémon. The moment Misty saw Togepi, she was instantly captivated by its cuteness. To get a closer look at Togepi, Misty even scooped it up in her hands. Ash did not stop her. After all, the very first being Togepi saw was him, so there was no need to worry about it running off with someone else. This was Ash's confidence. Moreover, as a seasoned breeder, he knew how to win over the hearts of Pokémon and would never let one escape. After snatching Togepi, Misty kept kissing it, wanting to claim it as her own. Fortunately, she was well aware of how much time Ash had devoted to caring for Togepi, never letting it leave his side, so even they couldn't touch Togepi's egg. Otherwise, she would have surely claimed Togepi for herself. Unfortunately, Ash never gave her a chance, even keeping his distance from Togepi, since it was likely to be a bug. Thinking about this made Misty feel a pang of regret. Ash, what is this adorable Pokémon called? She curiously asked while holding Togepi. It hasn't been named yet. Ash replied. Upon hearing this, Misty was momentarily stunned. Haha, just kidding. This is Togepi, a rare Pokémon. Seeing Misty in a daze, Ash couldn't help but chuckle. Ash! Misty shouted angrily after hearing his. Alright, I was just joking. Give me Togepi back, it's time for it to have some milk. Ash reached out to take Togepi. Chakduri. Togepi, who was feeling gloomy in Misty's arms, became very lively as soon as it reached Ash's embrace, looking extremely happy. So cute. Brock blushed upon seeing Togepi's joyful demeanor. Unexpectedly, our shy Brock, who only blushes at the sight of beautiful girls, turned red now. This shows just how adorable Togepi is, otherwise it wouldn't have attracted someone like Brock. From this moment on, Togepi replaced Pikachu as the sole favorite in Ash's traveling party. Pikachu. Misty, seeing Togepi so happy, started to feel gloomy herself. It clearly wasn't like this when Togepi was in her arms. What the heck? Misty muttered, feeling a bit jealous. Looks like Togepi seems to prefer Ash more. No wonder it's the Pokemon that Ash has taken care of so lovingly. Brock said, watching Togepi's adorable expression, feeling his heart melting. Upon hearing this, it felt as if Misty had been stabbed in the heart. Ash was oblivious to her expression and began to feed Togepi from his bottle. At that moment, Togepi seemed like his daughter, and he was taking great care of it. After taking a sip of the berry milk, Togepi's bright little eyes lit up, and it started drinking eagerly. You like it, little one? Ash, seeing Togepi's delighted expression, couldn't help but show a contented smile. Chakduri. After finishing the berry milk, Togepi nodded earnestly. Ha ha ha. Ash couldn't help but smile at Togepi's cute appearance. Little one, would you like to become my Pokemon, my partner, my family? Ash raised Togepi high, asking earnestly. Chakduri. Although Togepi didn't understand the meaning, the little one trusted that Ash would never harm it, so it nodded in agreement. Thus Ash successfully captured Togepi with a friend ball. The captured Togepi was not sent back, as Ash had anticipated its hatching and had sent another Pokemon back in advance. Togepi's birth added another adorable member to the team, and so the three of them happily set off for their next destination. Ash and his companions sat on the boat heading to Honglian Island, three of them standing by the railing enjoying the sea breeze with great delight. I finally feel like I'm on the path to becoming a Pokemon master. Honglian Island is a volcanic island, and the Research Institute on the island is engaged in developing stronger. Honglian Island is a volcanic island, and the Research Institute on the island is engaged in developing stronger Pokemon. Ash countered to Misty's teasing. It is a place where Pokemon trainers from all over the country flock to. Brock explained to the two of them. After days of travel, Ash and his companions were finally about to reach Honglian Island. Brock, that's an old story. Ash replied to Brock's comment with an explanation. Haha, so you know that too. Just then a boy named Green wearing floral shorts and sunglasses walked over. Yo, long time no see, Ash. Green suddenly approached, placing a hand on Ash's shoulder and gritting. What's wrong, Green? You seem really upset. Ash feigned ignorance, asking Green with a very innocent tone. Are you really asking? If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be with May like this. Green's tone changed suddenly halfway through his sentence. Following Green's gaze, Ash and his companions saw a girl with pink hair standing there. What's wrong with me? May smiled at Green, noticing that everyone was looking at her. No, I was just saying that if it weren't for Ash, we wouldn't have gotten together so quickly, right, Ash? Green, sweating profusely, looked at Ash. I don't know. I just heard Green say that if it weren't for me, his happy life wouldn't have turned out like this. Ash not only added fuel to the fire in his words, but even wore an innocent expression. Green. May, furious, instantly exploded upon hearing Ash's words. Ash, you. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Maybe gentler. Before Green could finish his sentence, May dragged him away, even squeezing his waist hard. Once the two left, Brock spoke up. Ash, isn't what you did a bit too much? Those two are childhood friends who used to play together all the time. I heard they even promised to marry each other in the future, but this guy has been fooling around ever since he started traveling. I'm just trying to help them realize their feelings, so I'm doing this for them. Ash explained his actions. Is that so? Then it really should be done that way. Well done, Ash. Those two are childhood friends who used to play together all the time. I heard they even promised to marry each other in the future, but this guy has been fooling around ever since he started. Well done, Ash. You successfully saved countless girls' youth. Do I support you? Misty immediately stood up to express her support after hearing Ash's words. It's just a small effort, no need to be so polite. Ash waved his hand after hearing this. After chatting on the boat for a long time, they finally reached their destination, Honglian Island. The three of them stepped onto the island, looking at the bustling streets filled with people, and were quite curious about their surroundings, tasting local food, while walking and observing what was supposed to be the Pokemon Holy Land. It seems Green was right. This doesn't look like the Holy Land of Pokemon at all. Brock looked around, displaying a face full of disappointment. The greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. By the way, where is the Honglian Gym, the Holy Land in the hearts of Pokemon trainers? Ash looked around and couldn't help but mutter. Although he knew there was an old man who was the gym leader, the place was so large, and they had been wandering for an hour without finding it, which inevitably led to some complaints. Fortunately, after asking for directions, the three of them learned the address. As Ash and his companions passed by a ruin, a middle-aged man's voice suddenly rang out beside them. Ding dong. May I ask what is cold in the head and warm in the body? A man with a wig and a big beard suddenly appeared in front of Ash and his companions, asking a strange question. Hot spring. Upon seeing the strange man, Ash realized he had found someone. That's right. Ever since the day the hot spring was discovered, Honglian Island has transformed into a tourist destination. What a sad thing. The middle-aged man said with a face full of sorrow. Sir, are you from Honglian Island? Can you tell us where the gym leader's name is? Xiaobo, Misty asked the middle-aged man. Far away in the sky, but close at hand, Xiaobo pointed to the ruins in front of the three of them. Xiaobo, stop playing around, you know I dislike riddles, Ash said helplessly. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect you to recognize me. Xiaobo laughed heartily after being recognized. It's been a long time. How's Professor Oak doing? It's not like I haven't seen you in other appearances. How could I not recognize you? Ash smiled slightly. I didn't expect the little kid that Professor Oak brought would grow up so much and still remember me. That's truly... Xiaobo chuckled and patted Ash's shoulder teasingly. Not at all. Even though it's been a few years, I have a very deep impression of you, Xiaobo. After all, you gave me so many riddles the first time we met. How could I not have a deep impression? Ash looked at Xiaobo with a resentful gaze. Huh. Since you guys still don't have a place to settle, why don't you come with me to my place to rest? After Xiaobo was recognized, he unhesitatingly led Ash and his companions to his home. Thus Ash and his companions arrived at a wooden house built on the lush hillside. By the way, Xiaobo, what happened to that ruin? How did it suddenly become like that? Misty asked curiously. It's because I couldn't stand too many tourists and those who came to challenge the gym with a mindset for entertainment, so, in the end, I simply closed the gym. Xiaobo's mood turned somber at this thought. I see. Misty finally understood after hearing Xiaobo's explanation. As the heir of a gym trainer, Brock and Misty beside her also shared a deep understanding. Xiaobo, Xiaoji, and the others chatted at the dining table for a long time as they had not seen each other for quite a while. Naturally, there were many topics to discuss when they met again until Xiaobo asked Xiaoji if he had come to Honglian Island to challenge him. Yes, Xiaobo. Xiaoji nodded affirmatively. I didn't expect that after such a long time apart you really started traveling as Dr. Oki mentioned. When Dr. Oki told me I didn't believe it, but now it seems to be true. Xiaobo laughed heartily upon hearing this. So are you willing to accept the challenge from Jinshin Town? Xiaoji stood up seriously and said to Xiaobo, what's stopping me? Of course I can. If others said this I might not believe it, but if it's you, Xiaoji, that's different. Xiaobo laughed warmly, patting Xiaoji on the shoulder, looking at him with approval. Since Xiaobo thinks so highly of me, I can only comply with your request. Xiaoji nodded and said, alright, follow me. After seeing that Xiaoji and the others had finished their lunch, in this way, under Xiaobo's guidance, the three arrived at a wall. Then Xiaobo pressed hard on a specific boom. After Xiaobo pressed it, the wall slowly rose with a loud noise. Before the eyes of everyone, a large opening suddenly appeared. Wow! How did a hole suddenly appear? Xiao Xiao exclaimed. This clearly looks like a mechanism. It must have been built by Xiaobo for those who want to challenge him. Xiao Gang speculated as he looked at the opening. That's right, this was built for those who genuinely want to come challenge me, which is why I abandoned the original gym. Xiaobo nodded. As they talked, they quickly reached the bottom of the mechanism. Why do I feel like it's getting hotter? And Xiao Xiao wiped the sweat from her forehead and said, feeling quite hot. It's because there's magma below, that's why it's so hot, Xiaobo explained cheerfully. Soon they arrived at the very bottom. After some operations by Xiaobo, the scorching iron door automatically opened, revealing the interior. A cave that appeared to be man-made unfolded before everyone. The arena here was suspended above the magma by 4 iron chains. It was the first time for everyone to see such an environment, and they were all captivated by the scene. Alright, Xiaoji, welcome to my special arena. Xiaobo suddenly appeared on the opposite side of the arena, arms wide open, saying to Xiaoji, are you ready for battle? Always ready. Xiaoji confidently replied, adjusting his cap. How about a 3-on-3 match? Can you then let's begin. Xiaobo asked loudly. Xiaoji nodded, took out his Pokeball, and threw it, saying, go. It's decided, you will be the one, Hakuryu. Indeed, the former Miniryu had evolved into Hakuryu, and Xiaoji had infused all of the blood essence from the ancient fast dragon into Miniryu, triggering the evolution and a significant change in its potential, successfully transforming it from a quasi-god into a true god. Oh, I didn't expect you to possess a quasi-god Pokemon. It seems your encounters have been quite good, Xiaoji. Xiaobo exclaimed upon seeing Hakuryu. It was just a stroke of luck, Xiaoji said, bashfully scratching his head. Haha, then I'll choose her. Xiaobo threw his Pokeball, and a Kyogre appeared on the field. Hakuryu used Dragon Dance. Xiaoji commanded. Kyogre, move in quickly to interrupt her, don't let her succeed. Upon hearing Xiaoji's command, Xiaobo immediately reacted. Hakuryu leaped into a mysterious dance, as if calling forth a mysterious power to descend upon her. Meanwhile, Kyogre also moved swiftly, suddenly transforming into several afterimages that vanished from the spot, charging towards Hakuryu in an attempt to interrupt her. Unfortunately, after long training, Hakuryu skillfully completed the Dragon Dance with practiced ease. Having completed Dragon Dance, her attack and speed saw a significant boost, allowing her to soar upwards and easily evade Kyogre's attack. Flamethrower. Seeing Kyogre fail, Xiaobo immediately devised the next strategy. Hakuryu used Water Pulse. Xiaoji reacted quickly, as well, soon formulating his next decision. In an instant, 2 opposing forces collided, mutually canceling each other's attacks, with neither gaining any advantage. Xiaoji, the Hakuryu you raised is impressive. Seeing this scene, Xiaobo, with his rich experience, quickly recognized the level of care given to Hakuryu. It was just a stroke of luck. I didn't realize I had raised it to a level that could earn praise from an elder like you, Xiaoji said humbly with a smile. You rascal. Xiaobo shook his head. After a while, Hakuryu's Water Pulse gained the upper hand. Ultimately being a water-type move, it countered the fire-type, swiftly surpassing Kyogre and striking her hard. Kyogre was knocked out and lost the ability to battle, falling unconscious. Thank you for your hard work, return. Xiaobo recalled Kyogre. As expected of you, Xiaoji, you reignited my fighting spirit. Let me burn even more. The second contestant will be Yugo Tetsukabuto. Hakuryu, it's still up to you next, Xiaoji said softly, looking at Hakuryu. Woo. Hakuryu nodded firmly in response. Go Tetsukabuto, use horn drill. Xiaobo commanded loudly. Hakuryu used flamethrower. Xiaoji calmly directed. Tetsukabuto let out a roar and then launched a fierce offensive. Hakuryu shot a stream of scorching flames towards Tetsukabuto in midair. Because the Iron Armor Tyrannosaurus is of rock and ground-type, Hakron's attacks had little effect. However, Hakron could fly, while the Iron Armor Tyrannosaurus could only watch furiously from the ground as Hakron soared above. Hakron used water cannon. Seeing that he had no way to deal with Hakron in the air, Ash issued another command. Iron Armor Tyrannosaurus use spike attack. Xiaobo also refused to back down. Hakron unleashed a massive water column aimed directly at Iron Armor Tyrannosaurus from midair. Surrounding Iron Armor Tyrannosaurus, numerous stone spikes formed from rock-type energy shot towards Hakron with a whoosh. Thus the two opposing forces began to collide and cancel each other out. Unfortunately, although the spikes initially held the advantage, they were soon swept away by the powerful water cannon, ultimately leading to Hakron's victory over Iron Armor Tyrannosaurus, rendering it unable to continue fighting. However, the situation for Hakron was also not to be underestimated, as the spike attack consisted of multiple stone spikes, and even though many were dispersed, several still struck Hakron. Having already exhausted a significant amount of stamina, Hakron ultimately succumbed to the stone spike's assault, losing its last bit of energy and becoming completely unable to fight. You did well, come back, Hakron. After recalling Hakron, Ash gently spoke. The Hakron inside the Pokeball seemed to have heard Ash's words, suddenly shaking a little. Ash put Hakron away and then took out another Pokeball from his waist. Go. It's decided, you are the one. After Ash threw the Pokeball, a gigantic Blastoise wearing black square sunglasses appeared on the battlefield. Kame. The king-level aura emanating from Blastoise was instantly revealed. I didn't expect it to be Blastoise. It seems your strength is not to be underestimated. You must have put great effort into raising each of your Pokémon. Experienced Xiaobo immediately recognized that Blastoise was a king-level Pokémon. Of course, every Pokémon in my hands will be an unbeatable ace. Ooh, I naturally invest all my effort into their training. Ash said earnestly. Exactly. This is the mindset a strong trainer should possess. Ash, you have successfully earned my respect, and now I will send out this guy. Come forth. From the magma, the searing flames moving within, come forth, Charizard. Xiaobo proclaimed loudly, finally sending out his ace Pokemon. Suddenly the area beneath the magma became extremely hot, and a massive red figure leaped out of the magma with a splash. Bang! After the red figure landed, the already scorching mouth of the cave became even hotter, as if it would steam a person alive. Even Ash began to sweat profusely, wiping his brow. Blastoise used Rain Dance. Seeing how hot it was around him, Ash immediately thought of having Blastoise use Rain Dance to cool things down. Charizard used Fire Blast. Don't let him succeed. Xiaobo was truly fierce, directly commanding Charizard to use its ultimate move. While Blastoise was using Rain Dance, Charizard had already gathered a massive fire-shaped attack rushing towards Kame. After Blastoise took the hit, heat in its shell was scorched completely black. This clearly showed the immense power of Charizard's Fire Blast. The only consolation was that Blastoise successfully executed Rain Dance, otherwise it would have taken even more damage. Rain poured down, drenching the battlefield. However, the rain evaporated at a visible speed upon hitting the ground, turning into steam. Ash was overjoyed at this sight, as it meant Blastoise's Rain Dance had succeeded. Consequently, any water-type moves would receive significant boosts. Blastoise, can you still stand? Ash looked at Blastoise and asked. Kame. Upon hearing Ash's words, Blastoise immediately stood up from the ground and gave Ash a thumbs up. Great, now, let's show Xiaobo the bond between us. Excited, Ash took out a colorful Megastone from his pocket. Xiaobo, watching Ash's actions with curiosity, wondered what Ash was planning next. Blastoise, respond to my heart, Mega Evolve. A faint smile appeared on Ash's face. After Ash finished speaking, the Megastone around Blastoise's neck suddenly lit up, emitting a brilliant light that enveloped Blastoise, revealing a brand new form. What? Blastoise can actually evolve. Xiaobo, knowledgeable and well-informed, was stunned upon seeing Blastoise's new appearance, exclaiming in disbelief. Even Ash's friends Brock and Misty were no exception, looking at Blastoise in astonishment. So this is what you meant by traveling research. Xiaobo seemed to have realized something, and smiled as he spoke. I suppose so. Ash nodded with a smile. Since that's the case, Xiaobo, let me show you the power of Mega Evolved Blastoise. Xiaobo excitedly shouted to Ash. Here it comes, here it comes. Blastoise used Water Cannon. Ash shouted, Charizard, let's see just how powerful the new form of Blastoise is. Use Hyper Beam. Xiaobo shouted enthusiastically. The massive water cannon atop Blastoise began to gather water-type energy, and with a bang a water column containing incredible destructive power shot forth from the cannon, charging ahead. Charizard's Hyper Beam was equally formidable. The two powerful forces collided, creating a massive shockwave that stirred up a fierce wind. Ash calmly adjusted his cap to prevent it from flying off. Xiaobo stood firm, arms crossed, eagerly observing the unfolding scene. Brock and Misty were positioned further away and were only slightly affected with no serious harm done. Soon the outcome would be revealed. As Blastoise gritted its teeth and intensified its power, Charizard could not withstand it any longer and was blasted out of the arena by Blastoise's water cannon, crashing hard against the wall, ultimately losing its ability to fight. Thanks for your hard work, old friend. Xiaobo recalled Charizard into its Pokeball, staring at it for a while before finally saying something. Then he turned to Ash. Congratulations, Ash. You've won the match and earned my recognition, the Red Lotus badge. Xiaobo smiled as he walked up to Ash, presenting a flame-shaped badge to him. Thank you. After Ash accepted it with both hands, placing it in the badge case provided by the league, the two began discussing the topic of evolution, with Brock and Misty also very curious and leaning in to hear Ash's explanation. Ash patiently spun a story for them, explaining the concept of evolution, and afterward they departed Red Lotus. On the way they encountered Team Rocket causing trouble, which Ash promptly resolved. After obtaining the Crimson Lotus badge, Ash and his companions began their journey back, and after a long trek, they finally returned to Shobun City. The three stood before the entrance of the Shobun Dojo, gazing at the structure before them, which was reminiscent of ancient Roman architecture, with two guards clad in Roman armor, standing at the entrance. We finally made it. The last badge, the Shobun badge, Ash murmured as he stared at the building. He knew what kind of opponents awaited him today, so he had obtained all his strongest Pokémon from Professor Oak well in advance, always ready for an epic battle against Sasuke. After all, Ash had a considerable number of powerful Pokémon, including the formidable level 89 Pikachu. Currently, he had champion-level Pokémon, such as Blastoise, Venusaur, and Pidgeot. At the champion level, he had Beedrill, Gyarados, Houndoom, and Gengar. As for the Quasidivine level, only Charizard and Pikachu were among them, while the rest were below the Elite Four. After numerous training sessions, Ash discovered something. That is when rare candies reach the peak of the Quasidivine level, specifically after level 89, they cease to be effective, and after reaching the champion level, each level up requires 2 rare candies. Upon reaching the champion level, the requirement for rare candies increased to 4 for each level, and after reaching Quasidivine status, it escalated to 8 candies per level. Until reaching the peak of the Quasidivine level, no amount of rare candies would yield any effect. Perhaps Ash had not fed enough rare candies, so there were no noticeable effects, or perhaps there were other conditions to fulfill in order to ascend further. However, Ash was not in a hurry to elevate Pikachu to divine status, so he refrained from feeding him more, and instead focused on enhancing the strength of his other Pokémon, leading to the impressive display of power from Ash's team today. Fortunately, the quantity of rare candies obtained from the sign-in system varied each time, sometimes more, sometimes less. Otherwise, with a daily limit of 1, Ash couldn't imagine how long it would take to achieve these milestones. Today, Ash specifically retrieved Charizard, Beedrill, Gengar, Gyarados, and Venusaur from the Pokémon Center, while sending the other Pokémon back to Professor Oak's lab. Since Ash could carry 7 Pokeballs, he still had 2 left for Togepi and Pikachu. Holding Togepi in his arms, and with Pikachu perched on his shoulder, Ash was accompanied by Brock and Misty. Just as Ash was about to move forward, a familiar voice suddenly called from behind. "Hey, Ash, what a coincidence to run into you again." Upon hearing this voice, Ash immediately knew who it was without a doubt. Who else could it be but our dear Gary? "Oh, isn't that our Gary? Long time no see. Are you here to challenge the Shobun Dojo too?" Ash turned around to see Gary and May sitting in a red sports car. "I thought you would have given up on this year's Indigo League and rolled back to Pallet Town, but here you are. That deserves some praise." Gary, feeling quite proud, begrudgingly complimented Ash. "There's no need for you to worry. Even if you rolled back, I wouldn't do so." Ash, noticing Gary's usual arrogant demeanor, retorted back defiantly. "You haven't already collected all 8 gym badges, have you?" Seeing Ash standing at the entrance of the Shobun Dojo, Gary thought Ash had successfully obtained the final and strongest gym badge, which caused him some concern. "Not yet, we just arrived." Ash smiled, faintly recalling the plot from the anime. "What? You just arrived? Then I'll go in first." Upon hearing Ash's response, Gary burst into laughter and quickly led May into the Shobun Dojo. "Ash, aren't you going in? Are you just going to stand there and watch?" Misty asked curiously. Moreover, Ash didn't care much about these matters. Besides, he was excited to see Gary, who had mocked him for years, potentially making a mistake. Moreover, Ash didn't care much about these matters. Besides, he was excited to see Gary, who had mocked him for years, potentially making a mistake. He was too thrilled to even. Moreover, Ash didn't care much about these matters. Besides, he was excited to see Gary, who had mocked him for years, potentially making a mistake. He was too thrilled to even think about the prospect of challenging Sasuke, which was purely masochistic. Although Team Rocket was a villainous organization with Sasake's capabilities, he wouldn't be oblivious to Gary's identity, so there was no need to worry about Gary's safety. For now, Ash only needed to watch the spectacle of Gary's misadventure from outside. Soon enough, Gary and May emerged from the dojo, looking utterly dejected. Ash, you must not go in. That strange Pokemon inside is too strong. I'm no match for it. Don't go in, Gary exclaimed, rushing towards Ash and grabbing his arm excitedly. I know. Just calm down a bit, Gary. Ash reassured him, as if soothing a child. Yeah, that mysterious Pokemon is too powerful. Ooh, I couldn't even fight back against it. You really don't need to go in, Ash. May said earnestly to Ash. Of course I know. I came here specifically to battle it. Now that I'm here, if I don't go in and face it, I'll feel... Ash quickly explained, seeing how worked up they were. Do you know what kind of Pokemon it is, Ash? Gary asked, staring at Ash in shock. He knew that when he scanned it with the Pokédex, it had shown no data. Hearing from Ash that he knew what it was, naturally shocked, Ash gently patted Gary's shoulder. It's normal that you can't defeat it because it's a legendary Pokemon, a brand new legendary Pokemon. As soon as Ash finished speaking, Gary and May, who had just walked out, widened their eyes in disbelief, stunned in place. By the time they snapped back to reality and attempted to stop Ash from his reckless actions, Ash and his companions had already entered. It was too late to try and stop them. Xiaoji, are you really going? Xiaoxia asked anxiously. Of course. After all, this might be the first battle where I give my all. I must go in. Xiaoji nodded firmly. Although I know you are powerful, Xiaoji, you also know the opponent has a divine beast. It's simply impossible to defeat them. Why do you still want to go in? Xiaoxia persisted in asking. Why? Upon hearing Xiaoxia's words, Xiaoji fell into a reflective silence. He recalled a red figure from his past life, pressed his cap's brim, his face brimming with confidence. Since that person could be defeated, why can't I try? After all, now, I am the chosen one of this world's fate, with the advantage of a sign-in system and numerous Mega Evolution Stones. Why shouldn't I try? I am young, and if I retreat at the first setback, how can I ever become great or a Pokemon master? Opportunities are always reserved for those prepared, not for those who shrink back at adversity. Besides, if you don't try, how will anyone know who will win or lose? Xiaoji said confidently. Joking aside, he was not only the protagonist, but also equipped with a system and many Mega Evolution Stones. If he could still lose, he might as well find a tofu block and end it all. Xiao Gang and Xiao Xia were both stirred by Xiaoji's words, their hearts swelling with an inexplicable confidence as they silently supported him. What divine beast nonsense! They are merely stepping stones for Xiaoji. If Xiaoji knew their thoughts, he would surely be deeply moved. After all, he himself did not have 100% chance of victory against Mutwo, yet his companions believed in him, so firmly convinced he would win. It was almost unbelievable. Thus the three of them, filled with unbreakable faith, entered the Tokawaji gym under the watchful eyes of Xiao Chun and Xiao Mao. Oh, another challenger arrives. On the arena's elevated platform, a middle-aged man in an orange suit sat imposing on a swivel sofa, his back facing the trio. The voice just heard came from this middle-aged man. Indeed, I am the new challenger seeking the Tokawaji badge. Xiaoji looked up at Banmu with seriousness and confidence. Banmu turned from the sofa's other side, stared at Xiaoji's earnest face, and was momentarily stunned. You resemble the child of an old acquaintance of mine. Banmu stood, gazing at Xiaoji with a hint of distraction before uttering those words. Xiaoji understood what was being implied. His mother Huazi once told him about a man named Banmu. According to Huazi, this man was her first love, but for some reason they parted, and she ended up with another. The manga also mentioned Huazi's first love was Banmu. Do you have a mother named Huazi? Banmu asked. How do you know Xiaoji's mother is called Huazi? Xiao Xia exclaimed in surprise upon hearing Banmu's question. So she is indeed your mother. Banmu appeared satisfied with Xiao Xia's confirmation. So what if that's true? Xiaoji retorted with display. You are here today to challenge me for the Tokawaji badge, right? Banmu asked. What else? I might as well give you the badge outright. It's surprising that after all these years her child is just a side character now. Banmu said gloomily, as if reminiscing. No need. Rather than obtaining the badge, I need to prove my strength. Xiaoji said coldly. Although aware of the story between Huazi and Banmu, Xiaoji did not wish to delve into it. His mother preferred to keep it secret, and if he pressed her, he might face severe consequences at home. I see you wish to know your true strength now? Very well, I agree. Banmu did not hesitate to accept Xiaoji's request. The match will be 4-on-4. How about that? Banmu inquired. Fine. Xiaoji agreed without go. Steel Rhinoceros. Banmu threw a pokeball. From it emerged a white armor-like steel rhinoceros, appearing prominently in the arena. Steel Rhinoceros. Then you're up against my Blastoise. Xiaoji glanced at Steel Rhinoceros and promptly released his Blastoise. Oh, this Blastoise is impressive. Truly the child of Huazi, she has evidently passed down her skill in raising Pokemon. Banmu couldn't help praising upon seeing the Blastoise. Blastoise use Hydro Pump. Xiaoji wasted no words, commanding Blastoise to strike, while Banmu was still caught off guard. Steel Rhinoceros absorbed the attack, triggering a quadruple effectiveness. The impact was overwhelming. In an instant, Steel Rhinoceros absorbed the attack, triggering a quadruple effectiveness. The impact was overwhelming. In an instant, Steel Rhinoceros lost its combat capability. Banmu on the steps was slightly surprised, evidently not expecting Xiaoji's strength to have reached such a level. It seems your strength is formidable, rivaling a champion, Banmu observed with a discerning eye. Likewise, Xiaoji showed no joy, aware that his ultimate trump card, the Divine Beast Mutuo, had yet to enter. Naturally, he could not afford to relax. Banmu said no more and pressed a red button. Suddenly, a technologically advanced platform rose, revealing 3 Pokeballs before the crowd. Go, Nidoking. Banmu calmly tossed a Pokeball. A white flash appeared, and a massive blue form emerged in the arena. Xiaoji used his system to assess the opponent's strength, discovering it was at a near-champion level. He looked at Blastoise, feeling it had not been overly exhausted from the previous battle, and was ready to fight again. Blastoise, can you continue? Xiaoji asked, gauging if he needed to switch Pokemon. Came. Blastoise adjusted his sunglasses and shook his head with fierce determination, rejecting Xiaoji's idea of substitution. He was enjoying the fight, and had yet to unleash the power from the Crimson Pavilion. There was no way he would withdraw without a fight. The Turtle Clan may be tempted by food and shelter, but will never admit defeat. Only a turtle that dies in battle, never one that retreats. After Nidoqueen the Horn Drill, Sasuke wasted no time and commanded the sprite to attack. Ash immediately ordered his Blastoise to react. Nidoqueen charged towards Blastoise with its sharp, poisonous horn. Blastoise had developed decent reflexes from enduring Ash's training, and despite its massive size, it did not show any signs of sluggishness. Its tail crashed against Nidoqueen's abdomen like a raging wave. Nidoqueen endured the attack from Blastoise's tail strike and winced in pain. However, as a battle-hardened warrior, it quickly suppressed the pain and darted towards Blastoise's back. The sudden impact sent Blastoise flying, crashing hard against the wall. Blastoise, get up! Ash shouted. Ash yelled at Blastoise. Blastoise! It struggled to stand up from the ground. Ash took the keystone out of his pocket, shouting Blastoise. As soon as Ash called out, Blastoise felt a mysterious power enter its body, healing its injuries, and now it felt capable of fighting again. With a serious expression, Ash said to Blastoise, Blastoise, heed my heart. Mega Evolution. Just as Ash finished speaking, the keystone in his hand connected with the evolution stone around Blastoise's neck, and together, they erupted in dazzling light. Then, under everyone's gaze, Blastoise underwent Mega Evolution, transforming into its Mega form. Sasuke's expression changed with surprise as he noticed Blastoise's transformation. Clearly, it was his first encounter with such a phenomenon. Oh, is this a brand new evolutionary form? Quite interesting. Sasuke looked at the newly transformed Blastoise, intrigued. Mega Evolution. Ash replied calmly, and stopped speaking, directly commanding Blastoise to attack. Blastoise Hydro Pump. Nidoqueen Hyper Beam. Blastoise gathered all the power of the wave within the cannon atop its head, and in an instant the blast shot forth like a cannonball, heading straight for Nidoqueen. Nidoqueen also completed its Hyper Beam attack. Boom. The two opposing energies collided instantly, creating a terrifying energy shockwave filled with destructive power, causing a whirlwind around them. Blastoise, hold on! Ash shouted. Originally struggling, upon hearing Ash's words, Blastoise gritted its teeth, and the cannon atop its head suddenly intensified its firepower, slowly surpassing Nidoqueen's Hyper Beam. Feeling Blastoise pushing harder, Nidoqueen also sensed the strain. Gradually, it was being outmatched by Blastoise's Hydro Pump. Nidoqueen realized that if it didn't exert more effort, it would be defeated. In the final critical moment, it began to exert strength. Thus, the Hyper Beam slowly began to overpower the Hydro Pump. Blastoise, until the very end, refused to give in and fought with all its might against Nidoqueen. Bang! In the end, the two opposing forces seemed to reach a threshold, resulting in a massive explosion, filling the air with white smoke. As the white smoke gradually dissipated, the events that transpired in the arena became clear. Both sprites lay motionless on the ground, having lost their fighting capabilities. Sasuke calmly recalled Nidoqueen. Looking at Ash, he fell silent for a moment, seemingly deep in thought. You did quite well. After a moment of silence, Sasuke suddenly spoke up. Thank you for the compliment. Ash thought he could sense a hint of something in Sasake's serious expression. Next I will get serious. Sasuke said earnestly, then took out another button from his pocket and pressed it. Another platform slowly rose, but this time there was only one Pokeball on it without any other Pokeballs. Go, my old partner. Sasuke threw out his Pokeball. A dazzling light flashed across the arena, revealing a Beedrill with dual stingers, exuding an extraordinary aura, glaring fiercely at Ash. An information panel suddenly appeared before Ash. Pokemon Beedrill, gender male, level 89, potential legendary ability Sniper, held item Silver Powder, moves Poison Sting, String, Shot, Fury, Attack, Hardened Focus, Energy, Toxic Spikes. I can't believe it's him. After reading the information on Beedrill, Ash was also shocked, silently thinking, then I've decided on him. Then in front of everyone Ash threw his Pokeball, and out came a Pokemon that matched Beedrill's imposing presence. Although its strength was slightly inferior under Ash's nurturing, it had reached level 80, just 9 levels below Sakiki's Beedrill. If Mega Evolution was applied, its strength could soar to 95. Upon seeing Ash's Beedrill, Sakiki was equally astonished, clearly not expecting Ash to have trained such a common Pokemon. Very impressive, you truly are her child, your strength has reached such a level. Sakiki said, looking quite pleased as he praised Ash. Thank you for the compliment. Ash adjusted his cap, concealing his expression. Huh, what's that? Sakiki suddenly noticed a colorful stone around Beedrill's neck similar to the one that Blastoise wore. Upon seeing the colorful stone, Sakiki faintly guessed something. Beedrill listened to my heart, and resonate. Seeing the power gap between his Beedrill and Sakiki's, Ash unhesitatingly chose to let Beedrill Mega Evolve first. As Beedrill underwent Mega Evolution, and Ash whispered encouragement, the keystone in his hand glowed brightly. The brilliant light of evolution radiated from Beedrill, revealing a brand new form before Sakiki. Sakiki's eyes lit up upon seeing Beedrill's new form. What a marvelous ability. It can allow Beedrill to evolve again. Sakiki stared at Ash's Beedrill with shining eyes. If he possessed such an ability, his strongest ace Pokemon Beedrill would become a legendary existence, and that would be just a matter of time. So it's Mega Evolution. Interesting, I'm intrigued. Sakiki said excitedly, watching Ash appearing somewhat uncharacteristic. So it's Ash, right? Sakiki asked Ash with an inquiring tone. What is it? Ash, hearing Sakiki call his name, looked up at him in confusion. Are you interested in joining my Team Rocket and becoming one of us? Sakiki said excitedly, extending an invitation to Ash. Ash's expression remained unchanged upon hearing Sakiki's words. Clearly he already anticipated that Sakiki would invite him to join Team Rocket. Forget it, I'm not interested, let's just battle quickly. Ash felt his stamina rapidly depleting and couldn't help but urge. Mega Evolution requires a portion of stamina as a cost for the Pokemon to achieve its Super Evolution. Moreover, the duration of the Mega Evolution is determined by the Keystone Holder. The stronger the stamina of the Keystone Holder, the longer the duration. With Ash's current stamina, he could maintain a Mega Evolution for at most an hour. If all 6 Pokemon were to Mega Evolve together, the maximum duration would be 10 minutes. Once he overexerted himself, Ash would need to consume a large amount of food to replenish his stamina upon waking up. Even if he hadn't overexerted himself, he would still need to eat to regain the energy he had expended. In other words, every second was crucial for Ash, and he couldn't afford to waste any time. Beedrill used False Swarm. Seeing that Ash had made such a request, Sakiki immediately gave the order to attack. Moreover, he was also eager to see just how much stronger Beedrill would become after Mega Evolution. Beedrill used X-Scissor. Ash's Beedrill first fixed its gaze on Sakiki's Beedrill, then raised its double stingers, and crossed them to form an X, launching a fierce attack towards its opponent, aiming to slice through. At that moment, Ash's Beedrill was suddenly enraged by a mysterious force charging furiously at Sakiki's Beedrill, but it was always skillfully evaded. Beedrill, calm down, don't let your emotions get the better of you. Ash soothed Beedrill with the power of the harmony. After receiving the gentle calming energy, Beedrill quickly regained its composure. This familiar power. Is it the harmony? Sakiki instantly recognized the familiar power, exclaiming, I didn't expect the child of Hanako to have such a connection with me, having also gained the power of harmony. Once calmed, Mega Beedrill quickly retaliated against the opposing Beedrill with its astonishing speed. Under the boost of Mega Evolution, Beedrill transformed from its mediocre talent into a powerhouse of attack and speed, leading to the still mediocre Beedrill being struck by the Mega Evolved Beedrill, exposing its weaknesses. Fortunately, although Sakiki's Beedrill was far outpaced by the Mega Evolved Beedrill, it still managed to narrowly evade the attacks. After being attacked several times, Beedrill was eventually caught off guard and struck by the Mega Beedrill's X-Scissor, flying away like a cannonball. However, even in such a crisis, Beedrill managed to forcefully block the Mega Evolved Beedrill's X-Scissor with its stingers, only to be knocked back without any serious injury. Watching this scene, Ash couldn't help but sigh in his heart, recognizing that Sakiki's ace Pokemon Beedrill was indeed impressive, managing to hold its ground despite the comparable strength. Beedrill used Double Team, then Sword Dance. Ash calmly commanded. Beedrill used Agility to launch a pin missile to interrupt him. Sakiki quickly followed up with a new command. Mega Beedrill first used Double Team, then all the clones began to perform a dance of war, attempting to gain boosts. Although Sakiki's Beedrill did not Mega Evolve, it had already reached its peak in all aspects under Sakiki's training, and combined with Agility, it quickly arrived among the many clones, shooting out needles from its tail, attacking each clone. Unexpectedly, even after scattering all the clones, the silhouette of the Mega-evolved Beedrill still. This left Ash's Beedrill feeling anxious and extremely alert, wary of a sneak attack from the Mega. However, to its surprise, the opponent suddenly emerged from behind, directly targeting its weakness. Sasake's Beedrill had been on guard, quickly responding and forcing the Mega Beedrill back. This scene almost left Ash dumbfounded. After all, this tactic had been practiced with Mega Beedrill for a long time, yet it was surprisingly countered by the opponent, which was simply unbelievable. Ash could only think to himself that the opponent was indeed a Beedrill, trained by Sasuke, impressively soaring to new heights. He truly hadn't expected that the attack and speed gained from Mega Evolution would still be countered by the opponent. In this round, Ash felt defeated. Suddenly, a person dressed in Team Rocket attire approached Sasuke and whispered something in his ear. After hearing what the Team Rocket member said, Sasake's expression suddenly changed. Then, he fell silent for a moment, his gaze shifting back and forth between Beedrill and Ash as if contemplating something. Seeing this, Ash quickly realized what was happening. It was probably about Mutewo's defection, though otherwise Sasuke wouldn't be in such a state. So it's Ash, right? Let's call this match a day. I have something very important to attend to, so the match is over. You've won against me twice, and I haven't won once. Congratulations on earning my recognition. Take this badge. With that, Sasuke stood up and threw a green badge towards Ash. Ash reacted quickly, catching the badge as he examined the green wheat-like badge in front of him, then looked up at Sasuke and accepted it with a smile. Although he hadn't completed a full battle with Sasuke this time, he believed there would be another opportunity. By the way, about joining Team Rocket, you can think it over. The doors of Team Rocket will always be open for you if you do. Sasuke took one last look at Ash, leaving behind that single statement before walking away without waiting for Ash's response. Listening to Sasuke's words, Ash paid no mind, and instead turned to his companions, leaving the area with. Upon exiting, Ash saw Koharu and Shota. This round of badge collecting in Kanto had come to a complete end, and now all he had to do was wait for the start of the Quartz Conference. After collecting the badges, Ash and his friends began their vacation. That day they arrived at a beach enjoying their holiday while preparing picnic food. The wonderful journey is finally halfway done. Now we just need to wait for the Quartz Conference to begin and our Kanto adventure will be completely finished. Ash sat in a chair, stretching lazily with a cheerful mood. Yes, the Kanto journey is over, which means we might have to part ways. Misty said beside him, looking quite sad. This sudden wave of sadness caught Brock, who was cooking nearby, off guard, causing him to pause his cooking. Clearly Brock also recognized the issue. Hey, what are you all sad about? There are no eternal banquets in this world. As long as we have our goals, we will eventually part ways. It's just a matter of time. After all, each of us has different aspirations, and this day will inevitably come. Ash had already experienced many separations in his past life, and was naturally clear about such matters. Aside from a slight sadness in his heart, it quickly dissipated. After Ash spoke, the surrounding atmosphere became even more somber. Moreover, we have only completed the Kanto part. If we want to continue traveling, our next destination could be Ching. Ash felt he had said something wrong, causing the mood to shift, so he hurriedly added, after what I just said, Brock, and Misty's sadness was finally alleviated. Roar! At that moment, a Dragonite suddenly flew over from a distance, landing in front of them and retrieving a letter to hand to Ash. My delivery. Thank you for your hard work. Ash opened his arms to receive the letter, and after getting the package, he took out a few high-grade energy treats suitable for Dragonite from his pocket. Now that Ash's Dragonite had evolved into a Dragonite, it was natural for him to have food that Dragonite wanted to eat. Roar! Ash smiled at Dragonite's adorable demeanor, then took out the contents of the letter. Ash smiled at Dragonite's adorable demeanor, then took out the contents of the letter, which was a disc invitation made of. As soon as he took it out and was about to figure out how to use it, an image suddenly popped out from the disc. A girl dressed in a nun's outfit appeared in the image, bowing slightly to Ash and his friends. I am very presumptuous to send you this letter. Since you are the most promising trainers for the future, we invite you to attend our Master's Banquet of the strongest Pokemon trainers. The location is New Island, Pokemon City. Please fill out the reply postcard to decide whether to come or not. This is an invitation from the strongest Pokemon trainer family, and we sincerely hope you accept it. After finishing these words, the image faded. What do you think? Should we go? Ash turned to Brock and Misty. I'm just watching. That big sister from earlier looked so beautiful. Brock blushed shyly, scratching his head. Misty, what do you think? Seeing that Brock was entirely focused on the beautiful girl, Ash found him unreliable and turned to Misty. I respect your opinion, Ash. Misty glanced at the invitation and then voiced her perspective. Upon hearing this, Ash fell silent for a moment before nodding. Since they claim to be the strongest trainers, let's go check it out. Ash replied after pondering for a moment. Roar! After receiving Ash's response, Dragonite nodded, and then began flying up into the sky, heading towards the other side of the sea. Since you've already decided to go, well, support you. Brock said to Ash. Let's do it. After Ash and his friends decided to head to the new island to meet the so-called strongest trainers, they began gathering their things to prepare for the journey. Meanwhile, not far away on New Island, Mutuo leaned back in a chair, extending a hand to manipulate the winds and clouds above the sea. In an instant, the waters surrounding New Island became overcast with dark clouds, and the waves surged violently, as if a storm was quietly approaching. At this time, the Pokémon Center where trainers gathered to head to New Island was already packed with people. Just as Ash and his friends finished packing and rushed over, it started to rain outside. At this time, the Pokémon Center where trainers gathered to head to New Island was already packed with people. Just as Ash and his friends finished packing and rushed over, it started. As soon as the three entered the Pokémon Center, they noticed the situation at the entrance, seeing so many people gathered there. They walked over and discovered Miss Juniper was explaining the situation, which helped them understand. It turned out that due to the sudden storm, the flights to New Island had been cancelled and would not proceed. It's okay, Miss Juniper, with a small storm like this, I can just use my Pokémon to get across. That's not possible. Even I, who know the sea best, can't manage it, said a well-built trainer who suddenly stood up with confidence. A blue-haired girl dressed glamorously in black stockings stood beside Miss Juniper and advised against it. Exactly. Moreover, if any Pokémon get injured during your attempt to cross, we won't be able to provide medical help here, because Nurse Joy has gone missing. After Miss Juniper finished speaking, she pointed to a missing person notice in the corner with a pained expression. That's the missing person notice. If anyone sees her, please contact me. Brock, Misty, pay attention. We're going to burst out of here in a moment. Knowing what would happen next, and anticipating that Miss Juniper would surely try to stop them, Ash quietly reminded the two to get ready. Bang! As expected, due to the excited crowd, the previously outspoken burly trainer released a Pidgeot and charged out fearless into the storm. Once someone took the lead, other confident trainers also rushed out, each releasing their Pokémon as they set off toward New Island. Naturally, Ash did not miss the chance to rush out, releasing his Gyarados, Blastoise, and Dragonite. Brock rode on Gyarados, Misty sat on Blastoise, and Ash held on to Togepi and Pikachu as they all set off in the direction of New Island. After enduring a fierce storm, Xiao Ji and his friends finally overcame the difficulties and arrived at their destination, New Island. As soon as they arrived at New Island, they saw the nun they had seen in the footage holding a lantern and waiting at the entrance, seemingly waiting for someone. Xiao Ji slowly descended on his Dragonite, and as it landed in front of the nun, he jumped off. At that moment, Xiao Gang and Xiao Xia also arrived here. Xiao Ji, Xiao Gang, and Xiao Xia had just arrived. Welcome to Pokemon City. Please show your invitation. The nun beside them spoke up. You mean this? Xiao Ji fumbled around for a moment before pulling out the electronic card that Dragonite had given him from his pocket. Buzz, as soon as he handed it to the nun, a figure suddenly emerged resembling the nun before them. These people are indeed the invited ones. After confirming their identities, the nun finally believed that the three of them were trainers who had been invited. Oh, you really are her, Xiao Gang said seriously as he examined the nun's face. When he said this, he revealed a confident smile. You know me? The nun looked at Xiao Gang with a puzzled expression. Aren't you the Miss Joy whom the missing person notice at the port is looking for? Xiao Gang said earnestly. Well, it does look a bit like her. After hearing Xiao Gang's words, Xiao Xia also felt the same. What are you talking about? I've been serving in this castle since I was born. The nun decisively denied their claims. All right, this way please. The other invited guests have already arrived. After denying them, the nun led the three of them inside, heading towards the castle. Not long after Xiao Ji and his group left, three drenched individuals climbed up from the spot. Following the nun, they arrived at a brightly lit reception room, and as soon as they walked in, they saw the three trainers they had encountered at the Pokémon Center. Only 3 people. Xiao Gang voiced his doubt. Yeah, there were clearly so many people who set off at the same time. Xiao Xia also covered her mouth in surprise. After all, they had seen so many trainers set off together at the Pokémon Center, yet the trainers present were few, only these 3, which made them quite incredulous. Trainers who can't overcome a storm are of no use, even if invited, the nun explained matter-of-factly. Please release your Pokémon from their Pokeballs and take your seats. The nun turned to Xiao Ji and his friends and said, Bang! Just as the nun spoke, the large door behind them suddenly closed with a loud noise. As soon as they sat down, Xiao Ji suddenly felt something and couldn't help but look towards the door. What's wrong, Xiao Ji? Xiao Xia, noticing that something was off with Xiao Ji, asked with concern. It's nothing. Xiao Ji shook his head, not revealing what he had sensed. He had felt the presence of Mew outside, so he knew Mew had arrived, and it was the one he was familiar with. Now he just needed Mewtwo. Previously, when Xiao Ji had come here, he wondered if the Mew from the anime was a different one he didn't know. Now it seemed the one outside was the one he recognized. In that case, everyone come out. Xiao Ji threw out all his Pokeballs. 5 Pokeballs burst open with white light, revealing all the Pokemon Xiao Ji had brought: Gengar, Charizard, Beedrill, Gyarados, and Dragonite. As Gengar emerged, it immediately flew to Xiao Ji's side and licked his face with its comical tongue. You little guy, have you been learning from the Rapidash at Professor Oak's lab these days, eh? Hey. Xiaoji pushed away Gengar's licking attack, rolling his eyes in annoyance. Gengar simply chuckled without saying anything. You little guy. Better go wait over there. Xiaoji pointed to an empty spot with a helpless expression, shaking his head. Okay. Gengar immediately flew over there without hesitation after hearing this. Wow. Your Gengar can actually talk, how rare. The trainer beside them exclaimed in surprise upon noticing Xiaoji's Gengar. I think it's okay. Xiaoji shrugged and replied. Where did you get this? Can you tell me? I want to catch one too. A trainer curiously inquired of Xiaoji. You already think it's rare, do you think there will be any more there? Xiaoji glared at the inquiring trainer, somewhat annoyed. What you said seems to make sense. The trainer agreed after hearing this. This guy's Pokémon. The two trainers beside them could clearly sense that Xiaoji's Pokémon were not ordinary. There was an aura in them that their Pokémon lacked. Everyone, thank you for waiting. The world's strongest trainer is about to make his entrance. The nun said calmly. Pikachu was startled by the sudden dimming of the lights and climbed onto Xiaoji's shoulder. Pichu frightened leaped into Xiaoji's arms, resembling a scared child. Charizard and Dragonite turned into guardians surrounding Xiaoji, while the other Pokémon did the same for Xiao Gang and Xiaoxia. Is this a disco? Do we need to set up some lights to get hyped? Xiaoji suddenly said in the tense atmosphere. Upon hearing Xiaoji's words, everyone looked at him, and the tense atmosphere eased significantly. Dude, what time is it, and you are thinking about a disco? You really have a big heart. Suddenly a beam of blue light descended, forming a passage, and Mutuo descended slowly with a stern expression. Xiaoji examined Mutuo and suddenly noticed that Mutuo's expression resembled that of Sakaki. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce the strongest Pokémon trainer, as well as the strongest Pokémon master, Mutuo. The nun, who had previously worn an expressionless face, now spoke with a serious demeanor as she revealed Mutuo's identity. With a wave of Mutuo's hand, the lights around brightened, allowing the other trainers to truly see Mutuo's form. How can this be? The burly trainer slammed his hand on the table in anger, shouting at Mutuo, what kind of nonsense is this? Pokémon can't be trainers. This young man was brimming with vigor. How dare he shout at Mutuo, given Mutuo's status? It was. Ash shook his head at the burly trainer's loss of composure. As expected, Mutuo's blue eyes flashed, and with a wave of its hand the burly trainer was sent flying. While it's absurd for Pokémon to become trainers, the League has never stipulated that only humans can be trainers, i.e. everyone just encounters human trainers, which leads to the perception that Pokémon are unworthy of being trainers. Ash calmly expressed his thoughts. What? How dare you say that? Are you even human? The burly trainer lying on the ground looked at Ash in disbelief. Even the people around looked at Ash with astonishment, unable to believe that Ash would say such a thing. Mutuo also looked at Ash in surprise, seemingly not expecting Ash to make such a statement. Don't look at me, this is a fact. And I believe if the League knew this individual wanted to become a trainer, they certainly wouldn't refuse. Ash calmly sat in his chair sipping tea. On what basis do you think that? The burly trainer loudly rebutted Ash's words. On what basis? Ash feigned ignorance, stroking his chin with a look of uncertainty, slowly pulling out an identification from his pocket. Dr. Ash, the legendary figure who became a doctor at the age of 8 and published numerous new evolutionary directions for Pokémon. The female trainer looked at Ash. Dr. Ash, the legendary figure who became a doctor at the age of 8 and published numerous new evolutionary directions for Pokémon. The female trainer looked at Ash in astonishment. Oh, have I already become a legendary figure? Ash looked at the other trainers with a surprised expression. Although he knew his status was impressive, he had not seen many people recognize him on the street. He thought he was not famous. It seems he was mistaken, and many people had heard of his name, but very few had actually seen what he looked like. The renowned Dr. Ash, how can you say such a thing without fearing the League's reprimand? Don't you feel any shame? The burly trainer shouted angrily at Ash. Upon hearing his words, Ash looked at the burly trainer with disdain. What reprimand? This individual was a legendary Pokémon. What could the League possibly use to blame him? Should they give him an award instead? He was forging a friendship with a legendary Pokémon for the League. They would be grateful, not blame him. Was this kid out of his mind, or just not awake? Securing a friendship with a legendary Pokémon would be a significant advantage for the League in any future encounters with legendary Pokémon battles. How could they possibly blame him? If they truly did blame him, it would only prove the League's incompetence, making it unworthy of his service. Receiving a legendary Pokémon's friendship is undeniably a beneficial endeavor. Mutuo glanced at Ash and retracted its gaze, seemingly intrigued by Ash. If you think that way, there's nothing I can do, believe it or not. Seeing the other party's stubbornness, Ash was direct and uninterested in further explanations, resuming his tea. Now that Ash's identity was revealed, the attitude of those around him began to change, and the atmosphere shifted. After Ash's persuasion, the burly trainer reluctantly regained his composure, speaking with less impulsiveness than before. Mutwo, while you are considered the strongest legendary Pokémon in this world, you are merely one of the strongest. In this world, there is no eternally strongest Pokémon, only those that are stronger. Ash took a sip of tea and spoke casually. What? That being is a legendary Pokémon. The shocked expressions of everyone present revealed their disbelief at Ash's words. The trainers who had previously wanted to retort were now internally grateful to Ash. If Ash hadn't spoken up, they might have ended up provoking a legendary Pokémon. Now that would be disastrous. At this moment, they all felt a deep gratitude towards Ash. How can there possibly be a Pokémon stronger? Mutwo, who had originally admired Ash, became enraged upon hearing this. Of course there are. How could Ash immediately countered Mutwo's statement. Lugia from Kanto Ho-Oh, from Chengdu Rayquaza, from Hoenn Arceus, from Sinnoh Reshiram, and Zekrom from Unova Genesect, from Kalos, and many others whose names I haven't mentioned yet. This represents only a personal opinion. Oh, please do not flame me, thank you. If your perspective is limited to the present, then indeed you are the strongest Pokémon. And you ranking among the top 10 in the world's strongest, just imagine how many powerful Pokémon exist in this world, thus you can never be the strongest, only stronger. And now that you know I am a doctor, you should also understand that most of what I say is true. After speaking so much in one breath, Ash felt thirsty and took a sip of tea to ease it. Mutwo fell silent after hearing all this. What about Mew? Mutwo paused for a moment before suddenly, Mew. In essence, all Pokémon were created by Arceus. Mew is no exception, and within Mew lies the genetic material of all Pokémon, earning it the title of the ancestor of all Pokémon. And you, Mutwo, being a Pokémon created from Mew's genes, in a certain sense from the moment you were born you became a Pokémon more valuable and unique than Mew in this world. You are you, Mew is Mew, you are Mutwo, not Mew. As for whether you are still the original, does it really matter? Ash responded to Mutwo's question through telepathy. Mutwo was momentarily stunned by Ash's reasoning, starting to ponder whether what the other said was true. A Pokémon more special and unique than Mew. Mutwo seemed to be swayed by Ash's words as a hint of confusion appeared in its previously resolute gaze. Forget it, I should complete my grand plan first. Mutwo thought to itself, suddenly realizing it needed to finish one of its plans before considering this matter. For some reason Mutwo felt that if it didn't act on this soon it might miss the opportunity. Mutwo trusted its intuition. After all, it was a psychic type with the ability to foresee the future. In a moment of urgency, Mutwo decided to abandon further contemplation and focus on completing its plan. Just as Mutwo made up its mind, a multitude of black Pokeballs suddenly flew out around it. Interestingly, these black Pokeballs could capture all previously caught Pokemon into them. Everyone was witnessing such a phenomenon for the first time and was greatly shocked. After all, under the League's regulations, they had never seen Pokeballs that could capture already caught Pokemon into other Pokeballs, which left them in awe. Other trainers hurriedly tried to stop the black Pokeballs from capturing their Pokemon. Some even shielded their Pokemon with their bodies, blocking some of the black Pokeballs. However, it was all in vain. The black Pokeballs only needed to touch the edges of the Pokemon to capture them. Fortunately, like other Pokeballs, the black ones only captured Pokemon, not humans. Even Ash's Pokemon were captured when touched by the black Pokeballs. Ash watched helplessly as his Pokemon was captured. After all, Mutwo was controlling these Pokeballs, and its psychic abilities surpassed Ash's, leaving him unable to stop so many Pokeballs. But he could stop Mutwo. Seeing his Pikachu pursued by a Pokeball controlled by Mutwo, Ash rushed toward Mutwo in desperation. At the moment Mutwo spotted Ash, it didn't take him seriously, and casually summoned a protective shield around itself. Take my serious punch. In that moment, Ash seemed to transform into Saitama, swiftly approaching Mutwo and delivering a heavy punch against its shield. In Mutwo's disdainful gaze, its psychic shield shattered before the eyes of the crowd. Boom. After being struck by that punch, Mutwo was sent flying, only regaining its composure midair. How could a mere human break my shield? Mutwo exclaimed in disbelief as it looked at Ash. Others also stared at Ash in shock. Amazement. There was actually a Pokemon, disguised as a human, who broke the shield of the legendary Pokemon Mutwo with a single punch. If this got out, wouldn't Mutwo be ridiculed by humans? Nothing is impossible as long as I am invincible. There is nothing I cannot achieve. Ash calmly gazed at the flying Mutwo, his expression neutral. It was as if that punch was merely an ordinary strike. What a joke. If I didn't have this skill, how could I teach Pokemon well? Mutwo felt deeply insulted by this remark, its face darkening with rage. Suddenly Mutwo's figure vanished from midair and appeared right in front of Ash, delivering a fierce punch aimed at Ash, determined to retaliate for the earlier blow. What happened next was utterly unexpected. Ash single-handedly summoned a shield to block Mutwo's punch. After witnessing this, those who had been worried for Ash finally relaxed, followed by astonishment. They knew Ash was strong, but they never expected him to be capable of blocking a legendary Pokemon's attack. It was simply unbelievable. However, this revelation also led Ash's traveling companions to realize that the person they had been traveling with was actually a humanoid Pokemon, a fact they had never anticipated. This kid. Mutwo stared at the aura shield in front of it, feeling a profound shock. This must be a coincidence. Mutwo thought, then activated teleportation again, reappearing behind Ash for another punch. However, another unforeseen event took place. Ash did not defend this time, but instead faced Mutwo's incoming punch with a blue ball that didn't seem very appetizing. Caught off guard again, Mutwo was hit without defense. This time it took the blue ball Hedon. After taking that hit, Mutwo's expression changed. At that moment it felt as if its internal organs had been punched, and it was being relentlessly hammered, causing immense discomfort. This time Mutwo staggered back a few steps, clutching its pained abdomen. I often educate my Pokémon, telling them a true master always maintains the heart of a learner. This message is for you today, no need to be polite, Ash said slowly, his expression calm. At that moment Mutwo believed that this human was different from others. Because this human concealed an immensely powerful force within, perhaps a power that could instill fear. Thinking this, Mutwo's expression grew serious, and when it looked at Ash again, the usual arrogance was replaced by a solemn gaze. At this moment Mutwo was serious. It vanished once more, this time, moving several times faster than before. With Mutwo serious, Ash had to take things seriously too, otherwise the bravado he had just displayed might vanish. Ash, now serious, used teleportation as Mutwo flew up, and he took to the skies using his psychic powers. Mutwo was too far away, so Ash used Aura Sphere to attack, moving closer to use Spiraling Sphere. If attacked, he would use Aura Shield to defend. If hurt, he would utilize Rest. In short, Ash was not at a disadvantage in any aspect. On the ground, everyone watching the battle between Mutwo and Ash was left dumbfounded, staring in disbelief. This was the first time they had seen such a scene in all their days as trainers. Perhaps this would be a once-in-a-lifetime. Thus, to remember this battle, everyone began to watch intently, afraid of missing even a moment. In life, this was a sight to behold, so they had to watch closely and remember well. Other trainers felt very fortunate after witnessing this. Fortunately, the league did not allow trainers to participate directly, otherwise what would the league be for? In the sky, Mutwo and Ash exchanged blow after earth-shattering blow, neither gaining the upper hand. Wait, isn't he also a competitor in this year's Indigo League tournament? Alright, if he's competing this time, what's even left to compete for? If this trainer is already so formidable, then what of his Pokémon? Are they even stronger? As the group debated, someone noticed Brock and Misty, standing silently apart. One trainer suddenly recalled something, and turned toward Brock and Misty, who had arrived alongside Ash moments earlier. You two are companions of Dr. Ash Ketchum, the one battling that Pokémon in the sky, right? Yes, we are, the two murmured, softly nodding in unison. Is he competing in the Indigo League tournament this year? Someone asked hopefully. Brock and Misty exchanged glances, paused to reflect, and then confirmed firmly, yes. Are his Pokémon powerful? Extremely. This time, without hesitation or embellishment, both nodded in perfect accord. It's over. The Indigo League champion title belongs to Dr. Ash Ketchum alone. Upon hearing those two revelations, the other trainers collapsed inwardly. Truly worthy of the title, Dr. Ketchum, brilliant not only in research but also as a Pokémon trainer. I wonder, does he have a girlfriend? I'd love to be his. If I can't become champion myself, then I'll become the champion's partner. Doesn't that make the title mine by extension? The sole female trainer among them, having just confirmed Ash's extraordinary prowess, instantly devised this. High above Ash, whose hearing was exceptionally sharp, caught every word. A cold sweat broke across his brow. If Serena ever hears this, she'll skin me alive. Does he? Yes. Ash called down from the sky, answering personally. Hearing Ash's reply, the female trainer flushed crimson with mortification, embarrassed beyond measure. The four exchanged glances and shared quiet, knowing smiles. Mew. At that moment a pink blur materialized, tilting its head, curiously scanning left and right. Sensing a familiar aura, it lifted its gaze, and there high above hovered a beloved figure locked in battle with an unfamiliar Pokémon. Mew blinked, puzzled by the resonance emanating from the opponent, yet dismissed it almost instantly. After all, it was the progenitor of all Pokémon, and naturally descendants would carry echoes of its essence. Mew. Spotting Ash, Mew assumed they were merely playing, and soared upward without restraint. Deep in combat, Mutwo sensed Mew's presence, and turned, eyes narrowing. Mew. The instant Mew drew near, Mutwo, who had long been seething, erupted into furious rage. Mew, however, had only approached Ash seeking food, and now found itself confronted by a being nearly identical in form, Mutwo. Mew's reflexes were instantaneous, just as Mutwo closed and it vanished, leaving only shimmering air behind. Meanwhile, Mutwo had already loosened its psychic grip on Nurse Joy. Brock seized the precise moment, reaching Nurse Joy just as she staggered, catching her effortlessly before she... What Pokémon is that? Misty and Nurse Joy, drawn by the commotion near Mutwo, stared at Mew, and voiced their shared bewilderment. They half hoped for an expert explanation, only to receive one, though not from a human. Mew. It is known as the world's most precious Pokémon. Neither legendary nor mythical, but unique, the sole primal Pokémon. Mid-chase, Mewtwo abruptly halted. Mew cocked its head, gazing at Mewtwo with innocent confusion, then lost interest entirely, veering instead toward Ash, encircling him playfully. Ash watched, torn between laughter and exasperation. Even now, you're still thinking about food. Having spent years with Mew, Ash instantly recognized its meaning. Whenever mealtime neared, Mew would appear at his door, circling him insistently, a bold, uninvited guest demanding dinner. With practiced flair, Ash fished several favorite energy powders from his pocket and offered them to Mew. Ever since Ash began traveling frequently with Professor Oak to distant cities, Mew visited him far less. Crowded urban centers posed too great a risk. Mew refused to reveal itself before humans lest it invite relentless pursuit and peril. Gradually visits grew rarer, though they still met roughly 100 times each year. Delighted, Mew snatched the treats and devoured them with cheerful crunches. You know, Mew? Then why didn't you tell me? Mewtwo demanded, voice tight with frustration. You never asked, Ash shrugged helpless. Then why didn't you tell me? Mewtwo demanded, voice tight with frustration. You never asked, Ash shrugged helpless. If I don't ask, does that mean you'll never speak of it? Will you conceal it forever? Mewtwo paused, then frowned, realizing uncomfortably that Ash's logic held weight. What do you expect me to say if you never ask? Ash stared, utterly baffled, before Mewtwo roared anew. Whoa, what's with him? None of this is my doing. Ash bolted, vanishing into evasive flight. A feral, unmoored Mewtwo was no trivial threat. As the old saying goes, when darkness takes hold, power multiplies. When light returns, strength wanes. Ash had no intention of facing such fury. Mew, I forbid you to harm my chef. And Mew materialized before him, intercepting Mewtwo's assault. Chef? Ash furrowed his brow. Since when did I become some rogue's personal cook? I treated you as a friend, yet you've quietly reclassified me as kitchen staff. Ash's jaw twitched, inside he groaned, speechless with disbelief. Family members, I am utterly speechless. There is actually a lowly phantom beast here, treating me like a chef. How ridiculous. It should be executed on the spot. That's fine too. We can determine who the strongest Pokémon is. Mewtwo said this with great confidence in its own abilities. Beside them, Ash looked on with some confusion. If he remembered correctly, he should be talking about contending for the true form, not just the strongest Pokémon. It seems I also possess quite the talent for verbal manipulation. The words I spoke have had some effect. Since Mewtwo is no longer pursuing the true form, it implies that this battle won't last long or be too intense. Meow. Mew shook its head and conjured a bubble ball, contentedly lying on it to play. What? You actually refused my request? Seeing Mew reject its request, Mewtwo's gaze instantly turned furious. Then a shadow ball shot from Mewtwo's hand, heading straight for Mew, shattering the bubble ball beneath it. Mew, having been hit and its bubble ball broken, chose not to confront Mewtwo. Instead, it moved to another spot and released a pink bubble ball. Upon seeing Mew's actions, Mewtwo did not hesitate to fire another shadow ball, shattering Mew's new bubble ball. This situation persisted for quite a while. Alright, Mewtwo, Mew is just a Pokémon responsible for guarding the world tree. Its strength cannot compare to yours. Even if you defeat Mew, the strongest Pokémon will always be Arceus. What use is that? You might as well challenge Arceus directly. Ash, seeing Mewtwo's fearless demeanor, suggested through telepathy. Mewtwo did not immediately reject Ash's suggestion, but fell silent. Noticing Mewtwo's pause, Ash's eyes brightened as he intensified his persuasion. If you can defeat Arceus, then you will undoubtedly hold the title of the world's strongest Pokémon, won't you? Where is Arceus? Do you know where it is? Mewtwo responded, clearly intrigued. Of course I know. However, it will take 2 or 3 years before it can appear, as it is currently in slumber. And Ash continued, really? Mewtwo, hearing Ash's words, looked at him seriously. Of course it's true. How could I possibly deceive you? You have psychic abilities, can't you sense whether I'm telling the truth or not? Ash said earnestly. Even so, I currently cannot challenge it. How can you dare to negotiate terms with me? Mewtwo's eyes glinted with killing intent as it stared intensely at Ash. I dare to say this because it is all true. Don't you still have psychic abilities to discern lies? Ash shrugged and replied. Mewtwo fell silent for a moment, contemplating for a long time, and ultimately chose to trust its abilities and Ash's credibility. After all, its psychic abilities do indeed allow it to detect lies, so it was clear in its heart whether Ash was. In that case, let's go. Mewtwo gazed at the newly copied Pokémon. Its eyes began to emit a blue light as it slowly ascended into the sky. The other copied Pokémon were being controlled by Mewtwo's psychic abilities, seemingly preparing to leave with the cloned creatures. Is it really that simple? It seems easier than I imagined. Ash shouted towards the departing Mewtwo, suddenly recalling something. Wait, Mewtwo, you haven't given me the ability to contact you yet. Otherwise, how will I reach you when the time comes? Fortunately, Mewtwo hadn't gone too far yet, or it wouldn't have heard Ash's words. A pink psychic mark descended from the sky, landing on the back of Ash's hand. The moment the mark attached itself, Ash understood how to use it. He just needed to infuse it with psychic energy to summon Mewtwo. Hehe, not bad, I've gained another mythical beast contact ability. Once I reach Sinnoh facing Dialga and Giratina in battle, it'll be safe. Mutwo, if I encounter other legendary Pokemon, can I also call you to warm up? Thinking of the many legendary Pokemon he would meet on his future travels, Ash sent a message to Mutwo. The mark Mutwo gave him was very convenient. No matter where he was, he could use the mark on his hand to send messages, which was quite interesting. However, after Ash sent the message, he did not receive a reply for a long time, as if Mutwo was considering. After a long while, just as Ash was about to give up, a voice suddenly came from the mark on his hand. Sure. Upon hearing Mutwo's agreement, Ash couldn't help but smile. Now he had Mutwo as a powerful bodyguard, so he wouldn't have to get his hands dirty. Not bad, not bad, this is a great advantage. Mew on the side seemed a bit anxious upon seeing the mark on Ash's hand. It was as if it feared that its chef would be taken away. How could its chef be eyed by its own descendant? Was it going to compete for food? The food at the landlord's home was already limited. If another came along, would there be enough to eat in the future? No, absolutely not. I cannot let that happen. Thus Mew also stamped a mark on Ash's other hand, using a method identical to that given by Mutwo. Well, this only goes to show that they are indeed family, even the marks are exactly the same. And so Ash ended up with 2 tattoos on his hands. We're back. Suddenly the voice of Gengar echoed. A familiar yellow figure then pounced into Ash's arm. Additionally, a small, wobbly, and slow-moving Piplup was making its way towards its owner from a distance. This time Mutwo's counterattack could be considered completely over, as the main character had already left. Other trainers, after retrieving their Pokémon, came to bid farewell to Ash before leaving. Seeing that things were about done, Ash also summoned his Pokémon, preparing to fly back. After sending Nurse Joy back to the Pokémon Center, Ash's journey continued. With a considerable amount of time remaining before the Quartz League's grand gathering, Ash and his companions visited Professor Oak upon their arrival in Pallet Town, and afterward Ash brought Brock and Misty back to his home. The warm-hearted Momoko greeted Brock and Misty with a flurry of affectionate inquiries. Upon returning to Pallet Town this time, Ash remembered that he had a gigantic onyx reserved on the back mountain of Professor Oak's estate, which he had forgotten to capture. Well, how should I put it? Ash had known for a long time that there was a giant onyx in the deep mountains, and during his free time, he often ventured there in hopes of encountering the onyx in advance. Unexpectedly, after a month of frequent visits, he finally encountered the gigantic onyx, and using a gentle lightning technique, won over its stomach with his culinary skills, successfully capturing the giant onyx. However, due to the urgency of the previous period, he had forgotten to officially capture it. Today, back again, Ash naturally intended to capture it. Fortunately, the gigantic onyx had not been captured by the Fighting King Shiba, or else he would have been too late to cry. After capturing the onyx, he began preparing the best evolution materials for it. Originally a Pokémon with champion-level potential, the onyx, after Ash's meticulous preparation of evolution materials, successfully transformed into a quasi-champion, just one step away from becoming a champion-level Steelix. Having completed these tasks, their journey resumed, and since they had already obtained all the badges this time, they traveled with the intention of casual exploration and training other Pokémon. After all, there were still many Pokémon in their possession that had yet to break through to the King level, so before the Quartz Conference began, they needed to enhance their Pokémon strength. On this day, while Ash and his companions were resting, Ash was training other Pokémon, when during an accidental precision training session, a rocky outcrop was broken, revealing a hidden ruin. What the heck is this, an ancient tomb? Upon seeing the ruin, Ash's first reaction was that he might have discovered the tomb of some famous individual. What is this? Misty, not knowing when, had run over to that side. If I'm not mistaken, this should be a ruin. Brock rummaged through the rubble and eventually found a shiny golden artifact. Whack! Out of nowhere, a girl dressed like an archaeologist suddenly appeared and snatched the artifact from Brock's hands, holding a magnifying glass to carefully examine the ancient object. Reacting quickly, Ash snatched the ancient object back from the girl's hands. Hey, what are you doing? The archaeologist girl, after having her object snatched, initially wore a dazed expression, but then stomped her foot and glared at Ash with anger. I was going to ask you what you were doing. You didn't even ask, and just randomly try to take what we found. Ash retorted, we are archaeologists. Such an important historical artifact should naturally be preserved by us. The archaeologist girl was equally unyielding. Even if you are archaeologist, that doesn't excuse you from being impolite. Ash refused to let her off simply because, after all, they had found this item first, and she had no right to take it without asking. Forget it, Ash, she's a girl. Besides, it's such a small matter, there's no need to be so petty. Brock immediately spoke up for the girl upon seeing her. It was clear that Brock was smitten. Brock, you shouldn't be like this. Don't get all tongue-tied just because you see a girl. If you keep this up, you won't have any friends. Ash said with a speechless expression. What happened here? At that moment, another member of the archaeological team, after understanding the situation, the archaeological team member realized it was their team member who caused the trouble, so they admonished the girl and then came over to Ash. As they got closer, the archaeological team member was about to speak, when they felt as if they had seen this person somewhere before. They momentarily lost their train of thought, pondering who this person could be. After a while, the archaeological team member's eyes widened, and they smiled warmly at Ash. Ha ha ha, what an honor. It's Dr. Ash Ketchum. No wonder there were rumors that you were traveling. Seeing you today, it turns out to be true. The archaeological team member greeted Ash with enthusiasm. After all, this individual had helped the League solve numerous evolutionary challenges, making him a prominent figure within the League. If they didn't treat him well, it would surely reach the League's ears, and they would be in trouble. Moreover, this doctor was rumored to have become a PhD at the age of 8, his reputation rivaling that of Professor Oak. This clearly indicated how significant Ash's status had become within the League. Additionally, from what he knew, this Dr. Ash seemed to be well-versed in ancient texts, and they were in need of someone who could understand ancient writings. And here he was right on their doorstep. I just happened to pass by, and I didn't expect such an event to occur, Ash replied, noticing the warm welcome and deciding not to continue being confrontational. Since the other party was already so welcoming, there was no point in continuing the conflict. As an old saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face. That's better for future encounters. Xiaomei, the doctor has already forgiven you. Shouldn't you go thank Dr. Ash? The archaeological team member frowned and prompted the still-dazed Xiaomei. Forget it, it's not necessary. Ash shook his head, understanding that she didn't mean any harm, so he chose not to pursue the matter further. He had merely intended to teach her a lesson so that she would think twice before acting impulsively next time. Thank you, Dr. Ash. Xiaomei came before Ash and bowed. It's no problem. Ash shrugged, choosing not to say much more, knowing that she had learned her lesson and likely wouldn't make the same mistake again. Well then, Dr. Ash, I actually have something I'd like to ask of you. I wonder if you could help me take a look at some ancient texts. The archaeologist said cheerfully to Ash. After considering the request for a moment, Ash suddenly thought that he had ample time recently, so he agreed. I apologize for the trouble, Dr. Jisun. The archaeologist was ecstatic after receiving Xiaoda's consent. No need to be polite, my stay here won't be long, though I expect to leave tomorrow, Xiaoji said with a smile. Though Xiaoji had already obtained badges from the 8 major gyms, and had ample time, his purpose for coming here was specifically for this relic. He planned to summon the 3 ancient Pokémon and call upon Dragonite to take them away. However, he was unsure if those 3 Pokémon would be the targets Dragonite was looking for. If not, he would have to rely on his connections to visit Dragon Island and let Dragonite meet those Dragon-type Pokémon to see if the companions he sought were on that island. If that still wasn't the case, he would then need to search around the world. Ahem, it seems I've digressed. Back to the main topic. So soon. The archaeologist's initially cheerful mood dampened upon hearing the news. After all, it's not easy to find someone who understands ancient text. However, when he thought of the person's identity, he felt relieved. One day is one day. After all, it's not like we can't take advantage of the opportunity. Soon, under the guidance of the archaeologist, they arrived at the excavation site, observing the orderly work before entering a tent. Is this a clay doll of Psyduck? Not long after entering the tent, Xiaoxia discovered a peculiar object. I never expected that people in ancient times worshipped Psyduck. This ancient civilization seems to have some depth. Xiaoxia recalled her own Psyduck and thought back to the ancient worship of Psyduck, feeling somewhat confused. Pokemon civilization. What is that? Xiaojang noticed the key point and asked a question. It is said that in that era, humans worshipped the power of Pokemon as deities. I didn't believe it before, but seeing it now, I can't believe it's true. Xiaoxia reflected on her memories, sighing deeply. Indeed, the artifacts excavated from this mountain not only confirmed the existence of an ancient Pokemon civilization, but at the beginning. While White was explaining to the two, a voice suddenly interrupted their conversation from outside. Everyone, look at this thing. An archaeologist rushed in, holding a golden spoon. This is something that pairs with the golden eye. Captain, where did you find this? Upon seeing the artifact, White was quite delighted and asked the archaeologist eagerly. Just behind that massive bronze vessel. The archaeologist said excitedly. Could these represent the 2 powers of the ancient Pokemon civilization? White stroked her chin, starting to ponder. By the way, why do you all keep calling her Miss Dr. White? She looks so young. Oh, that's because White deciphered ancient Pokemon texts at the age of 6, creating a sensation in the academic community. She's a genius beauty who earned her doctorate. Of course, our Dr. Jisun is also incredibly impressive, being the youngest Pokemon researcher at just 8 years old, the first to study Pokemon evolution. She's on par with Dr. White. The captain introduced Dr. White while also mentioning Xiaoji. After all, their research directions were different, naturally leading to distinctions. A genius beauty. Upon hearing this, Xiaojang and Xiaoxia exclaimed in astonishment. All right, Captain, you don't need to say any more. Dr. White's face flushed red after hearing the captain's praise, looking quite shy. By the way, Dr. Jisun, I've long admired you. After regaining herself, White turned to Xiaoji. Xiaoji did not feel any joy from the compliments. After all, he had heard such words many times. Initially, he might have felt happy, but over time it lost its feeling. Moreover, since this information was not truly his own research, he felt a sense of indebtedness and could not bring him somewhat known, but not worth mentioning. Xiaoji replied in a humble manner. "Oh right, Dr. Jason, I heard you have some understanding of ancient texts. I wonder if you could help me decipher the ancient text on this tablet." White took out a slab that looked like a treasure and placed it in front of Xiaoji. "This records the ancient Pokémon. Let me take a look. I may not be able to decipher it after all. I only have a rudimentary understanding, so if I mess up, I hope you won't laugh at me." "Of course not. We just want to ask the doctor to see if it can be interpreted. There's no way we would laugh at you." White shook her head vigorously, indicating that she did not mean that. "That's good." After Xiaoji finished speaking, he picked up the ancient slab, utilizing his previously acquired skill from the system master-level ancient texts, and began to carefully study the ancient stone slab before him. The two powers that could destroy the world, the black darkness that darkens the sky and the golden eyes that disrupt the atmosphere. The conflict that split this world in two left humanity powerless. The sky opened a portal to another realm, at which point the power that calmed everything transformed into a sphere and returned to the depths of the earth. After reading the above information, if it weren't for the distinct Pokémon described, he would have begun to doubt whether this was the story of Rayquaza and that foolish one. As expected of Dr. Jason, truly impressive. Not only is there talent in evolution research, but your interpretation is also spot on. It would be a pity if someone of your caliber didn't come to study ancient texts. White said, her respect for him growing deeper, as she even suggested, with someone like Dr. White here, what need is there for someone like me in the realm of ancient texts? I'm more interested in researching evolution. Xiaoji smiled and shook his head, declining White's invitation. All right then. White displayed a sense of regret upon hearing his answer. "I feel like I can't understand the content here at all," Xiaoxia said, helplessly shrugging her shoulders. "That's precisely why I want to unravel this mystery." White quickly emerged from her state of regret and transformed into one of yearning. Xiaoji looked on with a curious expression, secretly amused within his heart. Fortunately, he was a transmigrator who understood the circumstances here, otherwise he would have been just like this. Yet, putting that aside, the sensation of knowing everything while the other party knows nothing is truly. "Xiaoji, why do you always seem so happy? Do you know something?" Xiaoxia beside him noticed Xiaoji's expression and looked at him suspiciously. How could I possibly know? This is my first time here, there's no way I know." "Don't say such things." Xiaoji shook his head, unwilling to reveal what he knew. Although he was aware of the storyline's direction and had just arrived, claiming knowledge would force him to fabricate countless reasons to cover the lie, which would be disadvantageous. Better to avoid unnecessary trouble. "All right, perhaps I was just overthinking," Xiaoxia said, seeing Xiaoji's reluctance, and chose not to press further. "Very well. To uncover the mystery, let's start digging. Come on." Xiao Gang picked up his shovel, charging toward the excavation site with fierce determination. Seeing Xiao Gang's demeanor, Xiaoji helplessly held his forehead, then followed the group, taking up a shovel and heading toward the dig site. Not far from them, a group of people observed Xiaoji and his companions through telescopes, seemingly having obtained some crucial information. This very information caused one member among them to become conceited. Indeed, that member was Meow Meow. Worshipping Pokémon, venerating Pokémon, the ancient civilization is truly magnificent. Meow Meow shouted excitedly, arrogantly stepping atop Wuzong's head. "You two mortals come worship me." Bang! Wuzong's face darkened fiercely, veins bulging on his forehead as he was stepped on. Irritated Wuzong showed no tolerance for Meow Meow's bad habit and delivered a soaring punch, sending Meow Meow. Kojiro, who seemed to have restrained himself for a long time, took advantage of Meow Meow's fall and ruthlessly landed several punches. "Meow Meow, have you gotten carried away? I praised you, I made you worship." Thus the Team Rocket trio enjoyed another day of their affectionate camaraderie under the bright weather. It was another day of beautiful weather. Late at night, Xiaoji removed the dragon scale of the Gigantamax Dragonite from its back. Under the moonlight, the detached dragon scale reflected pure white light, shining even more brilliantly after being infused with wave energy, resembling a bright lamp guiding travelers through the darkness. "Hear my summons, arise, Gigantamax Dragonite." Xiaoji raised the dragon scale high and shouted loudly. However, things did not unfold as Xiaoji had hoped. Instead of immediately summoning the Gigantamax Dragonite, the scale merely emitted dazzling light in midair. It seemed as if the dragon scale only glowed, but did not truly summon the divine dragon. Could this be a... Xiaoji murmured as he looked at the dragon scale in his hand. It shouldn't be. The system already introduced this artifact, and confirmed it can summon the Gigantamax Dragonite. After careful thought, Xiaoji concluded that the Gigantamax Dragonite was likely still en route, and hence had not arrived so swiftly. Considering all factors, this seemed the most plausible explanation. Thus, Xiaoji quietly waited for the arrival of the Gigantamax Dragonite. "Pikachu, use your full-powered Thunder Shock." Xiaoji commanded the Pikachu perched on his shoulder. "Pika." Pikachu leapt down obediently. Pikachu bent both short arms into a cheering gesture, its expression solemn and focused. Red electric sacs sparked tiny lightning serpents exuding intense energy, as if summoning all its strength. Sizzle. As Pikachu unleashed its power, the sky suddenly darkened with thick clouds, lightning flashing amidst thunderclaps exuding an aura of destruction. Boom. A thunderous explosion echoed across the sky, abruptly waking the staff, who had just fallen. What the heck is going on? Can people even get any sleep? What a racket. That startled me. May I ask which ancestor provoked the wrath of heaven? I wish to apprentice and inherit their skills. The awakened crowd came out to investigate, initially suspecting some troublemaker. Unexpectedly, upon gathering, they noticed the sky above was filled with dense clouds, so intense the darkness seemed almost tangible. All noticed the terrifying atmosphere overhead and were struck with fear. For a moment, the entire night was filled with murmurs and speculation. Everyone wondered who had caused the commotion, who had provoked heavenly wrath, and whether divine lightning punishment would befall them. Some even revered the one behind the wrath, expressing desire to become their disciple, to learn such formidable skills. Crash! Suddenly, a colossal lightning bolt struck from the dark clouds, instantly turning the entire sky a ghastly white. Witnessing this scene, all were profoundly shocked. While the crowd was astonished, the lightning bolt struck the ruins. Hey, that direction seems to be where the ruin... Someone noticed the strike location and exclaimed, pointing not far away. Now that you mention it, it really is. What do you mean it really is? It's obvious. Hurry up and check the site. Do you want to see the ruins destroyed? Prompted by the reminder, the crowd quickly realized the seriousness and rushed over, anxiously fearing the precious ruins might be ruined. Everyone hurried toward the site. Where did Xiaoji go? Why haven't I seen him since earlier? However, as the others ran, Xiao Gang and Xiao Xia, who had accompanied Xiaoji, noticed his absence nearby. Yeah, where did Xiaoji go? The two scratched their heads in puzzlement, looking around for his figure. What are you looking for? Maybe I can help. Suddenly a voice came from behind. They turned together and saw it belonged to Miss White. Xiaoji has been missing since a while ago. Do you happen to have seen him, Miss White? Xiao Gang, suddenly transformed into a gentleman, approached. White took her hand tenderly and asked sincerely. I haven't seen him. White awkwardly withdrew her hand, offering an embarrassed yet polite smile, and shook her head. Maybe Xiaoji has already arrived early at the ruins. If we go over, we'll find out. White speculated. Sounds reasonable. Xiao Gang, seeing his attempt failed again, showed a sad expression. The three then hurried toward the ruins together. Just as Xiaoji made a commotion that awakened everyone, they could now wait confidently for the emergence of the ancient Pokémon. Before long, Xiaojiang and Xiaoxia found Xiaoji. Xiaoji, you really are here. Do you know that thunder just now struck the ruins? Now ancient scholars are nearly convinced that this ruin is cursed, scaring all the researchers away from studying it. Aha! Is that so? What a pity. As the culprit, Xiaoji felt a bit embarrassed and scratched the back of his head. Yes. After all our efforts to reach this point, we suddenly attract divine punishment, and now it's become a cursed ruin. This indicates that Arceus also does not wish for this ruin to emerge. Beside him, White looked sadly at the situation that had developed just when they were about to reach the final stages. White sighed helplessly at the sight of the ruins. Upon hearing White's words, Xiaoji fell silent. Clearly he did not expect that merely using Pikachu to create thunder would lead to such a situation. However, from a certain perspective, this was indeed a disaster. After all, according to the original work, the two Pokémon inside were said to possess the power to destroy the world. Perhaps this is just a coincidence. Xiaoji asked somewhat nervously. Now that you mention it, that seems to be the case. White paused for a moment, realizing that Gyarados' words made sense. In fact, many people do not know that it can thunder even without rain. It's just a special situation, and hey, what is that thing? An archaeologist with sharp eyes happened to see something on the ground. Hearing the sound, the others came over with a flashlight, shining it in that direction. At this late hour, who would leave a dumbbell here? What the heck, have we come across some dirty thing? This thing can actually... At this late hour, who would leave a dumbbell here? What the heck, have we come across some dirty thing? This thing can actually... Just as everyone was puzzled, the object resembling a dumbbell suddenly flew up before everyone's eyes and headed toward the crowd. Seeing the black dumbbell take flight, Xiaoji, taking advantage of everyone's distraction, pulled out the golden eye and spoon he had brought with him and thrust it in. After flying for a while, the black dumbbell transformed into a gigantic Gengar. The golden eye, upon receiving the spoon, also took flight and transformed into a massive hoodie. The two Pokémon fated to collide clashed once again with Gyarados' assistance. Suddenly a strong wind blew from above, startling everyone. Xiaoji noticed and recognized who had arrived, looking up to see the gigantic Quailong flying in. "Wu, is this the partner you found for me?" Quailong's voice came from above as it slowly descended, asking Xiaoji. Yes. Xiaoji nodded. After receiving confirmation, Quailong approached the two Pokémon, as if inspecting goods, scrutinizing them carefully. After observing for a while, noticing that the aura of the opponents was not the same as its own, though they were the same size and had tattoos, Quailong shook its head. The two ancient Pokémon looked nervously at Quilong under its scrutiny. Woo, this isn't the Pokémon I'm looking for. Quilong shook its head in disappointment. Well, I guess this trip was in vain. Seeing that Quilong had already said it wasn't the right one, Xiaoji could only accept that he had wasted his effort this time. By the way, last time I left in a hurry and forgot to ask you, do you want a partner that's the same size as you, or one that looks like— Xiaoji, seeing that Quilong had finished confirming, asked again what kind of Pokemon it was to prevent making another mistake next time. One that looks like me. In that place there are all Dragon-type Pokemon. Quilong thought carefully before responding. So it's that place. Now I understand. Upon receiving the clue from Quilong, Xiaoji nodded in real. Clearly he already knew what place it referred to. Woo, do you need help? Quilong looked at the two ancient Pokemon ahead and kindly inquired. Then let's fight. Seeing that Quilong was willing to help, Xiaoji was extremely pleased and responded telepathically. What is going on? Why is there another ancient Quilong? The literature has recorded such a situation, but the ancient text described it as a pink Pokemon. And how did it become Quilong? Yeah. This Quilong in front of us isn't pink at all. How did it get recorded as a pink Pokemon? Could it be that the ancients were colorblind? Did they see it wrong? Other archaeologists, upon seeing the massive Quilong, mistakenly thought it was an ancient Pokemon like the other two. Just as they were discussing the misunderstanding, Quilong had already taken action. In this battle, Hoodie and Gungue surprisingly teamed up to take on this previously unseen Quilong. The second-level god strength of Quilong was not to be underestimated. Even in a 1-against-2 situation, it managed to handle them with ease. Before long it was over. In this battle, Quilong shook the heavens and the earth, shattering mountains and rivers, defeating the two ancient. After the battle ended, the two ancient Pokemon, not knowing if they had exhausted their energy, transformed back into their original forms. After defeating the two Pokemon, Quilong did not speak to Xiaoji and immediately ran off, fearing that Xiaoji would next demand to take its kidney. Just moments ago, Quilong sensed the presence of Menghuan and Xiaoming, knowing that Xiaoji was someone it could not provoke, so to avoid further extortion, Quilong naturally chose to distance itself from Xiaoji. Xiaoji watched Quilong fly away, somewhat bewildered. He was just about to ask for something good, and it ran off like this. It felt like such a pity. It felt like a duck that was about to be eaten had flown away. This Quilong was already alert and could not be easily deceived. Although he did not get anything good from Quilong this time, fortunately the trouble was resolved. With the trouble resolved, Xiaoji and his companions finished their rest and left the archaeological area the next day, full of energy, heading to their next travel destination, Dragon Island. Doctor, my special training has concluded. I've come today to bid you farewell, Xiaoji said, gazing at Professor. Oh, I see. Indeed, the time is drawing near, Professor Oak mused, then nodded thoughtfully. How did your training go in the mountains behind the lab? Did your Pokemon's strength improve significantly? He asked curiously. Fairly well. Overall, quite successful, Xiaoji replied, after a moment's reflection, nodding. As a result of those days of intensive mountain training, every Pokemon in his possession had ascended to the Elite 4 tier, some even reaching champion-level power. Sho and Kasumi have already departed. You're the only one left who hasn't set off yet, Professor Oak declared, beaming warmly at Xiaoji. Xiaoji instantly recognized that twinkle in Professor Oak's eyes, the unmistakable amusement at his perpetual bachelorhood, or rather at when he might finally find a girlfriend. Professor Oak, you've changed. Well, I was just about to leave. With no recourse, Xiaoji feigned nonchalance. Very well then, Xiaoji, give it your all. Professor Oak burst into hearty laughter and offered an encouraging word. I'll take these 6 Pokemon with me to the competition for now. Later, I may need your help transmitting additional Pokemon. Xiaoji pleaded earnestly. Rest assured, that's precisely my specialty. Professor Oak laughed again, patting his chest with confident assurance. Then I entrust this to you, Professor. I'm off now. Xiaoji rose and bowed respectfully in farewell. Keep pushing forward. Xiaoji. Professor Oak nodded firmly, offering heartfelt encouragement. Understood. With those final words, Xiaoji strode out of the research institute, heading home to rendezvous with Gang and Xia before departing for the Indigo Plateau. 4 days passed in the blink of an eye. At last, Xiaoji and his companions arrived at their destination, the Indigo Plateau. Upon entering the Indigo League grounds, they spotted a crowd gathered nearby, waving small league banners and gazing expectantly toward the road behind them. Xiaoji knew instantly. They were awaiting the Sacred Flame procession, not welcoming them. He felt no dissonance whatsoever. What on earth are those people gathered there for? Xia asked, puzzled. Every year during the Indigo Conference, the Sacred Flame makes its ceremonial procession. If my guess is right, they're watching for it, just behind us. Gang reasoned confidently, then glanced back, and sure enough, a group of runners trailed closely behind them. Xiaoji turned as well, and saw a man in athletic attire accompanied by an Hitman Lee with Officer Jinny and a motorcade following in dignified escort. Truly an impressive sight. Ah, it is the Sacred Flame. Xia exclaimed, now fully enlightened by Gang's explanation. After all, the Indigo Conference had been held many times as such traditions were common knowledge. Right, here they come. Let's move on. Xiaoji urged, spotting the approaching flame procession. Gang and Xia complied without hesitation, following Xiaoji smoothly toward the competitor's zone, while Team Rocket's trio received not even a glance. The sacred flame had its own contingency plans and no intervention was needed. So this is the competitor's zone. As they walked through, Gang and Xia surveyed the bustling scene. Contestants from across the land converging here, vibrant and electric with anticipation. Well, if it isn't Xiaoji himself. Took you long enough to show up. A familiar voice rang out, so smug, so unmistakably him, even if he'd undergone vocal surgery. Xiaoji turned, and there he was, Xiao Mao, seated beside Xia Chun. Without ceremony, Xiaoji strode over, pulled up a chair, and sat down casually. Oh, who's this? Why, if it isn't Master Xiao Mao? 3 days gone, and where have all your dazzling girlfriends vanished to? Xiaoji cracked sunflower seeds with a grin, teasing him openly. What girlfriends? Don't slander me. I've remained utterly devoted to Xia Chun. Even if we've had our differences in the past, you needn't besmirch my honor like this. Xiao Mao rushed to defend himself, terrified that a delayed explanation would cost him his knees tonight. He glanced at Xia Chun, whose glare matched his panic, sharp and unrelenting. Oh, is that so? Xiaoji replied, studying him with quiet, knowing amusement, a faint, enigmatic smile playing upon his lips. Absolutely. I, Xiao Mao, am unwaveringly faithful. No second thoughts, no wavering heart, he declared, eyes wide with nervous sincerity as he faced Xia Chun. Xia Chun rolled her eyes, skeptical, unimpressed. Had she not intervened earlier, those girls would likely have already swept him away. At that memory, her gaze sharpened, dangerous, edged with silent threat. Xiao Mao met it, and instantly knew tonight would be long. Xiaoji, we've urgent matters to attend to. Xia Chun and I must take our leave. See you at the tournament. Xiao Mao waved briskly, and seizing Xia Chun's hand, whisked her away. Finally, someone who can rein you in. Watching Xiao Mao's hasty retreat, Xiaoji smiled faintly, a paternal warmth softening his expression, as if witnessing a wayward son's first true step toward maturity. After all, he'd watched this boy grow up, from childhood onward. Once Xiao Mao departed, Xiaoji didn't linger either. He joined Gang and Xia instead, wandering freely, reveling in carefree exploration. With his current strength, victory in the tournament posed no concern. Each of his Pokémon stood solidly at the Elite Four tier. He couldn't guarantee wins in every match, but the preliminary rounds would unfold with effortless grace. Of course, provided events unfolded as foretold in the original chronicle. After Xiao Mao left, Xiaoji and his companions strolled around the street for a while before returning to rest. A night passed without incident. The next morning, Xiaoji woke up early to prepare for the opening ceremony. Indeed, it was all for preparation. To prevent the troublemakers from Team Rocket from causing chaos like in the original story, Xiaoji woke up early and used his sensing ability to locate the 3 of them. After finding the 3, he tied them up with ropes and hung them from a tree. What are you doing, you little brat? Why are we hanging from a tree? Musashi struggled angrily. However, Xiaoji's binding technique was simply too impressive. No matter how she struggled, she couldn't break free. All she could do was glare at Xiaoji, her face flushed as she struggled with all her might. That's right, you little brat, don't go too far. Once we regain our freedom, we will definitely call Miss Junsha to catch. Kojiro threatened fiercely. On the side, Meowth's face twisted with anger upon hearing Kojiro's words. From a distance, he suddenly kicked at Kojiro with both feet. Ouch, that hurts. Meowth, what are you doing? Kojiro, who was kicked, now had a paw print on his face along with 3 glaring scars. You idiot, we were just wanted yesterday. And you want to call Miss Junsha? Aren't we just walking into a trap? Meowth yelled angrily at Kojiro. Now that you mention it, I remember. Kojiro, reminded by Meowth, finally realized. You 3 clowns. Xiaoji looked at the 3 of them, shaking his head with a smile. Do you have any say in this? You perverted brat. Musashi retorted angrily. The binding methods for the other 2 were the same, but hers was different. Could she? Xiaoji heard this and chose to ignore it instead, fixating on Meowth's feet, seemingly lost in thought. Meowth felt an ominous premonition from Xiaoji's gaze and could no longer hold back, finally speaking up. What are you looking at me for? I think it's better to tie your feet together just in case, Xiaoji said as he made a decision. He then slowly walked over and bound Meowth's feet. Ever since he saw that Meowth's feet could scratch Kojiro's face, he knew that Meowth could use its sharp claws to cut the ropes and escape, so he specifically bound its feet. While binding the 3 of them, Xiaoji also considered that someone unaware might come to help them untie the ropes, so he purposely chose a secluded location. Once he confirmed there were no issues, Xiaoji quickly returned to participate in the opening ceremony. This continued until the league's opening ceremony ended, after which Xiaoji returned to untie them. After untying them, Xiaoji walked away without looking back. Damn little brat. Musashi said, her face still flushed even after being freed, and she spat. Calm down, that little brat truly went overboard. Well, settle the score with him next time. Kojiro comforted Musashi upon seeing her state. A splendid dividing line passed by again, and by the way he asked for a gift. Upon returning to the league, Xiao Ji went directly to meet up with Xiao Gang and Xiao Xia heading to the registration area. Good afternoon, please show your trainer registration certificates, the young lady at the counter said with a sweet smile. Just as Xiao Ji was about to speak, Xiao Gang suddenly squeezed in beside him. Miss, your sweet smile has already registered in my heart. He asked, blushing, what time do you get off work? Xiao Xia and Xiao Ji witnessing this exchanged looks of help. Since Xiao Ji needed to compete, he gestured to Xiao Xia to help pull Xiao Gang away. I'm really sorry, this is my friend. He can't seem to move when he sees a beautiful girl. Perhaps he acted this way because he found you too pretty. I hope you can forgive him. Xiao Ji explained with a smile, handing over his Pokédex. The other young lady heard this and couldn't help but smile. It's fine, I can understand, the young lady said, blushing and shaking her head. After receiving the Pokédex, she began to work seriously, inserting it into the machine. After a while it was completed. All right, registration is finished, please take it. The young lady at the front desk smiled as she handed the Pokédex back to Xiao Ji. Thank you. After receiving the Pokédex, Xiao Ji said, thank you. Could you also help me draw my battle arena? Okay, please proceed to draw your battle arena. The young lady at the front desk pointed to a button on the table. Xiao Ji casually pressed it, and then the drawing began, ultimately displaying a blue arena. A water arena. Xiao Ji murmured as he looked at the result of the draw. Yes, the front desk lady nodded. Next I will match you with an opponent. As soon as the front desk lady finished speaking, she began to operate the machine. The screen flickered constantly, and finally appeared a man with green hair, giving off an impression that he could chill out after eating a peach. The water arena is for the third match, scheduled for 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Please do not be late, the front desk lady reminded. I understand, thank you very much. After thanking the front desk lady, Xiao Ji then left. I see it's still early, do you want to go out shopping with me? Xiao Ji checked the time and realized it was only 10 o'clock with about 4 hours left before his match. Sure, I wholeheartedly agree. Xiao Xia's eyes lit up at the mention of shopping, as if some attribute. Xiao Ji and Xiao Gang exchanged glances, recalling how Xiao Xia had gone on a shopping spree last time, and they couldn't help but shudder. By the way, Xiao Ji, aren't you going to check the match? To gather information about your opponent? Xiao Gang suggested. Look, that's right, I nearly forgot about that. Xiao Ji slapped his forehead, looking as if he had suddenly realized. The two of them hit it off, then set off to investigate information about their opponent, leaving Xiao Xia standing there. Xiao Ji, Xiao Gang. Finally, Xiao Xia let out a furious roar. Time passed swiftly, and before they knew it, Xiao Ji and his friends had spent 4 hours enjoying themselves. After finishing lunch, they hurried to the water arena to participate in the competition. Crack crack. Xiao Ji stepped out of the passage and arrived at the arena. Now the third match at the water arena is finally starting. Xiao Ji is accompanied by 2 coaches to accept the challenge, while the Duo Wu participant is a star trainer known for his spectacular performance. Xiao Ji is accompanied by 2 coaches to accept the challenge, while the Duo Wu participant is a star trainer known for his spectacular performances and immense popularity. Only 3 Pokémon can be used, and the third match at the water arena begins now. It's showtime. Thank you, Jinshin Town's Xiao Ji, for granting me victory. Duo Wu took out his Pokeball and smiled. Ugh. Upon hearing Duo Wu's effeminate voice, Xiao Ji felt nauseated, nearly vomiting the curry he had for lunch. Come on, it's just a match. Please don't use mental attacks to disgust me. I almost threw up last year's New Year's Eve dinner. Damn, little brat, let me show you my power. Duo Wu was also angered by Xiao Ji's words. Little brat. Team Rocket suddenly appeared at the commentary booth, looking at Xiao Ji and shouting loudly. Little brat, don't lose to that rude guy, you teach him a lesson. Musashi shouted angrily. Exactly. Show your spirit, show your spirit. Kojiro also yelled out. Team Rocket. Sakura and Brock looked at Team Rocket with a speechless expression after seeing them. Let me clarify, we are not cheering for you. Meowth, seeing that the two had finished speaking, couldn't help but add. Alright, I got it. I will defeat whatever disgusts me even without you saying it. Xiao Ji looked at Duo Wu with an indifferent expression. Just then 6 Miss Junsha appeared behind them, carrying the 3 of them away. How did you get in here? Miss Junsha looked at the 3 and was incredulous. Given the strict guards below, it was unbelievable that these 3 managed to slip in under her watchful eyes. So many identical faces. Team Rocket did not respond, but Musashi and Meowth were frightened enough. Ahem, I was just interrupted. The third match at the water arena officially begins now. The commentator announced the start of the match again. Go Coconut Tree. Duo Wu used Coconut Tree as in the original story. It's decided. You will be the one Charizard, go crush everything. Xiao Ji threw out Charizard's Pokeball. As Charizard appeared, its imposing presence filled the arena. Just one roar scared the Coconut Tree, causing it to tremble in fear. Coconut Tree, what's wrong? Duo Wu seemed confused about his Pokemon and asked what was happening. Charizard, send it back to its Pokeball with your Dragon Tail. Xiao Ji commanded. Charizard, now a near-god level Pokémon, had powers unmatched by ordinary Pokémon. Even a champion would find it hard to compete, let alone the effeminate person before him. Due to the coconut tree's trembling fear, it was unable to act. Charizard leaped forward and delivered a sweeping attack with its dragon tail. Bang! With a loud sound, the coconut tree was sent flying and unwillingly returned to its Pokeball. Coconut tree, what's wrong? Come out and fight. Duo Wu saw the coconut tree back in its Pokeball and tried to release it again to fight. Unexpectedly, the coconut tree refused to come out. This left Duo Wu utterly astonished, and he began to panic for a moment. However, he quickly calmed down and took out another Pokeball to release a different Pokemon. Go Zubat. Charizard, use Flamethrower to take down your opponent. Xiaoji commanded loudly. After receiving the command, Charizard acted with remarkable speed and attacked almost immediately. The scorching flames surged forth, and wherever the flamethrower passed, the ground of the water arena visibly evaporated. Zubat tried to dodge, but Charizard's speed was simply too fast, exceeding its capability to evade, and it was directly hit. Wow, so exciting. Xiaoji's Charizard was so formidable that it defeated its opponent in just one round. Xiaoji's Charizard is truly impressive and powerful, leaving everyone eager to see Xiaoji's upcoming matches. Let us all look forward to it. The commentator, astonished by Charizard's strength, loudly exclaimed into the microphone. All present, witnessing Charizard's power, erupted in thunderous cheers. It felt as though the person standing in the arena at that moment was indeed them. Damn little brat. Duo Wu, seeing Charizard's power, swallowed hard, feeling the pressure mounting. Duo Wu, please bring out your next Pokemon. The commentator reminded Duo Wu, noticing he had yet to release his next Pokemon. Now was the moment when the audience was most enthusiastic, if not now, then when. Pressured by Charizard, Duo Wu gritted his teeth and finally selected another Pokemon from his collection. Go Nidoking. There are many officially sanctioned gyms in the league, and each city basically is one. Because there are too many leagues, the league officials started promoting the 8 great gyms a few years ago to select powerful trainers to regulate the other gyms. These gyms cannot compare to the bottom-ranked Hualan and Rainbow, let alone the strength of the other gym leader. With so many badges to collect, and looking at Duo Wu's appearance, it was clear that he must have won badges from gyms in other cities to participate in the league competition, or perhaps taken shortcuts. Due to the vast difference in strength, each of Duo Wu's Pokemon was taken down by Charizard with a single move. The Duo Wu before him, perhaps due to winning against the strongest 8 great gyms like Hualan and Rainbow, thought too highly of himself, believing he was a strong trainer. Many people have such mindsets, and Xiaoji has seen quite a few of them who swelled with pride after merely obtaining a few badges. Thus, when dealing with such opponents, Xiaoji naturally achieved victory with ease. Meanwhile, at an unknown area, did it really just pass like that without even saying hello to Xiaoji? Serena looked at the airplane about to take off, asking with a worried tone. Why say hello? We're going to watch the league competition. Why must we greet Xiaoji? Her mother Sachi smiled gently at her obedient daughter as she listened to her words, and at the end her expression turned strangely as she looked at Serena. Serena's face turned red under her mother's gaze as if she had been hit with a truth bomb, angrily retorting, Mom, what are you talking about? Xiaoji and I are not that kind of relationship yet. Sachi smiled even more at Serena's words. Oh, if it's not now, it will be in the future. Sachi asked with a beaming smile. How can you stop asking? I don't want to talk about it. If I don't say hello to Xiaoji, then I just want. Serena said, puffing up her cheeks, her face reddening so much that it was hard to see. Sachi wanted to continue teasing, as this state of her daughter was quite rare. However, after noticing Serena staring blankly out the window, she decided to let her be. Thus, under the watchful eyes of the mother and daughter, the airplane began to take off, heading towards the Kanto region. After the competition, Xiaoji exited the arena to meet up with Xiaojiang and Xiaoxia. Just at that moment, a familiar voice suddenly rang out from behind him. Xiaoji. Upon hearing this familiar voice, Xiaoji was momentarily stunned, and by the time he came to his senses, it was too late. The owner of the voice rushed over and leaped onto Zioda's back. Shalina, it really is you. What brings you to Kanto? I came to watch your match, of course. Xiaoji exclaimed, filled with excitement and joy after confirming it was Shalina behind him. Oh, I'm so embarrassed. Shalina said shyly, her cheeks flushed. I was wondering what was going on. It turns out it was because you came. No wonder my left eye was twitching since I woke up this morning. Xiaoji teased with a grin, looking at Shalina's. Upon hearing Zioda's words, Shalina's face turned even redder, resembling a ripe, red apple. Oh my. So it turns out you're here? Our Dr. Jisen really knows how to flatter. On the side, Saki watched her daughter, who was now infatuated, with a sour expression. I didn't notice that you were here too, aunt. Only now did Xiaoji realize that there was a future mother-in-law behind Shalina. What? From the way you speak, does that mean I can't come along with my little Nana? Or are you planning something bad for my little Nana if I don't come? As Saki said this, her gaze suddenly turned sharp, as if she were scrutinizing a villain, making her words quite. "Ain't you really know how to joke?" Xiaoji replied, sheepishly scratching his head with a nervous laugh. "Mom, what are you thinking? Xiaoji could never be that kind of person. Don't think so badly of him." Shalina looked angrily at her mother standing up for Xiaoji. It's truly difficult to keep a daughter these days. Saki, seeing Shalina's appearance, immediately realized that her daughter had already fallen for him. No amount of persuasion would work. As expected of a mother-in-law who had evolved from a girl into a woman, she could see through the essence at a glance. Indeed, that saying holds true: women understand women best. Of course, men are the same. Hearing her mother say this made Shalina's face flush once again like a child caught in wrongdoing, lowering her head and not daring to refute. Xiaoji couldn't help but want to pinch Shalina's adorable face as he watched her, but thankfully he managed to control himself and didn't reach out. "Xiaoji, are these two beside you the companions you mentioned before, Xiaojiang and Xiaoxia?" Saki pointed at Xiaojiang and Xiaoxia, inquiring. "Yes, this is Xiaojiang and this is Xiaoxia." Xiaoji nodded in acknowledgement, introducing them to Saki. "Hello, I'm Saki, Shalina's mother. I've heard Xiaoji mention you both when we were in contact," Saki happily stated. "Xiaoji has also mentioned you, Aunt Saki," Xiaojiang and Xiaoxia politely replied. "Oh, is that so? You didn't say anything bad about me behind my back, did you?" After introducing herself to Xiaojiang and Xiaoxia, Saki turned to Xiaoji with a serious expression, looking rather displeased. "How could I dare to? You hold the same position in my heart as my mother does. How could I say anything bad about you?" Xiaoji smiled shyly, feeling a bit awkward as he scratched his head. "You little rascal." Saki was momentarily taken aback by Xiaoda's words, but after realizing it she laughed and scolded him. "What are you saying, Xiaoji?" Shalina, who was beside them, clearly caught on to Xiaoda's meaning, and still blushing, turned even redder. Her face was as red as a ripe apple, looking quite appetizing. "By the way, we're going to have lunch now. I see you and Shalina just came out. How about joining us for lunch?" Xiaoji boldly suggested. After all, it was already 4 hours since breakfast at 10 a.m., so naturally everyone was hungry after the match. However, Saki did not immediately agree, but looked at Shalina beside her. After noticing that Shalina also wanted to go, she jokingly remarked, "All right, then, just to celebrate your first match victory, how about I treat you and you pay for it?" "Of course." Xiaoji agreed, believing he should be the one to pay. Thus they set off to find a restaurant. Since it was peak time, most of the dining establishments were fully booked. Only some high-end restaurants, which were rather expensive, had some spots available. Moreover, it was already well past the mealtime. Otherwise, given the current excitement of the court's conference, it would have been hard to find even a spot in a high-end restaurant. Although quite a bit of time had passed since mealtime, the restaurant they chose still had a decent flow of customers and spots. Xiaoji and the others walked into the restaurant and randomly chose a spot to sit down. Upon seeing the restaurant's decor, Saki could easily tell the establishment's quality from her life experience. In an instant, she regretted agreeing to come along. Her earlier jest about Xiaoji was merely a joke. How could a senior truly allow a junior to pay? Since most of the surrounding restaurants were indeed full, there were no other options left, and they could only make do with this. "Hello, dear guests. Welcome to our restaurant. Here is the menu. Please place your order." After everyone settled down, a beautiful waitress in black stockings approached them. "Shalina, what do you want to eat?" "Order freely. I'll take care of the bill," Xiaoji said generously, seeming to notice Saki's awkwardness. Okay." Shalina looked at the menu in her hand, completely stunned. Not for any particular reason, but because the dishes listed were incredibly expensive. Even a simple dish cost over 1,000 spirit coins, more than anything she had ever eaten before. Shalina hesitated for a long time and finally ordered the 2 cheapest dishes, then handed the menu to the waitress. After everyone finished ordering and found that their choices were quite similar, Xiaoji decided to order a few more dishes that looked good, then returned the menu to the waitress. So as they enjoyed their meal filled with laughter and conversation, they concluded their dialogue. As expected, it was Xiaoji who paid the bill in the end. After leaving the restaurant, Xiaogang and Xiaoxia clearly noticed that the relationship between Shalina and Xiaoji was unusual, and they tactfully found a reason to go shopping. Only Sachi was left outside the restaurant with Shalina and Xiaoji enjoying the breeze and sunshine. Sachi watched the direction in which Xiaogang and Xiaoxia had left, seemingly lost in thought, and the corners of her mouth lifted slightly. "Snap. Oh right, I happen to have something to buy you too, go ahead." Sachi seemed to remember something, clapping her hands and saying with a look of realization. As soon as she finished speaking, without waiting for Xiaoji and Shalina to respond, she walked away without looking back. Xiaoji glanced at the direction Sachi had gone and tugged at the corners of his mouth. With Xiaoji's keen perception, he had already noticed that Xiaogang and Xiaoxia were hiding in a secluded corner, secretly watching the two of them. Samyu's departure was headed straight towards the direction of Xiaogang and Xiaoxia. How could he not see through Samyu's little scheme? Shalina looked at the departing Samu, secretly delighted, thinking that her mother had left, and now it would be her private world with Xiaoji. Little did she know she was celebrating too early. Her mother was actually still lurking behind, secretly watching, and had knowing that Samu was behind them. Xiao Zhi didn't dare to do anything with Shali Na. He merely strolled around. When they reached a corner out of sight of the others, he took Shali Na's hand, and utilizing his extraordinary perception sprinted down the street, shaking off the three. Oh no, we forgot that Xiao Zhi has superpowers and can easily sense us. Xiao Gang looked around the bustling street, slapping his forehead, finally remembering that Xiao Zhi had superpowers and could sense them. Oh, Xiao Zhi actually has superpowers. How come I've never heard him mention this? Samu exclaimed in surprise upon hearing their conversation. Didn't Xiao Zhi tell you? Xiao Xia asked curiously. No, Samu thought for a moment, and shook her head firmly. This kid actually hides something from me. I wonder if Xiao Na knows about it. After Samu finished complaining, the group fell into a moment of silence. What should we do now? Xiao Gang looked at the two, feeling that this situation couldn't continue, and finally spoke up. Forget it, since Xiao Zhi doesn't want us to see, there's nothing we can do. He'll leave the young people's matters to them to decide. Samu sighed and spoke softly. Aren't you worried that Xiao Zhi might do something bad to Shali Na? Xiao Xia, seeing Samu's complete lack of concern for Shali Na, couldn't help but ask curiously. I've known Xiao Zhi for several years. I know his character in this regard very well. Samu smiled and retorted. You and Xiao Zhi have traveled together for almost a year. Could it be that you still don't know what kind of person he is? No, we trust Xiao Zhi's character very much. It's just that seeing you completely unconcerned makes us curious. Don't worry, I've met Xiao Zhi's mother Huazi. If this kid really dares to bully Xiao Na, he will have to answer to my fist, and see whose is harder compared to Huazi's. Samu raised her fist, speaking fiercely, then laughed heartily. She had no worries about whether Xiao Zhi would bully Shali Na. After all, the children have grown up, and are at an age where they dislike adults knowing their privacy. The only regret Samu had was that Shali Na was unwilling to inherit her ranch. However, because Xiao Zhi had specifically mentioned this matter to her, she was convinced by him, and had not thought of letting Shali Na inherit her ranch since then. Seeing that Samu had already agreed, Xiao Gang and Xiao Xia had nothing more to say. They exchanged glances without uttering a word. After all, they also believed that Xiao Zhi would not do such a thing. Xiao Zhi, on the other hand, had taken Shali Na to a scenic seaside. Phew, Xiao Zhi, why are we running? Shali Na asked in confusion. That's because Auntie and my two companions haven't left. They're secretly watching us. Do you want them to see what we're doing? Xiao Zhi unexpectedly said something that could be misinterpreted, and sure enough, after hearing him, Shali Na's face flushed, and she lowered her head, quickly becoming shy. Xiao Zhi, how can you say something so easily misunderstood? Shali Na stuttered like her brain had short-circuited, struggling for a while before managing to say a complete sentence. What? Shali Na, what are you talking about? I just meant that it's not good for us to stroll around with 3 stalkers behind. Where did you get that idea, Shali Na? Xiao Zhi looked at Shali Na's adorable expression, grinning as he bent down to see her flushed face, finding it quite amusing. Shali Na was startled by the suddenly appearing face, losing her balance as she stepped back, her body swaying and ultimately falling backward. Watch out! Xiao Zhi shouted anxiously, using his quick reflexes to catch Shali Na turning around so that they faced each other, both lost in each other's eyes. Are you okay? Xiao Zhi instinctively asked. I am fine. Shali Na, regaining her composure, blushed and shook her head like a child who had done something wrong. What surprised them the most was that Xiao Zhi held on to Shali Na for a long time, not letting go, both embracing each other, feeling their breaths and heartbeats, creating an ambiguous atmosphere. The most irritating part was that Xiao Zhi, this guy, continued to hold on to Shali Na without releasing her, indulging in the fragrance of the girl as if he were a lecher. Xiao Zhi, can you let me go? I'm about to suffocate. After being held for a long time, Shali Na blushed and quietly spoke. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhi was momentarily overwhelmed with emotions. If it weren't for the thoughts of a maximum of 10 years haunting him, he might have lost control. All right. After hearing Shali Na's request, Xiao Zhi feigned ignorance and finally released her. The next two wandered along the seaside until sunset, admiring the scenery around them, resembling a couple watching the sun disappear together, and even taking photos to commemorate. This scene continued until night fell. When they left, the two looked back reluctantly. When returning to the hotel to rest, Xiao Zhi also checked his next opponent. Upon reviewing, he found that the opponent was still the same as in the original story, with no changes. This is the Rock Arena, and the second match has already begun. Competitor Xiao Zhi is as formidable as yesterday, having single-handedly defeated 2 Pokémon with just 1. We wonder if Xiao Zhi can continue his 1 versus 3 streak like he did yesterday. How exciting it is. The commentator looked at the laid-back Gengar on the battlefield, seemingly under no pressure, making his commentary even more lively. Go Nidalino. Gengar Shadow Ball. Seeing the opposing Pokémon appear, Xiao Zhi wasted no time and launched his attack. Nidalino avoid the opponent's attack and charge in to use Horn Drill. The commands from both sides fell Nidalino infused normal-type energy into its horn, forming a dazzling white drill, and charged towards Gung-Gue without hesitation. Hee. Gung-Gue with a chuckle conjured multiple shadow balls from both hands, as if it had limitless energy, hurling them out rapidly. In no time, countless shadow balls were flying from Gung-Gue's hands. Nidalino looked at the numerous incoming shadow balls and couldn't help but concentrate a great deal of attention on evading the opponent's attacks. After dodging for what felt like ages, the horn drill that had formed on its horn had already dissipated as it focused entirely on avoiding Gung-Gue's shadow balls. Wow, Xiaoji's Gung-Gue is truly unexpected. After 3 continuous battles, it can still unleash so many shadow balls. It's simply incredible. It seems like the ghostly energy within is inexhaustible. Clearly Xiaoji's Gung-Gue is very strong, having conserved energy from the previous battles. The commentator observing the battle couldn't help but express his amazement. The audience was also silently hoping that Xiaoji's Gung-Gue could replicate the 1 versus 6 scenario from yesterday. Now seeing Gung-Gue's prowess, the opposing trainer was left with no chance to retaliate, and the audience's hearts were racing with excitement, as if they were the ones commanding Gung-Gue on the field. Gung-Gue stopped playing around and finished the battle. Xiaoji glanced at Serena in the audience, eagerly voiced, "Hee." Upon hearing this, Gung-Gue chuckled, then vanished like a ghost, suddenly appearing behind Nidalino and smashed a shadow ball down onto the opponent's back. By the time Nidalino reacted, it merely turned to look and saw the shadow ball crashing into its body. Boom. The shadow ball struck Nidalino, producing a loud noise and sending up a cloud of dust. Nidalino had just dodged for so long and was already fatigued, and now taking this hit. When the dust settled, Nidalino's condition was suddenly clear. Nidalino, the opposing trainer, seeing his Pokémon in such a state, shouted in alarm. Amazing. It was truly spectacular. Our Xiaoji has once again achieved a 1 versus 3 victory. We wonder if in the third match he can continue to accomplish a 1 versus 3 victory and win the match. Let's wait and see. Now let us congratulate our Xiaoji for winning this match and qualifying for the third round of the league. The commentator shouted excitedly upon witnessing this result. As the commentator's words faded, the venue erupted in enthusiastic applause and cheers celebrating Xiaoji's advancement to the third round of the league. After the match concluded, Xiaoji couldn't wait to recall Gung-Gue, then left without looking back to meet up with his friends. Once out of the arena, Xiaoji saw Serena and others waiting for him at the exit, including Xiao Mao and Xiao Chun. "Xiaoji, you're amazing. You've won again, getting closer to the championship." Serena walked up to Xiaoji and congratulated him. "Thank you, Serena. With your good wishes, I believe I can definitely win the championship." Xiaoji smiled, displaying a confident grin. "Yes, I believe you can do it too." Serena nodded gently. Xiao Mao put his hands on his hips, making a funny face before starting to tease. Yes, our young master Xiao Mao is the strongest." Xiao Mao put his hands on his hips, making a funny face before starting to tease. Yes, our young master Xiao Mao is the strongest. "I believe you will definitely be my rival before I become champion, right, Serena?" After teasing Xiao Mao, Xiaoji didn't forget to ask Serena next to him. Yes, I believe Xiao Mao can become Xiaoji's rival." Serena, watching the two bicker, couldn't help but smile and nodded. Good to know." Xiao Mao proudly lifted his head, then awkwardly added, "Today's match was good, worthy of being a lifelong rival, displaying my style. They'll continue to work hard tomorrow." Yes, my young master Xiao Mao." Xiaoji replied with exaggerated indifference. Xiao Chun and Serena exchanged glances, finally revealing a look of helplessness. "Congratulations, Xiaoji. You've won once again. It turns out you not only have talent in research, but also considerable talent among Pokémon trainers. Truly someone Serena has her eye on." At this moment, Samu's voice came, and she couldn't resist teasing Serena with the last sentence. "Mom." Upon hearing Samu's words, Serena's face flushed, and she shot an angry glance at her mother, secretly glancing at Xiaoji. Upon discovering the smile on the other person's face, her face turned even redder, as if she were at risk of turning into steam at any moment. "Lily, are you okay? Your face is so red, you wouldn't be running a fever, would you?" Xiaoji pretended to know nothing and reached out to touch her forehead. "Oh, Xiaoji, you don't need to worry about me, I'm fine." Serena shook her head like a bobblehead, afraid that he would notice her embarrassment. Seeing Serena in this state, she couldn't help but find it amusing, but said nothing further. Beside them, Samu also noticed her daughter's limit, merely smiling, without continuing to tease. After chatting for a while, the group parted ways to attend to their own matters. Xiao Mao and Xiao Chun left first, because Xiao Mao still had a match. Xiao Gang, Xiao Xia, and Samu also seemed to have realized that Xiaoji didn't like being seen on a date, so they left on their own this time, not following them like yesterday. In the end, only Xiaoji and Serena remained, exchanging smiles before deciding to stroll around and enjoy some delicious food. Time passed swiftly. It had been 2.5 days since the match at the Xiaoji Rock venue. The league competition had already progressed to the 4th round. In the third round at the ice field, Xiaoji unleashed his wind speed dog to dominate the match once again, defeating 3 opponents and advancing to the 4th round. However, Xiaoji had yet to begin, whereas Xiao Mao was already in action. At that moment their group was watching Zaimeo's match and cheering him on. The match on the field had reached a fever pitch, marking the final round. Xiao Mao sent out Nidoking while his opponent Jimu deployed Geodude. The two sides exchanged glances, intently watching each other, waiting for the opponent to make the first move. In the silence, the first to lose patience was Xiao Mao, who initiated an attack signal. Nidoking used Horn Attack. Upon receiving the command, Nidoking immediately charged towards Geodude's position. However, due to the opponent's smaller size, Nidoking's attack did not connect. Instead, Geodude skillfully took advantage of its compact stature to evade the attack. As it dodged the attack, Geodude astonishingly grabbed Nidoking's horn with its arm. Geodude's immense strength allowed it to effortlessly lift Nidoking with a single hand. Nidoking break free. Faced with this unexpected situation for the first time, Xiao Mao panicked and shouted, "Throw it down," like in the Earth games. Seeing the opportunity, Jimu did not hesitate to issue commands, providing Xiao Mao no chance to react. After receiving the command, Geodude firmly held Nidoking with both arms and leaped into the air, easily taking Nidoking with it. Upon landing, it slammed Nidoking into the ground, rendering it completely unable to fight and causing it to faint. However, after defeating Nidoking, Geodude became quite arrogant, stomping heavily on Nidoking's face. This moment was simply humiliating. Xiao Mao watched the scene before him, gritting his teeth in frustration as he gazed at the results on the field, feeling a wave of desolation, unable to believe what was happening. With his current strength, not even making it to the finals left Xiao Mao feeling very discontented. He did not want to accept this, yet he had to, as the harsh truth lay before him. At that moment, Zaimeo's pride was utterly shattered, allowing him to realize an important lesson. There are always those stronger than oneself. In a daze, Xiao Mao retrieved Nidoking and left. Xiaoji glanced at the arrogant Jimu on the field, feeling a twinge of displeasure. If he ever had the chance to face that guy on the field, he would definitely take him down in a humiliating fashion. Yes, he decided to use that particular Pokémon. Xiaoji thought to himself, already formulating a strategy. Xiao Mao actually lost. Brock, witnessing the situation on the field, was momentarily incredulous. Wasn't he always confident? Misty said, looking at the heartbroken Xiao Mao in disbelief. Xiao Mao. Xiaochun looked concernedly at the disheartened Xiao Mao. Xiaoji. Serena glanced at the dejected Xiao Mao before her gaze shifted to the silent Xiaoji. Xiaoji smiled and shook his head, indicating that he was not bothered. Losing this battle might not necessarily be a bad thing. After all, he has had it too easy relying on Professor Okido, and without experiencing hardships, how can one truly grow? This defeat might just temper his sharpness. That's true, Xiaochun agreed, feeling reassured by Xiaoda's words, and smiled, no longer feeling sorrowful. She knew that this trial might be the opportunity for Xiao Mao to overcome his excessive arrogance. Alright, let's go comfort him, Xiaoji said, seeing the situation and not saying anything more, leading everyone to greet Xiao Mao. The scene shifted to Xiao Mao, who, feeling lost, walked out of the competition venue. Upon seeing several familiar figures and him in the distance, his already low spirits sank even further. However, one person remained silent in offering comfort. Xiao Mao, who was already focused on Xiaoji, naturally noticed that this person, Xiao Mao, opportunities are not limited to just one. We can always come back next time, the others echoed in unison. However, one person remained silent in offering comfort. Xiao Mao, who was already focused on Xiaoji, naturally noticed that this person was quiet, thinking they were waiting to mock him later. After all, he had been treated this way in the past. But after some time, the person still did not say anything to ridicule him. If you want to laugh, just laugh. Xiao Mao, you have disappointed me greatly, Xiaoji said, shaking his head in disappointment after hearing Zaimeo's heart raced with a thump, his expression becoming even more dejected. The surrounding crowd gasped in shock upon hearing Xiaoda's words, eager to intervene. However, before they could, Xiaoji had already spoken. You have truly let me down. Why did you think I would definitely mock you? Is it because you often speak nonsense in my ear that I would certainly mock you? No, I've never taken those words to heart, and I would never use them to mock you. To me, mockery is merely a necessary step I must take on my path. Every successful individual encounters this, and every word spoken before success transforms into steps towards achieving it. Mockery and ridicule are just fleeting hardships in the eyes of a successful person. If you as my opponent stop here, how can you be worthy of being my rival? To me, mockery is merely a necessary step I must take on my path. Every successful individual encounters this, and every word spoken before success transforms into steps towards achieving it. Smart as he was, Xiao Mao understood the meaning behind Xiaoda's words and felt moved, nearly shedding tears of. Xiao Mao opened his mouth, unsure of what to say. Accustomed to being proud, he could only blush and turn his head away softly, saying, "Thank you, Xiaoji." What are you saying? Honestly, I used to have trouble hearing, so I didn't tell you all. What did you just say? I didn't catch that. Say it again, louder please. Xiaoji, pretending to have selective hearing, incredulously leaned and glancing at Xiaomao. Go to hell, if you didn't hear it, you didn't hear it. Xiaochun, we should get going. Xiaomao, flustered by Gyarados' teasing, quickly grabbed Xiaochun's hand and left without looking back. What a pity. Xiaoji sighed after watching Xiaomao's retreating figure, expressing his regret once. Xiaomao, what a pity. Isn't Xiaomao back to his old self? What's there to regret? Serena questioned, looking puzzled by Gyarados' comment. It's a shame that the kid didn't say it again. I just started recording, and he didn't apologize. What a pity. I had wanted to play it every time I saw him in the future. What a pity, truly a pity. Xiaoji sighed again, shaking his head as he took out his phone, which had just opened the recording app. The others were left speechless upon hearing this. Thus, Xiaomao's competition came to an end. However, the journey of life continued. In the fourth round of the Quartz League preliminaries, Xiaoji and his opponent Xuanzi engaged in a qualifying match on the grass arena. The match result was as usual. He easily defeated 3 opponents to win, showing no leniency, just because his opponent was a girl, giving her due respect. Xiaoji officially advanced to the top 16 of the Quartz League. In the original story, Xiaoji lost to his opponent Ahong, thus stopping at the top 16. However, with Gyarados' current strength, advancing to the top 16 was as effortless as drinking water. He easily defeated his opponent and advanced to the top 8, where his opponent was Jimu, who had just defeated Xiaomao. It was truly a twist of fate, as just the day before he had wished to avenge Xiaomao. This opportunity had come. If Xiaoji didn't achieve a clean sweep, he would feel unworthy of being a father. After all, Xiaomao was someone he had raised since childhood, and in a way he was like a half-father to him. Now that his child had lost, he had the chance to help him take revenge, so naturally he needed to avenge his ungrateful child. With this thought, Xiaoji couldn't help but sigh. He truly worried too much for Xiaomao. Xiaoji walked into the arena, standing on the battlefield looking at the confident Jimu across from him, and revealed a friendly smile. What a narrow road for enemies. Both contestants have entered the arena, so let the match begin. The green side is contestant Xiaoji and the red side is contestant Jimu. Go, Donphan. Jimu threw out his Pokeball, releasing Donphan. Go, Venusaur. Donphan did. Jimu signaled the first attack. Donphan received the command, quickly digging into the ground with its hands before burrowing in. Earthquake. Upon seeing the command given by his opponent, Xiaoji decisively issued his order. Venusaur, upon hearing this, raised its foot aggressively and stomped down hard. In an instant, the earth shook violently, and the terrifying tremor forced Donphan out from underground. After emerging, Donphan stumbled like a drunken man. Good opportunity. Venusaur used Magical Leaf on him now. Xiaoji seized the chance and hurriedly commanded. Magical Leaves surrounded Venusaur, swiftly attacking Donphan. Jimu also wanted Donphan to dodge, but unfortunately, he could not wake Donphan from its confused state. And Venusaur's attack was exceedingly swift, thus Jimus Donphan was easily defeated. In less than 2 rounds, the first Pokemon had lost its fighting capability. Xiaoji had once asked Professor Okido to have his experienced and powerful Dragonite help train his Pokemon. Professor Okido, being naturally helpful, was very willing to assist Xiaoji since Xiaoji was his assistant and someone he had known since childhood. Thus, whenever Xiaoji sent his Pokemon back to Professor Okido's laboratory, they would generally receive training and battle experience from the champion-level Dragonite, as well as from many powerful Pokemon in the lab. Their battle experience surged, and with Gyarados' customized training methods for each Pokemon, their experience combined with their inherent strength, making Gyarados' Pokemon exceptionally powerful. However, poor Professor Okido had to treat the injured Pokemon almost every day. Donphan. Jimu looked at his Donphan, who had lost its fighting ability, and reluctantly recalled it. At that moment, Jimu felt an overwhelming pressure from Xiaoji. It was as if a mountain was pressing down on him, rendering him immobile. Before the battle, he had already gathered information about Xiaoji, and upon learning that Xiaoji had defeated all his opponents with just 1 Pokemon, he had scoffed at it. He thought Gyarados' opponents were too weak, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to sweep them all. But now, facing Xiaoji personally and feeling his strength, he realized it wasn't that Gyarados' opponents were weak, but the opponent's strength was indeed overwhelming. Damn it. Jimu gritted his teeth, casting aside all his thoughts. He believed that it was merely due to a type advantage that Xiaoji was so dominant, and thus he sent out his next Pokemon. When he witnessed Venusaur defeat his 3 Pokemon in succession, Jimu was thoroughly intimidated by Gyarados' formidable strength. Although Venusaur appeared quite fatigued now, he knew that his 3 Pokemon had already been defeated, while the opponent still had 5 Pokemon yet to be sent out. This match was entirely a display of overwhelming strength from his opponent, rendering him powerless to fight back. Am I really going to stop here? Jimus' face turned pale as he faced such a battle. The weight of the mountain seemed to increase, almost. Go, Nidoking, I entrust you with this. Venusaur, are you still able to fight? Seeing Venusaur panting and fatigued, Xiaoji couldn't help but inquire. It must be said that Jimu was indeed very strong. Previously, Venusaur had dealt with other opponents effortlessly without any pressure, and every battle had ended within a couple of rounds. Yet now facing Jimu, it took 3 or 4 rounds to defeat his Pokémon, leading Xiaoji to feel that Jima's strength was far superior to the minor opponents he had encountered. After all, Venusaur was now at a quasi-champion level, so it naturally handled other Pokémon easily. Venusaur looked back at Xiaoji and nodded, indicating it was still capable. Then let's have you fight one last round. Xiaoji decided to let Venusaur fight this last round regardless of whether it won or lost. He would recall it afterward. Hearing this, Venusaur could only nod helplessly. Venusaur used Leech Seed. Since it was time for Venusaur to exit the battle, Xiaoji certainly wouldn't abandon his plan to annoy Jimu. Venusaur shot out several seeds from its mouth, landing at Nidoking's feet, taking root and sprouting. Nidoking had no time to resist and was quickly parasitized by the rooted leech seeds. After struggling briefly and finding itself unable to break free, it could only stare helplessly at what the opposing Pokémon planned to do next. Nidoking used Flamethrower. As soon as Jima's words fell, Nidoking opened its massive mouth, unleashing a column of fire that shot towards Venusaur. Hold your ground. Xiaoji was also prepared. Venusaur swiftly formed a barrier around itself, using its incredible speed and reflexes to shield against the incoming flamethrower. It's worth noting that Xiaoji had specifically trained Venusaur in the tactic of using Protect to serve as a trump card, which is why Venusaur could respond so quickly. Damn it. It was so close to succeeding. Jimu watched in frustration as Venusaur suddenly generated a shield that blocked the flamethrower, nearly grinding his teeth in anger. Following this, the combination of Protect and Leech Seed led to a glorious victory in this battle. After Venusaur won the match, Xiaoji decisively sent out his other Pokémon. With the formidable strength of Gyarados' Pokémon, he successfully won this match and advanced to the top for entering the semifinals. Having defeated Jimu and successfully avenged Xiaomao, Xiaoji walked alongside Selena on the beach, feeling the sea breeze and watching the sunset glow over the ocean. Everything was so wonderful. Xiaoji and Selena clung to each other like young lovers experiencing their first feelings of affection. Halfway through their walk, they suddenly stopped to admire the breathtaking scenery together. So beautiful, Xiaoji! Selena exclaimed, unable to contain herself as she gazed at the evening glow. Upon hearing this, Xiaoji turned his head and saw a slight blush on the girl's face, her eyes sparkling brightly in the reflection of the sunset, making her look truly stunning. Yes, just as beautiful as you. Xiaoji lost himself in admiration of her face and said impulsively, Xiaoji. Selena felt a rush of shyness upon hearing his words, her cheeks growing even rosier, resembling a blooming flower, utterly enchanting. Huh, Lena, you are so cute. Xiaoji couldn't help but laugh at the girl's bashful appearance. Honestly, it's just that you're too charming, and I can't help but say such things every time. Well, that's because our Selena is just too adorable. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to resist saying such things. Xiaoji chuckled, looking at Selena's lovely demeanor. You naughty Xiaoji, I don't want to talk to you anymore. Selena puffed up her cheeks and turned away, resembling a child throwing a tantrum. Don't, Lena, I was wrong. Xiaoji panicked when he saw that Selena was ignoring him, quickly admitting his mistake. Initially still sulking, Selena couldn't help but glance back when she heard Gyarados' apology. Seeing Gyarados' earnest expression softened her heart. But fine, I forgive you. Selena felt joy at the sight of Xiaoji yielding before her, confirming that he cared for her, which made her smile uncontrollably. Xiaoji. Selena began to speak, but suddenly paused as if struggling with something monumental. What's wrong? Xiaoji asked, puzzled by Selena's prolonged silence. Nothing. You must do your best in tomorrow's competition and win the championship. Selena encouraged with a lovely smile. Alright, I promise you, I will win the championship, Xiaoji replied with a smile, knowing what she really wanted to say, but choosing not to reveal it. After exchanging those words, the two resembled a pair of lovers in the sunset, quietly watching the sun dip below the horizon until it completely vanished into the night. Once back in his room, Xiaoji chatted with Xiaojiang about the upcoming competition, took a shower, and went to bed early to prepare thoroughly for tomorrow's match. After all, tomorrow's competition was not merely a simple semifinal. A night passed in silence, and soon it was time for the semifinals. This time Gyarados' opponent was a contestant named Ale. The two stood facing each other, waiting for the referee's signal without exchanging a word. Xiaoji took this match very seriously, although the previous rounds of the tournament had felt like a simple child. But now that he had reached the semifinals, it was clear that his opponent would not be simple, so Xiaoji thought it best to remain vigilant. Go Snorlax. Go Pidgeot. As the Pokémon were released, the match quickly began. Pidgeot used Quick Attack. Snorlax wait for the right moment and use Ice Punch. Ale shouted. Pidgeot spread its wings wide, glowing with white light, as it charged towards Snorlax at incredible speed. Snorlax allowed Pidgeot to rush at it, successfully channeling the Ice Punch, while keeping its eyes firmly fixed on the approaching target. Just as the attack was about to succeed, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Upon seeing Snorlax's Ice Punch, Pidgeot suddenly halted its attack and rapidly flapped its wings. A gust of wind whipped up, forming a tornado that surged towards Snorlax. Nanny! What's going on? Why did Gyarados Pidgeot suddenly turn into a tornado in the middle of the attack? The commentator was baffled by the sight. Pidgeot's tornado was powerful, although it did not lift Snorlax off the ground. The damage it caused was significant. Damn it, Ice Wind. Ale also found himself confused. However, facing such a strong opponent, he had no time to ponder. Just as he finished speaking, a freezing gust of wind surged toward Pidgeot from Snorlax. Yet Pidgeot remained unfazed by this scene. Under Gyarados' telepathic guidance, it used agility to evade and swiftly approached its opponent. The wing attack struck Snorlax hard, causing it to stagger back several steps before regaining its balance. Are you okay, Snorlax? Ale inquired. Snorlax shook its head, focusing once more on the flying Pidgeot, brimming with fighting spirit. That's good. Let's use Ice Beam next and show him the power of our bond. Snorlax let out a mighty roar, unleashing a gray-blue beam infused with bone-chill. Pidgeot, noticing the forceful attack from its opponent, skillfully dodged the ice beam with its agile body. However, even though the ice beam had been dodged, Snorlax refused to let this opportunity slip away, sweeping the area with its ice beam. Meanwhile, Pidgeot took advantage of its opponent's distraction, suddenly igniting with gray flames and accelerating rapidly to directly charge into Snorlax's ice beam attack, facing the challenge heat-in. The surrounding audience thought Pidgeot had foolishly lost its fighting ability, but what unfolded before them astonished everyone. At that moment, Pidgeot, utilizing its sky attack, actually withstood the ice beam and even advanced further, gradually surpassing it. Until the sky attack sent Snorlax flying, kicking up a cloud of dust and revealing that Snorlax had lost its fighting capability. Congratulations to the winner of this semi-final Xiaoji. The commentator exclaimed excitedly after the match concluded, announcing the result to the crowd. Ash smiled modestly in response to the thunderous applause, then turned away with quiet grace. Serena dashed over, beaming with excitement, and impulsively threw herself into Ash's arms to congratulate. Ash's scent was warm and comforting. She wished just for a moment that she could stay nestled in his embrace forever. That was her first thought upon falling into his arms. If it weren't for your support yesterday, I doubt I'd have made it to the finals. Truth be told, this victory belongs to you, Serena. Ash scratched the back of his head, bashful and sincere. Watching Serena sprint toward him, he couldn't help but smile, and instinctively drew her close, enfolding her in his arms. Noticing his gesture, Serena's cheeks flushed crimson with shy delight. You're simply too strong, Ash. It has nothing to do with me. She murmured, her face still burning as she looked. A youth truly knows no bounds. Already forgetting your mother the moment your childhood friend appears. And who, pray tell, brought her here? A teasing voice rang out from nearby. The future mother-in-law had arrived. Recognizing the familiar tone, Serena instantly realized who was teasing her. Mortified by her own impulsiveness, she quickly stepped back from Ash's embrace, though her blush lingered stubbornly. Mom, when did you get here? Serena asked, flustered. When? Well, her mother studied her daughter with a knowing, mischievous smile. Guess. Mom, you weren't here the whole time, were you? Serena's eyes widened as she recognized that familiar grin. Her mother had been watching their tender exchange from behind the whole time. At the thought, her face burned even hotter, embarrassment flaring into playful indignation. Mom, how could you stand there silently like that? Stamping her foot, Serena huffed in protest. All right, I admit it. Mom, sorry. It won't happen again, her mother replied soothingly, instantly softening her tone. Even as she spoke those words, she added silently to herself. Next time, I'll do it again. Congratulations, Ash. This afternoon is the grand finals. You win and you become champion of the Indigo League. Let me offer my congratulations in advance. Turning to Ash, Serena's mother offered her warmest praise. But it hasn't even begun yet. I'm blushing just hearing you say that. Ash replied, scratching his head sheepishly. How could it possibly be anyone else? You swept through every match single-handedly, 6 opponents in a row. If you don't win this championship, I'd suspect foul play behind the scenes. Serena's mother laughed heartily. You flatter me, Mom, Ash replied humbly, slightly embarrassed by her effusive. Just as her mother opened her mouth to continue, Serena interjected, Mom. Let Ash rest properly. He still has another match at noon. Fine, I understand. And here I thought you weren't even officially together, yet already your loyalty has shifted outward. Truly it breaks this fragile mother's heart. She nodded solemnly, then clutched her chest theatrically. Their light-hearted banter continued for some time before they finally parted ways, strolling cheerfully toward their pre-selected restaurant. On the Indigo League battlefield, Ash emerged from the contestants' tunnel, immediately greeted by roaring cheers and thunderous applause. What surprised him most was how many spectators chanted his name, not just among fans but across the entire arena. Yet recalling his opponent's profile, he understood why. His rival had simply been too arrogant, too dismissive, to earn affection from the crowd. After each victory, he refused even the smallest smile, turning away coldly without acknowledging his supporters, treating them as irrelevant. Ash, by contrast, always waved and smiled warmly before departing. A small gesture, yet one that resonated deeply. Still, any trainer who reached the grand finals was undeniably formidable. Ash knew better than to underestimate. His opponent was a haughty young man who entered the arena with arms crossed, his posture radiating utter disdain, as if Ash were unworthy of even a glance. Seeing such arrogance, Ash suddenly grasped why the crowd had rejected him. Since his rival refused to acknowledge him, Ash saw no reason to extend courtesy, remaining silent, poised awaiting the referee's signal. Though Ash said nothing, his opponent pressed on relentless. "So, you're the one who's bulldozed the tournament with a..." The young man glanced at Ash with condescending scrutiny, then scoffed before Ash could reply. "Looks rather unimpressive. All hype, no substance." Clearly resentful of Ash stealing his spotlight, he launched straight into mockery. "Go Arcanine." Ash didn't respond, only cast a single fleeting glance at his rival as though observing a clown performing for an empty stage, then calmly tossed his Pokeball. The greatest contempt is silence. And it worked. "You insolent brat, just wait until we clash. You'll regret this arrogance." Frustrated by Ash's indifference, the young man scowled and hurled his own Pokeball. "Crush everything, Tyranitar." Battle begins. The referee declared as both Pokemon took their positions. Tyranitar, Earth. With a thunderous stomp, Tyranitar shook the arena, ground trembling, walls shuddering. Arcanine, leap and unleash flame charge. Agile and swift, Arcanine vaulted skyward mid-quake, mouth wide open, unleashing a searing torrent of flame that struck true. Yet even as Arcanine soared and fired, the tremors caught it upon landing, sending it stumbling. "Is that all? I expected greatness. Seems you've merely ridden luck this far." His rival sneered, hoping to provoke Ash. "Arcanine, charge in and strike with Psychic Fang." Ash commanded coolly, still refusing to engage. Enraged by the dismissal, his rival's fury erupted. "Tyranitar, crush him. Keep him at bay. Use Heavy Slam." But Arcanine was faster, darting in before Tyranitar could react, sinking its fangs deep into its foe's. One bite delivered, Arcanine swiftly retreated, leaving Tyranitar stunned and reeling. Enraged, Tyranitar slammed its foot down again, catching Arcanine mid-retreat. Off balance, it tumbled hard onto the field. Tyranitar, Earthquake again. His rival crowed triumphantly. Unable to rise in time, Arcanine collapsed, rendered unable to battle. Thus ended Ash's first Grand Finals clash, with defeat. The silent Xiaoji said nothing but withdrew his wind speed dog. He glanced at his opponent, who looked quite pleased with himself and couldn't help but smile. "If I thought you were impressive. Is this all you got?" The young man, seeing his plan fail and noticing Xiaoji's calm demeanor, was infuriated and provocatively challenged him. Xiaoji still did not respond and released his Pokeball. Although the opponent's words were infuriating, given that he had just lost a match, retaliating would only encourage more insults. The most effective response would be to defeat his opponent with even greater strength. Moreover, nothing could be more satisfying than using one's own power to strike back. "Go Blastoise. I leave the next battle to you." Xiaoji threw out the Pokeball softly. "Kame." Blastoise adjusted his glasses and flashed a confident smile, giving Xiaoji a thumbs up. Seeing Blastoise's confident demeanor, Xiaoji couldn't help but smile. "Nice Blastoise Hydro Pump." He wasted no time and took the initiative while the opponent was still angry. "Watch out, Tyranitar," the young man exclaimed in shock, giving commands. Tyranitar, a dual-type Pokemon of ground and rock, was particularly vulnerable to water-type moves, facing a 4x weakness. If hit by Hydro Pump, it would surely definitely lose its ability to battle. Unfortunately, Blastoise's attack speed was too fast. Before Tyranitar could react, the water column shot forth like a cannonball, hitting Tyranitar before it could even respond. It should be noted that Xiaoji included both speed and accuracy in all his Pokemon training. Furthermore, the young man, in his state of embarrassment and anger, failed to notice that Xiaoji had already given commands through telepathy. "Damn it." The young man, seeing Tyranitar incapacitated, nearly ground his teeth in frustration. "You have psychic abilities, don't you? Otherwise your Pokemon couldn't possibly issue attack commands on its own for no reason." The young man stared fixedly at Xiaoji. "You've said plenty. Are you still going to compete? Stop whining like a little girl while playing a match." Xiaoji finally snapped, unable to contain his irritation. Fine. This is your fault. I will defeat you with this Pokemon." The young man repeated the word fine 3 times, his forehead veins popping, clearly enraged. "Enough with the nonsense, kid. You've got a case of Chinibu. You should go see a doctor. If this continues, I'll have to worry about what kind of child your father has produced, spouting so much crap every day." After listening to so much of the young man's drivel, Xiaoji finally couldn't hold back and retorted. "Even a clay figurine has some fire in it, let alone Xiaoji." The opponent had been blabbering and provoking him since before the battle began, and he could no longer endure it. However, considering he had grown up in his past life, he had no desire to bicker with a child who hadn't even hit puberty. Now, with his opponent still rambling after losing, he snapped back on the spot. Hearing Xiaoji's words, the young man's face flushed red with anger as he finally entered battle mode. "Let me show you my trump card. Come forth, my Zapdos." The young man pulled out a Master Ball and striking a dramatically Chinibyu pose launched it with a 360-degree spin. In a flash of white light, a large bird appeared covered in yellow feathers with some black feathers on its back, sporting a long and sharp beak resembling a bird with spiked feathers. No wonder this kid is so arrogant, constantly mocking me. It turns out he is a legendary Pokémon and feels it. Xiaoji was a bit surprised to see his opponent with a Zapdos, but showed no excessive reaction. After all, it was just a Zapdos, not the one with Lugia, which was not to be feared. Even if the one with the deity appeared, Xiaoji would not fear it. Legendary Pokémon also have their own species, it's just that their numbers are fewer. Among these species, some powerful and long-lived Pokémon are very famous, which has led to this group being dubbed legendary Pokémon. This has resulted in many people mistakenly believing that just because one has a member of a legendary species they are invincible. This foolish guy clearly belongs to that category, completely unaware that the legendary Pokémon he possesses could be easily defeated by him. Although Xiaoji understood this, the majority of the audience did not. Wow! Who would have thought that player Fujiki would possess a legendary Pokémon like Zapdos? It's truly exciting. How will Xiaoji as Fujiki's opponent face such a challenge? At this moment, the commentator suddenly appeared to assert his presence. Upon witnessing Fujiki's legendary Pokémon, the audience began to believe that Xiaoji would likely lose this match. Those who had originally supported Xiaoji suddenly felt disheartened, believing that he was destined to lose this match. Haha, see. Are you scared now? Fujiki, seeing that everyone believed he would win, became even more arrogant and continued to provoke Xiaoji. You idiot. However, facing Fujiki's words, Xiaoji responded simply. The damage was minor, but the insult was strong. Is that so? Then just watch. Upon hearing Xiaoji's words, Fujiki's expression darkened. Do you know that the one thing I dislike most in my life is these legendary Pokémon losers? Huh, what nonsense are you spouting? Fujiki looked at Xiaoji as if he were an idiot. The moment Xiaoji saw Zapdos, he suddenly recalled the legendary Pokémon from the original story, which the protagonist encountered during the Sinnoh League Championship, where he had lost to the champion and missed out on victory. It had doused his excitement with cold water. Thinking of this, his expression darkened as he decided to take it out on Fujiki. When he travels to Sinnoh in the future, he will deal with that legendary Pokémon. Your Pokémon reminds me of something unpleasant. How dare you, a mere bug, dance with me? Xiaoji said in a calm tone, pulling down his cap to obscure his face. A terrifying aura emanated from Xiaoji. Listen to my voice and resonate with me, Blastoise. He took out the Mega Stone and held it to his chest, declaring loudly. Enveloped in the radiance of evolution, Squirtle underwent a striking transformation. Its size remained unchanged, yet its appearance was utterly altered. Its dual cannons fused into a single elongated cannon mounted upon its back, while one additional cannon emerged on each forearm. Wow! Never in our wildest dreams did we anticipate that Satoshi's Squirtle would undergo such an extraordinary, unprecedented second evolution. What could possibly explain this phenomenon? It is nothing short of miraculous. Squirtle's evolution has evidently not reached its terminus. Proof that Pokémon still harbor countless mysteries beyond humanity's current understanding. Scientific inquiry must press ever onward. Speaking of research, I recall something remarkable. Our very own competitor Satoshi holds a doctorate. Indeed, he published multiple groundbreaking papers and earned his Ph.D. at the astonishing age of 8, the youngest in recorded history. Unbelievable. The young man standing before us today, not only a Pokémon trainer, but also a certified doctor. Truly a prodigy, his brilliance shines even in the crucible of the Pokémon League finals. The commentator, eyes wide with astonishment, recited these facts from his dossier with palpable disbelief. Audience members throughout the arena gasped in unison. Viewers watching from home reacted with equal awe, and perhaps even greater fervor. Audience members throughout the arena gasped in unison. Viewers watching from home reacted with equal awe. Meanwhile, far away in Pallet Town, within Professor Oak's research laboratory, Professor Oak sat beside Satoshi's mother Hanako, riveted before their television screen, watching the Indigo Plateau tournament unfold. At the moment of Mega Evolution, Professor Oak recoiled in sheer disbelief, lunging forward so abruptly that he pressed his face flush against the screen, blinking rapidly, as if doubting the veracity of his own sight. This. After verifying the broadcast repeatedly, he trembled violently, jabbing a quivering finger toward the screen, utterly speechless. Professor, surely this is excessive. Hanako remarked, half amused, half perplexed by his theatrical display. So, that boy, Satoshi, has been conducting clandestine research behind my back without inviting me to collaborate. How times change. Now he's grown, harboring secrets of his own. Clutching his chest in mock anguish, Professor Oak stared at Squirtle's mega-evolved form on screen, a picture of betrayed camaraderie, evoking both sympathy and gentle laughter. Hanako couldn't help but chuckle at his comical distress. Though she did not grasp the full scientific significance, seeing Professor Oak's profound shock led her to suspect this discovery would reverberate across the globe. The thought filled her with immense maternal pride. After all, what parent would not rejoice at witnessing their child achieve greatness? Let's go Hanako now, Professor Oak declared, suddenly dashing toward the Pokeball storage chamber and emerging moments later clutching a single sphere. Where are we going? Hanako asked, puzzled. To the Indigo Plateau, of course. Don't you long to witness Satoshi claim the championship? Professor Oak replied matter-of-factly. So soon. No time for delay. We must depart immediately, he urged. But how? Booking transport now would be impossible. Hanako sighed in exasperation. We'll travel. Professor, given your age, are you certain you're up to it? Hanako asked, glancing at him with gentle Professor Oak paused, then declared resolutely, do not worry. I may be older now, but once I too was a seasoned trainer. My strength remains unbroken. Very well, Hanako conceded, seeing his unwavering resolve. Here, this is Satoshi's Pidgeot. As his mother, you're the perfect trainer for it. He extended the Pokeball toward her. Pidgeot for me. But what will you ride, Professor? She asked curiously. Oh, anything will do, he replied breezily. Huh. As Hanako watched, bewildered, Professor Oak lifted his lips and let loose a long, piercing whistle. A colossal shadow descended swiftly from the horizon, landing before them with thunderous grace. Only then up close did Hanako realize Professor Oak intended to ride Dragonite. Assured of his fitness, Hanako released Satoshi's Pidgeot, established rapport with the majestic bird, and together they soared toward the Indigo Plateau. Back at the stadium, Squirtle has evolved. Again. Fujiki stared stunned at the transformed creature. Humph. Provincial bumpkin, Satoshi scoffed, rebutting Fujiki's earlier taunts with effortless biting. You. Fujiki bristled with fury. You'll see no coffin before you surrender. Victory rests firmly with me, empowered by a legendary Pokémon. Mega Evolution isn't mere power. It's the crystallization of bond and trust. To think a mere Electabuzz could overcome us. A delusion worthy only of a provincial bumpkin. Satoshi fired back, unrelenting. Enough talk, let's fight. Enraged and humiliated, Fujiki realized his verbal barbs were no match, and gritted his teeth in silent fury. Squirtle, Dark Pulse. Satoshi commanded. Fujiki smirked coldly, Electabuzz. Dark energy coalesced rapidly within Squirtle's dorsal cannon, surging forth as a devastating wave aimed directly at Electabuzz. Electabuzz stood motionless, yet wove an invisible translucent barrier before itself, absorbing and attenuating the Dark Pulse. Fujiki expected Light Screen to have the damage, yet Squirtle's Dark Pulse, amplified by its ability Mega Launcher, struck with undiminished force, even after mitigation. Electabuzz cried out in sharp pain upon impact. Impossible. I deployed Light Screen. Why does the damage feel so severe? Fujiki shouted in bewilderment, drawing a fleeting, appraising glance from Satoshi. Truly worthy of the finals, he discerned the anomaly instantly. Hydro Pump. Satoshi ordered. No hesitation, no flourish. Mega Evolution demanded stamina, and though Satoshi's endurance rendered the toll negligible, his Pokemon's reserves remained uncertain. Yet Electabuzz could not afford delay. Thunderbolt. Fujiki snarled, committing fully. Squirtle's dorsal cannon unleashed a torrential Hydro Pump, precise, relentless, aimed straight at its. Electabuzz recoiled in alarm, hastily channeling electricity to erect a hasty Thunderbolt. But water conducts electricity, and the moment Thunderbolt met Hydro Pump, the current surged back along the aqueous stream, striking Squirtle directly. Simultaneously, Hydro Pump, unimpeded by the redirected lightning, continued its unstoppable advance, slamming into Electabuzz with crushing force. Amplified by Mega Launcher's 50 boost, and further doubled as a same-type attack, Hydro Pump's raw power remained terrifying even after Light Screen's attenuation. Squirtle absorbed Thunderbolt's surge, yet bore no injury. Instead, it savored the sensation, unshaken, unburdened. Electabuzz plummeted from the sky, defeated. Howie, your Squirtle took a direct Thunderbolt, yet stands unscathed. Fujiki cried, pointing incredulously. Why should I tell you? Satoshi retorted, coolly, turning away with a dismissive shrug. He had no intention of revealing that Squirtle's immunity stemmed from the Lightning Rod ability card, acquired through his system's daily login reward. Seeing that Xiaoji didn't want to pay him any attention, Tingmu felt even more irritated, but he didn't know what to scold him with, so he could only force himself to hold back his anger. Go Articuno. Tingmu threw out another Pokeball and shouted loudly, as if afraid others wouldn't know he had an Articuno. The Pokeball opened, revealing a large bird with ice blue feathers and vibrant plumage in front of everyone. No one expected that besides Zapdos, Tingmu also had a legendary bird, which was truly unbelievable. However, it remained to be seen whether Tingmu had gathered the fabled legendary birds, which was quite exciting. The commentator looked incredulous and even began to speculate. Hearing the commentator's words, Tingmu's smile slightly lifted at the corners. Am I poking a hornet's nest? Xiaoji looked at Articuno in the sky, speechless. Articuno used Ice Beam on the opponent. Tingmus' mouth twitched slightly, and without further ado, he went straight into action. After battling Xiaoji twice, he realized that this old six didn't play fair, always launching sneak attacks when he was speaking. This time it was finally his turn to be the old six. Being the old six for a moment feels great. Staying as the old six feels even better. This saying is true. Blastoise used Rock Slide. Although Tingmu sees the initiative, Xiaoji was not like Shiro, and as a super ability user his reaction speed was extremely fast. He quickly responded and devised a countermeasure. Articuno in the air received the attack command, and the Ice Beam was already shot out heading straight for Mega Blastoise. Blastoise gathered several boulders using rock energy, locking onto its target. Xiaoji had previously simulated enemies. One day Blastoise might encounter a flying-type Pokémon, and the only moves it could use against flying types were Rock Slide and Rock Tomb. So when he thought of this, he specially trained Blastoise's Rock Tomb, and it turned out to be useful today. As expected, Blastoise's Rock Tomb struck Articuno. For times the damage, the effect was outstanding. Articuno, hit by Rock Tomb, instantly lost its ability to battle and fell from the sky like a shooting star. Boom. The fallen Articuno's eyes turned into spirals, completely losing its combat ability. Seeing yet another legendary Pokémon lose its ability to battle, the crowd erupted in excitement, and although the match wasn't over, loud applause filled the arena. Xiaoji! 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 The audience began to cheer for Xiaoji as if they had already seen the champion's birth. Damn it! Tingmu felt a strong resentment upon seeing this scene. Clearly the match was still ongoing, yet everyone was shouting the name of his opponent, which was simply humiliating. Wow! I can't believe our Tingmu has actually collected the 3 legendary birds of Kanto. It's simply... wow! I can't believe our Tingmu has actually collected the 3 legendary birds of Kanto. It's simply unbelievable. The commentator couldn't help but exclaim. Seeing the commentator's shocked expression initially eased Tingmu's frustration, but he hadn't been happy for long when the next statement completely crushed him. It nearly made him spit blood. Now Dr. Shizensen has defeated 2 legendary birds, but will he be able to defeat the 3rd and complete the legendary 3 of Kanto? Let us wait and see. That damn guy Moltres attack with your legendary move. Tingmu was infuriated, nearly losing his sanity. Xiaoji looked at Tingmu in this state, seriously questioning whether this guy had lost his mind. Fire type against water type. Could it be that this guy wanted to take my title of Master of Reversed Attributes? Thinking of this, Xiaoji became serious. At that moment, he only had one thought in his mind: to stop his opponent from succeeding. Facing a Pokémon like Moltres, Xiaoji was actually under no pressure. He simply wanted to be cautious in case his opponent snatched his title. So he decided to give it his all, to show respect to his opponent and give him a fair fight. Blastoise used water. As soon as he finished speaking, Blastoise was about to move, only to find a familiar wave of energy suddenly surging into its body. Water energy and wave energy continuously flowed into the cannon, and thus the unprecedented first giant cannon water pulse was completed. Boom. Water pulse surged forth akin to a rocket launch racing towards Moltres. At that moment, Moltres had just completed its legendary move, colliding with water pulse. Bang. The 2 attacks collided, causing an explosion that raised a massive cloud of dust, obscuring the scene and making it hard to see what was happening inside. Moltres! Tingmu suddenly shouted loudly. Xiaozi, however, did not let his guard down as he sensed that Moltres had not lost its combat ability. Understanding the situation, Xiaozi wasted no time and issued his command directly. Blastoise, prepare a wave cannon. Xiaoda's eyes glowed blue, transmitting everything he sensed to Blastoise. Knowing its position, Blastoise's eyes lit up, and without playing fair, it directly fired a wave cannon. Having clearly understood the location, it easily struck its opponent amidst the dust. What the hell? You old six are cheating, launching a sneak attack without honor. Tingmu shouted in exasperation upon seeing this scene. As the dust settled, it was indeed true that Moltres had lost its combat ability. Wow, the strength of our Dr. Shizensen is truly formidable. He has actually defeated 3 divine birds in a single battle. I wonder if our player Tingmu possesses a spirit even stronger than the 3 divine birds. What an exciting prospect. The commentator, brimming with anticipation, continued to narrate while glancing at Tingmu. No wonder Dr. Shizensen is impressive. Tingmu's previously arrogant demeanor suddenly subdued. The 3 divine birds are indeed not the strongest spirits in my possession, otherwise I wouldn't have captured them. Upon hearing Tingmu's words, Ash squinted his eyes. It was indeed not a particularly strong spirit. Ash had already checked the opponent's information using the system, knowing that the strength of the 3 divine birds only reached the level of a quasi champion, with potential merely at the champion level. In contrast, the previous ironclad Tyrannosaurus had decent strength, nearly reaching the quasi champion. As for why the wind speed dog was defeated, the main reason was that it was countered by the opponent, combined with a significant difference in strength, which led to its loss. You talk too much. Since the beginning you've been chattering non-stop. Can't you ever stop? If you aren't annoyed, I certainly am. Ash's patience with Tingmu's loquaciousness had reached its limit. Without caring about the opponent's words, he shot back directly. This time Tingmu did not get angry. Instead, he took out a Pokeball, intending to let his strength speak. Go Dragonite. A flash of white light revealed a corpulent Dragonite on the field. Ugh. Ash used the system's function to check the opponent's strength and discovered that this Dragonite had Quasi Champion level power. After seeing Dragonite's strength, Ash understood why the opponent could capture the 3 divine birds. The opponent's background was not simple. They owned a Dragonite with Quasi Champion strength, managed to gather information on the 3 divine birds and captured them successfully. Even more impressive was that the opponent also had a Dragonite, a Quasi Divine Spirit. It is worth noting that almost all Dragonites in the Kanto region are gathered on Dragon Island, managed by the Yulong family, and wild Dragonites are exceedingly rare, making it extremely difficult to find one. The 3 divine birds and the Quasi Divine Spirit Dragonite. Just from these 2 points, the opponent's background strength was already evident. Which wealthy heir could be here playing around? Ash looked at Tingmu, racking his brain to think about the opponent's family background. After a long time, he had no impression at all. Finally, he simply gave up thinking. Dragonite Dragon Dance. Seizing the opportunity, while Ash was lost in thought, Tingmu gave the order. Not good, Blastoise, prepare your Hydro Pump, but do not let the opponent succeed. Ash was startled when he heard the opponent's move, and immediately guessed what the opponent intended to do. Dragonite's strength was indeed that of a Quasi Champion. Even a simple change in technique was completed in the blink of an eye. However, Blastoise's Hydro Pump was not to be underestimated. The Hydro Pump shot out from the cannon, and in the blink of an eye it appeared right in front of Dragonite. By this time Dragonite had completed Dragon Dance, gaining a boost, and with a simple sidestep it dodged the attack. This is troublesome. Ash saw that Dragonite had finished Dragon Dance and realized that defeating it would not be easy. Dragonite, Tingmu ordered loudly. Blastoise, defend quickly. Ash shouted. Dragonite summoned the ground energy within its body, causing the ground to shake violently, creating tremors. Blastoise felt the tremors underground and was taken aback, unable to prepare in time. Fortunately, Ash had already given the command. Hearing the order, a protective barrier formed around Blastoise, preventing it from taking damage. Blastoise Hydro Pump. Dragonite Outrage. In an instant, Blastoise's cannon gathered energy for a Hydro Pump. On Dragonite's side, it entered a state of rage from using Outrage. Its eyes turned red, and it glared ferociously, as if everyone were its enemy. With only Blastoise on the field, it was only natural that it became the target. Roar. Dragonite roared, and then charged wildly towards Blastoise. In its outraged state, Dragonite ignored Blastoise's Hydro Pump and allowed it to hit. The power of Hydro Pump was immense. Even though Dragonite felt an endless strength within itself, it was still pushed back a considerable distance by the attack. Great. Take the opportunity to strike. Blastoise used Blizzard. Ash saw a chance and immediately commanded. Not good. Tingmu sensed something was off and instinctively gave a defensive order. Dragonite, quickly defend. Even though the order was given, Dragonite was still in a state of outrage and had just regained its sanity without having attacked its target. The icy storm came crashing in, and having just been hit by Hydro Pump, Dragonite was already drenched. Before the blizzard even reached it, it began to freeze over. Dragonite had intended to follow the order to defend, but the blizzard had already reached it. Having already been hit by Hydro Pump, facing the blizzard now, it didn't take long for it to become encased in ice, transforming into a lifelike ice sculpture. The assault from the blizzard continued, and with Dragonite being 4 times weaker against Ice-type moves, it ultimately lost its ability to fight. Dragonite has been defeated. Tingmu stared at the newly transformed Blastoise, feeling as if he were numb. Was this new form really that powerful? Even someone as formidable as he was unable to overcome the opponent, and now he had already lost his 5th spirit in battle, yet he couldn't even force out the opponent's 3rd spirit. Could it be that the opponent was truly cheating? Tingmu could not fathom why Blastoise could defeat so many of his spirits. Although he had previously seen the opponent's information and understood their strength, Ash had essentially swept through every match without anyone forcing him to use his 4th spirit. This made it hard for him not to suspect that this person was indeed cheating. Well done. You've earned my grudging respect. If you win again, the championship is yours. Fujiki sneered, lips curling in reluctant concession. Ash. Truly, hearing such words was like hearing nothing at all. It was a statement that amounted to silence. If I win, the title is mine by right. Why would I need your permission? Go forth, my sandstorm sovereign, Banjira. With theatrical flair, Fujiki pressed a kiss to the Pokeball freshly drawn from his pocket before casting it aloft with practiced elegance. A flash of white light illuminated the arena, and there stood Banjira, colossal, armored in emerald scales, its silver square abdomen gleaming, jagged spines rising like royal scepters from its back. A sovereign incarnate radiating raw, unassailable might. Ash's eyes lit up at the sight of his long-dreamed-of Pokémon. All bloomed in his chest, even as he instinctively summoned his system interface to scan its level. The readout confirmed it level 79, nearly champion tier, just one step shy of ascension. Alas, its potential had plateaued, not by effort, but by innate limitation. Pity, though genuine, did not distract him from purpose. Go Blastoise. Offer Bangira a Psybeam as our formal greeting. Ash declared, voice brimming with spirited enthusiasm. Fujiki's lip twitched violently at the remark. Who in any sane world presents a Psybeam as a greeting? Only this ever-smiling boy would dare such audacity. Internally, Fujiki raged, but swiftly issued command, Bangira, dodge now. Psybeam was a fighting-type move, and Bangira suffered quadruple damage from such attacks. To stand still would be to repeat the humiliating knockout of the previous match. Bangira heaved its massive frame aside just as the Psybeam streaked past, grazing empty air. Bangira, watch out. At the warning, Bangira whirled, only to find without warning a towering cobalt figure looming before it, Blastoise fist coalescing with concentrated fighting energy into a devastating karate chop, descending like a thunderclap. Yet Bangira, veteran of countless battles, did not falter. In an instant it raised its arm, intercepting the blow with iron resolve. Bangira, even as it blocked the karate chop, agony seared through its limb, intense, shocking. For a Pokémon of Bangira's experience, pain was familiar, endurance second nature. Yet this strike struck deeper, so deeply it contorted Bangira's features into an involuntary grimace of distress, a reaction so alien, it left the Pokémon bewildered. Its instinct was sound. This karate chop carried an uncanny augmentation, stronger than any standard variant, even surpassing those delivered by fighting-type specialists. Bangira's perception was accurate. Behind Blastoise stood Ash, not merely trainer, but living conduit, a human-shaped cheat code channeling power directly into his partner. He poured ceaseless high-fidelity aura energy into Blastoise, and wove in the restorative force of the Viridian power, mending wounds in real time. To ensure victory over Bangira, Ash had even channeled his rarest, most potent tier-grade aura entirely into Blastoise, amplifying every fighting-type technique to extraordinary intensity. Had Bangira known, it might have turned a deeply skeptical gaze upon its own trainer, perhaps even voiced quiet, "Look at that trainer. Boundless aura support, flawless healing logistics. And what do you provide? Nothing. Not a single resource." Then inevitably the final cutting verdict. Without contrast, there is no wound. Fortunately, for everyone, Bangira remained blissfully unaware. Had it sensed the truth, the ensuing spectacle would have been unforgettable. Only then, when Bangira finally registered the anomaly, did it notice Blastoise was glowing. Not faintly, not warmly, but with a vivid, unsettling green luminescence that sent primal unease shivering down its spine. This unnatural hue ignited suspicion. Had this turtle been betrayed? Was that why its blows struck with such devastating force? The thought softened Bangira's stance. Understanding bloomed, not of strategy, but of shared sorrow. Bangira, it uttered softly, a rare gesture of empathy toward its opponent. Blastoise's face flushed Viridian with outrage. In that moment, the dignity of the ancient Jolteon lineage, its legacy as undisputed alpha, was grievously insulted. Came. Blastoise roared, voice cracking with fury, then launched itself forward in a relentless, self-directed assault. Thus began the surreal spectacle. Bangira fled, paws pounding the arena floor, while Blastoise pursued, unleashing barrage after barrage of techniques. And as Bangira ran, it cried out, not in fear but in plaintive rhythmic protest. The crowd sat frozen, utterly baffled. Two elite Pokémon, locked not in combat, but in a bizarre, breathless chase. Bangira, counterattack now. Why are you running? Fujiki shouted, bewildered, urging action. Bangira only shook its head, a silent, solemn refusal. That simple gesture deepened Fujiki's confusion into profound disorientation. What unseen rift had opened between them? One pursued with furious intent, the other fled with inexplicable reluctance. Fujiki clenched his fists, helpless adrift. Only Ash, who understood every nuance, stood unmoved, black lines etching his brow. He knew the battle was impossible. With perfect timing, he recalled Blastoise. Blastoise resisted, straining to re-enter, but Ash flooded it with soothing waves of Viridian power until its rage subsided into weary calm. Ash now grasped the truth. No duel could unfold between these two. Pikachu. Moved by Pikachu's fervent gaze, Ash found refusal impossible. Go forth, my partner. Pikachu, he declared, voice. You want to go in? Ash asked, startled, eyeing the legendary actor before him, equal parts impressed and wary. After all, this was the Pikachu, the Oscar-winning master of misdirection. Fine. If you insist, let's fight. Moved by Pikachu's fervent gaze, Ash found refusal impossible. Go forth, my partner. Pikachu, he declared, voice soaring with dramatic flourish. Pikachu, nice. Very cool. Truly worthy of being my trainer. Pikachu turned, gave Ash a thumbs up, and a wink. Up. Fujiki stared, disbelieving, at the small, unassuming yellow mouse now stepping onto the field. You're seriously sending that, a seemingly ordinary feeble electric type, to face my Banjira? Are you blind? If I chose it, your commentary is irrelevant. Shut your mouth. My team choices are none of your concern. Ash snapped back instantly, fierce protective, when Fujiki disparaged Pikachu. Insult him. Yes. But never, never, his family is partners, or Pikachu. Oh, except perhaps that worthless absentee father. Him you may mock freely. Underestimate him, and you'll pay dearly. Xiaoji shook his head. TCH, just a Pikachu. Fujiki scoffed. Then let's just wait and see. Xiaoji merely smiled at Fujiki's disdain. No further reply needed. In his eyes, this man who so casually dismissed Pikachu was already doomed to defeat. Pikapi. As if sensing Fujiki's contempt, Pikachu instantly tensed, focus sharpening like a blade drawn from its sheath. Banjira, use Earthquake. Pikachu, dash forward with quick attack and interrupt him. Fujiki commanded with unwavering confidence, victory already shimmering before his eyes. Xiaoji reacted instantly. Go Pikachu. The moment the words left his lips, Pikachu's limbs blurred, like miniature engines igniting, transforming him into a streak of light. In the blink of an eye, he slammed headlong into Banjira's rounded belly. Fujiki opened his mouth ready to mock this audacious little rodent, only for astonishment to freeze his tongue midair. Pikachu's diminutive frame struck Banjira's plump abdomen, not rebounding as expected but embedding itself like a living bolt of lightning. Instead, Banjira rocketed backward like a cannonball, crashing hard against the wall with a thunderous boom and a pained guttural cry. Fujiki's jaw dropped wide enough to swallow a fist. He never imagined such colossal force could dwell within that tiny yellow-furred creature, enough to hurl a titan like Banjira across the arena in one blow. Banjira, I believe in you. Stand up. Don't surrender now. Not when the championship is only one. Absolutely, absolutely we cannot yield. Fujiki roared, rallying his partner. Banjit. With a defiant roar, Banjira staggered upright and lumbered back onto the battlefield. Our last strike wasn't enough. Go Pikachu. Use Thunder Wave. Xiaoji wasted no time issuing his next command. He refused to grant his opponent even a breath to counter. Hold position. Xiaoji ordered. Fujiki echoed it instantly. Lightning crackled around Pikachu's paws, thunder hummed like 1,000 birds in flight. Then, like a shadow ninja, Pikachu vanished, reappearing before Banjira in a flash, slamming Thunder Wave into its protective barrier. Boom. The collision detonated. Smoke billowed thick and blinding, obscuring all within. Pika. A shriek pierced the haze. Suddenly Pikachu shot out like a projectile. Then from the smoke emerged a green fist crackling with emerald sparks. Banjira's midair Pikachu twisted, landing gracefully on all fours. Pikachu, Divine Judgment Eye. Xiaoji commanded, voice ringing like temple bells. Pikachu nodded solemnly, drawing a slender katana from its waistband. Golden arcs erupted, crackling radiant, while behind it a single golden eye materialized, then snapped open with terrifying intensity. That eye, celestial, unblinking, seemed to pass divine judgment upon the world. As Pikachu brought the blade down, shockwaves lifted its kimono like sacred banners caught in a storm wind. A blade forged from pure golden lightning cleaved downward, striking Banjira with cataclysmic force. Dust and smoke exploded outward, swallowing Banjira whole, obscuring its fate completely. Yet every spectator stood transfixed, stunned by that single breathtaking stroke. Even Fujiki stared breathless and awestruck. Even after the strike, the katana still pulsed with residual power, the divine judgment eye's essence lingering, golden arcs dancing along its edge. Just then the smoke parted, revealing Banjira motionless on the ground, utterly defeated. Wow. The winner of this Indigo League championship has been decided. Let's congratulate our champion, Xiaoji. Dr. Ji-san has claimed victory at the Indigo League. The commentator shouted, voice trembling with exhilaration, sparking thunderous applause and cheers across the stadium. Mom, did you see that? Xiaoji did it. He's the Indigo League champion. Serena cried, eyes shining with uncontainable. I saw it. Her mother nodded, then sighed with gentle exasperation. He hasn't even left home yet, and you're already like this. What will happen once he does? Mom, how embarrassing. Is this really the time to talk about that? Serena flushed crimson, ducking her head. Yes, I know, dear, her mother replied, indulgent and teasing. Gang, look, Xiaoji truly did it. He won the championship. Absolutely incredible. Indeed. Now we can proudly say, we stand beside the champion. Gang beamed, eyes crinkling with quiet pride. Because Gang and Xia had arrived earlier than Serena and her mother, their seats were scattered across different rows, so no shared celebration, no mutual congratulations. Just silent, radiant joy witnessed separately. Back with Xiaoji. You've won. The championship is yours. Fujiki sighed, quietly recalling Banjira into its pokeball, then offered a sincere bow. Thank you. Though our battle held moments of friction, I fully acknowledge your strength. Xiaoji nodded. It was true Fujiki had dispatched one of his strongest Pokémon outright, and later deployed another rivaling championship-tier power. His skill was undeniable. Sigh. I brought my family's most formidable Pokémon, and still couldn't best you. My cousin's scolding awaits me back home. Fujiki slumped, shoulders heavy with defeat. Your cousin? Xiaoji asked, puzzled. Ah, right. I forgot to introduce myself properly. I'm Ruji Fujiki. My cousin is Ruji Doku, the one who instructed me to provoke you during the match. Ah, I see now. So it was your cousin's doing. Xiaoji nodded, understanding dawning like sunlight breaking through. Xiaoji. Just then a familiar voice called from behind him. Mom. Xiaoji turned around in surprise, discovering that the person calling him from behind was indeed his mother. Moreover, Professor Otamaki was also coming over with Huazi. You little rascal, you secretly researched something behind my back, without telling me really now. Professor Otamaki gazed at Xiaoji with a resentful expression, recalling the scene he just saw on TV. Wait, Professor, how can you still ask me? I want to ask you, why is it that every time I see you after my trip my mom is always— Xiaoji listened to Professor Otamaki's words internally, rolling his eyes though he didn't voice it out loud. I already told you before, but it's just that you weren't interested, Professor. When did you tell me? How come I don't remember? Professor Otamaki was filled with questions, having no recollection of this matter at all. I mentioned it the day before I left for my trip. Was it at noon? Professor Otamaki pondered carefully his— Yes. Xiaoji nodded. Haha, so that's how it is. I was busy at that time, and didn't have time to reply to you. Professor Otamaki felt a bit embarrassed recalling that moment. At that time, he was seriously researching a new way to cook instant noodles. He remembered he had just casually brushed it off, and then there was nothing more. Thinking of this, Professor Otamaki couldn't help but shed tears of regret. How could he have thought that he would give up a whole forest for a cup of instant noodles? No matter how he thought about it, it felt like a— During that time, he thought Xiaoji was just researching other Pokémon evolution forms, so he didn't pay much attention, planning to let him develop his abilities on his own. Along the way, he thought Xiaoji would come and ask him some questions, so he could at least be involved. He had initially expected Xiaoji to ask him about it, but as time passed, he completely forgot about it. What he didn't expect was that Xiaoji kept quiet and conducted his research alone, not needing his guidance at all. Discover it, Professor. I haven't fully researched it yet. You can definitely participate. Looking at Professor Otamaki, Xiaoji could tell what he was thinking, so he gladly agreed. After all, this was an opportunity to leave a legacy, so it was no wonder Professor Otamaki wanted to get involved. Looking at Professor Otamaki, Xiaoji could tell what he was thinking, so he gladly agreed. After all, this was an opportunity to leave a legacy. Xiaoji smiled, nodded, and told a lie without batting an eye. In fact, with his photographic memory, Xiaoji could recall the Pokémon and evolution stones he had seen in his past life that were capable of mega-evolving. To be a bit shameless, Xiaoji had indeed fully researched it, and no longer needed the professor's help. However, out of respect for their long-standing friendship and assistance, he was still willing to collaborate on the research project. After all, the title of the top contributor was already his, and no one could take that away. Since he had already eaten the meat, he didn't mind letting Professor Otamaki have a taste of the soup. Thank you so much, Xiaoji. Professor Otamaki said with a hearty laugh. You're welcome, you're welcome. Xiaoji nodded, then changed the subject, asking, by the way, Professor, shouldn't you and my mom be resting at home right now? Why are you here? Well, isn't it because Professor saw that the Squirtle had a new evolution form and rushed over from the Research Institute without stopping? Really now? Huazi, upon hearing her son's question, couldn't help but complain about Professor Otamaki. So that's how it is. Xiaoji nearly burst into laughter when he heard the nickname his mother gave to the Blastoise, looking at her with a mix of exasperation and amusement. It was because I saw that Xiaoji had new research results. I got so excited that I couldn't help it, hee. Professor Otamaki scratched the back of his head awkwardly. Alright, since you're here, let's just wait for the award ceremony. Xiaoji glanced at the podium and suggested. Then I'll listen to Xiaoji. Huazi nodded easily. If only your father could see you in the championship he dreamed of his whole life. He will definitely see it in spirit. Xiaoji nodded in agreement, stroking his chin. You little rascal, your father is still alive, don't curse him to death. Who knows, he might come back one day and surprise you. Professor Otamaki chuckled at Xiaoji's words. What are you talking about, kid? Huazi didn't initially react to Xiaoji's words, but she finally understood when the professor spoke. Upon hearing Professor Otamaki's words, Xiaoji furrowed his brows, staring intensely at the professor, his gaze as if he wanted to pierce through him. While watching anime, Xiaoji had seen many shows and novels about Pokémon, and many people online speculated that Professor Otamaki might be Xiaoji's father. Initially, he didn't believe it, but upon hearing Professor Otamaki's words, he quickly connected the dots with what he had seen online, filled with suspicion. His gaze was so fierce it looked as if he wanted to slice the professor into 1,000 pieces. Professor Otamaki felt a jolt in his heart, as if disaster was about to befall him. Xiaoji, what are you doing? You don't mean to say that the professor is your father, right? Huazi, noticing Xiaoji's gaze, suddenly recalled a childhood remark he made and connected the dots. Professor Otamaki couldn't help but laugh and explain upon hearing Wazi's words. Chiyoi. Upon hearing this name, Xiaoji was momentarily Professor Otamaki couldn't help but laugh and explain upon hearing Wazi's words. Chiyoi. Upon hearing this name, Xiaoji was momentarily stunned. How could he not recognize this name? This was the name of that legendary trainer. Thinking back to how he once wanted to defeat his father, he was now frozen in place upon hearing this name. Even now, reflecting on his earlier thoughts of wanting to defeat his father, it seemed a bit far-fetched in hindsight. After all, this was the legendary trainer who had defeated Mutwo solely with Pokémon. This was different from his own game-breaking trainer. You child, what on earth are you thinking all day long? Huazi gave Xiaoji a light smack on the head, chiding him. Aren't you going to tell your son what his father's name is after all this time? Dr. Oki turned to Huazi. The child has never asked me. I thought you had already told him, Huazi said, covering her forehead and looking at the doctor. I thought you had mentioned it, assuming that children should know, so I didn't say anything. The child has never asked me. I thought you had already told him, Huazi said, covering her forehead and looked. Although Dr. Oki's knowledge was questionable, it was clear he was quite remarkable. Xiaoji could sense Huazi's helplessness. Alright, I guess it's my fault for not asking him, my bad. Not long after I became pregnant with you, your father left Shinshin Town and went to Silver Mountain, never to return for a long time. Huazi said, her tone slightly somber. So that's how it is. After hearing the whole story, Xiaoji understood why that man had gone to Silver Mountain. But it made sense if such a thing was indeed something a cultivation fanatic would do. After arriving at Silver Mountain, he probably immersed himself in his training so much so that he might have forgotten about time and his family. Although it was indeed absurd, Silver Mountain was not an ordinary place. It was teeming with quasi-kings, with kings everywhere, quasi-champions walking around, and champions as abundant as hair, not to mention the numerous quasi-gods, and perhaps even godlike Pokémon. Such a perilous place for an ordinary person could indeed allow someone like Chi, a battle maniac, to train there to the point of losing track of time and the world. Why wouldn't Xiaoji doubt that Chi would come to harm in such a dangerous place? That was of course because of Kai's formidable strength. He simply wouldn't die there. Once I win the championship at the Master Tournament, I will go there as well, and conveniently see if he is around, Xiaoji thought to himself. Oh right, Xiaoji, who is this championship winner? Dr. Oki asked beside him. Guess, Xiaoji replied with a blank expression. Is it you, Xiaoji? Dr. Oki asked, cautiously observing Xiaoji's expression. Bingo, congratulations, you got it right. Xiaoji snapped his fingers with a smile. Not bad, you truly are from Jinshin Town. Dr. Oki nodded in satisfaction, looking at Xiaoji with pride. Seeing that gaze, Xiaoji associated it with something unpleasant, and his previously cheerful expression faded. Alright doctor, let Xiaoji prepare first. He still has to go on stage to give his acceptance speech. Huazi saw her son's fatigued face and felt a pang of heartache, urging him to rest. You are right, Dr. Oki nodded in agreement. Well then, I have something to say on stage, so I will go prepare. Xiaoji waved his hand and walked out of the contestant area under their watchful eyes. Having won the championship today, he indeed had something significant to say about future happiness, intending to give someone a big surprise. As soon as he stepped out of the contestant area, a swarm of reporters surrounded him like a tide, thrusting microphones into his face, and questions came flying from all directions. Excuse me, Dr. Zisson, is it true that Blastoise has a third evolution? If so, how does it evolve? Excuse me, Dr. Zisson, I heard that you began researching with Dr. Oki at the age of 6, and that you jointly developed a new evolution for EV. Is this true? Excuse me, Dr. Zisson, I have heard that you are still single. Is that true? Excuse me, Dr. Zisson. Snap, snap, snap. A flurry of camera flashes nearly blinded Pika. Even Pikachu was scared by these frenzied reporters. There was no helping it, these reporters were simply too wild, and even Xiaoji felt speechless. Asking questions is one thing, but damn it, do you really have to pry into my private life about whether I am single? What's wrong with being single? Does a single person eat your family's rice? What did I do to provoke you? Seriously, a bunch of low-level reporters, what a shame. I'm speechless, folks. Please calm down. Let's take the questions one at a time. There's no need to rush, because rushing won't help you. The first question: there is indeed a third evolution for Blastoise, but it has a time limit and cannot be permanent. As for how it evolves, I will explain it in my paper, which will also reveal a shocking secret about other Pokemon evolutions, so interested friends can follow me on vblog. Now that the first question is answered, for the second question, I did indeed start researching with Dr. Oki at the age of 6, and published my first paper based on my findings. As for the third question, I am currently single, but after today, I may not be single anymore. I want to announce something here. That is to my childhood sweetheart Serena, I want to tell you that I like you. I have liked you since the day we met when we were 6. Please agree to be my girlfriend. If we get married in the future, please leave the household chores to me. After several statements, the last question left the audience in stunned silence. Wow, I didn't expect to stumble upon such big news this time. Usually we go out to gather news from others, but regarding such news, others tend to avoid it. Yet this time the other party actively delivered such big news to them, which caught them by surprise. However, soon one reporter reacted, and even joked about Xiaoji. I didn't expect our famous Dr. Zison to be a henpecked husband. As soon as this was said, the entire room of reporters burst into laughter. Not far away, Serena and her mother, who were supposed to pick up Xiaoji, turned red upon hearing Xiaoji's loud confession, as if they were about to become steam. Mom, I feel so shy. Xiaoji, seriously, how can you confess in such a place, and say that the chores will be left to you? Serena shyly buried herself in her mother's embrace. You child. Mama Sa gently stroked Selena's head. Do you know what a boy named Ash has chosen to do for you? He announced to the whole world that he likes you just to be with you. Lena, you must understand how much courage it takes for someone to confess their feelings in front of the entire world. From this perspective, Ash is already using all his strength to declare his love for you. Moreover, you two have known each other since childhood. Although you weren't in the same area and had a childhood friendship, it can still be considered as childhood sweethearts. Mama. Selena nestled in Mama SS, embrace her big watery eyes, shyly staring at Mama SS' face. And Lena, haven't you always liked Ash? Now that he has confessed to you, if you don't accept, what if Ash thinks you rejected him because you didn't show up? As Mama Sa spoke halfway, she paused, suddenly looking at Lena in her arms with a smile, and teased, what if another girl suddenly appears and comforts the heartbroken Ash after being rejected? By then it would be too late for you to regret. How could that be? I could never reject Ash, that's absolutely impossible. Upon hearing her mother's words, Selena quickly connected the dots, shaking her head wildly, like a rattled drum, saying it was impossible. Then why aren't you going quickly? Mama Sa blinked and urged her. I'm going, Mama. Selena nodded, freeing herself from her mother's embrace, and began to run toward Ash. Oh, look, is that the girl Dr. Oak mentioned? She's so cute. A reporter quickly noticed Selena rushing over and exclaimed. Ash's perceptive ability was excellent, and he quickly found the direction indicated by the voice. Upon seeing it, Ash's eyes lit up as he realized Selena was running towards him. Seeing Selena, Ash took advantage of the reporter's attention being on her and darted towards her like a shadow. Upon reaching Selena's side, Ash grabbed her little hand and started to run. Selena, who had not yet reacted to being grabbed by the hand, was suddenly lifted by Ash and started running toward an unknown direction. Edge. A dazed Selena looked at the face she had longed for right in front of her, still in shock. Lena, run. These reporters are too crazy. I can't handle all their questions anymore. Let me take you to hide somewhere. Ash explained while running, holding Selena. Selena, curious about Ash's words, rested her head on Ash's shoulder and sneakily glanced back at the situation behind him. And sure enough, after Ash ran away, someone in the crowd suddenly shouted, Dr. Oak is missing. After receiving this information, the frenzied reporters looked around, and then suddenly someone shouted again in the crowd, Dr. Oak is over there. Following the indicated direction, they indeed saw Ash running with his little... Upon seeing Ash, the reporters immediately chased after him, afraid he would just disappear. Ash is really popular. Selena, feeling reassured after seeing the situation behind her, pressed herself against Ash's chest, listening to the strong beat of his heart. Ash smiled and said, hold on tight to my neck, I need to make a turn next. Upon hearing this, Selena gently nodded shyly, placing her hands around Ash's neck as he carried her. Seeing Selena's adorable appearance, Ash chuckled, suppressing the flutter in his heart, and accelerated. After making a turn, he suddenly vanished from sight. When the reporters reached the corner, they found no trace of the person they were looking for, leaving them at a loss. It's over, we didn't see the doctor. It must have been a psychic Pokémon that helped him escape. How do you know Dr. Oak escaped with a psychic Pokémon? Obviously Dr. Oak has so many Pokémon that haven't been revealed yet, there must be a psychic one that could make him disappear in an instant. What if not? It would be bad if we missed him, so I suggest we search the corners here for now. If we find him, that's great. If not, we can only say we worked hard for nothing. A reporter suggested this with a spirit of not wanting to miss anything. Little did they know Ash had indeed slipped away using psychic powers, but it was a bit different from their assumptions. The one using psychic powers was not a Pokémon but him. After searching for a while, and confirming they couldn't find the person they were looking for, they had no choice but to give up planning to catch him when the trophy was awarded that night. From the information that Ash revealed, it seemed that he was researching more than just one Pokémon capable of such evolution, so they were very interested in this. After all, Pokémon can evolve once more at their final evolution stage, and no matter how one looks at it, this is big news. If they could cover this story, it could very likely lead to promotions and pay raises. Since Dr. Oak is not here, let's leave. Not seeing him, the reporters realized he had truly left and began to disperse, seeking their next target. Meanwhile, Ash and Selena appeared on the beach. Lena, did you hear what I said before? Ash gazed affectionately at his childhood friend. Selena blushed and shyly nodded. I heard. Will you agree to me? Ash asked again. Yes, of course I will. Selena quickly nodded in agreement. Actually, I have liked you since the moment I saw you as a child. Oh, I just never had the courage to say it. Lena, I still need to continue my journey. Once I become a Pokémon master and stand at the pinnacle of the world, I will come to marry you. This is my token of love for you, please accept it. Xiaoji opened the gift box revealing a double heart, not intricately woven from crimson cord. What is this? Shalina had never seen such an object before. Curiosity shimmered in her eyes. It's a traditional token of betrothal from my hometown, woven with red cord, and called a double heart knot. It symbolizes unwavering unity between lovers, eternal devotion, and marital harmony. Upon hearing its meaning, she realized he must have prepared it long ago. And with such thoughtfulness, she suddenly felt a pang of guilt. She who cherished Xiaoji so deeply had prepared nothing at all. Shalina lowered her head, cheeks burning with shame, too flustered even to glance at Xiaoji. Xiaoji instantly sensed her delicate hesitation. He chuckled warmly. Her bashful charm was utterly enchanting, evoking a fleeting, tender fantasy of bringing her home as his wife. Yet he swiftly dismissed the notion. How could he entertain such a thought? After all, Shalina was only 11, still a child. Even if her mother consented, his conscience would never allow it. For he knew that inner boundary, while principle and responsibility. To cross it would invite grave consequences. So he steeled himself, resolving such matters could wait until they both turned 18. That very day, confessing his feelings to a minor had already been reckless enough. Repeating it would surely get the story banned. It's all right. We have all the time in the world. I'm in no hurry, Xiaoji murmured softly, his gaze tender as he gently stroked her hair. Shalina remained silent, merely nodding gently, as if savoring his gentle touch. Xiaoji. Shalina suddenly hesitated, her expression shy and endearing, her posture delicately off. What is it? Xiaoji smiled, puzzled yet affectionate. May I hold you? She spoke the words with sudden courage, head bowed low. Her face flushed like twilight clouds, radiant with innocent charm. Haha, of course you may. Why ever not? Xiaoji blinked, momentarily startled. Expecting something, relieved by her simple request, he burst into laughter and opened his arms wide, enfolding the still blush. Xiaoji. She broke free with mock indignation, cheeks puffed like a little hamster hoarding food, stamping her foot in playful protest. I know I was wrong. Please forgive me. Xiaoji pleaded with exaggerated pathos, gazing up at her like a contrite child. All right. He'll forgive you this time since it's your first offense. But never again. Seeing Xiaoji so uncharacteristically vulnerable, Shalina forgave him without hesitation. Then he stood there, arms outstretched like a gentle gray wolf, patiently awaiting the timid little rabbit to seek refuge in his embrace. The earlier shyness had melted away, yet she approached with quiet caution, drawing near until her slender porcelain-white arms wrapped gently around his broad, powerful back. Feeling the firm contours of his abdomen, her blush deepened once more. She nestled quietly against his chest, taller by a head, and breathed in the warmth radiating from him, enveloped in profound, wordless serenity. It felt less like embracing a person, and more like holding on to home itself, its steadfast pillar. Against the backdrop of the seaside sunset, their embrace eclipsed even the twilight, the sky itself receding into mere scenery. Xiaoji, Shalina whispered softly, still cradled in his arms. What is it, my lovely and beloved Na? His tone was teasingly suave. Lovely and beloved Na? Since when did that begin? Though delighted, Shalina tilted her head, genuinely perplexed, as if unaware she had ever earned such a title. From the moment I met you, you've always been my lovely and beloved Na, Xiaoji replied, without pause, voice sincere and warm. Truly. Her face glowed with shy disbelief. Truly. More certain than pure gold, he affirmed, nodding without hesitation. Why did you fall for me then? Back then I seemed so fragile, like a helpless child. Others disliked me. So why did you begin loving me at that very moment? She pressed on, unwilling to let him off easily. Because I adore little girls. What other reason do I need? Xiaoji grinned mischievously. You. So Xiaoji was already a pervert as a child. Shalina feigned disgust, but her smile. Then, do you love this pervert? In that instant, Xiaoji tightened his embrace playfully. I do. Of course I do. I love Xiaoji most of all. She nodded gently, repeating love 3 times as if anchoring herself against the fear he might slip away, clinging to him just a little tighter. Sometimes, loving something needs no justification. Love simply is. Xiaoji murmured softly, cradling her close, as if answering her earlier question. I believe you. Shalina accepted the simple, imperfect explanation, not because it convinced her logically, but because she felt the overwhelming truth of love pulsing within those words. Thus they held each other tightly beneath the setting sun, lost in timeless stillness, until— Attention please. Where is contestant Xiaoji? The awards ceremony has begun. Please come to the stage immediately to receive your prize. The announcement, echoing from the competition grounds, shattered their tranquil moment. Only Xiaoji's unruffled composure prevented true disruption. Xiaoji, we must go back right away. Shalina exclaimed, flustered, her expression mirroring someone caught mid-romance. Xiaoji responded calmly, though inwardly chagrined at the untimely interruption. Xiaoji suddenly appeared in the players' area while holding Shalina thanks to his teleportation. After arriving in the players' area, Xiaoji smiled at Shalina and teased Lina, "Are you going to come with me to receive the award? Are you really going to come with me to receive the award? What you just said is as good as saying nothing." Shalina rolled her eyes at Xiaoji, "So, in the end, I have no choice, right?" "Ha, I was just joking, no need to take it seriously." Seeing Shalina's cute expression as she rolled her eyes, Xiaoji couldn't help but burst into laughter. "You annoying Xiaoji, you only know how to bully me. I don't want to talk to you anymore." Shalina stomped her foot in anger. When Xiaoji saw Shalina was upset, he was momentarily stunned. For a moment he regretted provoking her. After all, Shalina was his girlfriend now. The trouble he caused would ultimately require him to smooth things over. Isn't this just asking for trouble? Xiaoji had never been in a relationship before, and faced with such a situation he was at a loss and didn't know what to do. With no other choice, Xiaoji finally mustered the courage to approach Shalina and hugged her tightly. "I'm sorry, I was wrong, my lovely Lina darling. I shouldn't have bullied you, please forgive me, okay?" Xiaoji's tone was like that of coaxing a child, and he not only held her, but also patted her head. "What do you mean, my lovely Lina darling? Why have I suddenly changed how I address you?" Shalina's face turned bright red, feeling a bit embarrassed. Just as Xiaoji was about to say something more, the host's voice suddenly echoed from outside. Alright, I get it. I forgive you. It's urgent outside, so you should go quickly and come back. They'll wait for you here, my champion." "Dear." Hearing the broadcast from outside, Shalina urged him impatiently, but when she mentioned the latter part, she couldn't help but blush again. "What? Lina, what did you just call me?" Just as he was about to step out. Upon hearing this, Xiaoji suddenly didn't want to leave, grabbing Shalina and looking at her faceta face, incredulously asking. "Nothing. You should go." Seeing Xiaoji's stubborn expression, Shalina felt very shy and didn't want to admit to that form of address. "No way. I can't just leave like this." Xiaoji suddenly acted petulant, standing still with a mischievous grin, and said, "When other people's boyfriends leave their girlfriends, always give them a farewell kiss. I didn't get one, so I'm not going." "Xiaoji, you." Upon hearing this, Shalina, who had been quite confident before, suddenly blushed deeply. Seeing his persistent expression, she felt helpless. Like a dragonfly skimming the water, she quickly kissed Xiaoji on the cheek and turned her head away, no longer looking at him. "Hee. Thank you, my lovely Lina, now I'm off." Xiaoji laughed heartily at this scene. Though he was not fully satisfied and wanted to continue, he realized he didn't have much time left to go on stage to receive the award. With a somewhat frustrated expression, he bid farewell to Shalina, and then with a whoosh teleported away. "Xiaoji is so bad, but I like him." Shalina pouted, blushing as she spoke. Xiaoji suddenly appeared in front of the award stage, quickly arriving at the podium before anyone noticed him, and pretended to be out of breath while facing the people standing at the podium. "I'm really sorry I'm late." Xiaoji looked at the crowd, sheepishly scratching the back of his head. "It's okay, even though I'm late, at least I've made it here. After all, the doctor is quite busy and can understand that." A well-dressed man with slicked back hair and a round belly stepped forward to relieve Xiaoji. "Alright, it's about to start, Xiaoji, please go ahead." At this moment, Chairman Damalan stepped forward to urge him. "Okay, I understand now, Chairman Damalan, thank you both." Xiaoji nodded, and then walked towards the podium, standing in the highest position at the center. "Hey, you're quite impressive, openly confessing in front of so many people. You're very brave." Yulong Tengmu, who stood in second place, smiled at Xiaoji and teased, "So, did she say yes? Did you get a response that quickly?" Xiaoji looked at Tengmu with a strange expression upon hearing his words. "You don't know? You're already famous." While the two were talking, the girl in third place on the podium chimed in with a famous. Xiaoji scratched his head in confusion, and then said, "Wasn't I already quite famous?" The previous question led both of them to be somewhat curious, and when the last sentence was spoken, they both looked at Xiaoji with a dumbfounded expression. He was indeed quite famous. After all, he became a doctor at the age of 8. How could he not be famous? Even they had heard of the name Dr. Jisun before. Though they had no idea what he looked like before, now that they saw him, it was clear that he was indeed famous, a real Xiaoji naturally understood what was going on, and didn't need to ask further, but directly inquired, "Yulong Tengmu, by the way, is your Dragonite borrowed from Yulong Du?" "Yes, after he found out I was battling you, he borrowed all the Pokémon I had previously battled with, saying that I must." Tengmu nodded and added, "But I didn't expect your Blastoise to be so powerful, even evolving into a new form, defeating so many of my Pokémon. Brother Du was so furious that he called me yesterday to tell me to wait for him to return. Whoa, I feel like my life is so hard." After saying that, Tengmu seemed to recall something and pretended to wipe non-existent tears. "Oh wow, so all your Pokémon were borrowed from Champion Du? No wonder I lost so badly." The girl in third place exclaimed upon hearing this. "How come I remember that your brother's Dragonite wasn't that weak?" Xiaoji pondered for a moment and suddenly said. After all, he had seen Yulong Du's Dragonite before and knew it had champion-level strength, while Tengmu's was only Quasi Champion. "Did you forget? My brother has 2 Haxorus too." "Oh, so it's those 2. No wonder they are so weak." After realizing this, Xiaoji nodded in understanding. Did your brother also catch those 3 legendary birds for you? No wonder the flying-type champion Dodrio became the flying-type champion. He certainly has a soft spot for flying-type Pokémon. Xiaoji nodded affirmatively. Everyone. Alright, everyone, the award ceremony is about to begin. Please settle down. President Damalin cheerfully reminded from not far away. Upon hearing President Damalin's reminder, the 3 nodded in unison. Seeing their obedient response, Damalin nodded with satisfaction. Outstanding trainers and their Pokémon. The competitive Pokémon League Courts Conference is now entering the award ceremony stage. Next, let us invite our President Damalin to the stage to present trophies to our champion runner-up and 3rd place. Once the award ceremony officially began, the announcer excitedly narrated. Amidst the audience's warm applause and calls, President Damalin first presented medals to others, followed by the trophies. Congratulations to the 3 of you for becoming the outstanding participants of this competition. I hope you continue to work hard for the league. Yes, President Damalin. The 3 on the podium nodded firmly. I, an old man, want to thank you 3 in advance. President Damalin said with a hearty laugh, his gaze soft as he looked at the 3 talented young individuals before him, clearly pleased with them. After saying these words, the 3 enjoyed the enthusiastic calls around them. Ash stealthily took the trophy and left when no one was paying attention, like a thief. In the blink of an eye, Ash suddenly appeared beside Serena, hugging her and whispering, Lena. Oh. Serena was startled by the sudden voice, and upon realizing it was Ash, she asked in confusion, how did you come back so quickly? Of course I missed you. What else? Ash looked at the startled little bunny and displayed a satisfied smile. You annoying. You clearly left me not long ago. How could you miss me so soon? You just love to tease me, Ash. You're such a bad person. Serena pouted, appearing unhappy, but in her heart, she was already overjoyed. Upon hearing this, Ash slowly leaned closer to Serena, blowing warm air into her ear, and teasingly said, then I'll only be a bad person to you just for you. You annoying Ash. Serena blushed instantly from the breath and hurriedly avoided the annoying Ash, fearing that he might swallow her whole today. Huh. Seeing Serena's reaction, Ash burst into laughter. Indeed, a blushing Serena was captivated. So adorable, Lena-chan. Laugh, what are you laughing at, annoying ghost? Hearing Ash's reckless laughter, Serena's face turned beet red, steam visibly rising from her head, and in her embarrassment, she angrily scolded Ash, trying to stop Ash from laughing in this way. Seeing that it was about time, Ash knew he should step in to comfort her. Since my Lena-chan doesn't like me like this, I promise Pikachu that I will absolutely never do it again, right Pikachu? While Ash was speaking, he didn't forget to pull in Pikachu, who had been acting as a light bulb beside him. Pikachu, who was happily munching on seeds while watching the 2 play, was caught off guard when Ash called his name. He froze on the spot, dropping the seed he was about to eat onto the ground. Goodness, who would have thought that while eating a seed it would end up on himself? Pikachu, feeling helpless, could only nod in agreement with a speechless expression. Seriously, how can you bully Pikachu like this? Ash is really too bad, right Pikachu? Seeing Pikachu's adorable expression, Serena immediately ran to Pikachu's side, hugging him tightly. Pikachu. Sitting on Serena's lap, Pikachu gave up resisting, letting Serena stroke his chin. Isn't that right? Ash is really too much. He only knows how to bully both of us. Seeing Pikachu nodding, Serena seemed to have found a like-minded companion, excitedly exclaimed. Really, Pikachu? Am I that bad? Who knows, I might have even worse ideas behind your back, and maybe Lena-chan and Pikachu don't even know yet. Ash looked at Pikachu, who was sitting on Serena's lap, with a resentful expression. That evil Uchiha Pikachu, a place I haven't even touched, was actually taken by this guy. Evil Pikachu, I hereby declare you will have no late-night snacks and treats today. Watching the friendly interaction between Serena and Pikachu, he felt for a brief moment that he was the outsider. Astute Pikachu saw through Ash's future family status at a glance, so he clearly knew that the lovely girl in front of him would definitely be the mistress of the house. By currying favor with the mistress in advance, Pikachu's future would definitely be bright. As for Ash, following him would mean being starved for 3 days out of 9. This much Pikachu could still see clearly. Thus Ash was abandoned by Pikachu and entered the realm of comfort. Hey Pikachu. Serena took out the cookies, macarons, and poffle she had prepared in advance from her bag and placed them in front of Pikachu, signaling him to take them. Pika. The moment Pikachu saw the food, his eyes lit up. In that instant, Pikachu was so glad that otherwise he wouldn't have had anything delicious to eat. Meanwhile, Ash could only watch Pikachu eat while staring wide-eyed at him. That naughty Pikachu, I haven't even tasted the food made by Linnekin, and you've already backstabbed me, not even bringing a piece to honor your master. I really misjudged you. Alright Ash, I forgive you. Come over and taste the macarons and poffle I made. This is my culinary skill developed in Kalos. Come and try it. Serena also noticed Ash, who was staring wide-eyed beside her, and lightly laughed as she called him over. Okay, Lena-chan. Receiving the invitation, Ash immediately beamed with joy and quickly approached the devious Pikachu, competing with it for the remaining macarons and poffle. Seeing Ash come over, Pikachu looked helplessly at Ash as they fought over food. To avoid Ash eating everything, Pikachu also entered food snatching mode, thus all the macarons and Poffle prepared by Serena were completely consumed by the two. Seeing the finished macarons and Poffle, Serena smiled with satisfaction. After a while she thought of something and, by the way, when did you change your way of addressing me? Selena asked curiously. Because every time I see Lena my heart skips a beat, and I feel something different, so I couldn't help but call out to you. Lena, do you mind? In the blink of an eye, Xiaoji transformed into a movie star, holding one of her hands and gazing at his girlfriend with deep affection. Xiaoji. Selena was captivated by his deeply affectionate demeanor, momentarily lost in thought. Alright, we've been here long enough. Oh, we should go and meet up with the others. Xiaoji smiled and took the opportunity to gently stroke the side of Selena's nose with his index finger. Suddenly realizing how embarrassing her behavior had been, Selena felt her face flush again, shyly lowering her head in a delicate manner. It was quite tempting, but Xiaoji was someone who could suppress the evil Uchiha Pikachu. How could he possibly succumb to Selena's allure? And so Xiaoji stepped forward, drew the girl into a tight embrace, holding the nearly ripe peach in his arms, leaned down, and planted a firm kiss on her irresistibly lovely face. What a joke! How could Xiaoji resist the temptation of the girl? He directly made his move, leaving no chance for her to react. Caught off guard by this sudden kiss, Selena couldn't take it anymore and fainted, transforming into a steam princess, collapsing into the boy's arms, steam visibly rising from her head. Looking at the blush on the girl's face in his arms, Xiaoji felt a sudden and inexplicable sense of pride. Pikachu looked at the inexplicable pride on Xiaoji's face, feeling puzzled, tilting its little head as it stared at the two, a big question mark appearing above it. Let's go, Pikachu. Seeing that Selena had fainted, Xiaoji picked her up and went out to search for others. Pikachu immediately followed suit. The scene shifted to another place. Oh, it's been a while, Saki. Hanako, Professor Oak. Long time no see. Speaking of which, how long has it been since we last met? Xiaoji's mother Hanako, Selena's mother Saki, and Professor Oak gathered together, greeting each other and chatting about daily life. It seems like it's been a year since we last saw each other. The last time we met was when Xiaoji contacted you before his journey, Hanako said, thoughtfully stroking her chin. I can't believe a whole year has passed. It really has been a long time, Saki said, getting lost in her memories. By the way, have you seen where Selena and Xiaoji went? That boy just disappears after winning the trophy and doesn't even tell me where he's gone. Hanako pouted, believing her child was now old enough to not inform their parents about their whereabouts. Are you looking for Xiaoji and Selena too? Saki, hearing Hanako's complaint, also inquired. Yes. After that boy received the trophy, when I went with Professor Oak to find him, he suddenly disappeared, and we have no idea where he went. Are you also searching for Xiaoji? Yes. After Xiaoji and Selena met up, they have been together during the day these past few days, as if they've almost forgotten about me, their mother. Saki also began to complain. The two future mothers-in-law exchanged glances and smiled. Just as the two mothers-in-law were laughing, they happened to bump into Brock and Misty walking out of the arena. Hello, aunties. Have you seen Xiaoji? Brock was the first to step forward to greet the two aunties. Is Xiaoji and Selena not with you? My mother and I are also looking for Xiaoji and Selena. Seeing that Xiaoji wasn't with his friends, Hanako felt troubled. No, since Selena arrived a couple of days ago, they have— Misty shook her head. Chuck Bobby. The Bakubi in Misty's arms suddenly got excited, waving its short arms vigorously in a certain direction. Everyone turned to look where Bakubi was pointing and finally spotted Xiaoji holding Selena. Professor Oak, Mom, Brock, Misty, and Bakubi, I finally found you all. Xiaoji laughed as he looked at the— What's going on with Lena? Saki asked in a serious tone when she saw Selena in Xiaoji's arms. Upon seeing the blush on Selena's face, she had already formed a bold conclusion in her mind, but since it was still uncertain, she remained calm and did not speak, waiting for Xiaoji to explain. I just kissed Lena on the cheek, and after that she kept blushing and eventually fainted. I don't know what happened. Xiaoji honestly responded, looking at Saki's grim expression. After hearing his explanation, Saki glanced at Xiaoji, and seeing that he was indeed not saying anything further, she let out a sigh of relief. Although in this world 10 years old is already considered the standard for adulthood, this only reflects the requirements for becoming a Pokémon trainer, not the standard for human maturity. In fact, the true standard for adulthood in this world is 14. Thus at the current moment, 11-year-old Selena was still just a child in her eyes. If Xiaoji truly did anything to Selena, Saki would still be very angry. That boy. Saki gently touched Selena's forehead and found that she was indeed a bit warm, which eased her worries. Xiaoji, you finally came to find your mom. Hanako crossed her arms, complaining. That's not true. I came to find you. There were just too many reporters when I went out earlier. I was surrounded and didn't know how to handle it, so I had to find a hidden place to hide. Xiaoji sighed as he explained. Those reporters are really annoying, following us all day long. Alright. Mom understands you. Hanako immediately forgave Xiaoji after learning the truth. Thank you for understanding, Mom, Xiaoji said gratefully. Xiaoji. Just as the mother and son were talking, Brock and Misty spoke up simultaneously. What's wrong? Xiaoji looked over puzzled. First of all, congratulations on becoming the champion, Xiaoji. Our gym is in urgent need of personnel, so Misty and I will be leaving tomorrow to return, hence we came to say our goodbyes in advance. Brock explained. I see. That's fine. I originally planned to treat you to a meal, but it seems that won't happen now. Let's eat together next time. Xiaoji expressed his regret as he bid farewell to the two. After all, the court's conference had just ended and many spectators had likely witnessed the charm of the champion, leading to a short burst of popularity for other league gyms, which would undoubtedly become lively, so he unhesitatingly chose to believe. Before leaving, Misty returned Bakubi to Xiaoji, and so Xiaoji parted ways with Brock and Misty on it. As for whether the three would meet again or travel together, everyone knew deep down. After parting ways with Xiaoxia and Xiaojing, Shalina and Samu stayed in Jinshin Town for 2 days at Xiaoda's strong insistence before returning. On the way, when Shalina and Samki were about to return to Carlos, Xiaoji somehow convinced Shalina to stay in Jinshin Town, and she directly expressed her desire to travel with Xiaoji to her own mother. Upon hearing these words, Samki was left in a state of confusion, deeply engulfed in self-doubt, wondering if she should have come at all. In just a few days, her precious daughter had been taken away by mere words. Although this person was someone she knew, she still found it hard to accept this reality. In the end, Samki reluctantly agreed to Shalina's idea. They had come as two, but would return as one. Samu felt a deep sorrow in her heart, and could only return alone. Before leaving, she specifically instructed Xiaoji to take good care of Shalina. Xiaoji earnestly promised to safeguard Shalina, allowing Samu to leave this place that had caused her to lose her little heart with some peace of mind. As for staying with Shalina in Jinshin Town, she naturally resided in Xiaoda's home. Notably, the two though they shared a room, Xiaoda's bed happened to be a double-decker dormitory bed, with Xiaoji sleeping on top and Shalina below. If Samu knew about this, would she regret not forcefully taking Shalina back to Carlos? Xiaoji planned to rest another day at home before gathering with other friends for a journey. It is worth mentioning that Shalina really liked Pichu, and seeing her fondness, Xiaoji observed over these 2 days that Pichu seemed to like Shalina quite a bit as well. Since Shalina was now his girlfriend and would eventually be his wife, he felt that his Pokémon was also Shalina's. After noticing that Pichu liked Shalina, Xiaoji made a decision to unilaterally give Pichu to Shalina. Shalina, who already adored Pichu, was thrilled upon hearing Xiaoda's intention to give her Pichu. After receiving Piku's Pokeball, she was so excited that she couldn't sleep all night. Seeing Shalina so happy made Xiaoji genuinely joyful as well. A day passed, and a new day began. After washing up in the bathroom, Xiaoji finally spoke up. Shenlong sign-in. Ding. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving 10 bad luck cards. Having stored these for so long, it's indeed time to use them. I've got 100 cards stored now, and if I don't use them, they'll just gather dust in the system. After hearing about the reward, Xiaoji checked the system space and found exactly 100 bad luck cards in his backpack, prompting him to decide to use them immediately. But who should I use these bad luck cards on? I don't seem to have any enemies right now. It seems like these cards won't have any effect. Wait, there is someone. How could I forget about that unremarkable Xiaohua? I truly deserve to be cursed. How could I let him live so well? No way, I can't let my childhood be ruined by this brat. Let's serve him 100 bad luck cards to ensure he has a miserable 100 days. Thinking of Xiaohua, he recalled various disgusting behaviors from the anime, perfectly embodying how to be. Every time he thought of this, Xiaoji would feel a surge of anger. Thus he resolved to use all of the 100 bad luck cards. Without further ado, he declared, "System, use 100 bad luck cards, target Xiaohua." As soon as he finished speaking, the system's voice rang out. Ding. Usage successful. The scene shifted to Xiaohua. Traveling in the deep mountains, Xiaohua was setting up a camping tent, sound asleep. Unbeknownst to him, danger was already approaching. Just then a flock of Pidgey and a few Spearow flew overhead. As they passed the camping tent, the Pidgey and Spearow felt an inexplicable aversion to whatever was inside the tent. Spearow, sensing something was amiss, was forcibly lowered in intelligence due to the effect of the bad luck cards, and then collectively commanded all the birds passing by the tent to relieve themselves. In an instant, during the daytime, droppings began to fall from the sky. Due to the sheer volume, it was as if the sky was raining black and white excrement. What was ironic was that these droppings landed perfectly on the tent, with not a drop wasted. Inside the tent, Xiaohua, who was sleeping soundly, was abruptly awakened by the loud sounds caused by the droppings landing on the tent. Huh, what a racket. Is it raining outside? Xiaohua, bleary-eyed, was woken up and saw liquid falling from the tent's exterior, thinking it was rain. Huh, what's going on? Isn't it raining outside? Why do I still hear Pidgey? Is there some kind of danger happening? As Xiaohua was coming to his senses, he noticed the sounds outside. Puzzled to understand what was happening, he pulled open the tent and reached out his hand. Pidgey and Spearow, noticing the hand sticking out of the tent, confirmed that it was the source of their aversion, exchanged glances with each other. They had intended to attack, but upon seeing Xiaohua's hand covered in a black and white mixture, they abandoned the idea and left after relieving themselves. As Zaiwa's hand made contact with the liquid-like substance, he concluded he hadn't been mistaken, or it was indeed raining outside. However, he found it strange that the rain was warm, resembling bird droppings. Remembering this, he recalled a time in his childhood when he was so lucky that he got a drop on him. His originally dark face turned even darker. Damn, to be thinking about this first thing in the morning really ruined. Xiaohua couldn't help but curse under his breath. While grumbling, he pulled his hand back into the tent. Upon pulling it back, he was horrified to see his hand covered in a black and white mixture, his expression growing even darker. Damn Pidgey. Due to this person not qualifying for the national essence, it has been automatically blocked. As Xiaohua became frantic, he quickly connected the Pidgey calls he had been hearing since early morning. After piecing it together, he understood what was happening. What bad luck running into this sort of thing so early in the morning. Xiaohua grumbled as he stepped out of the tent, retrieving a bottle of water from his backpack to wash his hands. It seems this tent is no good anymore. After washing his hands, Xiaohua glanced outside the tent where a mix of black and white liquid covered the ground, and he couldn't help but recall strange occurrences from his childhood, feeling a wave of nausea. I should look around for a river or stream to rinse off. Considering the tent's expensive price and the time it had accompanied him, he found it hard to abandon it. Thus he decided to check for water sources nearby to wash himself. As for why he didn't summon a water-type spirit, it was simply because he didn't have one, otherwise he would have summoned it long ago. With a sigh, he began searching for a water source. After searching for quite some time, he ultimately found nothing. Left with no choice, Xiaohua finally had to give up on the tent that had accompanied him for so long. After packing his things, he left the place feeling dejected. After all, who would feel good encountering such a situation early in the morning? However, just as he took a step to leave, because he wasn't paying attention to the path beneath his feet, a discarded banana peel suddenly sprang out from the grass, landing right at Xiaohua's feet. Coincidentally, at the same time he stepped on the banana peel, a half-eaten watermelon rind was tossed from the grass nearby. It just so happened to land on his other foot. Off. With the combination of banana peel and watermelon rind, Xiaohua screamed as he fell to the ground in a comical manner. Unfortunately, the side of his face that hit the ground was smeared with the black and white mixture that had fallen from the monkeys, and to make matters worse, he inadvertently licked some of it with his tongue. Pop pop pop. Xiaohua got up, disregarding the pain, his face smeared with bird droppings, and he hastily spat out the disgusting mess. Just the thought of having accidentally eaten bird droppings made him feel nauseous, nearly causing him to vomit up the New Year's Eve dinner he had eaten 2 years ago. If he had already eaten today, it would have been a waste of a meal. Where did this watermelon rind and banana peel come from? Littering with no sense of public decorum. Xiaohua glared at the two culprits on the ground, feeling a surge of anger. Woohoo woohoo woo. Just as he was fuming, a familiar, mocking laughter came from behind him. The voice was so familiar it involuntarily reminded him of his childhood, when he was played with by those spirits, and recalling this filled him with rage. It's those monkey monsters again. Why do I have such bad luck whenever I encounter you? Xiaohua looked at the two dancing monkey monsters in front of him, his heart boiling with fury. Ever since he was bullied by monkey monsters in his childhood, he developed a deep-seated aversion to such spirits. From that moment on, he secretly vowed to eliminate all the monkey monsters in the world after capturing the legendary spirit Dream. Now he was diligently working towards that goal, trying to strike down every single one he encountered. Before this, he had already eliminated quite a few lone monkey monsters. Laugh, 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 you little bastards. Xiaohua roared in anger. As soon as he finished speaking, the monkey monsters that had been laughing heartily suddenly fell silent, and the atmosphere around them began to shift. Just 1 or 2 monkey monsters think they can act so arrogant. You clearly haven't seen how powerful your brother has. Noticing the change in the atmosphere, Xiaohua puffed out his chest and spoke these words, trying to ease the tension. However, just a second ago he was laughing heartily, and now he could no longer muster a smile, because he saw many monkey monsters emerging from the surrounding grass, including several evolved fire monkeys. When all the monkey monsters appeared, a symbol appeared on their foreheads, indicating their anger. Gulp. Xiaohua swallowed hard, looking at the many enraged monkey monsters around him. Before he could react, the monkey monsters, each holding their fist like a sandbag, charged at Xiaohua as if they were throwing them without concern. After a while, Xiaohua was left bruised and battered, his body without a single unscathed spot. Following their venting, the monkey monsters assumed Xiaohua had fainted and began to disperse. Being beaten to the point of incapacity, Xiaohua lay on the ground, tears welling in his eyes, flowing down his cheeks in a display of helplessness. His desire to capture the legendary spirit Dream deepened. I must capture the strongest Dream and eliminate all you uncultured monkey monsters. I can definitely do it. With such thoughts, his intense unwillingness dulled the current pain, and he slowly took out healing medicine from his backpack and applied it all over his body. After completing all of this, he lay still on the ground, playing dead. At that moment, some hidden spirits realized Xiaohua posed no threat. Weaker Pokémon such as Rattata and Abra began to appear. Some hungry Rattatas, unable to find food, attempted to tear a piece of flesh from Xiaohua to fill their bellies. However, due to Xiao Hao's tight skin and muscular build, they couldn't manage to tear off a piece of flesh, wasting their efforts and merely leaving their mark on him before departing. After the Abra arrived and weighed Xiao Hao, realizing it couldn't swallow him whole, it shook its head in disappointment and left. The healing medicine truly lived up to its name. It was effective. After about an hour, Xiao Hao was able to stand and move again. However, his movements were slow, resembling a damn monkey monsters, and those spirits, I will remember this grudge, Xiao Hao said indignantly. Xiao Hao didn't want to avoid battle. It was just that all his spirits were captured after throwing a Pokeball, so most of them didn't obey him, leading the powerful spirits he had captured to look down on him. The remaining spirits he could command were incredibly weak and lacked any combat capability. In this half hour, even though Xiao Hao lay still on the ground, many hungry spirits nibbled at him. Unfortunately, our Xiao Hao was truly too pitiful. The powerful spirits looked down on him, while the weak ones couldn't catch him, ultimately transforming his experiences into mere torment. In the world of Pokemon, the special medicine is remarkably effective, and in just a short while the person has recovered from a battered state. However, even though the wounds had healed, he was still trembling as he leaned against a tree, struggling to move forward. Why am I so unlucky today, running into all this trouble so early in the morning? Xiao Hao leaned against the big tree, cursing and venting about today's misfortunes. This scene reminded him of the summer camp he attended in Jinxing Town when he was 6. Even after 4 years, the events of that year were as vivid as if they had happened yesterday, having become a shadow. Just as he rested against the big tree for a moment, a rustling sound suddenly came from the grass nearby. Xiao Hao looked at the grass with a tense expression, fearing that some strange Pokemon would emerge. After all, his luck today had been so terrible that if he encountered any more bizarre Pokemon, it would truly feel like a lifetime of misfortune. What a weird creature. Not long after, a muscular green creature with 4 arms walked out of the grass. Is this a shiny Machoke? Upon seeing the shiny Machoke, Xiao Hao's eyes lit up. This was a rare. Normally Machoke is a light blue color, and only shiny Pokemon exhibit other colors, so when he saw Machoke, greed stirred within him. The shiny Machoke with a red face emerged from the grass, panting heavily. Upon seeing Xiao Hao, it glanced at him, and could no longer contain the primal power within its eyes, reddened as it charged at Xiao Hao like a madman. Xiao Hao was confused. Normally Machoke are the most gentle of Pokemon. Suddenly attacking him left Xiao Hao baffled. However, realizing something was off, he quickly used all his strength to turn and run, fearing being caught. He had no choice but to run. The current situation of this Machoke seemed as if it had taken some sort of aphrodisiac, appearing to be in heat. Seeing the obvious protrusion below and the odd expression on its face reminded him of a herb in the forest that causes Pokemon to go into heat. This herb is specifically used by Pokemon that do not wish to breed. The appearance of a wild Machoke that only evolves via trading indicated that this Machoke had an owner. From the situation at hand, Xiao Hao had roughly pieced together what was going on. Perhaps due to Machoke's resistance to such matters, its owner wished to leave offspring with the beloved Pokemon, and in a moment of desperation resorted to such a lowly method. This led to Machoke escaping when its mind was still clear, but now at the point of desperation it had run into After making these connections, Xiao Hao's face darkened. Without hesitation, ignoring the pain in his body, he turned and fled. Meanwhile, Machoke's situation was quite similar to what Xiao Hao had imagined. It had already reached its limit and desperately needed to release. However, there was nothing around to help it relieve itself. Thus, Machoke fixed its gaze on the only creature it could see, Xiao Hao. In its mind, under the influence of the herb, Xiao Hao had transformed into an enchanting creature, so alluring. Moreover, as the stunning creature ran, it even called out, "Come here, darling." Could he resist such temptation? Normally striving to become stronger every moment, he believed that women and children would only hinder him from becoming the strongest Machoke. Thus, he had always suppressed his desire for beautiful women, having no thoughts of leaving any offspring. As the saying goes, without women in his heart, one can become the strongest Machoke. It was only today that he had been drugged by that unscrupulous owner, resulting in this situation. The owner of Machoke probably never expected that their actions would anger it, deteriorating their relationship, only for it to become someone else's attire, giving pleasure to another. Upon realizing that Xiao Hao was tempting it, Machoke erupted like it had developed red-eye disease, charging towards Xiao Hao with explosive jumping power, appearing right in front of him in an instant. Xiao Hao stared blankly at the suddenly appeared Machoke, his mind going completely blank, as the Pokemon before him had shed its. A scream echoed through the forest, reverberating with the voice of a certain someone. From that moment onward, a magical door opened before him. The battle continued until noon. Xiao Hao was tightly embraced by the luminescent brute's limbs, using the sky as a blanket and the ground as a bed. Exhausted, the brute lay on the ground to rest, while Xiao Hao clutched his behind, tears streaming down his face. What a tremendous humiliation. As a man, he had been violated by a male spirit. It was a disgrace, an absolute disgrace. As a man who prided himself on his strength, he could not bear such an opportunity. He truly could not endure it. All he wanted to do was cry out loud and vent the humiliation within him, but he feared disturbing the nearby brute. He could only tightly bite his collar, and while covering his behind slowly stand up. The tears swirling in his eyes proved his unwillingness. Xiao Hao glanced at the luminescent brute before him, gritting his teeth in anger, wishing he could slay this brute that had dared to do such outrageous things to a handsome man like him. The real culprit was right before him, yet he could do nothing. In utter desperation, Xiao Hao could only leave this sorrowful place, tears streaming down his face, limping and enduring the intense, tearing sensation behind. The real culprit was right before him, yet he could do nothing. In utter desperation, Xiao Hao could only leave this sorrowful place, tears streaming down his face, limping and enduring the intense, tearing sensation behind him. His first time just like that was taken away. Oh no. Having not walked far from the luminescent brute, he accidentally tripped over a stone and fell to the ground again, losing several teeth. With his bruised face, he looked utterly disgusting. If the luminescent brute woke up and saw his face, he could only imagine the reaction. He would probably vomit. Xiao Hao suppressed the tears welling in his eyes and aimlessly continued on, his heart filled with fortitude. Thus Xiao Hao stumbled along the way, encountering numerous misfortunes. If it weren't for his unwavering belief in capturing the dream spirit, he might have already given up on leaving this forest and ended it all right there. After all, being forced into such acts by a spirit, and a male one at that, would lead anyone to feel similarly. Today was a day of misfortune and humiliation. Realizing his bad luck, Xiao Hao became extra cautious along the way, avoiding further unfortunate events. Of course, no matter how careful he was, he could not escape the occurrence of mishaps. For instance, strange incidents like falling excrement from the sky. The most unfortunate was that while walking, he unwittingly fell into several bizarre traps, including large pits and snares despite his precautions. The accident-prone Xiao Hao encountered so many traps that he nearly met a tragic end in this forest. The only thing he felt grateful for was his tenacious life. No matter how much he suffered, he always managed to survive. Just a morning's worth of misadventures had turned Xiao Hao into a shadow of his former self. This only demonstrated how effective the curse of bad luck was. Reflecting on the day's events, his already fragile heart could not withstand the strain any longer, and even in such a state, it seemed that fate had no intention of letting him off the hook. Just as he opened his mouth and cried to the heavens, another dose of black and white excrement fell from above. By some twist of fate, it landed directly in his mouth, warm and sliding down his throat. In his moment of sobbing, he inadvertently swallowed it. A strange taste he had never experienced before exploded on his taste buds. By the time he realized it, the excrement had already settled in his stomach. Ugh! As soon as he grasped what he had just ingested, his crying abruptly ceased. A wave of nausea surged within him, and he immediately knelt on the ground, reaching for his throat in an attempt to expel the excrement. Unfortunately, the bird's excrement dissolved upon entry, quickly merging with stomach acid. Moreover, since he was on an empty stomach and had not eaten anything since morning, it became even harder to vomit. After all, his stomach was completely empty. What kind of suffering have I endured? Why do so many misfortunes befall? Realizing he could not throw up, Xiao Hao could only kneel on the ground in despair, attempting to figure out what he had done to deserve such a string of bad luck today. In just one morning, he had encountered all sorts of bizarre incidents. Today's events reminded him of a similar situation 4 years ago when he was 6. It was as if countless dark hands were manipulating him from behind the scenes, intent on playing with him until he was driven mad. This inexplicable feeling filled him with fear. No, I can't stay in this forest any longer. I have to leave quickly. Otherwise, if this continues, I will inevitably die here. Mom and Dad, I want to go home. I never want to go out to catch spirits again. I was wrong. I shouldn't have sneaked out to travel. At this moment, Xiao Hao's mind was on the verge of collapse, and he began to ramble, holding his head. This situation resembled that of a patient with a mental illness who had escaped from the hospital, evoking an involuntary sense of fear. After all, the mentally ill do have certain privileges. Just as he was about to break down, he suddenly heard movement coming from the bushes. After all, the mentally ill do have certain privileges. Just as he was about to break down, he suddenly heard movement coming from the bush. Damn it, where did the brute run off to? I already drugged it, yet it could still escape so far. I must find it, for that is an extremely rare luminescent spirit. If I miss this one, there won't be another. The worst part is having provoked that group of guys. Huh, how is there another person here? As the young man rushed out of the bushes, he suddenly spotted Xiao Hao kneeling beside the bushes, and a smile broke across his face. Bro, please help me hold back that spirit. If I survive, I will definitely pay my respects to you when I return. After saying this, he immediately grabbed the back of Xiao Hao's clothes, and with Xiao Hao's bewildered and confused expression, threw him in the direction he had just come from. In the forest, one would typically expect to lend a hand upon seeing a fellow human in danger. However, for some reason, upon seeing Xiao Hao, he felt an inexplicable annoyance. It was as if Xiao Hao had owed him several million in his past life, and never repaid him, which made him quite displeased. Adding to that, the imminent danger and urge for revenge against Xiao Hao inexplicably arose within him, prompting him to throw him out to alleviate his own annoyance. The thrown-out Xiao Hao wore a confused expression, completely unaware of what had just happened. By the time he regained his senses, he was already soaring through the air. Accompanying the sound of the wind was a buzzing noise. Upon hearing this familiar sound, Xiao Hao realized he had intruded into a beehive. The mere thought of this chilled his heart. Shadows of childhood fears surged forth, causing him to tremble. Having flown a considerable distance, he was propelled out along with several large hornets. With a loud crash, Xiao Hao collided with a tree along with the unfortunate hornets. The pursuing hornets stared at the suddenly appeared Xiao Hao. A few began to surround him, with fierce expressions, their sharp stingers gleaming ominously. Xiao Hao rose from the ground only to discover he was surrounded by large hornets, each glaring at him like a ferocious beast, as if they intended to devour him whole. The hornets that had been caught up with Xiao Hao also regained their composure, hovering in the air, each glaring at the person who had collided with them. Then each hornet began to stab him one by one, venting their pent-up anger. The remaining hornets continued to pursue the man, while Xiao Hao's heart-wrenching cries echoed through the forest. In the aftermath, Xiao Hao was taken by the hornets to their base, suspended like a white cocoon, with only his swollen, bruised face exposed, staring blankly ahead. Even in this state, passing Pidgeys in the sky would drop a pile of droppings on his head. This illustrated that no matter what, the sky would rain down pie, albeit in a loose, unformed manner. Even in this state, passing Pidgeys in the sky would drop a pile of droppings on his head. This illustrated that, at that moment, the place where Xiao Hao found himself had become a restroom for flying creatures, and with his eyes glazed over, his face covered in filth, he looked utterly disgusting. From morning until now, it had been a full day without food to replenish his energy, and he had even vomited once along the way, which only added to his misery. Having gone a whole day without food, Xiao Hao was utterly exhausted and lacked any ability to resist merely staring vacantly ahead. He silently prayed that the returning hornets might spare him some food to replenish his energy. However, the location he occupied was the hatching base of the iron-shelled hornets, where very few returned, and even those that did would directly ignore this disgustingly pitiful creature. After all, at this moment, he was covered in repulsive excrement, emitting a strange and foul odor that no creature would dare approach. Naturally, no creature was willing to spare him any food. Thus he endured an entire day of hunger with his stomach growling incessantly. He looked so pitiful. On the first day, Xiao Hao managed to hold on, refusing to beg the hornets for scraps despite. As the second day passed, Xiao Hao became so dizzy from hunger that he didn't even want to utter a word. After 2 days of starvation, he had reached his limit, barely holding on to a shred of sanity. In his stupor from hunger, the last remnants of his reason dissipated completely. The next morning, the hornets responsible for guarding the cocoons returned after fending off flying attacks. Seeing the guard hornets return, Xiao Hao was overjoyed, finally casting aside his pride and begging for food. "Brother Hornet, please, I beg you, give me something to eat. I'm starving to the point of desperation. Please, I implore you, spare me a morsel." Xiao Hao's plea was so pitiful, tears welling in his eyes as he attempted to evoke any mercy from the hornet. Unfortunately, our hornet seemed to possess a sense of kindness, choosing not to ignore Xiao Hao's desperate cries. "Thank you, Brother Hornet. You are truly my savior." Upon seeing a glimmer of hope, Xiao Hao's eyes brightened, and he continued to plead. The hornet approached him, and a flicker of disdain crossed its red eyes. However, Xiao Hao failed to notice this, believing the hornet had consented, acting like a puppy begging for favors. Yet the next moment left Xiao Hao dumbfounded. The hornet with surprising force raised its stinger and struck Xiao Hao's face hard. With a loud smack, when we next saw Xiao Hao, one side of his face had become somewhat cleaner, but the clean side quickly swelled visibly. After striking Xiao Hao, the previously shiny stinger of the hornet became dirty. Upon seeing this, the hornet displayed a look of disgust and flew off in a certain direction, seemingly to clean its stinger. Xiao Hao, slow to react, only realized what had happened after the hornet had left. The once quiet forest erupted into chaos, with Xiao Hao's roar startling the Pidgeys sleeping peacefully on the trees, who immediately took flight. Meanwhile, on the other side, the fierce and aggressive Fierce Sparrow, our brother, lay stirred from sleep, his mood turning increasingly irritable. Angry and tempestuous, the fiery sparrows are not just a solitary one, but a flock that begins to gather, seeking the source of the sound. Unbeknownst to Xiao Hao, he continues to curse the now-departed giant bee. Just as he is ranting, a dark and oppressive sky looms above, resembling the foreboding scene before a storm. At this moment, he remains oblivious, still chattering incessantly. By the time he notices it is already too late, a fiery sparrow appears right before him. Why is there another fiery sparrow here? Xiao Hao confused wonders. Little does he know this fiery sparrow has come for him. As he ponders, he looks up and realizes the horizon has turned pitch black, and combined with the sparrow's strange cries, the scene becomes eerie and chilling. What is going on here? I don't remember provoking any fiery sparrows. Xiaohao gazes at the scene before him bewildered. Before he can figure out what is happening, our volatile fiery sparrow has already confirmed its target and is impatiently sounding the charge. In an instant, all the fiery sparrows launch a fierce attack on Xiaohao, assaulting him from every angle, leaving no escape. Don't peck my face. Don't peck my head, it hurts. Due to Xiaohao being enveloped in a layer of white silk, many parts of him remain well protected, with only his head sustaining injury, while the rest of his body is safe and unharmed. Yet it is from this moment that the thick layer of silk on Xiaohao begins to unravel. Eventually, amidst the fiery sparrow's relentless assault, one accidentally pecks through the thread holding him. The silk on Xiaohao begins to fall apart rapidly, revealing his entire form. Seeing Xiaohao fall to the ground, the fiery sparrows immediately seize the opportunity, diving towards him, frantically pecking at his body, as if they would not relent until they have torn him apart. You can peck my face, but don't peck here. Initially troubled by the pecks to his face, upon feeling the ferocious assault of the fiery sparrows, he is now in tears, overwhelmed by fear, and his body, weakened by hunger, is unable to escape. All he can do is tremble and plead for mercy. Suddenly, an unknown fiery sparrow strikes a sensitive area, causing him to become agitated. Already weakened, he musters the last of his strength to cover his groin with his hands, trying to shield it from further stimulation. However, this very action draws the attention of the other fiery sparrows. Noticing that this area is crucial to Xiaohao, all the fiery sparrows fixate their gaze upon his groin, a glint of red flashing in their eyes. Oh! In that moment, Xiaohao's heart-wrenching wail once again echoes through the forest, but this time it does not linger as before. The echoes in the forest become a continuous lament, never ceasing. No matter how hoarse his voice becomes, the fiery sparrows do not relent. This state continues until he can no longer scream. At this moment, the giant bee, which had gone out to wash its needles, happens to return. The giant bee and fiery sparrows are natural enemies, encountering each other. Now their animosity escalates. The giant bee observes the chaotic scene, discovering that the pupating shells have been ripped open and the larvae inside have vanished. It is apparent that these are the deeds of the fiery sparrows. After all birds eat insects, it is instinct. Now that the fiery sparrows have found the hatching grounds of the pupating shells, they naturally show no mercy. Upon witnessing this scene, the already envious giant bee becomes even more incensed, its eyes flashing with fury, as it begins to slaughter indiscriminately. One fiery sparrow after another falls from the sky, losing its life. The fiery sparrows still tormenting Xiaohao clearly notice the giant bee nearby. Many of them know they cannot withstand it and start to flee in all directions. However, the frenzied giant bee would not allow these fiery sparrows to escape, pursuing and killing each. In an instant, what was once the giant bee's hatching ground has transformed into a slaughterhouse, with fiery sparrow corpses littered everywhere. Xiaohao's area is no exception, with several fiery sparrow bodies strewn about. Upon seeing the fiery sparrows receive their due retribution, tears streamed down his face as he gazed at his own groin, bloodied and mangled, barely recognizable. He opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to say something, but it appeared he could hardly utter a word. His vocal cords had long since failed him, coupled with not having had water for several days. He could no longer speak. Xiaohao looked at his groin, biting his lip, filled with a deep sense of humiliation. In that moment, as he bit his lip, he completely forgot that just a short while ago he had been used as a toilet by countless birds, with unknown amounts of droppings smeared across his face. At this moment, all that filled his heart was hatred, having completely forgotten those humiliations. He gazed at the dead fiery sparrows on the ground, gritting his teeth. The hunger in his belly and the weakness from the blood loss made him immensely famished, needing food to replenish the energy he had lost. At this moment, all that filled his heart was revenge, vengeance, and revenge again. He was determined to eliminate every fiery sparrow and giant bee in this world. But before seeking revenge, he faced a choice. To consume the already deceased fiery sparrows before him to replenish the energy needed for survival, then seek out the legendary Pokémon Ancestor Mew to capture it, after which he would eliminate every fiery sparrow, giant bee, and yes, even a certain monkey creature, leaving not a single one alive. Though these thoughts were impractical and perhaps futile, it was still daytime, allowing him to daydream freely. Xiaohao stared at the corpses of the fierce sparrows before him, gazing silently ahead for a long while, struggling within. After a moment, he finally made his choice. Without hesitation, he chose to plunge into the abyss, picking up one of the fierce sparrow's corpses and began to gnaw at it cruelly. He paid no heed to cleanliness, as if reverting to a primitive era, devouring the bird's meat with fervor. While eating Pokémon was indeed illegal, a prominent lawyer once stated, when a person reaches the brink of starvation and their life is at risk, it is permissible to urgently resort to eating Pokémon to stave off hunger and restore the energy necessary for survival. At this moment, Xiaohao was already delusional from hunger, having lost all rationality. Having finished the fierce sparrow in his hands, Xiaohao had blood all over his mouth, and his clothes were tattered with ragged holes, filthy and stained, complemented by blood on his lips and a few feathers on his face. This made him appear as if a demon had descended, and with his bronze skin he resembled an evil fiend. If he were to let out a cackling laugh at this moment, he could easily deceive anyone. Not long after consuming the raw food, Xiao Hao hurriedly set off, hoping to leave the dangerous forest before the Beedrill. Unbeknownst to him, he had long been placed under a curse. Within 100 days there would be no way to break this curse. As of now, only 4 days had passed since the 100 days began, meaning he had another 96 days to endure in this manner. If Xiao Hao were to find out, it would be hard to say how despairing he would feel. It's likely he would eliminate the mastermind behind all this, though he wouldn't stand a chance. Even so, it wouldn't stop. A moment of boasting brings a fleeting thrill, but endless boasting leads to consequences. Unable to speak, Xiao Hao could only look around anxiously, trying to determine which path might lead to his escape. After looking for a long time, he anxiously surveyed his surroundings. For some reason, a voice in his heart kept telling him that no matter which path he took, it would be riddled with thorns. He couldn't tell if it was just his delusion. It must be a delusion, or I've been so unlucky for the past few days. Surely my luck should turn around now. If it weren't for this, I wouldn't have escaped from the Beedrill. Though the cost of escaping was steep, having lost my little Xiao Hao, it's not too bad. At least I survived. Once I find the progenitor Pokemon Mew, I can use its powers to heal my little Xiao Hao. After thinking so much, he gathered his spirits and began to make a choice. With no other options, Xiao Hao casually chose a path to walk. Not long after he started, he almost fell into a mysterious trap, but thankfully his previous misfortune had taught him. This made him more cautious while walking, fearing he might encounter the same situation again, so he was no longer as careless as before, avoiding other traps. This time avoiding the trap made Xiao Hao very happy, and he laughed heartily for a moment. However, his vocal cords were damaged, leaving him unable to speak. He could only find joy in solitude. Yet in that moment of elation, as he took a step back, he accidentally stepped on a stone and fell backward into the ground. With a thud, he didn't feel the hard ground. Instead, it felt soft and fleshy. The sensation. Xiao Hao squeezed it tightly, carefully feeling the texture, and his smile suddenly froze, turning into a grimace. Looking back, as he suspected, it was indeed an Arbok. At that moment, the Arbok also reacted swiftly, twisting its body and darting towards Xiao Hao. At this point, Xiao Hao began to feel like crying. Damn, it just escaped from the tiger's mouth. Now he was falling into the wolf's den. How could this not make him despair? Xiao Hao reacted quickly this time, sprinting through the forest at high speed, trying to shake off the Arbok. The Arbok was clearly the vengeful type, its malicious gaze fixed firmly on Xiao Hao. It relentlessly pursued him, determined not to relent, leaving Xiao Hao bewildered. Big brother, I only sat on you for a moment. Please have mercy and let me go. Xiao Hao incessantly murmured in his heart, hoping to use this method to communicate telepathically with the Arbok so it could hear his voice. This idea was destined to fail. After all, even for a psychic Pokemon, mastering telepathy requires a significant amount of time to practice. For other types of Pokemon aside from those with exceptional psychic talents, it would take about 2.5 years to learn telepathy. Let alone a poison-type Pokemon like Arbok, which would find it exceedingly difficult to master telepathy. Even if given 2 years, it would still struggle to achieve it. The Aber Monster. As Xiao Hao was being chased by the Aber Monster, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, transforming into a jet-propelled warrior. Damn it. The raw meat he had eaten earlier caused a physiological discomfort, and he needed to relieve himself. This led to the pursuing Aber Monster catching up directly and opening its gaping maw, sinking its teeth into his backside. However, although the Aber Monster had taken its revenge, it seemed to have both gained and lost at the same time. It was fortunate that the area it bit was so coincidental that while exacting revenge, it also enjoyed a free meal. But the taste was somewhat overwhelming, causing the Aber Monster to feel nauseous, and it quickly vomited. After being bitten, Xiao Hao felt nothing unusual and thought he was fine, so he continued to run forward. Meanwhile, the Aber Monster forced to consume that meal was most troubled by the disgusting taste, which was unbearable for the serpent. Fuming with anger, the Aber Monster continued to chase, seemingly determined not to rest until it had killed Xiao. Just moments ago, it realized what it had consumed. It had seen humans engaging in such acts in the grasslands around. If it couldn't understand this, then all the times it had relieved itself would have been for nothing. Damn, it was truly speechless. Oh, just moments ago it had bitten a dog, and now it was force-fed. Not even his mother had cared for him this much, he thought, crying out in despair. If it didn't eat him, it would be a betrayal of the kindness he had received. The Aber Monster thought, its eyes gleaming with a dangerous red light as it pursued. Xiao Hao, I truly thank you. Xiao Hao had no idea of the Aber Monster's thoughts and continued to run, desperately, seemingly afraid that his death would be unjust. While running, Xiao Hao was also searching for herbs that could cure snake venom along the way. Due to the neurotoxic nature of the Aber Monster's venom, he did not feel anything amiss in his backside. While escaping, he genuinely felt nothing. Thus he experienced no discomfort during his frantic flight. Only after running for a while did he begin to feel something was wrong with his Boda's circulation. He started feeling an unusual heaviness and pain in his chest, as if someone were mercilessly pounding his heart. He knew the snake venom was starting to take effect. From the very beginning he had known his body would face issues, which is why he was intentionally looking for antidotes along the way. However, he found no remedies for snake venom. Most herbs that could cure snake venom were quite common, yet he hadn't found a single one along his path. This clearly showed that his streak of bad luck was once again at work. This is just ridiculous. As Xiao Hao felt the countdown of his life ticking away, he began to curse. He felt an overwhelming terror. If he didn't find herbs for treatment within half an hour, he would inevitably meet. He was still a virgin who hadn't even broken his first love. He had so much of life yet to enjoy. How could he leave this beautiful world like this? This world cannot afford to lose him. If this world were without him, who would capture legendary beasts like Dream to save the world? Without him, who else could capture Dream? Just as he thought this, for some reason a figure suddenly appeared in his mind. It was none other than Ash the champion he had seen on TV not long ago. His desire to travel was also influenced. Knowing that someone his age had become a champion filled him with boundless imagination about the future. He was destined to capture legendary beasts. How could he possibly fall here? His script should not unfold this way. It must be that heaven is jealous of his talent, and that is why it is treating him this way. Yes, it must be like that. If not, his luck wouldn't have been this terrible these days. Before this, aside from a troubling incident during summer camp in his childhood, he had generally enjoyed good fortune. Even during times of bad luck, it wouldn't be as severe as these days where every day was filled with misfortune, and it wasn't just once or twice. The unfortunate events of recent days had made him irritable. Now facing the countdown of his life, he felt hopeless, wishing he could find the mastermind behind all this and beat them up right now. Heaven is jealous of talent. Xiao Hao strained his body and continued searching for a while, yet still found. At this moment he felt as if he had been abandoned by this world. His face turned ashen, and he suddenly collapsed to the ground, loudly proclaiming this phrase. His mood resembled that of an author in another world, toiling every day only to earn 30 a day while being taken advantage of without even anyone willing to watch an ad. It was a miserable feeling. It was simply terrible. After saying this, Xiao Hao suddenly felt darkness before his eyes and collapsed once more, losing consciousness. Xiao Hao's shouting had attracted many Pokémon to come and see the commotion. Upon discovering it was a human, they curiously watched from the sidelines, unaware that deep down they wished for this human to die quickly. Even those kind-hearted Pokémon thought the same. Though they couldn't understand why, under this inexplicable feeling of aversion, the kind Pokémon, who initially intended to help Xiao Hao, suddenly lost the desire to assist. Thus, without any assistance, Xiao Hao tragically perished under the Aber monster's venom. For this we sincerely thank our hero the Aber monster for avenging us. So everyone present, please watch the ads. We are here to celebrate our hero the Aber monster, not to watch for the author. After resting at home, Xiao Ji and Xia Li Na set off together to visit the famous Orange Islands in Kanto, where they also captured a plump and gluttonous Snorlax. The two of them, wandering through mountains and waters, seemed to be on their honeymoon, their smiles never fading since the beginning of the trip, always chatting and laughing. At this moment they truly appeared as a couple in love, looking so blissful. However, they had already confirmed their relationship. They were indeed on their honeymoon. Xiao Ji, where shall we go next? Xia Li Na had been having a great time with Xiao Ji these past few days, her little face flushed red. This clearly showed just how happy they were. Sitting on the back of a Pidgeot on their way back, Xia Li Na excitedly asked, "Where do you want to go next?" Hearing Xia Li Na's question, Xiao Ji couldn't help but smiled, gently brushing her cute nostrils with his finger. He replied with a grin. Xia Li Na did not answer immediately. Instead, she held Xiao Ji's hand, resting her head on his shoulder, the blush on her face still lingering, and softly said, "Wherever you want to go, I'll go with you." "Really? I plan to travel through every region next, which will be quite exhausting. Are you willing to travel with me? Come witness me become the champion of every region forever. Will you still be willing?" Xiao Ji gazed at the beloved girl before him with deep affection, unable to resist reaching out. He extended his hand, gently stroking Xia Li Na's smooth hair that carried a subtle, pleasant fragrance. Since Xia Li Na had not yet cut her long hair, it felt incredibly smooth to touch. His hand slid down, brushing against Xia Li Na's left cheek, and he felt a delightful sensation as he revealed an expression of pure comfort. Meanwhile, Xia Li Na listened to Xiao Ji's monologue, which sounded almost like a proposal, and her face had already turned from pale to crimson. Even her heart, which had been racing rapidly, seemed to morph into the shape of Xiao Ji at that moment. "I do." Even after confirming their romantic relationship, Xia Li Na felt even more shy under such intimate contact. Her shyness only intensified even more than when they were just friends. "I do." Even after confirming their romantic relationship, Xia Li Na felt even more shy under such. Despite confirming their relationship, Xiao Ji felt a mental barrier restraining him, locking away his former education and rationality along with decades of life. His former education and rationality along with decades of life experience constantly reminded him not to engage in such actions with a minor. With thoughts of 3 years of imprisonment, or even the death penalty, this led to their relationship remaining stuck at the stage of holding hands. He wouldn't even go so far as to kiss her. Of course this was partly due to Xiao Zhi's own reluctance to cross that mental hurdle, resulting in a lack of any substantial action. However, when Xiao Zhi heard Sha Lina's words, he felt an overwhelming happiness, as if he had heard the most beautiful language in the world. Under the afterglow of the setting sun, the two rode on Pidgeot, flying towards the direction of Shino Town, resembling a pair of enchanting fairy lovers. Early the next morning, Xiao Zhi got up early to prepare breakfast. After finishing breakfast, Xiao Zhi went to the room, leaned close to Sha Lina's ear, and softly said, "Wake up, little lazy cat, it's time for breakfast." Seeing that Sha Lina showed no signs of waking up, he couldn't help but chuckle. To rouse the sleeping little lazy, thus Xiao Zhi stretched out his mischievous hand and gently brushed Sha Lina's nostrils again. "Wake up. If you don't, the sun will be on your back." Sha Lina opened her sleepy eyes, and upon waking saw a familiar face beside her looking at her with everything felt surreal, as if she were dreaming. Even though a month had passed, and their relationship had matured, it still felt utterly enchanting. After a moment of bewilderment, her gaze stared blankly at Xiao Zhi, slightly lost in thought. "What's wrong, Xiao Zhi? Is it time to eat?" Once Sha Lina snapped back to reality, she understood that it was indeed time to eat. Of course. Xiao Zhi chuckled at her little expression, unable to help but smile. This scene was immediately noticed by Sha Lina, who began to feign anger, pouting and looking at Xiao Zhi with dissatisfaction. "What's so funny? What's there to laugh about? Share it with me." Sha Lina attempted to appear fierce, her eyes glaring as she spoke. "It's nothing. It's just that Sha Lina is too beautiful, and I can't help but like you no matter how I look at you. You're simply stunning, like an angel sent by heaven." Xiao Zhi shook his head, laughing. You say such things so early in the morning. Isn't that a bit embarrassing?" Sha Lina, who had just woken up and still felt a bit drowsy, turned beet red upon hearing such sweet words. "No, because what I say is the truth. If Lina doesn't like it, then I won't speak anymore." Xiao Zhi smiled as he looked at Sha Lina. "No, I like it, of course I do. How could I not like Xiao Zhi?" Upon hearing this, Sha Lina suddenly became anxious, blurting out her feelings in an honest moment. "Lina is truly adorable and honest. Having you as my girlfriend is simply my fortune." Xiao Zhi chuckled affectionately, stroking Sha Lina's cute face. "I feel the same." Xiao Zhi. After their playfulness, Sha Lina shyly leaned against Xiao Zhi's chest, feeling content listening to his strong heartbeat. All right, lovely Lina, it's time to get up for breakfast. If you don't eat soon, it might get cold, and there will be consequences." Xiao Zhi pretended to be serious, speaking earnestly. "What consequences?" Sha Lina's first reaction was not fear, but rather excitement and anticipation. "Hee, I can't tell you. Hurry up and get up to eat." Seeing the excited and expectant look in Sha Lina's eyes, she couldn't help but pause before All right. Selena pouted, realizing it was time to stop, quickly got out of bed to wash up, and the two of them went downstairs together. As they reached the bottom of the stairs, they coincidentally ran into Huazi, who was coming out of her room, and saw the two of them walking down together. For a moment their movements came to a halt. "Good morning, Mom." Xiao Zhi had no particular expression and simply greeted her. On the other hand, Selena turned red, shyly lowering her head and saying good morning at Huazi. "Good morning." Huazi glanced at her son, then at Selena, a mysterious smile lingering at the corners of her mouth as she nodded in response. Although Selena had been with Xiao Zhi all these days, she still hadn't fully adjusted to this lifestyle. After all, it was her dream to sleep under the same roof as the person she liked, something she had never even dared to imagine before. "Why is breakfast so extravagant today?" Selena looked at the table full of dishes, a bit surprised. "What special occasion is it today?" Seeing that Selena was still standing still, Xiao Zhi smiled and said, Selena nodded. Then the two of them went downstairs together, arriving at the dining table where a lavish breakfast awaited them. "Why is breakfast so extravagant today?" Selena looked at the table full of dishes, a bit surprised. "What special occasion is it today to prepare so many dishes?" Huazi was also slightly surprised to see the food on the table. "Today is the day we are going on a trip to Chengdu with Xiao Gang and Xiao Xia, so naturally we had to make it a bit more lavish. Besides, during our trips, it's usually Xiao Gang who cooks. I haven't cooked much lately, so I've gotten a bit rusty," Xiao Zhi explained. "Xiao Zhi, how can you let Xiao Gang do all the cooking alone? Isn't that a bit unfair?" Upon hearing Xiao Zhi's words, Huazi immediately placed her hands on her hips, puffing out her chest, and reprimanded him. No. It's just that Xiao Gang thinks my cooking is delicious, so he asked me to teach him. He also said he wants to let his younger siblings taste it when we get back, so he's been practicing cooking while I help out and offer some guidance. Mom, you know I have plenty of signature dishes. It's not like you don't know that I haven't finished teaching him yet." Listening to Huazi's reprimand, Xiao Zhi didn't panic, but began to explain. "Oh, so that's how it is." After realizing she had misunderstood Xiao Zhi, Huazi finally understood. Knowing Xiao Zhi so well, she naturally knew what his signature dishes were. After all, they were truly delicious. "Lena, do you need anything else? I can help you prepare." Xiao Zhi suddenly turned to Selena and asked. "Oh, no, there's nothing I need prepared. I already took care of everything yesterday." Selena, who was focused on her meal, shook her head upon hearing Xiao Zhi's sudden question. That's good. Seeing Selena had already said so, Xiao Zhi didn't say anything more. And so they quietly ate their meal. At 1030. Xiao Zhi and Selena each carried a backpack holding their belongings. Under Wazi's gaze, they looked closely together as they set off for Nibi City and Hualan City, causing her to smile unconsciously. At this moment, the two of them really looked like a couple in love. Meanwhile, poor Huazi, still kept in the dark, had no idea that Xiao Zhi and Selena had already confirmed their relationship and were in love, leading her to mistakenly believe there was something romantic between them. As for why Xiao Zhi didn't say anything, it was because the wise and mighty Huazi had already known about it, which is why. Thus the two of them missed the opportunity to ask questions due to the misunderstanding. Xiao Zhi and Selena traveled together, arriving at Nibi City to meet up with Xiao Gang. After gathering with the three of them, they spent a day playing with Xiao Gang's younger siblings, rested for a day, and then set off again for Hualan City to meet up with Xiao Xia. When the three of them arrived in Hualan City, it still looked like an aquarium, completely devoid of any resemblance to a gym, showing no sign of change. At the start of their journey, Xiao Zhi had already called to ask if the two of them wanted to go on the trip. Upon hearing Xiao Zhi's words, they readily agreed, which is why Xiao Zhi and Selena set out to meet them. Originally, Xiao Zhi planned to travel alone with Selena, but since Xiao Xia and Xiao Gang had also traveled with him for a year and had developed feelings, he decided to call and ask if they wanted to join. When the two received the call and understood the intention, they agreed without hesitation. At first, Xiao Zhi and Selena enjoyed their time together, sweetly expressing their feelings. However, once they met up with Xiao Gang, they became more reserved, no longer openly displaying their affection while traveling together. Considering that showing affection in front of Xiao Gang would put him in an awkward position, the two of them only chatted privately when they found moments of solitude. They tried their best to avoid putting Xiao Gang in a potentially uncomfortable situation. Xiao Gang was also aware that the two were together, so throughout the journey, he tried to give them some private space and often found various excuses to occupy himself. As for why Xiao Gang agreed to Xiao Zhi's invitation despite knowing about their relationship, it was primarily because Xiao Zhi was both a mentor and a friend to him. Secondly, his younger siblings really liked the dishes Xiao Zhi taught them, so he wanted to learn more recipes from him to improve his cooking skills so he could show off when he returned. For him, as long as he could see his younger siblings happy, he didn't mind being a third wheel. As for why Xiao Xia agreed, it was mainly because she didn't want Xiao Gang to feel awkward as a third wheel once she knew he was traveling with Xiao Zhi. Of course, there were other reasons behind it as well. When Xiao Zhi and his group arrived in Hualan City, Xiao Xia, who had been waiting for a long time, had already packed her bags and was ready to set off. So when the three of them arrived at the Hualan gym, Xiao Xia directly set off with Xiao Zhi and the others without resting. Perhaps it was because she could not stand her three sisters that she was so eager to travel. And so after gathering once more this time, they had an extra person joining them. Destination Chengdu. In order to participate in the silver contest organized by the Chengdu Alliance, Ash and his companions have already obtained the 8 badges of the Chengdu Alliance and are intent on heading towards the direction of Silver Mountain. In order to participate in the silver contest organized by the Chengdu Alliance, Ash and his companions have already obtained the 8 badges. Long time no see, Dr. Jisun. Dr. Okito greeted Ash with a smile as he looked at the phone. It's been a while, Dr. Okito. What brings you to call me recently? Is there something you need my help with? Ash joked with Dr. Okito, feeling cheerful. Due to Dr. Otamaki's influence combined with Ash's early fame in the research community and his inheritances of the virtues of humility from Huaxia, he gives off a vibe of being calm and composed, making conversations with him quite pleasant. As a result, he maintains good connections with many researchers in various regions, which has led to strong relationships with many doctors, allowing for a playful banter. Dr. Okito is one of them. No wonder you are hailed as one of the genius researchers, Dr. Jisun. You truly have an uncanny ability to foresee things. Dr. Okito chuckled in response. What are we to each other, Dr. Jisun? Just say it. If it's something I can help with, I'll definitely assist you. Ash knew what it was about, so he agreed decisively, confidently patting his chest and assuring him, thank you in advance, Ash. I appreciate your willingness to help so promptly. Hearing Ash's words, Dr. Okito felt touched and began expressing his gratitude in advance. I really cannot accept your thanks. That should be me who thanks you for sending me the divine Pokémon. After hearing Dr. Okito's words, Ash felt a bit embarrassed. Actually, Ash, I would like to ask you to go to the Ocean Research Institute to fetch a Pokémon egg for research purposes. Sure, no problem. Ash immediately nodded in agreement without any hesitation. Afterward, the two chatted for a while longer before ending the call and going about their own business. Ash, what kind of Pokémon egg do you think Dr. Okito wants to get? Serena suddenly interjected. I don't know, it might very well be a legendary Pokémon from the Chengdu region, like Jirachi. Hearing his girlfriend's question, Ash smiled and answered half-jokingly. Although he didn't directly state the answer, he cleverly hinted at it. One must say Ash is truly ingenious to think of Jirachi. The final evolution is the Sandstorm King Tyranitar. That is indeed a romantic dream Pokémon among men. Brock couldn't help but fall into a reverie upon hearing Ash's words. Tyranitar is on par with the legendary Dragonite from the Kanto region. Misty thought of Kanto's Dragonite also filled with yearning. Legendary Pokémon represent a powerful existence. They are not something ordinary people can possess. Ha, you guys are really something. Oh, I just said that casually. After all, we haven't even seen the egg, yet how can we confirm that it is a legendary Pokémon? Ha, you guys are really something. Oh, I just said that casually. After all, we haven't even seen the egg, yet how can we confirm that it is a legendary Pokémon? Ha, you guys are really something. Oh, I just said that casually. After all, we haven't even seen the egg, yet how can we confirm? Girls are generally more emotional, their thoughts more aligned. But even so, that Pokémon egg belongs to Dr. Girls are generally more emotional, their thoughts more aligned. But even so, that Pokémon egg belongs to Dr. Okito. It has nothing to do with us. Girls are generally more emotional, their thoughts more aligned. But even so, that Pokémon egg belongs to Dr. Okito. It has nothing to do with us. Ash suddenly interjected, instantly dousing everyone's enthusiasm. Alright, let's head to the Ocean Research Institute. Seeing the group's spirits low, Ash quickly started to comfort everyone. His reason for saying such things was mainly due to the fear of someone competing with him for the Pokémon egg exhibiting a bit of cunning. After Ash finished speaking, the four of them began heading towards the Ocean Research Institute. The Pokémon Ocean Research Institute was not far from Ash and his companions. It only took them half a day to arrive. The Ocean Research Institute is situated on a cliff by the sea in a very secluded spot, with no other buildings around except for the Research Institute. The environment is tranquil, complemented by the occasional sound of waves crashing against the shore, creating a sense of relaxation. This scene is very suitable as a vacation spot. Is that the Ocean Research Institute referred to by Dr. Como? Selena looked towards the building on the edge of the cliff and said, "That should be the place. Let's go." Xiaoji nodded, and then held Selena's hand, heading in that direction. Behind them, Xiaojing and Xiaoxia had long since grown accustomed to this scene, their expressions remarkably calm. Over the past year, they had consumed countless dog food, and they were already used to the romance between the two. Gradually, it led to them becoming numb, feeling little as they watched. They only noticed that they had eaten a bit too much for lunch, and their stomachs felt a bit bloated. Xiaojing and Xiaoxia exchanged glances, feeling quite helpless. They waved their hands and continued walking. Soon the four of them entered the Pokémon Ocean Research Institute together. "Moshi Moshi, is anyone here?" Selena tentatively called out, looking at the empty Research Institute. When no one responded, Xiaojing spoke up. "We were asked by Dr. Komu to come visit." Xiaojing looked around puzzled as he saw no one. "Is anyone here?" Xiaoxia also chimed in. "It seems like no one is here." Upon seeing no response, Xiaojing muttered quietly, "What should we do, Xiaoji?" Selena suddenly turned to Xiaoji and asked, "Let's wait a bit. It's still noon, and they might have just left work, or it might not be working hours yet." Xiaoji concluded this based on the lack of people around. Just then a girl with purple hair wearing a lab coat and shorts rushed out holding what appeared to be a signal receiver and shouted, "Please step aside." Seeing the four blocking the door, the purple-haired girl shouted for them to move. Xiaoji reacted quickly, pulling Selena's hand to step aside and clear a path for the girl. Meanwhile, our Xiaojing, upon seeing the purple-haired girl, transformed into a lovesick fool, shouting, "Oh, what a beautiful lady. May I ask for your name?" "Xiaojing," Xiaoji exclaimed, helplessly holding his forehead. Seriously, even after so long, Xiaojing still hadn't changed. He couldn't move when he saw a beautiful girl. With no other choice, the three of them followed along at a leisurely pace. When they arrived, they saw the purple-haired girl from the Ocean Research Institute setting up the signal receiver at the bridge, with a chincho floating on the water's surface. It seemed like the girl and the fish were conducting some sort of experiment, and the girl looked very expectant. The connection with the ultrasonic wave is normal, and the sensitivity is excellent. When the group approached the female researcher, they heard her say this. "Excuse me, are you from the Research Institute?" Xiaojing blushed and shyly approached the female researcher from behind, cautiously inquiring. Before the female researcher could respond, Xiaojing began his self-introduction. At that moment, a howling sound resembling "ow-woo ow-woo" came from the speaker. The female researcher noticed a red on the machine rapidly approaching, looking very... At that moment, a howling sound resembling "ow-woo ow-woo" came from the speaker. The female researcher noticed a red on the machine rapidly approaching, looking very pleased as she gazed into the distance. "Shinchi, you can come back now," the female researcher exclaimed excitedly. Just as she finished her sentence, several Lapras suddenly leaped out of the surrounding sea. Everyone looks very energetic. The female researcher joyfully observed the Lapras. "Hello, miss. Are you from the Ocean Research Institute?" Xiaoji suddenly stepped forward and asked, "Are you Dr. Jason?" The female researcher then noticed Xiaoji and the others behind her, immediately becoming excited. "Haha, so I'm already this famous." Xiaoji chuckled upon hearing that she recognized him. "Of course, Dr. Jason is the first genius boy to become a doctor at the age of 8, the champion of the Quartz Conference after 10 years. and recently published a paper on Pokemon Mega Evolution. It's hard not to know you. Alright, let me introduce myself as well. My name is Chungmei, and I'm the director of the Pokemon Ocean Research Institute. So you are the director. Everyone except Xiaoji looked at Chungmei in disbelief, their faces filled with surprise. That being said, the Ocean Research Institute is quite small, so there's only me inside. Additionally, Dr. Komu has already mentioned my situation to you. You're here to collect the Pokemon eggs, right? Chungmei explained further to prevent any misunderstandings. However, just as Chungmei finished speaking, Xiaojing suddenly jumped out from the side, grabbing her hand and gazing at her with deep affection. Miss Chungmei, I know nothing about you, so could you please tell me your blood type, star sign, and your interests, etc.? Alright. Xiaoxia, seeing it was about time, pulled Xiaojing by the ear, dragging him away with exasperation, leaving Chungmei in a state of bewilderment. Excuse me, Miss Chungmei, can we go pick up the Pokemon eggs now? Xiaoji, unable to wait to see the egg he prepared, asked directly, without any small talk. Of course. Chungmei nodded without hesitation. Since Xiaoji was in a hurry after receiving the Pokemon egg, he directly informed Chungmei of some key information regarding Lapras. As for the remaining matters, he planned to let Chungmei handle them alone. Chungmei, knowing that Xiaoji was a genius, was also very willing to trust what he said, and had decided to experiment with it. Before leaving, Xiaoji made sure to help Chungmei deal with the trouble of Team Rocket. After finishing these tasks, he discussed a few things with Dr. Komu, and then they set off again. On the way, Xiaoji didn't forget to check the information of the Pokemon egg in his hand using the system. Pokemon Gira unhatched, gender male, level 1 ability Tenacity. If it becomes status abnormal, it will exhibit Tenacity, increasing its attack. Qualification, near champion, held item, none moves, Sandstorm, Earthquake, Dragon Dance, Tackle, Glare. It's already at level 1, or it seems like it will hatch soon. After reading the information provided by the system, Xiaoji silently apologized to Dr. Komu in his heart. I'm really sorry, Dr. Komu. You trusted me so much, yet I have my eyes on your Pokemon egg. After leaving the Ocean Research Institute, Xiaoji and the group continued their journey towards Rui Town. During their travels, they took a break for lunch. However, the spirit egg in Xiaoji's arms suddenly began to shake, emanating a strong light from its surface. The four of them watched in anticipation, staring at the spirit egg that was about to hatch, eager to witness the birth of a mysterious life. Yet to their disappointment, just as the spirit egg seemed on the verge of hatching, something unexpected occurred. As the spirit egg was about to successfully hatch, the life light on the surface of the shell suddenly vanished. It was as if nothing had happened, leaving their expectations unfulfilled and turning into disappointment. Xiao Gang said with a face full of disappointment. It seems like it will take more time to hatch successfully. Xiao Xiao also looked sadly at the spirit egg in the middle. It's such a pity, Xiaoji, that we didn't get to see the spirit egg successfully hatch, said Selena, equally disappointed. It's okay, Lena, it will eventually hatch successfully. We must believe in it, and during this time I will always be. Xiaoji, feeling pity for Selena's disappointment, disregarded the feelings of the other two and directly embraced. He comforted his beloved. Watching the two of them being affectionate, Xiao Gang and Xiao Xia suddenly felt a pang of regret. Why did I agree to travel with Xiaoji in the first place? Now they eat dog food every day. After a lunch that barely filled them, they now felt as if they were about to burst. Clearly they hadn't eaten much, so why did they feel so full? Xiao Gang and Xiao Xia couldn't help but reminisce about when the four of them first started their journey in Kanto a year ago. At least they didn't openly flaunt their romance back, then engaging in such brazen behavior. It seemed that ever since they arrived in Shindu, after challenging a few gym leaders, the two had let loose, displaying intimate gestures openly. At that time they had not realized it, thinking the two were just in a passionate phase, inadvertently showing their affection, so they didn't pay much attention initially. However, as their time together extended, Xiaoji and Selena's behavior became increasingly evident. It was only then that they noticed something was off, but by the time they realized it, it was already too late. Xiao Gang and Xiao Xia seriously suspected that these two had been mischievous from the start, deliberately inviting them along, going to great lengths to trick them into the group, just to wait for the right moment to make their move. As the two pondered their lives, Xiaoji and Selena were on the side, being affectionate, exchanging various sweet and somewhat ambiguous lines, making Selena's face flush continuously. Even Xiao Xia, who was listening nearby, felt a bit annoyed by the sweet talk. Only our Xiao Gang truly understood Xiao, she exclaiming that he had learned something. If even Sister Xia felt annoyed, then one could only imagine the torment our dear Selena was enduring. I have always wanted to buy a piece of land, but this land cannot be measured in money. Ooh, I need your help. What land do you want to buy that requires my help? I want to buy your unwavering heart. Oh, Xiaoji, are you trying? After hearing Xiaoji's words, Selena was so shy that she directly leaped into his arms. Not knowing if it was out of fear of Xiaoji's incessant chatter, Selena boldly used her first kiss to silence his endless words. It was as if she was afraid that Xiaoji would continue speaking, hence resorting to such drastic measures. Meanwhile, the other two, who were merely watching, were utterly shocked. You can talk sweetly all you want, but why did it escalate to kissing? Are you two deliberately luring us in for slaughter? As Xiaoji felt the kiss from Shalina, he quickly reacted just as he was about to savor it. However, the kiss was like a dragonfly touching the water, barely lingering before swiftly departing. After the kiss, Shalina, resembling a child who had done something wrong, quickly fled, burying her flushed face into Xiaoji's embrace. Xiaoji was taken aback looking at the shy girl in his arms, feeling somewhat incredulous. Since when did Shalina become so bold? Was it really okay for her to be so proactive? Did she not fear his primal instincts taking over, leading him to devour her without restraint? Xiaoji pondered this in his heart. Beside them, Xiao Gang and Xiao Xia exchanged knowing smiles as they observed the situation between the two. Seeing their smiles, Xiaoji understood immediately that Shalina must have felt a sense of urgency after a year of their relationship, which had only progressed to hugging and holding hands. This urgency drove her to consult Xiao Gang and Xiao Xia, resulting in the events of today. After reflecting on this chain of events, Xiao Ji shook his head helplessly. While still embracing Shalina, he reached out to gently stroke her head. While they were discussing the Pokémon egg next to Xiaoji suddenly burst forth with a brilliant light, drawing everyone's attention back to it. Xiaoji immediately rushed to the front of the Pokémon egg, awaiting the emergence of the Pokémon inside. The egg, now glowing with white light, did not disappoint Xiaoji and the others. As the white light dissipated, they saw a creature that was predominantly gray-green, adorned with orderly armor-like scales with red eyes, and a blunt horn, its diamond-shaped belly of vibrant red. Indeed, the Pokémon that had just hatched from the egg was the preliminary form of the Quasidivine Pokémon Tyranitar, known as Ujira. However, the newly hatched Ujira was curled up, trembling all over, appearing in a state that seemed quite unwell, and not at all what one would expect from a newborn Pokémon. Seeing this, Xiaoji immediately took out a vial of life-restoring water from his system space, which he had obtained from the system long ago. With a bit of force, he pried open Ujira's mouth and administered the life-restoring water from the vial. The life-restoring water produced by the system was remarkably effective. Shortly after Ujira drank it transitioned from a state of danger to calm, its trembling gradually ceasing. Xiaoji looked at Ujira and gently stroked it. Before long, Ujira opened its eyes, gazing blankly at Xiaoji, who was moving around it, its eyes devoid of expression, lacking any light, appearing as if it felt unclean. "Hello, Ujira. Welcome to this world," Xiaoji said with a smile to Ujira. At that moment, Ujira, who had previously seemed devoid of emotion, was captivated by Xiaoji's smile, enhanced by the charm of the power of the earth. It was as if it had encountered the world's most beautiful smile, all the misfortunes and suffering it had experienced in the egg were merely a prelude to meeting this person. Ujira, who had previously appeared blank, suddenly displayed an innocent smile. It felt as though the person in front of it was like the scorching sun in the sky, warming the seasons. It seemed capable of erasing all the miseries and sufferings of the world, instilling in Ujira an unprecedented sense of security. This was a feeling he had never experienced within the egg, one that made him feel deeply attached. Drawn by the power of the earth, Ujira involuntarily leaned towards Xiaoji, slowly snuggling into his embrace. "Xiaoji, it seems Ujira really likes you," Shalina said with a sweet smile as she watched Ujira's caution. Indeed. Wanting to get close to Xiaoji right after being born, it seems the power of the earth surrounding Xiaoji is truly as powerful as rumored, attracting the Pokémon's affection. Xiao Gang remarked enviously as he observed Ujira's closeness to Xiaoji. After all, as a gym leader specializing in ground and rock-type Pokémon, he naturally found it hard to resist a Quasidivine being like Ujira. Now seeing Ujira being so affectionate towards Xiaoji, he couldn't help but feel envious. That being said, quite a number of Pokémon seemed to have a favorable impression of Xiaoji on this journey. Xiao Xia stroked her chin, reflecting carefully. That aside, Xiaoji, now that the Pokémon egg has successfully hatched, how are we going to explain this to Professor Oak? Xiao Gang asked in confusion. If possible, I'll discuss it with Professor Oak later, Xiaoji replied thoughtfully. Oh, well, I wish you success, Xiaoji, Xiao Gang said, offering his best wishes upon hearing Xiaoji's statement. Xiaoji nodded. He recalled that in the original story, Ujira's egg was obtained by chance, and Xiaoji easily convinced Professor Oak when he expressed his desire to help Ujira. This implied that Professor Oak wasn't particularly concerned about the egg, otherwise he wouldn't have so readily entrusted Ujira to Xiaoji. Now, with none of the original storyline occurring, asking Professor Oak for this favor might cost him dearly. After all, the current Xiaoji was not the same as the original Xiaoji. He was now the renowned genius Dr. Jason, the first to become a doctor at the age of 8 in history. With such accolades, and the recent paper on Mega Evolution, it would be unlikely to get away without some cost. Of course, these were merely Xiaoji's speculations. After discussing these matters, they set off towards the nearest Pokemon Center to contact Professor Oak. Once the call connected, "What is it, Dr. Jason?" Professor Oak asked, puzzled. Professor, the Pokemon ball you asked me to deliver suddenly hatched while I was on the way today," Xiaoji explained. "I see." Professor Oak stroked his chin, nodding, and then curiously inquired, "What Pokemon hatched from Ujira?" Xiaoji replied candidly, without any concealment, while taking Ujira out from his backpack to show Professor Oak over the phone. Oh, it turned out to be Ujira, the preliminary form of the Quasidivine Pokemon Tyranitar. This is quite an extraordinary matter. Hearing this answer, Professor Oak was somewhat surprised. After all, it was a Pokemon egg that was unexpectedly obtained, and hatching a Quasidivine Pokemon from it was indeed very rare. Ujira, who was taken out from the backpack by Xiaoji, looked at Professor Oak with a puzzled expression before turning to glance back at Xiaoji. Xiaoji, it seems Ujira really likes you. I would like to ask you to take care of it, and I see that you have become a trainer over the past 2 years, so I'm entrusting Ujira to you. What do you think? Professor Oak seemed to have noticed Ujira's fondness for Xiaoji and suddenly made this proposal. Xiaoji was pleasantly surprised to hear Professor Oak voluntarily offering to let him care for Ujira. He was about to speak, surprised that Professor Oak would request to entrust Ujira to him. He was such a good person. He never expected that he would use this to coerce Xiaoji into giving up some insights. This time it was Xiaoji's misunderstanding. Clearly Professor Oak was so kind to him, yet he hadn't realized it, thinking the worst of him. He truly judged a gentleman's heart by his own mean-spiritedness. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel in the end Xiaoji got what he wished for, and to make amends with Professor Oak, he voluntarily offered a research. Initially, Professor Oak seemed a bit reluctant when he heard this, but after Xiaoji insisted, he eventually accepted it, mentioning that if the paper was successful, he would definitely include a note about this. Xiaoji felt deeply moved and chatted with Professor Oak a bit more before leaving the Pokemon Center and setting off towards his next destination. Since Ash and his companions had completed the challenge of the 8 gyms in the city, there was still a long time before the Silver Conference began. Thus the 4 of them began to wander aimlessly as tourists. One day, while strolling down the street, as usual, they stumbled upon a lottery event. With the intention of just joining in the excitement and watching the event, they happened to hear the staff announcing that the 100th participant would receive 4 travel stamps for the Southern Isle for free. In this way, the 4 of them inexplicably boarded a boat, heading to the Southern Isle, their destination. Although Ash sensed something was amiss, he thought, if it's free, why not take it? After all, what strange trips have an... After boarding the boat to the Southern Isle, they had no idea how long it had been before they encountered a storm at sea. The violent winds and rain made their journey to the Southern Isle increasingly difficult. The waves on the sea were tumultuous, causing the boat they were on to sway violently, making it extremely unstable, as if it could capsize at any moment. The group remained calm, observing the situation without any signs of panic. Well, not everyone appeared so composed. Because, Ash, are we going to be okay? Serena suddenly appeared in Ash's embrace, looking worriedly. It was the first time the girl faced nature's trials at sea, and the constant rocking of the boat made her feel very... Thus she found it hard to face the raging sea, clinging tightly to Ash, seeking some comfort from the young man. "It's okay, please trust me. I will always protect you and nothing will happen to you." Ash gently stroked Serena's head, comforting her softly. Since they first experienced the incident in St. Anu and had various travels over the past 2 years, the 3 of them transformed from being inexperienced travelers into seasoned ones. They understood that this was a trial from the heavens, and no amount of impatience would help, and they could only rely on them. Now as they faced such a situation again, they were already unfazed, just gripping the railings of the boat tightly, waiting for it to weather the storm. "I believe in you, Ash." Upon hearing the young man's confident words and seeing his determined gaze, Serena inexplicably felt a profound sense of trust. It was as if everything the young man said was undoubtedly right, and her unconditional trust in him. The winds came swiftly, just as they left quickly. In the blink of an eye, the sea returned to the calmness it had when they set off, and the boat began to move forward slowly. The previously overcast sky was also gradually clearing. At this moment, Ash and the others' boat happened to dock on the sandy beach of a small island. "Where is this?" Serena curiously inquired about her surroundings. "This seems to be a small island," Brock suddenly exclaimed as he disembarked. Everyone else, hearing those words, was indeed enlightening. Though what else could it be if not an island? Misty shot back at Brock after hearing his comment, not giving him any lenience. I guess you're right." Brock realized he misspoke, awkwardly chuckling and falling silent. While the group was conversing, a group of oddly dressed individuals suddenly appeared, standing on the steps and staring intently at the 4 of them. Except for Ash, the other 3 were startled, looking fearfully at the strange people on the steps. After being startled, Serena instinctively leaped into Ash's arms, trembling like a little bride, clinging tightly. "Don't worry. They are the residents of this island, not bad people. Judging by their appearance, they should be celebrating some festival." Ash quickly connected the dots upon seeing this scene and explained to everyone. As expected of the genius known as Professor Oak, your observation skills are indeed impressive. A pure-looking girl with green hair stepped out of the boat and cheerfully said, "Hey, isn't that Misty?" At that moment, a woman's exclamation came from the crowd of oddly dressed people. "Long time no see, May." Misty waved her hand and replied, It has indeed been a while, several years now. May took off her mask, revealing a fair and pure face, smiling brightly. Yeah, I left here for a few years. It seems like it's been about 5 years. After years of not seeing each other, the friends naturally had a lot to catch up on, almost forgetting about Ash and the others beside them. Aren't you the one responsible for playing the flute this year? May asked curiously. Oh, I've retired. This year my younger sister is taking over. There's no helping it, I'm getting older, and I'm not a child anymore, Yuki expressed helplessly. Ash and the others watched as the not-sold Yuki spoke about being older and retired, feeling a sudden sense that they too might be half a foot in the grave. Huh, where did my younger sister go? While talking, Yuki seemed to notice something and started looking around for her. What younger sister? Stop calling me that, making me sound old. You're the one who's old, but please don't drag me into it, okay? Older sister. At the dock, a young and vibrant girl wearing sunglasses said with an expression of disbelief. What's wrong with you? Why aren't you wearing the celebration outfit? Yuki questioned. No way. I absolutely refuse to wear such tacky rural attire. Yuki's sister said disdainfully, hands on her hips with an air of arrogance. This is my sister Flora. It's quite a change that someone like her could become a priestess and the main character of the celebration. Yuki sighed, shaking her head at her sister. By the way, who are these for? Only then did Yuki notice Ash and the others. Ash and the others looked at Yuki speechlessly, thinking, we've been standing here the whole time, and you just noticed us, right? I almost forgot to introduce you. These four are here on vacation, but unexpectedly encountered a storm on the way here, and since the boat can't be repaired immediately, it's docked here for now. And let me formally introduce this one. He is the renowned Professor Oak, who has now become a Pokémon trainer traveling to become a Pokémon master, and it's worth mentioning that he is now the champion of the Indigo League. Wow, really? Is he truly the renowned Dr. Ji-san? Absolutely astonishing. Yu clearly recognized the name. Upon learning that Xiao Ji was none other than him, her astonishment was palpable. I'd always imagined Dr. Ji-san as an elderly man. Never expected him to be younger than me. Haha. Xiao Ji chuckled, awkwardly offering no further comment. Though Xiao Ji never demanded recognition from others, fame held no allure for him. He remained utterly indifferent to whether they knew him or not. But hold on. What do you mean calling me an old man? That's preposterous, absurd beyond measure. Upon hearing Yu's remark, Xiao Ji's inner monologue erupted in exasperated disbelief. Serena, Takashi, and Kasumi burst into unrestrained laughter upon hearing those words. Xiao Ji gazed helplessly at the trio behind him, still convulsed with mirth. Fine. Let my wife laugh if I can bring her joy. Being dubbed an old man is a small price to pay. But what about you two? Why are you laughing so hard? Laugh all you like. But Takashi, what in the world are you doing leaning against me while cackling? Hey, get off me, you little rascal. My sincerest apologies. I misspoke just now. Realizing her blunder, Yu immediately bowed deeply. I sometimes speak too hastily. I meant no offense whatsoever. It was merely a fleeting, unfounded notion. Please forgive me. It's quite all right. Xiao Ji shook his head, dismissing the incident with grace. Having already sensed Yu's earnest and impulsive nature, he chose magnanimity over reproach. After all, it was but a passing thought, hardly warranting censure. What? You're a Pokémon trainer. And not just any trainer, a champion. Whoa ho. At these words, the crowd erupted in jubilant cheers, leaping and dancing in exuberant rhythms incomprehensible to Xiao Ji and his companions. In ancient legend, when the world teeters on the brink of annihilation, the sea god shall rise. Together with an exceptional conductor, they shall quell the wrath of the divine. The conductor is none other than a Pokémon trainer. And you, sir, are that very trainer. A bearded elder stepped forward from the crowd and declared this with solemn conviction. Me? So I'm truly that extraordinary. Xiao Ji pointed at himself, a wry smile playing across his lips. Are you the same Ash Ketchum who recently pioneered Mega Evolution and claimed victory at the Indigo League Championships? Just then a young woman descended swiftly from the dock, landing before Xiao Ji in a single graceful bound. She studied him intently. You're actually rather handsome. What luck I have. Before the final syllable faded, Flora lunged forward, aiming a kiss squarely at Xiao Ji's face. Yet Xiao Ji had anticipated precisely this moment, and reacted with lightning swiftness, a subtle sidestep, effortless and precise, evading her advance entirely. His girlfriend Serena stood frozen, utterly unprepared for another woman brazenly attempting to seduce her partner. Only after a stunned pause did she storm forward incensed. Have you no sense of propriety between men and women? Serena rebuked Flora sharply. So you already have a girlfriend? Flora appeared deaf to Serena's words, her gaze shifting instead toward Xiao Ji. Yes, he affirmed with a nod. Then why didn't you say so sooner? Flora demanded, tone edged with accusation. You never asked, Xiao Ji replied, palms upturned in helpless resignation. Really? Launching straight into a kiss, then blaming me for silence. A collective speechless bewilderment fell upon the group, encountering such audacious presumption mere moments after stepping ashore. Flora stood momentarily stunned, wordless, disarmed by the sheer absurdity of the moment. Flora, come here at once. How dare you behave so shamelessly toward Master Xiaoji? Noticing the mounting tension, Yu rushed over gently, but firmly, pulling Flora aside and reprimanding her. All right, I admit it. I was wrong, Flora murmured softly, lowering her head, graciously accepting her sister's quiet intervention. I bear some responsibility too. I should have clarified matters earlier. Xiaoji softened his tone, unwilling to deepen the discomfort, not wishing to sour relations with their hosts. After all, they would reside on this island for some time. Preserving harmony with the villagers was paramount. Might I ask, do you intend to rest here for a while? The bearded elder stepped forward once more, voice warm and hospitable. Yes, thank you kindly for your hospitality. We hope our presence won't cause undue trouble. Xiaoji nodded courteously. Not at all. We welcome you wholeheartedly. Please follow me. The elder nodded and led them toward the village. Along the way, he spoke casually, yet with quiet grace. Young lady, please accept my deepest apologies for this unfortunate incident. For several years, no trainer has visited our island. Thus, Flora's impulsive conduct stemmed from naivety, not malice. We beg your understanding. Ah, I see. Serena's lingering irritation dissolved instantly upon hearing the elder's explanation. There, it's fine. I dodged it cleanly. She didn't land a single kiss. Xiaoji consoled her, tenderly drawing Serena close and pressing a gentle kiss to her brow. Oomph. Serena pouted, uttering only that soft, defiant sound. Her cheeks flushed, her silence speaking volumes. Xiaoji sighed, shaking his head with affectionate patience, continuing to soothe her. Before long, the elder guided them to comfortable lodgings. As night descended, the island's festival ignited in full splendor. Lanterns ablaze, banners fluttering, music swelling through the air. Xiaoji and his friends wandered the island briefly before reaching the heart of the celebration. They paused to rest at a temple-like structure, just as a sumptuous meal was served. Suddenly, a haunting, ethereal flute melody drifted across the square. There upon the stage stood the very girl who'd clashed with Xiaoji's group earlier, now transformed, draped in a flowing white gown, veiled in gossamer, crowned with blossoms, her fingers coaxing silver notes from the flute. It's her, Serena gasped, surprised then instantly alert. Her eyes flickered between the stage and Xiaoji beside her, jealousy flaring sharp and sudden. Don't you dare look at her. Serena clapped her hands over Xiaoji's eyes. All right. I want, he conceded, resigned yet indulgent, bound by love, not law. And so Xiaoji continued gazing, steadfastly, unwaveringly, at the girl before him. Serena soon realized her overreaction, especially as Xiaoji's gaze burned with such intensity. A wave of shyness washed over her, her cheeks bloomed crimson, and she looked away, suddenly flustered and tenderly embarrassed. Xiaoji, please don't look at me like that, Selena said, lowering her head, feeling somewhat shy. Who else should I look at if not my wife? Xiaoji replied with a cheerful grin. As soon as she heard Xiaoji mention looking at someone on stage, Selena's jealousy flared up, and she quickly interjected, all right, I'll listen to you. After all, my wife is the most beautiful person in the world. Xiaoji found Selena's expression adorable and couldn't help but smile as he said, you're right. Selena's heart filled with joy and her earlier displeasure vanished. While the two were happy, the expressions of Xiaojiang and Xiaoxia nearby were quite different. Looking at the delicious dishes on the table and then glancing at the lovey-dovey couple, they inexplicably felt full and lost their appetite. Meanwhile, the performance by the girl on stage was coming to an end. When the heavens rage and the world faces destruction, the sea god will emerge to calm the wrath of the deities alongside an excellent controller. Mr. Xiaoji, would you be interested in becoming that excellent controller? Flora gracefully approached Xiaoji and bowed, speaking with elegance. Sounds interesting, Xiaoji chuckled. As a traveler, he had memorized all the plots of the Pokémon series. Having crossed into the real Pokémon world, and being a Pokémon enthusiast himself, he found such legendary scenarios even more intriguing. After a moment of contemplation, he quickly made up his mind to search for the legendary Pokémon on those 3 small islands. After all, riding on a real Lugia sounded exhilarating and impressive, truly one of the dreams of any traveler. Of course, it would be even better if he could ride on a Rayquaza. I will go to the 3 sacred islands, but you've already seen how excellent I am, right? No need for proof, I hope. Xiaoji looked at Flora with a playful expression. Of course. Flora simply smiled in response. After all, he was speaking the truth. He truly was outstanding. Becoming a professor at 8 and winning the Pokémon League Championship at 10 were undeniable marks of excellence, and she had no grounds to refute that. Moreover, she had achieved her purpose of meeting him, making everything else less significant. Then see you later, Mr. Xiaoji, Flora concluded, throwing a flirtatious glance at him. Xiaoji was momentarily taken aback by the sight. It must be said that Flora was indeed quite beautiful, and with her captivating attire, she exuded a fashionable charm that was truly appealing. Seeing Xiaoji momentarily stunned, Selena, immediately felt a strong sense of crisis, fearing that he might be tempted by Flora. Her previously good mood soured instantly. Imagining Xiao Zhi's weakness against temptation made Selena a bit angry, her face puffing up like a cute little bun, which was quite adorable. Returning to his senses, Xiao Zhi noticed Selena's expression and felt a bit guilty. After all, any man would struggle to resist a girl with a good figure and face. Seeing Xiao Zhi's guilty demeanor, Selena confirmed her suspicions and felt very angry. Xiao Zhi, called out by Selena, awkwardly touched his nose and began to comfort her. After some soothing words, Selena's anger finally dissipated. The next day, early morning as dawn broke, Xiao Zhi and his companions were already prepared to set off for one of the 3 sacred islands, the Island of Fire, which included Flora. As soon as Selena and Flora met, the atmosphere in the room instantly turned cold. However, Flora, unfazed, continued to chat with Xiao Zhi despite Selena's frosty demeanor. This nearly infuriated Selena, who was watching from the side. Fortunately, Xiao Zhi was attentive to Selena, and knowing she would be upset, quickly made an excuse to refuse Flora, and then went to comfort Selena. Luckily, Selena was understanding and recognized that Flora approached Xiao Zhi first, so she didn't get too angry and calmed down after a few comforting words. Seeing Selena's anger subside, Xiao Zhi finally breathed a sigh of relief and silently resolved to never let such a thing happen again. After all, this woman before him was his chosen wife. How could he let her be upset? Nevertheless, it was worth mentioning that Selena looked very cute when angry, making one want to cherish her. If not for the many people around and the cramped space, Xiao Zhi would have wanted to take a bite to savor her sweetness. On the moving road, Pikachu stood at the bow of the boat, looking ahead at the approaching island with a serious expression, lost in thought. Ash also noticed Pikachu's demeanor, feeling perplexed and unsure of what was troubling his companion. Suddenly, he recalled a meme from the anime about Pikachu the Pika God, strong against the weak and weak against the strong. The classic example is a fully leveled Pika God unable to defeat a newly emerged Snivy from the starter village. In the movies, however, it's a direct confrontation with divine beasts, making this quite the contrast. This made Ash wonder if Pikachu was contemplating how to act without revealing its true power. Thinking along these lines, he became increasingly convinced that Pikachu was considering how to perform. Thus, Ash secretly decided that he must encourage Pikachu to exert itself more. Wait, isn't it currently a movie? Oh, then it's no problem. Besides, Pikachu has already been led astray, so there shouldn't be any incidents like the original Pika God. With this thought, Ash finally relaxed, feeling that there wasn't much to worry about. After all, it had already been led astray, what more could he be concerned about? Just as he was thinking this, dark clouds suddenly gathered above everyone. In the blink of an eye, the sky was overcast, and light rain poured down, expanding endlessly. As the boat continued forward, a fierce wind howled, and a torrential downpour ensued, transforming those standing outside the boat into drenched individuals. How can the weather change so abruptly? Just a moment ago it was fine, and now it's a storm. Not being accustomed to weather at sea due to her lack of experience on Orange Islands, Misty couldn't help but complain. Yeah, just like a woman's mood, it changes in an instant. Brock, overhearing, also lamented. Brock, are you implying something about me? Just shortly after Brock spoke, a light figure suddenly appeared behind him, glaring dangerously. How could that be? I was just saying it casually, Misty, please don't take it to heart. Realizing the situation was precarious, Brock quickly begged for forgiveness, without hesitation, his apologies flowing smoothly. After traveling with Misty for 2 years, Brock knew her temperament well. If he didn't speak up immediately, there would soon be a floating corpse in this ocean. As for fearing others' ridicule, Brock didn't need to worry about that. After all, he had endured countless rejections from girls and still persisted. Alright, you two, when you're fooling around, at least pay attention to the time. Ash, watching from the side, suddenly reminded, consider yourself lucky, I won't hold it against you. Misty, with a haughty turn, ceased her antics. Seeing Misty not pursuing the matter further, Brock sighed in relief. Look, we've arrived at our destination. Just then, Florges on the boat suddenly spoke up loudly. After a while, when they reached their destination, the sky cleared, the dark clouds dissipated, and a ray of sunlight soon broke through the clouds, shining on the sea surface. Accompanied by the occasional calls of long-billed gulls from the horizon, everything sounded so pleasant, as if nothing had happened just moments prior, making it truly enjoyable. However, they had not savored the moment for long when an unexpected event occurred. The sea suddenly churned, and the waves surged like a flood, forming layer upon layer of waves that propelled the boat forward. Driven by the tumultuous waves, they sped toward the island at an alarming rate. Unfortunately, as they were hastily propelled by the waves, they unexpectedly collided with some rocks, damaging the boat. The only fortunate aspect was that everyone managed to reach the island safely. Pika. After landing on the island, Pikachu jumped off the boat and suddenly ran off in a certain direction. It was as if something was deeply attracting him. Noticing Pikachu's behavior, Ash immediately followed suit. He clearly knew what was drawing Pikachu, so without any hesitation he chased after it. Ash. Seeing Ash running, everyone gasped. You all go ahead and chase, I'll stay back to fix the boat. Dawn looked at the damaged boat with a pained expression. Alright then, I'll trouble you, miss. Serena politely said, then turned and hurried in the direction Ash had gone. Thanks for your help. Brock and Misty also said symbolically before following after her. Then I'll go too. Florges, seeing everyone leaving, chimed in and started to depart. Dawn watched everyone leave and helplessly shook her head, then began to take out tools to repair the boat. On the island, Ash and Pikachu engaged in a playful chase running toward the direction Pikachu was heading. Pikachu had been trained by a plan devised by Ash, known for his intense training, and coupled with continuous version. Pikachu's speed had long since matched Ash's, if not exceeded it. Even Ash struggled to keep up with Pikachu. Ash could have used teleportation to catch up instantly, but this time his goal was the most important thing on the island, so he chose to run while using his perception to locate what he desired. In a sense, the guarded jewel was indeed a divine artifact, so there was no reason to rush. Found it. Ash suddenly brightened up, exclaiming before his figure appeared next to Pikachu, scooping him up, and in an instant under the swift teleportation of Xiaoji, he appeared at the peak of Fire Island. A person and a Pikachu gazed at the temple made of stone before them. Pikachu jumped out of Xiaoji's arms, looking at him with a resentful expression, as if questioning why he didn't use such a useful skill sooner. Naturally, Xiaoji, with his keen perception, noticed Pikachu's resentful expression and waved his hand. There's no need to look at me like that, my perception is limited, and I didn't sense the location, so I had no idea. Xiaoji chuckled as he squatted down, stroking Pikachu's chin while explaining, Pika. Upon hearing this explanation, Pikachu nodded in acknowledgement and stopped pursuing the matter. The two turned their attention back to the temple before them, observing the vividly painted murals. Xiaoji and Pikachu were soon captivated by the red jewel embedded in the center of the mural. They exchanged glances and nodded at each other before walking forward together to the center. This must be the treasure symbolizing the divine authority of the Firebird on Fire Island, right? Xiaoji gazed at the red jewel and murmured, Pika. Pikachu nodded firmly. So you were attracted by this thing just now, and that's why you suddenly left. Xiaoji recalled how Pikachu seemed to be drawn to something when they arrived on the island and couldn't help but voice his speculation. Pika. Pikachu nodded again, confirming Xiaoji's thoughts. Indeed. Xiaoji nodded as if suddenly enlightened, seemingly recalling something. Although Pikachu is an electric-type Pokémon, it has an inexplicable connection to the fire attribute jewel, which is a divine artifact. If there were no doubts about this, it would be impossible. Xiaoji recalled all the movies he had watched in his past life, piecing them together. It seems that Pikachu easily establishes connections with divine objects, even if it has no relationship with the corresponding attribute. It can still be attracted and connected, which indicates Pikachu's uniqueness, though the specific reason remained unclear to Xiaoji. The original works did not clarify this either, but Xiaoji faintly sensed something. However, it seemed not to be something he could grasp at the moment, so he decided to stop overthinking. The most important task now is to collect the 3 island jewels to summon Lugia, then start the movie and ride on Lugia. That is the real deal. After all, experiencing the feeling of riding on a divine beast is worth looking forward to for a wonderful day. As for capturing divine beasts, Xiaoji hadn't considered that for now. Xiaoji felt that the 3 divine birds gave off a vibe that was too lackluster, lacking in elegance and coolness, so he had no desire to capture them. However, he did have a slight interest in Lugia, though it was minimal, and he couldn't defeat it, so capturing it seemed unlikely. Moreover, Xiaoji was not the type to capture Pokémon merely for the sake of collecting them. Since he did capture them, he naturally had to take on the responsibility of nurturing them. If he were to capture Pokémon just for collecting them, what difference would that make compared to the past Xiaohao? Now he already had over a dozen Pokémon, and he had devoted the necessary time and effort to each one, nearly exhausting his passion. It was no longer feasible to capture more Pokémon in this area. Even divine beasts were the same. Furthermore, Xiaoji also had powerful Pokémon as strong as divine beasts, even rarer and more precious. Of course, the main reason for not wanting to capture the 3 divine birds was simply that he looked down on them. If he were to capture one, it would naturally have to be a divine beast like Rayquaza, which is both cool and stylish, making it very appealing. Cough cough, it seems I got off topic. Pika Pika. After realizing he had been lost in thought, Xiaoji noticed Pikachu calling for him by the red jewel ahead. Seeing Pikachu waving at him, Xiaoji smiled with satisfaction and stepped forward toward Pikachu. After all, how could anything compare to Pikachu? Pika Pika, coming. Hearing Pikachu's urging voice, Xiaoji shook his head, smiled, and leisurely walked over to Pikachu. What's the rush? This thing is right here, is it going to run away, or something? Xiaoji squatted down, looking at Pikachu with amusement as he playfully stroked its chin. After saying this, Xiaoji didn't pay attention to Pikachu's expression. Standing up, his gaze was soon drawn to the flames still burning within the red jewel. Is this what they call a treasure? By the way, what use does this thing have? Xiaoji reached out to touch the red jewel, filled with curiosity about it. After all, in the original work, its only function was to restore the glaciers caused by the 3 foolish birds, and he had never seen it serve any other purpose. Xiaoji felt that the function of this red jewel should be more than that. After all, it is a divine-level item. Flame Orb, a mysterious treasure passed down through generations of the 3 divine birds. If all 3 jewels are collected and used in a special scenario, they have the extraordinary ability to restore the ocean's abnormal state and purify the ocean. If worn by the bondholder of the Firebird, it can also cause a significant transformation in the flames. While looking at this description, it basically explains that the Flame Orb is the Mega Evolution Stone for the Firebird. After reading the system's introduction, Xiaoji immediately understood its meaning and exclaimed, "Pika!" Pikachu tilted its head, looking at Xiaoji with a puzzled expression, as if asking what was going on. But indeed that was the case. It's nothing, I'm just shocked to learn that this red jewel is called the Flame Orb and is the Mega Evolution Stone for the Fire. Xiaoji shook his head, indicating he was fine, and explained, "Pika." Upon hearing Xiaoji's words, Pikachu clapped its hands together, one hand up and one hand down in a gesture of realization, looking adorably cute. This sight was incredibly cute. Seeing Pikachu's adorable appearance, she couldn't help but chuckle, and then began to playfully tug at Pikachu's fur, treating it as a representation of its cuteness. Pikachu watched helplessly as Xiaoji's hands kept tugging at its fur, unable to express its anger and only looking at him with resignation. Over the years, Pikachu had gotten used to spending time with Xiaoji, and for Xiaoji's occasional quirky behavior, it could only indulge him with a resigned expression. After all, they had been living together for nearly 10 years, and for now Pikachu was the only one around to pamper. Just endure, and it will pass. It was definitely not, because its thunderbolt had no effect on Xiaoji anymore. Since it couldn't resist successfully, it could only enjoy the moment with tears in its eyes. Xiaoji played with Pikachu for a while until he saw that he was about to wear Pikachu out, and reluctantly left Pikachu's side, secretly deciding to continue tomorrow. The most important task now is to collect all 3 jewels. Just as Ash was about to leave with Pikachu, a yellow figure suddenly appeared in the sky, darting like a whirlwind above Ash's head before landing atop the temple, gazing at the duo before it. Upon seeing this sudden arrival of the Zapdos, Pikachu's performance soared, assuming a stance of utmost seriousness, locking its gaze firmly on the bird. At the moment Pikachu was confronting Zapdos, 3 individuals climbed up the stone stairs, panting heavily. "We finally found you." The trio from Team Rocket, after much effort, reached the mountaintop and shouted out upon spotting Ash's figure. However, upon seeing the Pokémon atop the temple, their previously excited expressions froze instantly. Meowth exclaimed in surprise. Zapdos paid little heed to Meowth's shout, merely glancing at it before turning. It began to circle in the air, filling the island with its electrical dominance, asserting its sovereignty. After this display, Zapdos resumed its position on the temple, looking down at Ash and the others. Suddenly, a thin stream of electricity shot from Zapdos towards Pikachu. Upon being hit, Pikachu was taken aback, believing it was under attack. After absorbing the electricity, Pikachu realized there was nothing wrong with its body. Being an electric-type Pokémon itself, Pikachu quickly understood Zapdos' intent. It was conveying a message through the current. To express its confusion, Pikachu sent its own puzzled message back to Zapdos. "Pika Pika." After receiving Pikachu's current, Zapdos cast a disdainful glance before relaying a message back through. As a deity, typically above all, the fact that it was willing to engage in communication with this little creature showed remarkable patience. Perhaps due to having claimed the territory of an old rival today, Zapdos was surprisingly patient with this little being it usually disregarded. Fortunately, Pikachu had a good temperament. It did not take offense at Zapdos' contempt. "Meowth, what is it saying? Translate for us." Both Jesse and James turned to their companion Meowth for a translation. Meowth nodded patiently and began to translate. "Zapdos says that the ruler of this island is no longer present, and since there is no master, it is only natural for it to take over the governance of the island. I am the chosen one." Boom. As soon as Meowth finished speaking, a loud thunderclap erupted from Zapdos, its wings spread wide like a deity wielding divine punishment. The small beings before it were now the subjects of its judgment. "All right, Thunder God, we understand. We'll take our..." Seeing this scene and realizing what was about to unfold, Ash quickly apologized to Zapdos to avoid any misunderstandings. After calling Pikachu back, he began to head down the mountain. Before leaving, Ash reminded the others, "Hurry. If you don't, you'll be caught up in some unexpected disaster soon." After leaving this sentence, the trio from Team Rocket were left bewildered as they made their way down the mountain. Due to Ash's use of teleportation, he left no trace behind, which led to the others still searching for him, unaware of his whereabouts and unable to reach the mountaintop. What happened up there? Serena looked up at the strange noises from the mountaintop and wondered, could Ash be there? Finding it curious, she suddenly thought of Ash, who had just disappeared, and believed he might be there, so she began to run up the mountain. "Serena, it's about to rain. What are you going up the mountain for?" A familiar voice suddenly called out from behind her. Upon hearing the familiar voice, she immediately recognized the person behind her. Serena turned around and as expected the person standing behind her was the one she was looking for, prompting her to voice her confusion. Ashe. Alright Serena, I know what you want to say, but it's about to rain, so let's head back first. He'll explain everything later. Ash understood Serena's confusion, but he chose not to explain at that moment. Okay. Serena nodded softly, not asking further questions. What was happening up there wasn't important to Serena, as she only needed to confirm that Ash was safe by her side, and she was content with that. As long as Ash was safely by her side, what had transpired above was irrelevant. The only priority now was to listen to Ash and stay close to him. Without saying a word, Ash approached Serena, took her delicate hand, and gently pulled her into his embrace. Before Serena could react, Ash teleported them both together. In an instant, the two disappeared into the forest and reappeared not far from May, embracing each other tenderly. Their eyes met, and they gazed deeply into each other's eyes, lost in the moment. In this tranquil setting, the atmosphere grew increasingly romantic, igniting the sparks of love. Just as they were about to close their eyes and bring their lips together, an unexpected interruption occurred. Crack! A crisp sound suddenly rang out from nearby, leading them to believe someone was watching, snapping them back to reality. Seeing each other suddenly awaken, Ash and Serena felt like a newly formed couple, momentarily flustered and at a loss, both sensing their awkwardness. In such an embarrassing situation, they instinctively looked around for the source of their discomfort. As if sharing a telepathic understanding, both turned towards the direction of the culprit, their gazes locking onto a small yellow figure. They saw Pikachu holding several sunflower seeds, munching away with great interest while watching the two. As the two owners focused their attention on Pikachu, it realized the atmosphere had shifted, pausing mid-bite and staring blankly at them. Pika Pika. Realizing it had interrupted the couple's romantic moment, Pikachu bashfully scratched its head. Knowing it had overstepped, Pikachu politely bowed to apologize. Ash sighed as he saw Pikachu's demeanor, reminiscing about the past few years. Ever since he and Serena had brought Pikachu along on their adventures 2 years ago, they were constantly interrupted by Pikachu, leading Ash to suspect that Pikachu might be doing it on purpose. However, lacking evidence, he could only shrug it off. It's getting late. We should hurry back and regroup with May. Mom, I'll follow your lead. Serena nodded, gently displaying an adorable willingness to comply. With the atmosphere disrupted by Pikachu, the two had no choice but to leave the forest together, heading towards where May and the others were. It seemed like they had completely forgotten to call Pikachu to join them. Noticing this, Pikachu pouted, but said nothing, quickening its pace to follow the two ahead. Finally, it's fixed. Xiaomei looked at the repaired ship, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and let out a sigh. Huh, is that Xiaoji and Shalina? Hey, Xiaoji, Shalina, the ship is ready. Did you get the treasure from Fiery Island? Xiaomei waved her hands at the approaching duo, calling out loudly. Upon hearing Xiaomei's call, Xiaoji and Shalina both raised their hands to wave back at her, then hastened their steps to her side. So did you manage to get the treasure? Xiaomei asked eagerly. While speaking, Xiaoji took out a red jewel from his backpack and placed it in front of Xiaomei. I took this from a temple on the mountain top, though it should be the treasure of Fiery Island. Wow, is this really the treasure guarded by the legendary Pokémon Moltres? It's truly magical. There's even a flame inside that hasn't gone out. How incredible! Xiaomei held the red treasure in her hands, examining it closely, and was shocked to see the flame inside, unable to restrain her exclamation. It's real. Shalina, hearing Xiaomei's words, stepped forward to take a look, and indeed saw a life flame pulsating within the red jewel. Looks like Xiaoji, you really are the hero. You actually found the treasure of Fiery Island and brought it back. It's truly remarkable. Just luck, nothing but luck. Xiaoji scratched the back of his head, appearing very modest. What luck? I got the treasure of Fiery Island as soon as I climbed the mountain, I want that kind of luck too. Xiaomei laughed heartily and jokingly said, by the way, where are Xiaojing and Xiaoxia? Upon noticing that only Xiaomei was present, Xiaoji couldn't help but wonder and asked, weren't they with you? Xiaomei realized after hearing Xiaoda's words that the two who had gone out earlier were not with him, and exclaimed, oh no, they can't still be on the mountain, right? Did they follow me up the mountain? Yes. After you two left, Xiaojing and Xiaoxia went up the mountain with you. Could they have gotten lost? I was a bit anxious when leaving and didn't notice them. I'll go back to find them now. Xiaomei, you just wait here for us. Thinking back, Xiaoji realized that he had rushed down the mountain without paying attention to Xiaojing and Xiaoxia, especially since he had been eager to spend time alone with Shalina. He already knew the fate of Xiaojing, Xiaoxia, and Felucy. They should be at the collector's lair safe and sound, so there was no need for him to worry. From the plot in the original work, when that collector captured the group, he surprisingly let the others go and allowed them to stay at his lair, so there was no need to worry about the three. Now his most important task was to collect all 3 jewels from the islands in advance and deal with that collector once the story began. It was infuriating that he had to help clean up the mess for that collector. From any angle, Xiaoji felt angry. Why should he have to clean up after the trouble caused by that collector? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, wanting nothing more than to smash everything and beat that collector to a pulp right then and there. However, upon further reflection, he did owe the other party a bit of gratitude. If it weren't for their actions, he might not have had the chance to encounter something like Lugia. There was no doubt that the other party had played a significant role in this. After thinking about it this way, his thoughts became much clearer. After all, being able to encounter dream beasts was largely due to the collector's contribution. There's no need to look for Xiaojang and the others, they'll come here to meet us shortly, Xiaoji assured confidently. Huh? Xiaoji, didn't you just say you didn't see Xiaojang and Xiaoxia? How do you know they'll be fine? Xiaomei looked puzzled at Xiaoda's words. I have psychic powers and can foresee the future, so of course I know why they're fine. After saying this, Xiaoda's eyes suddenly glowed blue and some sand from the beach lifted into the air. Knowing that the other party might not believe him, he wasted no time and directly used evidence to prove his word. Psychic powers. Xiaoji, you're really a psychic. Originally skeptical of Xiaoda's words, upon seeing the sand floating in the air, Shalina closed her mouth before she could express her doubts. She looked at Xiaoji in disbelief, as if she had seen some kind of monster. I had heard that there was a group of people among humans with strange abilities, but I never expected one to be right beside me. I initially wanted to interact with you as an ordinary person, but now I won't hide it from you. Yes, I am a psychic. What do you think? Are you shocked? Surprised? Xiaoji teased with a cheerful grin. It's quite shocking. Ew, I didn't expect the renowned champion of the Quartz Conference Dr. Jisun to actually be a psychic who can foresee the future. No wonder you're so strong. Wait, Lena, did you already know? Yes. Not just me, but also Xiaojang and Xiaoxia. Oh, everyone except you, and Felucy knows. Shalina, witnessing such shock for the first time, couldn't help but chuckle and nod. That makes sense. You all are a group, so it's only natural that you would know about this. Xiaomei reflected on this, covering her chin and nodding. So, I wouldn't be the last to find out, huh? In general terms, that is indeed the case. Xiaoji stroked his chin and said seriously, then I can rest easy. Having received the answer she wanted, Xiaomei finally felt relieved. Alright, without further ado, I have some matters to attend to. I'll leave with Lena for now, you just wait here for a while, and we'll come back to find you after we finish. Xiaoji thought about how little time was left before the story began, so he hurriedly instructed Xiaomei. Before Xiaomei could respond, Xiaoji took out a Pokeball, released a strikingly handsome Fearow, then hugged Shalina and jumped on a Fearow's back. I'll leave it to you from here. After saying this, Xiaoji flew towards another island without hesitation for their own. Hey, I haven't agreed yet. Why did you leave? Xiaomei, who reacted only afterward, realized that the two had already flown away on Fearow. Xiaoji, isn't this a bit too much? The considerate Shalina heard the voice behind and glanced at Xiaomei, then whispered something to Xiaoji. What's wrong with it? It's mutual consent. Xiaoji waved his hand dismissively. Fine. Seeing Xiaoji so resolute, Shalina, as his future wife, had no choice but to go along with him, forgetting what she just heard. The Fearow, having been meticulously trained by Xiaoji, flew at a speed several times faster than an ordinary. After a while of flying, Xiaoji and Serena, along with a yellow-cheeked mouse, witnessed a couple engaging in intimate moments on the back of the Fearow. A strange sourness arose from an unknown source, making everything seem displeasing, and the sight of the couple was even more irritating. Pikachu itself was unaware of the reason, turning its head away with a displeased expression, no longer wanting to look at the unpleasant scene before it. The Fearow seemed to increase its speed, perhaps unable to tolerate the display of affection on its back. Before long, they arrived at their destination, Thunder Island, even flying all the way to the mountain peak to retrieve the treasure orb, and then they sat back on the Fearow, preparing to head to the next destination. Every movement was executed flawlessly, as if it were a professional. After jumping onto the back of the Fearow, it immediately took off in the direction indicated by Xiaoji without hesitation. It was thought that this operation would be highly successful, swiftly gathering the treasures from the 3 legendary bird islands. However, an unexpected event occurred midway. While heading to Ice Island, coincidentally, they encountered Articuno, who was on its way to Thunder Island. Articuno was taken aback upon seeing Xiaoji and the Fearow, who had just come from Thunder Island. In such a situation, it was astonishing that a Pokémon dared to fly in the sea region. Moreover, from the direction they came, it seemed they had visited Thunder Island, and were now heading towards her territory. Not only that, but Articuno sensed not only the aura of Thunder Island from Xiaoji, but also that of fire. Upon realizing this, Articuno connected the disappearance of Zapdos and Moltres to this human before her. For a moment, she believed that the earlier disappearance of her 2 colleagues was likely closely related to this human. With these thoughts in mind, Articuno was filled with rage, feeling that her status as a legendary beast had been insulted, and that she had lost the dignity befitting a divine creature. Infuriated, Articuno immediately attacked, intending to defeat Xiaoji to reclaim the dignity of a legendary beast. Seeing the rapidly approaching Articuno, Xiaoji reacted instantly. Pikachu used Thunderbolt. Pikachu leaped into the air and unleashed a bolt of lightning toward Articuno. Articuno, seeing the Thunderbolt, was unwilling to back down, and opened its beak, releasing an icy blue beam of cold light. The thunderbolt collided with the icy beam in midair, resulting in a violent explosion of two opposing forces. In an instant, thick smoke billowed and Articuno charged out from the smoke with ferocity, targeting the Fiero directly. The Fiero, sensing a strong, murderous aura behind it, instinctively turned to look, and upon seeing the legendary Pokémon Articuno charging at it, was taken aback. "Wait, why are you chasing me for what that yellow-cheeked mouse did?" At this moment, the Fiero felt like it had 1,000 strange divine beasts galloping inside its mind, cursing in frustration. After all, Articuno was a legendary beast, and by its very bloodline it exerted a special pressure over Pokémon. Coupled with the difference in levels, the combined pressure was overwhelming. Moreover, the Articuno chasing the Fiero was a genuine level 3 divine beast, and its power was undeniable. Startled, the Fiero had no choice but to match speed with the legendary Articuno. Thus, the two silhouettes in the sky became mere afterimages, one chasing and the other fleeing. Xiaoji sat calmly on the Fiero, appearing unfazed, as if he were not the one being pursued, exuding an air of tranquility. Sitting beside him, Serena was initially restless, as this was her first experience being chased by a legendary beast. However, when she glanced at Xiaoji's calm demeanor, she inexplicably felt reassured. It was as if as long as Xiaoji was by her side, nothing truly terrifying could happen. "Xiaoji." Serena leaned against Xiaoji's shoulder. What's wrong?" Noticing the girl beside him, Xiaoji looked at her with a gentle gaze filled with warmth as he lifted his hand to stroke her adorable face. It's nothing." Serena opened her mouth, hesitating to speak. But when she met Xiaoji's gentle gaze, the words stuck in her throat. At that moment, she only wanted to enjoy Xiaoji's tenderness toward her. Behind them, Pikachu observed the interaction between Xiaoji and Serena, feeling utterly speechless. "While I am desperately putting on a show, you two are talking romance at a time like this. It's clear I haven't even had a date with a female Pikachu yet. You two are throwing love around at this moment. You're so high and mighty, so great, while I'm the only one serious about battling." Pikachu felt a mix of frustration and helplessness regarding this situation. In the end, Pikachu channeled its resentment from lacking a female companion into motivation. When it looked at Articuno again, the two red electric sacs on its cheeks began to crackle. In that instant, a previously clear blue sky was suddenly obscured by dark clouds. Within the clouds, golden lightning flickered continuously, concentrating at an astonishing speed at a single point. Boom! A deafening thunderbolt descended from the sky, targeting Articuno directly. Yikes! Articuno, already soaring in the air, quickly recognized the move. After all, it had often clashed with the lightning-like Zapdos over territory, and knew that this move was one of the electric type's ultimate techniques. Thunder. The appearance of thunder made her feel as if she was facing not just a Pikachu, but her longtime rival Zapdos. No, the power contained within this thunder even surpassed that of her old rival. Realizing this, the once dismissive Articuno instantly regained clarity, starting to treat Pikachu as a true opponent. Articuno quickly vacated the area affected by thunder, but just as it was about to succeed, an unexpected event occurred. A lightning bolt as thick as a water barrel struck it at an unusual speed. Yikes! The thunder struck Articuno with immense force, instantly turning the entire sky white. After being hit, Articuno let out a cry and plummeted from the sky with a charred appearance. Xiaoji and Serena, who were caught up in their own romantic moment, noticed the sudden change from a clear sky to a dark one, and being so close to the storm, the roar of the thunder nearly startled them to death. In that instant, their delightful mood was shattered by Pikachu's thunder. Especially for Xiaoji, whose senses were already sharp, hearing that thunder so close made him feel as though he was on the verge of a concussion. For a moment his head buzzed, sitting motionless on the Fiero, staring blankly into the distance. Meanwhile, Pikachu, oblivious to the severity of the situation, was still pleased with itself for interrupting their date. "Xiaoji, are you okay?" Serena snapped back to reality from the thunder, and suddenly noticed something was off with Xiaoji beside her. "Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing?" Xiaoji's mind echoed with the sound of thunder, staring blankly ahead. After a long moment, Ash finally snapped back to reality from the thunderous roar. "Pikachu!" The first thing that crossed Ash's mind upon waking was the frightful incident he had just experienced, and he immediately felt a surge of anger. Pikachu, still basking in its earlier delight, suddenly heard a voice filled with resentment behind it. Its heart sank and it froze in place. It's over, him in trouble. Upon hearing that voice, Pikachu's first thought was just that. Pikachu looked around, seeing nothing but the high sky with no place to escape. Realizing there was no way out, it turned around with a confused expression, trying to muddle its way through. Ash wore a gloomy smile, and paired with that strange laughter, it appeared quite terrifying. At least that's how Pikachu perceived it. Meanwhile, Serena, who was watching the scene, saw Ash suddenly reach out a hand to hug Pikachu, vigorously rubbing its head and chin. Pikachu was very unwilling to be pawed by Ash. Finally, just as it could no longer endure and was about to unleash a thunderbolt, Ash's hands suddenly stopped and quickly withdrew, not giving Pikachu the chance to discharge electricity. Under normal circumstances, Ash wouldn't have cared whether Pikachu would discharge electricity. After all these years of deliberately doing this, Ash had developed quite a resistance to electric-type moves, and even if struck by a thunderbolt, he would remain unscathed. The reason he released his grip now was simple: they were in the air on the back of a Fearow. Electrocuting Fearow and Ash wouldn't matter, but at that moment Ash's beloved was nearby, so he opted. This led to Pikachu being filled with pent-up anger, unable to vent, and just holding it in. The group on their way to Ice Island on Fearow thought the journey would be smooth sailing. However, they never expected that Articuno would suddenly burst out of the sea with a splash. The swirling seawater began to freeze into ice at a visibly rapid pace. Emerging from the sea, Articuno was infuriated, its eyes glowing red as it fixed its gaze on the Fearow that hadn't gotten far. As a legendary Pokémon, it had been defeated by a yellow-furred mouse, and in one hit no less. This filled Articuno with immense humiliation. Even their leader Lugia couldn't defeat it in one blow, yet it had fallen to a mere yellow mouse. If this news got out, what face would it have left among the other legendary Pokémon, or in the human world? Articuno spread its wings and let out a long cry of rage, then transformed into a blue shadow, chasing after Fearow. With all its might, Articuno's speed was astonishing, and in no time at all, it was nearly catching up to Fearow. Feeling the murderous intent behind it, Fearow couldn't help but look back, and sure enough, Articuno was perilously close. Oh my gosh, didn't that old bird fall into the sea? How did it get back into the air? Seeing Articuno reappear, Fearow was surprised, but quickly regained its composure and immediately flapped its wings to accelerate. In an instant, it created a considerable distance. Articuno, which had almost caught up, felt a sense of powerlessness upon seeing Fearow pull away. As one of the legendary flying Pokémon, it found itself unable to catch up to a mere ordinary and common Pokémon. This filled Articuno with intense shame, and it ultimately lost its sanity, entering a rampage mode. Following closely behind Fearow, it began to indiscriminately shoot out beams of blue light. At this moment, Fearow, focused on flying, had not noticed Articuno's unusual behavior, nor had it realized that Articuno had already launched an attack. Currently, Fearow was earnestly flying for its life, lacking the energy to look back at Articuno's attack, so it was unaware that an attack had been initiated. Fortunately, Ash possessed telepathy, allowing him to direct Fearow on Articuno's precise attack routes. Thus, under Ash's guidance, Fearow began to showcase its agility, evading all the attacks. Seeing its attacks fail to hit the target after numerous attempts, Articuno became increasingly frustrated. Missing a red-haired or yellow-haired target was one thing, but now it couldn't even hit a brown-haired Pokémon, which seriously insulted its dignity as a legendary Pokémon. It began to howl in frustration. Just as it was about to regain its composure and pursue again, several iron balls suddenly flew out of the sky, heading straight for Articuno. Several iron balls surrounded her, and they were poised to strike. Although Articuno was in a fit of rage, its mind remained exceedingly clear. Reacting swiftly as the iron balls approached, it first soared into the air, causing the several iron balls attacking together to nearly collide with each other. Having evaded the capture of the iron balls, Articuno unleashed several beams of blue light to freeze the iron balls, rendering them immobile. From this perspective, Articuno's performance was far superior to that of its two companions from earlier. Ash also noticed Articuno's situation, but chose not to intervene. After all, he was in a precarious situation himself. Several iron balls seemed to consider Fearow a target, as well surrounding it. Ash's eyes gleamed with a blue light as he used his psychic power to control the iron balls. Quick, Fearow, fly toward that ice island. While controlling the iron balls, Ash also pointed toward the direction of the ice island. Fearow received the command and flew towards Ice Island without hesitation. Pikachu used Thunderbolt. Pika. Upon hearing the command, Pikachu also acted without hesitation. The two electric sacks buzzed as a bolt of golden lightning erupted from Pikachu's body, striking the iron balls. After being hit by Thunderbolt, the iron balls emitted clouds of black smoke. Under Ash's psychic control, the iron balls were dropped into the sea. After completing this series of actions, Ash finally sighed in relief. Ash, are you okay? Seeing Ash sigh, Serena thought that the recent exertion had taken a toll on him, and quickly asked, I'm fine, I just didn't expect these things to look so harmless, yet they actually had quite a bit of strength, consuming 1,000th of my psychic power. Ash shook his head in response. As long as you're okay. Although Serena didn't understand why Ash was suddenly rambling, she breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that he was safe. As expected, my Ash is the best. Hee right. Ash proudly scratched his nose. Pikachu. Fearow. Can't you two pay a bit more attention? We're eating energy cubes, not your dog food. Before long, under the acceleration of the giant eagle, Xiao Ji and his companions quickly arrived at their death. Upon arriving at Ice Island, Xiao Ji jumped down from a low altitude, landing gracefully and immediately rushing towards the temple. Standing in front of the temple on Ice Island, Xiao Ji showed no hesitation and directly pulled out the frost pearl upon seeing it. Xiao Ji looked at the snowflakes contained within the frost pearl in his hand and took out two other pearls from his pocket to compare. I've gathered them all. Nearby, the giant eagle, noticing its master had obtained the frost pearl, immediately flew back to pick up Xiaoji. With the items secured, there was no need to linger on Ice Island. After obtaining the items, the group promptly left. Meanwhile, Xiao Gang, Xiao Xia, and Furus were just releasing the Firebird and Lightning. After obtaining the items, the group promptly left. Meanwhile, Xiao Gang, Xiao Xia, and Furus were just releasing the Firebird and Lightning Bird from the aerial fortress and made their escape. The group stood on the ground watching the three foolish, no divine birds fighting above, looking utterly What should we do? The three divine birds are fighting, Xiao Xia said nervously, watching the birds clash in the sky. If only Xiao Ji were here, he would definitely find a way to resolve this. Don't worry. At that moment, Furus suddenly spoke to comfort the two, and when they looked at her, she clasped her hands together in earnestness and said, I believe the sea god will come forth to stop this just as before, to protect us. As soon as her words fell, the blue and white body deep in the ocean seemed to sense Furus' sincere prayers and suddenly opened its eyes. The massive body swam through the deep sea and then swiftly ascended. Soon the group saw a huge blue figure emerge from the whirlpool that formed on the surface of the sea. Sea god Ligia, Furus exclaimed in delight as she gazed at the floating Ligia, unable to contain her joy. The sea god has come to protect us. Is that the true form of the sea god Ligia? Xiao Xia stared blankly at Ligia soaring in the sky. So cool. Hey, Xiao Gang, Xiao Xia. Suddenly a familiar voice called out from not far away. Xiao Gang and Xiao Xia hastily turned around upon hearing that voice. They saw a giant eagle flying towards them with a boy, a girl, and a mouse on its back. Xiaoji, Selena, Xiaoji, Selena. The two smiled widely upon seeing them and waved their hands in greeting. The giant eagle flew swiftly, reaching them in no time, and they descended from above. Xiaoji, given the current situation, do you know what to do next? Xiao Xia asked anxiously upon seeing Xiaoji. In their minds, Xiaoji was omnipotent and all-knowing, so the moment they saw him return, they felt assured that the issue was already resolved. Of course I know. I happened to bring back the items to solve this matter, and I didn't expect to run into you all on the way, Xiaoji explained. As expected of you, Xiaoji, finding a solution so quickly, Xiao Xia praised. Just moments ago, she had been anxious about the three divine birds fighting, but now upon hearing Xiaoji's words, she couldn't help but smile. This clearly demonstrated how reliable Xiaoji was in their eyes. Actually, I'm not as amazing as you think. I can't solve this trouble all by myself. Xiaoji felt a bit shy after hearing Xiao Xia's compliment and scratched his head. After all, he only knew of these methods due to the plot, and receiving praise made him somewhat embarrassed. This trouble actually requires someone else's help. Who is it? Xiao Xia asked, her curiosity piqued about who could resolve the issue. Furus. I'm counting on you this time. Xiaoji turned to the side and asked Furus. Ami, what do you need me to do? Furus, hearing that it was her, pointed at herself in disbelief. Yes, it's you. Xiaoji nodded. What do you need me to do? After confirming it was indeed her, Furus showed no reluctance. Just wait for a moment, and you need to come with me to a certain place. Just the two of us. Upon hearing this, Furus seemed to misunderstand something in her face. Xiaoji noticed the change in Furus' complexion and felt something was amiss, realizing he had misspoken. At that moment, he could clearly sense a chilling aura behind him, swallowing hard as he hurriedly explained. Actually, it's not just us, it's you, Xiao Gang and Xiao Xia, who will all ride on my giant eagle together. If we ride the giant eagle, what will you and Selena ride? Do you have any other flying Pokémon? Furus asked. No, I only brought this one flying Pokémon, the giant eagle. Xiaoji shook his head. Then what about Selena? Selena has a Togekiss, but Togekiss can only carry one person. Then what will you ride? Me. He'll just go with whatever. Xiaoji said, his eyes sparkling as he looked at Ligia's snow-white body, a slight smile on his face. Seeing Xiaoji's gaze, the others followed his line of sight and saw Ligia fighting against the three divine. Only then did they realize. Goodness, instead of riding other Pokemon, he had set his sights on a divine beast like Ligia. How bold of him. Xiaoji, what are you thinking? How could a divine beast like Ligia agree to your request? That's far too dangerous. Selena, realizing Xiaoji's thoughts, found them utterly ridiculous and started to persuade him to give up. It won't happen. Trust me, I can do it. Xiaoji's eyes were fixed on Ligia's snow-white body, as if he were gazing at a beautiful woman, shaking his head. Before Selena could say anything further, a sudden turn of events occurred in the aerial battle, where Ligia faced three foes. Before the eyes of the crowd, Rayquaza gradually fell into a disadvantage under a 3-10 assault. Then something truly unbelievable happened. Rayquaza was caught off guard and unexpectedly ambushed by the sudden attack of the ice bird, a treacherous creature, causing Rayquaza to be sent flying towards the crowd. The three legendary birds, upon seeing their leader Rayquaza being sent away, surprisingly did not continue their assault on him, but instead resumed their infighting. As Rayquaza was pushed back to the island where Ash and his friends were located, he managed to stabilize himself just before crashing into them. Having steadied himself, Rayquaza instinctively wanted to charge at the three minions, but then noticed Ash and his friends behind him. Glancing around at the group, his gaze finally locked onto Ash. I, the Sea God Rayquaza, have found the treasure of the three god orbs, but I do not know where to place them. Could you guide me on this journey? Before Rayquaza could speak, Ash had already responded, of course. Rayquaza, being a beast of few words, sensed the familiar aura emanating from Ash and realized that the latter had truly obtained the orbs. Upon hearing Ash's claim of not knowing the location, he not only nodded but even agreed to Ash's rather unreasonable request, which astonished those behind him. They initially thought Ash's previous comment was a joke. To their surprise, not only did Rayquaza come over after Ash spoke, but Ash also dared to make a request to the legendary beast. What was even more astonishing was that Rayquaza actually agreed to such an unreasonable request, leaving everyone feeling incredulous. In their minds, legendary beasts were sacred and inviolable beings that would never comply with such demands. Now that the unbelievable event had actually occurred, it truly shattered their perceptions, which is why they were so shocked. Please wait a moment, but before that, may I do something first? Ash fixated on the ice bird that had relentlessly pursued him earlier, his mind racing with thoughts of revenge. He was not one to hold grudges. He believed in settling scores on the same day and never holding on to grievances overnight. Of course, Rayquaza, although unaware of Ash's intentions, still agreed. After receiving confirmation, Ash said nothing further and took out a Pokeball from his waist, releasing the Pokémon contained within. A blinding white light appeared, revealing a massive Bangyra covered in a green shell resembling armor. Bangyra used the forces of nature and slammed that blue foolish bird hard. As soon as Bangyra appeared, Ash wasted no time and immediately directed it. Roar! Upon receiving his master's command, Bangyra let out a regal roar that echoed across the sky. Due to the loudness of the roar and the fact that Pokémon of their level could easily notice such sounds, the three legendary birds engaged in battle far away quickly became aware of Bangyra's presence. Though the three birds looked at each other with disdain, they instinctively turned their gazes towards that direction. While the other two birds were unfazed, the ice bird became enraged upon recognizing a familiar figure, disregarding its complicated feelings with the fire bird and lightning bird, and swiftly flew towards Ash with incredible speed. Bangyra stomped forcefully on the ground, creating a loud explosion as a massive rock appeared above the ice bird and began to fall directly towards it. The ice bird, initially focused on Ash, had not noticed the situation above until it saw the shadow of the rock reflected on the ocean below. Not looking was fine, but upon seeing it, the ice bird was startled. From its perspective, a boulder over 10 times its size was plummeting toward it at breakneck speed. Reacting quickly, the ice bird tried to accelerate away from the falling meteorite. However, just as it attempted to escape, it felt an inexplicable pressure binding it, preventing its flight. Under such restraint, it looked up at the enormous meteorite above. The ice bird panicked, thoroughly terrified. The meteorite inexplicably reminded it of a certain friend, and a deep-seated fear surged within it. Why is that alpaca's meteorite appearing here? With such doubts, the ice bird was struck by the meteorite and plummeted into the ocean alongside it, creating enormous. The crowd looked on in shock at the massive waves, all astounded by Bangyra's display of power. Is this really a technique that Bangyra can use? Even Rayquaza, a legendary beast, was taken aback by such a method, finding it hard to believe. Meanwhile, Ash, pressed for time, urged everyone. Alright, enough of this. Let's hurry to our destination and end this farce. Hearing Ash's words, everyone finally came to their senses. I offended Rayquaza. Ash jumped onto Rayquaza's back, muttering this phrase, and then boldly sat on Rayquaza's snowy white neck. Rayquaza, being a kind-hearted legendary beast, did not mind such trivial matters. If he truly cared, he would not have allowed Ash to sit on him. While as expected of a legendary beast, the feeling of riding on it is simply unparalleled. Ash, seated on Rayquaza's neck, appeared calm on the surface, but was elated inside. After all, this was a true legendary beast, something he had always dreamed of and fantasized about. Now that it was happening, how could he not feel ecstatic? Rayquaza, may I ask you a favor? What is it, Ash? Speak. If I can help, I will certainly do so. As Rayquaza glided low over the ocean, with Ash hearing Ash's sudden request, he readily agreed. It's actually not a big deal. I just want to ask if I can bring someone along. As Rayquaza glided low over the ocean, with Ash hearing Ash's sudden request, he readily agreed. It's actually not a big deal, but who do you want to bring? Rayquaza, initially thinking it was something significant, smiled slightly upon learning the request and agreed without hesitation. After receiving confirmation, Ash was overjoyed, his eyes instantly turning blue as he activated his psychic powers. Suddenly, a figure resembling Sally on Pidgeot appeared out of nowhere, behind him, swiftly approaching Ash. Xiaoji opened his arms, embracing Shalina, while recalling the giant bird into its Pokeball. Together, they soared on the back of Lugia towards a distant small island. As for the remaining Zapdos and Moltres, they continued their internal battle, completely oblivious to the fact that their leader had already flown away. Even if they knew, they likely wouldn't care. After all, how could the three foolish birds who could still fight amongst themselves after defeating their leader together care about his whereabouts? With no obstacles in their way, Lugia and the current Xiao Ji smoothly arrived at the small island where the Dodo King resided. What is that? The Dodo King, observing the situation of the three legendary birds from the island, suddenly noticed a silvery figure rapidly flying towards him. That is the god of the sea, Lugia. While the Dodo King was momentarily stunned, Lugia, carrying Xiao Ji and Shalina, finally hovered above the altar on the island. As they descended, the powerful flapping of Lugia's massive wings stirred up a fierce wind around the altar. The gust was so strong that it nearly swept away the Dodo King, who was still in a daze while guarding the altar. Had he not reacted in time, he would have indeed been blown away by the wind. Seeing that they had reached the island, Xiao Ji knew it was time to dismount from Lugia, and he reluctantly jumped down. Upon landing, Xiao Ji politely bowed to Shalina, gestured for her to step down, and then extended his hand towards Shalina, indicating for her to take it. "My Princess Shalina, please disembark." After Xiao Ji said this, Shalina, who was still on Lugia's back, suddenly blushed deeply shyly, placing her hand on Xiao Ji's as she descended. It was hard to tell if it was intentional or accidental. As Shalina descended, she seemed to slip due to Lugia's smooth body, and she almost fell. "Be careful." Xiao Ji's reflexes were incredibly quick. Just as Shalina was about to fall, he swiftly pulled her into his embrace. Shalina naturally fell into Xiao Ji's arms, her face flushed, her heart racing. They resembled a pair of shy young lovers who had just started dating, completely unlike a couple that had been together for a year. Faced with the blushing girl in his arms, the boy gazed at her, unable to contain a smile. Upon seeing Shalina's adorable expression, Xiao Ji felt that every moment spent in this world was worthwhile. In that moment, Shalina was simply too cute, and unable to restrain himself, Xiao Ji impulsively leaned in to kiss her cheek. When Brock and the others arrived, they witnessed the intimate moment between Xiao Ji and Shalina. All those who had never been in a relationship turned into expressions of bitter disappointment. Oh, it turns out that aside from Xiao Ji and Shalina, everyone else present had never been in a relationship. After the two were finished with their affection, they realized the crowd was watching them with gritted teeth. Xiao Ji's response was remarkably quick. Although he felt a bit embarrassed, he pretended to cough and said, "Ahem, you all have arrived. So let's officially begin." Upon hearing Xiao Ji's words, Shalina quickly snapped back to reality, understood what he meant, blushing as she wiped the drool from her face and turned away from the others. This was their first time being so intimate in front of everyone, so they felt quite shy. Previously, their affectionate moments had always been secretive, unlike today's open display of affection. So technically this was their first time being like this in front of others. Brock and Misty, seeing their shy looks, wore faint mischievous smiles, but said nothing. Flores, a country girl with a small yearning for love, saw this scene for the first time. Instead of feeling envious, she was filled with curiosity about the couple. "Were you two just?" Before Flores could finish her sentence, she was pulled back by Brock and Misty, who silently signaled her to stop asking. Seeing their expressions, Flores understood and suppressed her curiosity, refraining from further questions. Xiao Ji glanced at the two with gratitude in his eyes. "Next, I will place these 3 beads taken from the 3 sacred islands onto the altar. After that, I'll leave it to you, Flores, to play the song from last night's ritual." "No problem." Flores quickly realized that the most important thing now was to stop the 3 foolish birds from continuing their internal strife. She took out the flute she had used last night and nodded seriously. Once Flores agreed, Xiao Ji felt no more hesitation as he placed the 3 beads on the corresponding spots. After placing them, Flores began to play the song from last night, dancing gracefully. Her white dress swayed with the wind, exuding an aura of divine light that surrounded her. As the girl danced elegantly, the sound of her music resonated through the altar. A miraculous scene unfolded. Suddenly, green luminescent water emerged from the center of the altar, flowing slowly along its path until it reached the sea surface. As the sparkling water cascaded like a waterfall onto the frozen ice, the green light spread quickly across all the ice surfaces like sparks catching fire. In an instant, the entire ice surface was enveloped in green light, causing it to melt. Accompanied by the beautiful sound of the flute, the dark clouds gradually dispersed, flowers bloomed on the island, and the Pokémon returned. Xiao Ji and the others sat on the island listening to the enchanting flute melody, feeling utterly relaxed. In the end, Lugia even invited Xiao Ji and Shalina to ride along, soaring high in the sky for several laps. Beautiful times always pass so quickly. Unknowingly, this joyful day reached the hour of sunset. Riding on Lugia's back, Xiao Ji and Shalina embraced each other, watching the beautiful sunset. "Xiao Ji, what do you think our future will be like?" Shalina looked up at Xiao Ji from his embrace and spoke softly. Xiao Ji was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond, remaining silent for a long time. Had he never thought about their future? No, in fact, he had envisioned many beautiful futures, but the abundance of such idealistic thoughts left him unsure of what to say. Finally, under Shalina's gaze, Xiao Ji shook his head and slowly said, I don't know what our future will hold. I won't speak of grand things, I'm not so extravagant. As long as you can be by my side, every day that is my most beautiful future bar none. After hearing Xiao Zhi's words, Shalina looked at his earnest expression. She suddenly smiled a joyful and inexplicable smile, but under the sunset's glow at that moment, she looked so beautiful. Ha ha ha. Silly Xiao Zhi. Yeah, I'm a silly fool, a fool only for you. Lugia glanced at the two talking on his back, chuckled, and said nothing, continuing to fly them through the sky. As the sun set and night fell, the story of Xiao Zhi and the others on the 3 sacred islands came to a close. On the way to the Silver Conference, Xiao Zhi and his companions walked along a lush forest path. The trees here are so thick and sturdy. Xiao Xia looked up at the towering ancient trees above and couldn't help but exclaim. Was that something one could actually say? With an adult's mindset, Xiao Zhi upon hearing this was filled with imaginative thoughts and secretly mocked her. Glancing at the others, he noticed that aside from him no one else seemed to perceive anything amiss, and they even agreed with Xiao Xia's statement. Indeed, as Xiao Xia had said, the trees here were truly massive and tall. In this forest, any random tree stood over 20 meters tall and appeared to be more than 2 meters wide, so it was no wonder everyone thought this way. Xiao Zhi, do you know what the situation is here? Asked Selena, clinging to Xiao Zhi's left arm, looking up with curious eyes at the walking encyclopedia beside her. I know a little, but not much. However, if you want to know, I will share what I know with you, Xiao Zhi replied with a gentle smile, nodding at his lover's curious gaze. Selena looked at the affectionate Xiao Zhi, shyly lowered her head, and stopped speaking, her cheeks flushed and adorably cute. Xiao Gang and Xiao Xia, upon hearing Xiao Zhi's earlier words, didn't find anything odd, but cast curious glances at him. Until the final sentence was spoken, they detected a hint of sweetness in the air of a romantic relationship. It even gave the two who had already eaten breakfast a strange sense of fullness, as if they were stuffed. Logically, having traveled with Xiao Zhi and Selena for over a year, they should have been accustomed to it. Perhaps it was because they were still single yet constantly watching others in love that they had not yet adapted. It is said that this forest has existed for over 100 years, one of the rare century-old woods in the world, and an important protected forest in the city. But do you know why this forest has survived without being cut down? Why? Everyone asked in unison, involuntarily speaking out in curiosity. Ahem, the reason is simple. I read about the legend of this place in a book which says there is a forest deity that can traverse time and space. Shalebi resides here, thus the flora and fauna flourish so abundantly. What? There's a forest deity Shalebi here? Xiao Xiao exclaimed. No wonder the vegetation is so lush. It turns out the legendary Pokémon Shalebi is residing here. Xiao Gang stroked his chin, nodding in understanding, clearly believing Xiao Zhi's words. But why did he believe it? If it were an ordinary forest, it would be impossible for it to survive in an environment shared by humans, and even if the trees in the Pokémon world evolved resistance against Pokémon, they still couldn't withstand the devastation from all the creatures. Once the strength of the Pokémon reached a certain level, the protective abilities of these plants would gradually fail. History has already provided the answer. The scarcity of such places speaks for itself. Furthermore, there are humans who would so naturally the number of century-old forests that can exist become. When both conditions are present and the forest can survive for 100 years, then there is no doubt that this forest likely has the presence of the forest deity Shalebi. Only a kind legendary Pokémon like Shalebi could allow the spirits to coexist peacefully, resisting greed-driven humans from destroying their habitat, instilling a sense of awe in people's hearts, thus preventing rash actions. Meanwhile, on the other side of the forest, a middle-aged man wearing green shorts was gripping a hunter's neck with one hand, asking fiercely, "Tell me the location of the forest where Shalebi escaped 40 years ago." Shalebi is my prey, and I will never hand it over to anyone. The hunter was tough, refusing to cooperate, even in such a situation. Quite stubborn. The middle-aged man sneered, knowing he had to deal with the hunter more harshly. With this thought, he dragged the struggling hunter's body out of the camper and commanded the nearby Nulla to break open all the iron cages. The Banjura inside the cage was stunned by the scene, unsure of what to do, thinking its end had come, timidly stepping out of the cage. Watch closely, weakling. The middle-aged man took a small black pokeball from his coat and enlarged it to its. That can't be. The hunter, recognizing the black pokeball, looked alarmed at it. That's right, this is a dark pokeball. Bixius grinned and said, "Get ready to witness, go dark pokeball." With that, the dark ball was thrown, accurately striking Banjura. A red light appeared, capturing Banjura within the dark ball, without any trace of resistance, locking it immediately and completing the capture. This can turn the captured Pokémon evil and enhance its power to the maximum. Come forth, evil Banjura. Bixius laughed maniacally, releasing Banjura from the dark ball. However, once released, the originally gentle Banjura became extremely ferocious, its eyes filled with aggression and destruction. Go ahead and wreak havoc, this place is all yours. Bixius waved his hand. The evil Banjura roared loudly, unleashing destructive beams, as if they were free. In an instant, the hunter's base was obliterated by Banjura's powerful destructive beams. Soon a raging fire ignited within the forest. The hunter who had just refused to surrender immediately clung to Bixia's leg, pleading desperately, "Please stop, I can give you the coordinates." Aha! Bixia's laughed maniacally, hands on his hips, mocking the recently overconfident hunter. Xiaoji passed through the forest and arrived at a small town to rest. While boarding a boat, he and his companions encountered a kind-hearted man, Mr. White. "Hello, Mr. White, it's a pleasure to meet you." Xiaoji extended his hand and shook hands with the newly met Mr. White. "Dr. Jason, you flatter me. It is I who is delighted to meet you." Mr. White, taken aback by the compliment, hurriedly replied, fearing he delayed his response. He had initially thought Xiaoji looked familiar, believing he was someone he knew. However, upon greeting him, he realized this young man was the famous Dr. Jason. A year ago, Xiaoji had been the champion of the quartz conference in the Kanto region and was known as a doctor. Realizing this, Mr. White felt excited to be in the presence of a celebrity. "Mr. White, you are too modest. Those are mere titles, and you need not regard them as such," Xiaoji said, looking at Mr. White with a mix of amusement and exasperation. "That cannot be. Dr. Jason has not only contributed to the field of research, but is also the champion of the quartz conference. Such recognition is warranted." Mr. White shook his head. "Mr. White, you are from around here, right?" Xiaoji suddenly inquired. "Yes, indeed." As Mr. White nodded, he glanced at Xiaoji's backpack and companions as if recalling something, and suddenly asked, "By the way, Dr. Jason, are you traveling right now?" "Yes, we just arrived at this place today, and we're wondering what to do next, so I would like to ask if Mr. White could take us." "Of course. Let me introduce you to my hometown." Mr. White eagerly nodded upon hearing Xiaoji's request for a guide, and personally began to introduce the area. It was quite similar to what Xiaoji had described. After crossing a small river by boat, they arrived at the dock where Mr. White invited them to visit his village. Under Mr. White's warm invitation, the group agreed. Thus, with the help of the kind-hearted Mr. White, Xiaoji and his companions began their journey toward Mr. White's village. They boarded Mr. White's small boat and crossed another river, arriving at a waterfall. To everyone's astonishment, they witnessed Mr. White's boat activate flight mode and ascend the waterfall. After some twists and turns with Mr. White's assistance, Xiaoji's group finally arrived at the village where Mr. White lived. "Wow, Xiaoji, look. That's a treehouse." Selena tugged on Xiaoji's hand, speaking excitedly. "I see it," Xiaoji replied, smiling at Selena's joyful expression, unable to resist reaching out to give her a playful head pat. Selena not only did not feel displeased by this gesture, but rather enjoyed it immensely, and even leaned her head closer to Xiaoji's hand. Xiao Gang, Xiaoxia, and Mr. White watched the affectionate interaction between the two, feeling a sense of envy and suddenly wanting to fall in love. Especially Xiao Gang, who upon witnessing this scene bit his collar, his eyes filled with envy as he gazed at the moment before him. At the same time, a phrase from Xiaoji suddenly came to mind. "When the fate of a simp is not a good one, there are no good outcomes." Could it really be like that? Xiao Gang pondered this phrase, beginning to doubt himself. Meanwhile, Mr. White, though envious, did not feel sour, but instead took the initiative to introduce his village. "This is our village, Guia Village." Mr. White proudly introduced. The flying ship under his control landed steadily at a platform. Seeing the boat stop, Xiaoji and the others disembarked, starting to observe the hometown that made Mr. White proud. Their curiosity piqued. As the host, Mr. White was very enthusiastic and took the lead to guide the group. However, just as they were about to enter the village, "Wait a moment." A stern-looking old woman emerged from a nearby treehouse, asking, "I haven't seen you before. Are you planning to enter the forest?" "Yes." Xiaoji nodded. "I think you'd better heed the old lad's words." While talking to the old woman, a green-haired girl unexpectedly appeared. "Yes." Xiaoji nodded. "I think you'd better heed the old lad's words." While talking to the old woman, a green-haired girl unexpectedly appeared. "I aim to be the world's #1 Pokémon gym trainer. May I ask for your name?" Xiao Gang dashed forward, initiating his self-introduction. Xiaoji and the others watched Xiao Gang's antics, their mouths twitching. This guy, after going through so much training, still behaves just as he did when they first met, remaining unchanged and authentic. "Oh, hello, my name is Miku. My grandmother is the guardian of this forest entrance." The green-haired girl, caught off guard by such an inquiry for her name, blushed slightly and answered Xiao Gang's question. "When you hear the sounds of the forest, you must stay put and not move." The sounds of the forest. Xiaoji listened to the old woman's words and knew what she meant, though he chose not to speak it out loud. The green-haired girl, caught off guard by such an inquiry for her name, blushed slightly and answered Xiao Gang's question. However, the return of the young Professor Oak from his childhood was indeed something to look forward to. "The sounds of the forest are a legend passed down in our village." Miku took the initiative to explain. "If you don't want to get lost in the forest, it's best to follow the legend." The old woman issued a final warning to ensure these individuals took it seriously. "Old lady, even if you don't say it, if it's our time to get lost, we would still get lost." Uncertain if it was due to the thought of meeting childhood Professor Oak, he unexpectedly made a joke. During this journey, as long as the two of them pointed the way, they would basically get lost, so when Xiaoji spoke it felt as though he was indirectly mocking them. As for Selena, she had never been asked to lead the way with Xiaoji around, so she was not involved. Thank you for the guidance, old lady. Oh, we will be careful. Xiaoji expressed his gratitude, and then led Selena and Xiaoxia away. As for our Xiao gang, he was still chatting with Miku. Over the past year under the training of Xiaoji, the master Xiao gang was no longer the same as before. He had improved. At least when chatting with girls, he didn't fall silent like he used to. Your companions seem to be leaving, Miku awkwardly reminded. Oh. Upon hearing the reminder, Xiao gang turned around, and sure enough, Xiaoji and the others were already walking away. Xiaoji, why didn't you call me when you left? Passing through a dark tree hollow, Xiaoji and his companions officially entered this lush and towering. Along the way, many wild spirits emerged from the grass, yet not a single Pokémon clashed with Xiaoji and his group. Everything felt so harmonious and peaceful, as if time itself was at ease. However, as they walked, a sudden green luminescence spread above the forest, causing the branches to tremble and sway, producing a rustling sound. Xiao Gang's expression fell as he observed the situation above. Could this be the sound the old woman mentioned? Serena looked around anxiously, feeling uneasy, and couldn't help but lean closer to Xiaoji, gripping his arm tightly, as if this would provide her comfort. Indeed, the moment she grasped Xiaoji's arm, her unease dissipated considerably. Although she still felt some anxiety, it was as if she had been given a shot of reassurance. Everyone stay calm and stand still, as the old woman instructed, Xiaoji said calmly. Upon hearing Xiaoji's words, they all stood still. After a while, seeing nothing happen, Xiaoji understood that he had successfully crossed over. Alright, it's safe now, we can move, Xiaoji said with composure. Are you really sure it's safe? Xiaoxiao looked around uneasily, unsure if it was okay to move. If you think there's still danger, you can stay here a bit longer, maybe several caterpies will come out. After all, Xiaoxia, you tend to attract bugs, Xiaoji joked with a smile. Xiaoxia immediately lost her composure at the mention of bugs, and quickly shook her head. Let's go. Seeing that everyone had no further issues, Xiaoji took Serena's hand and walked forward. After walking for a while, the three unknowingly arrived in front of a divine altar. A flash of white light appeared as Xiaoji and his companions approached the altar, where they saw a young boy in white lying curled up on the ground unconscious. Oh no, it seems that's the young Professor Oak. Him coming. With bold thoughts, Xiaoji walked over to the side of Professor Oak. Is he alright? Xiaoxia asked, frowning at Xiaoji. If you're asking me, then who should I ask? Xiaoji replied, exasperated. You want to know if he's fine without even touching him? If I were to say he was fine before I checked, you wouldn't believe me. Xiaoji placed one hand on Professor Oak's wrist, using his traditional Chinese medicine skills to check his pulse. After examining for a while, he concluded that everything was fine. He's fine, just a bit weak and fainted. He just needs to rest a bit, Xiaoji stated calmly. If you find an injured young man in the forest, don't just throw him away. Perhaps the person you saved today will one day gift you a free yellow rat. To ensure that the future Professor Oak owes him a favor. To become the grandfather of Xiao Mao, this was a commitment Xiaoji had made. Xiaoji carried the young, undeveloped Professor Oak back down the path to the village, intending to help him there. The four returned to the village carrying one person. Just as they reached the village entrance, the old woman and Mijio stepped out from the treehouse. Grandma, Miss Mijio, we have an injured person here, come out and help. Xiao Gang shouted excitedly upon seeing. Xiaoji carried Professor Oak into the tree and found a bed to lay him down for rest. However, the moment he was laid down, likely due to the bumps along the way, he woke up immediately. Xiaoji, he's awake, Serena exclaimed. Upon waking, the young man saw Xiaoji and his companions surrounding him, and immediately became alert, clutching a blanket and looking warily at them, shouting, I want hand over the shalebi to you, so give up on that. Hey young man, you seem a bit too tense. Have you forgotten the process of how you got injured and fainted? It was us who brought you back from outside, Xiaoji reassured the overly tense Professor Oak. What happened? Mijio and the old woman finally asked. When we were about to leave, we saw him injured and unconscious by a small altar, so we carried him back to treat him, Xiaoji explained. Were you there at that time? That's wonderful. That's wonderful. Mijio's grandmother rushed over excitedly upon seeing Professor Oak. Grandma, do you know him? Mijio asked curiously, as she had never seen this person despite living there for so long. Seeing her grandmother's excited expression, she thought it was someone she knew. Did I not tell you that a young man disappeared in this forest 40 years ago? Could this be that person? Mijio looked at her grandmother, disbelief etched on her face. Yes, I wouldn't mistake it. Mijio's grandmother suddenly sighed. You are. At that moment, Professor Oak seemed to suddenly remember who the old woman was. Before he entered the forest to sketch a beautiful girl, had warned him not to run around in the forest. And before entering the forest, she had given him a piece of bread which he had not had the time to eat until now. Are you the sister who gave me the bread before? Professor Oak asked incredulously. Yes, it's me. Migius' grandmother nodded. Upon hearing this, everyone present except for Xiaoji, who knew the truth, was in disbelief. This is my sketchbook. Damu Xueqing nodded as he looked at the sketchbook in front of him. I believe you must have traveled through time and space. After all, there was a divine altar in the forest that she often visited, so she was quite certain that this child who had disappeared 40 years ago had encountered Shuela. After all, there was a divine altar in the forest that she often visited, so she was quite certain that this child who had disappeared 40 years ago had encountered Shuela and therefore traveled to the present. Traveling through time and space. What does that mean? Xiaoxia asked curiously. It means he is a person from 40 years ago who has traveled to the future, arriving in this time period. That's right, Meiju explained. Oh, Xiao Gang, Xiaoxia, and Shalina were startled upon hearing such words for the first time. You don't seem very surprised. Meiji's grandmother noticed Xiao Ji's lack of expression and felt puzzled. When I found him, I saw Shuela by his side. Coincidentally, I had read about Shuela by an ancient text, knowing that its ability allows people to travel through time and space. Xiaoji explained. I see, no wonder you are the renowned Dr. Ji-Sin, so knowledgeable at such a young age. The grandmother chuckled. You're too kind, Grandma. I just read a bit more books when I had time. Xiaoji wasn't surprised that the grandmother knew his identity, as it was likely Mr. White had mentioned it to her. Even if it wasn't Mr. White, it was no big deal. After all, with his current notoriety, he was quite well known in the research community. Moreover, he often appeared on television with Dr. Damu when he was young, so it was normal for many people to know his identity without needing to be surprised. While the group was chatting, a giant mechanical creature resembling a spider broke the tranquility of the forest. The four-legged black machine moved slowly through the forest, disturbing the surrounding Pokémon. The scene shifted back to Xiaoji, who was staring blankly at the old sketchbook in his hands. Suddenly, as if sensing something, he woke up with a start and shouted, Where is Shuela? Where is Shuela? Xiao Gang asked in confusion. There should be a Pokémon with me, right? Damu Xueqing. I didn't see it. Xiaoxia shook her head. I didn't see it either. Shalina also shook her head. I saw it hid behind the divine altar after falling unconscious. Xiaoji spoke up. You both saw Shuela. Meiji's grandmother looked at them in surprise. Yes, I saw it. I noticed Shuela was afraid of humans, so I didn't bring it back. Xiaoji explained. Upon hearing that Shuela was behind the altar, Damu Xueqing immediately dashed out of the treehouse and ran towards the altar. Xiaoji and the others quickly followed. Meanwhile, on the other side, Team Rocket's trio was falling from the sky on their flying bicycles, looking utterly dejected as they clung to the branches. Oh dear, we didn't encounter that kid today and flew quite far. Kojiro complained, hugging the tree trunk. Why does it always end up like this? Meow. Nyarth looked at the two beside him, feeling helpless and thinking that his life, oh no, cat life, was filled with darkness. Forget about that. Where exactly have we fallen? Musashi said, cradling her head in confusion. Who knows? Look, aren't those the kids? Kojiro suddenly pointed towards below the tree, asking the three. Nyarth and Musashi looked up upon hearing Kojiro's words. As expected, as Kojiro said, Xiaoji and his companions were running after a boy they didn't recognize. Wait a minute, Shuela has already left there. If I go now, Shuela will already be gone resting and healing somewhere else. It can't just stay there. Xiaoji loudly explained to Damu Xueqing, who was running ahead. Hearing this, Damu Xueqing felt it made sense and stopped. Then where do you think Shuela should be now? Damu Xueqing retorted. Shuela is a divine beast. It can only meet us if it wishes to. We can't guarantee that we'll meet it. We can only search around for now, but since Shuela is injured, it shouldn't be too far from the altar. Xiaoji stroked his chin, contemplating for a moment before speaking. Then what should we do? Damu Xueqing frowned, unsure of what to do. I have a plan for that now, but before that, shouldn't we introduce ourselves and know each other's names? Otherwise, if we get lost in the forest and don't know your name, wouldn't that be awkward? You're right. I'm Xueqing. What about you? Damu Xueqing looked at the few people in front of him and said, Hello, Xueqing. I'm Xiaoji. This is my girlfriend Shalina, and these two are my travel companions Xiao Gang and Xiaoxia. After introductions, knowing each other's names, it was naturally time to discuss serious matters. Ahem, now that we all know each other, before helping you find Shuela, can you promise me one thing? Xiaoji cleared his throat, deliberately looking at Damu Xueqing with a mischievous glint in his eye. What do you want me to do? Upon hearing that there was a request for help, Damu Xueqing felt a bit displeased. He frowned slightly. He neither agreed nor disagreed, but decided to listen to the other person's request, first weighing it before deciding whether to agree. Xiaoji, how can you make such a request? Shalina, who was behind them, felt a bit puzzled upon hearing Xiaoji's words. He was usually the most stable, so why was he making a request today? Don't worry, it's nothing major. I just want to recognize an older brother and make a blood pact with you. What do you think? Xiaoji first gave Shalina a reassuring glance, then looked at Damu Xueqing. If it were an ordinary person asking for help, he would undoubtedly agree without hesitation and wouldn't have made a request. But this person was different. He was the future Dr. Demumo's grandfather, which made it special. If he could successfully be recognized as an older brother today in front of Xiao Mao, he would be at a grandfather level, and next time Xiao Mao saw him, he would have to call him grandfather, which would be even more exciting than being Xiao Mao's father. Huh. Ukado Yukihiro's lingering irritation vanished instantly upon hearing Satoshi's words. He stared blankly at Satoshi, convinced he must have misheard. Satoshi's other requests were understandable. After all, they were matters of mutual interest. He had heard of people demanding others become their subordinates. But this was the first time he'd ever encountered someone volunteering to become a subordinate. Even Serena, Takashi, and Kasumi, standing nearby in utter bewilderment, exchanged puzzled glances, utterly baffled by Satoshi's bizarre behavior. High above in the branches, Team Rocket's trio wore identical expressions of stupefaction, utterly perplexed by the boy's antics. Why on earth would you want to be my subordinate? Yukihiro gazed at Satoshi bewildered and asked aloud. Satoshi did not answer immediately. After a thoughtful pause, he decided candor was the only honest path forward. Because I know you. As you'll be 50 years from now. You know my future self. Yukihiro blinked, pointing incredulously at himself, before asking again. Yes, Satoshi nodded firmly. But how does that connect to me right now? Yukihiro remained unconvinced and pressed further. Simple. I want to be your lifelong friend. Your future self is legendary. And best of all, my friendship with your grandson means that befriending you makes me his grandfather. Just thinking about it fills me with joy. Satoshi burst into hearty laughter as he explained, utterly confident Yukihiro would agree. Oh, I see. Yukihiro, still dazed and uncomprehending, simply nodded along. So do you accept? Say yes, and I'll help you find Shalebi. Say no, and I'll help you anyway. How's that for Satoshi laughed again, clapping Yukihiro heartily on the shoulder with genuine warmth. Yukihiro paused, then broke into a broad grin. This young man was undeniably fascinating. Becoming sworn brothers didn't sound half bad, and so he agreed. You're quite extraordinary. I accept your proposal. Excellent. Better to act now than wait. Let's do it today. Tomorrow won't do. Satoshi clapped his hands together triumphantly the moment Yukihiro consented. So soon. Yukihiro blinked, momentarily stunned by the urgency. Of course, opportune moments never wait. Fine then. Yukihiro sighed lightly and nodded in acquiescence. With agreement secured, Satoshi stepped forward without hesitation, leading the group toward the sacred shrine where he'd first encountered Yukihiro. Did you hear that? Musashi turned to Nyasu and Kojiro beside her. We did. X2. Good. Let's move. Follow that boy to Shalebi, then capture Pikachu for boss. Without another word, they slipped stealthily after Satoshi and his companions. Shalebi, so I'm still less important than a single Pikachu. Their journey lasted roughly half an hour, until they arrived once more at the tranquil shrine where Satoshi and Yukihiro had first met. We've arrived. Looks like today's weather is perfect, Satoshi declared, hands on hips, surveying the serene surroundings with quiet satisfaction. I believe Brothers Wearing requires wine. Satoshi, do you have any? Yukihiro asked, turning to him. Though the others didn't fully grasp Satoshi's intent, they trusted him implicitly. In their minds, Satoshi's actions always carried deeper purpose, and once they witnessed the full sequence, they'd surely understand why he'd acted so unexpectedly. Serena, meanwhile, believed without question that Satoshi would later explain everything, and even now watched his retreating figure with tender, unwavering affection. Of course I do. With a mischievous grin, Satoshi reached into his seemingly empty pocket and withdrew a bottle of homemade baijiu, its alcohol content unknown even to him. Yukihiro stared astounded as Satoshi produced the full 500-milliliter bottle from that impossibly barren pocket, utterly baffled by how it could possibly fit. Though the mechanics eluded him, the sheer wonder left him deeply impressed. His traveling companions, however, had long grown accustomed to such impossibilities, and merely shrugged. Satoshi, how did you do that? Yukihiro approached awestruck. Want to learn? Satoshi countered with a yes, absolutely. Yukihiro nodded eagerly, so enthralled he momentarily forgot entirely about seeking Shalebi. It's all about innate talent. You can't master it just by willing it. Satoshi shook his head mysteriously. What kind of talent? Yukihiro pressed curiosity alight. This kind. Satoshi replied, and with psychic energy levitated effortlessly into the air before Yukihiro's wide-eyed gaze. The moment Satoshi soared skyward, Yukihiro knew his own aspirations were futile, and lowered his head. That talent I truly lack. Naturally, he possessed a system's power far beyond even gifted psychics' reach. Satoshi mused inwardly, then cleared his throat to recenter. Yukihiro, no need to despair. Today's Brothers Wearing is what truly matters. Ah yes, Brothers Wearing is what matters most. Honoring this bond with you, Satoshi, is paramount. Yukihiro nodded emphatically, his earlier wariness completely dissolved. To gain a brother who wielded such extraordinary power, that he realized was no small fortune. Meanwhile, Satoshi discreetly activated his psychic ability, mounting the latest ultra-stabilized high-definition camera onto a nearby branch to record the ceremony in vivid detail. Next he pulled 2 cups from his pocket. One for Yukihiro, one for himself, and poured generous measures of baijiu before Shalebi's sacred shrine. His own cup received equal measure. Then kneeling side by side they raised their cups, and began reciting Today Ukido Yukihiro swears brotherhood with Satoshi. I shall be elder brother. Today Satoshi swears brotherhood with Ukido Yukihiro. I shall be younger brother. Yukihiro, from this day forth may we not share the same birth, but let us face death as one. Satoshi, from this day forth may we not share the same birth, but let us endure every trial together. Yukihiro. Why such solemn words, younger brother? Yukihiro asked, genuinely perplexed. Why such solemn words, elder brother? Satoshi countered. Isn't this the proper oath? Yukihiro faltered under Satoshi's unwavering gaze, suddenly doubting his own memory. Elder brother hails from 40 years past, while I stand in the present. At 12 years old, am I not justified in speaking thus? Or do you intend harm upon your younger brother? Satoshi asked, voice calm and steady. Satoshi's reminder jolted Yukihiro's memory. He had been transported to the future by Shalebi. Oh, forgive me, younger brother. I spoke in haste. Realizing his blunder, Yukihiro threw back his head and laughed, a warm, unrestrained chuckle. Looking at Xuecheng's silly appearance, Xiao Ji finally understood that Professor Oak had already been like this. How could my big brother possibly harm you? I knew my big brother cared for me the most. Second brother. Big brother. Second brother. The two were deeply engrossed in their roles, calling out to each other. The others looked on in disbelief. Had they already gotten into character just after it ended? However, it was through this oath of brotherhood that everyone understood why Xiao Ji was so eager to form a bond. This was because Xiao Gang recalled the information about this name midway, and informed everyone that Xuecheng's future identity was Professor Oak. Only then did the others truly grasp Xiao Ji's intention. Xiao Ji and Xiao Mao had been friends since childhood, yet neither got along with the other. Moreover, Xiao Mao was the grandson of Professor Oak. Forming a brotherhood with Professor Oak meant that when Professor Oak returned to his original time, Xiao Ji could then recognize the Professor Oak of this time. Thus Xiao Ji would be Xiao Mao's second great-grandfather. Realizing this, everyone felt that Xiao Ji was quite clever, and it was rather shrewd. All the bamboo shoots on the mountain had been snatched up by Xiao Ji, leaving none behind. It was truly too ruthless. Only Selena looked at Xiao Ji with sparkling eyes, finding his personality intriguing and believing that Xiao Mao was incredibly lucky to have such a friend. Perhaps this is what they mean by beauty in the eyes of the beholder. Given the current understanding of Xiao Mao's character, even if Xiao Ji recognized the present Professor Oak, Xiao Mao likely wouldn't acknowledge that identity. After all, who could accept that their good brother suddenly turned out to be their grandfather? No one could accept such a thing. Of course, Xiao Ji didn't necessarily need Xiao Mao to acknowledge him as his grandfather. It was enough for him to accept it himself. While everyone was pondering these matters, Xiao Ji had already successfully formed a brotherhood with Professor Oak and began to address each other as big brother and second brother. At the same time, they also shared a cup of liquor. Xiao Ji's current physique was that of a super newcomer possessing a remarkable recovery ability, and thus had a certain immunity to drinking a cup of high-proof liquor, metabolizing the alcohol from his body at an incredible speed. However, Xuecheng did not possess such a strong constitution as Xiao Ji. After downing this cup of liquor, he became flushed, dizzy, and started seeing double. Why are there so many second brothers? Xuecheng, after getting drunk, began to lose clarity in his mind, swaying as he pointed at Xiao Ji, puzzled. Big brother, you're drunk, you should take a rest. In order to prevent Xuecheng from falling, Xiao Ji quickly supported him and reminded him. I am not drunk. Keep drinking. Xuecheng shook his head, utterly refusing to admit he was drunk, loudly denying it. Although Xiao Ji's face was also a bit flushed, it was merely his body expelling the alcohol. Unlike Xuecheng, he was not drunk. On the contrary, at this moment, he was the most excited one. While as expected of a system product, definitely a premium choice, 80-proof liquor is served just like that. I must say the effects are quite fast. Even I was almost overwhelmed. Taking advantage of Xuecheng being drunk, he specifically recorded a video of Xuecheng dancing after getting drunk. After filming, Xiao Ji planned to send it back to the professor to have a look. Professor Oak would surely be very happy to see this. As for whether the professor would be angry about it, that's a matter for later. Of course, given the professor's character and their relationship, he probably wouldn't hold it against him. Moreover, he had done even more embarrassing things than this. How significant could this video be to him? After getting drunk, Xuecheng entertained himself by dancing some strange dances and saying some words, but nothing else much happened. After a while, tired from playing, Xuecheng simply laid down on the ground and fell asleep. No matter how the others called out, they could not wake him. The young professor had a strong body, just lying down on the ground like that. Xiao Ji looked at the unconscious Xuecheng, rubbed his forehead, and knew he had gone too far. Once he fell asleep, it would likely be a day before he woke up. After all, the 80-proof liquor produced by the system was no. What do we do now? Xuecheng is asleep. How are we going to find Shalebi? Xiaoxia looked at Xiao Ji and murmured. Don't worry, oh I already know where Shalebi is, you don't need to be concerned, I'll handle it. Xiaoji patted his chest confidently, responding in a way that assured Xiaoxia. Upon hearing Xiaoji's words, Xiaoxia fell silent and stopped speaking. Throughout these 2 years of traveling, Xiaoji's confident words had rarely led to any issues, so everyone in the group trusted what he said. Unknowingly, during these 2 years of travel, Xiaoji had become the most trusted person in their travel group. Though he did not appear to be a leader, he was no different from one in the team. What should we do now? Professor. Xuecheng is unconscious, what should we do about him? Are we just going to leave him here? Xiao Gang asked in confusion. That is indeed a good idea. Xiaoji stroked his chin, nodding seriously. Xiao Gang, isn't this your new big brother? Is it really okay to do this? Ha ha ha, just kidding. How could I possibly do that? Upon seeing the strange expressions on the others' faces, Xiaoji immediately waved his hand, indicating he would never do such a thing. Seeing this, everyone understood that Xiaoji had a way to take the unconscious Professor Oak, Xuecheng, along the journey. What that specific method was, they were unclear. Xiaoji's eyes shone with a blue light as he used his psychic powers to levitate Xuecheng in midair, thus taking him along. With his current psychic abilities, controlling an unconscious person to float in midair for 10 days was not a concern, so there was no need to worry about a significant drain on his mental strength. After witnessing Xiaoji's method and confirming there were no problems, they let Xiaoji lead the way as they set off to search for Shalebi. The members of Team Rocket, who were exhausted from following behind Xiaoji and the others, also tagged along. On the way here, Ash had already used his powerful perception to cover the entire forest and located the position of Shalebi. Now he was on his way back to search for Shalebi. After a short while, Ash stopped in front of a large tree, looking up at it. The group stopped looking at Ash. Is Shalebi here right now? Misty asked. Yes. Ash nodded. How do I get up there? Just as Misty was about to ask how to ascend, Ash's eyes shone with blue light, and his powerful mental energy enveloped them all, lifting them into the air. Feeling this unusual sensation, everyone found it quite intriguing. As the group was processing this strange feeling, they suddenly realized they had already reached the tree and noticed a crowd of fairies chattering around a tree hole not far ahead. Is that Shalebi? Brock voiced his doubts. It should be. After all, Ash said so. Misty replied helplessly. Alright, let's hurry over. Ash has already gone ahead. Selena reminded them, then quickly followed Ash. After a bit of urging, the two finally saw Ash had run to the group of fairies, so they set aside their speculations and jogged along, exclaiming Chica. Pichu was happily waving its tiny hands in Selena's arms. Now Ash had long since shattered Piku's Pokeball and entrusted it to Selena, which is why it was nestled in her. After a brief jog, the group successfully reached the fairy crowd. Upon entering the fairy crowd, Ash immediately spotted a small green fairy curled up inside the tree hole, looking fearfully at him. Baya. Shalebi looked at Ash warily, letting out a pitiful cry. Shalebi, I mean no harm, I'm here to help you. Please trust me, can you? After saying this, Ash, worried that Shalebi might not believe him, raised a hand that bore the mark of Mew, saying, Mew is my friend. Shalebi stared at Ash's hand in a daze, just as she sensed the aura of the mark. Something unexpected happened. Ash felt that showing only the Mew mark seemed a bit insufficient, so he pulled out a colorful rainbow feather from his pocket, symbolizing the power of Eternatus recognized by the forest, presenting it one by one. This left Shalebi stunned, momentarily at a loss. Enough, I believe you. Just stop bringing things out. Seeing that he had few items left to prove his good intentions, Ash ultimately revealed the silver feather gifted to him during his farewell, with Lugia concluding this display of goodwill. Looking at the tokens he had presented, Ash felt they still seemed insufficient, scratching his head in frustration. Finally, he focused his gaze on Shalebi, his eyes suddenly sparkling. Shalebi, after I help you through this crisis, could you give me something that proves my worth? Ash suddenly approached Shalebi, gazing at her with bright eyes. Shalebi, completely bewildered by Ash's actions, was unaware that she had already relaxed her guard. Baya. Shalebi weakly responded, agreeing to Ash's unreasonable request. Possessing the power of Eternatus, which allowed him to easily translate the fairy's intent, Ash nodded with satisfaction after hearing Shalebi's agreement. He began applying medicine to Shalebi's wounds. By the way, does the power of Eternatus work on Shalebi? Ash suddenly pondered this question while treating her. If he remembered correctly, the power of Eternatus was a gift bestowed by Shalebi, the forest deity. Would it truly be effective on her? Shalebi, can my power of Eternatus heal your wounds? Ash asked curiously. Instead of speculating, it would be better to directly ask the involved party for more effective results. After Ash's treatment, Shalebi completely relaxed her guard and happily responded to Ash's question. Through their interaction, Ash learned that the power of Eternatus was indeed effective on Shalebi's injuries. Knowing that the power of Eternatus could help Shalebi, Ash was more than willing to use it to heal her. At this moment, Selena and the others also ran over from a distance, squeezing into the center of the fairy crowd just in time to see Ash and a small green fairy lying limply on the ground inside the tree hole. Is that Shalebi? Misty gazed at the green fairy, unable to help but sigh. As she prepared for Ash's treatment, Shalebi's expression suddenly turned cautious upon seeing Selena and the others. Don't be nervous, Shalebi. They are with me, I'll relax. Seeing Shalebi's expression, Ash immediately Pikachu. Pikachu on Ash's shoulder was also flustered, trying to explain. Having encountered legendary Pokémon multiple times, Pikachu understood their heightened vigilance and often bad temper. If they didn't explain properly, there was a high chance they would be misunderstood. If Shalebi used her time-space abilities to flee or attack them, it would create a lot of trouble. Pikachu hurriedly tried to explain to Shalebi to avoid such a situation. After the explanation, Shalebi glanced at Selena and the others behind Ash, then looked at Ash, who appeared friendly. Given Ash's previous actions, she had no wariness towards him. If Ash were truly a bad person, then there would be no way a legendary Pokémon would willingly give him so many. It seemed that those who could be friends with Ash were unlikely to be bad people. Reflecting on this, her previously tense demeanor relaxed again. Bye. She called softly, apologizing to Selena and the others. It's alright, Shalebi. Being cautious is not a bad thing, we understand. Selena had now approached Shalebi, displaying a pure understanding smile, full of kindness. Seeing the girl's smile, Shalebi was similarly touched, instantly realizing that this girl was a kind human. You all continue chatting, I will help Shalebi treat her wounds first, Ash said with a smile at Selena. Selena nodded obediently like a well-behaved child. After a meticulous treatment by Xiaoji, Shuelabis' injuries had mostly healed, and he had also gained Shuelabis' trust. The remaining injuries would require a period of rest and recuperation. Shuelabi, this place is no longer safe, come with me. Xiaoji reached out his hand, speaking to him earnestly. Shuelabi looked at Xiaoji's hand, hesitating slightly. However, after just a moment, he nodded in agreement. With Shuelabis' consent, Xiaoji picked up the delicate little body of Shuelabi and headed back the way they came. Yet unexpectedly, an incident occurred. Boom. A bomb suddenly fell at Xiaoji's feet. Had it not been for Xiaoji's quick reflexes, immediately forming a shield with his wave-guiding power to protect everyone, they would have sustained even the slightest injury. What happened? Xiaoxia shouted in panic. Clearly she was also startled by this sudden incident. Xiaoji's gaze was fixed ahead. Following the direction of his line of sight, they saw the rocket trio already posed and beginning their usual performance on a tree branch. Since you are sincerely asking, let me generously tell you. In between. That's how it is, meow. I don't have time to mess with you right now. Hurry up and get out of the way, or I won't be polite. Xiaoji said with a serious. What are you talking about? Kojiro questioned. Just because we are being polite, you think you will be polite too? Musashi scoffed. Exactly, every time we meet you come right up and have Pikachu use Thunderbolt on us without saying a word. When have you ever been polite to us? Meowth said with a displeased expression. Each time they met, Xiaoji would directly command Pikachu to use Thunderbolt without courtesy. Hearing this, Xiaoji felt it made sense, so he wasted no time and directly acted. Pikachu. Thunderbolt, give them as a greeting gift. Pikachu. Pikachu, aware of the nature of these three, was not at all polite and unleashed the maximum voltage of electricity. Golden lightning struck down onto the tree trunk beneath the three, the immense power instantly splitting the trunk beneath their feet. The trunk was split into branches, and the rocket trio fell from the tree, landing in a heap. At that moment, Xiaoji and his companions passed over the rocket trio. Once the four had left, the trio finally regained consciousness after falling from the tree. Wait, you little brats, stop right there. Musashi shouted while propping herself up on the ground. Yet you look down on us. Kojiro pouted, his painful expression making him look pitiful. Stop shouting, we've gone far, meow. Meowth sighed helplessly. As they were returning, just as they were about to enter the tree hole, an unexpected event occurred. A gigantic steel spider suddenly appeared before them. Leave that Shuelabi behind. Bish has stood atop the steel spider, arrogantly pointing at Shuelabi, and Xiaoji looked at Bish's, feeling puzzled as to how this guy knew that Shuelabi would definitely pass through here. What are you? Why are you acting all high and mighty? Xiaoji naturally wouldn't be polite to this troublemaker and shot back directly. What did you say? How dare you ask what I Bish am? Of course I am something. Hearing Xiaoji's words, Bish has immediately retorted. Oh yes, you're not human, you are something else, okay? I admit you won. Who are you calling something? Your father really gave you a good name, no wonder you look so silly. What normal person would walk around in broad daylight with a pair of underpants on their head? Only you big genius would do something like that. Xiaoji continuously launched a series of mocking attacks. These successive taunts had clearly infuriated Bishes, causing him to break down in anger. You little brat, tell me your name. Oh, I never kill nameless people. My name? Well, you better remember it. Imnung died. Seeing you die, you unfilial son, aren't you going to make way for your father? As soon as he said this, Bishes, furious, pointed at Xiaoji. You've driven me crazy, I've never been this angry in my life. And the key point is that you're just a little brat. Well, today you are lucky to have encountered me. Oh, you annoying little brat, don't get too cocky, otherwise you won't even know how to write death. Bishash shouted angrily. Not convinced. Come at me. Xiaoji provocatively beckoned with his index finger. You've driven me insane. Evil Banjira, go crush this little brat. You think you're the only one with Banjira. Xiaoji scoffed, pulling out his own Banjira's Pokeball. As both Banjiras landed on the ground, they roared roar. This as Banjira appeared in a strange state, its eyes glowing red as it roared violently into the sky. In contrast, Xiaoji's Banjira emerged with its arms crossed, exuding an aura of invincibility, as if it ruled the world. Your Banjira is nowhere near as powerful as my evil Banjira. This has laughed mockingly. Oh really? Xiaoji took out a keystone from his pocket, smiling as he said, Banjira, there is a weirdo looking down on us. Let's show him the power of our bond. Mega evolution. Banjira roared excitedly, clearly thrilled. How is it possible that Banjira could still evolve? This has looked at the scene unfolding before him in disbelief. There are countless unsolved mysteries in the world, and there are many things you don't know. For villains like Bish's, Xiaoji showed no courtesy, readily mocking him, determined to deliver a heavy blow. Roar. The male and female Banjira faced off, neither willing to yield. However, among the two Banjira, Xiaoji's Banjira exuded a fiercer aura. If it weren't for Bish's Banjira being in a frenzied state with no rationality, it would probably have knelt down at this moment. After all, Xiaoji's Super Banjira was infinitely close to the level of divine beasts, undoubtedly a trump card radiating an aura of dominance. Damn little brat Banjira used Destruction Beam. Bish's, not believing in evil, wanted to go head-to-head and see whose Banjira was stronger. Banjira, let's use Destruction Beam too and show them our power. Xiaoji, unwilling to back down, ordered to use the same move. Thus both Banjira opened their mouths simultaneously, gathering Destruction Beam, absorbing the destructive photons around them. However, the Destruction Beams used by the two Banjira still had some differences. If Bish's Banjira's Destruction Beam was a water barrel, then Xiaoji's Banjira was like a towering pillar. There was simply no comparison, and the obvious disparity revealed whose Destruction Beam was more powerful. As expected, the two Banjira unleashed their Destruction Beams with a loud bang. Everyone thought this would be However, to everyone's surprise, in the clash between the two Banjira, Xiaoji's Banjira's Destruction Beam clearly outshone the other, directly surpassing Bish's. Bish's Banjira took the hit, and then collapsed, losing its ability to fight. Bish stared in shock at Xiaoji's Banjira as it fell. You little brat, your Banjira's change must be related to this evolution, right? Banjira, use Earthquake. Without responding, Xiaoji smoothly ordered Banjira to take action. As soon as the words left his mouth, Banjira lifted one foot, slightly gathering the earth beneath it, and stomped down hard, causing the ground to shake violently. Boom. Boom. Hey, you little brat, you are attacking this 50-year-old man without honor. Bish jumped down from the iron spider, cursing loudly. Heh, you outdated thing, you don't deserve my respect. Banjira used Destruction Beam. Xiaoji spat, then ordered Banjira to prepare to finish off Bish once and for all. Banjira once again gathered the Destruction Beam, and this time it shot it out quickly, directly blasting towards Bish and the iron spider. Banjira once again gathered the Destruction Beam, and this time it shot it out quickly, directly blasting towards. As for Bish's, he was caught by Xiaoji using instant transmission, bound with ropes using psychic powers, and had his mouth stuffed with a stinky cloth held just like the Great Wood Snow. What happened? Shuechen groggily opened his eyes. However, after glancing around and seeing nothing, he could not resist dizziness and sleepiness, and fell back asleep. To be fair, young doctors have good bodies. After finishing a drink, they can fall asleep and wake up again. Xiaoji looked at Shuechen, feeling emotional. After the danger was neutralized, Xiaoji and his group continued on their way. However, halfway there, a startled deer suddenly appeared and quietly looked at them for a while. Xiaoji and his group similarly stared at the suddenly appeared startled deer. The startled deer glanced at them, turned around, and ran, but did not go far before quietly watching them from behind. Xiaoji, the startled deer, seems to be calling us to follow. Selina said, let's follow it. Xiaoji nodded and replied, leading the way towards the startled deer. Once the startled deer saw they were following, it stopped dragging its feet and led the way forward. Following the startled deer, the group soon arrived at a blue lake. Is this the lake of life that Grandma Majo mentioned? Brock guessed. It should be. We will know if we try. Xiaoji, holding Shalebi, walked to the edge of the lake and placed Shalebi, who had been blinking its big eyes, into the water. Look! Brock suddenly shouted, pointing around. All the Pokémon in the forest gathered by the lake, their eyes filled with anticipation as they looked at Shalebi. After Shalebi soaked in the lake of life, the effects quickly became apparent as green luminescence enveloped it, healing its wounds. Under the nourishment of the lake of life, Shalebi's injuries were fully healed. The healed Shalebi, like a playful child, soared over the lake, flipping up and down unusually loud. Splash! Suddenly a wave of water splashed towards Xiaoji at the center of the lake. Xiaoji turned around to see Selina squatting in the lake, grinning at him. Without thinking, the previous wave of water was definitely caused by Selina. Xiaoji was momentarily stunned, not knowing what kind of mischief he was pondering when a mysterious smile appeared on his face. Oh. Xiaoji suddenly vanished before everyone. Of course Selina vanished along with him. Huh. Where did Xiaoji and Selina go? Xiaoxia looked at the suddenly disappeared Xiaoji in the center of the lake and realized that Selina, who had been beside him, had also vanished, feeling puzzled. Moreover, Xuecheng and Bishaz were soundly asleep under a tree. Clearly Xiaoji's psychic powers were no longer being used on the two of them. They must be up to something they don't want us to see. Brock murmured to himself, developing some bold thoughts, and unable to suppress a mischievous smile. Xiaoji is so playful. What is Xiaoji playing? Xiaoxia, hearing Brock's words, was very curious, and under the water in the center of the lake, Xiaoji wrapped himself and Selina, with his psychic abilities, passionately kissing her. After the battle, the two emerged together from the center of the lake. So how about it? Will you still be naughty in the future? Xiaoji looked at the blushing Selina, chuckling. After experiencing Xiaoji's prowess, Selina shyly shook her head. Xiaoji, Selina, are you in the lake? Xiaoxia looked at the two who had just disappeared and emerged from the water, feeling a hint of confusion. How did they get into the water? And why is Selina's face so red? Since they just came out of the water, Xiaoxia thought Selina was just holding her breath and didn't feel anything suspicious. The only strange thing was why the two came out of the water. Is it over so soon? Xiaoji can't be this ineffective. Xiao Gang muttered softly. If Xiaoji knew what Xiao Gang was thinking, he would definitely feel speechless, and sternly warned Xiao Gang not to. Come on, brother, I just kissed in the water, where did your thoughts go? After all, both Selina and Xiaoji are only 12 years old. Aside from kissing, they couldn't possibly do anything else. The friendly divine beast warning. Not only were they too young, but Xiaoji's soul was that of an adult, and he firmly believed that such matters should wait until at least 18. What are you mumbling about, Xiao Gang? Xiaoxia, unable to hear clearly, turned to ask. Nothing. Xiao Gang shook his head vigorously. Watching the strange behavior of the three, Xiaoxia couldn't help but feel confused, as if she were the only. Watching the strange behavior of the three, Xiaoxia couldn't help but feel confused, as if she were the only one in the dark, and felt quite frustrated. Just as everyone was lost in their thoughts, Shalebi's voice suddenly rang out, breaking the strange atmosphere. By this time, Selina and Xiaoji had already come ashore. Xiaoji used teleportation to reach the shore, which is why it was so quick. Thanks to his psychic abilities wrapping them in the water, neither of their clothes got wet. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound. They saw Shalebi flying towards Xiaoji with a green seed it had brought from somewhere. Xiaoji's eyes lit up at the sight. How thoughtful, it didn't even need reminding to bring the item. It's just wonderful, Xiaoji thought to himself. Sure enough, Shalebi flew right in front of Xiaoji with the seed. Upon seeing Shalebi approach, knowing it was offering him a gift, Xiaoji's eyes sparkled as he reached out to After receiving the item, Shalebi's small hand gently tapped the seed, radiating a glow filled with light. After a while, the seed became plumper and rounder under the infusion of Shalebi's life force, looking quite appealing. Once Shalebi finished, it appeared to deflate, losing some of its luster. Shalebi, are you okay? Xiaoji noticed something was off with Shalebi's condition and asked with concern. He had not anticipated that the gift from Shalebi would consume so much energy, and he vowed not to let Shalebi give him anything again. Shalebi weakly shook its head and unsteadily made its way to the center of the lake of life to recover its energy. Seeing the substantial consumption made Xiaoji feel a bit guilty. Looking at the seed in his hand, he thought that not accepting it would make him seem too hypocritical, and he would be wasting Shalebi's intentions. Accepting it made him feel equally guilty. Caught in a dilemma. After thinking for a moment, it was as if he remembered something and took something out from the system space, intending to use it as a gift for Shalebi to ease his conscience. Although this gift might seem insignificant to Shalebi, at least it could express his heartfelt intentions. Once Shalebi regained its vitality, it leaped out of the lake, dancing playfully in the air. Xiaoji felt a little better in his heart. He used his scanning function to check the information on the seed Shalebi had. Life seed, an item evolved from the original miracle seed, infused with Shalebi's life force, containing unique vitality that can enhance grass-type Pokémon by 5 times damage. Wearing this seed also grants the wearer Shalebi's blessing, prolonging life and preventing illness with effects of beautification. After reading about the seed, Xiaoji was left speechless with shock. Already feeling guilty now, he looked at the life orb in his hand with increasing unease, unsure of how he could repay Shalebi. Shalebi seemed to have finished playing and reappeared in front of everyone. Shalebi, this thing is for you. I hope you like it. Knowing the preciousness of Shalebi's gift made Xiaoji feel a bit embarrassed about giving a gift back. What Xiaoji did not expect was that after receiving the life orb, Shalebi joyfully flipped through the air several times. Seeing that you like my gift, I can finally relax, Xiaoji sighed in relief after witnessing Shalebi's happy day. After receiving the life orb, Shalebi suddenly flew to a willow tree, took 2 branches, and started fiddling with them. In the end, the life orb was transformed into a necklace by Shalebi, which it then wore. After putting it on, Shalebi joyfully flipped around in the air, appearing quite lively. Seeing Shalebi enjoy the gift, Xiao Ji felt genuinely happy in his heart. Eventually, after getting tired from playing, Shalebi flew in front of Xiao Ji, happily spinning around. By him, very beautiful. Xiao Ji admired the necklace made by Shalebi's craftsmanship, finding it indeed quite lovely with a natural beauty. Suddenly Shalebi seemed to notice something looking at a tree where the unconscious Xue Cheng lay. Shalebi glanced at Xue Cheng, then back at Xiao Ji, reluctantly waving goodbye to Xiao Ji. Seeing the expression in Shalebi's eyes, Xiao Ji knew that Shalebi was about to leave. Goodbye, Shalebi. We'll meet again if fate allows. I'll come to visit you after I win the champion of the 8 masters. Xiao Ji waved goodbye to Shalebi. Bye. After bidding farewell to Xiao Ji and the others, Shalebi flew to Xue Cheng, summoned the waves of time, and with a whoosh took Xue Cheng back to the original timeline. After sending Xue Cheng back to the altar, Shalebi vanished after about a day and night, just as Xue Cheng was about to wake up. When Xue Cheng woke up, he felt a heavy dizziness, as if he had been hit hard. How did I fall asleep here? Xue Cheng looked around in a daze, confused, seemingly unable to remember what had happened. It seems I had a strange dream, like I traveled to the future and became brothers with someone named Xiao Ji. And then nothing happened. Wait, where did Shalebi and Xiao Ji go? A certain unknown blue dog stood at the edge of the forest, looking bewildered. Where's my part? This script doesn't seem to say that. When Shalebi asked me earlier, it didn't sound like Professor Oak. Good evening. After arriving at the Pokemon Center, Xiao Ji's first action was to call Professor. Oh, so it's Xiao Ji. Good evening, Xiao Ji. Why are you calling me so late? Professor Oak, seen on the video call, was busy cooking instant noodles, looking puzzled. Professor, did you see the latest message I sent you? Xiao Ji said with a grin. Message? What message? Professor Oak looked at Xiao Ji with a bewildered expression. So you haven't seen it yet. You should check it quickly. There's my latest divine beast in it. Xiao Ji flashed a mischievous smile. Divine beast? Who is it? Which divine beast? Upon hearing the term divine beast, Professor Oak excitedly opened his phone app to check Xiao Ji's latest message. After reading the message, he revealed a strange expression and muttered, so it really wasn't a dream back then. The Silver Conference Finals. The 2 finalists are Satoshi from Pallet Town and Dusha from Cherry Town, who will claim today's Silver Championship. Will Satoshi maintain his undefeated streak? 6 consecutive victories in a single tournament. Let us watch with bated breath. I beg you, go easy on me. Don't make my defeat too humiliating, Dusha said, with a wry self-deprecating smile, his confidence utterly absent. His lack of confidence was hardly unfounded. The opponent before him was nothing short of extraordinary, as if operating beyond mortal limits. Since the tournament began, Satoshi had swept every match using only a single Pokemon. So be it. He could lose with grace. But everything changed the moment he learned Satoshi was not only the reigning Indigo League champion, but also the protege of the legendary Professor Sherson. Most damning of all, every Pokemon Satoshi deployed was knocked out in a single move. No challenger had ever lasted more than 3 turns against him. It was terrifying, utterly absurd, like witnessing an ascension unbound by natural law. Upon learning Satoshi's identity, Dusha realized he faced not merely a prodigy, but a paragon of intellect and courage, whose displayed prowess now ignited genuine dread within him. Just luck? I'm hardly worth mentioning, Satoshi replied with a calm, faint smile. Luck? Dusha's lips twitched violently at the word. Luck, he muttered bitterly. 6 straight unknown demolitions, and you call that luck? I'd trade half my life for such fortune. Enough talk. Enter the stage, my beloved partner. Satoshi hurled his Pokeball. Banjira's massive silhouette materialized on the battlefield, motionless, yet radiating overwhelming primal authority. Dusha recoiled at Banjira's aura, his expression hardened into grim vigilance. Grandmother Sake, I asked for mercy. Why unleash your ace right away? Why deploy your ultimate weapon without hesitation? Through privileged channels, Dusha knew Banjira's legendary strength and storied past. Now feeling its raw presence firsthand, his seasoned instincts confirmed this Banjira stood, at least at champion tier, or higher. He could gauge its power solely from its aura because across all wild Pokemon he'd ever encountered, none had ever matched Banjira's sheer magnitude. Go Executor. Dusha conceded the title was likely lost, but refused to surrender without honor. After all, how can you know you won't win unless you try? Razor Leaf. Dusha commanded first. Banjira, answer with Flamethrower. Satoshi smiled serenely. Razor-sharp leaves erupted from behind Executor, spiraling like lethal boomerangs, unerringly locking onto the motionless Banjira. Banjira stood unmoved. A flicker of disdain crossed its eyes as fiery energy coalesced in its maw, then erupted in a searing torrent that incinerated every leaf into ash. The flame roared forth like a molten pillar, relentless, unstoppable, hurtling toward Executor. Executor, inherently sluggish, was instantly seared. overwhelmed by type disadvantage, vast power disparity, and sheer tactical inevitability. Its strength ebbed, consciousness faded. This Banjira stood at the threshold of godhood, its ascension imminent, a single step from divine. Defeat was not merely likely, it was cosmically ordained. To reach such a tier demands far more than mere talent, it is forged in destiny itself. Return Executor. Dusha stared at the Pokeball in his palm, a quiet sorrow settling deep within. After scaling such heights, to meet an adversary of this magnitude felt less like misfortune, more like fate's cruel irony. Blindness, absolute blindness. Where then lies the glimmer of victory? Damn it. You've already claimed one championship. Why enter again? His despair curdled into mute fury, powerless, hollow, stripped of agency. Go, my partner. Arcanine. Arcanine versus Banjira. Satoshi blinked, genuinely astonished, his gaze sharpening on Dusha. Banjira, rock and dark type, possessed innate advantage over fire types. Sending Arcanine was tantamount to conceding defeat. Yet Satoshi paused only a heartbeat before refocusing. Victory loomed near, and complacency. Earlier from the spectator stance, Satoshi had used his system interface to scan Dusha's Pokémon, giving him precise, intimate knowledge of each. Banjira, Earthquake. Satoshi wasted no time. His signature move struck with ruthless precision. No hesitation, no mercy, even against a type-disadvantaged foe. True to its title as Sandstorm Sovereign among pseudo-legendaries, Banjira raised a single foot and slammed it down. One impact. Yet the entire arena convulsed, mountains trembling beneath its wrath. Its gaze locked onto Arcanine, fierce, unblinking, terrifying. No roar needed, its very stillness commanded awe. Arcanine's famed speed proved useless against seismic chaos. Yet its veteran instincts triggered instant evasion, leaping midair to escape the tremor's aftershocks. Before Arcanine touched ground, a voice cut through the air, stone-edged. Boom. Scarlet spires erupted from the earth, towering relentless, each thrusting upward like tectonic fists aimed precisely where Arcanine would land. Arcanine reacted swiftly. Midair it spotted the spikes, remained composed, and deftly rebounded off them, unaware that its evasion had just sealed its doom. Boom. A colossal crimson spike, larger than all before, surged from the ground like a celestial pillar, striking Arcanine square in the abdomen. Thud! Arcanine rocketed skyward like shrapnel, then crashed violently to earth, raising a plume of Arcanine. Dusha cried out, raw, visceral, helpless. As the dust settled, the once majestic Arcanine lay sprawled. Mud-streaked eyes rolled back, utterly incapacitated. Arcanine is unable to battle. The referee's whistle pierced the silence, declaring the outcome with fire. In the competition arena, Dusha glanced at the display screen and noted the information shown on it. 0-4. Currently, he had already lost 4 of his main Pokémon in a row, losing their battle capabilities, yet he hadn't even defeated a single Pokémon from his opponent. Was he Dusha destined to suffer the same fate as those who were defeated 6-0? I am the closest person to the championship. If I were to be defeated 6-0, would I not become the first second place in history to suffer such a loss? Dusha thought to himself, gritting his teeth as the tension and hot weather made him sweat profusely, beads of sweat the size of soybeans sliding down his forehead and falling to the ground. No, absolutely not. Facing such a historic opportunity, Dusha could not accept that in his heart. 6 Pokémon, surely he had to win at least one. Having lost 4 Pokémon, already winning just one was not too much to ask. I refuse to believe that all his Pokémon are as strong as Banjira. Every time he thought of making a historic name for himself, Dusha trembled with anger, and a powerful thought erupted within him. He must defeat Banjira to prove himself. Not for any other reason, but to ensure that he lost in a way that was more respectable than a 0-6. After all, those who had faced Xiaoji before him lost 6-0. As for him being second place, and losing 1-6 would still be more respectable than those before him. If Xiaoji became even stronger in the future or secured the championship of the 8 Masters, he could still boast in front of his opponents about having beaten Xiaoji once in a reverse situation, showcasing his strength and uniqueness. With this thought, Dusha felt much more at ease, and his passion for victory surged forth. Go for it. Fire Horse, I entrust the upcoming battle to you. With hope in his heart, Dusha released one of his last trump cards, the Fire Horse. A unicorn horse engulfed in blazing orange flames from its head to its tail appeared in the competition arena. Fire Horse used Quick Attack to charge in, and then follow up with Super Horn Drill. As soon as he finished speaking, the Fire Horse neighed loudly, adjusted its body, relaxed, and charged forward rapidly. Just before reaching Banjira, a white light surged from its horn, majestically approaching Banjira and fiercely stabbing towards it. Banjira stood firm as a mountain, disdainfully facing such an attack, allowing the Fire Horse to charge and stab at itself. Clang! The elongated horn struck with a sound, but it seemed as if it had not made contact. The audience could only see Banjira slightly thrusting its silver-white belly forward, effortlessly blocking the Fire Horse's attack. As the attacker, the fire horse felt as if it had crashed into an incredibly hard diamond, its mind reeling in confusion, unable to recover. During its moment of dazed, danger suddenly struck. A cluster of sharp stones suddenly materialized around Banjira, all aimed at the fire horse. Fire horse. In a critical moment, Dushi reacted and shouted loudly, trying to awaken the dazed fire horse with his voice. Fortunately, the fire horse responded. Unfortunately, the speed of Banjira's sharp stone attack was incredibly fast. The sharp cone-shaped stones shot forth like bullets, and just as the fire horse was about to run, all the stones had already reached it, blocking every possible escape route. At that moment, the fire horse had nowhere to escape. All potential escape routes were blocked. The fire horse anxiously looked around, its hooves frantically turning as it searched for a breakthrough. However, before it could find a breakthrough, the sharp stones fell and struck the fire horse's body hard, and several of the stones hit the fire horse in critical areas. Oh! With a tragic cry, all those present were left shocked. After the battle concluded, the sharp stones disappeared, revealing the fire horse's defeated form. The fire horse has lost its fighting capability. As the referee finished speaking, Dushi's fire horse's icon on the screen turned black. Dushi's face mirrored the same color, unwillingly recalling his Pokémon. If this had been an intense battle, perhaps he would not have looked so grim, instead reflecting on how he truly was in the right. But in this match, he had been mercilessly crushed by Banjira's overwhelming power, making it utterly uninteresting. When he fought against the champion, he clearly managed to take down one or two of the opponent's Pokémon. How could it be that now he was being mercilessly trampled at every turn? This question would only be understood the moment Xiaoji became the champion of the 8 Masters, as he would then realize just how terrifying Ziota's strength truly was. Go! My last partner, Iron-Armored Rhinoceros, I entrust the upcoming battle to you. Dushi looked at the spirited Iron-Armored Rhinoceros on the field with hopeful eyes. This was his last trump card. If he couldn't win against the 5 consecutive battles with Banjira now, it would mean he had truly lost, utterly slaughtered by the opponent with no chance to retaliate. He would even become the first second place in history to suffer a 0-6 defeat, immortalized in shame. Just thinking about it was humiliating. Iron-Armored Rhinoceros, use Earthquake. Dushi commanded once more. Banjira, use Water Cannon. Seeing the championship within reach, Xiaoji commanded without hesitation. Boom. After the Iron-Armored Rhinoceros unleashed Earthquake, the result was utterly unexpected. Banjira stood as if unfazed, its feet firmly planted on the ground, remaining unshaken by the earthquake. What astonished everyone the most was that Banjira could even stabilize its emotions and gather the water cannon in such a situation. Seeing this scene, Dushi's face turned to one of despair. However, there was no extra time in the match for him to wallow in despair. He quickly regained his senses, knowing that if the Iron-Armored Rhinoceros did not evade now, this match would truly come to an end. If it ended this way, he would be the first in the world to be definitively marked as a 0-6 second place. Just thinking about that made Dushi emotionally shout, Iron-Armored Rhinoceros, quickly stop, and use Protect. The Iron-Armored Rhinoceros, being Dushi's trump card Pokemon, reacted immediately upon hearing the command, a protective shield forming around it to prevent the incoming attack. Coincidentally, just as the Iron-Armored Rhinoceros established its Protect, Banjira's water cannon was all. The powerful water cannon struck the Protect, and the audience initially thought this would be a gentle exchange. However, such a scene not only did not occur, but even more astonishingly, as soon as the water cannon touched the Protect, it was as if a small car had collided with a large truck. It could not withstand even for a moment, shattering on the spot, and being pushed out of the competition arena by the impact of the water cannon. Due to the Iron-Armored Rhinoceros being 4 times weak to water, it lost its fighting capability instantly after being hit by the water cannon. Woo! After Xiaoji won the match, the audience erupted in enthusiastic applause and cheers. The Silver Cup Championship battle had come to a conclusion. After Xiaoji reconciled and bid farewell to Dushi, he left the competition venue amidst the enthusiastic cheers of the crowd. As soon as he exited the venue, a familiar figure approached, draping an arm over Xiaoji's shoulder with an annoyed expression. Damn it, how did you manage to win again this time? But I still congratulate you on winning the championship in Chengdu, bringing 2 championships to our Jinshin town. Xiao Mao first complained with a grim face, and then shifted to a cheerful tone. What do you mean, kid? I am your second grandpa. Not respecting your elders, no manners. Hurry up, big grandson, call me second grandpa. Xiaoji patted Xiao Mao's hand, adopting a tone that seemed much older than his years. What second grandpa? I haven't even settled the score with you for tricking my grandpa, and you want me to call you that? Upon hearing the word second grandpa, Xiao Mao's hair stood on end, pointing at Xiaoji and yelling accusations. Since battling Xiaoji in this competition, Xiao Mao had confirmed with his grandpa that he had encountered his grandpa in his youth, and even sworn brotherhood. After understanding the circumstances, he realized that Xiaoji had schemed to become his second grandpa by deliberately approaching his grandfather to establish a bond. The most critical part was that there was a video recorded. No matter how one looked at it, it was a deliberate conspiracy. Having been a mischievous friend for so many years, he knew exactly what Xiaoji was plotting. From the moment he learned of Xiaoji's scheme, Xiao Mao had already decided that he would never fulfill Xiaoji's wish, even if it meant fighting him. When he learned about this, Xiao Mao was furious, wondering why such a good fortune had not come to him, allowing him to become sworn brothers with Xiaoji's grandpa, instead of Xiaoji getting to enjoy such good fortune. Thinking back on it now, Xiao Mao was filled with frustration. From now on I'll call you grandson, and you'll call me second grandpa. We'll each have our own titles. Oh please, now that you've won the championship as a fellow townsman, my goal has been achieved, so I'm off now. Xiao Mao rolled his eyes. Xiaoji chuckled, but did not continue the conversation, because after all his bond with Professor Okido was merely to tease Xiao Mao. Next I'll be heading to the Sinnoh Research Institute for training, who knows when we'll meet again. Xiao Mao gave Xiaoji a meaningful glance. Are you preparing to give up being a Pokemon trainer? Xiaoji looked at Xiao Mao, momentarily stunned as he recalled. It was precisely after the conclusion of the Silver Conference that Xiao Mao began to entertain the idea of abandoning his aspirations to become a Pokemon trainer and instead pursue a career as a researcher in his grandfather's field. After a brief hesitation, Xiao Mao nodded. Once he did, the atmosphere suddenly became somber. After all, the two had competed for so long to determine who would be the strongest trainer, and now one of them was saying he would give up. Undoubtedly the world would lose a formidable rival who was both teacher and friend to Xiaoji. It was certainly not false to say that it was a sad moment. Alright, even though I'm a bit sad knowing you're not going to be a trainer anymore, I support your decision, so go ahead and pursue it. Your second grandpa will always support you from behind. If you need anything, just ask me. Xiaoji patted his chest, speaking with righteous conviction. You bastard, Xiaoji. Upon hearing the first part of the statement, Xiao Mao felt that he had just arrived, but after hearing the latter part, he immediately reverted to his usual self. Alright, I wish you good luck in your future endeavors. Oomph. Xiao Mao snorted, not wanting to deal with Xiaoji anymore, then turned with a flourish and waved his hand. See you again if fate allows. See you again if fate allows. Xiaoji watched Xiao Mao's departing figure. No, we will definitely meet again. Just as he watched Xiao Mao leave, Xiaoxia, Shalina, and Xiao Gang arrived. Congratulations, Xiaoji, on winning the Silver Conference Championship. After receiving the trophy, Xiaoji and his companions began their journey back, returning to the town of Shijian City, where it all began. It was also in this city that Xiaoji first met Xiaoxia and later encountered Xiao Gang in the deep gray city. When they reached the familiar fork in the road, it was time to part ways once again. Once again, it was that familiar setting, that familiar twilight hour. It was time for them to part ways. This was the second time they had to separate. If one were to say that there was something different from last time, that would indeed be true. After all, the last time they parted it was 3 people. This time it was 4 with the addition of Shalina. We're not far from Jinshin town now, Xiaoxia said, looking at the fork with a sigh of sadness. Great. Let's head to the Pokemon Center first, so we can see the long-awaited Nurse Joy of Shijian City. As soon as Xiao Gang thought of seeing Nurse Joy, he was filled with excitement. Upon hearing this, Xiaoxia's expression suddenly turned sharp as she looked at Xiao Gang, her eyes seeming to question if he wanted to die. Even at this point, Xiao Gang was still daydreaming about Nurse Joy. He really was hopeless. Seeing Xiaoxia's gaze, Xiaoji glanced at Xiao Gang and thought to himself, can't you return and daydream later? What time is it now, and you still have the mood for this? Sure enough, a licking dog does not end well. Sister Xia, this guy is unbearably arrogant. Oh, let's teach him a lesson. After a while, Xiaoji and his companions arrived at the Pokemon Center. Returning to Shijian City, once more looking at the familiar ceiling, the hole in the ceiling had already been repaired. While Xiaoxia was on the phone with the Pokemon Center to report her safety, she received a message from her 3 sisters. She learned that the gym inspection was coming soon, and her 3 sisters had drawn travel tickets preparing to go on a trip and asked Xiaoxia to return within an hour. How can they go on a trip without inviting me along? Xiaoxia slammed the table, her face filled with anger. It's definitely because you've been traveling with us all this time that this happened. Women. How can they go on a trip without inviting me along? Xiaoxia slammed the table, her face filled with anger. It's definitely because you've been traveling with us all this time that this happened. Seeing Xiaoxia's angry expression, Xiao Gang actually had the audacity to blame her, completely unaware of the seriousness of the situation. Realizing something was wrong, Xiaoji immediately pulled his girlfriend away to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Sure enough, right after Xiao Gang made his remark, he ended up receiving several punches from Xiaoxia. Xiaoxia, this is what your sister left for you. Suddenly Nurse Joy approached, pushing a bicycle. Xiaoxia, hands on her hips, clapped her hands and turned to look when she heard Nurse Joy's words. Edged. Xiaoxia was taken aback for a moment and then gritted her teeth. Those 3 women. Absolutely unforgivable. After angrily complaining for a bit, she suddenly remembered that the group was about to part ways, and she fell silent. There's no feast that doesn't end. There will definitely be opportunities for us to gather again in the future. After all, I still need you to contribute to my and Shalina's wedding, so don't even think about not coming. If I don't get that contribution, I would be very sad. Right, Lena? After Xiao Ji said this, he turned to look at the blushing Shalina. Why are you dragging me into this? Shalina lowered her head, blushing and muttering. Of course it's because you're the main character of that wedding, you can't be absent. Xiao Ji looked at her. You two are unbearable, I'm leaving bye. Xiao Xia, looking at the two showing affection, took Joy's bicycle with a face full of disdain and rode off, without looking back. In that case I'll head back first, the gym inspection is approaching and my dad needs my help, so I'll be leaving now. Until we meet again. Until we meet again. The three exchanged farewell phrases, and Xiao Gang also began his journey back. Thus the original trio briefly parted ways, leaving Shalina and Xiao Ji alone at the spot. So are you returning to Jinshin Town with me, or should I take you to the airport? I haven't been back for a long time, and I miss my mom a bit, Shalina said. Xiao Ji suddenly smirked. So does your house have an extra room? Are you planning on going back with me? Upon hearing this, Shalina's eyes lit up with surprise as she asked. MHM. Xiao Ji nodded and then added, but before we go I need to stop by home to see my mom, and then we'll head. Sounds great. Let's go back together, and then we can go to Kalos together, how about that? Shalina exclaimed. Of course, why not? You're my future wife. Xiao Ji laughed heartily. MHM, but I'll be staying at your place for a few days. Do you think Hanako will kick me out? Of course not, as she'd be thrilled to have you around. Xiao Ji grasped Shalina's small hand, speaking gently. Don't overthink it, just come back with me. Is that really true? It's true. I wouldn't lie to you. In the end, Xiao Ji with his backpack and Shalina holding onto his arm both enjoyed this rare moment of alone time. Achoo. On his way home, Xiao Gang suddenly sneezed. Who's thinking of me? It can't be some Nurse Joy or Miss Junsha, right? Thinking of that possibility, Xiao Gang chuckled foolishly as he headed home. Thus the story of the original Iron Triangle came to an end. Since winning the championship in Chengdu, Xiaoji took a 6-month break at home before embarking on a journey to Hoenn with his friends Xiaojiang and Shalina. Upon arriving in Hoenn, they reached the Pokémon Center in Orange City, preparing to log in for the colorful conference, when they received surprising news from Nurse Joy. It was announced that he could no longer participate in challenge conferences as he had already won 2 championships. This was apparently a new regulation imposed by the Alliance. The trio was shocked by this news, as the Alliance had never imposed such a rule before. Even when Xiaoji presented his credentials as a Pokémon doctor, he did not gain permission. With such a regulation now in place, Xiaoji felt helpless despite his status as a doctor, ultimately deciding not to press Nurse Joy any further for assistance. After leaving the Pokémon Center, Xiaoji pondered whether the old folks at the Alliance headquarters were displeased with him, thinking that his scholarly pursuits distracted from his responsibilities. Of course, this thought was merely speculation. In fact, Xiaoji was more concerned that his overwhelming performance in Chengdu had led to his suspension, barring him from competing in the Baby Cup. Although he felt a bit uncomfortable knowing he could no longer participate, Xiaoji did not dwell on it excessively. While the joy of winning championships was missing from his travels, the Alliance did not prohibit him from capturing Pokémon or challenging gyms. Thus, during the subsequent journey, Xiaoji focused primarily on capturing Hoenn Pokémon, training them, and battling in gyms. During his travels, he encountered several legendary Pokémon, including those that could potentially destroy the world, with the plot remaining closely aligned with the original narrative. However, he ended up saving all of Hoenn, and during his journey Xiaoji captured his first naturally powerful Pokémon, Dialga. Among the strong Pokémon he trained were Lizard King Milotic, Abomasnow Salamence, Shiny Metagross, and the most powerful Pokémon in Hoenn was undoubtedly Gardevoir, which utilized the 996 system ability he signed up for as a child, along with the long-dormant ability of Guts from the system storage. Xiaoji quickly resolved all 8 gyms in Hoenn and obtained all the badges. Shalina participated in the Pokémon contest in Hoenn, achieving excellent results despite not winning the championship. Due to not being able to compete in the conference, Xiaoji left the competition venue earlier than in the previous 2 regions and returned to his hometown of Pallet Town. Upon realizing he could not participate in the conference, Xiaoji did not give up on his travels. Instead, he took a short break, and after the new year invited Shalina and Xiaojiang to travel to Sinnoh. Even though he could not compete in the conference, Xiaoji remained determined to continue his travels. The situation in Sinnoh was similar to that in Hoenn, where he battled all 8 gyms, captured Pokémon, and even caught a legendary Pokémon, Darkrai. His main Pokémon in Sinnoh included Infernape, Garchomp, Lucario, Mismagius, Galad, and Floatzel. The situation mirrored that in Hoenn, as he left Sinnoh right after the competition. This pattern continued over the course of his travels through 4 regions. However, upon returning to Kanto from Unova, he also retrieved his Gengar, left with Natsum. By the time he completed his journey in Galar, the Master 8 tournament was just beginning. This time, unlike in other regions, he was allowed to compete in the Master 8 tournament, as all participants were champion-level trainers, alleviating concerns like those in Chengdu. The Master 8 is a global regional league, a decisive competition to determine the strengths of champions from various regions, enjoying immense popularity akin to the Olympics in his past life, held once every 8 years. Upon hearing that Xiaoji would participate in the Master 8 finals, friends and family from the distant regions hurriedly traveled from around the world to witness Gyarados' glorious moment. After all, Gyarados' performance in Chengdu had been astonishing, winning every match 6-0. For this reason alone, his friends and family were eager to see how far he could go. After several battles, Xiaoji emerged victorious time and again defeating other champions and advancing to the final showdown against Dan D. In this ultimate clash, Xiaoji utilized Mega Evolution, Charizard Mega Evolution, Lizard King Greninja, with Bonds, Zmove Meteor Assault Tyranitar, and the Gigantamax Pikachu along with 6 powerful Pokémon to defeat Dan D, achieving the title of World Champion. After winning the championship, Xiaoji had long since turned 18 and Shalina was the same. On the day he became champion, Xiaoji proposed to Shalina in front of the world and received her affirmative response, leading to their engagement. In the end, under the witness of numerous friends and family, the couple completed their wedding and stepped into their new home, living a life full of joy and happiness. Thus, Xiaoji, who had traveled through time, successfully became engaged to Shalina. On a certain day, a century later, the elderly Xiaoji slowly closed his eyes and passed away, surrounded by his descendants. Throughout his life, he had already experienced a rich and fulfilling existence with no regrets save for one. He did not pass away on the same day as Shalina.